That night, He-fan washed his wife's clothes by hand. Unexpectedly, he found a tear in the most inconspicuous part of her stockings. In that instant, he began to suspect his beloved wife was having an affair. We have been married for 10 years. She was the most dazzling woman in Donghai, while I was just an ordinary traditional Chinese medicine doctor. I cooked, did laundry, and took care of all the housework. I thought that was happiness. She returned home late that night, her cheeks flushed. But when he picked up the stockings, his heart sank completely. It wasn't a run. It was a tear, clearly forced open. Even worse, she said she was going to take a shower. But I smelled an unfamiliar scent on her. She explained that she had torn the stockings while playing around with her best friend. She smiled naturally and even kissed me. But when she got close, I could clearly feel she was trembling. And I'm a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner with 10 years of experience taking pulses. I knew better than anyone that that trembling wasn't from exhaustion. From that moment on, this marriage could never go back to what it was before. At 11 p.m., a luxury car was parked downstairs in the Ziyuan residential area. The car body swayed gently in the shadows. The night was dark and the air was filled with ambiguity and danger. The car was filled with hushed male and female voices. The soft rustling of clothes against each other was mixed with the woman's panic. She asked the other person to let go, her voice filled with concern, but she clearly couldn't break free completely. The man spoke casually and teasingly, completely ignoring her reminder. She mentioned that she was already married and worried that her husband would find out, and she wouldn't be able to handle the situation. He dismissively brought up her husband, then stopped midway through his sentence, saying only that they would let it go for today. The car door was suddenly pushed open, and a slender figure hurriedly got out. She straightened her disheveled clothes and quickly left the shadows. The night swallowed her figure and also concealed everything that had just happened. The lights in room 208 upstairs were soft. He-fan was reclining on the sofa, flipping through a yellowed ancient book on traditional Chinese medicine, his expression focused and calm. He was unaware of the ambiguous commotion that had just occurred downstairs. The door opened, and Xiao Yuner walked in, her face slightly flushed. She paused slightly when she saw He-fan reading, then greeted him with a smile, her tone natural and without a trace of guile. She said she was going to take a shower, put her bag down casually, and went back to her bedroom to get a change of clothes. Her steps were slightly hurried, as if she wanted to wash away the marks on her body as soon as possible. As she walked past He-fan, he subconsciously sniffed and frowned slightly. A strange smell entered his nostrils, making his heart tighten suddenly. He wanted to ask her something, but when he saw that she looked tired and her cheeks were flushed, as if she had been busy all day, he swallowed his words and chose to remain silent. The bathroom door closed, and the sound of water soon began. He-fan stared at the door and muttered to himself, thinking that she had been working too hard lately, but he didn't realize that his heart was already stirring. He sat back down on the sofa, his gaze returning to the pages of the book, forcing his thoughts to sink into the theories of traditional Chinese medicine, as if knowledge could suppress that momentary unease. Half an hour later, Xiao Yuner came out wrapped in a bath towel. Without disturbing him, she went straight back to the bedroom to dry her hair. The sound of the heater masked the subtle strangeness in the air. He-fan stretched and walked into the bathroom, soaked her clothes in a basin, poured in laundry detergent, and prepared to hand wash them. He was already used to these actions. For many years of marriage, he has always washed her delicate clothes. She is particular about her image at work, and her clothes are made of high-end materials that can only be hand-washed, but he has never complained. He graduated from the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine at Donghai University and runs a TCM clinic in the city. He has plenty of free time, and he takes care of most of the housework. He always feels lucky to have married her. Just as he was about to scrub her, he suddenly remembered that her pantyhose were still outside. He got up, walked to the shoe cabinet, bent down, and picked up the pantyhose. Under the light, his gaze suddenly tightened, and a crack appeared in the key area, looking as if it had been torn open forcefully. The mark was unnatural. It didn't look like ordinary scraping. It looked like deliberate sabotage. His heart sank, and a guess he didn't want to face flashed through his mind. He desperately told himself not to overthink it. She was always self-disciplined working at the radio station and rarely had private contact with men, but the temptations of reality never stopped. He couldn't answer whether cracks would appear in their marriage after many years. Doubts spread in his mind, and for the first time, he felt the fragility of marriage. Just as he was in a daze, the stockings in his hand were suddenly snatched away, and Xiao Yun'er stood in front of him in her pajamas, her expression a mixture of helplessness and relief. She explained that her best friend Chen Xinhua picked her up today, and the two of them were playfully fighting in the car before getting out, accidentally tearing her stockings, so she just threw them away. She said these things weren't expensive, so there was no need to wash them, and casually tossed them into the trash can. Then she smiled and kissed He-fan, her tone relaxed and natural. Her actions were no different from usual. Her laughter was crisp, as if everything was just ordinary, and He-fan's tension eased slightly. Chen Xinhua was her friend of many years, and the two often joked around. This explanation sounded reasonable, and he couldn't find a reason to refute it for a moment. But as she drew near, he clearly felt her body tremble slightly, a subtle change that made him suspicious again. As a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who had been taking pulses for many years, he was extremely sensitive to touch, and he was certain that the momentary tremor was not an illusion. But recalling her past gentleness and thoughtfulness, he smiled self-deprecatingly, thinking that perhaps he was just overthinking things. Reason and doubt were pulling at each other in his heart. He picked up the basin and continued washing clothes. The sound of water and rubbing was particularly clear in the night, but the doubt clung to his heart like a shadow. When a person begins to doubt, the seed has already been sown. Even if the surface returns to calm, the heart can hardly return to its former innocence. Xiao Yun'er is a resident of Donghai City, an only child, and comes from a well-off family that runs a trading company. She excelled academically and was exceptionally beautiful from a young age. She was admitted to the broadcasting and hosting department of Donghai University and joined Donghai radio station after graduation. She quickly became a prominent figure at the station, with a bright future ahead of her. Despite her excellent qualities, she married He-fan, a seemingly ordinary but gentle man, not long after graduation. To outsiders, this marriage seemed like a step down for her, and He-fan's good fortune. But now, standing under the bathroom light, he could only stare blankly at the crack. He-fan, true to his name, has remained ordinary and low-key for the past 30 years. He is gentle, down-to-earth, and unassuming in a crowd, yet possesses a calm and composed demeanor. He was handsome and refined, had studied traditional Chinese medicine for many years, and possessed a scholarly air. His gentle demeanor and appearance had attracted the attention of many girls among acquaintances. Some people gossiped that if it weren't for his outstanding appearance, he might not have been chosen by the well-off Xiao Yun'er. When these words reached his ears, he just smiled. He-fan was born in a rural area. His parents ran a traditional Chinese medicine clinic in a small town. Their income was stable, and although they were not rich, it was enough for the family to live on. In recent years, Western medicine has developed rapidly, which has impacted the traditional Chinese medicine industry. My parents' clinic is barely making ends meet, but it's unrealistic to say that they have accumulated any savings. He developed a deep interest in traditional Chinese medicine from a young age and lived up to his parents' expectations by being admitted to the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine at Donghai University, where he consistently ranked among the top students. During his university years, he obtained a license to practice traditional Chinese medicine ahead of schedule, thinking that his future would gradually become clear, but he encountered the cold water of reality after graduation. Resumes were sent to various hospitals, but few responded. Large hospitals value seniority and background more, and the academic performance of fresh graduates seemed insignificant. During that time, he was depressed and even began to doubt whether his years of hard work were worthwhile, feeling lost about the future. Just when he was considering returning to his hometown to inherit the clinic, Xiao Yun'er stood by his side, encouraging him and helping him through those dark days. She didn't want them to be separated by distance, and she didn't want to see him depressed, so she simply got married to him and went home to explain the situation to her parents. At her insistence, her family provided some funds to rent a small shop in Donghai City, where He-fan opened a clinic. She believed in He-fan's medical skills and his character, thinking that running a small clinic would offer more freedom and fewer complicated relationships within the system. seeing her running around and planning for him. He-Fan felt grateful and secretly resolved to never betray her kindness in this lifetime. In the early days of his clinic, because of his youth, there weren't many patients seeking treatment, and his income was meager, making life somewhat difficult. As time went on, he patiently treated patients and carefully prescribed medicines, and the effects gradually became apparent. Regular customers began to recommend his clinic to their friends and family. Word of mouth slowly spread, and the small clinic gained a foothold in the neighborhood. Their income gradually improved, and the couple finally breathed a sigh of relief. A year later, their son, He-Miao, was born, bringing joy and laughter to the family. The couple's relationship grew even stronger amidst the daily grind. He-Fan devoted more of his attention to the family, taking on almost all the housework himself, hoping to make things easier for his wife. When their child turned 3, Xiao Yuner expressed her desire to return to work at the radio station. He did not object and sent the child back to his hometown to be cared for by his parents. He knew that his wife was career-oriented and was willing to support her choice, even if it meant spending the night alone in the empty house. This kind of life was difficult for him to adapt to at first. He often ate dinner alone, and the television seemed particularly lonely. Later, he went to the radio station a few times and saw her busy figure. The sense of loss in his heart gradually dissipated, leaving only understanding. As time went by, he got used to waiting and getting used to leaving a light on for her late at night. That night, after washing clothes and mopping the floor, the clock struck past 11. He took a shower and went into the bedroom. Xiao Yuner was lying on her side on the bed, playing on her phone, her fingers rapidly tapping the screen, her expression focused, and a slight smile occasionally appearing on her lips. He-Fan lay down beside her, gently stroking her shoulder, and said in a gentle tone that he wanted to bring the child back to stay for a few days. She casually agreed, saying that once things at the station were done, the three of them could go out for a walk together. Even so, her gaze never left her phone. The faint light from the screen reflected on her face, a smile playing on her lips. Because his wife's phone had a privacy screen protector, He-Fan, lying on his side beside her, couldn't see the screen clearly. He assumed she was chatting with her best friend, Chen Xinyue, and didn't think much of it. Hearing that his wife agreed to bring the child back, he felt much more relaxed and planned to take some time in the next few days to research routes and take his son out for a drive. He naturally put his arm around her waist, his tone affectionate, wanting to get closer to her. This intimacy had always been natural for them since their marriage. In the past, she rarely refused him when he took the initiative, and the two of them always had a harmonious understanding. But this time, she suddenly put away her phone. She shoved her phone under her pillow, pushed his hand away, and said she was a little tired today and asked him to talk about it another day. Her tone was calm, but left no room for negotiation. After saying that, she pulled the blanket over herself, closed her eyes, and turned to her side as if she were already asleep, her attitude distant. He-Fan was stunned for a moment. They had been dating for 4 years and married for 6, and she had never rejected him like this before. Although he felt a little disappointed, he didn't continue. There was no point in persisting. He could only smile bitterly and turn off the bedside lamp. In the darkness, he held her close, inhaling her familiar scent, yet he felt as if there was an invisible barrier between them. The next morning, Xiao Yuner got up early, drove the family car to work, her movements swift and her expression unchanged. He-Fan had no car, so he had to walk slowly to the bus stop outside the residential area to catch the early bus to the clinic. Initially, due to limited funds, the clinic was located in a remote area, but he didn't mind, firmly believing that medical skills were the foundation of his business. Over the years, his judgment proved correct. The customer base gradually stabilized, and income increased year by year. The clinic was named Hantang, a name derived from the homonym of his and Xiao Yuner's names, a little trick he had deliberately left behind. In his view, the signboard was a symbol of their relationship, hanging above the door and also in his heart. Over the years, the clinic has been operating smoothly, and thanks to the reputation he has built, he can earn several 100,000 yuan a year, making his life quite stable. Compared to his parents' clinic back home, he had more room for development in the city, and more patients came seeking his services. As for his wife's salary, She said she would save it for their child's future education, and he had no objection to that. The bus swayed and rattled to the alley entrance. He-Fan got off and walked towards the clinic, where he saw several elderly people waiting in front of the door. These were all regular customers who would stop by to have their pulses checked and treated after finishing their morning practice. He took out his key and opened the door. The elderly people walked in familiarly, as if they were in their own living room. He-Fan first checked the medicine cabinet, replenished the missing herbs, and then sat down at the consultation table to prepare to see patients. After checking his pulse and confirming he was all right, the two elderly people thanked him with smiles and left, leaving only a third elderly woman sitting in front of him in the clinic. "Grandma Lee, your lungs are affected by cold. Your pulse is floating and tight, and the inflammation in your bronchi hasn't lessened. It's even gotten worse. Did you not take the medicine I prescribed last time on time?" As soon as He-Fan touched her wrist, his brows furrowed, his tone gentle yet serious. Grandma Lee, in her 70s, was a regular at the clinic. Her daughter lived in the same neighborhood, and they often bumped into each other during their walks. She suffered from chronic bronchitis and should have shown significant improvement after consistent medication. However, this time her pulse indicated a worsening of her condition. Hearing his question, Grandma Lee smiled somewhat embarrassedly and said that her mischievous grandson had fed the dog the Chinese medicine she had brought back as a snack. He-Fan was speechless for a moment, but didn't say anything more. After all, it was none of his business to interfere in family matters. He quickly fetched the medicine from the cabinet, preparing 12 herbs including roasted ephedra, stir-fried apricot kernels, licorice root, angelica root, platycodon root, and aster root. After wrapping the medicine, he instructed her to decoct and take it on time, and to keep the child from moving around, his tone patient and meticulous. Grandma Lee paid the bill and prepared to leave, but after taking 2 steps, she turned back, looking somewhat hesitant. She lowered her voice and reminded He-Fan not to just focus on making money, but also to pay more attention to things at home, before hurrying away. These words came as abruptly, and He-Fan was stunned for a moment before shaking his head and smiling, not thinking too much about it, and continuing to take the pulses of others. After a busy day, the clinic returned to quiet. At 6 o'clock in the evening, he saw off the last patient and began to pack up. It was already dark when he closed the shop. He dragged his slightly weary steps back home, thinking about what to cook for his wife that evening. He had gone to a shopping mall in the city center to buy her favorite crayfish and fresh seafood, intending to cook it himself. With a bag full of ingredients, he looked at the lively seafood and felt a simple sense of satisfaction. The pedestrian street was brightly lit and bustling with people in the night. He carried shopping bags through the crowd, heading to the intersection to hail a taxi. Just then, his gaze inadvertently fell on the Peninsula Cafe not far away, and he froze. Through the glass, he saw a familiar figure, long hair cascading down her shoulders, wearing a long, lace-trimmed dress. He had personally packed away that dress yesterday, and he recognized the person clearly. It was Xiao Yuner. A man was standing opposite her, ordering coffee at the counter. The two seemed to have been chatting and laughing when they entered. He-Fan's heart tightened. His wife had said she was working overtime, but here, at this time and in this place, was completely unexpected. He quickly took a few steps closer and confirmed through the glass that it was indeed her sitting by the window. After ordering his coffee, the man was supposed to sit across from her, but instead he walked straight to her side and sat down next to her. What made He-Fan's heart tighten the most was that Xiao Yuner didn't seem to mind the man at all. Instead, she smiled gently, turned slightly towards him, and whispered softly. The two were extremely close, almost touching. She would occasionally reach out and gently pat his arm, her expression intimate and natural. This scene pierced He-Fan's eyes like a needle, and the questions he had suppressed the night before surged up again. The tear in the stockings, the flush on his face when he got home, the rapid sound of water in the bathroom, all of these things now connected in a single thought. He stood on the street, carrying the groceries he had prepared for her, but his heart sank. Grandma Lee's reminder from that morning suddenly came to mind, and for the first time he realized it might not have been just a casual remark. He took a deep breath, pulled out his phone, and dialed his wife's number, his gaze never leaving the coffee shop. Inside the glass window, Xiao Yuner saw the incoming call, gestured for the man to be quiet, and then answered the phone. She immediately said that something had come up at the station and she would be home late that night, telling him to get some rest. The lie was delivered naturally and smoothly, her tone gentle, yet it contrasted sharply with the scene before her. Listening to the voice on the phone, He-fan felt something slowly shattering in his chest. He didn't expose her, but simply told her to be careful on the road, his voice dry. She said on the phone that if it got too late, she would just stay in her dorm for the night, and whispered that she loved him. He-fan's gaze was icy, and he hung up the phone immediately, extinguishing the last shred of hope in his heart. Inside the coffee shop, the man asked with displeasure if it was her husband calling, his tone tinged with provocation. Xiao Yun'er rolled her eyes at him, telling him to mind his own business, but the man remained unconvinced. Before he could finish speaking, she reached out and covered his mouth, the action intimate and familiar. To outsiders, it might just seem like playful banter between lovers, but to He-fan, it was utterly irritating. He muttered a curse under his breath, took a step, and pushed open the door to the coffee shop. The man was just then suggesting they go to his place to talk some more, his tone ambiguous and his gaze intense. Xiao Yun'er frowned and refused, saying she had a husband and could not go to such a place with him. The man sneered, his words full of contempt for He-fan, calling him just an ordinary person who ran a small clinic. Xiao Yun'er's tone turned cold as she said it was her choice to be with whomever she wanted. The man suddenly became serious and said that he had always liked her and hoped she would divorce her husband and marry him. Seemingly provoked by Xiao Yun'er's cold attitude, Jiang Yujun's expression changed drastically, anger rising in his heart. He reached out and grabbed her arm, his gaze burning. He said urgently that as long as she nodded, he would take her to the villa tonight, and tomorrow he would confront He-fan and clarify things. Xiao Yun'er was startled by his sudden action and tried to pull her hand away, but he held it firmly, and she couldn't break free for a moment. Jiang Yujun's expression became increasingly obsessive, and he pulled her to get up and leave the coffee shop, completely disregarding the stares of others. Just then, a cold voice rang out from behind him. Before the words were even finished, a fist slammed into his face. With a muffled thud, Jiang Yujun was caught off guard and staggered backward, his face instantly contorted in excruciating pain. Xiao Yun'er froze, and when she saw who had made the move, her face turned deathly pale. It was He-fan. He-fan's expression was indifferent as he glanced at the two of them, casually tossing the shopping bag in his hand into the nearby trash can. From beginning to end, he didn't say a word, turned around and left, his back view resolute and without the slightest hesitation. Jiang Yujun covered his face and came back to his senses, roaring that he would call the police and threatening to send He-fan to jail. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun'er turned around abruptly and warned him coldly that he had started the conflict, which was why her husband had intervened. She also stated that she would withdraw from the advertising deal and would no longer have any contact with him. After saying this, she grabbed her bag and chased after him. As she passed the trash can, she saw the scattered crayfish and seafood in the bag, all her favorite foods. At that moment, she realized that He-fan had been there specifically to buy groceries for her. A sharp pain shot through her heart. She realized how deeply her lie had been exposed and how much it had hurt their relationship. She knew He-fan's personality well. He seemed gentle, but he was extremely principled, especially when it came to relationships, where he couldn't tolerate the slightest deception. Thinking about how she had said on the phone that she had to work overtime and even mentioned possibly not coming home, she felt increasingly panicked. She chased after him to the street, only to see He-fan flag down a taxi and drive away, her voice trembling with tears as she called out to him. The car sped away, leaving her standing there, filled with self-reproach and panic. Just as she was about to go to the parking lot to get her car, her phone suddenly rang. She stopped, looking at the caller ID with a complicated expression. During the call, her tone was hesitant, as if she wanted to cancel some arrangements, but ultimately, she fell silent and compromised. After hanging up the phone, she stood there for a moment, then gritted her teeth, got into the car, and drove southeast. Her home was to the west. Meanwhile, He-fan had already returned home and was lying alone on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. He kept replaying everything that had happened that day in his mind, his thoughts in turmoil and his emotions heavy. He couldn't understand where he had fallen short. His living conditions were stable, and his combined income was close to $1 million. His in-laws were well off, and his wife had never lacked material comforts. Logically, there was no reason for her to choose to betray him. But what happened in the coffee shop and the lies on the phone made it impossible for him to believe as firmly as before. In daily life, Fan believes he has done his best, taking care of all the housework and being incredibly considerate, practically doting on his wife. As for intimacy between husband and wife, he felt no guilt whatsoever, believing himself to be full of energy and never disappointing his partner. Born into a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, he had cultivated his health since childhood and was extremely confident in his condition, never believing that the problem lay in this area. It wasn't money, nor was it a lack of emotional connection. What else could it be? He kept asking himself this question. Was it workplace stress, or just a fleeting infatuation? He tried to find a reasonable explanation, only to dismiss his guesses time and again. They had been in love for 10 years and married for 6. He knew Xiao Yuner well. She wasn't impulsive and knew what she wanted. She had given up better conditions to choose him back then, so it didn't make logical sense for her to waver now because of material things or vanity. But the scene in the coffee shop was real, and that familiar intimacy made it hard for him to convince himself otherwise. He recalled her struggling movements, though the strength was not firm. It was more like a symbolic resistance born from familiarity. He had never seen that man before, and that was the most jarring aspect. Time passed slowly. He closed his eyes and opened them again, his expression gradually calming. He decided to wait for her to return and explain herself. If there had truly been betrayal, he would not back down. He had a clear conscience in this marriage. The money he had invested in opening the clinic years ago had long been paid off, and he had never depended on anyone. The clock on the wall pointed to past 1 in the morning, and the house remained quiet. She had not yet returned. The longer he waited, the heavier his heart became. Not even a phone call to explain. He gave a self-deprecating laugh and began to wonder if he had been too naive. Just as he was about to give up waiting, he heard the soft sound of the door opening. He went into the living room and saw her changing her shoes, his expression complicated. She paused, her voice tinged with panic, and asked him why he wasn't asleep yet. He only said he wanted to talk, then sat down on the sofa, his face calm and expressionless. She tentatively suggested taking a shower first before explaining, but these words instantly ignited his anger. He coldly retorted, as if trying to cover something up, his words dripping with sarcasm. Her face paled. She finally realized he harbored deep suspicion. She hurriedly grabbed his arm, explaining that last night was merely a discussion about advertising collaborations arranged by the station. He scoffed after hearing this, pulled his arm away, and looked at her with disappointment. He asked her why they chose to discuss work in a coffee shop at night, and why there were no documents or equipment. He reminded her that he had personally witnessed them laughing and joking, and that the ambiguous atmosphere didn't seem like business. Xiao Yuner, if you really feel you can't go on like this, you can just ask for a divorce. Why do you have to destroy everything this way? Fan became increasingly agitated as he spoke, his voice low yet filled with barely suppressed anger, his fists clenched tightly. His eyes were red-rimmed, his emotions nearly out of control, and his expression was both unfamiliar and oppressive. Xiao Yuner had never seen him like this before. She stood there stunned, tears welling up instantly. For so many years, he had always been gentle and steady in her heart, but now he had lost his composure because of her. She was afraid, but even more heartbroken. She knew that only deep love could produce such a reaction. She hugged his head, pressing it against her chest, and cried, saying she hadn't betrayed him. She explained again and again that her relationship with Jiang Yujun was purely professional. There was no ambiguity, and they hadn't hugged. Tears fell onto his hair, the cool touch gradually calming him down. He slowly pushed her away, stared into her eyes, and his tone returned to calm. He said he couldn't tolerate any injustice, especially in matters of the heart. He said it's rare to find someone who truly understands you in this life, and once that trust is broken, it's difficult to repair. Xiao Yuner responded through sobs, saying she wouldn't let this relationship suffer. She vowed in her heart that she would keep her distance from men in the future and prevent misunderstandings from happening again. The living room gradually quieted down, leaving only the sound of their breathing. He held her, but couldn't be sure if the thorn in his heart had truly been removed. He repeatedly recalled the scene from tonight, his reason telling him he couldn't draw conclusions based on just that one moment. If there were concrete evidence, he would leave without hesitation, but for now, everything remained speculation. He took a deep breath and said he had a few more questions he wanted to clarify. Xiao Yun'er nodded, letting him speak freely. He asked her if she really only knew Jiang Yujun through work. He didn't believe a man she had just met would dare invite her to his home like that. Xiao Yun'er paused for a moment, then said that they had known each other since childhood and their parents had a long-standing relationship. She explained that this advertising deal was assigned to her precisely because of this connection. She mentioned that they had been cared for together when they were young, but emphasized that she was very young at the time. After listening, he pondered for a moment, and many of his questions seemed to be answered. Their childhood friendship made their intimacy seem less awkward. He understood that she might have lied on the phone to avoid misunderstanding, but the fact that she had offered to take him home still made him uncomfortable. Fan's words were tinged with suspicion, which Xiao Yun'er clearly heard. She hurriedly explained that she would never go to Jiang Yujun's house, and that the coffee was just to discuss work. His tone remained cold as he said that it was normal for their childhood friendship to make each other bolder, his words carrying a hint of sarcasm. Xiao Yun'er knew that it would be difficult to dispel doubts without being upfront about the matter, so she simply confessed that the other party had confessed his feelings to her many times from high school to university. She said she rejected all those confessions of love until she met Fan and they became a couple, after which Jiang Yujun gradually distanced himself from her. She admitted that he still harbors feelings for her, so she has always kept her distance and limited her interactions to necessary work-related matters. She looked up at Fan, her expression solemn, and said that she had never liked that person and had only ever loved her husband. Her words were honest and logically sound. Fan remained silent for a long time, his anger gradually subsiding. He nodded in acceptance, believing that her willingness to clarify her past was already quite frank. He reminded her that if they had any further contact, she shouldn't lie to him again. He valued trust more than anything else. Xiao Yun'er immediately agreed, saying that what happened last night wouldn't happen again, her tone very firm. Just as she relaxed a little, Fan suddenly asked her why she came home so late tonight. She seemed prepared, immediately taking out her phone and playing a video of her itinerary after they parted. The video showed her returning to the radio station, having a meeting with colleagues to discuss advertising plans, and then driving home. Although there were brief intervals, the video was generally continuous, except for the meeting segment, which she explained was due to work confidentiality. After watching the video, Fan breathed a sigh of relief. At least on the surface, he hadn't discovered any overstepping of boundaries. He suddenly realized his earlier impulsiveness, and a sense of self-reproach crept into his emotions. But thinking about the torn stockings and Grandma Lee's words, he still had doubts, though he suppressed them for the time being. Now that they had talked things out, Xiao Yun'er went to the bathroom to shower. The sound of the water was exceptionally clear in the night. Fan returned to the bedroom and recalled her scent, finding nothing unusual, which became his final judgment. He trusted his sense of smell and intuition and temporarily chose to set aside his suspicions. After some intimacy, the two lay in bed, the atmosphere gradually easing. Xiao Yun'er leaned against him, saying that work would be finished by tomorrow, and they could pick up their son the day after. Fan promised to pick up Xiao He Miao from his parents' place tomorrow so the family could reunite. He reminded her not to drive tomorrow, worried that she wouldn't get enough rest, and his tone returned to its usual gentleness. Seeing that his wife wanted to continue talking, Fan smiled and interrupted her. It was already 2 or 3 in the morning, and if they continued talking, she definitely wouldn't have the energy for tomorrow. He spoke gently and with concern, telling her to get some rest so as not to miss work the next day. Xiao Yun'er smiled and agreed, even teasing him about his stamina, suggesting he drive to pick up the children the next day so she wouldn't have to take a long bus ride. She always had confidence in Fan's energy and never worried that he would be exhausted the next day. Fan mumbled in agreement, then held her and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, both of them were tired from staying up all night. He Fan still insisted on driving his wife to the radio station himself, then turned around and drove onto the highway out of the city. He planned to go back to his hometown, pick up his son, and have a good family reunion. Meanwhile, at the hospital in his hometown, He Bao held a medical report, his face grim. His hands trembled slightly. The results on the report were hard for him to accept. After 6 years of marriage, his grandson turned out not to be of the He family bloodline. The truth struck him like a thunderbolt, almost knocking him off his feet. His mother, wiping away tears, asked, her voice choked with sobs, whether they should tell her son the truth. She felt sorry for her grandson, but even more so for her son, finding the whole thing too cruel. He Bao, however, resolutely shook his head, saying he couldn't say. He explained that the initial tests were done out of concern that his son's illness might be hereditary, but they revealed an even more serious problem. If He Fan were told at this moment, given his physical condition, anger could trigger his old ailment. The He family has a long tradition of medical expertise, which is why their son's illness has been suppressed. If he loses control of his emotions, the consequences could be unpredictable. His mother was unwilling to accept this, questioning whether she wanted her son to live with this label for the rest of his life. She resented her daughter-in-law, feeling that her son had essentially raised someone else's child all these years. He Bao sighed, saying that priorities needed to be clear. He believed that He Fan deeply loved Xiao Yuner, and that her feelings for her son might not be entirely fake. The truth might be complicated, but ultimately, the choice should be made by He Fan himself. If he is willing to forgive, having another child in the future would be a way to continue the Ho family line. However, everything must wait until the son's condition is confirmed to be stable. Mother He remained indignant, mentioning that if she had married Mei Wenxi instead, things might not be like this today. He Bao again refused, saying that he couldn't interfere too much, and that his children and grandchildren would have their own paths to follow. When he mentioned Mei Wenxi, his tone was tinged with regret. Mei Wenxi was adopted by the He family at a young age. Her parents had passed away early, and she was the daughter of He Bao and his wife, close friends. She grew up with He Fan, and they were like half-siblings. Out of respect for their old friend, the He family never changed her surname, nor did they transfer her household registration to the He family. On the surface, they were family, but in reality, they always maintained a clear boundary. Mei Wenxi is 5 years younger than He Fan. She was delicate-looking and gentle from a young age, and grew into a stunningly beautiful woman. In terms of appearance alone, she was even more outstanding than Xiao Yuner, exuding quiet composure. She consistently ranked at the top of her class in school and scored 691 points on the college entrance exam, gaining admission to Peking University and Tsinghua University, a true academic star. This girl, from a young age, devoted all her attention to He Fan. She never said it aloud, but her gaze towards him held an undisguised tenderness. As a child, she always followed He Fan around, and even as an adult, she remained by his side. Anyone could see her feelings at a glance, and even He Fan himself was well aware of them. He Fan always treated her like a younger sister and never had any other thoughts. After starting university, he fell in love with Xiao Yuner and deliberately kept his distance from Wenxi, afraid that his girlfriend would misunderstand. He returned home less and less often, and even when he did, he usually chose times when Wenxi wasn't home. Yet, despite this, Wenxi's attitude towards him never changed. She simply learned to restrain herself and hide her emotions. In public, she concealed her feelings, as if she had already let go, only watching him be happy from afar. He Fan could sense that the feelings had never truly faded. His parents understood this and hoped that she could fall in love and start a family like everyone else. But Wenxi was stubborn and remained indifferent to her suitors. No one could win her heart during her 4 years of university. After graduation, she gave up opportunities in big cities and returned to her hometown to help care for 2 elderly people at a local clinic. Outsiders didn't understand her choice, but only the He family understood her unwavering commitment. She seemed willing to stay like this, even if it meant never marrying. He Fan always felt guilty towards her, but he couldn't reciprocate her feelings. He already had a wife and children, so he could only choose to avoid her and keep his distance. The couple's decision to settle in Donghai was also partly to avoid this relationship. Xiao Yun'er initially didn't realize it, but gradually she came to understand what Wen Xi's existence meant. As a woman herself, she understood Wen Xi's allure and knew that men were inevitably tempted. Unwilling to take the risk, she supported He Fan in settling down in Donghai. In Mr. and Mrs. He's eyes, Wen Xi was the most suitable person for their son. However, since He Fan was already married and had children, they could no longer interfere. But now that the issue of their grandson's bloodline had surfaced, their old thoughts resurfaced. If Xiao Yun'er had truly betrayed them, whether the marriage should continue became a question in their minds. Nevertheless, they decided to keep it a secret for the time being, because their son's health was of greater importance. The atmosphere in the room was heavy, and the couple remained silent for a long time. He Bao suddenly remembered the time, and said that Wen Xi and Xiaomiao should be back soon. Zhang Wan glanced at the clock and realized that it was almost dinner time, and she hadn't started cooking yet. Indeed, this sudden result threw his mother into a state of panic, and she had no appetite for cooking. She hurriedly got up and went into the kitchen. The elderly couple hadn't gone to the clinic today because they had gone to the city early in the morning for a paternity test. There weren't many customers in the shop that morning, so Mei Wenxi took Xiao Hemiao to watch the shop while they quietly went to the hospital. The test results were unexpected, and neither of them told Wenxi, nor did they mention it. Mei Wenxi also studied traditional Chinese medicine in university, with a minor in Western medicine outpatient services. She has a solid theoretical foundation and extensive practical experience. Over the years, she has helped out at the clinic and has become quite proficient in the 4 diagnostic methods of traditional Chinese medicine: inspection, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation, and can handle most minor illnesses. It is precisely because of this that Mr. and Mrs. He feel at ease in trusting the clinic to her care. Just as his mother tied on her apron, a child's clear voice suddenly rang out from outside the yard, saying that Daddy was back. He Bao's expression changed, and he immediately put away the paternity test report, then hurried to the kitchen to give a few instructions. When he came out the door, his face had already put on a smile, as if nothing had happened. He Fan carried his son into the courtyard, greeted his father, and asked where his mother was. His father said she was cooking, and then asked why he had suddenly returned. He Fan smiled and explained that he had intended to go to the clinic, but only learned they were closed when he met Wenxi. He said with concern that his parents had worked hard all their lives and deserved a rest. His father glared at him and said that if it weren't for Wenxi's help, they wouldn't have had time to rest. Hearing this, He Fan felt a pang of guilt. Since settling in Donghai, he hasn't taken good care of his parents and has even entrusted his child to them. He looked at Wenxi, who was standing quietly to the side, and his heart became even more complicated. Wenxi noticed his gaze and simply said she was going to help in the kitchen before turning and leaving. Watching her retreating figure, Mr. He sighed, saying she was already 25. What would become of her? His words were tinged with regret, adding that his son owed her a debt of gratitude from years ago. He Fan was baffled, not understanding why his father was suddenly sighing. Normally, his father would have already brought his grandson inside to play with him, but now his expression was strange. Before he could think further, his father pulled him inside, saying he needed to give him a medical checkup. Hearing this, He Fan felt helpless. From childhood to adulthood, his father always liked to find reasons to take his pulse, and even occasionally give him acupuncture. But he believed he was healthy, and being a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner himself, he had never been diagnosed with any problems. No matter what, he couldn't persuade his father otherwise, so he had no choice but to sit down and extend his wrist. He Bao took the pulse for a long time and observed the patient's complexion. His expression finally relaxed slightly. He said in a low voice that there were no abnormalities for the time being, and that he hoped it would remain so in the future. When He Bao finished speaking, his voice was so low that He Fan couldn't even hear what he said. Just as He Fan was about to withdraw his hand, he saw his father take an antique wooden box out of the drawer, and his face immediately turned bitter. He knew all too well what that meant. His father was about to give him acupuncture again. He quickly told his son to go find his grandmother and Wenxi, so they wouldn't be frightened by what they saw. Little He Miao obediently ran away, leaving only the father and son in the room. He Fan helplessly entered the small house, skillfully taking off his clothes until he was only wearing underwear. He Bao entered and nodded, taking out silver needles of varying lengths from a wooden box. Soon, He Fan's body was covered in silver needles, especially his head, where 20 or 30 were inserted. His father rhythmically flicked the ends of the needles, causing them to tremble slightly. At first, a warm current surged through his body, as comfortable as soaking in warm water. But He Fan knew that this was only the beginning, and what followed would be even more unbearable. This acupuncture technique, known as 100 needles to seize life, is one of the He family's ancestral secret arts. Ancient texts record that this technique can contend with the king of hell for life, but it is strictly forbidden to use it on outsiders. He Fan had never understood why his father repeatedly used this acupuncture technique on him. The He family's true medical skills far surpass what outsiders perceive, yet they remain hidden from the world due to ancestral precepts. Legend has it that their ancestor once saved a great figure, but his medical expertise attracted covetous eyes, nearly leading to the extermination of the entire family. Since then, the He family descendants have only used their core medical skills within the family. Time passed slowly, and fine beads of sweat gradually appeared on He Fan's forehead. A dozen minutes later, his father finally stopped and prepared to remove the needles. One by one, the silver needles were pulled out, and He Fan grimaced, but he was used to the process. Each time he finished acupuncture, he felt exceptionally relaxed. He even suspected that his strong constitution was related to years of acupuncture and medicinal baths. His mother's voice came from outside the door, calling them to come out for dinner. He Fan perked up, tidied his clothes, and ran out. The dinner table was laden with food, and the family sat around it, the atmosphere outwardly calm. After dinner, his father gave him a look, and He Fan followed him into the study. Inside, He Baowa looked serious and said he wanted to pass on what his ancestors had left him. He Fan was taken aback, thinking he had already mastered all the family's medical skills. His father first asked if practicing medicine in Donghai violated ancestral teachings. He Fan lowered his head and answered no, but his tone sounded somewhat guilty. To be honest, strictly speaking, He Fan had used some methods that shouldn't be easily revealed when he ran his clinic in Donghai over the years. Otherwise, Heian wouldn't be so renowned, with almost no patient he couldn't cure. Fortunately, no truly incurable or severe illnesses have appeared in the clinic in recent years, so he's only been using superficial methods. In his view, that answer wasn't a lie. He Baowa, oblivious to his odd behavior, nodded and then took another wooden box from the cabinet. This box was different from the one that held the silver needles. It was perfectly sealed, with no apparent opening mechanism. He Baowa gently rotated and pressed the four corners, and the wooden box split open like a lotus flower blooming. Inside lay a stack of yellowed papers, their edges worn, yet exuding the aura of time. He Fan had never seen this box before, and his expression immediately became serious. He Baowa picked up the stack of papers and said in a low voice that this was a secret recipe passed down through generations of the He family patriarchs. These prescriptions are extremely rare, and the head of the family is only allowed to memorize them. They must not be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. He Fan took them and examined them carefully, his expression growing increasingly solemn with each reading. Some prescriptions had astonishing effects, but certain combinations, in his eyes, harbored hidden dangers. He Baowa seemed to see through his doubts and said that a doctor can save lives, but also take them. Medicine itself is neither good nor evil. The key lies in the person administering it. These words were profound, but he did not explain further. He Fan, however, was extremely excited and began to memorize the formulas with a calm mind. He memorized the thick stack of 108 formulas in less than an hour. He Baowa was already used to his son's excellent memory. From childhood to adulthood, He Fan could learn almost anything related to traditional Chinese medicine with ease. However, when it came to subjects like mathematics and physics, he was just average. As he closed his eyes to solidify his memory, his father silently put away the wooden box, instructing him not to use it carelessly. He then left the study, just as a cell phone rang in the living room. The screen displayed the word "Dear." He Baowa remained silent for a moment before answering the phone. It was Xiao Yun'er on the other end, her tone somewhat surprised. He spoke calmly, saying that He Fan was organizing prescriptions and had left his phone outside. His usual gentleness was gone, replaced by a distant air. He asked her what was wrong. Xiao Yun'er said she wanted to ask He Fan when he would take the child back. Her tone sounded gentle and natural, as if everything was normal. Anyone who heard this would think that she missed her husband and child. After listening to the phone call, He Baowa hesitated for a moment, thinking that his son was still in the study writing down prescriptions, so he told Xiao Yun'er to pick up the child tomorrow. Xiao Yun'er readily agreed, only reminding He Fan to drive carefully before hanging up the phone. After hanging up the phone, He Baowa felt something was off. Usually, she would let the child speak on the phone, but today she only asked when he would return, and her tone was somewhat urgent. He thought about it for a moment, but ultimately didn't investigate further. At this moment, He Fan came out of the study and asked who had called. Xiao Yun'er, on the other end, was uneasy. She had wanted to hear her husband's voice to calm herself down, but instead, it was her father-in-law who answered the phone. His cold tone made her feel vaguely uneasy. She suspected that He Fan might have said something to her parents. The phone rang again. It was a woman calling. She reminded her not to make any more mistakes, as the matter was of great importance. Xiao Yun'er quickly interrupted, saying she would come over. She was glad her husband wasn't coming home tonight. Otherwise, it would have been even more difficult to deal with. After hesitating for a long time, she touched up her makeup, grabbed her bag, and went out. Back in their hometown, He Fan had already taken his son on the road back to Donghai. Mei Wenxi stood at the door watching the car disappear into the distance, her expression forlorn. His parents exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. They knew what Wenxi had been thinking all these years, but they were powerless to change it. On the highway, He Fan drove while asking if her son would get carsick. Little He Miao fastened his seatbelt and said that his mother had taught him that this was the safest way. He then asked his mother if she missed him a lot. He Fan smiled and said of course he wanted to, that he would go home for a few days first and then come back to visit his grandparents. The little guy readily agreed, secretly planning to have both. He Fan was unaware of his son's ulterior motives, only feeling that he hadn't spent enough time with him. Around 6 p.m., he arrived in Donghai. Knowing his wife was still at work, he took his child out for hot pot. They returned home at 8:30 p.m., without informing Xiao Yun'er beforehand. He wanted to surprise her. After taking a shower, he sat on the sofa with his son in his arms watching TV. At 9:30, Xiao He Miao looked up and asked why her mother hadn't come home yet. He Fan smiled and comforted her, saying that her mother was still working overtime. At 10:20, the little guy was yawning sleepily, wondering if his mother didn't miss him. He Fan looked at the time, and her heart began to sink. Logically, Xiao Yun'er had taken leave and shouldn't be this late. He could only continue to comfort his son, saying that his mother would be there soon. At 11 o'clock, Xiao He Miao finally fell asleep in his arms. He Fan carried the child back to the bedroom, but his doubts grew stronger. It was nearly midnight, and the house remained quiet. He went to the balcony and dialed his wife's number. The call connected quickly, and Xiao Yun'er's voice sounded sleepy. He Fan asked if she was off work. She said she had already showered and was resting in bed. In that instant, his mind went blank. He was clearly at home, the bedroom was empty. Yet she said she was sleeping at home. He Fan's face turned pale instantly. He suppressed his emotions and asked if it was hot at home and if she needed the air conditioning on. She replied that it wasn't hot and there was no need to turn it on. That one sentence shattered his last shred of hope. He sat on a chair on the balcony, his fingers trembling. The explanations and videos from the past few days now seemed like a joke. Staying out all night, telling one lie after another. He finally realized that trust was crumbling bit by bit. Xiao Yun'er called out to him repeatedly on the other end of the phone, but he hung up in silence. The night wind on the balcony was icy, but he was oblivious. Countless thoughts churned in his mind. Was it Jiang Yujun or someone else? Anger, despair, and humiliation intertwined. Years of affection seemed to shatter at this moment. He even entertained extreme thoughts. Images of revenge, destruction, and mutual destruction flashed through his mind. The expression on his face gradually became ferocious. But when he pushed open the bedroom door and saw his sleeping son, his madness was suddenly halted. The child's small figure lay in the blankets, breathing evenly. He Fan stood by the bed, his chest heaving. Anger and reason battled within him. He reached out and tucked the blankets around his son. Seeing his sleeping son, He-fan suddenly felt a sense of security. Even if his marriage was coming to an end, he still had his child. In that instant, he slowly pulled back from the brink of collapse. He knew he could never forgive his wife's lies. But the child is innocent. If they really get a divorce, will Xiao Himiao get hurt? He-fan was torn between these thoughts. He was a perfectionist when it came to relationships. Once his heart was broken, it was hard for him to turn back. Betrayal was unforgivable in his eyes. He lay down on his side next to his son, gently stroking the child's hair. After calming down, he realized something was off about his earlier loss of control. Those extreme thoughts had come on too suddenly. He was never an impulsive person. Why had he thought of destroying everything for a moment? He suddenly remembered his father's years of acupuncture and medicine treatments. Could he really have a hidden illness? Could it be a mental health issue? The thought sent chills down his spine. He decided that next time he went back to his hometown, he would definitely ask him about it. Amidst his jumbled thoughts, he finally drifted off to sleep. Early in the morning, the door was gently pushed open. Xiao Yun'er looked tired and tense. She had been restless all night after the phone call was hung up on her. When she tried to call back, the phone was switched off. She didn't dare call her in-laws in the middle of the night, nor did she want to contact Mei Wenxi. That girl was too outstanding, making her constantly wary. After a restless night, she rushed home early the next morning. She had originally planned to take her ID to Chaoyang town, but when she opened her bedroom door, she froze. On the bed, He-fan and the child were sleeping peacefully. She was initially overjoyed, then her face paled. So he had already returned last night. The lie in that phone call was tantamount to being exposed on the spot. She stood at the door, her heart pounding. An explanation? Should she say she was going to her parents' house, or her best friend's? But she herself said she was at home. He-fan was incredibly observant. This kind of inconsistency was impossible to hide. She retreated to the living room and quickly went into the bathroom. She took out her phone and urgently texted Chen Xinyue, begging her to cooperate and say that she had spent the night at her house. She knew that without witnesses, she would have a hard time getting through this today. Xiao Yun'er knew her best friend was probably still asleep, so she sent dozens of messages, carefully outlining her story. She deleted any content from her phone that might leave a trace, checked everything repeatedly, and then forced herself to remain calm as she left the bathroom. She bumped into He-fan as he came out of the bedroom just as she stepped outside, and their eyes met. Her heart tightened, and she was about to explain when He-fan merely glanced at her indifferently and went straight into the bathroom. That calmness chilled her more than anger. A few minutes later, he finished washing up. She cautiously asked him when he had returned. He only said that the child had been taken back last night, and that she should take care of her for the next few days. His tone was cold, as if he were giving official instructions. After saying that, he was about to leave. Xiao Yun'er panicked and suddenly grabbed his clothes. She hurriedly explained that she had spent the night at Chen Xinyue's house. She hoped he would believe her just this once. He-fan stopped walking, but did not turn around. He said he wasn't stupid. Trust is the most important thing between husband and wife. Once it collapses, it is difficult to rebuild. She knows best where she went last night. He said that some things, though not witnessed firsthand, are enough to be imagined. Xiao Yun'er continued to defend herself, her voice trembling. He-fan suddenly growled, telling her to shut up. His eyes were red-rimmed, and he said that his disappointment had been piling up for a long time. With every lie, he retreated. If the marriage comes to an end, it will be destroyed by her own hands. He said he no longer felt safe. After he finished speaking, his tone returned to its icy coldness. He suggested that they separate for a few days to cool off, and that he go to stay at the clinic. Xiao Yun'er panicked completely. She brought up the previous misunderstanding, saying that she could explain it last night. He-fan shook his head. He said his previous explanation was too perfect, which ironically became a flaw. He no longer wants to hear it. After saying that, he walked out of the house without looking back. Xiao Yun'er cried and wanted to chase after him. But then she heard her son timidly ask her why she was crying. She suddenly came to her senses, squatted down and hugged the child, bursting into tears. Meanwhile, He-fan was already on his way to the clinic. He kept reminding himself to control his emotions. Regardless of the couple's relationship, the child is innocent. He didn't want to tear everything apart in front of the children. But in his heart, trust had already collapsed. For him, once doubt takes root, it's hard to turn back from a relationship. By the time the car stopped in front of Hayantang, Fan had already calmed down. He opened the door, cleaned, and made tea as usual, then sat behind the consultation table in a daze. The clinic was quiet in the early morning. Perhaps because it was closed yesterday, no one came in today. Fan wasn't in a hurry. Having practiced medicine for many years, he never hoped for a large number of patients. In his spare time, he simply used his mind to deduce the secret recipes his father had given him. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. If those prescriptions were given out, any one of them would be enough to bring in a fortune. But he knew very well that the ancestral precepts could not be disobeyed. These traditions can only be kept in one's mind. They must not be leaked or used for profit. For hundreds of years, the He family has adhered to the rules, preferring a quiet life to seeking the limelight. Because once those methods are revealed, they will not attract praise, but rather covetousness. Medicine can save lives, but it can also kill. A common man who possesses a treasure will inevitably bring disaster upon himself. That's why he never mentioned a word about the family's true heritage to his wife. Outsiders only saw him as an ordinary traditional Chinese medicine doctor, unaware of the true strength of the He family. As he was thinking, an old voice suddenly came from the doorway. An elderly man with white hair walked in, leaning on a cane. The old man looked around the shop and said he never expected there to be a private Chinese medicine clinic in Donghai. Fan stood up and smiled, asking him where he felt unwell. The old man waved his hand, saying he was in good health and was just curious. He looked at Fan with suspicion and asked him if he was a doctor. His tone clearly betrayed disbelief. Fan's heart stirred, and he carefully examined the old man. He scanned her face, complexion, and gait one by one. He had already discerned the clues by observing the characters. This elderly man is by no means completely healthy. Fan smiled slightly and offered to take his pulse. The old man became interested in him because of his stubbornness. He was confident that his health was only slightly affected by high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and high blood sugar, and that there was nothing seriously wrong with him. So he simply put his hand on the pulse-taking bag. Fan extended 3 fingers and gently placed them on the old man's pulse. The old man readily extended his hand, and Fan took his pulse with 3 fingers, closing his eyes to listen carefully. After a moment, he slowly spoke, accurately describing the old man's symptoms over the past half-month. Dizziness, tinnitus, palpitations, loose stools, and night sweats, which stop upon waking. The old man's expression changed drastically. He didn't even tell his personal medical staff all about these circumstances. Fan continued to explain, saying it was due to deficiency of yin in the heart and lungs, and weakness of wei qi, defensive qi. The old man was still somewhat skeptical, but he had already put away his disdain. He pressed for details about what illness he had. Fan said in a deep voice, "It's an autonomic nervous system dysfunction. If not treated early, it could be life-threatening." The old man was stunned. He was most sensitive about neurological issues. It's normal that different medical professionals might not be able to detect it. Fan looked resolute and told him to go to a major hospital for a follow-up examination. He did not offer to treat the patient himself. Just as the old man was about to ask another question, a woman's angry shout suddenly came from outside the door. The voice was shrill, calling Fan by his full name. He frowned, recognizing Chen Xinyue's voice. Fan walked to the door, his face cold and stern. 2 people were standing outside the clinic. Xiao Yin'er held the child's hand, her eyes red. Chen Xinyue stood with her hands on her hips, looking fierce. Fan scolded her in a low voice, telling her to stop making a scene in the clinic. Chen Xinyue stubbornly retorted, but she clearly restrained herself. The old man stood aside watching the play with great interest. Xiao Himiao suddenly broke free from her mother and ran towards Fan. Fan bent down and picked up the child, his expression softening. Chapter 21. They came knocking. "Daddy, Mommy said you were supposed to play with us today, so why did you come to work again?" Meow Meow doesn't like Daddy going to work. The little one pouted in his arms, looking unhappy. Fan. What could he say? "Tell your son, your mother is having an affair. Dad is considering whether to separate from her, because he no longer has time to play. Honestly, He Fan would definitely not say these things in front of the children. Okay, okay, Xiao He Miao, you can go play with mommy for the next couple of days. Daddy will come to visit you after he finishes treating Grandpa's illness, okay? Left with no other choice, He Fan could only make up a lie. They used the elderly people watching the commotion as an excuse. Elder. Have to. I came here out of curiosity, and it's one thing to be called crazy. But what about now? I was ignored by that brat again, and now I'm being used as a tool. Damn, this old man is really something else. Husband die. Seeing He Fan and his son playing around, Xiao Yuner couldn't help but step forward, wanting to explain what happened last night. But when she saw the old man's amused expression as he watched the scene unfold, she froze, unable to utter another word. After all, family scandals should not be aired in public. Xiao Yuner absolutely did not want an outsider to know about her family's affairs, even if it was just a misunderstanding. The saying goes, old age makes one wise. The old man, who was just watching from the sidelines, could easily guess what she was thinking. The old man couldn't help but chuckle, realizing he was being annoying. He shook his head and slowly walked out of the clinic. Before leaving, he unconsciously turned back and smiled slightly at He Fan. Little one, this old man is taking his leave now. Okay, don't forget to go to the hospital for a checkup. This was the third time He Fan had reminded the other person, fearing that he was too old to remember. After all, he could tell that the old man was of noble status, and if he could make a good connection with him, it would be a way to accumulate merit for himself. Understood. The old man nodded, and without even glancing at the two women again, he strode away. This old man seems familiar. Watching his departing figure, Chen Xinyue fell into deep thought. As a beautiful reporter at Donghai Radio, she is quite knowledgeable and experienced, especially in this small area of the East China Sea. Anyone who looks familiar to her is unlikely to be an ordinary person. But who exactly is this old man? Honey, I slept at Xinyue's house last night. You can ask her if you don't believe me. It's really not what you think. Before Chen Xinyue could come up with anything, she heard her best friend's aggrieved voice again. Chen Xinyue was startled, only then remembering the main purpose of her trip. Without having time to consider anything else, he quickly stepped forward and said, Yeah, you scumbag. Xiao Yuner only stayed at my place once yesterday, right? What? You suspect she's cheating on you. She said this with an air of self-righteousness, seemingly looking down on He Fan with utter contempt. What's wrong with being a couple? Can't a married couple have their own private space? Does not coming home to sleep once mean they're going to do something? He Fan, let me tell you, you should be grateful you can marry my best friend in this lifetime. You've already given birth to the child, and you still doubt this and that every day. Don't you know what kind of person Yuner is? If she had any other intentions or wanted to cheat on you, would she have lived with you, her boyfriend, for 6 years? Chen Xinyue spoke eloquently, rattling off a long string of words like a machine gun. His words were filled with disdain and mockery towards He Fan. Upon hearing her words, He Fan couldn't help but reveal a mocking expression in his eyes. Sure enough, it tastes just like before. He figured it out. Even if Chen Xinyue isn't a seasoned boxer, she's definitely a staunch supporter of the rural faction. The moment he opened his mouth, he exuded the aura of a boxer. He Fan strongly suspects that his wife's decision to seek other men outside the marriage is because she has this close friend and has been subjected to her psychological manipulation for a long time. As for what Chen Xinyue said, Xiao Yuner slept at his house yesterday, and he doesn't believe a word of it. Although he had little contact with her in the past, he only knew that she was Xiao Yuner's best friend. But just from her words, you could tell that this woman would never hesitate to lie through her teeth for the sake of her so-called best friend. Besides, is that even something he cares about? From beginning to end, all He Fan cared about was Xiao Yuner's lies. Regardless of where she slept yesterday, the moment she said she was at home, my trust in her completely collapsed. Rome wasn't built in a day. If it were only about what happened yesterday, he definitely wouldn't think about it anymore. After all, their relationship had lasted for many years, and He Fan absolutely trusted his wife. At most, when something like this happens, all I can do is complain that Xiao Yuner lied to me. But in recent days, he has witnessed too many changes in his wife. Even he felt like he didn't recognize the other person anymore. If you connect all the recent events together and compare them with what happened last night, the nature of the situation is completely different. Her stockings were torn at her private parts. She went on a date with Jiang Yujun at a coffee shop. She asked her father in advance when she would be back without mentioning the child, and then didn't come home that night. When these events are put together, which man wouldn't overthink things? To be honest, He-fan felt a little tired. He could no longer trust his wife. Just as He-fan said before, what two people fear most in a relationship is the collapse of trust. Once trust is lost, he will find it very difficult to believe anyone's explanation. In this situation, no matter who it is or whose wife speaks, I will subconsciously be on guard against them. They simply wouldn't listen. Perhaps there's been a misunderstanding. Perhaps the wife really didn't cheat on him. But so what? Xiao Yun'er's recent actions are like a knife stabbing into his heart. Those repeated lies quickly left him feeling physically and mentally exhausted. Yes, that's just He-fan's personality. For him, some things in a relationship don't necessarily need evidence. Some things don't need to be seen with your own eyes. Imagining them is enough. Feelings need to be pure. In He-fan's view, people who lack a sense of propriety do not deserve to have devoted love. True love doesn't require you to deliberately remind your partner to keep their distance from the opposite sex. If a wife truly loves her husband, she will reject anything that makes him jealous. These things, those who are willing don't need to be taught, and those who are not willing cannot be taught. Xiao Yun'er, I don't want outsiders interfering in our affairs. You know better than anyone whether you slept at her house yesterday or not. He-fan glanced at Chen Xinyue, then turned to his wife and said calmly, I've already said, let's separate and calm down first. Even if we can't make it work in the future, let's not make things awkward for everyone. After saying that, he ignored the two women, picked up his son, and turned to enter the clinic. Chapter 22 Best Friend. Seeing her husband's resolute attitude, Xiao Yun'er felt her heart turn cold. Tears streamed down her face, and she looked bewildered, filled with extreme regret. What is wrong with me? Why have I been doing so many outrageous things lately? So much so that this once happy family has come to this point? To be honest, she regretted it. I shouldn't have listened to her yesterday and gone to see that person. Now, even if nothing really happened, it's hard to explain clearly. Yes, although Xiao Yun'er didn't go home last night, she really didn't do anything. At most, I went to see that person, but nothing really happened in between. Later, she did indeed go back to her parents' house to rest. But so what? Xiao Yun'er knew very well that there were some things she absolutely could not involve her parents with right now. Otherwise, that past incident would easily be exposed. He-fan you. Seeing that the other party ignored her from beginning to end and left with her son, Chen Xinyue couldn't help but feel angry. Although she had met him a few times before, most of her knowledge about him came from her best friend. Chen Xinyue knew that this man seemed particularly persistent when it came to relationships. Moreover, he is a patient with severe emotional fastidiousness. I'm afraid what I just said didn't even register with the other party. This is a difference in values, and there's not much she can do about it. However, as a journalist, Chen Xinyue is well aware that her words and actions, influenced by certain opinions in society, are indeed somewhat problematic. It's normal for the other party to disagree, but He-fan's rudeness was something she couldn't tolerate. It has to be said that Chen Xinyue is not as bad as He-fan thought. At the very least, she can't be considered a boxer. This woman actually has some self-awareness. Although she often speaks without thinking and habitually uses the moral high ground to intimidate others, overall she is a woman with relatively sound values. I just said that to gain the upper hand as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, He-fan completely ignored her. After thinking for a moment, Chen Xinyue walked towards her best friend Xiao Yun'er. But halfway there, he suddenly pulled out his phone and gripped it tightly in his palm. Perhaps this is the last chance. What should I do, New Moon? I feel like I'm about to lose my husband. Watching He-fan leave without even glancing at her, Xiao Yun'er panicked and pulled her best friend Chen Xinyue to a secluded spot, her face filled with despair. His eyes had lost all their sparkle. Actually, I don't understand why you insist on dragging me into lying with you. You clearly didn't sleep at my place yesterday, right? Could it be that you really have someone else on the side? Seeing her like this, Chen Xinyue couldn't help but glare at her and said irritably, "Honestly, although she sometimes speaks without thinking, she is generally a decent person. Even if I have some selfish motives at times, I still have my own bottom line. If Xiao Yuner really betrayed her family in secret and had an extramarital affair, then she would absolutely not help her anymore. After all, this is a principle of being a decent human being." "No, I really didn't." Seemingly provoked by these words, Xiao Yuner grabbed her hair and shouted loudly. Then he squatted down on the ground, hugged his head, and started sobbing. She kept repeating things like, "I didn't," and "I didn't betray my husband." Looking at her aggrieved expression, it doesn't seem like she's faking it. "All right, I'll ask you a few questions, and you'd better answer me honestly." Chen Xinyue's heart softened, and she didn't want to push the other party too hard. She thought for a moment before speaking. "Tell me, where did you sleep last night?" Upon hearing the question, Xiao Yuner, who was squatting on the ground, slowly raised her head. Her pretty face was full of hesitation, as if she was still somewhat unsure. If you don't tell the truth, then I'm afraid I can't help you." Chen Xinyue shrugged and said to her best friend in an annoyed tone. After finishing speaking, he made a move to leave. I'll talk." Seeing that her best friend was really leaving, Xiao Yuner panicked completely. Honestly, her mind is completely blank. She can't think of a better solution at all. Right now, the only person I can rely on is probably my best friend. I really did sleep at my parents' house last night. I didn't spend the night with anyone else at all. My husband really wronged me. Faced with Chen Xinyue's indifferent gaze, Xiao Yuner finally couldn't withstand the pressure and honestly told the truth. "Xiao Yuner, are you crazy?" Realizing that she didn't seem to be lying, Chen Xinyue immediately screamed in anger. Fortunately, the two were some distance from Haiyun Hall at the moment, otherwise their shout might have alerted He Fan. "What are you thinking? What's wrong with a daughter going back to her parents' house to sleep for one night? I just don't understand. You'd rather let your husband misunderstand and drag me into this charade than tell the truth. Is it shameful to sleep at your parents' house?" Chen Xinyue was completely speechless and really wanted to give Xiao Yuner a good beating. Is this woman out of her mind? "Sister, you don't know?" Faced with her best friend's doubts, Xiao Yuner wiped away her tears, scratched her hair in distress, and after thinking for a moment, said softly, "Actually, given our relationship, you should know that I've been living with my husband all these years and rarely go back to my parents' house, right?" "I know. Didn't you say that your parents have never liked He Fan? They've never been optimistic about your marriage. Rather than going back to your parents' house and getting upset, it's better not to go back." After thinking for a moment, Chen Xinyue spoke honestly. "Yes, but what you don't know is that because of this, my husband doesn't have a good impression of my parents either. In the 6 years of our marriage, we've barely even met each other more than a few times." Xiao Yuner smiled bitterly, her expression full of helplessness as she spoke. Actually, she was in a difficult position too. On one side are her biological parents, and on the other side are her beloved husband and children. No matter which side you choose to be close to, you will inevitably hurt the other side. Yes, I have heard you mention this before. It seems that your parents only saw He Fan a few times after Xiao Miao was born. Chen Xinyue thought for a moment and nodded, indicating her agreement. After all, those who know He Fan and Xiao Yuner well know that the reason why the two of them work hard to earn money and make a living is that they don't want to rely on the Xiao family. While the two did this partly to prove their abilities, it was also largely due to the discord between the father-in-law and son-in-law. As far as Chen Xinyue knew, her best friend had gone back to her hometown to hold her wedding when she got married. Her parents have never shown up. The young couple had always worked so hard because they wanted to show the Xiao family elders that even without their wealthy family background, they could still live a good life. Chapter 23: My Best Friend's Tactics. I have to say, in this situation, even He Fan, as the son-in-law, would definitely feel resentment, but he never said it for the sake of his wife. To be honest, Xiao Yuner has told her about this kind of thing many times over the years. Therefore, upon hearing her best friend's explanation, Chen Xinyue immediately believed it. After all, this reason is plausible. "So, I was afraid my husband would be unhappy if he knew the truth, so I lied and said I was home. But I didn't expect." Xiao Yuner's eyes were red, and her expression was full of regret. What no one could see was that in the instant he lowered his head, a clear hint of guilt and worry flickered in his eyes. I see. Chun Xinyue rested her chin on her slender fingers, a thoughtful expression on her face. Honestly, this doesn't sound like a lie. After all, she and Xiao Yuner had been best friends for many years, so she had a certain understanding of her. These words must be true. But for some reason, Chun Xinyue felt that something was not quite right. As for what was wrong, she couldn't figure it out for a while. It seems that this excuse is far too far-fetched. Sister, are you sure you didn't cheat on your husband or betray your family? After thinking for a moment, Chun Xinyue asked solemnly. No, I swear to God, my husband has been the only man in all these years. If I'm lying, may I die a horrible death. Xiao Yuner held up 3 fingers and said confidently. Okay, then I believe you. Seeing her like this, Chun Xinyue lowered her head and thought for a moment before making a decision. Then she smiled mysteriously, suddenly picked up her phone, and said happily into the phone. So, He-fan, do you believe your wife now? You don't still think I'm conspiring with her to lie to you, do you? A familiar voice came from the phone. Xiao Yuner recognized the voice as that of her husband, He-fan, who had just led their son into the clinic and seemed to be very heartless towards her. Although the other party didn't say much, their tone was noticeably gentler. It must be said, Chun Xinyue's move came so suddenly that even Xiao Yuner was stunned. What's going on? Could it be? A smile suddenly appeared on her blank face, and she immediately understood everything. You left another phone with my son? Xiao Yuner looked at her best friend with disbelief and admiration. My best friend is indeed a reporter. She has so many clever ideas. Hee, as long as you don't blame me for taking advantage of Xiao He Miao, that's fine. Seeing the grateful look on her good friend's face, Chun Xinyue couldn't help but laugh. Yes, although He-fan has lost trust in Xiao Yuner, but if he were to listen to his wife's true feelings, she didn't believe he wouldn't soften up. After all, she knew perfectly well how deep their feelings were. Although doing this may not completely dispel He-fan's suspicions, at least in the short term, he certainly won't consider divorce. And this is Xiao Yuner's chance. Chun Xinyue believes that, as time goes by, the two will surely be able to return to their original lives. Hey sis, don't forget to return my other phone tomorrow. After putting the phone away, Chun Xinyue snapped her fingers, turned around stylishly, and immediately left. Does He-fan believe his wife? Honestly, not necessarily. Although his son took a pre-connected phone out of his pocket and handed it to him, saying that Aunt Xinyue wanted him to answer it, He-fan also overheard his wife's conversation with her best friend. But just as Chun Xinyue had expected, he couldn't be sure if the two women were just putting on an act. The phone belonged to Chun Xinyue, who specifically instructed Xiao Hemiao to hand it to him at a crucial moment. Her intention was to let him hear his wife's true feelings and reconcile the two as quickly as possible. When a man faces this kind of situation, how easy is it to remove the thorn in his heart? However, the other party's actions also gave He-fan a way out. After all, whenever he saw his son, he always felt a sense of reluctance and hesitation. He-fan wasn't sure if his wife was cheating on him. However, in order to keep the family intact, he was willing to give the other party a chance. After all, the pure and beautiful feelings that He-fan and Xiao Yuner had shared for so many years were not so easy to give up all at once. It's likely that Chun Xinyue saw this too, and didn't want the couple to have their happy and fulfilling family destroyed because of this, which is why she took such a risky approach. It must be said, while she certainly made the right bet, it was more about her trust in her best friend. Chun Xinyue didn't believe that her best friend's one night of staying out didn't really mean anything. It's even less likely that he actually cheated. Joke. In their circle, everyone knows that this woman's heart is entirely devoted to her husband, and she has never had any other thoughts. Do you know what kind of place Donghai radio station is? It's no exaggeration to say that the place is teeming with beautiful women and handsome men. The temptations it presents to young men and women are simply overwhelming. It's so easy to get someone hooked. But what about Xiao Yuner? Over the years, she has seen things very clearly. Even when faced with countless young talents pursuing her, she has always looked down on them. In her own words, I don't want to ruin my happy family because of a momentary desire. She didn't want to lose her beloved husband because of a moment of passion. Therefore, Xiao Yuner always carefully keeps her distance whenever she comes into contact with a member of the opposite sex. Almost the entire organization knows this. Would a woman like that cheat on her? Even if you beat Chen Xinyu to death, she would never believe it. That's why she believes that things like this can be resolved as long as both parties talk it out. Unfortunately, it takes more than one cold day for the ice to freeze 3 feet deep. Chen Xinyu assumed that her best friend had caused He Fan to misunderstand because of what happened yesterday. Little did she know that before this, her husband had already caught her alone with Jiang Yujun at night. In addition, given the other things that He Fan had doubted, how could she possibly resolve them so easily with just a little trick? Looking at his son, He Fan didn't want to think about those things right now. All he wants now is to give the other person a chance, and also to give himself a chance. As for what the future holds, let time tell. Honey, you heard that, right? After carefully entering the clinic, Xiao Yuner timidly rubbed the hem of her clothes and said. Her eyes were filled with grievance, like a little fawn afraid of being abandoned. Oh, He Fan, who was playing with his son, had softened his expression somewhat, but he still didn't smile at her. Yes, but there is hesitation. So what if we heard those words? When one person loses trust in another, it's difficult to believe them again, even if the other person tells the truth. Moreover, what He Fan cared about most was not where his wife slept last night, but her repeated lies, okay? Of course, he does seem to be considering forgiving the other party now, but it will take some more time. Chapter 24: The Sudden Bad News. Seeing that her husband no longer gave her the cold shoulder, Xiao Yuner immediately smiled. That smile was so beautiful, like a peony in full bloom. Having been married for many years, she knows her husband very well. Is it that the other party has softened their heart? It seems this matter can be resolved for the time being. Yes, the emotions He Fan expressed indicated that the biggest emotional crisis had passed. This is definitely something to be happy about for Xiao Yuner. The reason for this is probably because his own confession explained everything, right? It has to be said that Xiao Yuner was truly grateful to her best friend at this moment. Fortunately, the other party used this method to dispel the husband's doubts. All they need to do now is to reassure their partners, and things will appear to return to normal. But is that really the case? Only He Fan himself knew that he was merely taking advantage of the situation to back down. He doesn't want to think about anything now. He just wants everything to go back to normal. At the very least, the child must not be harmed. Even if you're furious, what can you do? After all, his son is still young, and he doesn't have any substantial evidence. If he insists on using his own reasoning to prove something, even his parents back home probably won't accept it. If you insist on claiming your wife cheated and use that as grounds to force a divorce, you simply cannot give an explanation to anyone. Besides, Xiao Yunter's explanation does make some sense in a way. No one knows better than He Fan. Just as Xiao Yuner said on the phone, his 2 fathers-in-law and mothers-in-law have never been fond of him, and because of their usual disdain, he doesn't have a very good impression of the 2 old people. Even after 6 years of marriage, the couple had seen each other less than a handful of times. If his wife really said she was at her parents' home, he might actually be unhappy. This is not because He Fan is unfilial or disrespectful to his parents-in-law, but the key point is that everyone has self-respect. His father-in-law and mother-in-law. Sigh. It's a long story. You could say that. Even in those few limited meetings, He Fan could always sense it. His father-in-law, Xiao Zhanshan, and mother-in-law, Li Hongmei, never respected him from beginning to end, and even hinted that they wished for the 2 of them to divorce. How can he be expected to respect such an elder? The key point is that even after so much time has passed, the old couple has never changed. In short, she looks down on He Fan. Even after their daughter had a child with him, it was still the same. It was his wife Xiao Yuner's insistence that prevented her from ever leaving He Fan. She even went so far as to work long hours and not visit her parents' home, all for the sake of him and her own little family, just so as not to make things difficult for her husband. He Fan was extremely grateful for this. Honestly, thinking back on how good his wife had been to him, He Fan found it hard to believe that she would betray him and their love. If I have truly misunderstood you, I will spend my whole life making it up to you. He glanced furtively at his wife beside him and secretly made a vow in his heart. Yes, he hasn't changed his mind. I'm preparing to thoroughly investigate everything about my wife over the next period of time. Because Fan didn't want things to continue like this. He wanted to understand everything and completely remove that thorn in his heart. Otherwise, it would be too unfair to the wife in their daily interactions as husband and wife. Moreover, he was also very curious to know, why is this woman, whom I've loved for 10 years, suddenly doing so many irrational things lately? And so, in the time that followed, the couple seemed to have returned to how they were before. Both of them tacitly avoided talking about the past, focusing all their attention on the child they had brought home. Following their original itinerary, they took their son to the city's amusement park and some nearby scenic spots, and the family of 3 looked so happy and harmonious. It was as if nothing had ever happened before. However, Fan occasionally noticed that his wife had turned off her phone. In her words, since she had decided to spend quality time with her son, she didn't want to be bothered by work-related matters. After all, her workplace is somewhat special, and she might be summoned back by her superiors at any time while on leave. This is done just in case. But, will Fan believe it? Clearly, his doubts only deepened. But Fan didn't say anything, silently observing everything from the shadows. Xiao Yun'er had only taken 3 days off, and it was over in the blink of an eye. The son, He Miao, was overjoyed with his parents by his side. But good times always seemed to pass by too quickly. Before we knew it, it was already the afternoon of the 3rd day. Just as the couple were preparing to go home, Fan received a phone call. The message that came from inside left him stunned on the spot. Tears welled up in my eyes and streamed down my face involuntarily. Brother Fan. What's wrong, Brother Fan? On the phone, Mei Wenxi asked anxiously, her voice trembling with tears, seemingly very worried that something might have happened to him. Mom and Dad, are they at Town Hospital? Fan asked in a hoarse voice, his voice trembling. Yes. I originally wanted to transfer them to the city hospital. But the doctor said, that if they don't have surgery soon, they might not make it. Although I did some first aid for my parents at the time, and they managed to hold on until the ambulance arrived, the outcome was still uncertain. Mei Wenxi broke down in tears, managing to get her words out in broken sentences. Upon hearing this, Fan took a deep breath and managed to calm himself down. She wiped away her tears and turned to run towards the car. All he wants to do right now is get to his parents and see if he can save them with his medical skills. Honestly, with his family's secret medical skills, Fan was quite confident in himself. He dared to say that if he could get back to the town hospital in time, even if his parents were seriously injured, as long as they were still alive, he would have a 70–80% chance of saving them. Honey, what are you doing? Daddy, wait for me and Mommy. Xiao Yun'er and her son, who had originally gone to buy snacks in the distance to eat on the way, couldn't help but shout when they saw Fan's flustered appearance. They were a little confused. What was wrong with their husband, father? Even if you're in a hurry to get home, there's no need to act like you're in such a rush. Fan, who was extremely anxious, remembered that the mother and daughter were still there after hearing the 2 calling him, and immediately stopped in his tracks. Really, even though his parents were on the verge of death, he couldn't just leave his mother and daughter here and run back to Town without a care in the world. Suppressing his anxiety, he quickly turned back, scooped up his son, and whispered urgently in his wife's ear. Mom and Dad were in a car accident. I'll take you back first to settle your son in. Don't worry, wait for my news. Chapter 25, A Chance Encounter with My Parents-in-Law. As a father, Fan had to consider many things. After all, the child is still young. He didn't want his son to know any of this until his parents' condition stabilized. Fan knew very well that the little guy had become very close to his grandparents over the years, and bringing him there would only cause more trouble. What? Upon hearing that her parents-in-law had been in a car accident, Xiao Yun'er was immediately stunned. How could this happen? How are Mom and Dad? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get the car. Let's all go back together. At this critical moment, Xiao Yun'er, as a daughter-in-law, naturally knew what to do. She immediately urged him urgently, her big eyes welling up with tears, her words filled with worry. No. Unexpectedly, Fan decisively refused. We don't know how things are going with Mom and Dad yet. Our son is too young. He'll only cause trouble if he goes. You take him home, and I'll go over there first. You can take the child back once Mom and Dad's situation has stabilized. That won't do. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yuner resolutely refused, saying with a stubborn expression, "My parents-in-law were in a car accident. How can I, as their daughter-in-law, not go? What will people think if word gets out? Besides, my in-laws have always treated me like their own daughter. If I'm not there for them at a time like this, would I even be human?" It's clear that she meant what she said. That son. He Fan hesitated before speaking, seemingly still worried about the child. After all, the little guy is still young. If something were to really happen to their parents, the couple wouldn't be able to take care of them at all. The thought of this little kid running around in the hospital, and what if something really happened to him? I'd probably regret it before I even had a chance. As the eldest grandson, no matter how old he is, there are certain things he must take responsibility for. Regardless of his parents' situation, Xiao Himiao should go. At this moment, Xiao Yuner seemed to act more decisively. She immediately pushed He Fan, wanting to urge him to get in the car and hurry up. But just then, a familiar voice suddenly came from afar. "Oh, girls, you're here too. Yeah, since you guys were coming to play, why didn't you say so earlier? That way, we could have come together. Come, little He Miao, come quickly to your grandparents. We've missed you so much, it's been so long." He Fan and the other man recognized that voice. Turning around, sure enough, it was Xiao Yuner's parents, He Fan's father-in-law and mother-in-law, Xiao Zhanshan and Li Hongmei. The elderly couple were all smiles, waving to their daughter and nephew from a short distance away, completely ignoring He Fan's presence. He Fan didn't care about this. After all these years, he had long since become accustomed to his in-laws' indifference. For some reason, when she saw her parents suddenly appear, Xiao Yuner did not seem happy at all. Instead, her face darkened and a look of resentment flashed in her eyes. However, the change in his expression was so subtle that even He Fan, who was standing next to him, couldn't see it. "Mom and Dad, you've come at the right time. Please look after He Miao for the next couple of days. My in-laws have had some trouble, and they need us to go over there. Thank you." After a slight hesitation, Xiao Yuner walked expressionlessly to her parents, shoved her son, whom she was holding, into their arms, and without waiting for their reaction, turned back to urge He Fan to drive away quickly. Honestly, He Fan was very familiar with this scene. At least in front of him, his wife had made this expression to his parents many times. In his wife's words, "Even if they are your own biological parents, you shouldn't look down on your husband." After all, only He Fan was the one who would stay with her for the rest of her life. If they looked down on He Fan, then they shouldn't blame her for being cold as a young woman. To be honest, when He Fan heard his wife's explanation, he was filled with deep gratitude and guilt. After all, for a woman to decisively choose her husband over her parents, even to the point of showing displeasure to her own parents, must mean she loves him to the core. Of course, doing this doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. He Fan knew very well that. In most people's eyes, Xiao Yuner's actions are definitely unfilial. You might get talked about behind your back. But what could he do? As Xiao Yuner's husband, everyone has the right to criticize her for being unfilial, but I have no right to blame her. On the surface, the main reason why Xiao Yuner treats her parents this way is because of He Fan. What can he say to a wife who would even defy her parents for his own sake? All I can say is, with a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? But for some reason, seeing this scene again today made him feel very awkward, especially when his wife casually handed their son over to the elderly couple. He Fan felt that something was amiss. I don't know if it's just my imagination. It seems that the wife's indifference towards her parents is not solely due to her own actions, but also carries a hint of resentment. Do you resent your parents? This sudden, inexplicable thought startled even He Fan himself. How is that possible? After all, Xiao Zhanshan and Li Hongmei were her biological parents. How could a wife resent them? However, these thoughts flashed through his mind and were quickly dismissed. You should know, his own parents were still in the hospital receiving emergency treatment, so how could he afford to think about anything else? Now that his son had been taken care of by someone he knew, He Fan stopped thinking about it. Ignoring how unpleasant his in-laws' expressions became, He immediately stepped on the gas and sped off, heading straight for Chuyang town. Watching the car drive away, Xiao Zhanshan and Li Hongmei exchanged a glance, both showing displeasure. Oof, that brat is such an ingrate. She never thinks about us when she does things. I really don't know what's so good about He Fan that she's so infatuated with him. If she hadn't insisted. Whenever her son-in-law He Fan is mentioned, Li Hongmei's face is full of disdain. His tone was filled with deep resentment towards his daughter. But just as she was full of complaints and about to say something more, Xiao Zhanshan waved his hand and interrupted her, saying, "All right, let's not talk about these things carelessly. The child is still here. Anyway, we've done what we needed to do. What our daughter chooses next is her own business." When he said these words, Zhao's father had no expression. It seems like they're keeping something in check. But she, Li Hongmei, seemed to want to say something more, but a glare from her husband made her swallow her words in fright. It's clear that she's still not reconciled. What might happen? Ultimately, in this family, the man himself is the head of the household. Chapter 26 Sorrow. And so, the elderly couple picked up little He Miao, ignoring his crying for his parents, and turned to walk towards a luxury car in the distance. Just as the car door opened, a figure vaguely appeared inside. The door opened and closed so quickly that no one could see who it was. How so? Looking at his younger sister Wenxi, who was wailing loudly in front of him, He Fan's legs went weak, and his eyes instantly lost all expression. Yes, he was too late after all. He Fan originally thought that even if his parents were in a car accident, since they were able to be taken to the hospital, they should be able to wait for him to arrive. Unfortunately, He Fan was wrong. On his way there, his parents agreed to die during the surgery. When a person dies, it's like a lamp going out. Even if he possessed extraordinary medical skills, it would be impossible for him to snatch his parents, who had been dead for nearly an hour, back from the clutches of the King of Hell. The parents couldn't be saved? This result was something He Fan found hard to accept no matter what. He even thought, if I hadn't insisted on returning to Donghai City and staying in my hometown for a couple more days, would my parents have been safe? And even if there is still a car accident, having me there will always give us a better chance of survival, right? Regret, annoyance, sadness. A whole host of emotions surged into He Fan's heart, like knives stabbing into his soul. My parents passed away on the same day. This blow was so devastating that He Fan instantly lost all his energy and spirit. Honey, what's wrong? Brother Fan, don't scare me. Seeing his expression of utter despair, neither crying nor making a fuss, the two women who had been sobbing beside him were immediately startled and rushed over to support him on either side, asking him with concern, "Where are Dad and Mom?" I stood there dumbfounded for a long time. He Fan seemed not to hear the two women calling out to him repeatedly. Only at the very end did he turn to look at Wenxi and ask in a hoarse voice, It's already been sent to the morgue." Wah, thinking of her parents again, Mei Wenxi burst into tears. "Tell me, what exactly happened? I remember Dad was always calm and collected. How could such a serious car accident happen?" He closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again, his eyes flashed with a cold light. He grabbed Mei Wenxi's arm and asked in a deep voice, "Yes, the sudden passing of his parents was something He Fan found hard to accept. But as sad as it may be, now is not the time to wallow in grief. All he wants to know now is, what kind of accident could cause both parents to die at once?" Wah, it's when Mom and Dad were walking to the clinic. They were hit by a dump truck on the way, and they were thrown a long way. Although Mei Wenxi did not witness the situation firsthand, she heard many people describe it when she arrived at the scene. The matter is very simple. After all, in a small place like Chuyang Town, it's not surprising that large dump trucks cause fatal or injury incidents almost every year. Unfortunately, the He family lived not far from the clinic, and usually when Mr. and Mrs. He went there, they liked to walk there side by side. In this situation, it is indeed possible to be hit by a large vehicle at the same time. Has the driver been caught? Is he all right? He Fan asked in a cold voice, as if devoid of any emotion. The driver didn't flee. He turned himself in and has been taken to the PCS. Wenxi said with teary eyes, a rare hint of hatred appearing in her eyes. Yes, she hates it. I hate that the driver was driving too fast, and ignored the safety of pedestrians. She resented that person's momentary carelessness, which threatened to shatter her hard-won happy family due to the passing of her adoptive parents. What she hated even more was that, why is God so blind, allowing such good people as adoptive parents to suffer such a terrible misfortune? Still alive? Hearing his sister's answer, He-fan remained silent for a long time before suddenly muttering something. There was a hint of murderous intent in his words. Although the sound wasn't loud, the two women beside him heard it clearly. They were all startled, and their gazes toward He-fan were filled with worry. What does my husband, Fan Gij, mean by saying that? Could it be that he wants the other person dead? Honestly, in small places like Choyang Town, even if a car hits and kills someone, the outcome is usually mainly about compensation. Even if someone dies, the driver will still face imprisonment, but usually the sentence won't be too long. It was just a car accident. After all, it's not a crime punishable by death. Of course, if the person who caused the accident also died in the accident, then that's a different story. However, if He-fan wanted to kill someone to avenge his parents' death, then the nature of the matter would be different. If a fight breaks out, regardless of whether the driver is killed in the end, He-fan himself will likely be the one to suffer. Risking your life for something like this is not a wise choice at all. If Mr. and Mrs. He are watching from heaven, they probably wouldn't want their son to get into any more trouble. Xiao Yun'er and Mei Wenxi exchanged a glance and secretly decided that they must keep a close eye on their husbands, brothers, in the coming days. No matter what, we can't let him do anything foolish. He-fan didn't cry at all in the hospital. Even when he went to the morgue and saw his parents' bloodied corpses with his own eyes, his eyes were empty and not a single tear fell. Perhaps this is the meaning of profound, silent sorrow. Anyone could see that he was heartbroken. According to local custom, He-fan cremated his parents that same day. In the following days, he, his wife Xiao Yun'er, and his sister Mei Wenxi brought their parents' ashes home according to local customs and set up a mourning tent with the help of their neighbors. Despite Xiao Yun'er's objections, He-fan refused to eat and knelt there all night to keep vigil. That night, everyone around could clearly hear a suppressed wail that didn't stop until dawn. Actually, everyone knows this very well. The one weeping in the darkness was none other than He-fan. He hadn't shed a tear during the day, but under the cover of night, he finally released all the sorrow in his heart. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Not long ago, I was enjoying family time with my parents at home, but I never imagined that we would be separated for only 2 days, and then be gone forever. And 2 of them left at once. Who could withstand such a blow? The funeral arrangements for their parents were kept very low-key. With the help of their neighbors, He-fan and his family buried their parents in a nearby cemetery. What piqued the curiosity of some was that He-fan's youngest son, the eldest grandson of the He family, seemed to have never appeared from beginning to end. Honestly, some of these are against the rules. According to custom, the eldest son and grandson are required to attend the funeral of an elderly person. This has nothing to do with age. And so, during the funeral, many people looked at Xiao Yun'er, the daughter-in-law, with strange expressions. Chapter 27: The Driver's Abnormality. Xiao Yun'er wasn't stupid. She could naturally see the unusual look in everyone's eyes. But what could she do? Upon learning of her parents-in-law's death in a car accident, Xiao Yun'er had already contacted her own parents by phone. She had originally planned to have them send Xiao Himiao over, and also, as in-laws, they should make an appearance at the funeral. After all, death is a serious matter. Even if parents disapprove of this place, they should still consider the bigger picture. To her surprise, although the call went through, her parents resolutely rejected her idea. Even his youngest grandson wasn't allowed to come back. No one knows what the old couple said. After arguing with them for a few minutes on the phone, Xiao Yun'er chose to give up. However, a hint of guilt crept into her gaze as she looked at her husband. What could Xiao Yun'er do in this situation? Even if she wanted to go back and bring her son back herself, the funeral arrangements were too tight, and she simply didn't have the time. Leaving me with no other choice, I had to bite the bullet and leave it at that for now. However, the gazes of those around her were like sharp arrows, making her feel deeply uncomfortable from beginning to end. He-fan seemed completely oblivious to everything around him. He was deeply grieving throughout his parents' funeral. In other words, Mei Wenxi stayed by his side the whole time, never leaving his side, and carefully taking care of her brother, finally allowing He Fan to feel the last bit of warmth from his family. The funerals for my parents were completed 3 days later. According to local custom, He Fan needs to observe the mourning period for 21 days in his hometown before he can leave. In other words, he has to stay in his hometown for 21 days before he can return to Donghai City. At this time, Xiao Yun'er was unable to accompany him in mourning due to work reasons, and could only return to Donghai City ahead of schedule with repeated apologies. He Fan didn't say anything about it. But if someone who knows him well were there, they would see that there seemed to be less light and more determination in his eyes. Not long after Xiao Yun'er left, the driver who killed the parents finally came to the He family home, accompanied by Comrade PCS, to try to discuss compensation. At this moment, only Mei Wenxi was by He Fan's side. The siblings didn't seem to care much about the so-called compensation. Their gaze remained fixed on the murderer's face from beginning to end, revealing a deep hatred that chilled one to the bone. The driver looked to be around 40 years old, with an ordinary appearance. He was definitely the kind of guy who would be hard to spot in a crowd. When he first arrived at the He family's house, he appeared apologetic and repeatedly said that he was willing to pay any amount of compensation, even if it meant losing all his family's wealth. But He Fan could tell that this guy wasn't sincere at all. There was a hint of smugness in his expression, although I don't understand why. But He Fan, who had calmed down, vaguely sensed that something was not right. Could this kind of person be an ordinary driver? They kept insisting on demanding compensation, and their tone was frighteningly loud. This doesn't sound like something an ordinary dump truck driver would do. You should know that, generally speaking, not many dump truck drivers can reach the middle class. After a year of hard work, they can only earn a maximum of 3 or 200,000 yuan. Judging from what the other party said, it seems they wanted to compensate him 1 million in one lump sum. Moreover, he didn't seem to care too much. This inevitably aroused He Fan's suspicions. He believes that if this were truly just an accident, an ordinary dump truck driver would certainly not be so generous. They would definitely try every means to plead poverty and apologize, hoping to pay less compensation. After all, he's just a truck driver. How wealthy could his family be to dare to make such a boast about taking out $1 million in one go? Moreover, from a human perspective, even if he didn't mean to kill someone, he should still feel some guilt in his heart. No normal person could possibly show that smug expression. Taking everything into account, it seems that the parents' car accident was not so simple. Could it be that the other party did this intentionally? Who deliberately orchestrated this so-called car accident? It must be said, having completely calmed down, He Fan seriously doubted the other party's motives. He even had a feeling that the car accident was deliberately caused. But my parents have always been low-key and haven't offended anyone. Then why is that? He Fan really couldn't understand it. But no matter what, the guy who killed his parents was right in front of him. Looking at that guy's smug face, his expression turned cold. A resolute aura suddenly emanated from his body. Seeing his expression, the PCS comrade seemed to sense something was wrong. To prevent any accidents, he quickly offered a basic compensation and prepared to leave with his men. Wait a minute. Unexpectedly, He Fan suddenly spoke up to stop everyone. Young man, if you have any objections to the compensation, you can bring them up with our office later. Of course, please rest assured that this car accident resulted in 2 deaths, and even after compensation is paid, the suspect will still be detained. You're still young, please don't do anything foolish. After seeing He Fan's actions, one of the police officers quickly pushed the driver aside and turned around to sincerely advise him. He was also afraid that the victims' families might go crazy and retaliate at this time. If that were to happen, I'm afraid there would be a big problem today. It's all right, officer, you don't need to worry about anything. Nobody wants a car accident. We'll pay whatever compensation is due. We wouldn't harm anyone because of this. He Fan waved his hand and said calmly. He then looked at the driver and said in a calm tone, I heard from the police that you hit my parents this time because you were driving while fatigued. It seems that you also come from a hard-working family. Honestly, I hate you so much. You killed my parents in one fell swoop, making me lose 2 of my dearest loved ones at the same time. But don't worry, I won't do anything drastic. As for compensation, just do your best. It won't bankrupt you. Fan remained extremely calm and even began to gently persuade the driver who had killed his parents. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up immediately. Ignoring the police's protection, he stepped forward and grasped Fan's hand, saying, "Thank you for your understanding. I am extremely sorry for the accident that killed your parents. Rest assured, I will cooperate with the police to handle the compensation matters properly. Of course, as you said, if I really have trouble raising the money, I hope you can give me some time. But don't worry, once I'm out of here, I'll get back to work as soon as possible and make up for the compensation I owe you." Chapter 28: The Warmth Between Siblings. As he said this, the driver's eyes were filled with greed, but he was secretly thinking to himself, "Hell, what a fucking idiot. I ran over your parents with my car, and this moron is still sympathizing with me? I'll make a lot more money this time. Haha, does he really think I'm stupid? As long as I get through this hurdle, I'll only pay you back when I'm completely stupid." Just as the driver was feeling smug, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the web of his hand, as if he had been pricked by something. "Oh!" He cried out in pain and immediately let go. "What's wrong?" Seeing this, the police officers nearby thought that Fan was really going to deal with the driver, so they hurriedly stepped forward and separated the two. The way he looked at him was full of wariness. Seeing this, Fan couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. Where the hell can I go to seek justice? Instead of taking control of the driver, the police officers were extremely cautious about their own victim. That's just unbelievable. However, he knew in his heart that these were ultimately the other party's responsibility, so I didn't say anything. Slowly, he withdrew his hand from the one he had been shaking hands with. What no one noticed was that the instant he withdrew his hand, a flash of silver light clearly appeared between his fingers. Cough, cough. The driver gasped, hurriedly raised his hand to look at the space between his thumb and forefinger, only to find that there was nothing there at all. It was as if the pain I felt just now was completely my own illusion. Upon seeing this, the driver couldn't help but give an awkward smile. He quickly spoke up. It's all right, mister, he didn't do anything. It was all a misunderstanding." After saying this, he bowed deeply to Fan again in gratitude, and then left the family home with the police officers, feeling very happy. In his opinion, Fan was a good-for-nothing, and he had him figured out. And the service fee given by the boss beforehand was enough to get most of it. With that huge sum of money, it would be worth it even if I served a year or two in prison. Once he gets out, he can ensure his family lives a truly prosperous life, and his wife and children won't have to suffer poverty with him anymore. Watching their departing figures, Fan remained silent for a long time. The slight hesitation in his eyes before eventually turned into unwavering determination. He exuded a subtle killing intent. The hatred of killing one's own family is irreconcilable. What's more, the other party killed his loving father and mother in one fell swoop. That's one way to put it. From the moment he realized his parents were dead and that he had no chance to save them, he knew that the murderer who killed them was destined to be buried with them. Fan had already made up his mind about this. Otherwise, you would be unworthy of being a son. Even if it means doing things that violate the law or ancestral precepts, he has to do it because of his own principles. Of course, Fan wasn't stupid. He would never put himself in danger unless absolutely necessary. It's just murder, isn't it? Traditional Chinese medicine, with its thousands of years of history, is profound and has countless ways to make a person die silently. As for the impending death of certain individuals, what does that have to do with him, a filial son and grandson who has just lost his parents and is currently observing mourning? Therefore, Fan wasn't worried at all. After all, in this society, everything needs to be based on evidence, right? At the market in Chaoyang Town, Fan and Mei Wenxi had just finished buying groceries when they saw an old man at the exit selling a small dog in an iron cage. This kind of thing is quite common. It's a small town after all, and old people often bring their cats and dogs here to sell, but no one really pays attention to them. Unlike those big cities, where streets are cleared out at the drop of a hat, and people aren't even allowed to set up a small stall. It's bland and lacks the warmth and humanity of everyday life. To be honest, Fan wasn't particularly interested in cats or dogs. He didn't even glance at the old man before walking past him. But his younger sister, Mei Wenxi, couldn't resist her curiosity. She has loved animals since she was a child, and she couldn't move away when she saw that little dog. Seeing that He Fan was about to walk away, she quickly got up, waved, and called out, "Brother Fan, come quick. This little dog is so fierce. It won't let anyone touch it." She kept saying the dog was fierce, but what was with that excited look on her face? He Fan rolled his eyes and reluctantly walked back. This girl. Seeing Mei Wenxi's excited expression, he couldn't help but smile helplessly. Honestly, the brother and sister hadn't been alone together like this for many years. They had never before gone to the market to buy groceries like a married couple. Certainly, the main reason was that He Fan, after marriage, wanted to avoid any taboos between men and women. He just didn't want his wife to misunderstand. Unexpectedly, the passing of his parents and his wife's return to Donghai City gave the two of them more opportunities to be alone together. Their relationship even became closer. That's normal, really. After all, after his parents passed away, the only time He Fan could feel the warmth of home again was probably when he was with his younger sister. As for his wife, with certain thorns still not completely removed from his heart, it's unlikely he'll ever again treat them as his closest family members as before. He Fan walked slowly to the iron cage and watched Mei Wenxi tease the puppy inside. A smile appeared on his face. It must be said, He Fan hasn't smiled much since his parents' accident a few days ago. Wow. Really? Just as Mei Wenxin said, the puppy in the cage looked very fierce. Faced with the girl's teasing, the small body lay prone on the ground, its eyes revealing a vicious look, and it kept lunging at the cage. It was as if once it appeared, it would tear the enemy to shreds. Could this be a mountain guard dog? He Fan, who was just watching the man and dog playing happily, was shocked when he saw what the little dog looked like. After all, he studied traditional Chinese medicine. From childhood to adulthood, I have accompanied my father to the surrounding mountains to collect medicinal herbs more than once. While in the mountains, in addition to teaching him to identify medicinal herbs, his father also intentionally or unintentionally mentioned many legends about the various plants and animals in the mountains to him. And the mountain guard dog is one of them. A mountain guard dog, fierce by nature. Legend has it that this breed of dog is as powerful as a Tibetan Mastiff, capable of fighting tigers and wolves in the mountains, and is a hunter's favorite companion. Originally, mountain dogs were used by humans to guard property, but with the development of society, they were later domesticated into livestock guard dogs. This breed of dog can reach an average height of 261 centimeters when fully grown, and its body is square in shape. Honestly, in some ways it looks a bit like an enlarged Chow Chow. Especially when they are young, it is difficult for many people to distinguish them. Their fur is mostly yellow, yellowish-brown, or reddish-brown. The little guy in the cage now has yellow fur. Chapter 29 Mountain Guard Dog. He Fan had heard his father say that although guard dogs are fierce by nature, they are very friendly to their family members, especially to the owners who raised them, and they will obey their every word. This breed of dog is very wary of strangers, but it never holds back against enemies. Ordinary 2 or 3 people are no match for them. Having a guard dog by your side is like having a top-notch bodyguard. It can be said that the legendary mountain guard dogs are very hard-working and enduring. When they grow up, they not only have an appearance similar to Tibetan Mastiffs, but also have an extremely irritable temper that is in no way inferior to Tibetan Mastiffs. Personality, quite aggressive. Even so, guard dogs have always been the most anticipated companions for all hunters or those who enjoy adventuring in the mountains. The only pity is, with the influx of various so-called foreign famous dogs into China in recent years, there are fewer and fewer guard dogs with pure Dachau bloodlines. Honestly, if this was truly a mountain guard dog, even He Fan couldn't help but be tempted. He glanced at the old man selling dogs without making a sound, but didn't notice anything unusual. On the contrary, as Mei Wenxi kept teasing the little guy, the old man seemed to show a hesitant and embarrassed expression on his face. There seemed to be some hesitation in his expression. "Grandpa, how much for this dog?" After crouching down and examining the area carefully, He Fan clearly had a better understanding of the situation. So he looked up smiled, and greeted the old man. Yes, based on the experience he learned from his father, He-Fan had confirmed the puppy's identity. This really is a mountain guard dog. Fierce personality, burly build. Its small body seems to contain inexhaustible power. Everything matches up. Of course, He-Fan wasn't afraid to admit his mistakes. After all, it's just a puppy. Even if I really admit my mistake, I can just treat it as buying a pet for my sister. But if you buy the right one. A flicker of excitement flashed deep in his eyes. Brother Fan wants to buy a little guy? Upon hearing this, Mei Wenxi's beautiful eyes immediately lit up. Honestly, although the little guy looks fierce, for some reason, Mei Wenxi really likes him. She was already hesitant about whether to buy the puppy in front of her. I just thought about how my brother Fan had just lost his parents and hadn't slept well for many days. He hesitated, wondering if bringing such a puppy home would disturb his sleep at night. But before I could even make a decision, Brother Fan was already preparing to buy it. Does this count as telepathy? Mei Wenxi's pretty face suddenly flushed red, and she glanced at her brother with a somewhat guilty look. Cough, cough. Seeing that the young man seemed interested in buying, the old man coughed lightly, a look of hesitation appearing on his wrinkled face. After seemingly struggling with his thoughts for a long time, he finally sighed deeply and looked at He-Fan and the other person before him, slowly saying, "Young man, young lady, I'm afraid I can't sell this dog to you." He-Fan. He was completely bewildered by the old man's sudden change of heart. What's going on? Could it be that the old man is afraid he can't afford the price? However, after thinking about his savings, He-Fan immediately gave up the idea. To be honest, although he didn't know much about dogs, he vaguely knew that a purebred guard dog puppy wasn't cheap. Think about it. Those so-called famous dogs imported from abroad are priced like luxury goods, often costing tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan. Right now, he really can't afford that much money to buy a dog. Just as He-Fan was about to give up and stand up, the old man continued. I found this little Chow Chow at the foot of the mountain near my daughter's house when I went to visit her. This little guy may be small, but he's quite fierce. The old man is worried that he might have rabies and harm you in the future. The old man looked remorseful as he watched the puppies in the cage still barking fiercely, seemingly ashamed of what he had done. After all, in his view, selling a mad dog was harming people. If something really goes wrong in the future, the consequences will be dire. At that moment, the old man had no other thoughts. All he wants now is to take the puppies back for humane euthanasia, so they won't bite anyone else in the future. After all, they are getting old, and the elderly don't want to do anything immoral and be condemned by others when they are about to be buried in the ground. Chow Chow. Upon hearing this, He-Fan was completely stunned. Doesn't the old man recognize a dog? I thought it was just a small Chow Chow. It's fair to say that when He-Fan was observing the puppy earlier, he was already 70% certain that it was a mountain guard dog puppy. Now that he heard the old man had found it at the foot of the mountain, he was even more convinced of his judgment. After all, most people who can afford to have guard dogs are hunters who make a living in the mountains, so it's not unusual for a puppy to go missing occasionally. Of course, there's another possibility. He-Fan remembered clearly that his father had mentioned to him that there were also some mountain guard dogs, which were the result of crossbreeding between wild wolves and domestic dogs in the mountains. Those guard dogs are much more powerful than domesticated ones. However, in cases like this, the survival rate of puppies born is generally not high, because many of them, after being born, are often attracted by the smell of blood and are secretly bitten and eaten by powerful wild animals in the mountains. The puppy in front of us may have survived under these circumstances and run to the foot of the mountain, where the old man took it in, mistaking it for a Chow Chow cub. The reason the seller chose to sell it was probably because they saw that the little guy was difficult to tame, and they thought of exchanging it for some money on the street. After all, they are elderly people, and ultimately kind-hearted. When faced with a puppy he really wanted to buy, out of kindness, the old man was also afraid that the puppy might be carrying rabies, so after some hesitation, he chose not to sell it. Honestly, these aren't hard to guess. Now, however, it's He-Fan's turn to hesitate. He was wondering whether to just casually take a couple of coins from the old man and get this great bargain for free, or to tell him the truth. Hey, sir, don't rush off. I'll buy this dog. Before He-Fan could figure it out, He saw the old man stand up, pick up the cage, and put it on the tricycle next to him. In his haste, He-Fan quickly spoke up. "Young man, you really can't sell this dog. If something really happens to it, I'll really lose my conscience." The stubbornness of the elderly was fully displayed in the other person at this moment. No matter what He-Fan said, he insisted on taking the puppy back and destroying it, refusing to sell it back to the other party no matter what. Chapter 30. Wency's Shyness. "All right, I won't hide it from you anymore, sir. This little dog doesn't actually have rabies. It's just naturally a bit aggressive. Don't you believe me? Look, sir, this is my traditional Chinese medicine certificate." At this point, He-Fan took out his TCM doctor's certificate from his pocket and placed it in front of the other person, explaining sincerely. "Although I'm not a veterinarian, I do know a bit about some pets. Don't worry, this dog definitely doesn't have rabies. And it was precisely because I was attracted to the little guy's fierceness that I wanted to buy him. To be honest, my parents just passed away a couple of days ago, and I'm about to go back to work in the city. My sister will be all alone at home, and I'm worried about her safety, so I thought I'd buy a dog to guard the house. This little guy is quite fierce, which is exactly what I'm looking for in a dog." Yes, He-Fan did not choose to tell the truth. This doesn't mean he wanted to take advantage of the elderly and did it on purpose. The key issue for He-Fan was that he knew very well that once he revealed the truth, not only would the old man take the opportunity to demand an exorbitant amount of money, but He-Fan was also worried that if the old man had heard the rumors about the mountain guard dog, he might ultimately choose to keep it for himself. After all, it's a mountain guard dog. People with normal thinking would likely have different thoughts after learning this. This is human nature, and has nothing to do with good or evil. Honestly, even though the old man seems kind now, he's afraid of something going wrong and doesn't plan to sell the dog to the two of them. But once the other party finds out the truth and realizes the value of the pup, He-Fan is 100% certain that today he will either suffer a huge loss or leave empty-handed. These are all highly probable, and he doesn't want to gamble on human greed. 3,000. I'm willing to pay 3,000 yuan. I hope you'll sell me the dog, sir." After explaining, He-Fan didn't wait for the other party to react and directly held up 3 fingers to state the price he was offering. Really, in this day and age, 3,000 yuan is not a lot of money. Compared to the price of a mountain dog puppy, it's like heaven and earth. But He-Fan knew very well what it meant to go too far. If I were to offer tens of thousands of yuan now, it would definitely arouse the old man's suspicion, and he would not sell it to him. 3,000. Upon hearing this number, the old man's eyes widened, and he hesitated. That's right, 3,000 yuan is not much in today's society. But that depends on who you're dealing with. For elderly people like this, whose families are from rural areas and who are already in their 70s or 80s, they basically have no income of their own. 3,000 yuan was a windfall for him. Moreover, the other party, posing as a doctor, confidently assured him that the puppy definitely did not have rabies, which reassured him considerably. "Yes, as a pet dog, the price I'm offering is already the absolute maximum." He-Fan nodded and began to explain. He's right. Even the best-looking Chow Chows only cost a few thousand yuan. According to this calculation, the price He-Fan offered was indeed too high. After all, the puppy in front of us isn't that great in terms of appearance. The old man must know this too. Selling is fine, but I have to make it clear first. Whatever happens in the future, it has nothing to do with me. As He-Fan had expected, the old man ultimately chose to sell the dog to them. Even after He-Fan took out 3,000 yuan, he didn't even want the cage anymore and hurriedly rode his electric tricycle away from the market. Mei Wency carried the cage containing the puppy, but the joy she had shown before was gone. As for the reason, it's very simple. In her opinion, under normal circumstances, in a small place like Chaoyang Town, a puppy would only cost 1 or 200 yuan. Brother Fan actually pulled out 3,000 yuan at once. He really was a sucker. Besides, is this a Chow Chow? Having attended university in Kyoto, Mei Wency could tell that something seemed off about the dog, even though she had never owned a pet before. Although it looks a bit like a Chow Chow, it is definitely not the same breed. In her eyes, the little guy looked more like a mutton. If that happens, my brother's 3,000 yuan. What a loss. This is such a huge loss. So the little girl followed He-Fan without saying a word, her little mouth pouting high. Honestly, it's just that she doesn't understand. If Wency knew that this little dog was a mountain guard dog, worth at least tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan, she definitely wouldn't think that way. Of course, it's still the same old story. He Fan had no intention of cheating the old man. It was just a fair trade between them. Some might say, you're clearly being hypocritical after getting the benefit. You bought a guard dog puppy worth tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of yuan for only 3,000 yuan. Isn't that ripping off an elderly person? Honestly, in some ways it doesn't count. He Fan bought the dog primarily to keep as a pet, not to resell it for profit. Besides, in the old man's eyes, the puppy was just a chow chow, and he was already very satisfied with the price of 3,000 yuan. Some things are better left unsaid. Moreover, dogs like this only become more ferocious as they grow up. If an elderly person decides to take care of you yourself due to a lack of understanding of their habits, there is a real risk of problems arising in the future. Most importantly, He Fan was ultimately just an ordinary person. He wasn't that great or noble. Whatever he does, he only asks that he be able to do it with a clear conscience. He can't possibly be a saint who thinks of others in everything he does. Isn't it great like this now? Both sides achieved their goals, and the old man also made a small fortune. It was a win-win situation, with both parties getting the benefits without feeling guilty. All right, stop pouting. We got a great deal on this dog for 3,000 yuan. We didn't lose a penny. After all, they had grown up together. So how could He Fan not see the changes in Mei Wency's emotions? Without realizing it, he reached out and patted the other person's head, just like he did when he was a child, speaking with a hint of doting affection. Mei Wency. He Fan's gentle head pat made her heart pound. How many years has it been? Since they both grew up, Fan Gij has rarely been this close to her. She originally thought, after Fan got married and had children, there was no way I could go back to the way things were before, but I never expected to be able to feel this warmth now. Clutching the cage tightly, Mei Wency buried her face in her chest, her cheeks flushed red. A thought that she had been suppressing deep in her heart suddenly resurfaced. Should I tell her about that? If I did that, maybe I and Brother Fan. Chapter 31 Brother and Sister's Heart-to-Heart Talk. However, the thought had barely formed when Mei Wency forcibly suppressed it. I can't be so selfish. After all, my parents never said anything while they were alive, so they must have had their reasons. What if I make things worse and end up hurting Brother Fan? Her face, which had been so red it looked like it was about to bleed, slowly returned to calm. Mei Wency's expression was desolate, and she became gloomy again. Xiao Fan, Xiao Fan. Just as the two arrived at their doorstep, they saw a person running towards them, panting heavily. Uncle Li, what's wrong? What happened? Why are you in such a panic? Upon seeing the person who had arrived, He Fan quickly went to greet them and asked. His face was full of doubt. But in my heart, I had a vague suspicion. Li Yunshan is He Fan's old neighbor. He had a very good relationship with his father. Although the two families were not actually related, He Fan always addressed him as Uncle Li. Li Yunshan has always worked as a police officer in the town's police station. Now that he's come over, judging from the relieved look on his face, it must be good news. Aha! Remember that guy who ran over and killed your parents? As he approached, Li Yunshan chuckled. Of course I remember. What's wrong? He Fan remained calm, raising an eyebrow slightly. That guy got his comeuppance. I heard he was just sentenced to 1.5 years in prison yesterday, and then he had a heart attack and collapsed in court. He died before he could even be taken to the hospital. Uncle Li said with satisfaction, his face full of schadenfreude. He's on death row? Even He Fan was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this news. Although he knew in his heart that the guy definitely wouldn't live more than 3 days, it couldn't be such a coincidence that he died right after being sentenced, could it? But it doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, those who deserve to die deserve it no matter where they die. A hint of relief flashed in He Fan's eyes. My mood, which had been suppressed for many days, suddenly brightened considerably. Thinking about it carefully, it would be better to die in court. Now, no one should suspect that the guy's death is related to him, right? Yes. Only He Fan himself knows the truth. 2 days ago, when he shook hands with that cunning driver, he had already used his ancestral silver needle acupuncture technique on him. That acupuncture technique is extremely mysterious. According to He Fan's estimation, it could definitely kill someone invisibly. No matter how skilled the opponent is, their blood flow will inevitably increase several times within 3 days, and it will get faster and faster. The final result can only be that the cardiovascular system is blocked or bursts. The chance of death is definitely as high as 90%. Of course, this was the first time He Fan had used such a method. Whether it will be effective or not, he himself wasn't very confident. But things are better now. The facts have proven that some of the medical skills I inherited are indeed terrifying. And I've finally gotten my revenge. That's right. He Fan has never been a magnanimous person. He never believed that the driver who caused the deaths of his parents was innocent. The other party actually thought that as long as they paid some compensation, the matter would be over. How could that be? The hatred of killing one's own family is irreconcilable. How could he possibly let the other person live? Fortunately, He Fan's methods were extremely secretive. At the time, only the driver himself felt a slight pain. No one else would have thought that the silver needle in his hand had already sentenced the other party to death. Completely happy, that was He Fan's only feeling at this moment. However, he dared not reveal these things, and could only feign surprise, saying, "Really dead? Then the compensation he demanded hasn't been paid yet? Uncle Lee, won't this affect my parents' compensation?" His expression and demeanor suggested he was more concerned about money. "Don't worry, these are two different things." Li Yunshan waved his hand and explained. "The compensation for your parents is already in the process. Besides, that guy's death has nothing to do with you. First is first, second is second. That guy's death was a complete accident. It was due to a pre-existing health problem. Even if he's dead, the compensation owed to you will not be less than a penny." Watching Li Yunshan's departing figure, He Fan's gaze became incredibly profound. Yes, this is his first murder. Moreover, he killed people using a mysterious method that no outsider would ever imagine. Normally, people would feel uncomfortable after getting this kind of thing. After all, that's murder. Under normal circumstances, even if someone has the best mindset, they should still experience some physical discomfort. But He Fan did not do that. On the contrary, he even noticed a strange sense of pleasure emanating from his heart. He Fan thought that this was just his subconscious feeling of having avenged his parents, and his excitement masked the fear in his heart. That's to be expected. As for whether he had a psychological problem, he didn't even think about it. But little did He Fan know. Because of my carelessness this time, I almost did something I would regret for the rest of my life in the near future. Certainly, these are all things to be discussed later, so let's leave them aside for now. Why? Unexpectedly, at that moment, his younger sister Wency walked up to him and sighed softly. "What's wrong?" Seeing her like this, He Fan raised an eyebrow and asked, "Brother Fan." Seeing his question, Wency hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, "Didn't you feel that Mom and Dad's deaths weren't so simple? The driver's words and actions before made me feel that he might have deliberately killed them. Besides, he was perfectly fine before, so how could he suddenly die? Don't you think it's more like someone is secretly killing him to cover it up?" Although not entirely certain, Mei Wency still voiced her guess. Huh. He was pleasantly surprised to hear her analysis. He didn't expect that Wency would also notice something was wrong. Unfortunately, with the driver's death, it's unlikely we can ever find out the truth. Mei Wency's face was filled with regret, and her eyes were full of disappointment. Yes, she had originally planned to express her suspicions and investigate the matter with He Fan after the 21st day memorial service for her parents. But unexpectedly, with the death of that dump truck driver, the trail went cold. "Girl, I've suddenly realized that although you don't talk much, your little brain is actually quite quick." He Fan gave a habitual head pat, teasingly saying with a half smile, Brother Fan, you already noticed?" "Who is Mei Wency?" That person was the one who understood He Fan the most after his parents died. Just by looking at the other person's expression, she could already guess a lot of things. Certainly, He Fan didn't hide anything, stating directly, "An ordinary driver wouldn't be able to promise us satisfactory compensation after killing someone." Chapter 32 Jiang Yujun's Conspiracy, Part 1. Moreover, when that person spoke a couple of days ago, he showed no remorse for killing his parents. On the contrary, He looked smug and excited, which is completely contrary to human nature. He Fan's gaze was icy, and he revealed his discovery without hesitation. Of course, he didn't say what he shouldn't have. It's not that he doesn't trust Mei Wensi. The key is that the fewer people who know about certain things, the better. He doesn't want his special abilities to be accidentally leaked. Yes, that's what I noticed was wrong. I was planning to investigate further after a while, but I didn't expect. At this point, Wensi's eyes dimmed, and she said weakly, with the driver dead, there probably won't be any clues left. Even if someone really did orchestrate this, it will be very difficult for us to find them. They acted way too fast. They just killed them to silence them. At this point, she looked puzzled, but I still can't understand it. My parents have always been kind to others, so who would secretly harm them? He Fan. It must be said that Wensi is very smart. If a girl can detect something amiss from others' words and actions, and has already made preparations to investigate secretly, then it can only mean that she truly considers her parents, the He family, and even herself to be one of her own. The only mistake in the other party's speculation was that they misjudged the truth behind the driver's death. That wasn't someone killing him to cover it up. It was He Fan avenging his parents. However, he cannot tell Mei Wensi about this yet. Looking at the dejected girl in front of him, He Fan smiled gently and said, "It doesn't matter. Even if the driver is dead, as long as there's a hidden hand behind the scenes, they'll eventually slip up." At this point, his expression hardened, and he spoke in a tone filled with murderous intent. At that time, brother will surely make the other side pay a terrible price. Honestly, does He Fan not know that keeping the driver around could lure out the person behind the scenes? Clearly, he knew it. But He Fan had no regrets about killing the other party. After all, that guy is destined to go to jail. Although it won't be a long time, a lot can happen in that time. If there really is a mastermind behind this, someone who would dare to order someone to commit murder, He Fan doesn't believe that someone with that kind of ability would leave behind witnesses who could be detrimental to him. 99% chance, they'll kill you to silence you. And what about himself? In the end, he's just an ordinary person with no powerful connections or background. Putting aside other things, once that driver is in jail, he won't be able to do anything about it. In short, regardless of whether the things he speculated about will happen or not, it is simply impossible for He Fan to make contact with the other party in the short term. Since that's the case, instead of gambling on whether the mastermind behind it will silence us, it would be better to let them die by our own hand. As for whether all of this is based on my own speculation, could it be that I have wronged the other party? Haha, does that matter? Regardless of the circumstances, both parents did indeed die at the hands of the other party. This point is beyond doubt. Only by killing the other party with his own hands could He Fan relieve the resentment in his heart. This is why he didn't hesitate to kill. Upon hearing this, Mei Wensi's expression finally improved. She still believed in her brother Fan. Yes, there are no secrets in this world. The truth about the deaths of his father and mother will one day come to light. By then, we'll naturally know who the real culprit is. There's no need to be so fixated on it. Of course, if all of this was truly an accident, then the driver's sudden passing can at least provide some closure for his parents in heaven. And so, the brother and sister, leaning on each other, returned to the He family compound. Young Master Jiang. The investigation into He Fan's situation has been almost completed. In the general manager's office of Yuan Group, Security Minister Li Wu stood respectfully in front of Jiang Yujun, handed him a document, and said softly, "Where is he now?" After taking the document and flipping through it, Jiang Yujun found that the situation inside was similar to what he knew. It seemed that the other party did not have any powerful backing. Jiang Yujun couldn't help but ask in a cold voice. That's right. As the eldest son of the Jiang family, he is the sole heir to a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. I've always been one to seek revenge. Last time, he originally thought he could take the opportunity to pursue Xiao Yuner, the woman he had liked since childhood, but he didn't expect to be punched by her husband. It took many days for the swelling on his face to subside. This is something Jiang Yujun absolutely cannot tolerate. Even if the other party is Xiao Yuner's husband, even if he had ulterior motives first, he must avenge the beating he suffered. As for who is right and who is wrong, hee. In the mind of a super-rich second-generation heir, is there any need to consider that? According to the investigation, He-fan seems to have returned to his hometown, Chuyang Town. It is said that his parents were in a car accident and have been away from Donghai for several days. Li Wu said respectfully, without hiding anything. His parents were in a car accident? Well, this is karma. You dare hit me? You deserve it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yujun's eyes immediately lit up. In an instant, a gloating expression appeared on his face. Should that bastard dare to hit me, young master, he deserves to have his whole family wiped out. Now look what happened. You're getting your comeuppance. His parents were in a car accident together? This is God's punishment for him. Jiang Yujun became extremely excited, cursing and swearing, his emotions running high. Honestly, he had originally planned to find out all of He-fan's secrets, and then secretly have someone teach that bastard a lesson. But before he could even make a move, the other party's parents were in a car accident. In this way, I won't have to think about retaliating against the other party for the time being. It's estimated that just the matter of his parents alone will be enough to make He-fan heartbroken for a while. I wonder if his parents are dead? If one of them is dead, or if they're both dead, let's see how arrogant He-fan will still be. Stroking his chin, Jiang Yujun muttered to himself with a smile on his face. Well, upon hearing this, Li Wu, who was standing to the side, moved his lips as if he wanted to say something. But after hesitating for a moment, he shut his mouth again. What? Is there something you want to say? Jiang Yujun, lounging lazily in his office chair, seemed to notice something and glanced at him with some displeasure, asking a question. It's like this, young master. Seeing his question, Li Wu dared not hide anything. He quickly spoke up. According to the message just sent down, He-fan's parents both died in the car accident. The funeral was just held 2 days ago. Chapter 33 Jiang Yujun's Conspiracy, Part 2. Oh, he really passed away? That's wonderful. I've been racking my brains trying to figure out how to torment him and vent my anger. I never expected this. He's already in trouble before I even had a chance to make a move. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yujun's eyes widened instantly. After realizing what he had said, he threw his head back and laughed arrogantly. The laughter was so grating that it sent a chill down Li Wu's spine. Young master, should we send someone to teach him a lesson? After thinking for a moment, Li Wu stepped forward and asked cautiously. He knew very well that the young master was always vengeful. Since He-fan dared to hit him, he certainly wouldn't forget this grudge easily. It's unnecessary. Upon hearing his question, Jiang Yujun slowly stopped smiling. He hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand. Yes, Jiang Yujun is a rich second generation. But if you think that real rich kids are like those in some novels, all just pretentious, arrogant, and good-for-nothing idiots, then you are seriously underestimating them. Jiang Yujun was very clear that, at this moment, no matter how much she hated He-fan, she couldn't target him anymore. It's even less likely that they would send people to Chuyang Town to deal with them. As the saying goes, death is the greatest tragedy. He-fan's parents have just died. If I were to send someone to beat him up, it might cause me a huge problem. After all, human nature is there. Most people will pity the weak. Jiang Yujun suspected. If I really dare to send someone to take action, I might offend the entire town of Chaoyang and cause myself a lot of trouble. If the matter were to leak out, negatively impacting the entire Yuan group and causing its stock price to plummet, he probably wouldn't even be able to get past his father, Jiang Haishan. Oh right, young master, there's one more piece of news. Seeing that Jiang Yujun was not planning to make a move for the time being, Li Wu breathed a sigh of relief, but then a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. What? Speak. Jiang Yujun waved his hand in acknowledgement. That's right. According to the brothers' investigation, although He-fan planned to observe the mourning period for his parents until the 21st day after the mourning period ended before returning to Donghai City, his wife wasn't with him back home. He-fan's wife. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yujun was taken aback, and then he realized what was happening. Wasn't Li Wu talking about Xiao Yina? Could it be that she came back early? His eyes lit up, but then a wicked smile crept onto Jiang Yujun's lips. A cunning glint flashed in his eyes. This is getting interesting. It seems my dear childhood friend isn't very filial to his parents-in-law. Since that's the case, instead of wasting my time dealing with Fan, I'd rather take this opportunity to cultivate a closer relationship with that good friend. His words, though seemingly casual, were brimming with intense desire. Does Jiang Yujun like Xiao Yun'er? It's clear that he was indeed deeply in love with her in his earlier years. But that was all in the past. Having been rejected by Xiao Yun'er more than once in the past, Jiang Yujun, after being tempered by society, has long since become a top-tier scumbag who can flirt with countless women without ever getting attached to them. Although he still has some feelings for Xiao Yun'er, they are only feelings of resentment and desire. He had completely given up on her ever since news broke that she was married and had a child. As for why he tried so hard to get close to her before, ultimately, it's all because of the resentment Jiang Yujun felt when he lost to the unremarkable Fan in love back then. Rather than saying he still had feelings for Xiao Yun'er, it would be more accurate to say he wanted to prove that the woman had made the wrong choice back then. My parents just died. Wouldn't it be even more interesting if Fan found out that his wife is with me? As Jiang Yujun said this, he had a half-smile on his face. There was a hint of amusement in his eyes. It has to be said that although this guy seems to have a bottom line, his vicious thoughts make it even more difficult to fathom his true character. Look at what he said. They clearly intended to destroy other people's families and relationships, yet they acted as if they were casually discussing the weather. This also proves that Jiang Yujun is indeed no good person. Even at this moment, he was secretly praising himself for his sudden, wonderful idea. Yes, what's the point of beating up Fan? It would be better to kill the person and destroy their spirit, sending them straight to the deepest hell. Sanchi, 21 days? Half a month should be enough time for him to easily win over Xiao Yun'er, right? Jiang Yujun believed that with the halo of being childhood friends and good friends, it shouldn't be difficult for him to win over Xiao Yun'er before Fan returned to Donghai City. Li Wu, come here. After his eyes flickered uncertainly for a moment, Jiang Yujun suddenly beckoned to Li Wu. Young master. Seeing this, Li Wu hurriedly stepped forward and overheard Jiang Yujun whispering to him. It's obvious they weren't planning on doing anything good. He would never know the extent of the trouble that his momentary lust would bring to himself and the Yuan group. Unfortunately, by then it was too late for him to regret it. At this moment, Fan was of course unaware that he had already been targeted by someone. He was sitting at the dining table, chatting casually with his sister, Mei Wenxi. However, neither of them seemed to be in a very high mood. Especially when I saw the two empty bowls and chopsticks on the table, I felt an unbearable pain in my heart and had no interest in speaking at all. Yeah, who could stand it? Just a few days ago, my family and I were having a happy meal together. But unexpectedly, only a few days later, only the two of them were left. Brother Fan, our parents have passed away, and Xiao Miao, as their eldest grandson, has never come to pay his respects. Don't you feel something is missing? After all, Mom and Dad have taken care of Xiao Miao for so long, and they've always loved the little one very much. Seemingly unable to bear the oppressive feeling, Mei Wenxi suddenly took the initiative to start a conversation. The eldest grandson. Upon hearing this, Fan fell silent. To this day, he still doesn't understand why Xiao Yun'er's parents are so adamant about not letting their son come over. Even though his wife had been back in the city for several days, he hadn't brought the little one back. That's one way to put it. In the past, Fan might have been slightly dissatisfied with his parents-in-law because of his relationship with his wife, but this incident has magnified that dissatisfaction many times over. Even deep resentment arose. After all, he remembered very clearly that his wife, Xiao Yun'er, had called to ask her parents to send the child over. Unexpectedly, the two of them refused without hesitation. Fan seriously doubted what the old couple were thinking. Aren't they afraid that if this gets out, people will gossip about them behind their backs? Chapter 34 Deceived Again. Yes, as in-laws, it's one thing for them to look down on us and not come to pay respects to our parents. But after all, He Miao is a descendant of the He family, not a descendant of the Xiao family. Doing so would be going too far. Fan's parents had just passed away a few days ago, so he hadn't had time to worry about that yet. Although he felt somewhat regretful that his son couldn't come to see his grandparents off, what's done is done, and that's all that can be done. But what about now? As Wency said, the absence of the eldest grandson at the funeral of an elderly person can be explained by various reasons. But what about now? Surely my son, he meow, can't not come to the memorial service on the 7th day after my death? I understand. I'll go back to Donghai tomorrow to pick up your sister-in-law and Xiao Miao to come and offer incense for mom and dad on their 7th day after their death. While observing mourning is important, it doesn't mean He Fan has to stay home every day. For him, spending half a day going back to Donghai City is no problem. Seeing her brother make a decision so quickly, Mei Wency moved her lips as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she chose to keep quiet. After all, Xiao He Miao was raised by her parents. Even so, it's still only right that he come and kowtow to the two elderly people. For the next while, they fell silent, the only sound being the soft chewing of their food. Time flies. Before we knew it, it was the morning of the next day. Just as planned, He Fan boarded a long-distance bus early in the morning, heading towards Donghai City. There's nothing we can do about it. My parents back home didn't buy a car, and my wife took our own car. He Fan had no choice but to take a bus back to the city. He originally thought. Before going back, I contacted my wife and asked her to bring our son, Xiao Hemiao, to wait for me at home to save time. By the way, remind her not to forget to ask for leave. After all, it's about paying respects to elders, and He Fan believes that Donghai radio station will agree. Unfortunately, he only realized after getting into the car that he had forgotten to charge his phone the night before because he was so preoccupied with his thoughts. Most importantly, because he left in such a hurry, He Fan even forgot to bring his charging cable. However, he wasn't in a hurry. At worst, I can just go back to my workplace to pick up my wife first, and then go to my father-in-law's house to bring the child back. It shouldn't take too long. Anyway, the 7th day after my parents' death is the day after tomorrow, so it doesn't matter if I come back a little later. They remained silent the whole way. More than 3 hours later, the bus had entered the urban area of Donghai. After the bus arrived at the station closest to his wife's workplace, He Fan got off and took a taxi to the radio station. After all, He Fan believed that his wife should be at work at this time. But sometimes, things happen in unexpected ways. When He Fan arrived at Donghai radio station, greeted the security guard at the gate, and quickly walked in, he was surprised to find that his wife's workplace was completely empty. Even the arrangement on that desk doesn't look like anyone is working. But it's only 10:30 in the morning. Judging by the timeline, how could his wife not be here? He Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. Yes, although Xiao Yuner works at a radio station, she has always done clerical work. Generally, they mostly help the station organize and photocopy documents, and their main job is to do some program planning with others. And the latter is the reason why Xiao Yuner works overtime every day. Of course, given her looks and demeanor, she attracted attention as soon as she joined the radio station, and the leadership even considered having her work as a host. But Xiao Yuner resolutely rejected the suggestion for the sake of her family. Because she knew very well that although being a host seemed glamorous and lucrative, it could easily affect one's personal life. Putting aside other things, just look at the entertainment industry these days. It's in such a mess. If Xiao Yuner had actually chosen to become a host back then, she probably would have had a hard time escaping being embroiled in various scandals in the future. In Xiao Yuner's own words, the purpose of working and earning money in this life is to make life better for herself and her family. If someone becomes a host and then causes their originally happy family to fall apart due to various ridiculous and messy things, it would seem like putting the cart before the horse. In this respect, she is definitely one of the most clear-headed people in the world. Therefore, for the sake of her family and her lover, Xiao Yuner decisively chose to take a clerical job, rather than showing her face in public and causing a lot of trouble. Certainly, she had discussed this with He Fan, and it was a joint decision made by the couple. It must be said, in some respects, Xiao Yuner was definitely a kind and understanding wife. He Fan was well aware of this. Otherwise, given his intolerant nature, he wouldn't have forgiven the couple so many times during the recent misunderstandings. Ultimately, he still trusted his wife. "Director Liu, is my wife not at work today?" Unable to find his wife at his desk, He Fan thought for a moment and went directly to the director's office. As the wife's boss, the other party should know where she went. Fortunately, this wasn't He Fan's first time here, and many people at the station recognized him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed him to wander around the workplace so easily. Mr. He, what brings you here? As the office director, Lu Wenxuan naturally knew Xiao Yun'er's family. He was somewhat taken aback when he saw that it was He Fan. I don't know why. Seeing the other person's expression, He Fan suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, what the other person said next left him stunned. Didn't Xiao call to say that your parents were in a car accident and you needed to take more time off to observe mourning for them back in your hometown? Willing your parents observe mourning? Willing your parents observe mourning? Upon hearing this, He Fan's mind went blank. Is Xiao Yun'er observing mourning in her hometown? Are you kidding me? She went back to work the day after her parents were buried. Okay? But what was the result? She actually told her boss she needed to take leave to observe mourning for her parents, but then she disappeared without a trace. That's all. Director Lu, I'll be going now. With a forced smile, He Fan immediately turned and left. However, what no one saw was that the moment He Fan turned around, his face turned incredibly gloomy. My wife lied again. He left the radio station somewhat bewildered, his mind a complete mess. Honestly, if his phone hadn't run out of battery, He Fan would have immediately called his wife and demanded to know where she had gone. It's just a pity. Feeling frustrated and depressed, He Fan didn't notice that a car had just stopped not far away as he walked out of the radio station. A beautiful woman inside the car was frowning and looking this way, her eyes filled with doubt. Chapter 35, Xiao Yun'er's Panic. That's He Fan. Shouldn't he be observing mourning at his hometown? Why is he back now? Watching He Fan's departing figure, Chen Xinhua thought for a moment, then quickly took out her phone. Could it be? Just as He Fan was walking aimlessly on the street, not knowing what to do, a possibility suddenly flashed into his mind. Xiao Yun'er didn't come to work. Could it be because of her son? If her son has now been brought back and is no longer with his father-in-law, it would be normal for Xiao Yun'er to take leave to take care of him. He Fan comforted himself in this way, but deep down he still couldn't let go of some of the unease. After all the previous incidents, he didn't want to cause any more trouble or make unfounded suspicions about his wife unless he had some important evidence. After all, it wasn't easy for the couple to get to where they are today after falling in love. He Fan didn't want another instance of distrust to create another rift in their relationship. After thinking about it, he immediately hailed a taxi and headed home. A dozen minutes later, the car stopped at the entrance of the residential area. After paying, He Fan hurriedly ran upstairs to his home. Honestly, he had very mixed feelings at that moment. Although he kept telling himself to trust his wife, an inner impulse seemed to urge him to prove some of his suspicions. Arriving at his apartment on the 6th floor, He Fan let out a long sigh of relief. After calming down a bit, he hesitated for a moment but still reached out and gently knocked on the door. Thump, thump, thump. The knocking began methodically, but there was no response for a long time. With a sinking feeling in his heart, He Fan tilted his head back and closed his eyes slightly. An aura of despair began to emanate from him. I hope you won't disappoint me. He Fan slowly opened his eyes and silently took out the key. Yes, this is his home, so He Fan naturally wouldn't be without a key. The reason I knocked on the door earlier was simply to prove something to myself. But now it seems the possibility of him being disappointed has become infinitely greater. Squeak. The door was slowly pushed open, and He Fan stepped inside. After seeing everything in the room, his already expressionless face became even colder. Great. It's really great. Xiao Yun'er, so all your talk of loving me was just a series of lies. With a bitter laugh, He Fan muttered to himself. The wound in my heart, which had been torn open by repeated deception, had unknowingly grown larger again, bleeding profusely. He really didn't want to doubt his wife anymore. Especially after his parents passed away, He Fan's emphasis on family and relatives reached an unprecedented level. He knew very well the pain that a broken family could cause. Even though his wife had lied to him many times before, and her explanations were full of flaws, he still chose to believe her. What He Fan never expected was that Xiao Yun'er used going to work as an excuse to abandon her mourning period for her parents-in-law, but it was still a huge lie. She didn't even go to the radio station. And what about at home? A thin layer of dust has settled on the table and the floor. It's clear that no one has been here for quite some time. What does this tell us? This means that Xiao Yun'er has been missing ever since she left her hometown. He didn't go to work, and he didn't go home. Everything indicated that the woman he loved most and the wife he cherished most had once again stayed out all night for several days. Fan didn't know if she had gone back to her parents' home again. He only knew that his deep-seated love for her was slowly fading away. He didn't speak, nor did he get angry. It was as if all the anger, resentment, and hatred in my heart had suddenly vanished. Calmly, he went to the room, found another charger, and plugged in his phone. He no longer even planned to call Xiao Yun'er. Fan silently picked up his tools and began cleaning the room. Just as he had finished wiping half of the living room with a rag, the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open, and a familiar figure rushed in, panting heavily. Husband, how did you get back? Upon seeing that Fan was indeed at home, Xiao Yun'er's face immediately showed a look of panic and guilt, and she stammered, "Where's my son?" Looking at the woman in front of him, Fan remained unusually calm. When he discovered that the other party had not brought their son back, he frowned and asked in a completely emotionless voice, "Huh? Son?" Hearing this sudden question, Xiao Yun'er was somewhat stunned and subconsciously replied, "Our son has always been with his parents." But as soon as she said those words, she immediately knew she had made a mistake. Her pretty face suddenly turned deathly pale. Just now, her best friend Xinxinhua suddenly called to tell her that she seemed to have seen Fan at the entrance of the radio station. Honestly, Xiao Yun'er didn't quite believe that, because she knew very well how filial Fan was. Since he said he would observe mourning until the 21st day after death, it's impossible for him to give up halfway and return to Donghai. But out of her worries, she finally decided to go home to find out whether what her best friend said was true or false. After all, based on Xiao Yun'er's understanding of Fan, if he really came back, he would definitely choose to return home. As expected, Xinxinhua was right. But I lost the bet. My husband was actually home. Xiao Yun'er knew very well that she would have a hard time explaining herself to her husband today. After all, everything before her eyes was enough to show that she hadn't been home at all these past few days. In addition, her husband seems to have been to her workplace, so he must know about her extended leave. One thing after another, if you say she didn't do anything shameful, even she herself probably wouldn't believe it. Especially now, since Xiao Yun'er herself revealed that her son was staying at her parents' home, it's likely that using living with her parents as an excuse won't work anymore. Xiao Yun'er's body was trembling, and she seemed unable to even stand steadily. Should I really confess? But will my husband forgive me? The thought of what she had done made her realize that if Fan found out, he would not only hate her parents to the core, but their beautiful and happy family would also fall apart. Going back to the way things were before is impossible. Really. Upon hearing this answer, Fan's pupils immediately contracted. My heart aches as if it's being cut by a knife. Is this really his wife? The person you're constantly trying to convince yourself to trust your partner? At this moment, the trust Fan had built up over the years completely collapsed. My guess was right. My wife is no longer the same woman she used to be. He even tried to comfort himself and made up many excuses for the other party. But when faced with reality, Fan realized how ridiculous it all was. Chapter 36 The Human Heart is Unpredictable. A surge of hatred suddenly rose in my heart. Honestly, the thought of being cheated on by the woman in front of him made Fan want to strangle her. Fine. Although Fan was furious to the extreme and even had murderous thoughts, his last shred of reason told him that he could not do that. Even if the feelings between the two are gone, the other person is still the mother of their son. Even if one has committed a heinous crime, it does not warrant death. As for pressing Xiao Yun'er about where she had been these past few days, Fan had lost interest. Behind every person's behavior are two reasons: a noble excuse and a hidden motive. Fan didn't want to hear false excuses, and he didn't want to know his wife's secrets. Because he no longer intends to love. The most important thing right now is to resolve the issue of the son going to pay respects to his parents. Look how wrinkled your clothes are. Hurry up and straighten them, so you can go pick up your son. I need to take him back to pay respects to his grandparents. I don't know if it was a silent overwhelming grief, or utter despair. Despite being filled with anger, He Fan became increasingly clear-headed. He swept his cold gaze over the woman in front of him, gave a curt instruction, and then continued cleaning with his head down. He didn't look up again, only glancing at the other person once. Xiao Yun'er was shocked upon hearing this, and quickly looked at herself. Just as He Fan had said. At this moment, her long dress was wrinkled in many places, and in many places it looked as if it had been lifted up by someone before. At first glance, it can easily arouse other people's imagination. Honestly, it's really not her fault. After all, in order to see if her husband had returned, Xiao Yun'er rushed home in a hurry, and she was inevitably a little flustered along the way. It's not unusual for clothes to get a little wrinkled while driving. Unfortunately, Xiao Yun'er simply couldn't bring herself to say something that was originally so easy to explain under the current circumstances. Her pretty face turned pale. Her lips twitched a few times, as if she wanted to say something, but seeing that He Fan didn't seem to want to listen, she could only silently go into the room and change into another formal suit that she wore to work. She then hurriedly left the house, not even daring to look at her husband. Honestly, Xiao Yun'er was very worried, but she had no solution. She figured it out. If her husband had a big argument with her and questioned her like before, she might feel a little more at ease. At the very least, that shows that her man still cares about her. But He Fan's silence and calmness felt like a knife stabbing into her heart, suddenly filling her with a sense of fear. Whether it was her imagination or not, Xiao Yun'er always felt that something was slowly drifting away from her. Even if she risked her life, she couldn't bring it back. This time, there's really no other way. But if I tell the truth, there will be no room for maneuver for me and my husband. In a short time, Xiao Yun'er looked completely bewildered, truly not knowing what to do. Now all she can do is hope to bring her son back first, and see if her husband can calm down for the sake of the child. At the very least, it's giving myself one last chance. Watching his wife's departing figure, He Fan's hand gripping the rag bulged with veins. It seems like he's holding back something. Yes, that was murderous intent. Right now he really wants to kill someone. I don't know why. Ever since he used silver needles to kill that driver silently, it was as if a demon had been unleashed from his heart. Whenever anger arises, evil thoughts unconsciously arise in my mind. This is what it means to face Xiao Yun'er, a woman he has loved for many years. If it had been anyone else who dared to hurt him like that, He Fan couldn't guarantee he wouldn't have taken their life. The adult world only filters, it doesn't educate. It only chooses, it doesn't change. In this life, no matter who you are dealing with, you have your stance, and I have my bottom line. A sense of propriety is very important. You should never teach people how to be a person. In fact, everyone pays the price for their own perceptions throughout their lives. If one is not enlightened, how can others guide them? If one is enlightened, why do they need others to guide them? Just as He Fan's ferocity was about to subside, a passage his father had once spoken to him suddenly came to mind. Those words seemed to be a wake-up call for him. Like a bucket of cold water, they instantly swept away the restlessness in his heart. The so-called killing intent vanished as a result. Dad. A look of grief appeared on He Fan's face as he stared blankly into the distance through the window. It seemed as if his father was always watching him from afar. Xiao family villa, on the outskirts of Donghai City. A Volkswagen drove in quickly and screeched to a halt in front of the gate. Unaware that she had just narrowly escaped disaster, Xiao Yun'er got out of the car in a panic and ran into the villa. Little meow. Son, where are you? Mom is here. As soon as she entered, she couldn't wait to shout. His eyes were full of urgency. What are you yelling for? Are you trying to call back your soul? Unexpectedly, at that moment, instead of her son He Miao coming out, her motherly Hongmei came downstairs with a displeased expression. Upon seeing that it was his daughter, his eyes immediately showed suspicion as he questioned her. Didn't you go see that person today? Why are you back so soon? Aren't you afraid your dad will be unhappy if he finds out? Mom, don't tell me this yet. Just tell me where Xiao Miao is. Seemingly somewhat disgusted by the person her mother mentioned, Xiao Yun'er didn't even bother to reply, instead speaking in a hurried manner. Why are you looking for Xiao Miao? Seeing her like this, Zhao's mother frowned and asked. A hint of wariness unconsciously flashed in his eyes, He Fan is back. Mom, hurry up and let Xiao Miao out. He's waiting to take her back to pay respects to his parents. Xiao Yuner was almost in tears and kept urging her mother to hurry up. Honestly, she's not stupid. Along the way, she vaguely guessed why her husband had come back early. Thinking back to when her parents-in-law passed away, and her parents were even unwilling to send the child over, Xiao Yuner felt filled with guilt. Most importantly, it seems that for some reason, she also did not stay with her husband to observe mourning, but instead went back to Donghai City to see that unknown person. This is hardly the kind of thing a wife or daughter-in-law should do. Now it's all over. My lies have been completely exposed. Even she herself didn't know how to explain it to her husband for a while. If the child isn't sent back soon, Xiao Yuner is really afraid He Fan will go crazy. He Fan is back? Wasn't he observing mourning for your parents-in-law? Upon hearing this, Zhao's mother, Li Hongmei, widened her eyes in surprise. A look of guilt flashed across his face. Chapter 37 Uncle Beard? Ultimately, He Fan is her son-in-law. Li Hongmei was well aware of this. While their actions during this period appeared to be for their daughter's good, they ultimately lacked consideration in certain aspects. He Fan's sudden return likely means he has discovered something. She could tell from her daughter's anxious expression. However, it's just that we're letting our grandson, Xiao Hemiao, go to pay respects to the He family couple. A hint of difficulty flashed in Li Hongmei's eyes as she looked at her daughter and slowly said, "Daughter, have you forgotten that Xiao Miao is not of the He family bloodline at all? Aren't you afraid that person will get angry if you let him go to pay respects to He Fan's parents?" Her tone contained a warning, but more than that, it was a reminder to her daughter. "I don't care." Seemingly expecting her mother to say this, Xiao Yuner stubbornly replied, "Xiao Miao is my son, and He Fan is my husband. My son will always be called He Miao, no matter what. No matter who it is, they can't change the fact that he is He Fan's son." You. Seeing the madness in her daughter's eyes, Zhao's mother was so angry that she trembled all over. She knew she couldn't persuade her daughter anymore. But the thought of taking Xiao He Miao to pay respects to her parents-in-law in the He family made a faint fear flicker in the depths of her eyes. Will that person agree? Will his anger be provoked by his daughter's decision to do this? I don't care anymore. If you're determined to kill our whole family, then take Xiao Miao to Chaoyang town. Just don't regret it later. Li Hongmei stomped her foot angrily, turned around, and went upstairs to bring a little boy down. That is Xiao He Miao. After all, she is a mother. Even if Li Hongmei was cold-hearted by nature, she wouldn't have driven her own daughter to her death. Upon seeing her mother arrive, Xiao He Miao's eyes lit up. She let go of her grandmother's hand and skipped over. Mommy, are you going to take me to the zoo again today? Can we not go with that bearded uncle today? Xiao Miao doesn't like him and only wants to go with Mom and Dad. The little guy spoke without thinking, but Xiao Yuner trembled as she listened. She quickly grabbed her son and left, carefully instructing him along the way. Sweetie, Daddy's back today. I'm going to take you to Grandpa and Grandma's. How about we go to the zoo another day? By the way, baby, don't mention Uncle Beard when you see Daddy later. Daddy doesn't like him, and he'll get angry if he hears about it. Okay, Mom, if Dad doesn't like someone, then Xiao Miao doesn't like them either. Upon hearing this, Xiao He Miao was overjoyed at first. Then her little face was full of seriousness as she spoke. Then she raised her head and said innocently, "Then Mom, could you please not take Xiao Miao to see Uncle Beard anymore?" Xiao Yuner. She felt bitter inside and had no idea how to answer her son. How can you decide such a thing? Yes. Now, she's willing to do anything to fulfill her husband's wishes, no matter what. Xiao Yuner herself couldn't say what the consequences of doing so would be. But what can she do? For now, we can only take it one step at a time and see how things go. I just hope things won't get worse. Faced with her son's question, Xiao Yuner had no choice but to give a vague answer, and reminded him once again not to mention this matter in front of her husband. A few days later, the family of three was finally reunited. However, compared to last time, this time there was less harmony between He Fan and his wife, and more awkwardness and unspeakable silence. Only little He Miao, who was standing to the side, was so excited that she danced with joy all the way after learning that her father was going to take her to her grandparents' house. Seeing the little guy's happy expression, Both He Fan and Xiao Yuner couldn't help but feel a bitter taste rising in their hearts, because they both knew that a big problem had arisen between them. If things go wrong, they'll break up. In other words, Xiao He Miao is still young and does not yet understand the joys and sorrows of life. I wonder, when he learns he'll never see his grandparents again, will he be as heartbroken as an adult for a long time? Or will he forget everything after a few days? Although the distance between Donghai City and Chuyang Town is not too far, it still takes more than 3 hours to drive there, so it's not exactly close. He Fan drove us back this time. He didn't speak to his wife the whole way, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Of course, this does not mean that He Fan's mood is as calm as it appears on the surface. A jumble of chaotic thoughts surged within him, making it impossible for him to calm down. Therefore, He Fan did not realize that he was being watched as soon as he drove away from Donghai City. He Fan's hometown, Chaoyang Town, is, in the end, just a small place. Although the journey passes through many bustling places, there are also several sections that are quite remote and rarely visited by people. When he drove to a 3-way intersection, he intended to turn onto the left road and enter the Chaoyang Town area. Unexpectedly, at that moment a black Mercedes-Benz suddenly rushed out from behind and blocked He Fan's car with a screech. The distance was only 3 or 4 meters. He was greatly alarmed upon seeing this. Fortunately, He Fan reacted quickly enough and immediately slammed on the brakes. However, because the braking was so sudden, Xiao Yuner and her son Xiao He Miao, who were originally sitting in the back, were involuntarily thrown forward, and Xiao Yuner's head hit the back of the seat in front of her. No wonder that's the case. After all, the mother and daughter had been playing around and hadn't fastened their seat belts. It's normal to get hit when braking. Fortunately, He Fan wasn't driving too fast because he had reached a fork in the road. In addition, since her son He Miao is small, his head only bumped against the soft back of the seat, and he was only startled and otherwise unharmed. At most, they were just a little frightened. But Xiao Yuner wasn't so lucky. Because of her height and the angle, her forehead happened to hit the metal frame of the seat in front of her. He instinctively cried out in pain, and his whole body suddenly became dizzy and disoriented. Driven by instinct, Xiao Yuner pulled her son into her arms. "Can you guys drive?" Seeing his wife and son frightened, He Fan immediately flew into a rage. He immediately rolled down the car window, stuck his head out, and angrily shouted at the road ahead. He Fan just couldn't understand it. Damn, how could someone drive swerve on such a deserted road? Luckily, I braked in time. Otherwise, if we had actually hit it, there might have been a car accident today. But as he peeked out, he caught a glimpse of a figure rushing toward him in the rearview mirror. The man seemed to be holding a stick, clearly indicating he had ill intentions. Chapter 38 Attack. He Fan was immediately terrified and tried to pull his head back to close the car window. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. As a sharp pain suddenly shot through the back of his head, He Fan's body went limp, and he fell into a deep coma. Yes, before he fainted, He Fan finally saw everything through the rearview mirror. He could see clearly that there was another car parked right behind his car, completely blocking his way back. His unconsciousness was clearly caused by a burly man in a suit beating him with a stick. He Fan desperately wanted to know who the other party was and why they were targeting him here. Was it a highway robbery or something else? Unfortunately, the extreme dizziness had already robbed him of his ability to think. What's wrong with me? I don't know how much time has passed. When He Fan opened his eyes, he looked around in confusion and saw that everything was white. "Brother Fan." A joyful shout suddenly rang out. It sounded familiar and seemed to belong to her younger sister, Wency. That shout finally brought him to his senses. Turning my head, I saw Mei Wency running over from outside the door. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the bedside, his face full of surprise. "Wency, what are you doing here? Where are your sister-in-law and Xiaomiao?" After clearing his mind, He Fan realized that he was in a hospital, lying alone in a hospital bed, while his wife and son He Miao were not there. Feeling somewhat uneasy, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Sister-in-law and Xiao He Miao? Did they come back with you, brother?" Wency was a little confused when he asked that question. After all, she rushed to the scene as soon as she heard that her brother had an accident. But apart from my brother suffering a severe head injury and being unconscious in the driver's seat, I didn't see my sister-in-law or the others around. Seemingly having learned the answer from his sister's face, He-fan's expression immediately changed, and he tried to forcefully sit up. Hey bro, don't move around. Someone hit you on the back of the head, which damaged the meridians in your brain. You need to rest and recover. Seeing that He-fan was about to force himself on, Mei Wensi immediately became anxious. She immediately stepped forward, grabbed the other person's shoulder without hesitation, and forcefully pressed He-fan back onto the hospital bed. But it was precisely because of this action that He-fan inadvertently caught a glimpse of snow-white skin. He naturally knew what it was. I couldn't help but blush, and my nose felt so hot that it almost bled. Cough, cough. Seemingly to escape the awkward situation, He-fan stopped struggling. His eyes darted around aimlessly before he changed the subject. Wensi, can you tell me what happened? Your sister-in-law and Xiao He-miao were clearly in the car. How come they've disappeared? Perhaps out of concern, He-fan hurriedly inquired, and the erotic images that had previously appeared in his mind began to diminish. His expression gradually became very serious. I have no idea. Seeing this, Mei Wensi shook her head, casually covered her brother with the blanket, and then explained to him. Your car was parked on the side of the main road outside the town. There was no accident, but you were unconscious inside the car. Fortunately, Uncle Lee recognized your car when he passed by and, after noticing something was wrong, quickly dialed 120 to take you to the hospital. There was nobody else there. How is that possible? Upon hearing this, He-fan's pupils contracted sharply. He clearly brought his wife and children with him. So how come he's all alone now? Could it be that the person who knocked him unconscious was one of those desperate robbers who robbed people on the way? And his wife and son were also taken away by those robbers? But how is that possible? What era are we living in? How dare they openly rob people on the street? Do they really think the national laws are just for show? Besides, He-fan slowly recalled everything he had seen before he lost consciousness. He felt that those thugs driving luxury cars and wearing suits were more like they were targeting him specifically, rather than real bandits. But where did Xiao Yuner and her mother go? He-fan didn't believe they would choose to leave after seeing him injured. It is obvious that the son and wife must have been coerced into not staying in the car. So where are they? Girl, call the police quickly. I'm worried your sister-in-law and He-miao might be in danger. His mind raced, and He-fan immediately spoke to Wenxi in a deep voice. Brother, don't panic. There's no need to call the police. Seeing her brother become nervous again, Mei Wensi quickly hugged him and comforted him. Don't worry, brother Fan. Someone called the police as soon as they found out you were in trouble. I'll go to the PCS later to explain the situation and ask the police to look for your wife and the others while they're at it. You've already called the police? He-fan was taken aback when he heard this, but then he suddenly realized what was going on. You do not say. I'm already in such a miserable state. How could I possibly be left alone? If you tell the truth to the police, they will definitely investigate the cases together. In that case, we should have news about Xiao Yuner and her son soon, right? Suddenly, He-fan sensed that something was wrong. It feels like my head is resting on a soft spot. That feeling. Looking slightly guilty, He-fan glanced at Wenxi and quickly struggled to lie down, finally freeing himself from his broad chest. I just miss that feeling so much. To be honest, logically speaking, with his wife and son missing, He-fan shouldn't be having wild thoughts. But what makes us human is that we all have emotions and desires. When faced with temptation, how many people can truly resist it? Some physiological reactions are simply beyond human control. Cough, cough. He-fan smiled awkwardly, but found that when she didn't seem to notice this at all, and was still busy packing things by the bedside. He couldn't help but curse himself inwardly, truly feeling that he was too much of a beast. You know, that's my little sister. Although, we're not related by blood. They're not even registered under the same household registration. Seemingly realizing that his thoughts were becoming increasingly dangerous, He-fan blushed and looked at Mei Wensi's back with a guilty expression. Then a sigh escaped his lips, and the memories of the past 2 or 3 decades with the other person involuntarily surfaced in his mind. If I hadn't fallen in love with Xiao Yuner back then, perhaps that would have been lucky? If I had listened to my parents and been with Wency, maybe our family would be living a prosperous life now. Fan was very clear about some things. The biggest regret in life is not that you missed the best person. It's not that you've already used up the best version of yourself when you meet someone better. Fan himself didn't know. Why is it that at this moment, all I can think about is how wonderful Wency is? He knew he shouldn't have done that. Chapter 39 Mysterious Man. But life is just so messed up. Something has been happening lately. So much so that while he was exhausted, Fan also discovered that when she, whom he had never had any special feelings for before, had somehow entered his heart. Perhaps it is time that has woven everything together. Perhaps it was his wife's betrayal that finally made him see his own heart clearly. What is a companion in this lifetime? Ultimately, it all boils down to the mundane realities of daily life, the inseparable bond between the poor and the rich. Unlike his relationship with Xiao Yuner, which on the surface appeared to be a deep love, when what is thought to be a sincere love is mixed with a mountain of lies, it inevitably separates two people and two hearts, leaving them far apart. Fan finally calmed down. Although he was still subconsciously worried about his son, he knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. But things often turn out unexpectedly. Just as Mei Wency was helping him lie down and preparing to go to the PCS to explain the disappearance of Xiao Yuner and her son, a phone call arrived, plunging the two of them into a state of complete, stunned silence. Ring, ring. As his phone suddenly rang under his pillow, Fan instinctively took it out. Hello, who is this? Because he was still feeling a bit dizzy, Fan didn't even look at the number before swiping to answer the call. Honey, are you alright? As a familiar voice came from the phone, Fan immediately shuddered and sat up again. Hey, brother Fan, you. Mei Wency was unaware of what had happened and was about to speak when she saw Fan excitedly raise a finger to signal for silence. Upon seeing this, Wency quickly shut her mouth. However, a hint of doubt and curiosity flashed in his eyes. She really wanted to know who had called. But out of habit, he still obediently remained silent and waited there patiently. I'm fine. Where are you and your son now? Are you all right? Suppressing his excitement, Fan asked in a slightly hurried voice. From this sentence, Mei Wency immediately guessed whose call it was. Xiao Yunu? Her expression relaxed slightly, but a sense of resentment arose in her heart. It should be Xiao Yuner, right? The fact that they called means that the mother and son must be all right. If nothing's wrong, why leave brother Fan alone in the car? Didn't she realize that Fan Gij, who had suffered a severe head injury, might lose his life if no one helped him? Does she even deserve to be a wife? Honestly, Mei Wency regretted it. If I had known this would happen, I should have tried to fight for it back then no matter what. Fortunately, she had initially believed that Xiao Yuner truly loved Fan Gij, which is why she sadly chose to withdraw and let the two of them be together. But I never imagined that things would develop to this point. A sudden, unprecedented determination flashed in her clear, bright eyes. The thought of that hidden matter only strengthened Mei Wency's resolve. Honey, don't worry. I'm fine, and our son is fine too. He was just a little frightened, but he's asleep now. On the phone, Xiao Yuner's voice sounded hesitant, but she still gently comforted Fan. However, they didn't say where they were. Fan frowned slightly and simply asked, Where are you and your son? What happened? Why did you leave, leaving me alone in the car? Silence, a long, long silence. After a long while, Xiao Yuner's voice came through the phone again. I don't know either. After you were knocked unconscious, my son and I also passed out, because we hit our heads on the front seat of the car. When we woke up, we found ourselves back at our home in Donghai City. With a somewhat weak tone, Xiao Yuner offered a flimsy excuse. Xiao Yuner, do you think I'm a fool? Hearing this almost blatant lie, Fan was furious. He immediately roared angrily and hung up the phone. He's not stupid. Why would he believe such nonsense? It is obvious that, after I passed out, something must have happened that no one knows about. For some reason, Xiao Yuner preferred to tell a lie that was easily exposed rather than tell the truth. Having been married for many years, Fan knew Xiao Yuner quite well. He can tell pretty much whether the other person is lying just by listening to them. Aren't you afraid I'll fight you to the death if you do this? Xiao Yuner felt wronged when her husband hung up on her, and a surge of anger rose from the bottom of her heart. She suddenly turned around, Her gaze fixed on the figure not far away, bit her lip, and her anger suddenly erupted. Unexpectedly, the person simply gazed silently at the tiny figure lying on the bed, and without even turning their head, chuckled softly and said, "You dared to make my son a dutiful son and grandson to someone else. I'm already being lenient by not killing him. Remember, you don't even have the right to talk about fighting to the death with me, or you'll face the consequences." You. Xiao Yun'er's heart trembled upon hearing this. After a moment of silence, she still stubbornly roared, "You can take your son with you and raise him yourself. I don't want him anymore. I know we can't afford to mess with you, but don't forget, He Fan is my husband. If you dare to do anything to him again, I will absolutely spare no effort to let the world know your true colors. Believe me, when a woman really goes crazy, she can make even someone as high and mighty as you feel pain." After saying this, she picked up her bag and left without looking back. She didn't even glance at her son again. Yes, no one knows why Xiao Yun'er left her son in her hometown all these years, leaving him to be cared for by her in-laws most of the time. Even He Fan, the husband, could vaguely sense that his wife seemed different from other mothers, and didn't seem to care much about their son, Xiao He Miao. More than anything, it seems like they're trying to avoid it. Logically speaking, how could a woman not love her child? Especially since it was her first child. However, at that time, out of love for his wife, He Fan completely and unconditionally let her make any decision. Therefore, in reality, Xiao Yun'er and He Fan are indeed the same kind of people. The two people who love each other deeply value each other from beginning to end, even more than children. Only, why would Xiao Yun'er, who clearly loves her husband deeply, secretly bear a child with the man before her? The truth is likely far more complex than it appears on the surface. Yes, Xiao He Miao is not He Fan's son, but the flesh and blood of the person in front of you. This point is beyond doubt. This is also why Xiao Yun'er has never liked her son. After all, in her heart, only the children she conceived with the one she loved were worthy of her wholehearted love and care. Although various reasons led her to give birth to a son for this man, Xiao Yun'er has the right to choose whether or not to love the child. Chapter 40 Hesitation. The person by the bed didn't seem to care too much about Xiao Yun'er's departure. His gaze remained fixed on the sleeping little He Miao. His eyes were filled with guilt and love. However, if anyone were here, they would notice that this man has a rather thick beard and is about 40 years old. He exuded an aura of authority, clearly someone who had long held a high position. No one understands why such a high and mighty person would have a child with Xiao Yun'er. He Fan did not choose to stay at the hospital and returned home with Mei Wenxi that same day. It's not that he doesn't want to recover. The key issue is that the next day is the 7th day after his parents' death. He Fan didn't want to delay his parents' worship because of this little problem. After all, according to legend, the 7th day after death is the last time a person's soul returns home to bid farewell to their loved ones. Although these are just legends, He Fan prefers to believe them. What is this little bit of pain compared to prevent my parents from leaving with regrets? Besides, he himself is a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine and also possesses various secret techniques passed down from his family. Although head injuries are troublesome for many people, he clearly remembered that among the many secret remedies his father had given him last time, there was one that could treat brain injuries. Just as I expected, after returning home and secretly taking the medicine he had prepared, He Fan felt much better about his head injury the next morning. At the very least, it's about 80% better. Overall, there are no major problems anymore. Of course, he wouldn't tell anyone about something like this. Even if it's my younger sister, Mei Wenxi, it won't work. Brother, you're awake. Early in the morning, He Fan had just finished washing up when he opened the courtyard gate and saw Wenxi, covered in sweat, riding a tricycle loaded with sacrificial items and parked on the roadside outside. Yes, according to local custom, items used for funerals cannot be bought in advance or brought home directly. He Fan originally thought, I'll buy it myself at the funeral shop later and then take it directly to the cemetery. Unexpectedly, Wenxi got up even earlier than him and had already taken care of everything. Wenxi, thank you for your help. With an apologetic smile, He Fan scratched his head. That's right. Logically, this kind of thing should be handled by him, the son. Unexpectedly, Wincy did it. What? Am I not my parents' daughter anymore? May Wincy rolled her eyes at this, then promptly took out mourning clothes from the car and handed them over. The two then headed straight for the cemetery. Coincidentally, neither of them mentioned Xiao Yuner and Xiao Himiao again. They're not stupid. It's clear that something has been figured out from what happened before. May Wincy, in particular, because she knew the secret, didn't care at all whether there was an eldest grandson to pay respects to his parents. After all, Xiao Himiao is not a blood relative of the He family. Chaoyang Town is a small place, so many customs have not changed much. For example, after someone dies, people set off firecrackers and burn paper money on the 7th day after their death, but locals don't care about the so-called rules at all. Most of the time, people just leave things as they please and burn them as they please, and no local department is bothered to care about it. After all, who doesn't have parents and ancestors? Turn a blind eye, and you'll avoid being secretly cursed. After a burst of firecrackers, only May Wincy's sobbing echoed in the silent cemetery. Although He Fan, as a son, was also in tears, he did not cry out loud. Perhaps this is the last stand a man can muster. The brother and sister threw stacks of yellow paper into the fire, including paper ingots, villas, and paper boys and girls. The memorial service for the 7th day after death was completed quickly. Riding their electric tricycle home, the two remained immersed in their grief and didn't exchange many pleasantries. After returning home, May Wincy first prepared some food. After the two finished eating, she pulled He Fan aside and said solemnly, "Brother, is there something wrong between you and your wife?" She spoke with a serious expression, her gaze fixed intently on He Fan's eyes. Why did you suddenly ask that?" He Fan was immediately startled by Wen Shi's sudden question. Brother, do you think I'm blind? If there's nothing wrong between you two, how could Xiao Yuner, as the daughter-in-law, not come to such an important event as the 7th day after Mom and Dad's death? Yes, you did pick them up, but something unexpected happened, and you couldn't make it. But you're not going to tell me that it really was an accident, are you? If the robber who injured you, Brother Fan, was really a robber, would they have only taken your wife and the others, leaving the valuables in the car untouched? If they really were robbing people on the highway, why haven't they made a move yet? May Wincy's eyes gleamed with wisdom as she peeled away He Fan's layers of pretense. She paused here, then suddenly said, slowly and deliberately, "If I'm not mistaken, Xiao Yuner must have done something to betray you, brother. She must be seeing someone else, right? Moreover, that person has immense power, and it was because he didn't want Xiao Yuner to have any further involvement with the He family that he kidnapped her halfway." Wincy spoke with such conviction that it sounded more like she was stating a fact. He Fan. To be honest, he'd sensed something was amiss in the past couple of days. But because he had too many things on his mind and was too agitated, he simply couldn't think clearly. Unexpectedly, it was her younger sister, who was an observer, who saw things more clearly. After her speculation, He Fan suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. Yes, if we connect all the events that have happened before, it seems that May Wincy's guess is more in line with reality. If the wife really is having an affair, if that person truly wields immense power, if that man truly didn't want his wife, Xiao Yuner, to have much more contact with him, everything that happened before seems to have an answer now. This situation is quite obvious. It must have been a long time ago that the two of them had been secretly communicating. It's because he trusted his wife too much that he didn't notice anything amiss. That's why Xiao Yuner's stockings tore later, and why she stayed out all night and became a liar. A thoughtful look flashed in He Fan's eyes, and he slowly closed them. That's right, Wincy makes a lot of sense. But there was one thing that puzzled him greatly. If that person has an almost obsessive desire to control Xiao Yuner, why did he allow her to come back to bury her parents last time? On the contrary, the other party actually did such an extreme thing in this 7-day memorial service. Even if it's illegal, we'll target him on the way. This doesn't seem to make sense, does it? Chapter 41 Regret. Seeing his thoughtful expression, May Wincy, who knew him very well, could easily guess what her brother was thinking. She opened her mouth, intending to take out the paternity test results left by her parents. Wincy believed that as long as the fact that Xiao Himiao was not her brother's son was revealed, all the doubts in his heart would be resolved. Unfortunately, after hesitating for a long time, she ultimately chose to keep it a secret. As for the reason, it's very simple. Wensi believed that since her parents had never mentioned this matter while they were alive, they must have had their own ideas. As someone who discovered it later, I couldn't possibly go against the wishes of the two elderly people before their bodies were even cold. Besides, Brother Fan has just suffered a severe head injury and will probably need a long time to recover. If I were to reveal the truth now, wouldn't that be a heavy blow to him? If something were to happen to Brother Fan, I'm afraid I'd regret it for the rest of my life. Right. The paternity test results that Mr. He had done before his death were something he always carried with him. The main reason for doing this was to prevent He Fan from seeing and learning the truth. After all, with my son's illness, he simply can't withstand too much stimulation. Mr. He never imagined that he and his wife would be involved in a car accident. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had left this world. As the person closest to them at the time, many of their belongings naturally ended up in Mei Wensi's hands. Therefore, so far, she is the only one who knows this huge secret. However, Wensi was kind-hearted by nature and liked to overthink things in private, and in the end, she made the same choice as his father. Before we figure everything out, let's keep this secret hidden. You must not say this unless absolutely necessary. A long time has passed, and He Fan still hasn't been able to figure this out. In the end, I simply stopped thinking about it. Seeing that his sister had almost figured everything out, he stopped hiding it from her. After gathering his thoughts, He Fan slowly recounted everything that had happened during this period. Bang! After hearing her brother's description, Mei Wensi was immediately enraged. Her stunningly beautiful face flushed crimson, and her slender, white hand slammed onto the table. Two words immediately burst from between her teeth. You slut. Honestly, Wensi regretted it. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have backed down back then. That kind of woman is no match for my brother. How could she be so unchaste? Not only did she give birth to someone else's illegitimate child, but she also secretly kept up her schemes, putting one green hat after another on Fan Gij's head. Honestly, right now, she really wants to produce evidence and let He Fan know everything. But when she thought of what her parents had done before they died, she finally suppressed her impulse and slowly calmed down her excited emotions. Really, if everything He Fan said is true, then Xiao Yuner has definitely cheated on him. Even Mei Wensi thinks so. What's more, she knows even more than her brother. Brother Fan, are you really going to live with her like this? Seeing that He Fan hadn't gotten angry even after she had said such nasty things, Mei Wensi knew how deeply he was hurt. You should know that in the past, Xiao Yuner was a taboo subject in her brother's heart. Even if her parents criticize her, her brother will always be the first to speak up for her. But to his surprise, even after he had uttered the word bitch, He Fan hadn't said a word. This is unprecedented. Mei Wensi sighed inwardly, feeling even more pity for Brother Fan. Now is not the time to think about that. He Fan smiled slightly and reassured his sister. Life may be tough, but I've never thought I'd lose. Even if I lose for a while, I'll be the one who laughs last. At this point, whether your sister-in-law cheated on her husband or had someone else outside the marriage is no longer of much importance. He said it so casually, as if he didn't care too much. This situation doesn't seem like someone talking about someone they deeply love at all. But once he could see it clearly, the cold glint that flashed in He Fan's eyes proved that he was not at peace. It was just a way to brush off my questions for now. My brother, he must still be resentful, right? Once he sighed inwardly. If two people in love cannot give each other enough security, even the deepest feelings will eventually fall apart. Since Xiao Yuner chose to do something that betrayed Brother Fan, she will eventually pay the price for her promiscuity. That is, losing my brother's love. As Mei Wensi thought this, a fleeting look of regret crossed her eyes. Yes, even she had to admit that the couple was truly a match made in heaven. Over the years, they have not only remained in love, but they have never even had a serious argument. The deep affection between the two is something that anyone who sees it can't help but envy. This is also the main reason why Wensi chose to quietly withdraw back then. The main problem is that she can feel that she simply cannot fit between the two of them. If you insist on persisting, you'll only end up battered and bruised. Oh dear, if you don't act recklessly, You won't get into trouble. She never would have imagined that. On the surface, Xiao Yun'er seems to love Fan Gij to the core, but in reality, she is such a shameless person. Not only did she secretly have a child with someone else, but she also maintained a lingering relationship with him even after being married for many years. That kind of woman deserves to die. Just thinking about the current situation, Mei Wenxi suddenly felt a little smug. Since Xiao Yun'er doesn't cherish brother Fan, does that mean my opportunity has come? She secretly vowed, if my brother really can't make it work with that woman, I will definitely marry him and spend my whole life loving and cherishing him. I'll eventually be able to heal his wounded heart. She was absolutely confident about this. Suddenly, Mei Wenxi, who had been lost in thought, was jolted awake. It was only then that she realized she had been lost in her own imagination. Tap. Her little face immediately turned bright red, and she secretly despised herself. What is she thinking? Regardless of anything else, He Fan and Xiao Yun'er are still husband and wife. Regardless of who is right or wrong between the two, as long as they are not divorced, I must not get involved. Otherwise, what would that become? I don't want to be called a mistress. This is Mei Wenxi's principle in life, and also the bottom line she sets for herself. I took a deep breath and calmed myself down. In her heart, Mei Wenxi once again positioned herself as her younger sister. Although my heart is so reluctant to part with it. Chapter 42, I will be back. She looked intently at He Fan and spoke in a rather solemn tone. He Fan, no matter what happens in the future, I only hope you can promise me one thing, okay? She said this with a look of anticipation on her face. Oh, what's up? I was already a little curious as to why this girl suddenly blushed. Now that she had said this again, He Fan was completely baffled. I don't care if Xiao Yun'er has someone else outside, and I don't care what the future holds for you. Please promise me that you will never do anything foolish because of that woman. Because she doesn't deserve it. It's not worth doing something foolish for a woman who betrayed her marriage and her relationship. Brother He Fan, please never punish yourself for other people's mistakes. If that were to happen, Mom and Dad would be heartbroken watching from heaven. Mei Wenxi spoke slowly, emphasizing each word. However, there was one thing she didn't say. That is, if He Fan does something rash because of this, and ends up getting himself involved, she will blame herself for the rest of her life. It has to be said that Mei Wenxi has a very deep understanding of He Fan. From the subtle hints in their expressions, it seemed they had already sensed something. Deep in his eyes, there was a deep worry. He Fan's body trembled upon hearing this, and he immediately realized that she must have guessed something. He glanced at the other person with mixed feelings, then slowly closed his eyes. He didn't know how much time had passed before He Fan finally calmed down his lingering resentment and opened his eyes again. At this moment, his gaze was very clear, without any impurities. He glanced at Wenxi briefly, not continuing the original topic, but instead said with a hint of teasing. By the way, Wenxi, during your 4 years of university, didn't you ever encounter anyone with money or power pursuing you? I must say, wealth and power are wonderful things that are beyond the reach of ordinary people like us. His words seemed to be teasing Mei Wenxi, but weren't they also indirectly proving that he believed her previous guess? Although some things are still difficult to sort out for the time being. But Xiao Yun'er is almost certainly with some rich and powerful guy. Especially yesterday, someone actually dared to harass me on the main street. And even now the police haven't found anything. Well, or rather, they found the culprit, but it was suppressed by some irresistible force. All of this demonstrates the abilities and methods of the person in the shadows. He Fan was at peace with this. He already had his own plans in mind, so naturally he didn't bother to care too much. As she said, is it necessary for her to punish herself for other people's mistakes? As for the safety of his wife and son, He Fan wasn't too worried. Given that person's relationship with Xiao Yun'er, nothing should happen. Instead of wasting time worrying, you might as well let yourself off the hook. Yes, both He Fan and Mei Wenxi were convinced that Xiao Yun'er had cheated on them. But they could never have imagined that some things were far more complex than they currently thought. In the time that followed, Xiao Yun'er never appeared in front of He Fan again. Not even a phone call. But he didn't care anymore. It's not too late to settle those matters after I've finished observing the mourning period for my parents. Time flies, and half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. On this morning, He Fan and Wenxi looked at each other in the courtyard, both with a look of reluctance on their faces. But it seems that for some reason, neither of them is willing to break the ice. Yes, after spending about 20 days together, the two of them had rediscovered the feeling of being together in the past. Even without realizing it, some inexplicable feelings have developed. However, due to various factors, both of them knew very well that now was not the time to bring things up. Woof! Wah! Little Huangqi hopped and skipped around Mei Wenxi's feet, occasionally looking up at her owner, not understanding why she was ignoring her. Oh right. Little Astragalus is like that mountain guarding dog. The reason Wenxi named it this is because of a Chinese herbal medicine called Astragalus membranaceus. No way. Since they come from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, it's perfectly normal for them to use medicine names on their pets. Now, more than 20 days later, the little guy has clearly grown a lot. It is no longer as ferocious as it used to be. With Mei Wenxi's meticulous care over the past 10 days, the little guy has now become her most loyal little follower. Every day, every moment, it longs for its owner to hold it in their arms. Unfortunately, no matter how much it tried to please and charm, Wenxi didn't even glance at it today. At this moment, her heart and eyes were filled with nothing but the man in front of her. I'm leaving. After a long silence, He Fan spoke softly. Good. I'll take good care of the house, so you don't need to worry too much while you're out. Wenxi's eyes were filled with tenderness, and she smiled gently and nodded. Are you really not coming with me? Seemingly reluctant and unwilling, He Fan asked again. No need. This is our home, and my favorite place to be. Big cities are nice, but they're not for me. Mei Wenxi shook her head and decisively rejected his suggestion. Honestly, didn't she want to go? How could that be? Since the deaths of her parents, He Fan has become the person she misses most. If possible, she would even like to stay by his side forever. But Mei Wenxi knew even better that many things are bound to happen when He Fan returns to Donghai City this time. Going back to the past at this time is not suitable for me. It might even restrict their actions. Rather than causing him trouble, it's better to just stay home and wait for his return. With a gentle smile, Wenxi raised her beautiful face and said with a slightly mischievous tone, Anyway, you'll come back sooner or later, won't you? Upon hearing this, He Fan fell silent. After a long silence, he finally nodded firmly and uttered a single sentence. Yes, I will definitely come back. After saying that, he turned and strode away. Both of them understood this perfectly well. This seemingly trivial conversation is actually a promise they made in their lives. Though heavy, it is beautiful. He Fan, you must remember, this is your home. I will always wait for you to come back to this home. As Mei Wenxi watched He Fan's figure gradually disappear, a glint of tears flashed in her eyes. She clasped her hands to her mouth and shouted with all her might. There was one thing Mei Wenxi never said. You must take good care of yourself. At the very least, their lives must be safe. Chapter 43 Self-Questioning. Yes, Wenxi actually knew very well. A man's stubbornness always resides in his heart. One thought can make you a Buddha, and another can make you a demon. She didn't want anything to happen to He Fan. She just wanted him to have a chance to return. But these words could not be spoken aloud. Otherwise, it will only cause unnecessary trouble for the man you love most. It even influenced many of his choices at crossroads in life. That's definitely not what she wanted to see. He Fan heard Mei Wenxi's final shout clearly. Honestly, he hesitated for a moment. My home in the East China Sea is already broken. It's not worth staying there anymore. What's the point of going back? Divorce, or catching them in the act? In comparison, staying in Chaoyang Town and staying at home seems to be the best option. Unfortunately, he ultimately did not choose to turn back, because He Fan had been suppressing many things in his heart. If this problem isn't resolved, he'll never truly be able to open his heart. Xiao Yun'er's betrayal has made him completely disillusioned with love. It even made him stop believing in love. He Fan knew very well that he was not worthy of facing Wenxi. Perhaps only after I've completely let go will I have the determination to find true love again and return to the home I've always longed for. In fact, He Fan was not the only one who felt conflicted on the same day. As she counted down the days, Xiao Yun'er felt incredibly nervous as she realized her husband was about to return. She kept thinking about how to face her husband when they met. After all, so much has happened in the past month or so. Many things simply cannot be explained. For example, staying out all night. For example, when the vehicle was hijacked, why was only He-fan injured? For example, where did the son go? All of these incidents indicate that she is the one with the problem. Xiao Yuner was well aware of this. This is also the main reason why she didn't dare to return to Chaoyang town to see her husband, He-fan, for more than half a month. Xiao Yuner, the station director wants you to come down. Just as she was slumped over her desk, lost in thought, her colleague's voice suddenly came through, tinged with schadenfreude. That's right. Within the small territory of Donghai Radio, the station director holds the power of life and death over everyone, making him the absolute head of the station. However, it is not so easy for staff members of the station to meet with the station director under normal circumstances. You might only get to see the big boss at some special meetings. Of course, nothing is absolute. Employees like Xiao Yuner, who are personally met by the station director, are basically either fired or severely scolded. Nobody wants that kind of meeting. They even viewed the station director as a tiger or wolf. This is reality, and many people know it. In any case, over the years, I have never heard of any staff member who has received such special treatment being able to escape unscathed. That's why his colleagues looked gloating. Did the station director call me? Xiao Yuner was taken aback when she heard this, not understanding why the old man was calling her. That's right, it's an old guy. Others might feel extremely nervous facing a station director. But Xiao Yuner is different. She never gave the station director, who has thinning hair and is now over 60 years old, a kind look. As for the reason, it's very simple. Who told her that when she first came to the radio station, that old geezer had coveted her? It was only because Xiao Yuner's attitude was firm enough that the other party did not succeed. Instead, this gave Xiao Yuner leverage over the other party, which made the station director keep his distance from her, the station beauty. I'll never dare to make any more reckless moves again. Amidst the strange looks from the crowd, Xiao Yuner walked up to the third floor with her head held high. Immediately afterwards, she fearlessly pushed open the door to the station director's office. Mother! But as soon as the door opened, a small figure rushed over. Xiao Himiao looked very aggrieved. He hugged his mother's leg, looked up, and blinked his big, bright eyes, which were faintly misty. Mom, where have you been these past few days? I don't want to stay with Uncle Beard all the time. I miss you and Dad. The childish words were like a sharp arrow, piercing straight into Xiao Yuner's heart. Her body trembled, and she looked at her son with a complicated expression before slowly squatting down. Although she didn't understand how the little guy ended up here, Xiao Yuner felt a pang of regret for the first time. Yes. What did the child do wrong? What difference is there between my previous actions and abandoning the other person? It must be said, for many years, for various reasons, although Xiao Yuner never really liked Xiao Himiao, he was still her own flesh and blood. That deep, blood-related bond brought tears to her eyes the moment she saw her son, Himiao. Is love really that important? Can someone really be so heartless and disregard their child's feelings for their own happiness, or so-called love? To be honest, Xiao Yuner felt a little lost at this moment. Baby. Subconsciously hugging the tiny person in front of her tightly, Xiao Yuner began to question for the first time her years of perseverance. Yes, she loves He-fan. I love it so much, it's almost to my very core. But if the things he did in the past were really exposed, would he still understand and forgive himself? Won't. Absolutely not. No one understood the man she loved better than Xiao Yuner. He's a really good person. Once he falls in love with someone, he'll treat that person with all his heart. Xiao Yuner believed that. Even if she does something wrong, the other person will not blame her. But emotionally, that's not possible. It seems that the concepts formed since childhood have given her a deep-seated fastidiousness when it comes to relationships. If He-fan were to find out about what she had done, Xiao Yuner had no doubt that he would go crazy on the spot. And I will find it very difficult to gain his forgiveness in my entire life. That's not because I don't love you. It is precisely because of loving too deeply that there is such heart-wrenching resentment. Xiao Yuner understood all of this very well. As for the current social view that men should choose to be tolerant and that women can be forgiven no matter what mistakes they make, she has never agreed with it. Love makes one wish for life. Hate makes one wish for death. If you don't love someone, why would you bother to take revenge on the person you once loved most? Just like now, given her unusual behavior during this period, Xiao Yuner had no doubt that her husband must have noticed many things that were not right. Most importantly, she still can't explain it. Or rather, they dare not reveal the truth. It wasn't that Xiao Yuner wanted to deliberately hide it, but rather that she didn't want her lover to get hurt. Yes, no one knew better than Xiao Yuner just how terrifying that person was. Chapter 44 Chat. The worst that could happen if she revealed certain things was that her husband might divorce her. Xiao Yuner's biggest fear. My husband will still choose not to give up and confront that terrible guy. And that is practically tantamount to courting death, putting aside other things. Previously, when she took the children back to her hometown, her husband, He-fan, almost got into an accident. If he hadn't threatened his life, he probably would have been finished last time. This shows how terrifying that person's methods were. Under these circumstances, how could Xiao Yuner dare to tell the truth? Honestly, her biggest wish now is to go back to the way things were before with He-fan and live a simple and peaceful life together. Unfortunately, even this small wish has now become a distant dream, something unattainable. With her mind racing, Xiao Yuner's thoughts were in complete disarray. Husband, son. Son, husband. She couldn't figure out who was more important to her for a while. Although he knew in his heart that given that person's special status, he would definitely send his son back, and it was impossible for him to keep him by his side. But Xiao Yuner knew even better that as long as Xiao He-miao was around, she and He-fan would never be able to grow old together. After all, secrets don't stay hidden forever. Once her son's identity is revealed, that will be the time for her to break up with her husband. Xiao Yuner was well aware of this. To be honest, wasn't it also an experiment that she left her son with that man under some pretext? If the other party could take Xiao He-miao far away from her life, perhaps she and her husband He-fan would still have a chance to live a peaceful life together. Even so, Xiao Yuner had to rack her brains to hide or explain many things. But Xiao Yuner believed that, given He-fan's love for her, she should still have a chance to succeed. Unfortunately, all of this vanished with the return of their son. My son, how did he end up here with you? And what is your relationship with him? Holding the little seedling, Xiao Yuner stood up and looked sharply at the station director next to the desk, whose hair was gray and nearly half of his head was bald. Her tone was full of doubt. Wang Changfeng. That is, Director Wang of Donghai radio station, couldn't help but shudder when he saw Xiao Yuner looking at him. Honestly, he took a liking to Xiao Yuner the moment she arrived at the station. Wang Changfeng had quite a few ideas about the pretty woman in front of him. Unfortunately, what he thought was a good opportunity not only failed to get him to do anything, but he also gave the other party a handle to use against him. As a result, Wang Changfeng, the dignified director of Donghai radio station, not only failed to gain any advantage, but also got himself into a lot of trouble. For this reason, he has tried to avoid seeing Xiao Yuner in recent years. In the spirit of keeping everyone at peace, his feelings for this woman gradually faded. After all, with Wang Changfeng's status, what kind of woman couldn't he find? Why risk ruining your reputation by still wanting Xiao Yuner? But what he never expected was that the woman he dared not even think about again was actually connected to that man. That's just too frightening. Wang Changfeng secretly felt lucky. Fortunately, I didn't succeed back then, and I didn't choose to pester her afterward. Otherwise, he couldn't even imagine what his fate would be now. If things go wrong, forget about becoming the station director. You might not even be able to save your life. For no other reason then. It's simply because that person's status is too high. They could crush him with the slightest flick of their finger. Since Xiao Yuner has become involved with that person, it is enough to prove that he has a powerful background. Subconsciously, he placed the other person on the same level as that person. Wang Changfeng had originally thought that he could take this opportunity to curry favor with Xiao Yuner. But when he heard Xiao Yuner ask him a question, he immediately trembled. Right? How come I didn't think of that? Why did that person ask me to bring the little brat in front of me to her? If I remember correctly, this child should be Xiao Yuner and her husband's, right? Although he had never met the lucky man who won the heart of the beauty, Master Wang had heard that the couple had a very good relationship. If that's the case, Then what is the relationship between Xiao Yuner, her son, and that person? Something seems really wrong here. But he was a cunning old fox after all. Although he had a vague suspicion, when faced with the other party's question, Wang Chongfeng still shook his head calmly and said softly, "This child was brought to you by an old friend of mine, so you should know who he is. I don't know anything else." At this point, Wang Chongfeng paused, then said meaningfully, "Now that you and your son have met, go out and get to work. By the way, if it's really inconvenient for you, Miss Xiao, I can grant you half a day off so you can take the child back and find someone to take care of him." His words seemed to express concern for Xiao Yuner, just like a casual chat. But beneath that kind face, there always seemed to be a forced, insincere smile. Seeing this, Xiao Yuner knew she wouldn't get anything out of the other party. After thinking for a moment, she nodded politely and said, "Thank you very much, Director Wang. I'll take my son home first, and then come back to work." She didn't refuse the half-day off, because Xiao Yuner had also thought of that. "If nothing unexpected happens, my husband should be back today. I can use this free time, and with my son around, to sit down and have a proper talk with the other party." As for the thought of divorce that had crossed her mind in her excitement, she had long since thrown it to the winds. "Xiao Yuner, are you crazy? Fan has been so good to you, and you actually—" In the hot pot restaurant, Xiao Yuner and her best friend Chen Xinyue sat facing each other. She didn't even pay attention to Xiao Himiao eating and drinking on the side, and directly told her everything that had happened recently. Of course, she kept those secrets hidden from outsiders. But these things alone were enough to shock Chen Xinyue. "Damn, is this best friend toxic? I finally managed to get them back together after all the trouble I went through last time, and now, so many days later, Xiao Yuner has caused all this trouble again." Chen Xinyue didn't understand at all. "My sister has been a good friend for so many years, so why has she been having problems lately? Most importantly, the explanations given are all so unreliable. Honestly, let alone Fan. Given what my best friend has been doing lately, even if I were in her shoes, I probably wouldn't be able to trust her anymore. After all, the facts are there, and it's hard not to have doubts. New Moon, dear New Moon, I know you're the smartest. I'm really out of ideas this time. Can you help me think of another one?" Grabbing the other person's hand that was on the table, Xiao Yuner pleaded desperately. Yes. Ever since the other party helped her last time, Xiao Yuner subconsciously believed that her best friend was very good at handling this kind of thing. Therefore, before seeing her husband, she really wanted to find a solution from her best friend. Chapter 45: Persuading to Leave. This is why Xiao Yuner insisted on waiting until lunchtime to bring Chen Xinyue directly to the hot pot restaurant. Of course, coming here doesn't mean that two women love hot pot. The key point is that it was the little guy Miao who brought it up, and Xiao Yuner couldn't refuse. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the two women have similar habits. Although I don't particularly like hot pot, I'm not the type to refuse to eat it even if it means dying. In short, the two of them are fine with whatever they eat. I'm never picky about food. No, even I'm afraid I can't help you this time." To Xiao Yuner's surprise, Chen Xinyue decisively rejected her. Judging from his expression, he didn't seem to be lying. "Oh, why is this? You managed to handle it so easily last time. Can't you help me again this time?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuner panicked. You must know what she was thinking at that moment. Her best friend, with whom she had the closest relationship, had become her last lifeline. If even the other party won't help her, where will she get the courage to face her husband? Looking at Chen Xinyue with a pitiful expression, Xiao Yuner's eyes were filled with tears, as if she were awaiting her final judgment. This time it's different. Unfortunately, she was still disappointed. Chen Xinyue looked intently at her and said in a serious tone, "Sister, tears won't buy true love, and grievances won't make you an exception. If your husband no longer feels love from you, no matter how many methods you have, it's useless. If I were you, I would rather take this opportunity to draw a clear line and gracefully exit. At least this way, you can retain your dignity and prevent your years of relationship from ending up with nothing." As she said these words, her eyes were full of seriousness. It seems like they're trying to persuade someone. Xiao Yuner isn't stupid. Of course, she could understand what her best friend was trying to say from her words. But, divorce my husband? The moment this thought crossed her mind, She felt a pain that went deep into her bones. Is there really no other way? Xiao Yuner looked somewhat bewildered, and tears welled up in her eyes without her noticing. What else can we do? Sister, with what you've done, even if I were He Fan, I would still assume you've cheated on me. Chun Xinyue curled her lip, showing no intention of giving the other party any face. If you had stayed with He Fan to observe mourning for his parents before, there might have been a sliver of hope for the two of you. But what have you actually done? You came back to Donghai City right after your in-law's burial. If you really just want to come back to work, then maybe it's not a big problem. But what about you? I've been on leave from work for many days, but I haven't been home even once. TSK, let's put everything else aside. Just think about how many nights he didn't come home. If you were his husband, what would you think? Chun Xinyue rattled off a whole bunch of things in one breath, sounding somewhat exasperated. Most importantly, He Fan caught you out of the house again. Tell me yourself? Which man wouldn't be suspicious if something like this happened to him? Disrespectful to her in-laws, unkind to her husband, and unfaithful in her marriage. Do you think you can still live together under these circumstances? She seemed to be earnestly advising, her gaze towards Xiao Yuner filled with pity, clearly indicating that she didn't think highly of her. Yes, Chun Xinyue is also conflicted. She just couldn't understand why her best friend, who clearly had such a good husband, would do so many irrational things. That's right. Whether it's Chun Xinyue or Xiao Yuner's other friends, anyone who knows about He Fan's existence envies this good friend. Although the man was somewhat ordinary in terms of ability, he still earned hundreds of thousands or even millions a year, which was more than most men. Most importantly, he is genuinely good to Xiao Yuner. And this goodness didn't happen overnight, or even in a year or two. That guy has maintained that attitude ever since they first met. He always cherished Xiao Yuner. You should know, that's a full 10 years from dating to marriage. As the saying goes, a woman's life is short, and it's hard to find a true lover. How about a man like Fan, who is handsome, kind to women, extremely loyal to his marriage, and also quite capable? Honestly, there are countless women in this society who would love to have such a man. I really didn't betray my husband. Xinyue, you have to believe me. After hearing these words, Xiao Yuner was completely devastated. She shook her head frantically, trying to convince her best friend. Unfortunately, just as Chun Xinyue just said, who would believe such a thing? Maybe. A hint of regret and complexity flashed across Chun Xinyue's face, and she sighed softly. A needle may be small, but it can prick you the most. The tongue may have no bones, but it can wound you the deepest. In this society, the scariest thing is not what you did wrong, but what the person you love thinks you did wrong. Human hearts are unpredictable. When a man believes you have betrayed him, you become an unfaithful woman in his eyes. Building trust in a marriage is so difficult, but you destroyed it all with just a few accidents. What's done is done. Sister, believe me, you should still divorce He Fan. You've loved each other for so long. Letting him go is also letting yourself go. Xiao Yuner fell silent. After a long time, she suddenly smiled and looked at her best friend, asking softly, "Why do I feel like you've suddenly changed so much, sister? You never used to suggest I get a divorce." These words were spoken casually, but the hint of suspicion in her eyes made Chun Xinyue a little flustered. She quickly began to explain. Sister, don't overthink it. Although I'm advising you to get a divorce, it's truly for your own good. The misunderstanding between you and He Fan is too deep, and it's really too difficult to clear it up right now. Perhaps after the breakup, once we've calmed down and figured things out, it will be easier for the other person to accept the truth. At worst, you can get back together then. But if you ruin your relationship, even if the misunderstanding is cleared up in the future, it will probably be very difficult for you to get back together. It must be said that Chun Xinyue truly lives up to her reputation as a longtime journalist. His words were so eloquent and well-reasoned. His eloquence is truly remarkable. With a soft chuckle, Xiao Yuner, as the listener, slowly nodded. She agrees with this statement to some extent. But as a woman, she was equally perceptive in noticing the subtle changes in her best friend. The other party seems to be. However, that's impossible. Chapter 46, My Best Friend's Abnormality. Xiao Yuner secretly shook her head. She wasn't worried at all about the other party causing any trouble. At least the scenario of a best friend stealing someone else's boyfriend will definitely not happen to me. It's not that I trust Qin Xinhua too much. It's because she understands very well what kind of person her husband is. Did Xiao Yuner guess correctly? It's obvious that her sixth sense is very accurate. Really, Qin Xinhua and he had a very good relationship. Their friendship was so strong that they never talked about anything else. But ever since Xiao Yuner asked her for help last time, after meeting He Fan, Qin Xinhua wanted to better help her best friend in the future, so she started to learn about that man from all aspects. But as she got to know him better, she suddenly realized that the seemingly unremarkable man was actually so outstanding. At the very least, she's much better than all her exes. As time went on, a complex and inexplicable emotion began to well up in my heart. Envy. There was even a flicker of passion in my heart. As many people say, the more a woman understands a man, the more she is about to fall for him. Qin Xinhua is a woman too, and she's a beautiful woman. Once a certain emotion arises in your heart, it becomes difficult to control yourself. That's why I had the idea of trying to persuade Xiao Yuner to get a divorce today. It's obvious that she had ulterior motives. No wonder the world refers to so-called best friends as plastic. It's ironic that even with such a close relationship between Qin Xinhua and Xiao Yuner, she could still harbor ulterior motives out of jealousy. However, in terms of understanding He Fan, she was far inferior to her best friend. Little did Qin Xinhua know that even if He Fanjin divorced Xiao Yuner, she would have absolutely no chance of taking her place. Xiao Yuner wasn't worried at all. There was even a vague idea rising in her mind to make her best friend suffer a bit. I'll think about it. This was Xiao Yuner's answer, which seemed so casual. Unfortunately, Qin Xinhua was so overjoyed upon hearing this that she completely failed to notice her best friend's expression. Will Xiao Yuner divorce He Fan? Perhaps this will be possible in the future, but she knows clearly that it is definitely not now. You could even say that. She was unwilling to take that step if there was even the slightest possibility left. After separating from Qin Xinhua, Xiao Yuner walked aimlessly down the street with her son, He Miao, in her hand. The goal is naturally the direction of home. But her legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Yes, Xiao Yuner didn't even hail a taxi. She wanted to calm herself down before going back to see her husband, He Fan. Unexpectedly, just as they reached a street, a blue Ferrari pulled up beside them with a soft creak. Yuner, what are you doing here? Jiang Yujun opened the car door and immediately stepped out. It's you. Xiao Yuner was also a little surprised to see him. After all, this guy's company is in another part of the city, and it's working hours now, so why would he be here? Haha, I came here on some business. It's just a coincidence that I ran into you guys. How about I give you two a ride? Look at the little guy, he's exhausted. Jiang Yujun smiled broadly and invited him as if he were an old acquaintance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuner turned her head to look. Really, the little guy looked tired, but he was clearly persevering. His expression was full of drowsiness. And what about myself? I was so engrossed in my own thoughts that I completely forgot to check on my son. With an apologetic smile, Xiao Yuner immediately bent down and picked up Xiao He Miao. It's just a 5-year-old child. He's not heavy, but he's not exactly light either. The weight of 10 or 20 pounds felt quite heavy on her arm. What? You're not thinking of carrying him home, are you? It's still a long way, let me take you back. Jiang Yujun smiled and said, his face showing no sign of anything amiss. But in his heart, he was sneering. That woman is so heartless. I've invited her out more than once these past few days, but she's refused every time. It caused me to make many plans that I never even had a chance to use. Just today, A cold glint flashed deep in his eyes, then vanished without a trace. Xiao Yuner, who was standing to the side, did not notice Jiang Yujun's abnormality. After hearing what he said and looking at her son in her arms, she hesitated for a moment before nodding her head in agreement. With Jiang Yujun's enthusiastic help, he carefully sat in the passenger seat. A sports car is indeed a sports car. Just over 10 minutes later, they arrived at the residential area where Xiao Yuner lived. Jiang Yujun rolled down the car window to take a look, then leaned over to help Xiao Yuner unbuckle her seatbelt, said hello, and decisively left. All of this seemed so natural, and there was nothing unusual about it. Xiao Yuner herself didn't think much of it. Holding her son, who was already fast asleep, she walked heavily toward her home. Especially when passing by a parking lot and seeing my own Volvo parked in a space, I feel a mix of emotions. She knew her husband was back. So, how should I explain this? For a moment she hesitated, and didn't even dare to face her lover. Xiao Yuner was lost in her own thoughts, unaware that He Fan, who had already returned home, was standing on the balcony, coldly watching down below. Yes, he saw it. He Fan clearly saw that it was Jiang Yujun who brought his wife back. Moreover, the two of them acted as if they had a very close relationship, which was disgusting. From his perspective, Jiang Yujun clearly leaned over and kissed Xiao Yuner right after stopping the car. This infuriated He Fan. He had been hesitant about whether to do it, but a sudden surge of determination rose within him, and he decided to continue. Now that things have come to this, why is he still being polite? Xiao Yuner, you brought all this on yourself. If you dare to do this in front of your son, what wouldn't you dare to do? The anger in his heart gradually turned into frost. He Fan squeezed the small paper packet in his pocket, his gaze fixed coldly on the distance. And that was the direction Jiang Yujun had just left in. Xiao Yuner, since I'm giving you face and you don't want it, then don't blame me for tricking you. I refuse to believe that your husband will keep putting up with this. Since you looked down on me back then and insisted on marrying that useless guy, then let me see how deep your feelings really are. Jiang Yujun muttered coldly as he drove. His face was contorted with rage. All his previous elegance was gone. Chapter 47 Conspiracy. Yes, all of this was intentionally orchestrated by him. Just before, when Jiang Yujun's spies discovered that He Fan had returned to Donghai, he already had a plan in mind. Aren't you, Xiao Yuner, supposed to be aloof and cold? Didn't you refuse my invitation? Don't you only love your husband? Then Jiang Yujun wanted to see just how much trust He Fan, as Xiao Yuner's husband, still had in her. That's right. His actions just now were all pre-planned. He was basically monitoring everything, including He Fan's home and what he was doing. The reason Jiang Yujun helped Xiao Yuner unbuckle her seatbelt was actually to show He Fan, who was looking down from the balcony on the 6th floor. Even the angle is perfectly chosen. Yes, Jiang Yujun did it all on purpose. His goal was simple, to ruin the relationship between He Fan and his partner. Xiao Yuner, aren't you distancing yourself from me and showing no regard for our past relationship? Didn't you refuse my invitation? All right then. I'll destroy your marriage first. Let's see if you're still so arrogant. He couldn't believe that any husband could stand seeing his wife getting so close to other men time and time again. He has plenty of time and plenty of opportunities to deliberately create conflict. As long as Xiao Yuner doesn't break off relations with him, Jiang Yujun will have many opportunities. Love is a very strong thing, enough to make people gamble their whole lives on it. But it is also very fragile, often falling apart completely because of some insignificant little problems. As a seasoned womanizer, Jiang Yujun knew all too well about these things. He believed that once He Fan's relationship with Xiao Yuner broke down because of this, he would not only have the opportunity to get what he wanted in the future, but also get revenge for being beaten up back then. Why not kill two birds with one stone? Some might say, he's the heir to a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. Is it really worth it for a woman who's already married and has children? Besides, with his power, it shouldn't be difficult for him to get the other party, right? But you have to understand, this is just human nature. Just like many couples, no matter what happens in the future, they will probably find it hard to forget their first love. To put it nicely, it's called being loyal. To put it bluntly, it's just being unwilling to accept defeat. Obtaining Xiao Yuner has always been Jiang Yujun's obsession. It's not that he's particularly sentimental, it's just that he's driven by a deep-seated obsession. That's one way to put it. If he really succeeds, Jiang Yujun will probably discard Xiao Yuner like a worn-out shoe. As for marrying her, that's even more impossible. After all, with his status, what kind of woman couldn't he find? How could anyone possibly want a second-hand item that has been married and has had children? As for why he, who clearly possesses absolute strength, has not chosen to use forceful means to obtain the other party for so long? Honestly, He himself doesn't even know this. Jiang Yujun only knew that although the two companies had been very close in the past, with the gradual growth of the Yuan Group, they were no longer on the same level. To say it was out of consideration for past relationships is pure nonsense. Therefore, if it really comes down to a tough fight, Jiang Yujun won't feel too much psychological burden. Unfortunately, for some reason, his parents had warned him more than once in previous years that he must never, ever mess with Xiao Yuner. Otherwise, he will be stripped of everything. Jiang Yujun didn't know why, but he knew he could not disobey his parents' wishes. Otherwise, they might really lose the opportunity to inherit the family business. He knows his parents very well. Therefore, he, being a man of deep thoughts, chose to appear before Xiao Yuner as her childhood friend. Even when facing this woman he had longed for since childhood, he never dared to act recklessly. However, Jiang Yujun also had his own plans. Don't parents forbid me from doing anything reckless? Okay, then, there shouldn't be any problem pursuing it through normal channels, right? Although some minor tricks might be used, that doesn't count as breaking a promise. Unfortunately, what Jiang Yujun didn't know was that with Xiao Yuner's repeated rejections, cracks had already appeared in his heart, which he had been able to hold on to, and his methods became increasingly outrageous. Whom the gods would destroy, they first drive mad. If this continues, he will inevitably cross some line one day, and that will be its end. Crack. As the sound of a key turning in the lock filled the air, Xiao Yuner, carrying her sleeping son in one arm, carefully stepped into the room. The living room was empty, but the sounds of cooking could be heard coming from the kitchen. Xiao Yuner was a little confused. Could it be that my husband is cooking? You're back? Put the child in the bedroom first. Come and eat. Just then, He Fan walked out wearing an apron and looking perfectly normal, carrying 2 plates of food in his hands, and said in a gentle voice, "Husband." Seeing this familiar scene, Xiao Yuner suddenly felt a lump in her throat. She never would have imagined that. Having gone through so much, the scenes of my dreams still appear before my eyes. Stop talking, hurry up. As always, He Fan smiled slightly and urged. It was as if nothing had happened. Although she didn't understand why her husband was acting this way, she still obediently agreed. After putting the child in the bedroom, she dawdled and came to the dining table. The meal was already laid out on the table, a typical home-cooked meal of 4 dishes and a soup. However, on either side of the table, there was a stemmed glass. He Fan had already taken off his apron and was sitting properly at the table. Seeing her approach, he casually grabbed a bottle of red wine from the side. You're back at this hour, so you probably don't have to go to work today, right? Come on, let's have a good drink together. Without the slightest change in expression, He Fan smiled and said. Without waiting for Xiao Yuner's reply, they opened the bottle and poured some red wine into their respective wine glasses. The wine dripped down, its red color glaringly bright. Seeing his expression, Xiao Yuner suddenly felt a little flustered. After all, based on her understanding of the man in front of her, shouldn't he be questioning her now? But why is it like this now? Could it be? Xiao Yuner was shocked, and her beautiful face suddenly turned deathly pale. Really? Has her husband already decided to divorce her? Is this the breakup party? The more I think about it, the more worried and scared I become. The next moment, Xiao Yuner covered her lips with her hand, and her eyes immediately filled with tears. Honey, I'm sorry, but please believe me. Whether before or after our marriage, in the past or now, I have never betrayed you or our family. Sobbing, she didn't care about anything else, grabbed He Fan's hand as he was pouring wine, and said earnestly through her tears, Although I did hide some things, it was all for your sake, my husband, and for the good of our family. Chapter 48 Reconciliation. She was on the verge of a complete breakdown. But for some reasons, there are some things I can't tell you right now. But I swear to God, if I have ever betrayed you, my husband, may I be struck by lightning and suffer a terrible death for all eternity. Seemingly truly desperate, Xiao Yuner reached out and pointed 3 fingers to the sky at the end, making an extremely ruthless vow. He Fan. Honestly, seeing her so serious, He Fan couldn't help but have his doubts. Could it be that I really guessed wrong? If his wife were truly as he imagined, why would she make such a solemn vow? Just as he was hesitating, he suddenly remembered what had just happened downstairs. Hee hee. A woman's mouth is a deceitful devil. If you still believe what the other person says, you'd be the real fool. My heart, which had just softened a little, hardened again. What are you talking about? Drinking. He Fan remained expressionless, his face still full of smiles. He raised his wine glass and invited Xiao Yuner in a gentle voice. I won't drink it. I'd rather die than drink it. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yuner put her hands behind her back, her face stubborn. Do you want a divorce? Honey, let me tell you, I won't agree to it. I'd rather die than agree. Why? Why don't you trust me? We've been married for years. We have children. Don't you even have this much trust? Xiao Yuner became more and more aggrieved as she spoke, and tears were already streaming down her face. But the stubbornness in his expression remained unchanged in the slightest. Seeing her like this, He Fan couldn't help but burst out laughing. She still seems just as adorable. It's just a pity. A hint of nostalgia flashed deep in her eyes, then returned to a calm, still state. Eat your food properly. When did I say I wanted a divorce? He spoke softly, seemingly still the same He Fan who always doted on his young wife, unchanged. Really not getting a divorce? Honey, there are some things I can explain. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuner's eyes lit up. She quickly wiped away her tears with the back of her hand and said somewhat impatiently, no explanation needed. Unexpectedly, He Fan shook his head, personally placed the wine glass in her hand, and said with emotion, just as you said, we've been married for so many years. We should trust each other unconditionally. I believe you. With your personality, Xiao Yuner, you wouldn't cheat on me. Explanation? What's there to explain? Even married couples should have their own space and social interactions. That's normal. His words were so heartwarming that they almost brought tears to Xiao Yuner's eyes again. Honey, you're so good to me. Seemingly too excited, Xiao Yuner put her wine glass on the table, pounced on He Fan, and kissed him hard on the cheek. This action came too suddenly, and even after being married for many years, He Fan couldn't help but stiffen and feel slightly uncomfortable. Of course, Xiao Yuner was unaware of his natural bodily reaction. Otherwise, they would definitely notice something was wrong. At that moment, she picked up her wine glass and happily raised it towards her husband. Darling, cheers. Cheers. He Fan smiled knowingly, and the two of them took a small sip of their drinks. Xiao Yuner naturally didn't notice anything. But as soon as He Fan took a sip of the wine, he felt a mix of emotions. When you first enter the world, you know nothing of human suffering. When you look back, you find yourself already suffering. This glass of wine is 3/10 full. This wine is 7 parts sorrow. Life is a series of difficult hurdles, but you overcome them all. Every night is hard to endure, and you suffer through them all. But, so what? In this lifetime, all I seek is a clear and open mind. Despite the myriad emotions swirling within him, He Fan's expression remained completely unchanged. Xiao Yuner would never have imagined that. Because of her previous concealment, she had inadvertently driven a gentle and refined man into an extremely dangerous situation. The rest of the time was very cozy for the two of them. It seems that the once loving couple has returned to their old ways. Mom, I'm hungry. Just as the couple were enjoying a sweet and cozy meal, the bedroom door suddenly opened, and their son, He Miao, walked out rubbing his eyes. Huh? Dad. It really is Dad. But once the little one saw the two people at the table, his eyes lit up, and he no longer cared about asking his mother for food. It immediately scurried off on its short legs and pounced towards He Fan. Dad, I miss you. As those innocent words rang out, He Fan immediately felt his eyes well up with tears. Yes, he hasn't seen his son since the accident in Chaoyang Town. Seeing each other again now, I can't help but feel my heart surging with emotion. His face was full of longing and pity. He squatted down, picked up his son who was clinging to his leg, and kissed the little guy on the cheek a few times. Son, do you miss your dad? Dad misses you so much. He Fan murmured to himself, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes once again. What a wonderful son. Could I really bear to hurt him? After all, according to the original plan, this family was destined to break apart. Even though we still have some time to spend together, there's absolutely no way we can go back to how things were before. In life, choices are very important. He didn't want to have any regrets. Throughout life, we inevitably have to worry about all sorts of things. We often forget that true happiness in life is nothing more than the warmth of a dimly lit room and the fulfillment of daily necessities. Honestly, at this moment, He-fan wanted to forget everything, just to hug this tiny body. But his innate pride made him realize that he could not accept that kind of life. Perhaps doing what you think in your heart will hurt many people in the future. Even, they're the closest people to us. But so what? He was unwilling to repent, nor was he willing to make do with what he had for the sake of certain people or things in the long future. Life is only a few decades long. To live a life of true understanding is to live a life that has not been lived in vain. Just like his son He-meow, He-fan would rather spend his whole life making it up to the little guy than risk his life falling into an abyss because of his concern for him. As for the rest, I can only apologize. Seeing this, many people might think that He-fan is too heartless. But as the saying goes, one should not advise others to do good without having experienced their suffering. When a once happy family is torn apart by someone or something, whoever pities how much pain He-fan is in? How could he be satisfied without making the other party pay the price for the hatred that led to the destruction of his family and the death of his loved ones? No matter how powerful the other party is, He-fan is prepared to confront them. As for the result, it doesn't matter anymore. How could this happen? Didn't you say that you couldn't explain it to your brother-in-law this time, and that it would be very troublesome? Chun Xinyue stared blankly at her coffee cup, her face completely bewildered. Chapter 49, Jiang Yujun's Invitation. Yes. When Chun Xinyue learned that her best friend and her husband had recently returned to their original intimacy, and that He-fan seemed to no longer care about what had happened before, she felt very strange. You know, this girl was begging me to help her find a solution, but in the end, nothing happened at all. He-fan just forgave him like that? To be honest, she didn't quite believe it. And without realizing it, a sense of melancholy rose from the depths of my heart. How would I know? I never imagined my husband would become so open-minded, completely different from his old self. This is the kind of man I should love for a lifetime. Xiao Yuner picked up the coffee on the table, took a sip, and said happily, Yes, your husband is the best. Upon hearing this, Chun Xinyue rolled her eyes and said in a slightly sour tone. Honestly, although she felt a little uncomfortable, she didn't think about it in any other way. As for the slight affection she felt for He-fan, it was ultimately just that, an affection. If her best friend really can't get along with He-fan and gets a divorce, Chun Xinyue might try to get in touch with him based on her good feelings. But since the couple has reconciled, she shouldn't have tried to steal him away. Ultimately, she had only admired He-fan's character while investigating him, which led to her having inappropriate thoughts. As for reality, Chun Xinyue and He-fan had only met once. To talk about love is pure nonsense. Now it's all good. Xiao Yuner, He-fan's best friend, has reconciled with him. Her last thought was nipped in the bud. Of course. Xiao Yuner was quite excited, and secretly felt incredibly lucky. Even she herself didn't expect it. This matter was so easily brushed aside. TSK. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. You two must be very much in love and inseparable after being apart for so long, right? Sister, haven't you ever thought about asking the station for a few more days off to spend some quality time with your man? Seeing her smug expression, Chun Xinyue couldn't help but tease her. It's not that bad. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuner's face stiffened, but she quickly regained her composure and said, My husband's clinic, Hayantang, has been closed for almost a month. He's busy with follow-up examinations for his patients. He'll be sleeping at the clinic for the next few days and taking care of our son. No way. They've only been back for a few days, and they're already separated? Upon hearing this, Chun Xinyue made an exaggerated expression, looking shocked as she spoke. Don't speak so harshly. What do you mean by separation? Xiao Yuner rolled her eyes and said irritably, We're an old married couple now, so we definitely need to focus on work. Honestly, she was also very unsure when she said this. Since He-fan came back this time, although everything seemed normal on the surface, and she didn't even need to explain anything, she always felt that something was wrong. Just like my best friend said, the two haven't seen each other for so long. It really should be considered a case of absence makes the heart grow fonder. It's normal for them to spend a few days together and be affectionate. But what about in reality? Since Fan came back, the two of them only drank together and got drunk on the first day, and after waking up, they ended up sleeping in the same bed. Since it was daytime, she didn't even know if anything had happened between them. Thinking about it carefully now, it must be that they had marital relations. Otherwise, the couple would. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuner blushed. That is, I slept for too long that day. I slept soundly from noon until after 6 in the evening. When I woke up, my legs and feet felt a little sore, probably from being intimate with my husband. Unfortunately, from that day on, Fan went to the clinic. Since what he said made sense, Xiao Yuner couldn't really refute it. So these past few days have really been no different from what my best friend said. It's practically like we're separated. But knowing this is one thing, Xiao Yuner would never tell her best friend about it. By the way, that young master of the Jiang family seems to be contacting you quite often lately. Sister, that guy seems to have a thing for you. The two women chatted while drinking coffee when Qin Xinyue suddenly seemed to have thought of something. She couldn't help but tease him, her face full of gossip. Don't overthink it. Xiao Yuner rolled her eyes at her, then sighed and said, Jiang Yujun is just my childhood friend. There's nothing between us. He did pursue me, but unfortunately, I've only ever considered him a good friend since we were kids, and I never really had those feelings for him. Especially after meeting my husband, we gradually drifted apart. When talking about Jiang Yujun, Xiao Yuner's tone was extremely indifferent. It's obvious that she really doesn't have any feelings for that childhood friend. TSK. That's the young master of a big corporation, a typical golden bachelor. Countless girls would do anything to get ahead of him. But you, sister, don't seem to care at all. Chun Xinyue shook her head, as if she were feeling sorry for the other person. But deep in the depths of his eyes, a hint of jealousy flashed. So what if he's a rich man's son? He has nothing to do with me. Xiao Yuner shook her head after hearing this, completely unmoved. Just as the two women were chatting about their private matters, Xiao Yuner's cell phone suddenly rang. Upon hearing the ringtone, she quickly took her phone out of her bag to check the caller ID. She initially thought it was her husband contacting her, but when she looked closely, she realized that it was Jiang Yujun, whom she had just been discussing. That is, Xiao Yuner's childhood friend. Upon seeing it was him, Xiao Yuner hesitated for a moment. But in the end, I swiped my phone and answered the call. Hello, what's up? Her voice was indifferent, with a clear sense of detachment. Yes. Xiao Yuner has finally reconciled with her husband and doesn't want to cause any more misunderstandings by interacting with other men. What? It's your birthday tomorrow? You're inviting me to a banquet at the Emperor Hotel tonight. Upon hearing what the other person said, Xiao Yuner couldn't help but be taken aback. Then, a conflicted look appeared on his face. Tomorrow she stammered, clearly wanting to refuse the invitation but feeling a little embarrassed. Young Master Zhang's birthday banquet? And it's being held at the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Donghai City, the Emperor Hotel. Qin Xinyue, who was standing nearby, heard it clearly, and her eyes lit up immediately. Her journalistic instincts immediately told her that this was a good opportunity. That's right. Yuan Group is considered a leading enterprise in the entire Donghai City. As the sole heir, Jiang Yujun is definitely a top-tier young master. If I could have an exclusive interview with such a top young master, it would be a dream come true. Besides, a top young master's birthday party will definitely attract many high society figures. If I could get in, wouldn't I be able to find a lot of material? Chapter 50 Qin Xinyue's Prayer. Most importantly, if you're lucky enough, you might even meet your destined one. After all, Qin Xinyue had never attended such a high-class banquet before. We can't miss such a great opportunity. Sisters. A burning glint flashed in Qin Xinyue's eyes, and she tugged at Xiao Yuner urgently. His eyes were full of pleading. As her best friend of many years, Xiao Yuner immediately understood what she meant. Her slender, pale hands gripped the phone tightly, her heart filled with even more turmoil. Okay then, I'll go with another good friend tomorrow. After a long silence, Xiao Yuner gritted her teeth and agreed. Let's just say it's to help my best friend. However, she made a decision in her heart. Even if I go to the birthday party tomorrow, I must not touch a drop of alcohol. After delivering the gift, I hurried home, Um, in Xiao Yun'er's opinion, as long as you manage your time well, your husband will have no way of knowing. It shouldn't have any impact, right? Clinging to a sliver of hope, Xiao Yun'er silently comforted herself. But little did she know, my decision to attend Jiang Yujun's birthday banquet will cause a huge uproar in the entire Donghai city. Of course, that's all in the future. Seeing that her best friend had agreed, Chen Xinyue immediately danced with joy. That's great. Sister, you absolutely have to take me there to broaden my horizons. A banquet in a 5-star hotel. I've never seen anything like it in my life. Sister, do you think all high society parties are like what you see on TV? She talked on, and the more she spoke, the brighter her eyes shone. It feels like I want to go right now. Honestly, it's a good thing He Fan isn't here right now. Otherwise, he would definitely be utterly contemptuous of this kind of woman. The ugliest thing about human nature is not selfishness, greed, hypocrisy, or delusion, but insisting on getting help from others when you know they are in a difficult situation. Such people are prone to using various means to make things difficult for everyone they can in order to gain certain rights or benefits when they feel good about themselves, thereby obtaining a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. This kind of personality, this kind of person, is absolutely the worst villain in the world. Of course, although Xiao Yun'er understood some aspects of Chen Xinyue's personality, she was still far, far away from truly seeing through her. Phew, I can finally relax. Looking at his son, who was obediently playing with toys not far away, He Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after seeing off the last patient. Now, I should have some time to play with the little one, right? As for going home, He Fan's expression was complex, yet there was also a hint of relief in his eyes. Perhaps that's no longer home. Shaking his head to clear his mind of the jumbled thoughts, he immediately walked towards his son. It was already 7 p.m., and there was no way any patients were going to come anyway. Why not take this opportunity to take Xiao He Miao to the night market? But sometimes, things just happen by chance. Just as He Fan had taken a few steps and was about to reach his son's side, 2 burly men in suits, who looked like bodyguards, suddenly walked into the clinic. And you too are. He Fan frowned and asked with a hint of hesitation. Dr. He, is that right? My master has sent a visiting card and would like to invite Dr. He to the Emperor Hotel tomorrow for a chat. Upon hearing this, one of the burly men stepped forward and respectfully presented a card, not daring to be impolite in the slightest. Who is your master? Do I know him? He Fan was somewhat bewildered, completely unaware of what the other person was saying. When Mr. Ming arrives, he will naturally know. The burly man didn't say much. He carefully handed the visiting card to He Fan, then backed out of the room with his companion without saying another word. As the two left, He Fan's lips twitched involuntarily. What the hell is going on? Judging from their attire and demeanor, these 2 men are clearly bodyguards from a wealthy family. The master they're referring to is probably someone who's either very rich or very powerful. I'm just a doctor at a small clinic. When did I get to know someone like this? But seeing that his name, He Fan, was clearly written on the invitation, he knew that the possibility of it being sent to the wrong person was almost zero. But the person who invited him, Wang Yanshan? Who is that? He Fan was certain that even if there were people in Donghai City with the same name as him, it was impossible for them to be doctors with the exact same profession. This shows that the visiting card was indeed his own. The person who invited him was clearly a complete stranger whom He Fan had never met before. Never mind. Anyway, we'll find out tomorrow who the recipient is and whether the delivery was made to the wrong address. We'll know anyway. With a light laugh and a shake of his head, He Fan put the visiting card aside, picked up his son next to him, and carried him on his shoulder. Amidst He Miao's giggles, he turned and left the clinic. Hee. It's time to get off work, so naturally, it's time for father-son bonding time. Of course, He Fan wouldn't run around. At most, he would just take his son for a stroll around the neighborhood. Yes, with the rapid development of society, Donghai City, which was originally just a second-tier city, has become prosperous and bustling. In such big cities, night markets, as a product of social development, have become popular among many young people. As a result, the pedestrian street in the city center is packed with people every evening. It was even more lively than during the day. Daddy, I want to eat that, and that. Upon arriving at the night market, Xiao He Miao immediately perked up. Her big, dark eyes darted around, her little body squirming in He Fan's arms, constantly reaching out her tiny hands to point at the snacks on both sides of the road, her mouth practically watering. Okay, Daddy will buy you everything. Looking at the little guy's adorable appearance, He Fan's heart almost melted. Honestly, since his son turned 1 year old, he has been leaving Xiao He Miao in the care of his parents most of the time, out of concern that his wife would be too overworked. Even the preschool is located in Chaoyang Town. It can be said that the father and son spend a lot of time apart. As a result, the father-son relationship between the two was much weaker than that of others. Now that his parents have passed away, when He Fan held the little one in his arms again, an indescribable sense of satisfaction suddenly rose in his heart. After all, it's very likely that the father and son will be living together from now on. Once they've taken care of what needs to be done, the outside world's disturbances will no longer concern them. Although the little guy didn't have a big appetite, He Fan still followed his instructions and bought him everything he wanted to eat. For a moment, Xiao He Miao ate with her mouth full of oil and excitedly danced around. Chapter 51. Being followed. Seeing his son's satisfied expression, He Fan was also overjoyed. The two strolled along, their harmonious father-son relationship appearing so heartwarming to onlookers. Many of the glances from those around them were filled with deep envy. Just as the father and son were happily shopping, He Fan suddenly discovered something. It seemed as if that someone was always following me. Yes, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Although the night market was crowded, two inconspicuous guys had been following them closely since the father and son arrived. Even though he had already walked from the east end of the night market to the west end, the two people still followed him at a distance, never leaving his side for even a moment. Even He Fan himself wouldn't believe that the other party wasn't following him. Wrong. He felt a chill run down his spine and immediately thought of something. He Fan vaguely remembered. Ever since I came back from my hometown, I felt something's not quite right. It felt as if there were always two eyes watching me from the shadows. It makes people extremely uncomfortable. However, that feeling was intermittent and not always present, so he thought it was just a misperception caused by too many worries he had. Therefore, I didn't take it too seriously. But what about now? If you still don't realize you've already seen the person, you're really stupid. He glanced behind him out of the corner of his eye, but his expression remained unchanged, still as if he were casually strolling around. But his mind was racing. Who is following me? What are they trying to do? He Fan was puzzled, unable to think of anyone he had offended. Could it be that person? With 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind, the only enemy He Fan could think of was probably the man behind his wife, the guy who had injured him before. But has Jiang Yujun become so bold now? How dare you let someone follow you in broad daylight? Aren't you afraid of causing trouble? It must be said. Through his understanding, he now knew Jiang Yujun's identity. He's the heir to the Yuan group. The fact that he could attack me in a small place like Chaoyang Town and later even manage to get official intervention makes his identity seem fitting. That guy is rich and powerful. He must be the person behind his wife whom he suspects. Even if the other party could pull some dirty tricks in the dark, wouldn't he be afraid of damaging the group's reputation if he dared to attack me in Donghai City? Under normal circumstances, anyone with a brain wouldn't do something so stupid, right? It has to be said that sometimes, some things are just coincidences. Jiang Yujun never expected that. Just because he had someone follow He Fan, the other party, after discovering it, coincidentally connected it to him. Yes, He Fan's guess was not entirely correct. The two men who were following him were indeed sent by Jiang Yujun. However, to say that he was the person behind Xiao Yun'er and had He Fan injured would be a complete injustice. You know, he hasn't even held Xiao Yun'er's hand yet. Pretending nothing was wrong, He Fan and his son He Miao strolled around the night market until after 9 o'clock before returning to the clinic. He didn't even look back the whole way. But secretly, his muscles were constantly tense, fearing that the two men might suddenly attack and harm his son. Yes, it would be fine if I were alone. Even if something happens, at most you'll just get a good beating. He simply didn't believe that the other party would dare to harm or kill someone in this big city. But it's different for his son, Xiao Hamiao. He's so young. If he's been accidentally injured, it could lead to a serious incident. Therefore, He Fan secretly resolved that if the stalker really wanted to harm him and his son, he would fight them to the death. It doesn't matter if I encounter a crisis myself, but at the very least, I must ensure the safety of my child. Fortunately, after returning to the clinic, the two people disappeared without a trace. Only then is the crisis over. No, this won't work. After entering the clinic, He Fan first placed his drowsy son on the bed in the attic. He then gazed intently out the window, his mind racing. I am just an ordinary person, at most possessing some remarkable medical skills. Although the body is relatively healthy, it is still difficult to protect oneself when facing a crisis, which is too passive. Although it's unclear how that person will target me next, it's obvious that the guy has no good intentions. Necessary protective measures are still necessary, especially now that his son is by his side. Even if He Fan is as carefree as he is, he has to be on guard. But how should we solve this? After remaining silent for a long time without coming up with a solution, He Fan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and remembered an ancient prescription that his father had passed down to him. Perhaps if I could prepare that formula, I would have at least a chance to save my life if I encountered a real life or death crisis. So what if you're rich and powerful? I'm just an ordinary person, without any grand ambitions. I usually focus on the troubles and joys in front of me, and that's enough for me. I have always hoped that the world would treat me kindly, and that good people would not suffer injustice. But if you even try to forcibly take away this little expectation of mine, then I will eventually show you what a common man's rage truly means. A cold glint flashed in He Fan's eyes, and he immediately went down from the attic to the medicine cabinet. Then, with incredible speed, he started grabbing things from the various medicine boxes. Time flies, and the next day has arrived in the blink of an eye. Not many people came to see the doctor today, so He Fan wasn't too busy overall. As for his son, He Miao, he played obediently beside him. But when she occasionally looked up at her father, there was always a hint of unspeakable grievance in her eyes. Isn't that aggrieved? Although the little guy really enjoys being with his dad, he's been away from home for several days in a row and he's starting to miss his mom. After all, children are very loving. He would feel longing for anyone close to him. Of course, if you ask Xiao He Miao who she misses the most, without a doubt, it was my grandparents and Aunt Wincy from my hometown. There's nothing we can do about it. The little guy has spent more time at the He family's old house in Chaoyang Town than at his home in Donghai City since he was a baby. It's a pity the little guy doesn't know yet. He will never see his beloved grandparents again. As the city lights begin to twinkle. Although the night view of Donghai City cannot compare with those of first-tier metropolises, it can still be described as dazzling and pleasantly lit with various colors of lights. The Emperor Hotel is located in the center of Donghai City, which is quite a distance from the clinic. But it's not too far. At that moment, He Fan was driving his son towards his wife's workplace. The little one didn't cry or fuss. Instead, his face was full of joy. Chapter 52 Honesty. Yes, Xiao He Miao is very happy. Because Dad said he wants me to stay with Mom tonight. This is indeed a very happy thing for a child. But just as the car was passing through a certain street, Xiao He Miao suddenly cheered. Dad, we feel like we've been here before. We think we've been here before. At this point, he stretched out his small, slender hand and pressed it against his cute little face, as if recalling something, before saying somewhat uncertainly. It shouldn't have been long, right? Mom was still with us then. A child's face can change in an instant. It seemed that this place made him miss his mother even more, and his expression became more expectant. He raised his little fist and waved it, saying, Daddy, go faster. Drive faster, Xiao Miao misses Mommy. As for the familiar streets outside, he had long since forgotten about them. But a casual remark from his son plunged He Fan into silence. His expression was extremely complicated, as could be seen in the rearview mirror. Did I do something wrong? No one can give him an answer, and no one knows whether he is right or wrong. The car was driving very fast, and in the blink of an eye, we were far away from here. However, if someone were paying attention, they would notice that there is a municipal unit of Donghai District right where Xiao He Miao was speaking. Civil Affairs Bureau. What? They're already off work. He Fan parked the car on the side of the road and listened to his wife's voice on the phone, his brows furrowing tightly. He never expected this. I had come all this way to the radio station because I needed her to take care of my son, but she had already left work early. He Fan couldn't understand why his wife's overtime hours, which had been stable for many years, had started to become unusual recently. Could it be that something fishy has happened again? A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and He Fan asked calmly, "Are you home now? I have an appointment today, so please take care of our son for a while." He remained calm and composed, without showing even the slightest emotional fluctuation. This, on the other end of the phone, Xiao Yuner hesitated. Then I heard her say, "A friend of mine is having a birthday party today, and I have to go with Xinhua later, so I might be home a little late. Or you could bring the child to the entrance of the Emperor Hotel." Xiao Yuner didn't hide anything and directly told everyone about her itinerary. Yes, she was scared too. Xiao Yuner was worried that if she didn't make things clear, her husband would find out something again, just like before, which would eventually lead to another misunderstanding between the couple. However, she still kept something from herself. The one who didn't mention it was his birthday was none other than Jiang Yujun, the young master of the Yuan group. Of course, she wasn't lying. Ultimately, Xiao Yuner was worried that her husband had beaten someone up last time, and that their next meeting might cause some unpleasantness. In that case, it's somewhat understandable. Phew, the Emperor Hotel. He Fan was surprised upon hearing this, and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh of relief. Yes, he can feel it. This time, the wife probably wasn't lying. After all, the fact that he mentioned the Emperor Hotel and said he was with Chun Xinhua meant that he was probably not the person I was thinking. Upon realizing this, he was immediately taken aback. Does this mean he still cares about the other person? Given the current situation, should I completely let go? After hanging up the phone, a hint of sadness flashed in He Fan's eyes, and he suddenly felt a little bored. Maybe I shouldn't have come out today. He came without even knowing who had invited him, which seemed out of character for his usual calm and collected nature. But having come this far, He Fan knew he had no way out. Once he made a promise, he was never one to break it. Fortunately, the Emperor Hotel isn't far from here, so it wouldn't hurt to go and take a look. However, what's interesting is that his wife was celebrating someone else's birthday in the same place as him. A playful glint flashed in He Fan's eyes, and a gentle smile appeared on his lips. Perhaps this is fate? Son, sit tight. Dad's taking you to find Mom. With a loud laugh, He Fan immediately stepped on the gas and sped off. Okay, the tadpoles are looking for their mothers, and the seedlings are going to look for their mothers too. The son, he meow, clapped his hands and shouted happily. He even checked the seat belt in a serious manner, his little face full of excitement. He may be young, but he's not stupid. From the conversation between Mom and Dad, I could already tell where they were going. Admittedly, he had no idea what the Emperor Hotel was. But he meow, who is a kindergarten senior, definitely knows that a hotel is a place with lots of good food. This is something many of you have mentioned. Yuner, what are you doing? It's almost starting inside. It would be too impolite if we didn't go in soon. At the entrance of the Emperor Hotel, Chun Xinhua, dressed in a light purple evening gown, displayed her graceful figure to the fullest, highlighting her beautiful face and making her appear absolutely stunning. She looked very anxious and helpless at her best friend's stubbornness. They had urged her several times, but she stubbornly remained standing at the door. She seemed very eager for the imminent arrival of her husband and son. Judging from her attire, Xiao Yuner's outfit today is the complete opposite of what he expected. At this moment, Xiao Yuner was dressed in formal attire, with long pants and long sleeves. Although she lacked a bit of charm, she looked heroic and dashing. Even standing next to Chun Xinhua, who exudes charm and sexiness from head to toe, she is not at all inferior, truly a pair of beauties standing side by side. Logically speaking, Xiao Yuner should wear a formal dress like Chun Xinhua when attending such an upscale banquet. Unfortunately, due to various changes in her marriage, Xiao Yuner became extremely resistant to many things. They have become even more cautious about their interactions with the opposite sex. Honestly, she originally wanted to refuse Jiang Yujun's invitation to his birthday party. After all, not long ago, Her husband beat up the other person because she had secretly accepted their invitation to go for coffee. Admittedly, He Fan's actions were somewhat reckless. But how could Xiao Yun'er not see through Jiang Yujun's intentions? Ultimately, they didn't have any good intentions. So recently, she has been resolutely implementing the 3 no's plan: no private contact, no drinking, and no being alone with that guy. For no other reason then. All for the sake of preserving the marriage, the family, and preventing them from falling apart. For this purpose, no detail can be overlooked. Of course, Xiao Yun'er was aware of this as well. The best way to avoid accidents is to stay away from certain people. Unfortunately, when her best friend asked for a favor, she simply couldn't refuse. Out of a desire to help her sister, Xiao Yun'er chose to come over. But upon her return, she only intended to go through the motions. Chapter 53, The Emperor Hotel. In fact, Xiao Yun'er had already made up her mind that she would not stay for too long. After all, I still need to get home. But she never expected that her husband would call at such a crucial moment. Xiao Yun'er was indeed a little confused. She never expected that her husband would pick her up from the radio station today, and even said he would bring their son over. To be honest, she was a little nervous at first. After all, she hadn't informed He Fan beforehand that she was leaving get off work early today. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and simply told the truth. Because she knew very well that if she continued to hide it, the consequences would be very troublesome. I'm afraid that if things go wrong, my hard-won little family will be thrown into turmoil again. It must be said, sincerity is indeed a powerful skill in life. There's a lot of truth to that. After telling her everything, Xiao Yun'er was no longer anxious. Because at this moment, she has a clear conscience. On the contrary, Xiao Yun'er became suspicious of He Fan's words. You know your own husband best. Over the years, I haven't had any social circle in the East China Sea at all, right? So, who will invite him? Male or female? Once she considered a certain possibility, Xiao Yun'er had no mind to think about anything else. We had already arrived at the entrance of the Emperor Hotel, and my husband had said he would bring our son over. Otherwise, she even wanted Chen Xinyue to deliver the gift to Jiang Yujun on her behalf, so she could go home and meet the father and son directly. Or, if possible, accompany your husband to meet the person he's dating. Some things should never be taken lightly. Her man, Xiao Yun'er's man, still needs to be carefully protected. What if someone else snatches it away? Wouldn't I regret it for the rest of my life? Of course, she would never say these things out loud. On the surface, she appeared to be calmly talking on the phone with her husband. Of course, she was a little jealous, but she missed the father and son more than anything else. After all, it's been many days since we last saw each other. To say I don't miss them would be pure nonsense. This is also the main reason why Xiao Yun'er stood at the door and never went in. She's waiting for her husband and son here. Who cares about a birthday party? What's so rude about it? It's just a birthday celebration. What's so special about it? Seeing her best friend getting impatient, Xiao Yun'er immediately rolled her eyes and said, "We've been friends since we were kids, and we've celebrated each other's birthdays countless times. What's the big deal if we miss this one? Besides, my husband He Fan and son Xiaomiao are coming over soon. What if they can't find me if I go in?" She said this with such confidence, as if she didn't care about Jiang Yujun's birthday party at all. He's just an outsider after all. How could he be more important than my husband and son? Chen Xinyue. Why does my mouth suddenly taste bitter? That smells like dog food. Just as she stood helplessly beside Xiao Yun'er, waiting for He Fan, suddenly. "Yun'er, why aren't you coming in yet?" A slightly magnetic voice came from behind, and then a tall figure in a white anima suit walked out. The person who arrived was none other than Jiang Yujun. "Jiang Yujun, I've told you so many times, please don't call me that anymore." Unexpectedly, upon seeing him, Xiao Yun'er showed no intention of giving him face. She frowned and said with slight displeasure. Seeing her rudeness, a shadow of gloom flashed in Jiang Yujun's eyes. But his smile remained unchanged as he said gently, "What's wrong? We've been friends since we were kids. Haven't we always called each other that? Is there a problem? That's different. I'm married now, not like when I was a child. If I keep calling him that, I'm afraid my husband will misunderstand. And if something unpleasant happens again someday, it won't look good for anyone." Xiao Yun'er said calmly, subtly reminding the other party not to forget what happened last time. Jiang Yujun. He was furious, but he didn't know how to respond. After all, what they said is right. Even if they were childhood friends, they are all adults now. There must always be boundaries between adult men and women, otherwise it is easy for people to misunderstand. As a woman, she has a right to set clear boundaries for herself and maintain proper boundaries. If he were to refute it, it would only make people think that he, the young master of the Yuan group, had ill intentions towards a married woman. Although this is exactly what he's thinking, he can't bring it out into the open. With a forced smile, Jiang Yujun said, "All right then. Xiao Yuner, why aren't you going in? What are you doing standing here?" Yuner is waiting for her husband to bring the child over. "Young Master Jiang, why don't you go inside and attend to the other guests first? I'll go in with her later, so please don't trouble yourself." After leaving Jiang Yujun, Chen Xinyue's eyes lit up the moment she saw him for the first time. She never expected that the young master of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate would not only be so young, but also so handsome. Yes, regardless of Jiang Yujun's character, he is undeniably handsome and dashing, possessing the demeanor of a refined gentleman. That's one way to put it. From any perspective, he perfectly matches Chen Xinyue's fantasy of her other half. Seeing that he seemed intent on bothering Yuner, she quickly stepped forward and interjected. Of course, it seems that she did this not just to help her best friend out of a predicament. More often than not, it's like they're trying to sell themselves. Seeing Jiang Yujun looking over, Chen Xinyue deliberately puffed out her chest, making her tall figure look even more graceful, and looked at him with a pair of alluring eyes that were as tender as water. Looking at the unfamiliar yet sexy woman in the light purple evening gown in front of him, Jiang Yujun immediately understood what kind of person she was while showing a surprised expression. Having spent many years surrounded by women, he had seen all sorts of women, like fish crossing a river. He's seen far too many people like Chen Xinyue. Ultimately, they all want to marry into a wealthy family. Honestly, he wasn't very interested in women like that. However, the other party was indeed quite beautiful, and given that she was Xiao Yuner's best friend, he wouldn't refuse if he had the chance to have some fun. Of course. Most importantly, this woman clearly has a good relationship with Xiao Yuner. If I can get her to help me, it should be a great help in getting Xiao Yuner. Maybe tonight. As for whether the other party will agree? Hee. How many women in the world are like Xiao Yuner, who are not tempted by money and power? A strange light flashed deep in Jiang Yujun's eyes, but he smiled calmly on the surface. In that case, all right then. But this lady must be a good friend of Xiao Yuner, right? If you don't mind, how about you come inside the hotel with me and help out? After all, everyone here today is a good friend of mine, and I'm quite busy with many things. I would be extremely grateful for any help you could offer. Chapter 54, My Best Friend's Surprise. You mean, we're friends now? Hearing this, Chen Xinyue was overjoyed. She never expected that the heir to a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate would be so approachable. Did they consider me a friend after only meeting for the first time? This made her overjoyed, and she no longer cared about spending time with Xiao Yuner. Jin nodded immediately and agreed. I'm willing. It would be an honor to be Jiang Xiao's friend. Hee. Thank you very much then. The other party's reaction was not unexpected for Jiang Yujun. After speaking, he slightly turned his head and smiled at Xiao Yuner beside him. Yun. Xiao Yuner, shall we go in first? Xiao Yuner nodded slightly, seemingly not minding her best friend's choice. She knows Chen Xinyue very well. My sister seems arrogant, but she has a deep-seated materialistic mindset. It's just that over the years, I haven't met any truly wealthy people. Several relationships, mostly. She knew very well how terrifying someone with Chen Xinyue's personality could be. That's the kind of woman who will do anything to climb up the social ladder given the chance. There are bottom lines, but not many. It's only because she seems to treat me genuinely that I'm friends with her. Otherwise, why would I be friends with someone like that? But you reap what you sow. At least Chen Xinyue didn't do anything that crossed her bottom line. Kind-hearted Xiao Yuner naturally didn't want to lose such a good friend because of the other person's personality. Therefore, Xiao Yuner had actually anticipated the other party's choice at this time. However, she didn't pay any attention to it. After all, it was known that Chen Xinyue had ulterior motives for contacting Jiang Yujun, but for a single woman of her age, it was only natural to want to find a good partner. Doing this is not wrong at all. On the contrary, she was worried that if Jiang Yujun continued to pester her, her husband would see it and cause a lot of trouble. Unexpectedly, the other party gave up the entanglement so easily. Her best friend clearly played a part in this, which really surprised her. But this is for the best. In this way, she wouldn't have to worry about her husband misunderstanding anything. Thinking this, Xiao Yuner nodded gently. Good. Seeing that her best friend had agreed, Chen Xinyue didn't delay any longer. She mustered her courage and took Jiang Yujun's arm, and the two of them walked into the Emperor Hotel. Watching the two figures disappear into the distance, a hint of worry flashed across Xiao Yuner's face. She understands what her best friend is thinking. But, is Jiang Yujun really a good man? Forget it. Xinyue isn't a child anymore. She should know what's important. Whatever happens in the future, it's her own choice. After a long while, Xiao Yuner sighed softly and turned her gaze back to the road. After all, her husband should be arriving soon. Donghai radio station is not too far from the Emperor Hotel. Jiang Yujun's interruption earlier had already wasted a lot of time. Now, just a few minutes later, his own white Volvo sedan has arrived in front of him. Actually, Xiao Yuner could see the father and son in the driver's seat from a great distance. Honestly, seeing the two of them, one big and one small, looking so happy, she truly wished time could stop at this moment and never move forward again. Unfortunately, that's impossible. With a silent sigh, Xiao Yuner immediately stepped forward. Meanwhile, inside the VIP elevator on the 12th floor of the Emperor Hotel. Young master, what arrangements should we make for the young lady you just brought in? Jiang Yujun's secretary, observing his expression, cautiously asked. What's wrong with his eldest son? Today, at my birthday party, I suddenly brought home a strange woman. Could it be that the other party is the young master's woman? However, judging from her appearance, she is quite a good match for the young master. I just don't know what its origin is. Moreover, ever since he put that woman in the banquet hall, he has looked preoccupied and seems very unhappy. This shows that the woman definitely had some influence on young Master Jiang. And that was enough for him to take seriously. No need. Let her do whatever she wants. None of you should interfere. Jiang Yujun shook his head, hesitated for a moment, and then whispered. Remember one thing. Find a chance to bring that woman over before the banquet starts, and have her wait for me somewhere where no one is around. His mind was completely occupied by Xiao Yuner's exquisite face. He had no interest in caring about Chen Xinyue at all. However, to win over that woman, necessary arrangements still need to be made in advance. It must be said, when a man's mind is filled with anger, he is easily unable to make a judgment. Perhaps provoked by Xiao Yuner's recent actions, Jiang Yujun completely forgot his parents' instructions and was now clearly intent on harming her. Yes, young master, I will definitely arrange it for you. Upon hearing this, the secretary nodded, a knowing look on his face. After the elevator stopped, I immediately left to run my errands. Sure enough, my boss is still the same old guy. Even at this point, he still couldn't resist finding an opportunity to get intimate with the beautiful woman. No wonder the old chairman would assign him, a man himself, as his secretary. With that level of lust, no number of female secretaries could possibly be enough for him to ruin. It's just that Jiang Yujun couldn't hear what his secretary was thinking. Otherwise, he would definitely have slapped the guy and fired him. Are you kidding me? Could all that trouble of his be for that woman, Chen Xinyue? A mere gold digger, wouldn't it be easy for him to get what he wanted? Meeting her alone means you're trying to bribe her to do things for you, right? Of course, if given the chance in the future, he wouldn't mind enjoying the company of a fashionable beauty to add some fun to his life. But definitely not now. Seeing his secretary leave, Jiang Yujun's eyes narrowed and his mind began to race. Hopefully, my wish will come true today. However, since Xiao Yuner is bringing her son, she definitely can't do it without help. And Chen Xinyue is definitely a great helper. As for what happens next, it depends on whether I can persuade that gold-digging woman. Xiao Yuner was naturally unaware of Jiang Yujun's thoughts. She never imagined that the other party's biggest goal in holding this birthday party was to get her. Seeing he fan open the car door, she quickly smiled and went to greet him. Honey, you really sent our son over? Xiao Miao, Did you miss your mom? As she spoke, she reached out from the car and picked up her excited son. Little Meow misses her mother so much. He Meow squirmed excitedly as her mother hugged her. However, his dark, piercing eyes kept glancing towards the hotel. It's obvious the little guy knows there's something delicious in there. Seeing this, the couple smiled at each other and didn't expose their son's wicked thoughts. Chapter 55, Keeping the Appointment. Hee hee, whose birthday party is this? Holding it at the Emperor Hotel. How extravagant. As always, He-fan remained calm. He looked toward the hotel entrance with a hint of curiosity in his voice. However, a hint of doubt flashed deep in his eyes. Didn't Xiao Yuner say that Qinshinhua was there? Why isn't the other person here? However, given Xiao Yuner's conservative attire and her previous frankness, he didn't dwell on anything this time. Just out of curiosity. Seemingly guessing his thoughts, Xiao Yun hesitated for a moment before explaining. It's Jiang Yujun's birthday this time. Xinhua went in with him early. Honey, do you want to come in with us? After speaking, he cautiously looked at the other person. She was afraid that He-fan would become unhappy again because of this. But there was a hint of expectation on her face. In her opinion, since she had already made her point clear, she might as well invite He-fan to the hotel banquet with her, so that he wouldn't have to think about anything else. Actually, this is quite good. After I give the gift to Jiang Yujun, the three of us can go home together. She hadn't experienced such a heartwarming scene in a long time. Of course, Xiao Yuner had her own ulterior motives in saying this. While she was explaining and inviting her husband, wasn't she also testing him? Is the person my husband is going to meet a man or a woman? As expected, as soon as Xiao Yuner finished speaking, He-fan shook his head and said, No, I have to meet someone later, I don't have time. He said this calmly, as if he didn't care at all who Jiang Yujun was. Seeing his calm and composed expression, Xiao Yuner couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, after refusing his wife, He-fan thought for a moment and then spoke again. Oh right, I'll come pick you and the baby up after I'm done on my end. Meet? Can you say who? Seeing that He-fan hadn't gotten to the point, Xiao Yuner hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking. After all, she knew very well that after so many things that had happened before, even if she was jealous, she couldn't openly express it. Nothing more than a guilty conscience. Xiao Yuner also said that her questioning would lead to her husband settling scores later. If that were the case, it wouldn't be beautiful. After being married for many years, Xiao Yuner's little thoughts naturally did not escape He-fan's notice. He chuckled softly, shook his head, and said, Don't overthink it. Actually, I don't know who that person is either. But I can guarantee that it's definitely a man. Maybe even an old man in his 70s or 80s. He-fan's last sentence was originally a joke, but unexpectedly, it became a self-fulfilling prophecy. Only after meeting the elderly man did he understand why the man had invited him. A man. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuner breathed a sigh of relief, and her smile widened even more. All right then, I was planning to go home after delivering the gifts. Now that you're here to pick me up, I'll treat my son to a nice meal. Yay, yay, there's something delicious to eat. Upon hearing this, Xiao He Miao and Xiao Yuner's arms clapped her little hands and cheered. You do not say. He came here with his dad this time just to have a good meal, right? Now that my wish has come true, I'm naturally happy. All right, you guys go in first. Seeing that his son was really craving it, He-fan smiled wryly and waved his hand, signaling his wife to take their son to the birthday banquet first. All right, we'll head over now. Xiao Yuner had no objection to this, nodded, picked up Xiao He Miao, turned around, and went straight into the gate of the Emperor Hotel. I wonder if someone gave me prior instructions. Although Xiao Yuner wasn't wearing an evening gown, no one stopped her from going in. Watching her disappearing figure, her slender silhouette remained stunningly beautiful. Watching his wife and children leave, He-fan slowly wiped the smile off his face. He gazed intently at the hotel entrance, hesitated for a moment, and then stepped inside. Sir, our hotel has a policy that guests must wear formal attire to enter. Unexpectedly, He-fan was stopped by the security guard at the door as soon as he arrived. Although the other party appeared respectful, their outstretched arm was as firm as a rock, showing no intention of letting the person go. After all, it is the most luxurious hotel in Donghai, with a 5-star rating. Even if he is just a security guard, there would never be any of the condescending behavior you see in novels. The other party's attitude was neither humble nor arrogant, and they were clearly following the rules. Although somewhat surprised, He-fan didn't say anything. After all, he could see clearly that most of the men in front of the hotel were dressed in sharp suits, and the women were wearing various high and evening gowns. Of course, the wife from earlier is an exception, but that's understandable. Since Jiang Yujun is holding a birthday banquet here, he must have made arrangements in advance. And what about myself? I came here today dressed simply in casual clothes. Being stopped by security guards doesn't seem like it's intentional harassment. He thought for a moment, then took out a gilded invitation from his pocket and said with a smile, "I came in a hurry and forgot to change my clothes. Since I can't go in, I'd like to trouble you to return this to its owner." After saying that, he shoved the invitation into the other person's hand and turned to leave. He-fan did this not because he wanted to create a scene of showing off and getting slapped in the face. The key point is, he really doesn't care. Damn, he doesn't even know who sent the invitation. As for the person named Wang Yanshan, who was associated with him, he didn't know him at all. Whether I go or not, it doesn't matter at all. Wait, sir. Unexpectedly, at the very moment He-fan turned to leave, the security guard's pupils constricted sharply after he saw the words on the post, and he hurriedly said, "Sir, please wait a moment." "What? Is there a problem?" When the other person called out to him, He-fan turned around and asked with a frown. "No, no, no." Seeing this, the security guard quickly waved his hands, then respectfully handed over the invitation with both hands, explaining, "The person who posted the invitation is the chairman of our hotel. Since you have been invited by him, you don't need to follow those rules." After saying that, he lowered his head. That respectful demeanor didn't seem to be an act at all. This shows that the Emperor Hotel doesn't just hire anyone. In terms of personal qualities, they are indeed quite outstanding. Old man. Although He-fan was somewhat taken aback by the other party's sudden change, he became even more acutely aware of the form of address used by the security guard. Chairman of Emperor Hotel? An old man? Damn, I was actually right. He was about to meet an extremely wealthy old man. At this moment, He-fan was both amused and exasperated. He never expected that what he had said to his wife before would actually come true. Chapter 56 Re-encounter with the old man. He-fan shook his head inwardly with a sigh, but didn't deliberately make things difficult for the other party. He slowly reached out and took the invitation back, saying calmly, "May I go in now?" "Mr. He, please come in." The hotel security guard gestured with his hand and deliberately added a note. "Your banquet will be held in the VIP room on the 18th floor. Please take the chairman's private elevator." "Thanks." He-fan nodded and walked confidently into the hotel. It must be said, upon entering the hotel, he realized that all the men and women inside were dressed in formal attire, and he, dressed in casual clothes, looked so out of place. However, He-fan didn't care about this. Although he had never experienced a scene like this before, he wouldn't say he was scared. Especially after inheriting the many miraculous medical skills and ancient prescriptions left by the He family ancestors, He-fan saw only two kinds of people in this world: living people and dead people. Yes, in the eyes of such a top-notch physician as him, no matter how rich and powerful one is, one will die once one falls ill. What do I have to be afraid of? However, even He-fan himself didn't notice the huge change in his personality. He used to be gentle and refined, a handsome man exuding an air of scholarly elegance in the eyes of others, with a mild and respectful personality. But what about now? Clearly, he's become much more arrogant. He's completely different from before. Following the security guard's suggestion, He-fan leisurely walked to the private elevator. After opening the door and going inside, as the ascent accelerated, He-fan arrived at the 18th floor in just over 10 seconds. Bite! As the elevator doors opened, when he saw the smiling person outside greeting him, his eyes widened in surprise, and he exclaimed, "Grandpa, it's you? Hee, why can't it be me?" An old man, familiar to everyone, leaned on a cane, followed by two bodyguards in suits. His air of authority was unmistakable. Without letting He-fan speak again, the old man stepped forward, grabbed him, and walked towards the emperor's private room next door. It's worth noting that while there are many high-end private rooms in the Emperor Hotel, there's only one Emperor private room on the 18th floor. Moreover, it is never open during normal times. I heard that it's only used when the hotel chairman comes. Of course, He Fan was unaware of all this. After all, given his previous status, he probably wouldn't have been able to afford to spend money at the Emperor Hotel, so naturally he wouldn't know the ins and outs of it. Looking at the huge private room in front of him, which was hundreds of square meters in size, luxuriously decorated, and gave people a supreme enjoyment, He Fan couldn't help but be amazed. No wonder people say that the enjoyment of the rich is something ordinary people can never understand. Today he's seen it for himself. In the center of the room, a large round table large enough to seat dozens of people was prominently displayed, and the old man who brought him there was already sitting in the main seat. The old man was looking over with a smile, but the two bodyguards behind him did not come in and remained on either side of the door to wait. He Fan naturally recognized the old man. Judging from his appearance, isn't he the same person his parents diagnosed before the accident? If he remembers correctly, the old man should be suffering from vegetative nervous system disorder. I just don't know if the other person listened to me and went to a major hospital for a checkup. Your name is He Fan, right? Don't panic. The old man invited you here today to thank you for your reminder. Seeing him looking around, the old man smiled kindly and explained his purpose. Then you, sir. Seeing that the other party had made their point clear, He Fan finally understood everything. But when he looked at the old man, he hesitated and asked something, but in the end he was too embarrassed to speak. No wonder. Because he was unwilling to reveal the true medical skills of the He family, he did not treat the old man at the time, but only advised him to go to a large hospital for treatment. After that, the two never saw each other again. To He Fan's utter surprise, the other party actually invited him because of this. Don't worry. Just like you said, that little ailment can be treated at the hospital. Seemingly understanding what he wanted to say, the old man waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned. Was it you who invited me? You're the Wang Yangshan on the invitation? He Fan felt a little embarrassed after hearing the other party's answer. In an attempt to change the subject, he quickly asked a question. The old man paused for a moment, then laughed heartily. That's me, of course. Who did you think it was? Then, looking at He Fan with an appreciative gaze, he praised him. Young man, your medical skills are truly remarkable. This old man really owes you a debt of gratitude last time. Otherwise, if my condition had worsened, I would have been in serious trouble. He Fan rolled his eyes upon hearing this, secretly thinking to himself. It's more than just trouble. If we wait until the condition becomes severe, I'm afraid I might not even be able to save my life. In a way, the other party should really thank themselves. Why did you send me here this time, sir? Is there something you need? Since they were old acquaintances, He Fan naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony anymore. He first apologized, then casually sat down in a chair next to the large round dining table. Then, looking at the other person with a face full of curiosity, he asked with a face full of doubt. Honestly, He Fan's medical skills are very strong now. The moment he saw the old man again, he could tell that the old man's autonomic nervous system disorder had improved a lot after treatment. It must be said, although he is very skilled in traditional Chinese medicine, those top hospitals didn't come for nothing. Even though these symptoms cannot be cured through treatment, they can be managed well without affecting the old man's health. But, if it's just to thank me, why would the other party go to such lengths? A hint of doubt flashed in He Fan's eyes, and he unconsciously began to ponder. He Fan would never believe that the other party had gone to such lengths to invite him here just because of that incident. Could it be that they want to see me for medical treatment? But after thinking about it, he immediately rejected the idea. Joke. Don't let his advanced age fool you. He's already in his 70s or 80s. As the chairman of the Emperor Group, he has been a prominent figure in the business world for many years, and the wealth he possesses is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. These wealthy people generally value their health highly and would never allow themselves to seek treatment through unorthodox methods. He was still aware of his own limitations. Of course, if He Fan were willing to defy ancestral teachings and use all the inherited medical skills, he would definitely be worthy of being called a renowned doctor. Even becoming world famous is just around the corner. Perhaps only in that way could his previous guess come true. But would He Fan do that? Maybe. But definitely not now. Chapter 57, The Old Man's Discovery. Of course, old Master Wang Yanshan was unaware of He Fan's inner thoughts. Seeing the other person ask, he raised his white eyebrows and asked with some curiosity, "How did you know I had something to discuss with you? Can't I invite you out for a meal and drinks, and have a proper chat between us?" After all, if you hadn't reminded him last time, the old man's illness might have worsened, and he might not have even survived. Bang bang. He Fancy flicked his finger at the enormous dining table, which could seat dozens of people, and said irritably, "All right then, we'll assume that's how it is. But sir, I'm not saying this to you. But if you were planning to treat us to a meal, why haven't the dishes and drinks been served yet?" Wang Yanshan. He suddenly noticed something, which filled him with doubt. Does this kid in front of me really not recognize me? Judging from the other person's expression, it didn't seem like they were faking it. You have to understand, the Wang family is a powerful force even in the whole country. No one knows better than Mr. Wang Yanshan how amazing the aura of superiority he has cultivated over many years of business battles is. Under normal circumstances, how many young people can stand still when they see him? It's one thing for a young man living in a small city like Donghai not to recognize him, but it's truly remarkable that he could maintain his composure and remain calm in the face of his presence. However, the old man still remembered the real purpose of inviting the other party over, so he didn't dwell on the matter too much. Cough, cough. Old Master Wang coughed twice, then suddenly said with a serious expression, "Kid, don't rush to eat. Come on, tell me first, did you really only find out by taking my pulse last time that I didn't realize I had that vegetative nervous system disorder?" He seemed to take this issue very seriously, and there wasn't a trace of mockery in his eyes. If it wasn't diagnosed by taking a pulse, did you think it was diagnosed by smelling it? Seeing that the other party had suddenly brought up this topic, He Fan replied lazily. Traditional Chinese medicine employs 4 methods: observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. With just a few fingers, it can discern subtle signs and determine life or death. Is it really that hard to find information about a minor condition called vegetative nervous system disorder? He Fan was naturally annoyed by the questioning, and his tone became much harsher to express his displeasure. Smack! Upon hearing his admission, the old man was overjoyed. He slammed his hand on the table and said heartily, "That's good. I knew you were capable. Those old fogies were just spouting nonsense about how young people are unreliable." At this point, a disdainful look appeared on the old man's lips. Then his expression turned serious, and he said in an unquestionable voice, "Kid, heal this old man. If you can cure him, see." The old man stretched out his palm and swept it around, then solemnly said, "This Emperor Hotel, I'll take the liberty of gifting it to you. Treat people's illnesses?" He Fan was taken aback upon hearing this. He was pondering who the old guys old man Wang was referring to were when he was shocked by the other party's outrageously extravagant spending. You should know that the Emperor Hotel is the only 5-star hotel in Donghai City. If we're really talking about value, it probably wouldn't even be worth $1 billion. The other party actually offered to give it away without hesitation, just so he could save someone? Honestly, He Fan was completely bewildered. But after thinking about it, he still said helplessly, "Although I'm just a junior traditional Chinese medicine doctor in a clinic, I know that healing and saving lives is a doctor's duty. If you have any patients, sir, you can bring them to Hayantang tomorrow. I will do my best to treat them." His words sounded grand and dignified, yet they subtly seemed to be a reminder to the other party. The meaning behind the words is quite clear. If it can be cured, he will definitely do his best to cure it. If it cannot be cured, then there is nothing he can do. Honestly, a 5-star hotel is incredibly valuable, enough to drive countless people crazy. But none of these things could attract He Fan. The reason is simple. He's just an ordinary traditional Chinese medicine doctor. He doesn't understand business management or anything like that, and he has no interest in getting involved in those things. As for money, he earns a few $100,000 a year, which is already beyond the reach of most people, right? All members of the He family pursue a simple and ordinary life, and have never coveted a life of great wealth and honor. Otherwise, why do you think He Fan has been married for so many years and has always kept a small clinic without ever thinking of making a change? This isn't because I'm spineless, it's just my personality. In his eyes, having a healthy body, a harmonious family, and a warm home with his wife and children are the greatest pursuits in life. Joke. Money is something you only need enough of. Even if you have a lot of wealth, can you take it with you when you die? If the He family really wanted money, with their almost miraculous medical skills and numerous ancient prescriptions, any one of them could make them rich overnight. If that's the case, the accumulation of wealth over just a few generations would make the He family one of the top families in Yin Kingdom. Unfortunately, they never cared about any of that. What the He family has always valued more is passing on those secrets to a stable succession from generation to generation. As long as nothing unexpected happens along the way, it will be good enough. Nothing else matters. Therefore, Grandpa Wang's offer to give him the hotel didn't mean much to He Fan. Not to mention it has any appeal. Hee, did you do your best? Old Master Wang laughed upon hearing this. This little guy is quite the actor. Although I don't understand why you're hiding your abilities, the fact that you could diagnose me with vegetative nervous system disorder just by taking my pulse proves that you're extraordinary. You know, the old man has many top-notch doctors around him, but not one of them could diagnose my illness without the help of instruments. Even some renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners have said that this kind of disease cannot be diagnosed simply by taking a pulse. Old Master Wang looked at him with a smile, a sly glint in his eyes. Honestly, did he really conclude that He Fan was hiding his abilities based on these facts? Obviously not entirely. The old man dared to make such an assertion primarily because of the results of his investigation. Indeed, He Fan usually just helps some elderly people with their health and hasn't done anything particularly remarkable. It looks quite unremarkable. However, if someone pays close attention, they will find that under his care, those elderly people in their 70s and 80s are in very good health, and some of their age-related diseases are almost completely cured, though not completely cured. Most importantly, according to the investigation conducted by Old Master Wang, it was astonishing to discover that among the elderly people treated by this young man in the past 5 years, apart from 2 who died from exhaustion of their lifespan, none of them had died from illness. Chapter 58, Seeking Medical Treatment. Grandma Wang understood what this meant. You have to understand that those are elderly people in their 70s and 80s. In today's society, how many people don't have a lifetime of hard work and are riddled with illnesses? But they were lucky enough to meet He Fan, and thus suffered far less hardship in life. They can even die peacefully in their old age. This situation is arguably more tempting than any other for the elderly. This shows that He Fan's medical skills are absolutely terrifying upon closer examination. And this is the biggest reason why the old man invited He Fan. Of course, these are all just speculations. But wasn't he also using words to confirm those speculations? What do you mean by that? Hearing what the other party said, He Fan's lips twitched slightly, and he calmly asked. But my heart was suddenly filled with turmoil. No way, really? Has the old man in front of me already discovered my biggest secret? But I haven't revealed anything except for taking the other person's pulse once, have I? Could it be that the other party learned of the He family's existence through some channel? That's why they came knocking on our door. The thought that the other party knew so many top martial arts masters made him begin to have doubts. After all, they are all in the traditional Chinese medicine industry, so it's not impossible that some colleagues would know about the He family. He Fan couldn't ask directly, so he could only try to find out how much the other party knew through conversation. But what old Wang said next took He Fan even more by surprise. The Wang family of Kyoto can barely be considered a first-rate business family. Their businesses span across industries such as food and beverage, foreign trade, real estate, and electronics. While they may not be as wealthy as a country, their wealth is among the largest in the entire Yin Kingdom. Wang Yangming did not answer him, but instead said calmly, although this Emperor Hotel looks very nice, it's just a drop in the ocean compared to the Wang family's total wealth. He Fan. He was a little confused, completely unaware of why the old man was showing off these things to him. But the Kyoto royal family? Just from the other person's description, it's clearly a behemoth. Even though He Fan didn't care much about wealth, he was still shocked after hearing this. Grandpa, you. He was about to say something when he was abruptly interrupted by the other party waving his hand. Perhaps you're wondering, since the Wang family has such great power, how did I, an old man, end up in Donghai City and get to know you, an insignificant little Chinese medicine doctor? Subconsciously, He Fan nodded. After all, the other party's identity is not simple. Logically speaking, shouldn't he be retiring in Kyoto? But how did they end up in Donghai, a second-tier city, and have their eyes on him? He Fan was certain that there are two reasons behind everyone's behavior, an excuse and a motive. He really wanted to know what the other person's motivation was in saying all this. Isn't that strange? Old Wang gave a wry smile, pondered for a moment, and then slowly explained. As the previous head of the Wang family, I, the old man, have the authority to make decisions on many matters. Indeed, the old man is so old, he should stay in Kyoto. After all, the medical care and other conditions there are far superior to those in the East China Sea. It's just a pity that although I have 3 sons and 5 grandsons who can inherit the family business, my only granddaughter is ill. When his granddaughter was mentioned, Grandpa Wang's cloudy eyes were filled with love. It's clear that the old man dotes on his only granddaughter. You want me to treat your granddaughter? Hearing this, He Fan blurted out. Yes. The old man no longer concealed the truth and sighed deeply. That girl's condition is very difficult to treat. Her family has taken her to almost every famous hospital in China and abroad, but no one has been able to cure her. In recent years, the old man has stayed in Donghai to accompany her as she recuperates at the old house, slowly conditioning her with an ancient remedy he obtained by chance. At this point, Mr. Wang Yanshan looked extremely downcast. But a moment later, he perked up again and kept praising. I must say, although that ancient remedy cannot cure my granddaughter's illness, it can at least keep her condition from deteriorating too much. This is arguably the best news about my granddaughter in years. So the old man has a feeling that if anyone can cure Xiaoqing's illness, it has to be traditional Chinese medicine, which has been passed down for many years. Unfortunately, in recent years, despite our Wang family's extensive search for renowned doctors throughout the country, not a single one has been able to make any significant progress. What can we do? After Wang Yanshan finished speaking, He Fan finally realized what was going on. It turns out I was worrying for nothing. This old man must have been desperate and grasped at straws, which is why he came to me. After all, his genuine admiration for traditional Chinese medicine speaks volumes. It seems that he doesn't know anything. But, Xiaoqing, it must be his granddaughter's name, right? He Fan breathed a sigh of relief, thought for a moment, and nodded in agreement. Traditional Chinese medicine is profound and extensive, so it's understandable that the old man thinks this way. There's a saying that goes, Western medicine only lets people die knowing exactly what's happening, while traditional Chinese medicine lets people live in a daze. Many symptoms are not necessarily symptoms. Who dares to say that something is a disease? These words are extremely profound, yet they also reveal the essence of traditional Chinese medicine. Well said. Upon hearing this, the old man immediately perked up. He quickly said, He Fan, from what you said, this old man can tell that although you are still very young and only run a small clinic, you can tell that I am sick just by taking my pulse. Your medical skills must be unique. If you can cure the old man's granddaughter or alleviate her suffering, allowing her to live a few more years, my Wang family is willing to pay any price. Live a few more years? Hearing this, He Fan was taken aback and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Holy crap, is it that serious? But thinking about what the other party said, it's understandable that the disease they contracted could be fatal, given that they had tried treatments both domestically and internationally without success. But what exactly is the illness? He couldn't help but feel a little curious. Honestly, even now, He Fan has never thought of revealing the matter of his medical skills inheritance. After all, there are ancestral precepts to follow, and he doesn't want to cause too much trouble because of this. However, if it's within his current capabilities, He Fan wouldn't mind giving it a try. As for the promises made by the other party, let's just forget about it. This has nothing to do with wealth. He's more afraid of causing trouble for no reason. Even if you've never eaten pork, you've at least seen pigs walk. He Fan knew very well that there was far too much filth within those powerful families. Benefit? The fear is that even if I have the life to receive it, whether I'll live to enjoy it is still uncertain. He doesn't want to get into trouble if there's nothing wrong. He'll just ask the other party for a consultation fee later. Contentment is the key to lasting happiness. Chapter 59, The Little Princess of the Royal Family. None of that matters. I just don't know what illness your granddaughter has. He Fan's expression remained unchanged, and he asked in a calm tone. Seeing him like this, even someone as composed as old Master Wang Yangshan couldn't help but be stunned. How can this kid be so calm? To know the promises I made would be an immense fortune. The other party remained completely unmoved. Honestly, he suddenly felt that he couldn't see through the young man in front of him anymore. You should know that although I have met many people with such composure, most of them are middle-aged or elderly people in their 30s or 40s. A young man like this, He Fan, is definitely the first. What illness is it? I hope you can take a look yourself, young friend. After calming down a bit, old Master Wang said with a smile. After he finished speaking, he tapped his cane twice, and immediately a person pushed open the door and entered. She was a pretty girl, around 25 or 26 years old. Her nanny outfit revealed her graceful figure. Although her appearance could not be described as stunning, she still had a certain charm at first glance. Xiao Lu, where's Miss? Seeing that she came in alone, old Master Wang frowned and asked, Master, Miss heard that an old friend is having a birthday celebration down there, so she specially asked Sister Zhu to push her down to join in the fun. The girl, addressed as Xiao Lu, answered respectfully, but a hint of unease flashed in her eyes. After all, this matter was not reported to the old master. It was Miss who made the decision on her own. Presumptuous. Upon hearing this, old Master Wang's face darkened with anger, and he sternly rebuked. Don't you know Mrs. Health condition? What are you doing getting involved? What if something happens to her? Master, please calm down. I'll have Sister Zhu bring Miss back right away. Faced with the angry Mr. Wang, the nanny, Xiao Lu, trembled and hurriedly said something. He then turned and left, rushing downstairs. Ugh, they're all such a worry. Watching the other person leave, the old man sighed, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. But his expression betrayed more sorrow than anything else, because he knew very well that his granddaughter had definitely made the decision herself. Otherwise, those two nannies certainly wouldn't have dared to put her in any dangerous situation. Her actions are understandable. They simply felt they didn't have much time left and wanted to see and walk around as much as possible before leaving. You really are. He Fan shook his head with a wry smile, having figured out Wang Yangshan's plan. Ultimately, isn't this a lack of self-trust? Do you want to test your ability to diagnose and treat illnesses? But he didn't care. Regardless of what the other party does, He Fan only intends to observe. If conventional treatment works, he'll treat the patient. If not, he won't reveal his family's medical skills. And so, the old man and the young man chatted idly for almost half an hour. Why hasn't that girl come back yet? Seemingly getting impatient, old Wang frowned and muttered unhappily. Xiaohe, wait here for a moment, I'll send someone down to check again. After thinking for a moment, he said to He Fan, Okay, Mr. Wang. He Fan nodded, naturally having neither a question nor an opinion on the matter. Just as old Master Wang Yanshan was about to get up and call the bodyguards outside to come in, the door to the private room was suddenly opened. Then a clear, crisp female voice reached the ears of the two people in the private room. Why are you all in such a hurry? I have a feeling that there's something wrong with that person. The voice was melodious, like the song of a nightingale. As the sound came, a beautiful young woman was seen, carefully pushing a wheelchair in. In the wheelchair was a girl who looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. She was puffing out her round, pretty face, with an unhappy expression. The girl was very pretty, with dark black eyes and a blush on her cheeks. She exuded youthful energy, with fair skin and beautiful features, possessing a beauty that rivaled even Xiao Yuners. Unfortunately, the girl seemed to have some health problem. She was lying in a wheelchair, with only her arms still able to move. Below the chest and abdomen, it felt like I had lost all feeling. Is this ALS? He Fan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise at first glance. No, this isn't ordinary ALS, It's more like. But as he saw the girl's movements clearly, he immediately realized that something was wrong. If it really were ALS, how could the girl's arms still be so flexible? And how could she even change her facial expressions on her own? He Fan knew very well that ALS, a disease that usually begins in the small muscles of the distal hand during its course, is a chronic, progressive neurodegenerative disease. In other words, if it were common ALS, the first thing the girl would be unable to move would be her arms. Therefore, He Fan was certain that this could not possibly be a common flare-up of his illness. A glint flashed in his eyes, and he immediately revealed a thoughtful expression. Why does the girl's condition seem more like a form of artificially induced pseudo-ALS, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, inherited from the He family's medical tradition? But out of a deep-seated taboo, He Fan quickly shut up. However, he was too late. Wang Lao's cloudy eyes flashed, and he clearly heard the key sentence. A hint of joy flashed across the old man's face. He Fan seemed to have figured something out. He felt more and more certain that he had found the right person this time. So what if you're young? Heroes have emerged from among the young throughout history. Who dares to say that young people lack good medical skills? After all, he is the old patriarch of a large family and a cunning old fox who has been playing the game in the business world for many years. Old Wang knew very well that now was not the time to ask these questions. So as not to make He Fan feel unhappy and unable to continue testing the other party, his expression remained unchanged, as if he hadn't heard anything at all. Come, Xiaoqing, come over to Grandpa. Let me introduce you to someone. The old man waved his hand, looking at his granddaughter with a face full of loving affection. Grandfather. Upon seeing him, a smile finally appeared on Wang Qing's beautiful face. It seems that all the previous unpleasantness has been swept away. Seeing this, the young woman behind her quickly pushed the young lady over. Upon reaching her grandfather's side, Wang Qing, as usual, hugged his arm and looked at He Fan with a curious expression. It must be said, He Fan's refined demeanor and the faint medicinal scent emanating from him were captivating. One could tell at a glance that he wasn't a bad person. The other person's lazy expression made him seem even more approachable. It made this naive young girl, who was unfamiliar with the ways of the world, feel an instant liking for him. That's why He Fan couldn't hear her thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been utterly speechless. Is it true that you judge a person's character based on appearances? That's just being a sucker for good looks, okay? With that naive and innocent personality, isn't she afraid of being sold out and still counting the money for the seller? Chapter 60, An Unexpected Accident. Ahem, this is He Fan. Xiaoqing, you can call him brother from now on. Upon seeing this, Old Master Wang immediately coughed lightly and introduced her. Why did you ask me to call you brother the moment we met? What does this mean? He Fan's lips twitched a few times. He was utterly speechless at the old man's behavior. Honestly, does he deserve it? You must know that the girl in front of you is the only little princess of the Wang family in this generation. And who am I? Just a barefoot traditional Chinese medicine practitioner at a small street clinic. Be the older brother to the other person? Let's forget about it. Certainly, He Fan's thinking wasn't actually due to any inferiority complex. The key point is that he could sense that the old man's moves seemed to have a deeper meaning. To avoid being outmaneuvered, he decisively smiled and said, Grandpa, please stop joking. Miss Wang is someone of such high status, while I'm just a lowly doctor. What kind of manners is it for you to call me brother? Besides, I've been married for many years and my son is 5 years old. If Miss Wang doesn't mind, you can just call me brother. He spoke very skillfully. He outwardly refused to be called brother, but then made the other person call him brother. It's important to understand that a difference of just one word can make a world of difference in meaning. Hello, brother. The naive Wang Qing was naturally unable to discern her grandfather's thoughts. But even Wang Qing, who is usually very shy, felt a little embarrassed to call someone she had just met brother. Since He Fan said so, Wang Qing naturally took the opportunity to agree. Hello, Miss Wang. He Fan nodded and said with a smile. Seeing that the way the two addressed each other was already settled, Old Master Wang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He didn't know why, but he always felt that he had missed something because of this way of addressing his granddaughter. Originally, The old man thought that no matter whether He Fan had the ability to cure his granddaughter, it would not be a bad thing if such an outstanding young man could get closer to his precious daughter. The key is that the other party is so mysterious. If we can get the two of them to establish a brother-sister relationship, the granddaughter might actually benefit from this misfortune. But since things had come to this point, there was nothing more for Mr. Wang Yangshan to say. His expression hardened, and he looked at He Fan with furrowed brows, slowly saying, "Xiao He, what did you just notice? If the old man isn't deaf, it seems you knew Xiao Qing had ALS just by glancing at her?" Honestly, the old man always felt that something was off about He Fan. He had a vague feeling. If there is anyone in the world who can cure my granddaughter, it is probably none other than the other party. Although this intuition came out of nowhere, the investigation into He Fan did not find that he had any particularly outstanding medical skills. But the old man just had that feeling. Isn't that so? Upon hearing this, He Fan's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he pretended to be confused as he spoke. He also knew that he had misspoke. There was no other way but to pretend to be stupid and put on an act with the old man. There's nothing we can do about it. Unless He Fan is willing to defy the ancestral precepts, there is absolutely no way he will lend a helping hand. This wasn't because he was cold-blooded, but because He Fan was aware of the consequences of his actions. Ancestral precepts are not immutable. He can even save anyone at any time if he wants to. But if I really did that, how would I be any different from that troublesome ancestor? If they cause trouble, what good will come of it for the Ho family right now? If things go wrong, the tradition will be cut off. What new era? Those who know. He Fan never hesitates to use the deepest malice to speculate about people's hearts today, especially those capitalists. Yes, but... Seeing his expression, the old man frowned and was about to say something. Seeing that his granddaughter and Nanny were both there, his expression kept changing. After thinking for a moment, he gently stroked the girl's hair and said kindly, "Xiao Qing, would you like to go outside with Sister Zhu first? Grandpa has something to say to this boy alone." "Yes, Grandpa." The innocent Wang Qing nodded, seemingly not minding at all that her grandfather was making her go through all that trouble. Most importantly, I seem to have something important to do. That would be for the best." Then the little girl looked at the nanny and said again, puffing out her cheeks, "Sister Zhu, hurry and push me downstairs. If we're too late, that shameless guy might try to hurt Xiao Miao's mother." "Oh right. Remember to bring bodyguards. I refuse to believe we can't handle that guy." Anyone could see at that moment that the little girl was really angry. It seems she's going to rescue someone. "Go downstairs. Xiao Miao. Mom, help." Upon hearing this, Grandpa Wang, who was standing to the side, did not react much. He knew immediately that his granddaughter was standing up for someone again. Anyway, the Emperor Hotel is their own property, so they can do whatever they want without worrying about anything going wrong. But He Fan heard these words differently. Certain keywords suddenly connected in his mind, and a bad feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. Damn it! Xiao Miao's mother? Isn't that his wife? Judging from Wang Qing's words, someone is eyeing Xiao Yin'er, Jiang Yujun, or someone else. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, He Fan suddenly stood up, kicked the chair in front of him away, and ran out without asking any more questions. This scene came so suddenly that everyone in the private room was stunned. What happened? The old man, who had originally wanted to say something to He Fan alone, frowned and, disregarding everything else, walked directly out of the private room. He had a vague feeling that something bad was going to happen at the Emperor Hotel today, and it must be related to He Fan. "Mommy, I want my mommy." On the 9th floor, inside the VIP box, Chen Xinyue held He Miao, but a bad feeling lingered in her heart. Her intuition told her that she seemed to have been used by Jiang Yujun. Chen Xinyu? Having just come down from the Emperor's suite on the top floor, He Fan saw that the VIP suite on the 9th floor, where Jiang Yujun was holding his birthday banquet, was now almost empty. Looking around, only his wife's best friend, Chen Xinyue, was left, holding her son, Xiao Miao, pacing back and forth with an uneasy expression. Where is Xiao Yin'er? Ignoring his son He Miao, who was struggling to rush towards him after seeing him, He Fan stared intently at him with hostility. He just didn't understand. From the time his wife arrived for the birthday party to the time he went up to the top floor to meet with Mr. Wang, only a little over an hour had passed. Why did such an unusual thing happen? Surely a banquet hosted by the young master of the prestigious Yuan group couldn't possibly end in such a short time? Unless this so-called birthday banquet was specially arranged because Jiang Yujun had designs on his wife. Chapter 61, Wife in Peril. But Fan didn't understand. Hadn't the two of them already? Why were they still like this? He was somewhat bewildered, and even began to doubt whether he had guessed wrong. If that's really the case, wouldn't I be the one who caused my wife's death? Fortunately, Wang Qing also said that she saw the young master of the Jiang family helping a mother of a child she had seen at the banquet to the guest room before going upstairs, and not too much time had passed since then. The woman appeared to be drunk. It was precisely because they were both in the same industry that she had a certain understanding of Jiang Yujun, which led her to suspect that he might have ill intentions. That is, her grandfather summoned her to the top floor. Otherwise, given the little girl's strong sense of justice and hatred for evil, she would have already stepped forward to stop it. As for his health problems? This is her territory. Why would she be afraid of a mere rich kid? It was only because they didn't know which room the two had gone to that Grandpa Wang and his granddaughter decided to go to the monitoring room together to check after catching up with Fan. As for Fan, he arrived at the VIP room on the 9th floor as quickly as possible. He couldn't help but be anxious. After all, if we're talking about time, even if Jiang Yujun wanted to do something, he shouldn't have succeeded yet. But the current situation makes Fan wonder why his wife's best friend would be here with her son. Logically speaking, she should be the first person to help his wife to rest. Most importantly, Xiao Yuner had clearly told me that she had no intention of drinking at all when she came to the banquet, and with her son Xiao Miao by her side. How did she end up drunk? He didn't realize what was happening until he saw Chen Xinyue holding her son alone in the private room. I'm afraid this matter is inextricably linked to the woman in front of me. Fan. Upon seeing it was him, Chen Xinyue couldn't help but be somewhat taken aback. She never imagined that her wife and husband would appear here. But, isn't he just a junior doctor? How could someone from the lower class, who runs a small clinic and is commonly known as a barefoot doctor, appear in such a high-class place? Tell me quickly, where is Xiao Yuner? Seeing her stunned, Fan's face immediately darkened and he angrily questioned her. Seemingly startled, Chen Xinyue fully regained her senses. She quickly said, Fan, Yuner got drunk earlier, and Jiang Yujun said he would take her to a guest room to rest. But for some reason, he never came back, and even the other guests left. The thought of those well-dressed young men and women looking at her with seemingly deeper meaning before they left made Chen Xinyue a shiver involuntarily, and she felt increasingly uneasy. I'm asking you, which room did they go to? Hurry up and tell me. Fan's gloomy face took on a murderous glint, and the hostility in his gaze was obvious. I really don't know. Fan, you need to go save Xiao Yuner right now. I feel like she's in grave danger. Chen Xinyue was almost in tears, and instinctively tightened her arms around Xiao Miao. It seemed that only in this way could she feel a little bit of safety. Just as Fan was about to say something more, a middle-aged man in a suit rushed in, panting, and asked, You must be Mr. Fan? The master specifically asked me to tell you that the person you're looking for is in room 999 on the 11th floor. Before he could finish speaking, Fan ran towards the stairs at lightning speed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yes, Fan didn't even have time to take the elevator, because he knew very well that the elevator might not be as fast as the stairs for a distance of 2 floors. Although he still doesn't know whether his wife and Jiang Yujun had that kind of relationship, he still felt anxious when he learned that Xiao Yuner had been taken away. Perhaps some things will be completely clear today? As he ran, his expression gradually became complicated. Inside the 999 deluxe room on the 11th floor, a strange smell permeated the room, making people want to vomit. Not far away, on a luxurious, large bed, Xiao Yuner's clothes were somewhat disheveled, and she was fast asleep. Despite the overwhelming smell of alcohol, the overall appearance was still quite decent. Perhaps due to drinking too much, a large amount of vomit was found on his clothes and the snow-white sheets. Splash, splash, splash. The sound of running water continued in the bathroom, and grumbling could be heard coming from inside. Damn, drunk women are really disgusting. I should have known better than to put that stuff in. You bitch, just you wait. No matter what, I will not let you go today. Damn it, I should have brought a female assistant. I'll have to give her a bath first, otherwise I won't be able to bring myself to do it. Dissatisfied voices emanated from the bathroom, echoing throughout the entire luxury guest room. His tone was full of displeasure. Not long after, as the bathroom door opened, Jiang Yujun, wrapped in a bath towel, strode out. He looked at Xiao Yuner, who was fast asleep on the bed, with greed in his eyes. This woman has been on my mind for many years, and today I can finally have her. Upon seeing the large amount of vomit on his body, Jiang Yujun's eyes flashed with disgust. After only a slight hesitation, he strode forward. There's nothing we can do about it. If it were any other woman, Jiang Yujun would definitely lose interest in this situation and would most likely turn around and leave. But this is Xiao Yuner, the woman he had dreamed of for years, and who finally had the chance to win his heart. How could you possibly ask him to give up? It must be said, Jiang Yujun, who had lost his mind, had completely forgotten his parents' instructions. In the end, he couldn't resist resorting to despicable means against Xiao Yuner. On one hand, they were disgusted, but on the other hand, their eyes were burning with desire. Jiang Yujun came to the bedside and excitedly reached out his hand to the sleeping Xiao Yuner. The buttons around the woman's neck were unbuttoned one by one. As if sensing something, Xiao Yuner, who was already drunk, twisted her body, seemingly trying to escape someone's clutches. Unfortunately, she can't even stay sober now, so how could she possibly break free from his grasp? A surge of anger suddenly rose in Jiang Yujun's heart, and he almost lost control of himself. However, the pools of wine stains and grime on the woman's body and bed, along with the stench emanating from her breath, made it impossible for him, a man with a slight obsession with cleanliness, to bring himself to do it. Originally, Jiang Yujun wanted to carry the other person to the bathroom to wash them clean before slowly savoring the long-awaited delicacy. But now it seems the pace needs to be sped up. Chapter 62, Beating Jiang Yujun. After all, you know exactly what you did wrong. Xiao Yuner, who is drunk, will definitely not sober up anytime soon. Just as he had finally managed to take off the other person's coat and was about to strip off their underwear, he suddenly heard the sound of the door being opened. Who? He was startled and quickly turned his head away. Before he could even see who it was, he immediately started swearing. What's going on at your hotel? Can't you see I'm busy working? Which blind fool is it? He Fan. After seeing who it was, Jiang Yujun froze on the spot. He Fan was very fast, but the hotel manager who came to deliver the message was not slow either. Joke. This is someone the old chairman instructed us to cooperate with. Although he didn't recognize the other person, as the manager of the Emperor Hotel, he dared not neglect the person the chairman valued. However, he was getting old and had gained some weight, making it impossible for him to keep up with the other person. So they had no choice but to take the elevator and arrived at the 11th floor right after he Fan. And the result? He had just taken out his room key and opened the door when he saw he Fan rush in. Honestly, what happened in the room didn't seem like a big deal to the manager. Having served as the manager of the Emperor Hotel for many years, what kind of things hasn't he seen? But what happened in the room was undoubtedly a scene that made he Fan's eyes widen in horror. He could see clearly that his wife was obviously so drunk that she was unconscious. And that bastard Jiang Yujun was actually wrapped in a bath towel and tearing off her clothes. It's obvious. If I had arrived any later, my wife would probably have been humiliated. At this moment, he Fan was furious. Ignoring the shock and fear on the other party's face, he rushed up and threw a hard punch. Bang! Jiang Yujun, who was in a daze, was completely unprepared and was punched in the face, falling off the bed. He Fan, don't do anything reckless. I just wanted to change Xiao Yuner's clothes. Didn't you see she threw up all over herself? I really didn't mean to do anything else. Brother, please don't misunderstand anything. Jiang Yujun, who was originally planning to do something bad, was suddenly caught red-handed by someone else's husband. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't flustered. He quickly tried to explain, clutching his swollen cheek as tears streamed down his face from the pain. Jiang Yujun, you're changing my wife's clothes wrapped in a bath towel? Do you think I'm stupid? You're asking for it. He Fan roared repeatedly, his movements never stopping. With bloodshot eyes, he kicked out again, aiming straight for his opponent's groin. Yes, he was furious. At this moment, He Fan wished he could just kill the other party. Mr. He, you mustn't. The hotel manager, who was standing nearby, was shocked to see this and quickly grabbed He Fan's arm. Honestly, at this moment, Jiang Yujun was so dizzy from the beating that blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He was lying on the ground and didn't even have the strength to stand up. It was simply impossible to dodge He Fan's kick in time. That's one way to put it. If that kick had landed properly, even if he didn't die, his manhood would probably have suffered serious problems. If things go wrong, you could become a eunuch. Bang! The foot landed solidly on Jiang Yujun's flesh, causing him to grimace in pain. Of course, he wasn't infected. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be pain. The person might even faint. Yes. Fortunately, the hotel manager pulled him away quickly enough, causing He Fan to stumble, and the flying kick only landed diagonally on his thigh. Oh! Jiang Yujun screamed repeatedly, his bath towel loosely wrapped around his body, and sweat immediately beaded on his smooth forehead. No way. He Fan used all his strength in that kick. Even a kick to the thigh was excruciatingly painful and unbearable for him. He Fan, I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. You wait. Seemingly realizing that the other party had no intention of listening to his explanation, Jiang Yujun's eyes turned bloodshot, and he spoke fiercely while wailing. It's clear that he now hates Jiang Fan to the core. If given the chance in the future, Jiang Yujun would not hesitate to kill the other party. But what about He Fan? After being pulled by the hotel manager, he finally regained some of his senses. Hearing Jiang Yujun still dare to make such threats, a hint of madness flashed deep in his eyes, and a murderous intent was revealed. I don't know what happened. Although He Fan was increasingly angry, his mind became calmer. He smiled grimly, then immediately turned around and pulled a blanket over his wife. Indeed, as he said, although there were pieces of vomit on the wife's clothes on the bed, and it was indeed necessary to clean them up first, it depends on who it is, right? Damn it, Jiang Yujun, you're a man. To give the excuse of taking care of the other person right after taking a shower is truly brain dead. Does Jiang Yujun really think He Fan is an idiot? Mr. He, although young Master Jiang has done something wrong, his crime does not warrant death. You see, this lady seems to be all right. So why don't we just let this matter drop today? Just consider it giving my M Grand a break. Ultimately, the managers of Emperor Hotel are all shrewd and capable. Although he was very respectful to He Fan because of the former chairman, he hesitated when he saw Jiang Yujun in the room. After all, this young master is a regular customer of the hotel. Their annual spending exceeds 10 million. If given the opportunity, the manager wouldn't mind helping the other party out. If I can make them remember this kindness, then I'll have hit the jackpot. After all, the Jiang family is the richest family in Donghai. Although the Emperor Hotel has a stronger backing, he is still just a mere manager. No matter how strong the backing is, it is not as good as having someone to take care of him right in front of him. If I could do young Master Jiang a favor, it would definitely be very beneficial to me. Never mind. The fact that the other party was pulling him back, preventing him from destroying Jiang Yujun's manhood in one fell swoop, already made He Fan extremely unhappy. My previous goodwill towards them for helping me has almost completely vanished. But what about the other party? Now you're actually telling me to give up? A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes, and He Fan asked in an icy voice, if your wife, the mother of your children, were treated like this, would you stand it up? Wife? And children? The hotel manager was stunned upon hearing this. He never imagined that the woman in the bed was actually He Fan's wife. But how could the eldest son of the prestigious Jiang family go and play with human Q? Didn't I hear this guy only plays with young and beautiful women? When did he become so indiscriminate? Not only is she a human, but she's also a young mother who has given birth. Chapter 63, I cured her illness. The manager remained silent for a long time before finally raising his head and slowly saying, Mr. He, young Master Jiang is a prominent figure in Donghai. If you go too far, you'll have a hard time explaining yourself to Chairman Jiang of the Yuan Group. At this point, his face turned cold, and he said in an extremely arrogant tone, "Besides, this is the Emperor Hotel, the most luxurious five-star hotel in Donghai City. If you cause trouble here, it might affect our hotel's business. I know you may have some dealings with our former chairman, but please believe me, if it really affects the Emperor Hotel, your influence won't matter to him." The hotel manager's voice was calm, but his words were full of threat. The reason he dared to do this was ultimately because he was blinded by greed. The manager assumed that since his former chairman had been out of the public eye for many years, his request for help from He Fan must simply be to save someone. Ultimately, it's all for the good of the hotel. It might not be as you think, and it might not have anything to do with the young man in front of you. Now that the woman has been rescued, I can decide to let Jiang Xiao go, and the chairman probably won't care too much. Perhaps he'll even be rewarded. After all, Yuan Group is the leading enterprise in Donghai. Although it can't compare with the Wang family of Kyoto, who in the business world would want to make more powerful enemies for no reason. He simply couldn't believe that the old chairman would disregard the reputation and interests of the Emperor Hotel for the sake of someone he wanted to help. "Manager Huang, I'm a guest of your hotel. I paid for my stay. You can't just stand by and watch something happen to me. If I get into trouble at the Emperor Hotel, my dad definitely won't let it go. You'll have to take responsibility then." As if sensing a savior, Jiang Yujun immediately reacted. He endured the pain, turned to the hotel manager, and shouted at him. Seeing that this guy was getting arrogant again, He Fan couldn't hold back any longer. He clenched his fists and charged forward again. This time, even Manager Huang couldn't stop the other party. Bang! 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 The fist slammed into Jiang Yujun's body, face, and back, causing him indescribable pain and injury. The dignified eldest son of the Jiang family was screaming and rolling on the ground, as if he had suffered the most terrible torture in the world. It's quite interesting, actually. Normally, Jiang Yujun, the son of a super rich man, spends a lot of time at the gym, and his overall fitness level is no worse than that of an average person. Given his physical condition, he should have been able to fight back against an ordinary person like He Fan, who was going crazy. It's highly unlikely that such a one-sided beating could occur. Unfortunately, no one in the room, including Jiang Yujun who was being beaten, noticed from beginning to end that every time He Fan threw a punch, a fleeting glint of cold light flashed between his fingers. Even the other two failed to notice the cold, cruel, and bloodthirsty look deep in He Fan's eyes. "Stop hitting him. Security, where are all the security guards? Hurry up and come here." Seeing Jiang Yujun being beaten so badly, Manager Huang was genuinely panicked. He hurriedly ran out of the room and shouted, fearing that something had really happened to the two people inside. After all, as the manager of the Emperor Hotel, even if it weren't for any other reason, he wouldn't want a murder to happen on his property. Snort. But as soon as he stepped out, he saw a large group of people standing there quietly. Among them were more than a dozen security guards and several bodyguards of the former chairman. Standing at the very front were Old Master Wang, leaning on his cane, and Wang Qing, the little princess of the Wang family, being pushed by her nanny and looking indignant. "Manager Huang Shuren, you are fired effective today." Upon seeing the hotel manager rushing out in a panic, the first thing Old Master Wang said shocked him so much that he collapsed to the ground. Yes, Old Master Wang and his entourage arrived early. He did not see what happened inside. However, the conversation between the group, including Jiang Yujun's screams of pain as he was being beaten, could be heard clearly by the people outside the door. Originally, the old man arranged for the manager to come and help He Fan. Unexpectedly, this kid lost his mind and started threatening the other party. This is outrageous. The old man had been longing for He Fan to treat his granddaughter. Even now, he's not sure if the other party actually has the ability, but he's unwilling to give up even if there's only a sliver of hope. In particular, Grandpa Wang Yangshan always had a special feeling for He Fan. It was as if the other person was the benefactor of their beloved granddaughter's life. "Chairman, I'm innocent. I've done my part for the hotel. I've risked my life for the Wang family." "Old Chairman, where exactly did I go wrong? Please tell me, and I will correct it. Please don't fire me. Otherwise, I won't be able to pay my car loan and mortgage, and my whole family will be ruined. Having just been fired, Huang Shuren lay on the ground in a daze for a long time. Once he realized what was happening, he immediately crawled over and tried to hug Grandpa Wang's leg. And from his mouth, he kept wailing. Unfortunately, those bodyguards would never give him the chance to touch the old patriarch. Without needing to be told, two people immediately stepped forward, grabbed him, and quickly walked towards the elevator not far away. Foolish thing. Only after watching the hotel manager being dragged away did the old man's anger subside somewhat. He never imagined that this guy would be so stupid as to threaten He Fan for the sake of a mere Jiang family brat. It's just a small company called Yuan Group. Does it deserve to be feared by the Wang family? Although he was somewhat unhappy because of Huang Shuren's matter, the old man still managed to keep his emotions in check and listened quietly outside the door. He didn't want to bother He Fan, and even less did he want to offend him. The screams continued for a long time inside the room. Wang Yangshan never intended to stop He Fan from taking action. He's just a brat. As long as he's not killed, he can cover it up. Certainly. The main reason was that the old man was convinced that He Fan, with his composure, would never do something impulsive like killing someone and ending up in a desperate situation. Anyway, it's the other party's fault. As long as they don't die, there's no problem. And so, the crowd outside stood there quietly waiting. They acted as if they hadn't heard the screams coming from inside the room. After an unknown amount of time, the screams finally subsided a little. Everyone knew that the person who had been committing the violence had finally stopped. As expected, not long after, He Fan came out carrying his wife, his face expressionless. He didn't seem surprised at all when he saw old Master Wang and the others. He simply nodded slightly, glanced at Wang Qing, and said in a calm voice, "Come to my clinic in a couple of days if you have time. I've treated her illness." After saying that, he strode away. Chapter 64. Did I wrongly blame my wife? Good. Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes lit up. He slammed his cane down and immediately said, "Go in and see if that kid's dead. If he's not, have his father come and get him. Remember, all losses will be compensated by the Yuan Group." After saying this in a domineering manner, he hurriedly led his granddaughter away from there. No one knew how excited old Master Wang was at that moment. For no other reason than He Fan's last words before he left. "I cured your illness." Yes, he cured it. Instead of saying, "Try treatment." That's one way to put it. Since his granddaughter got this disease, he has never heard any doctor dare to make such a boast. Most of them speak ambiguously and dare not make any promises. But He Fan was different. Judging from his calm and collected demeanor, he was clearly absolutely confident. How could the old man not be excited? He had a premonition that he might have made the right bet. In his excitement, the old man failed to notice the thoughtful look on his granddaughter's face the moment she saw He Fan's wife. Wang Yangshan understood. He Fan dared to make such a promise so openly because he didn't stop him from doing his thing, but instead stood up for him. This can be considered as repayment. But no matter what, the fact that the granddaughter might be saved is a great joy for the elderly man. What he needs now is to figure out how He Fan can treat his granddaughter in a calm environment, without any outside interference. Therefore, the old man is prepared to handle the situation at Yuan Group personally, so as not to cause trouble for He Fan. Since their master had given the order, the bodyguards and security guards certainly dared not neglect it. The group barged directly into the room. But when they saw Jiang Yujun's horrific state, almost to the point of collapsing from pain, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Goodness, that's so tragic. That man looked gentle and refined, but I never expected him to be so ruthless. Look at that face, it's swollen like a pig's head. Look at that body, But when they saw it clearly, they were all stunned on the spot. Yes, Jiang Yujun looks really miserable right now. The bath towel that had been wrapped around her body had long since been thrown aside. He was lying naked on the ground, covered in sweat, as if he had just been in a sauna, and almost died of dehydration. This shows just how much pain he was in. But strangely, aside from a red and swollen face, Jiang Yujun's body showed no signs of beatings whatsoever. He was covered in sweat, with no injuries whatsoever on his skin. Everyone looked at each other, completely baffled as to what had happened. Isn't this torture? Isn't this revenge? Isn't getting beaten up really that bad? They had heard the screams of agony the other party had made clearly. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they had suffered severe torture. Check him to see if he has suffered any internal injuries. Out of curiosity, someone immediately offered a suggestion. There are no external injuries. How could there be internal injuries? That doesn't make sense. Someone retorted, but still stepped forward to examine it closely. However, when this person's gaze inadvertently swept over a certain part of the other person, he couldn't help but purse his lips, his face full of disgust. Nima, the heir to a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, a well-known playboy in Donghai. Is this all? What a shameful guy. How dare he go and ruin someone else's wife? If it were him, he'd be ready to die. Where did I get the courage to think of causing trouble for people? Unfortunately, the so-called internal injuries are definitely not visible to the naked eye. So the group worked for nothing all day and still couldn't figure it out. Left with no other option, I had to call 120. As for Jiang Yujun, what else is there to say? Just carry them out like that. Whether the other party loses face or not is not a concern for them at all. These bodyguards weren't stupid. Of course they could tell that the old chairman clearly had no good impression of the Jiang family or the Yuan group, all because he wanted the young man to save the young lady. Given that, they naturally acted without any scruples. It has to be said that Jiang Yujun has had a really bad run of luck this time. I was already tired of being examined by a bunch of grown men, but now even more people are going to see my body. Honestly, at that moment he felt like dying. Having endured immense pain, he temporarily lost control of his body and could only watch helplessly as a group of bodyguards lifted him up and walked him out of the hotel. He wanted to resist, but found himself powerless to do anything. Damn it, you bunch of bastards, at least give this young master a coat to cover him up. His eyes were bloodshot, and he roared inwardly. But his dry throat could only produce sounds. He couldn't even speak a complete sentence. At this moment, Jiang Yujun was filled with despair. In my anger, my head felt increasingly dizzy. In a daze, when she saw many men and women staring at a certain part of her body, mostly with disdainful expressions, she was so ashamed that she fainted from anger. No one knew better than he Fan what would happen to Jiang Yujun. That guy dared to have ulterior motives towards his wife. There's no way he could forgive him. However, the retribution will take time. But no matter what, the other party is doomed. He didn't go looking for his son, since nothing would happen to him with Chen Xinyue anyway. He Fan immediately took his wife, Xiao Yuner, home. Honestly, no wonder he went to such lengths. After all, as a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, others might think Xiao Yuner was drunk. But who was he Fan? He only needed to examine his wife by observing, listening, questioning, and feeling her pulse to realize that she had been tricked and given a drug called intoxicating herb. Drunken grass, also known as river's delight. These are herbs that were often used by highly skilled doctors in ancient times to anesthetize people. Although its effect is slightly weaker than that of mefezin, a type of anesthetic, it is harmless to the human body. After taking it, it is similar to being drunk. If you add a type of herb called drunken heartgrass to wine, it will only make the wine more delicious, and even professional doctors won't be able to detect anything wrong with it. However, even those with a high alcohol tolerance often become completely drunk and unconscious after just 1 or 2 drinks. Moreover, even with specialized equipment, they will only find an increase in blood alcohol concentration and will not find any other problems. However, this kind of herb is rarely seen nowadays, and it is unknown where Jiang Yujun got it from. But he actually used it on Xiao Yuner. No wonder his wife wasn't on guard. This shows that the guy definitely planned this all along. The so-called birthday banquet was actually a scheme to obtain Xiao Yuner through despicable means. Doesn't that mean all my previous guesses were wrong? Looking at his wife sleeping soundly, he Fan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. A pang of guilt rose within me. Could it be that I really misunderstood her, and that she and Jiang Yujun had nothing going on at all? Chapter 65, Jiang Yujun's Humility. No, that's absolutely impossible. Maybe she and the other person really didn't have anything going on, but that doesn't mean it wasn't another man. Previous experiences have convinced he Fan that his wife is hiding a big secret. Moreover, It's definitely related to men. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Fan was deep in thought, there was a knock on the door. He immediately realized what was happening, hesitated for a moment, and then walked towards the door. As expected, as the door opened, a small figure suddenly rushed out. Where are Daddy and Mommy? That's Xiao Himiao. The little one's face was full of anxiety, as if he was very worried about his mother. Fan. Before he could even react, Himiao had already rushed straight to the bedroom. Fan, I'm sorry. Only then did Chen Xinyue, who was standing outside the door, come over. Looking at Chen Fan with a face full of apology, she bowed deeply to him. I never expected that Jiang Yujun would have such ill intentions, plotting against Yuner. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have listened to his advice and let Yuner drink. I admit I was wrong this time. Please forgive me. It's clear that she's very sincere. Their eyes began to glisten with tears. But a mistake is a mistake. Fan couldn't possibly forgive the other party so easily just because of their attitude. But after thinking about it, he still said, although I don't know exactly why you did that before, please believe me. If Ryuner is truly harmed, I don't care whether it was intentional or not, you must pay the price. His words were chilling, showing no mercy whatsoever to the other party. And what I said was from the bottom of my heart. If Chen Xinyue really did this intentionally, colluding with others to frame his wife, he would absolutely not mind sending her and Jiang Yujun to their deaths. Kill. Heh, does that even count in Fan's mind? He was absolutely certain that even if the authorities came, they wouldn't be able to find anything. Fan's idea was no joke. While I wouldn't dare say his medical skills are divine, they are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Take Jiang Yujun for example. At this moment, he was in the hospital, and no matter how many instruments the doctors used, they still didn't realize that he had just been beaten up. If we're really going to talk about it, the redness and swelling on his face is the only proof that he was indeed punched hard in the face before. But what's the point of him suing for this injury? Detaining the perpetrator for more than 10 days is already the maximum punishment one can impose. Impossible. How could this be? I was clearly beaten so badly that my whole body ached. How could I not be injured? You doctors are all useless. You can't even do this simple thing right. Inside the ward, Jiang Yujun was wailing in agony. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Yes, Jiang Yujun is going crazy. I was beaten so badly that I almost couldn't take it anymore and had a mental breakdown. But these doctors actually said that I didn't have any injuries at all. The worst injury was that someone punched me in the face, and it was a little red and swollen. But how is that possible? Could it be that all the suffering I endured before was fake? He was shouting and yelling in the ward, his eyes turning bloodshot. The hatred she felt for Fan had reached its peak. Just as Jiang Yujun was causing a scene in the ward, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a middle-aged man of about 40 or 50 years old strode in. As soon as he got close, he reached out and slapped Jiang Yujun across the face. Smack! A crisp sound rang out in the ward, leaving Jiang Yujun stunned on the spot. Dad, what are you doing? Looking at the person who came, he covered his face with a wronged expression. Deep in his eyes, there was still a deep sense of fear. Yes, the visitor was none other than Jiang Hong, the chairman of the Yuan group and Jiang Yujun's father. Seeing his son's aggrieved expression, Jiang Hong showed no pity whatsoever. He stared at his son, expressionless, and said, I don't care what methods you use. You must obtain Xiao Yuner's forgiveness within 3 days. Otherwise, I will cut off all your financial support and simultaneously announce the removal of your position as heir. After saying that, he turned and left without caring that Jiang Yujun was injured and hospitalized. How so? Jiang Yujun looked worried as he remembered his parents' instructions. His face, which had still had some color in it, turned deathly pale. A feeling of fear began to rise from the bottom of his heart, and his eyes began to look panicked. Yes, his parents had long ago instructed him never to make a move against Xiao Yuner. But what about myself? Driven by lust, he recklessly plotted against the other party. Now that things have already happened, is apologizing now really useful? Especially, the thought of Fan made him tremble all over. That guy is absolutely terrifying. Despite torturing herself to the point of ecstasy, she didn't even have a single mark left on her body. Is this some kind of ghost? However, The thought of the murderous look in the other party's eyes filled him with fear, and he regretted even more that he shouldn't have made a move on Xiao Yuner. That's right. This inhumane beating made Jiang Yujun understand completely. If possible, he never wanted to see He Fan again in his life, and he dared not dwell on his wife, which led to this tragic end. It was too late for him to regret it. But his father had given the order, and he dared not disobey. The thought that he was the victim but had to apologize to others made Jiang Yujun feel extremely wronged. Especially, the possibility of facing that crazy guy He Fan made him tremble with fear, and he really didn't want to see him again. But his father Zhang Hong's words were undeniable, and Jiang Yujun had no choice but to obey. Otherwise, I'm afraid that in the future, my father might actually disqualify me from being an heir. After all, Jiang Yujun knew his father's temper all too well. Where am I? Leisurely, Xiao Yuner, who had been sleeping soundly until midnight, finally woke up. Zhang Fan was not surprised by this. After all, the effects of the intoxicating herb only last for 3 or 4 hours. As time goes by, the person who takes the medication will naturally wake up, and there is no need to worry about any health problems arising. He looked at his wife with a very complicated expression and said gently, "Honey, you're back home now, so there's nothing to worry about anymore." Originally, He Fan wanted to comfort the other party. Unexpectedly, these words completely brought Xiao Yuner to her senses. As if realizing something, her expression immediately changed drastically. She quickly sat up and looked at her clothes, exclaiming in surprise, "Husband, Jiang Yujun, he." Fine. Seeing that she seemed to remember what had happened before, He Fan smiled and waved his hand. "I know that guy was trying to take advantage of you. But Yuner, don't worry, your husband arrived in time to stop him. Don't overthink it, you'll be fine." Chapter 66 The In-Law's Anger. Seeing that her husband didn't seem to be lying, Xiao Yuner finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you're all right. Otherwise, she really wouldn't know how to face her husband. Seeing his wife's relieved expression, He Fan couldn't help but smile slightly. He then recounted what had happened. However, he kept his actions of tampering with Jiang Yujun a secret. After all, it involves their biggest secret, which they won't tell anyone. After hearing this, Xiao Yuner was furious at Jiang Yujun's shamelessness, but after thinking about what had happened, she couldn't help but feel sad. She finally remembered. I hadn't planned to drink at that banquet. But to her surprise, not only did others try to force her to drink, her best friend Chen Xinyue also joined in and persuaded her to have a few drinks. Originally, Xiao Yuner was aware of the situation. She thought that although her alcohol tolerance wasn't very high, a glass or two of red wine shouldn't make her drunk. So, to save face for her best friend, she symbolically drank 2 glasses. However, what Xiao Yuner never expected was just 2 glasses of red wine made her feel a little dizzy. Of course, although her mind was a little unclear, she still had a sliver of reason left. Jiang Yujun's ulterior motives were also discovered by him. Unfortunately, by then, she was so weak that she no longer had the chance to leave. Fortunately, Xiao Yuner was quick-witted. After realizing he was in danger, he took advantage of his drunkenness and started vomiting violently. There's nothing we can do about it. She could only pray that this move would give her a chance to escape. As for asking others for help, haha, if she can't even trust her own best friend, who can she rely on? Fortunately, as a childhood friend, Xiao Yuner knew Jiang Yujun fairly well. She knew the other person had a slight obsession with cleanliness since childhood. This made it less likely that they would do anything she wanted. And this is her chance. After doing all this, Xiao Yuner finally fell into a deep sleep. After that, I knew absolutely nothing. Of course, now that she's fully awake, she instantly understands many things. If you say that none of this has anything to do with her best friend, Xiao Yuner would never believe it even if you beat her to death. She strongly suspected that her best friend had done it on purpose. Otherwise, why would he let Jiang Yujun help him to rest? Does she not realize that this could potentially put her in danger? After all, men and women are different. It must be said, Xiao Yuner succeeded. It was because of her actions before she fell into a deep sleep that He Fan was finally able to arrive. Otherwise, she might have already fallen into complete despair. "Honey, are you hungry? Shall I make you something nice to eat?" Seeing that his wife looked much better, He Fan smiled and asked. Xiao Yuner shook her head. I'm not hungry. I just feel tired and want to rest. Oh, then you should lie down for a bit. Upon hearing his wife's words, He Fan nodded quickly, spread out the blanket, and helped her lie down slowly. Xiao Yuner was about to close her eyes to rest when He Fan suddenly leaned closer. Oops. She was startled and couldn't help but open her eyes, giving He Fan a reproachful glare. What are you doing? Hey. He Fan gently leaned over and lightly kissed the other person's forehead. Honey, it's all right, don't overthink it. Seeing her husband suddenly become so gentle, Xiao Yuner, who had been on tenterhooks these past few days, blushed and shyly lowered her head. Honey, you're so annoying. Looking at his beautiful wife, He Fan felt a surge of emotion and reached out to put his arm around her shoulder, lost in memories of the past. The loving scenes from the past seemed like they happened just yesterday. But when exactly did they become like this? Xiao Yuner was clearly a little embarrassed by her husband's sudden intimacy, but considering that they hadn't been together for a long time, how could she bear to refuse? Of course, little did she know that He Fan, feeling guilty, wanted to use this method to erase her last trace of fear. I was afraid that it would leave a shadow on her. Otherwise, given his current state of mind, how could he possibly be willing to touch Xiao Yuner again? What is marriage? Ultimately, isn't it just that life is tough, and you need to find a teammate to weather the storm together? Even now? But they're still teammates, right? Nothing more was said that night. When He Fan woke up the next day, he found a note left by his wife. The message above is quite simple. She has already asked the station for leave today and is preparing to take her son back to visit her parents. And by the way, take a break. As expected, when I went to my son's room, Xiao He Miao was no longer there. This woman. It's one thing for her to get up so early, but why does she have to make the child suffer like this? He Fan shook his head helplessly and could only go to the bathroom to wash up, go out for a short walk, and then jog towards the clinic. There's nothing I can do. My wife took the car. He had originally planned to exercise anyway, but he was too lazy to take the bus anymore. What? Xiao Jun, Jiang Yujun actually dared to do such a thing? Has he gone mad? After hearing their daughter's account, Li Hongmei and Xiao Zhanshan were furious. Absolutely. Back then, they had also considered pairing their daughter with Jiang Yujun. After all, in their eyes, the other party was far superior to He Fan and was the sole heir of the Yuan group. If my daughter could marry him, it would be a match made in heaven. However, after Xiao Yuner recklessly and secretly obtained a marriage certificate with He Fan, the elderly couple gave up on the idea. They may have had their own selfish motives, but that doesn't justify forcing their daughter. Especially after that incident, Li Hongmei and Xiao Zhanshan completely gave up on this idea and never mentioned it again. To put it another way, they've even come to look down on the other person. But to their surprise, the boy they had watched grow up would use such despicable means against their daughter. Is this destroying something you can't have? Li Hongmei and Xiao Zhanshan exchanged a glance, their expressions filled with lingering fear. Thank goodness they didn't succeed. Otherwise, given my daughter's personality, something terrible might happen. By then, it will be too late to regret. Then I'll be going now, Mom and Dad. I still need to take Xiaomiao to Heiantang later. After giving her mother a meaningful look, Xiao Yuner, who had only been there for half an hour, took her son and decisively left her parents' home. Having achieved her purpose, she no longer wanted to stay at her parents' home. No way. We can't let that bastard Jiang Yujun get away with this time. Humph. Jiang Hong looks down on us now that he's got some power, huh? Well, I'll see what he does this time. Watching her daughter's departing figure, Li Hongmei seemed to suddenly remember something. After muttering something resentfully, she immediately picked up her phone and walked into the room. Chapter 67 Jiang Yujun's Horror. Seeing his wife's actions, Xiao Zhanshan opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Because he's a father too. Xiao Zhanshan was already furious at the thought of his daughter being treated like this. Even though he desperately didn't want his wife to make that call, he couldn't care less about anything else when his daughter was nearly humiliated. Jiang Yujun, you're very good. Just wait, someone will make you pay the price. After stepping out of the villa, Xiao Yuner's pretty face immediately turned icy cold. She smiled coldly to herself, her eyes filled with deep hatred. Only a fleeting glimmer of hope crossed her gaze. Yes, Xiao Yunner's return to her parents' home this time was intentional. After all, if we want to get revenge on Jiang Yujun, we'll probably have to get that person to do it. But she didn't want to call that person herself, so she had to ask her mother to do it. Xiao Yunner believed that once that person learned of her ordeal, he would definitely not let go of the Yuan group or Jiang Yujun. For no other reason then. Just because she is the mother of a son, no one can ignore her. And this is the price Jiang Yujun had to pay for trying to harm him. Mommy, hug me. As Xiao Yunner walked along, wondering how the man would make his move, her son suddenly hugged her leg, his little face full of pleading, which was quite adorable. Good. Her cold, pretty face blossomed like a flower. Xiao Yunner reached out and picked up her son. Recalling the sweetness with her husband last night, all the negative emotions in her heart suddenly disappeared. Maybe this is what I want. It's enough for the whole family to be happy and joyful together. But the thought that the person in my arms is both the source of our family's happiness and a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment and tear everything I've been hoping for to shreds. Xiao Yunner felt uneasy, with a heavy feeling in her heart. She has no other desires now, only hoping that day will come later. Beep beep, creak. Xiao Yunner had just driven her son out of the villa area when a familiar sports car suddenly appeared and blocked her way. Fortunately, she braked in time, which prevented a collision. Upon seeing the familiar license plate, Xiao Yunner's pretty face immediately turned extremely gloomy. She first told her son to stay still in the car, then opened the door and got out. Jiang Yujun, what exactly do you want? Xiao Yunner roared angrily, her eyes filled with disgust that was almost palpable. Bang! But Jiang Yujun, who was inside the car, completely ignored her angry expression. After getting out of the car, he immediately knelt down and begged. Yunner, Xiao Yunner, I beg you to help me. Please don't blame me anymore. I was definitely out of my mind yesterday, but it was because I love you. Please tell my father that you've forgiven me. If you agree, I promise I won't bother you again. At this moment, Jiang Yujun looked disheveled and no longer had his former debonair demeanor. He pleaded pitifully, looking at Xiao Yunner with a desperate gaze. Honestly, having known each other for many years, Xiao Yunner had never seen the eldest son of the Jiang family in such a state. She was completely dumbfounded by the other party's outburst. Your dad. Once she regained some composure, she remembered Jiang Yujun's father, Jiang Hong. It seems that she was quite strict with her son's upbringing from a young age. Although I don't understand how someone like Jiang Yujun could have come up with such a person under that kind of corporal punishment, there is no doubt that the other party was a strict father. Get lost. Who cares about your love? But then she noticed the key points in the other person's words. How? Does loving yourself mean you can hurt yourself? This kind of person is clearly incorrigible. Xiao Yunner, whose heart had softened somewhat, suddenly hardened as iron again. Xiao Yunner, please help me. If you don't forgive me, I'm afraid I'll lose my right to inherit the Yuan group. Jiang Yujun was completely unconcerned by Xiao Yunner's rejection and disgust. He continued to plead desperately, fearing that Xiao Yunner would abandon him. Yes, as he just said, Jiang Yujun knew his father's temperament very well. That person is absolutely ruthless, even if I am his own son. Since the other party said that if they cannot obtain Xiao Yunner's forgiveness, they will strip her of her status as heir, then they will definitely do it in the future. Honestly, as a top-tier rich second generation in Donghai City, Jiang Yujun absolutely does not want to fall from grace and be ridiculed by his former friends. If that were to happen, he would go crazy. Seeing that the other party was willing to be so humble for the sake of inheritance, Xiao Yunner's last bit of pity for him disappeared. She gave the other person a cold look, then turned and walked towards her car. After getting in the car, I started the engine, shifted gears, stepped on the gas, made a turn, and left the area. She was incredibly fast, giving Jiang Yujun no chance to stop her. Xiao Yunner, you. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yujun was furious. He immediately stood up, intending to get into the car and start driving, and stop the other party once again. After all, he was driving a sports car, which was much faster than Xiao Yunner's. However, just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly felt excruciating pain all over his body. He let out a wail and instantly collapsed to the ground, rolling around in pain. Pain. An indescribable pain. It seemed to hurt even more than when Fan had beaten him before. The wailing and the pathetic scene drew the attention of everyone around. They didn't know what had happened to the young man on the ground, but out of kindness, several people still called 120 emergency services. As for going forward to help, let's forget about it. These days, nobody wants to cause trouble. Just by looking at that sports car, you can tell that the young man must have an extraordinary background. The more someone is like this, the more dangerous they are to mess with. If they were to be extorted by the other party, even if their family were relatively wealthy, they probably wouldn't be able to afford the huge compensation. Fortunately, the sudden pain disappeared within a few minutes, as if it had never happened. This unexpected improvement left Jiang Yujun, who was rolling around in pain, completely stunned. How could this happen? Why is this happening? What's wrong with my body? Seemingly sensing something was wrong, a look of fear flashed in his eyes as he got up. It's worth noting that the doctor had given him a thorough physical examination before he was discharged from the hospital. According to the doctors, apart from some redness and swelling on his face from being punched, he had no other injuries. There's no such thing as internal injury. It was as if Fan's beating of him had never happened. That's why Jiang Yujun didn't choose to call the police immediately. Otherwise, he would have sued Fan long ago. Chapter 68, The Mastermind. Jiang Yujun isn't stupid. They understand certain laws. After all, even just the crime of assault is enough to get Fan into serious trouble. Unfortunately, Jiang Yujun simply couldn't do it. There's no other reason than that there's absolutely no evidence that the other party has harmed me. Otherwise, why would he have let it go so easily? Jiang Yujun never expected that something unusual would happen to him. He couldn't even figure out what went wrong. He believed that this must have been caused by Fan's brutal beating of him. At this moment, Jiang Yujun had no time to chase after Xiao Yuner. He didn't even care about the surprised looks around him. He scrambled into the sports car and drove off towards the hospital. Indeed, inheritance rights are very important. But life is more important. Jiang Yujun isn't stupid. He naturally knows how to choose. It's a pity he'll never know. The moment Fan attacked him, his life was already on a countdown. When the time is right, it will be the time for Jiang Yujun to meet his end. Of course, Fan acted extremely secretly. Unless examined by a master of traditional Chinese medicine, it is absolutely impossible to find any abnormalities. Time flies, and 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Hong, the chairman of Yuan Group, has been extremely stressed these past 2 days. He has to work at the company until late at night every day before he can drag his tired body home to rest for a while. Even so, he still doesn't get more than 2 hours of rest each day. Jiang Hong didn't expect that. In just a few dozen hours, the massive Yuan Group suffered a devastating blow. One by one, new and old customers called, saying they wanted to cancel their cooperation with the group. At least, Yuan still has a scale of tens of billions, so it won't be in a hopeless situation because of some compensation. The crucial point is that the entire leadership of the group was poached by a mysterious force with incredibly high salaries within just 2 days, becoming the final straw that broke the camel's back. Yes, they're all gone. Not a single one was left. This shows that the other party is determined to destroy Yuan Group. They even spared no expense. In those nearly 48 hours, if he hadn't forced numerous shareholders, large and small, to personally intervene and stabilize the situation, the entire Yuan Group would probably have collapsed in an instant. That beast. It's all that beast's fault. Jiang Hong, who had just returned home, looked at the empty villa and was suddenly filled with boundless anger. He grabbed an antique wooden chair and slammed it against the wall. Snap! Splash! The wooden chair instantly turned to dust, just like his heart now. Why? Looking at the wood chips on the ground, Jiang Hong remained stunned for a long time before slumping down and collapsing onto the leather sofa beside him. He had a vague idea as to why the Yuan Group was behaving this way. 99% of the time, it's related to his son offending Xiao Yuner. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to go to the other party. Although Jiang Hong had instructed his son Jiang Yujun to go and apologize, he never expected that 2 days later, he would receive news that the bastard had been recuperating in the hospital. They didn't even go to the Xiao family. No, To be precise, I went there. But it's completely useless. That's too cruel. Absolutely too cruel. A bitter smile appeared on Jiang Hong's face. His heart was filled with utter despair, because he knew very well that even if he risked his life now, there was little chance of saving the group's situation, unless the person in the shadows is willing to stop. But is that possible? Jiang Hong vaguely remembered. Back when her son still wanted to pursue Xiao Yuner, who was already married, she received a warning from a high-ranking official. He didn't know who the other person was. Through numerous details, Jiang Hong could vaguely sense that it was definitely a behemoth behind the scenes directing others to do it. With their strength, it's clear that the Yuan group can't compete with them. That's why he decisively told his son Jiang Yujun to stay away from Xiao Yuner. Even if someone has such ideas, they absolutely cannot be allowed to resort to those underhanded methods. Unfortunately, that good-for-nothing not only tried to attack someone, but also failed and got a good beating. This completely enraged the person who had warned him. To be honest, Jiang Hong had no idea who that guy with terrifying power was. But he knew that the other party seemed to have always cared about Xiao Yuner's safety. His son had offended the other party this time, and now that party was coming for revenge. Xiao Yunu? The Xiao family? Xiao Zhantian, I really didn't expect that you would have such a big shot backing you up. No wonder you went from being a small-time businessman to inexplicably owning a multinational trading company, accumulating billions in wealth in such a short period of time. In the end, his hands were clenched tightly together, and his eyes turned bloodshot. Jiang Hong didn't even care about his billions in wealth. But the other party's extraordinary background is something I could only dream of but never obtain. He really wanted to visit the Xiao family, hoping that Xiao Zhantian, with whom he had a considerable relationship, could persuade the people behind him to let the Yuan group go. But when Jiang Hong thought about what his son had done a couple of days ago, his heart sank. He knew very well that. I don't care about the Xiao family, but I definitely can't afford to offend the person behind them. If this were to anger the other party again, it would be a case of losing more than one gains. He shook his head with a wry smile. Jiang Hong fell into deep thought again, pondering how to resolve the current predicament. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the phone that was placed to the side suddenly rang. Is there really no other way right now? That's not necessarily true. In Jiang Hong's view, as long as the son can sincerely win Xiao Yuner's forgiveness and she speaks well of him, the person behind him will surely show mercy. And this is the last chance for Yuan group. But unfortunately, it seems that the son had already met Xiao Yuner before going to the hospital, but she didn't care about their past relationship at all and rejected him outright. But it's understandable. After all, who told his worthless son to do such a thing? Jiang Hong no longer considers this. The most pressing issue to address now is the loss of mid to senior level executives within the group. If this situation continues, the entire group may fall apart. But what can we do? Even if we wanted to poach people from other places now, it would probably be too late. Jiang Hong had a feeling. If this continues, Yuan will be finished in 2 days at most. But is that really the case? After answering the call, he realized he had been too optimistic. What? Various government departments have intervened and want to investigate the group's general accounts. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Hong suddenly stood up, his face deathly pale. Chapter 69 Revenge. He never expected that when Yuan Group was in its most critical moment, the one who would deliver the final blow would be the government department. How could such a large corporation not have some shady dealings within it? But which capitalist has a clean past? Now, without any high-level cover-ups between them, various government departments are actually joining forces to audit the accounts, which is practically pushing Yuan Group to its knees. Yuan is finished. He gave a bitter laugh, then slumped weakly to the ground, not even bothering to check his phone which had slipped from his hand. Yes, Yuan Group is a very large company. It's no exaggeration to say that it's the leading enterprise in the entire Donghai city. In the past, they were even a key target of government support. But so what? Such a behemoth appears so insignificant in the hands of truly powerful figures, as if it could be crushed with a flick of the wrist. It was only then that Jiang Hong finally realized that he hadn't taken it seriously enough. Had he known the Xiao family was so terrifying, He would have rather broken his son's legs than let him cause trouble outside. Hee hee. Thankfully, Yulon went abroad. At least we managed to save one. As for that beast, let him fend for himself. His face was ashen. He staggered to his feet and walked towards the roof of the villa. The next day, shocking news spread throughout the entire Donghai city. Jiang Hong, chairman and largest shareholder of Yuan Group and a billionaire, is dead. Rumor has it that he jumped to his death from his home. With his death, the behemoth, Yuan Group, completely collapsed and declared bankruptcy within just a few days. From then on, Donghai City lost another leading enterprise of enormous size. Honestly, for ordinary people, this kind of thing might just be something to talk about over tea. But for the business community in Donghai City, it was no different from a major earthquake. Many business people have vaguely sensed that there must be a mastermind behind the downfall of the Yuan Group. However, most people understand that someone who can easily crush Jiang Hong and Yuan is someone they can't afford to mess with. Therefore, from beginning to end, no one dared to get involved in this matter. They simply watched quietly as the Yuan Group fell, waiting for the right opportunity to take a bite out of it. That's what businessmen are like, all about profit. The loser is always the stepping stone for the winner, becoming nourishment for them. The fall of Yuan has indeed attracted the attention of many people. Therefore, no one noticed that Jiang Yujun, who had been undergoing a medical checkup at the hospital, suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. Honey, Xinhua has been calling me every day these past few days, saying that she really didn't mean to harm me at the banquet that day. She was just used by someone. Do you think I should forgive her? That morning, just as He Fan was about to leave for the clinic, Xiao Yuner, who was tidying up, suddenly asked. To take advantage of? He Fan remained non-committal upon hearing this, and after a moment's thought, he said, That's life. No matter what we encounter, we should try not to blame anyone. First, ask ourselves if there is something wrong with ourselves. Friends are meant to help each other. If you really can't get along, then it's best to keep your distance and pretend you don't know. People with similar souls naturally gather together, but if their views differ, even a simple conversation feels like traversing mountains. At this point, he looked deeply at his wife and slowly said, So, whether or not you forgive Chen Xinhua has nothing to do with whether she harmed you or not. It depends on whether you are willing to forgive her. After saying that, he turned and left. At first, Xiao Yuner was a little confused after hearing this long speech. She was a little confused. When did her husband become a philosopher? However, after careful consideration, I suddenly realized that what He Fan said made a lot of sense. Does the new moon share the same values as me? They seem similar, yet they also seem quite different. Then forget it. Just like my husband said, it doesn't matter whether I forgive him or not. At worst, we can just be ordinary friends. As if she had figured something out, Xiao Yuner immediately began wiping the table even more cheerfully. Cull, running along. He Fan was slightly out of breath as he headed towards Hayun Hall. Yes, these days, he hasn't taken the bus to work anymore. Instead of being slightly lazy, he started running there every day to release the increasingly strong energy in his body. That's right. For the past few days, He Fan has been taking his own concoction of health-boosting soup, and his strength and energy are incredibly abundant. In his opinion, only by improving his physical fitness can he protect the people he wants to protect in times of crisis. If you are weak yourself, how can you protect your family? It was around 7:30 a.m., and although there were already people coming and going on the street, there weren't many people overall. Although it's quite a distance from He Fan's home to Hayun Hall, he can get there in half an hour if he sets off at this time. But when He Fan arrived at a remote place, an unexpected incident occurred. Buzz! A deep engine sound came from afar, and a sports car was speeding towards them at an extremely fast speed. The speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived not far in front of He Fan. This scene came so suddenly that he was caught off guard. Fuck you. He was greatly alarmed, and his mind raced as he tried to dodge. That's one way to put it. In the past, before He Fan took the health-building soup, he would have had no way to avoid this situation. The only possible outcome would be to watch helplessly as one is knocked flying. But today, things are different. Although the car was going extremely fast, He Fan was genuinely caught off guard. But for some reason, his body, however, instinctively leaped out, jumping directly 2 or 3 meters away. Although the distance wasn't far, it was enough for him to escape this calamity. Boom, clang, creak. With a loud bang, the driver seemed to have no time to react before the sports car crashed hard into the guardrail. This is Jiang Yuzhu. Upon seeing the familiar license plate on the back of the sports car, He Fan's pupils constricted. That guy wanted to kill me? However, upon considering the current state of the Jiang family, he immediately understood. It has to be said that the quality of high-end sports cars is truly exceptional. Although Jiang Yuzhun crashed his car into the guardrail, and the entire front of the car was crushed, he himself was not seriously injured as the front airbags deployed. Chapter 70. You're about to die. Struggling to push open the car door, Jiang Yuzhun escaped, looking disheveled. To be honest, he has a good eye for choosing locations. The road in front of them was the only route He Fan had to take from his home to the clinic. And early in the morning, not many people pass by here. At least for now, besides Jiang Yuzhun and He Fan, there are only 2 other people pointing and whispering not far away. But they didn't dare come closer to check. Of course, He Fan clearly saw that one of them had already made a phone call, presumably to report to the authorities or notify the traffic department. He didn't mind. He simply turned his cold gaze upon Jiang Yuzhun once again. His clothes were wrinkled, his hair was messy, and his bloodshot eyes showed that he hadn't slept well for the past few days. He's completely different from the dashing young master and heir of the Yuan group he used to be. But thinking about it, it's understandable. The news of the bankruptcy of the Yuan group has already spread throughout Donghai. As the heir of the group, many things have fallen on Jiang Yuzhun's shoulders since the moment his father committed suicide. I'm afraid he must have been under a lot of pressure these past few days, facing the sudden change in his status, from a high-ranking heir to a homeless dog. This. But when He Fan saw Jiang Yuzhun's face clearly, he subconsciously took a step back. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but a slight upturn of his lips revealed a look of utter disdain. This guy is still playing around with women even at a time like this. He's practically asking for it. Yes, He Fan could see it clearly from the other person's expression. Although Jiang Yuzhun looked disheveled at this moment, the hint of lust and debauchery between his brows indicated that he had been having a romantic encounter with a woman just last night. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that ever since He Fan tampered with his body, he could no longer sleep with a woman. Otherwise, it will be his death. At this moment, the deathly aura on Jiang Yuzhun's forehead was clearly visible. He Fan's lips curled into a grin, utterly speechless. Damn it! The man was almost dead, and they still tried to run him over with their car. I was even wondering if I had wrongly accused them of untying him. Now it seems unnecessary. A guy who refuses to repent is better off dead sooner rather than later. That's right. He Fan knew very well that the other party was about to die. As for the reason, it was all his doing. Just a few days ago at the Emperor Hotel, in a fit of rage, He Fan secretly used methods against the other party. While brutally beating his opponent, he simultaneously unleashed his family's secret technique, the heart-severing and meridian-sealing needle. In the He family's medical tradition, this acupuncture technique is specifically used to cut off the heart and seal the meridians, creating a state of apparent death. Perhaps, in some respects, this acupuncture technique was intended for certain special groups of people in ancient times, rather than being specifically used to treat diseases. Of course, He Fan used this acupuncture technique on him not to make Jiang Yuzhun fake his death, but because he really wanted to kill him. Therefore, at that time, he chose to only perform half of the acupuncture technique. If the final step is not completed, the person receiving the needle will, under certain circumstances, go from being in a state of suspended animation to actually dying. And it would be very difficult for outsiders to find out the cause of death. This is the terrifying aspect of traditional Chinese medicine, TCM. It can often kill without leaving a trace. Given the circumstances at the time, it was already quite remarkable that He Fan was able to maintain a certain level of rationality. How much more sober could one expect him to be? When they take action, they are completely unscrupulous. It's no wonder he was so ruthless, since in his heart He Fan always regarded Jiang Yuzhun as the person behind Xiao Yuner. It's understandable that they would choose to kill. Joke. How is this any different from the hatred of having one's wife stolen? However, when Fan realized afterward that he might have guessed the truth wrong, he wondered whether he should find him to unravel the mystery for him. After all, although this guy had designs on his wife, he didn't deserve to die. Unexpectedly, Jang Yujun is so reckless today that he wants to run himself over with his car. If that's the case, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Although Fan is reasonable, he is not the kind of person who gets overly sentimental. People like Jang Yujun only bring trouble to society. In that case, it would be better for him to die. With this thought in mind, Fan took 2 steps back. As for why this is the case? Joke. If this thing had behaved itself, it might have lived for a while longer. Although you suffer from time to time, at least your life is safe for the time being. But unfortunately, he touched a woman last night. And this is the biggest taboo of this acupuncture technique. Once Jang Yujun breaks his vow of celibacy, he will die within a few hours. Even a celestial being descending to earth couldn't save him. In other words, this guy in front of you is already on the verge of death. If I don't get away now, what if someone suspects that the other person's death is related to me? Wouldn't that get me into trouble? At the very least, I mustn't touch him before he falls down. Fan, I'm going to kill you. As Jang Yujun staggered, he saw Fan and tried to rush over. His eyes were bloodshot. Fan. Damn, is this guy an idiot? Judging from this situation, is he blaming himself for everything that happened to the Jang family? But all I did was beat him up. What do those messy things that happen later have to do with me? He shook his head, and the icy coldness in the depths of his eyes intensified. His gaze towards the other person was as if he were looking at a dead man. Indeed, it's hard to persuade a damned devil with kind words. If the other person wants to die, then let him. Anyway, as his emotions became more agitated, he didn't have much time left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fan counted silently in his mind, and just as he reached the number 1, he saw Jang Yujun, who was rushing over, suddenly fall to the ground. Oh! As he screamed, his body began to tremble violently. Upon seeing this, the 2 people in the distance seemed to disregard everything else and hurriedly ran towards them, as if they wanted to check what was going on. That's about enough. Fan silently said something to himself. Then his expression turned panicked, and he quickly went up to support Jang Yujun. To outsiders, his actions clearly showed that he was worried about the other person. But as Jang Yujun lay on the verge of death, he heard a cold voice. You're dying. The voice was devoid of any emotion, as if the king of hell were issuing a judgment. Jang Yujun clearly felt immense fear regarding death. Upon hearing Fan's words, his pupils suddenly narrowed to a line, and his gaze toward the other was filled with pleading. It's obvious he doesn't want to die. Jang Yujun knew that Fan was a doctor and hoped that he could save him. Unfortunately, he can no longer speak, and he can't even control his body. Judging from his appearance, he could be heading to the underworld at any moment. Chapter 71: The Death of Jang Yujun. Only I can save your life now. If you don't want to die, tell me, did you send someone to follow me? And did you have someone run over and kill my parents? Fan continued to ask, his anticipation growing stronger. Yes, Fan is really looking forward to it. He hopes to find out whether his parents' deaths were caused by human intervention. He longed to know who had killed his parents. He even looked forward to knowing. Did the man who killed his parents have any connection with his wife? Then, settle everything. At this moment, Fan's feelings were very complicated. If everything can be resolved today, it will be a comfort to my parents in heaven. Of course, what he wanted to know most right now was whether that person was the guy in front of him. As for saving the other party, a strange smile appeared on Fan's lips. As if knowing the other person couldn't speak, he whispered in Jang Yujun's ear. Not if it's true. Shake your head if it's not. Don't try to lie to me, or you'll suffer an even worse fate. Ha ha ha. Jang Yujun was visibly taken aback upon hearing this, then nodded, but then seemed to remember something and began shaking his head frantically. Fan. He was a little confused, nodding and shaking his head. What did this guy mean? Could it be that people are getting dizzy when they are about to die? But before he could ask anything more, the 2 people in the distance had already arrived in front of him. Hey bro, is this guy alright? The people who came were around 40 years old, a man and a woman, who appeared to be a married couple. Getting up so early means you're exercising nearby. Seeing this tragic scene before them, the two of them clearly showed a range of emotions, including worry, wariness, and anxiety. It's clear they really want to help. However, he remained hesitant and did not come closer to observe the situation. There was a car accident. He-fan's voice was calm, and his face showed no sign of anxiety. Gently setting Jiang Yujun down, he stood up and calmly asked, "Have you called 120 yet? I don't think this guy can hold on for much longer." "Don't worry. I already called. They should be here soon," the man hurriedly said, looking at Jiang Yujun on the ground with pity. Jiang Yujun. He stared intently at Jiang Fan, his body trembling even more violently. That guy is shameless. Didn't they say that if I answered him, I would save my life? But what about now? He actually changed his mind. Is this a case of watching yourself die? A surge of anger suddenly rose from his heart and rushed straight into his internal organs. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, it was as if the meridians were being burst open. He rolled his eyes, paused, and then slowly closed them. Yes, Jiang Yujun is dead. But he didn't die in a car accident. He was literally driven to death by He-fan's words. Even on his deathbed, recalling what He-fan had said before, he began to have some doubts in his heart. It is highly likely that He-fan was behind my health problems. If that's true, then the other party tampered with something when they beat me up. Unfortunately, he didn't get a chance to say it. Even if officials came, they would only assume that he died in a car accident. As for whether He-fan will be involved, how could that be? There are witnesses to this incident. He-fan was just a helpful bystander. After all, the other party clearly saw the scene of Jiang Yujun's car accident. It's not uncommon for drivers to be involved in car accidents and survive initially, only to die shortly afterward. Honestly, is He-fan ruthless? Watching someone die helplessly, even though you had the ability to save them, you stood by and did nothing. Well, that's a matter of opinion. If Jiang Yujun was merely plotting against his wife, He-fan would be furious, but not necessarily want to kill him. Just as he had thought. If given the chance, I wouldn't mind letting them off the hook. But what did Jiang Yujun do? His own company fell apart, and his father jumped to his death. He was incapable of turning the tide, so he actually directed all his hatred towards He-fan. You actually wanted to run him over with your car? It can be said that, from the moment he drove up, regardless of whether he was the person He-fan suspected, he was destined to pay a heavy price. He-fan is not a saint, nor does she possess any noble ideals of repaying evil with good. He's just an ordinary person who will seek revenge for any wrong done to him. So what if it's murder? It's not the first time anyway. A stray dog that doesn't know how to tuck its tail between its legs and still dares to bark wildly will be beaten to death by anyone. Moreover, what about someone like Fan, who has absolutely no liking for him? Besides, this kind of situation doesn't count as him killing someone with his own hands. He-fan believed that his actions were not wrong, and that those who died were people who deserved to die. At least in his conscience, he has nothing to be ashamed of. In matters like this, there's no right or wrong to speak of. Even if some people know he used underhanded tactics, blame him, or misunderstand him, He-fan has no intention of changing his style of conduct and work. Misunderstandings are the norm in life. Understanding is the rare exception. Isn't life all about living with a clear conscience? Why bother caring about what others think? After all, when fate wants to force you to grow, it will always arrange some unpleasant people or things to target you on your life's journey. Just consider it as going against the will of heaven. The ambulance arrived quickly. When the accompanying doctor got out and examined the patient, he immediately shook his head. Everyone could tell at a glance that the person in front of them was definitely dead. Since the person was already dead, there was no need to drag them back for resuscitation. The rest was much simpler. Everyone called the traffic police, and after the responsibility for the car accident was determined, He-fan was not involved at all. He would at most cooperate by giving a statement before returning to Hayun Hall. Honestly, He-fan had also seen the doctor's suspicious look earlier. He guessed that the other party must have realized that Jiang Yujun's death was not caused by the car accident. But times have changed, and how many people are still willing to cause trouble? The idea of everyone sweeps the snow from their own doorstep and doesn't care about the frost on someone else's roof, has taken root in people's hearts, and no one wants to cause trouble for others. Most importantly, the other party will inevitably find that they cannot find the real cause of the deceased's death, and can only helplessly attribute it to a car accident. At least this way, everyone is better off. Jiang Yujun is dead, completely vanished from the world, and will never appear again. Even the remains were sent to the crematorium by government officials. When he turned to ashes, not a single relative was by his side. He-Fan never paid much attention to this minor character from beginning to end. However, there was something he had always been curious about. That was the huge Yuan group. How could it just collapse like that? Chapter 72, Wang Qing's Abnormality. My wife's incident just happened, and then this strange thing happened. Could it be that my father-in-law has connections and intervened? But how is that possible? Although my parents-in-law are considered wealthy, they are far less well off than the Yuan group. They have virtually no chance of getting revenge or taking down the other side. After much thought, he could only temporarily attribute it to coincidence. Jiang Yujun's death didn't even cause a ripple in the entire Donghai city. It seems that as time goes by, both the disintegration of the massive Yuan group and the death of its chairman, Jiang Hong, are slowly being forgotten. However, there is one thing worth mentioning. Upon learning of Jiang Yujun's death in a car accident, neither Xiao Yuner nor his parents seemed particularly surprised. His expression remained as calm as ever. It was as if he had known all along, which surprised He-Fan somewhat. However, he has been busy treating the Wang family's little princess, Wang Qing, and hasn't had much time to think about this matter. It's actually quite interesting. After He-Fan examined the evidence, he finally confirmed that his guess was correct. Wang Qing is not a real ALS patient at all, but he has pseudo-ALS. Although the symptoms of both diseases may look similar, they can still be distinguished by some subtle details. Most importantly, as far as He-Fan knew, this kind of pseudo-ALS was usually caused by deliberate poisoning and could never occur naturally. What does this tell us? This means someone is plotting against Wang Qing and wants her dead. He-Fan knew certain things very well. The sordidness within truly powerful families usually far surpasses that of ordinary wealthy families. It's not surprising that such things happen for the sake of profit. Anyway, he's just a doctor. I can't be bothered with anything else. Brother He-Fan, I'm here again. Early that morning, He-Fan's clinic had just opened when a cheer was heard. Looking up, I saw Wang Qing being pushed in by the nanny. But it's different from before. This time, the old man Wang Yanshan didn't come. 2 or 3 bodyguards followed behind, standing outside the door and not coming in. As for what to do? Hee, of course I'm guarding the door. Joke. How could the Wang family's little princess allow outsiders to come in when she's seeing a doctor? If something unexpected happens, wouldn't they be unable to explain themselves to the head of the family? Girl, you're here? Where's your grandfather? He-Fan asked casually, but didn't take it too seriously, and continued to sort out the medicinal herbs in an orderly manner. Grandpa couldn't come because of something, so it's just me and Sister Zhu who came this time. After entering, Wang Qing skillfully supported herself with her hands and sat down on the recliner that He-Fan had deliberately arranged before speaking. Yes, after several days of treatment, her ALS has improved significantly. At the very least, the strength in my arms started to increase, and I gradually regained sensation in my body. Grandpa Wang has been overjoyed these past few days, and he insists on staying by his granddaughter's side almost every time he comes over. Since they didn't come along this time, it's safe to say they must have run into something serious. But, so what? He-Fan never bothered to meddle in other people's business. As usual, he first took Wang Qing's pulse, then looked at her eyes, and after he had a good idea of what was going on, he went to get the silver needles. It has to be said that the main reason He-Fan was willing to treat her was because the grandfather and grandson had helped him that day. He never wanted to owe anyone a favor, especially not a favor from such a large and powerful family. He-Fan knew very well that having too much contact with such a powerful family could bring him a lot of trouble. So, after curing Wang Qing, he doesn't plan to have anything to do with the Wang family anymore. For your own sake and for the sake of the people he cares about, it's best to be careful. Pseudo-ALS, in essence, is caused by a poison made by using a variety of negative drugs in a special ratio, which is then taken by people over a long period of time. If He Fan wants treatment, he only needs to use his family's burning mountain fire acupuncture technique, combined with his exclusive secret recipe to decoct and take medicine to remove the toxins from the patient's body and gradually repair the body. He can recover in just 3 to 5 days. Naturally, patients who have recovered still need to take good care of their bodies for a period of time before they can walk freely like normal people. Of course, this is only possible if he gives it his all. Unfortunately, He Fan didn't want it to be so soon. On the contrary, he secretly combined his family's medical skills and figured out a treatment plan on his own, which extended the process many times over. He Fan didn't do this out of any intention to harm the Wang family grandfather and grandson. The key reason was that he never wanted to reveal certain things. After all, that's ALS, a medical problem that the whole world still can't solve. If he cured it in just a few strokes, it would probably shock the whole world. From now on, He Fan can forget about having any peace and quiet. All sorts of schemes will likely open their jaws wide to devour him. That's definitely not what he wanted to see. Of course, as it is now, if He Fan really cures Wang Qing, it will attract attention. But he believes, as long as I give instructions to the Wang family grandfather and grandson in advance, things can still be under control. As usual, under Wang Qing's blushing gaze, Sister Zhu removed her clothes, leaving her only in her undergarments. Facing this youthful and radiant body, He Fan seemed oblivious. He first sterilized the silver needles, and then, using a special technique passed down in his family, began to insert the needles one by one into different acupoints. There was no legendary speed like the wind, and there was no such thing as internal energy cultivation. After all, those are just things in novels, and can't be taken seriously at all. Traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture is a serious discipline. Every time a silver needle is inserted, the practitioner must be extremely careful and dare not make the slightest mistake. Seeing He Fan's serious expression, a hint of hesitation flashed in Wang Qing's eyes. Seeing that the acupuncture needles were almost finished, she finally couldn't help but ask, "Was the mother of the little seedling you saved last time your wife? Are you really husband and wife?" The question came so suddenly that He Fan couldn't help but tremble upon hearing it. Fortunately, his hand was relatively steady, and there were no accidents when inserting acupuncture points. They did not respond to the other party immediately. He steadily placed each silver needle onto the various acupoints, and only after he had finished inserting them all did he stand up, wipe his hands, and chuckle lightly. Yes, what's wrong? When his wife was mentioned, He Fan felt a mix of emotions. Honestly, although the couple seemed to have returned to their old ways during this period, the thorn in He Fan's heart never disappeared. Yes, Jiang Yujun is dead. But he had a vague feeling that the person truly standing behind his wife was not the young master of the Yuan group that he thought he was. It's quite possible that someone else is responsible for their parents' deaths. Chapter 73 I've Seen Your Wife, with a Man. Unfortunately, He Fan can't find any clues now. We can only continue like this for now, hoping that the truth will come out one day. Of course, He Fan wasn't just giving up. Rather, he knew in his heart that sometimes it's better to stay still than to act. There are no secrets that stay hidden forever. The existence of objective facts cannot be changed by anyone. It's not too late to settle everything then. Of course, some people might ask, was Jiang Yujun wronged? Because of your doubts, you ended up with your family destroyed and your life ruined. Honestly, he didn't die unjustly. From the moment he tried to run He Fan over with his car, it was destined that no one could save him. No one has noticed yet. He Fan's personality has been gradually changing since his parents died. He himself could vaguely sense that something seemed amiss. But he's always been too busy, and he really hasn't had time to think about this carefully. Brother He Fan, there's something I don't know if I should say. Hesitant and stammering, Wang Qing didn't dare to look He Fan in the eye. That shy demeanor of a young girl. If it were anyone else, they might actually think that the little girl had fallen for him. But He Fan is different. After spending these days together, he could tell that Wang Qing had a good impression of him, but it was mostly out of dependence and respect for an older brother and a doctor. Talking about liking something is a bit far-fetched. Therefore, he didn't think much of it and said with a smile, "Just say what's on your mind." Do you think your brother He Fan would get angry? Seemingly infected by his gentle smile, Wang Qing mustered her courage, suddenly raised her head, and looked at He Fan, saying each word slowly and deliberately. If I remember correctly, I've seen your wife in Kyoto before. What? You saw her in Kyoto? He Fan was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, then smiled, patted her head, and shook his head, saying, That's impossible. My wife works in an office at the radio station and doesn't need to travel for work. How could you possibly have seen her in Kyoto? I'm her husband. How could I not know if my wife has been to other places? Clearly, he didn't believe it. But Wang Qing stubbornly replied, I really did see her. I was just starting junior high school at the time, and my health hadn't deteriorated yet. I met her at the entrance of a hotel. At the time, she seemed to be with her child and another man, just coming out of the Hillington Hotel. Wang Qing's face turned bright red. His confident demeanor suggested he wasn't joking at all. First year of junior high? Upon hearing this, He Fan's expression changed. If he remembers correctly, Wang Qing just turned 18 this year. If we calculate according to the normal timeline, wouldn't it have been 3 years ago when she was in the first year of junior high school? It seems my wife was indeed away from home for a period of time 3 years ago. He Fan remembers it clearly. At that time, his mother-in-law seemed to have health problems. She took the child with her father-in-law and mother-in-law to Jinshi, saying that they were going to see an old expert. I remember he once mentioned that he or his father should take a look. After all, the He family has been practicing traditional Chinese medicine for generations, which is far beyond what those so-called experts can compare to. Even He Fan had considered this. No matter how the other party treated me, she was still my mother-in-law. Even if I had to show some skill, I had to heal her. He was confident that there shouldn't be many diseases in the world that he couldn't cure. Even with cancer, there are ways to help people with the disease live to a ripe old age. Of course, he didn't say any of this. But strangely, neither his wife nor his father-in-law decisively rejected He Fan's proposal. He didn't even get to see his mother-in-law from beginning to end. Otherwise, we could also take the opportunity to find out what's wrong with the other person. Now, after Wang Qing mentioned it, He Fan unconsciously connected the two things together. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Who knows, back then my wife really did go to Kyoto to meet someone. But if that's the case, there are some things that He Fan can't understand. Keep in mind that his wife was with her parents and children at that time. If she really did something outrageous, wouldn't she be afraid that they would find out? The child was young then, so it didn't matter. But with her parents-in-law right there, would they watch their daughter do such a shameful thing? Theoretically speaking, it's unlikely. And this is also the biggest flaw. After a long silence, He Fan smiled and suddenly asked a question. Since you put it that way, Xiaoqing, can you tell brother He that you know that man? And what is his identity? This. Faced with this unexpected question, Wang Qing seemed somewhat at a loss for words. My body twisted unconsciously. Don't move around. You might accidentally dislodge the needle. Seeing her like this, He Fan quickly scolded her. What's this girl up to? My body is now covered in silver needles. It would be troublesome if something went wrong. Okay. The little girl was so frightened that her body stiffened, and she quickly stopped moving. After a long silence, she finally uttered a sentence softly. I'm sorry, brother He, I don't know that man. He shouldn't be from Kyoto, right? As she said this, Wang Qing thought to herself, I'm sorry, brother He, I really can't reveal that person's identity. Given that person's status, they are someone you absolutely cannot afford to offend right now. If you get involved with him because of this, even my grandfather might not be able to protect you. Honestly, Wang Qing regretted it. If she had known, she shouldn't have told He Fan about it. Just thinking about how this refined young man had such a shameless wife made me feel genuinely sorry for him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have impulsively told the other party about it. He Fan didn't see the apology that flashed in the little girl's eyes. Upon hearing Wang Qing say she didn't know the man, he fell silent. Perhaps it's just a coincidence. Ultimately, Wang Qing was still young at that time, so it's not impossible that she mistook someone for someone else. Thinking about it this way, He Fan felt much more at ease. But the suspicion he harbored about his wife could never be erased from his heart. Over the next half hour, He Fan began to flick, press, chase, and hook the dense silver needles covering Wang Qing's body. working up a sweat. After a series of procedures and a short rest, he finally began to remove the needles. Bear with it, it might hurt a little. Following the normal procedure, He-Fan reminded Wang Qing once again. Okay, I understand. Since it wasn't her first time getting acupuncture, Miss Wang naturally understood these things. She closed her eyes and waited quietly for the acupuncture to be completed. Laugh. He-Fan took out some unknown medicine from a drawer, lit it, soaked the burnt powder with an alcohol swab, and began to remove the needles from Wang Qing's skin. After carefully removing each needle, a little medicinal powder was shaken off. After working for a long time, all 108 silver needles were finally removed. Honestly, actually, when the needles are inserted, it's not like what He-Fan said. You won't feel any pain. Each time, Wang Qing only felt a tingling and numb sensation all over her body, like being bitten by an ant, and it would pass if she just endured it. Chapter 74. Did the wife go to a hotel with a man? Turning around, after Wang Qing had finished dressing with Sister Zhu's help, He-Fan turned back and instructed her. I'll prescribe the medicine for you later. As usual, one dose should be decocted twice and taken once a day. After that, you can come here every 3 days for acupuncture. You should be almost recovered in about a month. But you must remember that rehabilitation training takes at least 6 months before you can walk properly. Slacking off won't do you any good. Faced with his earnest teachings, Wang Qing nodded her head repeatedly. I understand, brother. She looked very well behaved. She didn't look like a young lady from a wealthy family at all. She's more like a little sister next door. In fact, He-Fan said these kinds of things almost every time after treatment, but the little girl never found it annoying. On the contrary, she enjoyed that kind of care. Perhaps it was because she had been lonely for too long, living in a large family. Nodding, He-Fan turned around and began to prepare the medicine for him. He's very fast at dispensing medicine. In just a few minutes, the herbal medicine package containing 3 days' worth of medicine was packed up. After Sister Zhu took it, Wang Qing said goodbye and left the clinic. Meanwhile, many elderly people who had been kept outside the door greeted this young lady, whose family they didn't know, with friendly expressions and rushed inside. As the saying goes, old age makes one wise. Although Wang Qing's arrival these days has delayed their medical treatment to some extent, not a single elderly person has gone to cause trouble. Although their eyes were cloudy, their hearts were not blind. It was clear that a young lady from such a prominent family was someone he couldn't afford to offend. To avoid causing trouble for yourself and the younger generation, it's best to remain calm and composed. As the elderly people came in, He-Fan's busiest time of day arrived. He was working non-stop, and it took him 2 or 3 hours to finally relax. It's unclear whether everyone rushed over in the morning or for some other reason. When He-Fan returned from lunch, half the afternoon had passed, and not a single person had come. Bored, he lay sprawled on the counter, his mind replaying Wang Qing's words. Honestly, that's because so much time has passed that many things can no longer be verified. Otherwise, by simply checking his wife's itinerary, he could find out whether she went to Tsu or Kyoto back then. This went on until after 5 p.m., and seeing that no one was likely to come in today, He-Fan, feeling slightly annoyed, simply got up, closed the clinic, and headed straight for the radio station. Yes, He-Fan really wanted to ask his wife face-to-face whether she had actually been to Kyoto that year, and if she had, who was that man? The most crucial question is, why would she go to a hotel with another man? So what exactly did they do? Some might say, what's the point of asking that? Xiao Yun'er isn't stupid. She'd never tell you the truth. But He-Fan didn't think that way at the time. He has his own ideas. Admittedly, if Xiao Yun'er really had an affair for so many years, she would definitely be full of lies and use all sorts of excuses to cover it up. But this is exactly what he wanted. If the other party denies it to his face, then he has the opportunity to find out everything and prove that his suspicions are correct. This indirectly proves something, so we don't need to find the answers ourselves. And if that's the case, at least I won't have to struggle with this anymore. I won't have to hold myself back in anything I do. Only, sometimes, things happen so suddenly and unexpectedly. Just as He-Fan arrived at the radio station, he was shocked to see his wife carrying a bag and hurriedly getting into the car with the station director, Wang Changfeng. Upon seeing this, he was taken aback. What's going on? Isn't Xiao Yuner in an office job? A few days ago, due to special circumstances, she frequently took leave and was not at the station, which was understandable. But now it seems like she's very busy. Honestly, he recognized Wang Changfeng. After all, his wife had worked at the station for many years, so how could a family member not recognize the station director? Therefore, He-fan didn't think much about it at that moment. But as he watched the two leave, driven by curiosity, he immediately ran to his car, opened the door, and got in. Anyway, He-fan already had a spare key to this Volvo in his pocket, so he wasn't worried about not having a car to chase after the two. Buzz creak. After skillfully starting the engine, He-fan turned the steering wheel and made a turn, then accelerated and followed his wife in the direction she had left. It was a little past 5 o'clock, not too far from the evening rush hour. Therefore, the number of cars coming and going on the road is gradually increasing. Fortunately, He-fan set off in time, allowing him to keep a safe distance from Station Chief Wang Changfeng's car and follow at a leisurely pace. Nearly 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. When He-fan saw Station Director Wang Changfeng and his wife hurriedly enter the Emperor Hotel, his face immediately turned extremely gloomy. His fists were clenched so tightly that the veins on his hands gripping the steering wheel were bulging. Hotel? His wife actually went into the hotel with Wang Changfeng. What was she planning to do? Honestly, He-fan didn't want to think the worst. After all, no matter what his wife Xiao Yuner was like, she would never fall for an old man. Money and power held no appeal for his wife whatsoever. Otherwise, she wouldn't have married this penniless young man. Most importantly, she almost got into trouble here last time, so how could she possibly be messing around with other people here for any other reason? Even if they wanted to do something, they should have gone somewhere else. In essence, it doesn't make any sense. Without any hesitation, He-fan immediately took out his phone from his pocket. He skillfully dialed a number, and it was answered after only 2 beeps. Dr. He, is there something you need on the phone? Then an old voice came out, seemingly full of surprise. Mr. Wang, my wife went into your hotel again today. I want to know what she's doing. Can you help me? He-fan didn't hide anything and stated his requirements directly. Honestly, he didn't think the other person would refuse him on something like this. After all, Wang Yanshan had personally said before that he would give this hotel to himself. But he didn't want it. Now that I'm only making such a small request, surely they can agree to it? Oh, no problem. As expected. On the phone, Mr. Wang Yanshan only thought for a moment before agreeing. Dr. He, just wait in front of the hotel. I'll have the new manager personally escort you in. You can do whatever you want. He said it so casually, as if it wouldn't matter if He-fan smashed up the hotel. You do not say. A few days ago, old Wang was about to give it to the other party, but the other party didn't want it. Even if it really gets smashed, theoretically it's not a loss. Chapter 75 Cooperating to Catch Adulterers. Good. He-fan nodded in satisfaction, hung up the phone immediately, pulled the car aside, got out, and walked slowly toward the hotel entrance. What he didn't see was that, from the window on the hotel's top floor, a pair of eyes looked down with a meaningful gaze and a complex expression. You must be Mr. He? My name is Wang Chuanjin, the newly transferred hotel manager. The old chairman has already given instructions regarding your matter, and he will definitely handle it perfectly for you. A middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a suit and exuding an air of sophistication, approached He-fan and bowed respectfully. Manager Wang? Hello. He-fan shook hands with the other party politely, showing no sign of looking down on them. Yes. Although they appeared humble, they were ultimately doing it out of respect for old Master Wang. Otherwise, how could the manager of Emperor Hotel know who He-fan is? It's already good enough that they don't kick people out. Mr. He, please come with me. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Chuanjin decisively led the way into the hotel. He didn't actually know He-fan. Before being transferred to this hotel, Wang Chuanjin had heard about something. It seems that the hotel's former manager lost his position because he offended a young man surnamed He. He didn't know if He-fan was that person. But since the old chairman had made such arrangements, no matter how ordinary the young man in front of him looked, he dared not make the slightest mistake. It's just about taking people to catch someone cheating, right? He had already witnessed far too many of these kinds of things before he was transferred here. In today's society, temptations abound, ethics are collapsing, and how many men and women can truly understand their own lives. Many people have chosen to degenerate. Besides, as a fellow man, he could understand He-fan. His wife had come to the hotel with another man behind his back. Who wouldn't be anxious if such a thing happened to them? Lost in thought, Manager Wang led He-fan toward a room. Huh? Where are we going? He-fan was quite familiar with the Emperor Hotel. Seeing that the other party was not taking him to the guest room department, but instead kept walking towards a corner, He-fan couldn't help but be a little surprised. Is this guy lying to me? Don't worry, Mr. He. Let's go to the monitoring room first. We need to know which room your lady went to before we go over, right? Manager Wang smiled apologetically and explained. Oh, okay. Since the other party's argument was reasonable, He-fan naturally wouldn't blame them. He smiled faintly and then fell silent. Good morning, manager. As soon as I arrived at the monitoring room, two men inside quickly stood up and greeted me. Xiao Li, Xiao Sun, you two find all the surveillance footage from the previous half hour. This Mr. He is looking for someone. Wang Chuanjin waved his hand and gave the order. Yes, manager. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li and Xiao Sun didn't delay and immediately sat down to search. Before long, a camera appeared in front of them. Looking at the images inside, He-fan wasn't surprised at all. Inside, his wife was walking with Wang Chongfeng, and they seemed to be talking about something. The two would occasionally lower their heads and smile, giving off a very intimate feeling. Pull back. Seeing that He-fan didn't speak, Manager Wang gave another instruction. The camera fast-forwards, showing the two people walking all the way to room 999 on the top floor of the guest room department before stopping. This is the Imperial Palace? Even Manager Wang seemed somewhat surprised after seeing the scene inside. He-fan was not surprised by this. After all, he had talked with Grandpa Wang and knew a lot about the Emperor Hotel. The Emperor's private room and the Imperial Suite are reserved exclusively for the Wang family. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to let outsiders live there. So, how did Xiao Yuner and Wang Chongfeng manage to book that apartment? Honestly, despite being the director of a radio station and a prominent figure in Donghai City, Wang Chongfeng may not seem like much. But as for staying in the Emperor's Suite at the Emperor Hotel, he's not qualified. Why is it stopping? Keep scrolling down. Don't stop until Mr. He says so. Seeing that the surveillance footage stopped on the two walking to the door, Manager Wang frowned and couldn't help but urge them on. I'm sorry, manager. Unexpectedly, Xiao Li stood up nervously, trembling as he said. I accidentally pressed the close button. The surveillance footage for the next 5 minutes is gone. He said this with a face full of shame, and his gaze toward He-fan was filled with apology. For some reason, He-fan felt something was off about the person in front of him. You should know he's a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Moreover, he's someone with a family tradition of skill and is considered a national champion. He saw it very clearly. The other person appeared to be very fearful, but the trembling in their body was extremely unnatural. It's more like acting. However, He-fan was too lazy to care about such things and just stood there quietly. Didn't record it? Humph. You two are really something. Seemingly very dissatisfied with this answer, Manager Wang said with a face full of anger. It's all right. As long as you know where it is, it doesn't matter whether you look at the rest or not. On the contrary, He-fan, seeing Xiao Li's apprehensive appearance, seemed to understand his nervousness, so he spoke up to defuse the situation. Yes, I'll take Mr. He up to the Imperial Suite right away. As if they were waiting for him to say that, Manager Wang hurriedly replied, feeling embarrassed. Then, she led him away. Seeing the two leave, Xiao Li and Xiao Sun exchanged a glance, their previous tense expressions replaced by joy in their eyes. Hee, we've struck gold this time. Xiao Li was beaming with pride and overjoyed. If I hadn't been quick enough, this whole thing would have been a disaster. If that had happened, you'd see if the boss would have let you off the hook. Little Sun glanced at him sideways, casually tapping the table with his finger. Thump, thump. Understood. Brother Sun, please have some tea. This time, I'm truly grateful for your kindness. Seeing his demeanor, Xiao Li immediately understood. He quickly brought over the tea he had prepared earlier and handed it to the other person. Then, in a fawning manner, he massaged the man's shoulders and asked in a slightly ingratiating tone. So, Brother Sun, How much of the bonus do you think the manager promised? It has to be at least this number. Enjoying the other person's service, Xiao Sun proudly extended a finger. 10,000. I didn't expect to get such a big reward just for deleting a video. Upon seeing this, Xiao Li's eyes lit up, and he squeezed the other person even harder. You're new here, you don't understand yet. Remember, sometimes you shouldn't say things carelessly. Seemingly provoked by the other party's words, Xiao Sun quickly spoke up to warn them. After saying that, he cautiously glanced in the direction the manager and the others had left. Only when he saw that there was no one outside did he finally breathe a long sigh of relief. He walked forward slowly and inserted the room key directly into the slot. Chapter 76. He Fan. Are you here to catch someone cheating? Mr. He, this is the place. You can do whatever you want from now on. The old chairman said it's all up to you. Upon arriving at the Imperial Suite number 999, Wang Chuanjin took out a room key and handed it over, indicating that the other party would handle the rest. The hotel will do everything it can to help him. Good. He Fan didn't stand on ceremony and immediately took the room key. Honestly, at that moment he suddenly had a strange feeling. Just like many characters in movies and TV dramas, he is secretly following his wife to a hotel to catch her cheating. He Fan gave a wry smile to himself, wondering how he could have made that connection. But deep down, he didn't believe such a thing could happen. He Fan didn't believe that his wife, with her pride, would willingly stay with an old man. If that's really the case, then I can only say that I've been blind all these years. With a complex emotion, snap, the door was gently opened. But when He Fan stepped inside, he was stunned by what he saw. It was completely different from what he had imagined. His wife was indeed in the room at that moment. But director Wang Changfeng has completely disappeared without a trace. Most importantly, it's one thing that Wang Changfeng isn't here, but what's with all these people in the room? Sitting next to his wife, Xiao Yuner, was his mother-in-law, Li Hongmei. The old lady was holding her son, Xiao Miao, and looked at her with some surprise. His eyes were filled with astonishment. He seemed puzzled as to why his son-in-law, He Fan, was here. Meanwhile, the two people drinking tea on the other side were a middle-aged man with a full beard, who looked to be around 40 or 50 years old. He Fan did not recognize this person. The other one was none other than his father-in-law, Xiao Zhanshan. The two seemed to be brewing tea and drinking it together, appearing to be in the middle of a deep conversation. At that moment, everyone was startled and looked towards him in front of the door. How embarrassing. At that moment, it seemed as if the air itself had frozen. Dad, Mom, Xiao Miao? What are you all doing here? After realizing what had happened, He Fan looked at the group of people in front of him and asked them somewhat awkwardly. Unconsciously, a hint of guilt appeared on his face. What the hell is this? He was clearly there to catch his wife in the act, right? I never expected to find myself in such a predicament. Surprisingly, they've even targeted my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Holy crap, this is just unbelievable. Daddy, what brings you here? Xiao Miao has missed you so much these past few days. Before anyone else could speak, the son came running over and grabbed He Fan's leg, jumping up and down. It's clear that the little guy is really happy to see his dad. Seeing his son's innocent smile, He Fan's previous gloomy mood vanished. He smiled, bent down, picked up his son, and planted a kiss on his little cheek. Dad misses you too. For a time, the father and son were filled with joy and boundless affection. However, He Fan did not notice that his parents-in-law looked somewhat embarrassed when they saw this scene, while his wife looked even more flustered. She would steal glances at the middle-aged man every now and then, seemingly with a hint of worry. On the other hand, that person, although his expression changed slightly when he saw the interaction between the father and son, he quickly recovered and looked on with envy. If someone observes closely, they will notice a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes. He Fan, what are you doing here? Suddenly, Li Hongmei, the mother-in-law, stood up and questioned her with a displeased expression. He Fan was not surprised at all by the other party's attitude. After all, he had been married to Xiao Yuner for many years, and his mother-in-law had never given him a kind look. He had long since gotten used to it. My wife and son are here, why can't they come? Although he couldn't explain it well, he wouldn't allow others to question him. What happened to my mother-in-law? When his parents were buried, The elderly couple not only didn't even show their faces, but also wouldn't let their son, Xiao Miao, go back for the funeral. His last shred of respect was completely extinguished. How much respect can we expect from him now? Seemingly sensing He Fan's arrogance, his father-in-law, Xiao Zhanshan, immediately looked over with a stern expression and said in a deep voice, "This is the 5-star Emperor Hotel, He Fan. How did you get in? And how did you open the door?" His expression was serious, and his sharp eyes were fixed on He Fan, as if he suspected something, or as if he was deliberately trying to divert everyone's attention. After all, he was an old man who was shrewd and could see things that others might miss. Xiao Zhanshan was afraid that if He Fan and his son continued to be so affectionate, it might provoke someone. Some things are better left unsaid right now. As expected, as soon as he said this, everyone, including his wife Xiao Yuner, looked at He Fan with suspicion. After all, they all knew that it was impossible for a doctor from a small clinic to be staying in such a high-end hotel. Especially the top-floor Emperor's Suite. Even if you have money, you might not be able to get in. But what about He Fan? This guy not only came looking for us, but he also had the room key to open the door. This inevitably led everyone to suspect that the other party had done something shady, deliberately stealing the room key. Excuse me everyone. Mr. He is our young lady's attending physician. He said he needed to see Mrs. He, so our chairman asked me to give him the room key. Seeing that He Fan was unable to explain and was frozen in place, Manager Wang suddenly walked in from outside the door and offered an explanation on his behalf. As the hotel manager, it was perfectly reasonable for him to say such a thing, and the people in the room naturally had no more doubts after hearing it. Xiao Yuner also visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Really, although He Fan is just a small-time traditional Chinese medicine practitioner running a clinic, his medical skills are quite good. Otherwise, his annual income wouldn't have reached $1 million. If he really does become the attending physician of the granddaughter of the chairman of Emperor Group by sheer coincidence, she might indeed give him face. It's not surprising that they were able to get a room key and come here. However, He Fan glanced at Manager Wang with a playful look in his eyes. Why did he feel that what this guy said wasn't as simple as it seemed? It's more like it was expected. His words were so fluent. He Fan wasn't stupid. Of course he could tell. This statement, seemingly an explanation, subtly distances itself from the speaker. He was clearly implying that he had only gotten the opportunity by doing favors. I just don't know whether the other party acted on their own initiative or if old Wang instructed them to do so. If it's the latter, a cold glint flashed in He Fan's eyes, and his dislike for those powerful families instantly intensified. He Fan, what do you mean? What do you want by coming here to find my daughter? To catch her in the act of adultery? Although the matter had been explained, Li Hongmei continued to press her for an explanation. The outstretched finger was practically pointing directly at his nose. Chapter 77. Yes. I came here to catch them in the act. Yes. I'm here to catch them cheating. Ignoring his wife's somewhat displeased expression, He Fan readily admitted it. Haha. I originally went to the radio station to find my wife, but I saw her getting into a car with the station manager and coming to the hotel. Mom, if you were in this situation, what would you think and do? He gently put his son down, then shrugged and simply told everyone everything. Some things don't need to be hidden. Anyway, I have a clear conscience. Upon hearing his admission that he had come to catch his wife cheating, the expressions of everyone in the room changed. Xiao Yuner, in particular, turned deathly pale, her delicate body trembled, and she looked as if she were about to collapse. After all, as a woman, being admitted by her husband to catching her cheating is something no one could bear. Only after He Fan finished explaining everything did she finally breathe a long sigh of relief. Indeed, He Fan had reason to do so. Ultimately, they are still husband and wife. If the other party is not anxious when they see this scene, then she will probably be the one who is anxious. If that were to happen, it would only mean that her husband, He Fan, doesn't love her at all. That's what Xiao Yuner can't accept. It has to be said that women's thought processes can be quite unique sometimes. But he seems to have pretty sound values. No, we can't do things that lack boundaries anymore. In some things, men and women are ultimately different. Xiao Yuner, please pay more attention to what you do. If your husband misunderstands again, You might lose your family. She silently warned herself, but a look of helplessness flashed across her face. In fact, Xiao Yuner knew very well that she was no longer in control of her own destiny when faced with certain situations. All she can do now is try her best to maintain a balance in all aspects. After observing carefully in secret and finding that her husband was not angry about what happened today, Xiao Yuner felt a great sense of relief. Thank goodness. Hurrah! It's a misunderstanding. Everyone has misunderstood today's matter. Just then, the unfamiliar middle-aged man finally spoke. He smiled and looked at He Fan, saying, "You must be He Fan? My name is Li Kaigua, and I'm Yuner's cousin. It's just that our two families haven't been in touch for a few years. I happened to be in Donghai this time, so I specially invited them all over for a get-together. As for the director of Donghai radio station that you mentioned, he is an old friend of mine. That's why I asked him to deliver it, fearing Yuner wouldn't want to come because of work. I didn't expect it to cause you to misunderstand." The middle-aged man. Oh no, it should be Li Kaigua who explained with a hearty laugh. The whole thing was so well organized that even He Fan couldn't find any fault with it. Yes, as soon as I saw Mom and Dad here, I knew it must be a misunderstanding. I'm sorry, I was impulsive this time. Upon hearing that the other party was his wife's cousin, He Fan quickly nodded and said politely, "Just my cousin? After being married for so many years, how come I didn't know my wife had a cousin? Moreover, judging from the other person's attire and the aura of authority that he exudes, this person's identity is probably not simple. Considering that his wife's cousin was able to stay in the imperial suite, it's highly likely that he has some connection with the Wang family. Otherwise, according to the hotel's rules, no one other than a member of the Wang family would be eligible to stay. TSK. Who knew the Xiao family had such a powerful background? Even he didn't expect it. In this light, it's possible that the other party was behind the trouble that happened to Yuan Group last time. His mind raced, and He Fan thought of many things. He kept all of this deep in his heart and didn't ask any further questions. He Fan walked up to his wife with an unchanged expression, put his arm around her shoulder, smiled apologetically, and did not say anything to explain. Everything is understood without words. Yes, there's no explanation needed. After all, in that situation, any man would suspect his wife of having an affair. This point makes sense everywhere, except for a few people with warped values. The fact that He Fan came to catch his wife in the act only proves that the other party still loves his wife. If the wife were to question him in return, that would make him feel guilty. Xiao Yuner wasn't stupid, so of course she wouldn't continue on this topic. Only the mother-in-law, Li Hongmei, was still muttering nonsense about a lack of trust between husband and wife, but no one in the room paid any attention to her. After sitting down and having a conversation, He Fan finally figured some things out. Judging from his words and actions, Li Kaigua should really be a relative of the Xiao family. But it's true that the other party has an impressive background. No matter how hard he tried to get information out of the other person, he still couldn't figure out their background. He Fan didn't mind at all. In any case, it turns out that I was really overthinking things. There could not possibly be any special relationship between the wife and Wang Chongfeng. And so, everyone chatted and laughed, and before they knew it, it was time for dinner. Everyone, how about we have dinner here tonight? I heard that the master chef from the Emperor Hotel just returned from further training out of town. Cousin Xiao, you and your wife should try his cooking. Li Kaigua suddenly stood up and extended a hearty invitation to everyone. Okay, then thank you very much, cousin. Li Hongmei smiled broadly upon hearing this and quickly agreed. It seems that my father-in-law, Xiao Zhanshan, had no objection to this proposal. The top chef at the Emperor Hotel is renowned throughout Donghai for his culinary skills. Although that person was highly skilled, he rarely did his own work. The hotel's operation is usually supported by his disciples and their descendants. In addition, it is said that the master chef recently went to another city for further training. So no matter how rich the people who come to the hotel to dine these past few months, they have not had the opportunity to eat his personally cooked dishes. It's true that I'm a billionaire. However, Xiao Zhanshan only had a limited chance to taste the delicacies made by that person on a regular basis. Unexpectedly, just as Mr. and Mrs. Xiao were happily preparing to enjoy a feast, Xiao Yuner suddenly stood up and said, "No need. It's so late and my child is almost sleepy. My husband and I will go back first and settle the little one in." "Mom, I'm not sleepy." But no sooner had she said that than the little guy immediately contradicted her. It's obvious what he's thinking, just by looking at his greedy little cat-like expression. "No, you're sleepy, you have to go home." Xiao Yuner's words were extremely resolute, giving no one a chance to react. She scooped the child from He Fan's arms and walked out of the suite. This reaction seemed rather intense, leaving He Fan somewhat bewildered. However, since his wife had spoken, he naturally wouldn't object. He stood up, gave everyone an apologetic smile, and then quickly followed them out. Actually, He Fan was also a little puzzled. Although everyone seemed to be having a great time chatting, I felt like something was off, and I felt really awkward. It's as if everyone is wearing a mask. Chapter 78 Perfect Explanation. Originally, He Fan didn't care. They assumed that the presence of a stranger like Li Kaiguo was the reason for this situation. However, judging from the wife's subsequent reaction, it was clear that things were not so simple. Could it be that she doesn't get along with this cousin, which is why she's being so disrespectful? But if that's the case, why would she come? He shook his head, looking quite puzzled. He Fan immediately dismissed the thought, quickened his pace, and walked side by side with Xiao Yuner out of the hotel. In another exclusive suite, Wang Qing saw He Fan and his wife leaving on the surveillance footage. Somewhat puzzled, she looked at her grandfather beside her and questioned him. "Why did you lie to Brother He? Was it for Li Kaiguo? Although he has a distinguished status, he is still just a... Why are you giving him so much face? If Brother He finds out, he definitely won't treat my illness anymore." The little girl was puffed up with anger, clearly disapproving of her grandfather's actions. Did I lie to him? What did Grandpa lie to him about? It was just erasing some surveillance footage that shouldn't have been there. It might not be a bad thing for He Fan. Don't worry. Although Li Kaiguo's status has risen in recent years, Grandpa wouldn't be so concerned about him. This is just doing him a favor, nothing to worry about. Grandpa Wang Yanshan explained. He then affectionately patted his granddaughter's head, sighed inwardly, and thought to himself, "This silly girl's naivety is truly worrying. No wonder she was schemed against. If it weren't for He Fan, I probably would never have known the truth before I died. But it's good that she can grow up with a childlike heart. That's quite rare. As long as I'm alive, anyone who dares to touch that girl will pay the price." In this life, how easy is it to distinguish between good and bad? Unless one can achieve complete detachment from desires. Thinking back to the purge of the family a few days ago, the old man's eyes still held a murderous glint. Xiao Wanqing is his bottom line, and anyone who dares to cross it will pay the price. Even those few who are also members of the same clan. Hopefully, the lingering bloodshed of the Wang family will serve as a warning to some people. "Honey, where did you hear that I went to Kyoto 3 years ago?" As the Volvo drove home, Xiao Yuner, who was in the passenger seat, suddenly felt a tightness in her chest and a sense of panic when she heard He Fan's question. "Don't ask me where I heard that. I just want to know if it's true." He Fan gripped the steering wheel tightly and asked calmly. "Yes, I misunderstood what happened today." But he didn't forget what he had wanted to do before. I'm sorry, husband." Xiao Yuner hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to respond. "It's true that I went to Tianjin with my parents for medical treatment that year. But after my mother's condition improved, we did go to Kyoto. I didn't mention this to you after I got back. Tell me, who was the man you were with back then?" He Fan remained expressionless, but his grip on the steering wheel tightened. To be honest, he never expected his wife to admit it. But judging from the other person's expression, they didn't seem guilty at all. This left him utterly puzzled. "Man." Xiao Yuner appeared stunned for a moment, but her heart sank to the bottom. "He Fan, do you know that much? Does he know something else?" This greatly worried Xiao Yuner. Although she didn't understand how her husband found out about this, she knew that if he didn't give a reasonable explanation, something bad was going to happen again. She didn't want her marriage, which she had worked so hard to save, to suffer another unexpected setback. Of course, Xiao Yuner can lie, but she also understood that one lie often requires more lies to cover it up. It's inherently difficult to cultivate trust between spouses. If you rely on lies to maintain your position, the trust will collapse once the truth comes out. By then, There will probably be no room for reconciliation between husband and wife. Fine. Fortunately, Xiao Yuner quickly came up with a solution. I remember someone saying, the highest level of lying is when it's half true and half false. Since that's the case, then A glint of light flashed in Xiao Yuner's eyes, and her mood gradually calmed down. You mean my cousin? She smiled radiantly as she said this, as if she were simply stating a fact. Creak. Seemingly startled by her words, He-Fan immediately stepped on the gas and slammed on the brakes. Fortunately, the car was on a secluded street with few other vehicles around it. Otherwise, a rear-end collision could have easily occurred. Uncle? Is that the guy named Li Kaigwa from earlier? He looked at his wife with some surprise, as if waiting for her answer. Worried that sudden braking might hurt her son, Xiao Yuner hugged Xiao Miao tightly. Even so, the mother and daughter were thrown forward violently due to the sudden braking, but fortunately they were held back by the seat belt. Startled, Xiao Yuner couldn't help but roll her eyes at her husband, saying somewhat irritably, Can't you drive more carefully? I'm fine, but aren't you afraid of hurting our son? Sorry. I was just too excited and didn't realize. Seeing this, He-Fan scratched his head and said somewhat embarrassedly. She then reached out and patted her son's head to comfort him. That's right. My uncle lives in Kyoto, and Tsushi isn't too far from there. It's only natural that Mom wanted to visit relatives after she recovered from her illness, isn't it? Besides, that's my cousin. What kind of nonsense is this, calling him guy? It's really awful. Xiao Yuner said angrily, looking at her with a "you're very rude" expression. Seemingly to completely dispel her husband's doubts, Xiao Yuner sat up straight, seemingly lost in memories, and murmured softly. I remember Xiao Miao was only 2 years old at the time, and my uncle treated us to a very luxurious hotel. Yeah, Dad even praised the hotel food back then, but he ended up drinking too much, so Mom had to book a room to take care of him. Even at the very end, it was my uncle who took my son and me out for a trip. Little Miao was so happy. It has to be said, Xiao Yuner is very smart. His words, a mix of truth and falsehood, were so well crafted that they perfectly explained everything. Pretty. After hearing his wife's explanation, He-Fan couldn't help but admire her in his heart. Regardless of whether what the other party said is true or false, the key is that they were able to cover things up so perfectly. That takes real skill. But the other party forgot that. The more perfectly she described things, the more it became her biggest flaw. After all, she hadn't said before that anyone had seen her leaving the hotel with a man. Xiao Yuner's words will only make him more suspicious that she is trying to cover up the truth. Of course, these words did have some effect. Although it didn't completely put him at ease, it also prevented him from dwelling on it too much. As I said before, there are no secrets that stay hidden forever. The truth may be covered up temporarily, but it cannot be hidden forever. Chapter 79 The Truth. Okay then, I got it. He-Fan nodded and restarted the car, heading home. It must be said that the answer he received today was indeed beyond his expectations. But at least with this explanation, he no longer needs to rack his brains to find the answer. You have to understand that when one person completely loses trust in another, in a sense, they no longer care about that person. In other words, He-Fan suspects that a certain man, who may or may not exist, has been secretly standing behind his wife all along. The deaths of her parents are likely related to this, which is why she chose to endure it for the time being. He even kept that secret from his wife, never confronting her about it in the end. Unfortunately, his attempts to test the waters in his daily life all failed. His wife's explanations were always perfect, leaving him no room to find any flaws. Honey, do you still doubt me? Seeing He-Fan focused on driving, Xiao Yuner suddenly asked cautiously. No. He-Fan smiled gently, his eyes showing no sign of anything unusual. Honey, don't worry, I really won't betray you. Besides, I'm not interested in other men. Once again, Xiao Yuner said with great conviction. You can't blame me for what happened today. Who told you to go into the hotel with that Wang Changfeng guy? It's no wonder I got suspicious since I happened to see it. He-Fan offered an explanation, seemingly trying to allay the other party's concerns. I know. So I've never blamed you from beginning to end. Xiao Yuner nodded repeatedly and smiled brightly. Honestly, In many people's eyes, Xiao Yun'er is definitely a perfect wife. No matter what she did, she never hid anything from He Fan. Not to mention staying out all night or going into hotels with random people. That has almost never happened in recent years. But at some point, He Fan suddenly realized that his wife had changed. Her repeated, unusual actions forced out the suspicions hidden in her heart. Once the seed of doubt is planted, it begins to take root and sprout. Sooner or later, it will become a towering tree. Therefore, it is not so easy to get him to remove that seed in his heart. Especially now, there are many suspicious points surrounding the parents' car accident. It seems that many possibilities point to the man behind the wife. In this situation, how can he possibly be willing to give his heart again? Of course, He Fan's mindset is much more peaceful now. After all, in his view, he was gradually becoming less and less concerned about Xiao Yun'er. But he forgot. Thinking without speaking, remembering without forgetting, longing without yearning, loving without escaping. How can one truly control life? If emotions could be controlled, what would be the point of having a heart? If the heart cannot control itself, it is destined to be moved by others. Ultimately, the deeper the love, the deeper the wound, the deeper the affection, the greater the heartache. Life seems to have returned to its usual peace. However, Wang Qing, the eldest daughter of the Wang family, noticed that although He Fan was still receiving treatment for her illness, he seemed less concerned about it than before. She wasn't the only one who noticed this. The old man of the Wang family also realized it. The grandfather and grandson didn't know why, but they knew very well that something must have happened to displease He Fan, which was why this situation occurred. Fortunately, according to He Fan, the treatment period will be over by today. At that time, all you need to do is have one more acupuncture session and take a few more doses of medicine, and then you can focus on recuperation and exercise without worry. But, is everything alright once Wang Qing recovers? Obviously, not necessarily. At least with old Master Wang, there's still a chance he might need He Fan's help. But this happened so suddenly that he hadn't thought about how to bring it up yet. Now it seems even more troublesome. He Fan's attitude has changed a lot. With the final acupuncture session completely finished and his granddaughter's lower body showing clear signs of regaining sensation after this period of treatment, Wang Yangshan finally couldn't resist anymore. He immediately stepped forward, leaning on his cane, and pulled He Fan aside. "Young man, is Xiao Qing'er all right?" "Oh, it's all right. As long as you help her with her rehabilitation training, it won't be long before she can walk normally again." He Fan, who was originally tidying up herbs and preparing medicine for Wang Qing, immediately answered honestly when he heard old Master Wang ask such a question. That's good. That's good." The old man was pleased to hear the result, but then his tone turned serious as he said, "Young He, how about doing this old man another favor? I'm busy." Just as he expected, He Fan rejected him without even thinking. You rejected me without even asking what I wanted?" The old man, his face dark, simply asked, "Is it because my Wang family has neglected you in some way that you have misunderstood us, my grandson and my family, these past few days?" He asked this very sincerely, clearly wanting to know what had happened. "No, what could I possibly misunderstand?" Unexpectedly, He Fan remained calm and composed, his expression unchanged. "Is it about the surveillance footage?" After a moment of quick thinking, the old man finally tried asking the question. If we're talking about recent days, that one thing is probably what's made He Fan unhappy. However, he did this very discreetly, so how did the other party find out? What could possibly go wrong with the surveillance footage? The real problem is probably with the people, isn't it? He Fan spoke in a sarcastic tone, but his dissatisfaction was evident on his face. Yes, his recent displeasure with the other party is indeed due to this incident. Honestly, it's no wonder he acted that way. In the past, He Fan felt that he had a pretty good relationship with Grandpa Wang. So while he was certainly trying to repay a favor by treating his granddaughter's illness, ultimately it was more because he thought the other party was a good person. Unfortunately, life is unpredictable. He himself did not expect that his impression of him would plummet in such a short period of time. He Fan was already displeased by what the Emperor Hotel manager said last time. Certainly. But if it were just that, he wouldn't be so petty as to give the other person a hard time. But the important thing is, old Master Wang had planned everything meticulously, but he forgot that He Fan was still a young man. These days, who among young people doesn't use their phone and watch videos? Just 2 days ago, he suddenly saw an acquaintance on a video app. He Fan remembers it very clearly. That was the young man in charge of the hotel surveillance system who had gone to see his wife a few days ago. It seems his name is Shaoli. Most of the videos inside were filmed at the Emperor Hotel to showcase its luxury and high-class taste. But there was one video that recorded something that happened a few days ago. That means they intentionally damaged the surveillance cameras to prevent a certain young man from seeing what happened before. Although the video mostly showed them bragging about how they completed a small task for their leader and were each rewarded with 10,000 yuan. But with He Fan, it's different. Chapter 80: The Identity of Uncle. He Fan isn't stupid. Upon seeing the video's release date, he immediately understood. So that task of deleting surveillance footage was referring to me, the biggest traitor. Led? Who are the leaders of the Emperor Hotel? Manager Wang? That's impossible. Ultimately, the other party is just a mere manager. They certainly wouldn't dare to act on their own and cause so much trouble. After all, there are precedents to learn from. He Fan didn't believe that the other party was unaware of the former manager Huang Shuren's affairs. This only proves that the only person who could have gotten his subordinates to do this is the old chairman, Wang Yangshan. Of course, it doesn't seem like a big deal that the other party would do something like this. After all, the hotel belongs to the Wang family. It's a favor if they let him see the surveillance footage, and it's their right not to. It's not his place to criticize. But He Fan isn't happy. When he's unhappy, he naturally doesn't want others to be happy either. Therefore, the time I've been giving them the cold shoulder these past few days is just a small act of revenge. However, He Fan was also quite curious. He really wanted to know what was in the deleted video that was so important that the old man had specifically told people not to let him see it. But thinking about it carefully, it seems that my wife couldn't have done anything outrageous at that time, and she simply didn't have the opportunity or the time. Therefore, I was too lazy to ask. Just because he doesn't ask doesn't mean he won't harbor resentment towards someone. I've been giving the Wang family grandfather and grandson a hard time these past few days, so this is kind of a small revenge. Seeing He Fan's attitude and tone, how could old Master Wang not understand? He couldn't help but give a wry smile, and quickly began to explain to the other party. That last surveillance video was indeed deleted at my instruction, but it wasn't aimed at you. It was because Li Kaigua's identity was so special that it was really inappropriate for him to leave any trace at the Emperor Hotel. Li Kaigua. He Fan was taken aback upon hearing this. This matter, how could it be related to him? Seemingly realizing that it would be difficult to persuade He Fan without revealing something, old Master Wang simply told the truth. Li Kaigua is the son-in-law of a super powerful family in Kyoto. As for which family it is, the old man is not at liberty to tell you. All you need to know is that although he seems to be in a somewhat awkward position, he actually holds a portion of the real power in that family. Therefore, his whereabouts involve a lot of trouble, and he generally does not want people to know them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let him live in the imperial suite. At this point, the old man hesitated slightly, then said again solemnly, "In some respects, that family is very powerful. Even our Wang family is slightly inferior." After saying that, seemingly worried that He Fan might have some thoughts, he quickly added, "Of course, it's not that I'm afraid of the other side. After all, the power of our Wang family in the capital should not be underestimated." Looking at the sincere expression on the old man's face, He Fan tilted his head and thought for a moment. These explanations seemed to make sense. But Li Kaigua? His identity and background were unexpectedly powerful. It was truly beyond my expectations. Honestly, He Fan could tell. Although Grandpa Wang kept saying he wasn't afraid of the other party, the fear in his eyes was obvious, showing just how terrifying the other party's strength was. Just then, a thought suddenly popped into He Fan's mind. If Li Kaigua is so powerful, could he be the mastermind behind the bankruptcy of Yuan Group in just a few days and the forced suicide of Jiang Yujun's father? Thinking about it that way, it's actually quite possible. Perhaps only someone with such immense power could destroy such a large corporation in such a short time. The fact that the other party appeared in Donghai City seems to further confirm this point. After all, he is his wife's cousin, so it is perfectly reasonable for him to help the Xiao family. It's not surprising that the Jiang family would end up destroyed when they encountered such a powerful opponent. Some things, once you understand one thing, you understand everything. After figuring these things out, He Fan's doubts diminished considerably. He had been wondering if it was the person behind his wife who had done it. Now it seems I was overthinking it. However, this led him into a dead end once again. Even He Fan was beginning to suspect that his parents' deaths were truly an accident. However, as soon as the thought appeared, he banished it without a trace. That's absolutely impossible. All these anomalies indicate that the car accident that the parents encountered was definitely intentional. Even the time he was ambushed and his wife and children were taken away might be related to that person. The hatred for those who killed my parents is irreconcilable. I must find the murderer no matter what. A stubborn glint flashed in He Fan's eyes. He trusted his intuition and was even more confident that he would eventually find out who it was. As for why He Fan didn't consider whether his wife had a relationship with Li Kaigua, is there even a question? They are cousins, and that's been arranged by the parents-in-law. Even if He Fan had a wicked mind, he wouldn't subconsciously think in that direction. Family ties are a thread, and unless there are special circumstances, who would want to overthink things? Besides, Li Kaigua is already in his 40s or 50s, and he has a full beard. Apart from having the air of a superior, his appearance is just so-so. As long as Xiao Yuner doesn't have any desire to curry favor with the powerful, she would never be interested in him. Seeing He Fan deep in thought, old Master Wang remained silent. But a hint of guilt flashed across his eyes. It's obvious he's still hiding something. What do you need me to do? After a long silence, He Fan spoke slowly. After all, the other party's explanation was reasonable, so he couldn't blame them anymore. In particular, knowing that his wife hadn't done anything wrong, there was absolutely no need to dwell on such a trivial matter. Seeing that he seemed inclined to agree, old Master Wang immediately perked up. He quickly spoke up. The old man hopes that young friend, he can help him treat another patient. After pausing for a moment, the old man said with a solemn expression, "It's still the same illness, ALS. The real ALS." He emphasized the word real much more. Is it really ALS? He Fan was taken aback when he heard this, and he naturally understood the meaning behind the other person's words. Goodness. So, by curing his granddaughter, he convinced the old man that he could cure this disease? But, can that be the same? Damn, that pseudo-ALS, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, has appeared in traditional medical books. Ultimately, it's just poisoning. In addition, the book contains treatment methods and procedures left by the He family ancestors, so he only needs to follow the steps to get treatment. Even if he makes slight modifications, the essence remains the same. As long as he doesn't mess things up, there shouldn't be any major problems. But what about ALS? That's a global problem, and there's still no known cure. Chapter 81 Anomaly. Yes, the He family's traditional medical skills are very strong. But reality is reality, and many things aren't as fantastical as they seem. He Fan was certain that, even with the best efforts to treat a terminal illness like ALS, one cannot guarantee a 100% success rate. Of course, while He Fan may not be confident that he can help the sick person stand up again, controlling the condition to prevent it from worsening and ensuring that the person dies a natural death is not difficult. As he said before, traditional Chinese medicine may not be as mysterious as legend suggests, but it can often keep people who Western medicine believes are doomed alive until their death in a daze. And this is the greatest wonder of traditional Chinese medicine. It's incurable. Without any hesitation, He Fan shook his head and refused the other party again. He didn't need to say much to the other party, nor was he prepared to take that risk. He Fan knew very well that, since it was old Master Wang who brought this up, the person suffering from the illness must be someone of extraordinary status. If he were to treat someone else, and things went wrong, he might not only have to take responsibility, but he could also lose his life. However, if the patient's condition is cured or alleviated, allowing them to live a good life, it would conflict with one's own beliefs, not only violating ancestral teachings, but also potentially causing great trouble. That's one way to put it. He always kept his distance from those so-called upper-class people. I would never want to be in contact with them unless absolutely necessary. Therefore, responding to the other party with "it's unmanageable" is undoubtedly the most appropriate excuse right now. Wang Yangshan. Have to. All that talk is just nonsense. He could tell that the kid seemed to have some concerns in his heart. But that person's identity. The thought of the enormous profits that helping the other party cure their illness would bring to the Wang family. A burning desire flashed in the old man's eyes. Yes, ultimately, given the old man's status, his family's interests naturally come first. As for He Fan's unwillingness to help, he didn't take it too seriously at all. In the end, it was only a matter of time. Just think about it, and you'll know. Having spent most of his life in the business world, wouldn't the old man have no means to deal with him? It's fair to say that if he really wanted He Fan to take action, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Of course, the two sides have a good relationship. He doesn't want to use underhanded methods unless absolutely necessary. But what should we do? He Fan's attitude indicates that he does not want to get involved in this matter. The old man had a vague feeling. The other party seemed to have a natural distrust of people from large families. The last time I agreed to let my granddaughter see a doctor, it was only to repay a favor I had done for her. Huh. Oh, right. Human relationships? As if he had thought of something, a glint of light flashed in the old man's eyes. Oh, by the way, hey kid, take this for now. You can take a look at it when you have time. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, the old man directly stuffed something into He Fan's hand with a meaningful expression on his face. He then slowly returned to the consultation table, took his granddaughter Wang Qing, and left. The old man knew it in his heart. The thing I gave He Fan wasn't very useful at all. At most, it only made up for the previous unpleasantness. If you want the other person to feel indebted and willingly treat that person's illness, you'll probably have to think about it carefully when you get back. After watching the Wang family grandfather and grandson leave, He Fan stood there quietly for a long time before slowly opening his hand, revealing a memory card. This old man. A slight smile appeared on He Fan's face. He had already guessed what was inside. If he guessed correctly, the memory card must contain the deleted surveillance footage from the Emperor Hotel a few days ago. But that doesn't seem to make much sense. He shook his head helplessly, but driven by curiosity, he walked to the computer and casually inserted the memory card. Sure enough, the scene inside was pretty much what I had imagined. That day, after Wang Changfeng delivered Xiao Yuner to the Emperor's suite, he only said a few words to her before leaving in another direction. As the doorbell rang, her father-in-law, mother-in-law, and Li Kaigwa came out, all smiling at Xiao Yuner. What surprised He Fan was that Li Kaigwa immediately took his son from his wife's arms. Although I can't hear any sound, but it's clear from the pictures that Li Kaigwa seems to really like Xiao Miao. Not only did she hug him, but she also kissed his little face several times. However, his son seemed to be pricked by his beard, and he angrily reached out his little hand to push it away, his face full of disgust. Seeing this, He Fan smiled. Sure enough, his son didn't like being kissed by someone with a beard. The footage was very short. It only took a few minutes before several people entered the room. After reading all this, He Fan didn't notice anything wrong. It seems quite possible that old Master Wang really did choose to have the surveillance footage deleted in order to prevent the other party's whereabouts from being revealed. And this should be a backup. He chuckled and took the memory card out, throwing it directly into the drawer. He's finally at peace with it. At least the footage from the surveillance cameras has already revealed a lot. The last time my wife went to the hotel, it really was to meet her parents and cousin. That's about it. If there's anything amiss, it's probably Li Kaigwa's behavior. It seems a bit unusual. After all, when He Fan went to the room, he didn't see him being as affectionate towards his son as the surveillance footage showed. It's more like, I'm not familiar with it at all. Phew, my mind is a bit of a mess. He Fan rubbed his temples and gave a helpless smile. I checked the time. It was almost lunchtime. Just as he was about to leave the clinic and find somewhere to eat, his cell phone suddenly rang in his pocket. Ring, ring. He skillfully pulled out the device, slid it open, glanced at the charge, and then placed it directly to his ear. Hello? Wency, what's up? Yes, the call was from Mei Wency. What puzzled He Fan was why his sister was calling now. Oh, is that so? But after he listened carefully, he realized that Wincy had called to inquire about their son's upcoming school term. After all, the previous kindergarten classes were all held in my hometown, Chuyang Town. With Xiao Miao about to start elementary school, the girl wanted to know when they would send her back home, or if the couple had other plans. After thinking for a moment, He-fan smiled and said, I need to talk to your sister-in-law about this and get her opinion first. How about this? I'll call you back this afternoon. All right. Take good care of yourself back home. If things don't work out at the clinic, just close it down. To be honest, He-fan felt a little down when he heard about closing his clinic in his hometown. After all, that was his parents' life's work, and it had special significance for him. If we really followed He-fan's idea, going back to my hometown to support my parents' clinic would be far more comfortable than struggling to make ends meet in Donghai City. Chapter 82 Generalize. Unfortunately, life is unpredictable. He-fan will never be able to settle down until he understands some things. Phew. He let out a long sigh of relief after hanging up the phone. I've been in Donghai for half a month now and haven't thought about going home to visit. I wonder if my sister is scared living alone? But, as a son, he had to find out the cause of his parents' death before he could have the face to go home and give them an explanation. Otherwise, I would be unworthy to be a son. Hey, did you get off work at noon? He-fan dialed his wife's number and asked her casually, as he always did. Xiao Yun'er's voice came through the phone. What's wrong, honey? Is there something you need on the phone? For some reason, He-fan always felt that his wife was a little nervous when she spoke. But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. He casually replied, Yes, there's something I need to discuss with you about. Ah, what is it? Xiao Yun'er on the other end seemed even more nervous and stammered as she spoke. How about we talk about it when we get home tonight, honey? Going home tonight? Somewhat puzzled by her answer, He-fan frowned. Then, as if he had thought of something, his face darkened and he said coldly, You didn't skip work again today, did you? Tell me, who were you with? He-fan had already become suspicious of his wife's unusual behavior during this period, and was naturally extremely sensitive about certain things. After finally managing to mentally prepare myself and temporarily relieve my worries, what kind of trouble is this woman causing now? He-fan isn't stupid. His wife's voice sounded extremely unnatural on the phone. If he still couldn't tell something was wrong, he wouldn't be slow-witted, he would be stupid. He was certain that. If you told me that my wife works at a radio station, I would never believe it. Husband. What nonsense are you talking about? Seemingly sensing the unfriendly tone in He-fan's voice, Xiao Yun'er on the other end of the phone immediately panicked. She quickly said, her voice tinged with grievance. Where could I be if I'm not working? Can you stop making unfounded suspicions? I just had a lot of things to do today and couldn't get away. He-fan gave a cold laugh and said slowly, First, I only said I had something to discuss with you, not that I wanted to meet with you. Secondly, if you're still at work, I'll come over now. It should only take a few minutes. Do you dare let me go? His words were laced with undisguised skepticism, practically accusing her of lying. Silence, a long, long silence. After a long while, Xiao Yun'er finally spoke softly. Honey, you're getting smarter and smarter. It's really hard to fool you now. I really didn't go to work today. I'm at the park with my parents and uncle right now. Mom and Dad. Uncle. He-fan was taken aback when he heard this, thinking to himself, why is it them again? He wanted to ask something more, but when he heard that his parents-in-law were also there, he finally shut up and didn't say anything, his expression showing a hint of contemplation. Yes, my parents said my uncle is coming back to Kyoto soon, so they specifically asked me to take a day off today so I can spend some time with them in the East China Sea. I originally wanted to invite you along, but then I remembered you needed to see Miss Wang, so I came alone without telling you. On the phone, Xiao Yun'er spoke more and more fluently. It was no longer like before, with that guilty and worried tone. Oh well. Although this explanation could not completely dispel He-fan's suspicions, he really couldn't say anything more once he heard that his parents-in-law were also there. Then you guys have fun. We'll talk about it when you get back. He-fan was also straightforward and said directly. After his wife agreed on the phone, he hung up. But what she couldn't see was that He-fan's eyes were full of doubt at that moment. It was clear that he didn't believe his wife at all. Deep down, doubt still lingered. very decisive. He immediately changed his clothes, pulled the clinic door shut, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the city center park. Yes, this is the only wetland park in the entire Donghai city. If what Xiao Yuner said is true, they should still be over there at this moment. He Fan just wanted to take a look. What kind of person is his wife, with whom he has shared a bed for many years? Honestly, it's not that He Fan doesn't believe his wife is with her parents. The key point is, he only wants to prove one thing. Did his wife, Xiao Yuner, lie to him again this time? No wonder he had his suspicions. After all, what is Li Kaihua's identity? Although Grandpa Wang Yangshan spoke lightly, He Fan could tell from his tone. Although he was just a son-in-law who had married into a prominent family, in terms of status, he could never be so lowly as to need his wife and her family to accompany him to the park. Joke. Didn't you hear what Grandpa Wang said? Wherever that person goes, they usually don't even leave behind surveillance footage. This demonstrates their cautious attitude. Why would they put themselves in danger by openly going on a trip with others? Therefore, He Fan concluded that his wife was lying. So now he must go to the city park to prove his guess. Once a certain hypothesis is confirmed, some things can be laid bare. Put me down quickly. Inside the Mercedes, Xiao Yuner, who had just put down her phone, hurriedly shouted. This? Upon hearing this, Wang Changfeng panicked slightly and quickly reassured him. Mister, he only made a phone call. There's no need to worry so much, is there? If you don't go now, I'm afraid. His meaning was clear. If Xiao Yuner didn't go, he would have a hard time explaining himself to the big boss behind her. Director Wang, you need to understand. He Fan is my rightful husband. If he wants to see our son, he should go pick him up himself. There's no need for him to bring me along every time. I have absolutely no interest in seeing him. Xiao Yuner's face was pale, whether from anger or frightened by her husband's phone call. It was hard to tell. Her words were full of resentment. She was almost shouting. Can? Wang Changfeng hesitated for a moment, but the car continued to move forward steadily. Stop the car now, or I'll jump out. Seemingly annoyed by the other party's perfunctory attitude, Xiao Yuner directly threatened. She believed that the other party must be afraid of this. After all, if something really happened to him, given that person's domineering and powerful nature, he, the director of Donghai radio station, would also be in trouble. Okay, please don't jump. Wang Changfeng was startled by her words and quickly found the nearest parking space, completely forgetting that as the driver, he had control over all the doors and windows of the car. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yuner opened the door and got out of the car. Then, without a second thought, he jogged off toward the street to the west. That's right in the direction of the park. Just as He Fan understood her, Xiao Yuner also understood her husband very well. She was afraid that He Fan would notice something was wrong and rush over, and then she wouldn't be able to explain herself. Chapter 83, A Similar Car Accident. Seeing Xiao Yuner leave, Wang Changfeng could only helplessly take out his phone, dial a number, and cautiously say, Sir, Miss Xiao received a phone call from her husband and insisted on leaving. She said if you want to see the child, you can go to her parents' place to pick her up yourself. She doesn't want to see you. That humble attitude would never have made anyone think that this was the head of a radio station. Do we really have to do that? Wang Changfeng's expression changed after hearing what was said on the other end of the phone. All right, don't worry, I'll take care of this. Seemingly hesitant, Wang Changfeng finally gritted his teeth and nodded. As soon as the other end hung up, he immediately took out another phone, hesitated slightly, and then dialed a number. After 2 beeps, the call connected, and a deep male voice came through. Hey, what's up? Speak. His words were concise and to the point, without any hint of being verbose. 5 million, do me a favor. After taking a deep breath, Wang Changfeng walked to a secluded corner and whispered something. He hung up the phone shortly after, pulled out the SIM card, broke it in half, and threw it into a nearby trash can. Immediately afterwards, he drove back to the station. It was as if nothing had happened. In a luxurious villa, a figure stood with his hands behind his back, looking out the window. The midday sun shone in, casting a deep shadow behind it. At first glance, it has a chilling aura. What isn't yours, you must never even think about. Otherwise, you'll have to pay the price. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'll have to break my promise this time. However, this matter cannot be leaked. It would be very troublesome if she found out. Hee hee, it's best to clean up the mess yourself. That's the only way to put people's minds at ease. A soft murmur arose, devoid of any emotion in the words. Then the person picked up the phone on the windowsill again and dialed. Fan was naturally unaware of what had happened to his wife. He was sitting in the passenger seat of a taxi with a gloomy face, his mind a complete mess. Fan had no idea what was wrong with him. Knowing that his wife had problems and having already made a decision for the sake of his own dignity, he still couldn't shake off his lingering entanglement with her. He didn't understand whether he was doing this to find out the truth about his parents' deaths, or because he felt a deep sense of resentment at the end of his marriage of many years. I hope you won't push me any further, he murmured to himself, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Yes, actually, if Fan really wanted to know everything about his wife, there might be a way. The wonders of traditional Chinese medicine are unknown to many people. However, unless absolutely necessary, Fan ultimately did not want to resort to such harmful and self-destructive methods to deal with his former lover. After all, that method was different from the last one. The damage to the body was permanent. He ultimately couldn't bring himself to use it on his former lover. Besides, even if I get Xiao Yuner to reveal some secrets, she might not know the truth about her parents' car accident. If that's the case, then it's even less worthwhile. After all, once those methods are used, there's no chance for the other person to regret it. Sir, what did you say? Perhaps hearing the noise, the driver instinctively turned his head and asked. Fan was about to say something, but what he caught in the corner of his eye made his pupils shrink. Without even bothering to remind the driver, she instinctively opened the car door, jumped out, and did it all in one smooth motion. Then he rolled on the ground and was several meters away. Boom! Then a loud crash was heard. The taxi that Fan had been riding in was suddenly hit head-on by a large truck, and the entire driver's cab was crushed under the huge wheels. As blood flowed out from the gap, his body trembled involuntarily. Fan knew very well that the driver was finished. In such a serious car accident, the other party has very little chance of survival. Of course, his trembling wasn't just out of pity for the driver, but also because the thought of not being able to escape and possibly suffering the same fate filled him with lingering fear. Never before has Fan felt so grateful for his choice. If he hadn't insisted on drinking the body-strengthening tonic every day and exercising regularly in order to protect himself, he probably wouldn't have escaped this calamity today. Help! But a shout from the side startled him out of his daze. Sure enough, 7 or 8 passers-by stopped immediately after seeing the car accident and ran over to help without hesitation. Upon seeing this, Fan rushed forward without saying a word. No matter what, the driver's accident is inextricably linked to him. This isn't about being a saint, nor is it about taking responsibility upon myself. Fan knew that if the driver hadn't been led to turn around by him, he might have had a chance to escape this disaster. Although he believed in his heart that the chances were actually not very high, it can be said that, if there were even the slightest hope of saving the other party, Fan would be willing to defy ancestral teachings and use all his abilities to save his life. Unfortunately, the taxi driver's cab in front of us was twisted and deformed beyond recognition. You can imagine what happened to the people inside. Was there a car accident? Quick, quick, help save them. The accident drew the attention of passers-by, and many rushed over in a panic. After all, there are still many kind-hearted people. It's just a pity. Despite the help of many people, the taxi was indeed badly deformed. Despite everyone's best efforts, they were unable to open the stuck car door. Everyone could only watch helplessly as the driver's body inside was crushed and twisted, bleeding profusely and his life hanging in the balance. Of course, everyone was hoping for the best. Many people called for help immediately. They hoped for a miracle, that the taxi driver would survive. Unfortunately, the scene inside made Fan immediately understand the answer. That driver is beyond saving. The severe injuries he suffered were enough to kill him instantly. Even if I could save him now, even if I used all my medical skills, I still couldn't snatch his life from the clutches of the King of Hell. After all, I am just a mortal. Feeling very stifled, Fan didn't say a word for a long time. After all, Even someone with his temperament would feel distressed if someone died in front of him. Fan was relieved to have escaped a disaster, but he also felt sorry for the other person's fate. When people reach middle age, who doesn't carry a heavy burden on their shoulders? The other party drives a taxi from dawn till dusk, so they must be just an ordinary family. This death not only cost him his life, but it will likely plunge his entire family into misery and hardship forever. Chapter 84: Committing a Murder in the Street. Staring intently at the scene of the car accident, Fan remained there in a daze for a long time. Grab him, don't let him get away. Damn it, you hit someone and killed them and you still want to run away? This truck was clearly driving in the wrong direction. You're fully responsible. Good heavens, do they think we're all blind? You think you can just run away after a car accident? Kid, you'll be spending a few more years in jail. The commotion woke Fan, and he quickly turned his head to look. As expected, not far away, a group of passers-by surrounded a disheveled young man, pointing at him and glaring at him angrily. I didn't mean to run away. You mustn't do anything rash. The young man looked to be no more than 23 or 24 years old. His seemingly honest face actually concealed a hint of cunning. Surrounded by so many people, his face turned deathly pale with fright. You're lying. I saw it clearly just now. You hit the taxi and tried to run away, but luckily everyone caught you. Someone stood up and angrily accused them, directly exposing their lies. Yes, I saw it too. Exactly. This guy has no intention of taking responsibility at all. Aye. The young man was bombarded with insults from the crowd around him, his eyes filled with fear, and for a moment he was completely at a loss for words. Seeing this, Fan smiled. Honestly, in today's society, most people believe in the principle of it's better to avoid trouble. In general, if they encounter such a situation, they would consider it good enough to call an ambulance. The idea of standing up for what's right and helping those in distress is ancient history, dating back decades. Now, who would want to cause trouble? But I never expected to witness such a heartwarming scene today. Fan knew very well that this was probably because everyone's emotions had been stirred up by a few enthusiastic people, which was why they had become so agitated. But regardless, they were all great at that moment. Everyone, there's no need to say anything more. I guarantee this guy did it on purpose. Just as the crowd was making a ruckus, a voice suddenly came from outside the crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately fell silent. All eyes turned to look, only to see a young man striding towards them. I was sitting in a taxi at the time and saw him drive his car into me with my own eyes. If I hadn't reacted quickly enough and jumped out of the car at top speed, the driver wouldn't be the only one dead by now. He premeditated murder. His voice was clear and resonant, shaking the entire audience. Everyone was stunned. What the heck? Did this guy do it on purpose? After being reminded by the passers-by, many of those who had witnessed the accident began to try to recall what had happened. This thought had a significant impact, and many people's expressions began to change. It seems that the car accident wasn't as simple as it appears. Looking back, the truck's huge tires had already climbed onto the front of the taxi, completely crushing the cab. As for the accuracy, it's not certain if it was just a car accident. That was an incredibly accurate shot. Most importantly, this huge truck was actually going the wrong way. Who would believe it wasn't intentional? That's right. The young man who spoke was none other than Fan. He didn't say that without reason, because after he calmed down, he clearly recalled the scene at that time. Fan remembers it very clearly. When he caught a glimpse of the truck out of the corner of his eye, he clearly saw that the young man's eyes were wide open, his face was fierce, and his muscles were tense. What can a driver do with tense muscles while driving? Obviously, step on the gas. Judging from the arrogant expression on the other end, it seems like he's after the taxi. Wait. When Fan saw the young man surrounded by the crowd suddenly stare intently at him with a ferocious smile on his face, his pupils shrank involuntarily. The next moment, he felt his hair stand on end and a sense of danger surge into his heart. Driven by instinct, Fan spun around quickly, his left toes touching the ground as he made a sudden turn, his footwork so fast that he retreated more than a meter away in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a burly man with a full beard was seen mixed in with the crowd, rushing forward with a dagger in his hand. A flash of cold light grazed past his body. Unfortunately, the opponent wasn't slow. Although Fan reacted quickly, he still got a cut on his arm. Fresh blood gushed out immediately. With a muffled groan, his face turned ashen as he retreated a distance once more. Next, Fan flipped his hand, and several silver needles appeared. With a slight movement of his fingers, he immediately inserted the needles one by one around the wound, miraculously stopping the bleeding. This murder. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. The crowd erupted in chaos the next moment. After all, it was a matter of life and death. At this point, who cares whether the young driver did it on purpose or not? The onlookers immediately scattered, wishing their parents could have more legs. Their actions completely separated Fan from the perpetrator, and the distance between them began to grow further. Seeing his target escape, the burly man with the thick beard clearly realized that he had no chance today. A hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes, and he immediately walked towards the young driver. It's clear that the two know each other. The young driver and the bearded man with the knife glared hatefully at Fan, then tried to take the opportunity to squeeze into the chaotic crowd and leave the scene. Trying to leave? A fierce glint flashed in Fan's eyes. After a moment's thought, he flicked his finger, and a jet-black pill flew out silently. The object crashed to the ground beneath the two people's feet and instantly turned into a cloud of dust. The powder looked extremely light and faint, almost invisible to the naked eye, and the moment it appeared, it drifted away like smoke. As it flew, it directly enveloped the area within a meter. When the wisps of light smoke were inhaled by people nearby, a strange scene inexplicably appeared. Those people actually stopped in their tracks, and they all stood there dumbfounded. Although the person appears to be perfectly normal, but they all looked blank, as if they had forgotten what they were supposed to do. There were about 5 or 6 people who were infected, including the driver and the bearded man. The scene was so chaotic that no one noticed it at all. Without any hesitation, Fan covered his injured arm with one hand, quickly walked to the young driver's side, and whispered, "Tell me, who wants to kill me?" His voice was extremely somber, as if he wasn't worried at all that the other person wouldn't answer. "Oh." The young man, looking completely bewildered, slowly turned his head and said with a somewhat empty expression, "It's a leopard." Just as he was about to answer, unexpectedly, drip, drip, drip. The blaring of police sirens in the distance interrupted the young man's words. Moreover, judging from his struggling expression, he was clearly about to regain consciousness after a huge shock. Chapter 85, Bewitchment Powder. Yes, after such a long time, the vehicles from the traffic department and the inspection bureau finally arrived. To be honest, Fan hesitated at this moment. He desperately wanted to know who was behind this whole thing. He had his own reasons for choosing to ask the young driver instead of the bearded man. In his opinion, the former is definitely not as resolute as the latter, and should be the one to open his heart to. I have to say he guessed right. Based solely on the powder from before, it seemed we could get the truth out of the driver. However, with the arrival of the officials, all their efforts ultimately failed. Seeing the police car stop beside him, Fan couldn't help but sigh. He wanted to leave immediately to avoid getting into trouble. But after looking at the horrific accident scene and the taxi driver who died on the spot, he hesitated for a moment before deciding to stay. He secretly flicked a white pill at the feet of the inspectors as they discovered the bearded man holding a dagger and rushed to subdue him. He did everything very discreetly, and no one at the scene noticed. The white pills also turned into dust, and those who were bewitched by the bewitchment powder immediately regained their senses after breathing in some of them. Yes, bewitching powder is a special powder made from the ancient formulas he obtained, used to bewitch people's minds. Just a wisp of it can make the other person obedient. Of course, there are drugs like these in today's society, but most of them are controlled and difficult for ordinary people to obtain. Moreover, such drugs can harm the user's body, and residues can be detected in the blood afterwards. But Fan's bewitching powder is different. It is made entirely of traditional Chinese medicine, so it will not affect people's health even if they use it. After all, he used this thing too. How could you possibly hurt the other person? Most importantly, once this substance loses its effectiveness, it dissolves quickly in the blood, making it impossible to detect any drug residue, even with the most advanced equipment. The only drawback is that the other party can act according to the user's instructions, but cannot be stimulated in any way, otherwise the drug will completely lose its effectiveness. Especially for those with a strong will, it's really not very useful. This is also why He-Fan didn't choose to ask the bearded man just now. Joke. That's a vicious person who dares to brandish a knife in the street. His ruthlessness is evident. Such people are almost always hard-hearted. If He-Fan were to go and question the other party, causing them to regain their senses, he himself would likely be the one in trouble the next. Certainly. Just in case, He-Fan also prepared an antidote for this kind of drug, which can immediately bring the victim back to consciousness after use. But there was only one. Unexpectedly, it was used here instead of last time. Yes, that's right. He-Fan knew very well that. He had 2 pills of bewitchment powder, and now he's used them all up. He shook his head and walked towards the inspector who had arrived at the scene. Comrade, are you injured? Seeing the trickle of blood seeping from the arm he was clutching, a middle-aged inspector quickly asked, his eyes filled with worry. It's okay. Do you have any alcohol swabs, gauze, or anything like that? The ambulance hasn't arrived yet. Let me treat the wound first. He-Fan grinned and asked politely. The ambulance should be here soon. You should wait for them to arrive. After all, they're the ones who know how to treat wounds like this. The man shook his head, and seeing that He-Fan's arm didn't seem to be bleeding much, he quickly said, Don't worry. I'm a doctor myself, and I run a small clinic. For wounds like this, I can treat them myself as long as I have the necessary tools. Hearing this, He-Fan smiled gratefully, understanding that the other person also cared about him. He quickly explained, and then showed the other person the silver needles around the wound. Wow, she's a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Seeing that he could actually stop the bleeding with silver needles, the middle-aged inspector gave him a thumbs up in praise. They immediately arranged for someone to go to the car to retrieve the first aid kit. Yes, their industry is quite risky, so they naturally keep some everyday medical supplies on hand. That's not surprising. After all, in some special circumstances, we can't always wait for the ambulance to arrive before we can save someone who is injured, can we? They didn't lack what He-Fan wanted. The items arrived shortly afterward. He-Fan then released his hand from the wound and carefully began to treat it. The wound didn't look very big, but it was about 2 or 3 centimeters long. It wasn't deep, it only injured the skin and flesh. However, the bloody wound curled up to both sides, looking like a child's mouth, which was quite horrifying. Fortunately, he used acupuncture to seal the acupoints in time, stopping the bleeding, so the seemingly frightening wound was actually not serious. Honestly, normally, a wound like this would definitely require several stitches. But He-Fan didn't use it. He then took out a box about half the size of his palm from his pocket with his other hand. After setting it aside, he picked up some of the contents with his fingernail and sprinkled it evenly on the wound. He then decisively removed the silver needles, quickly wiped the area around the wound with an alcohol swab, and then wrapped it with gauze. Seeing that he handled the matter in an orderly manner, the inspector felt relieved. He then turned around with a stern expression and looked at the 2 people who had been arrested. The situation at the scene had already been described clearly by someone over the phone. That seemingly sleazy young man should be the truck driver who caused the accident. As for the bearded man, the inspector just ignored it. Are you kidding me? Would you dare to pull out a knife and kill someone in full view of everyone? For guys like this, we can just hand them over to the court for a trial. There's no need for the inspectors to worry about them. All he needs to do now is gather evidence. Immediately, the middle-aged inspector began questioning the people around him. It must be said, those who were previously infected are still completely baffled. They had no idea what had happened. They only felt that they had been momentarily confused, and when they woke up, the inspectors had arrived. Moreover, the driver who hit the person and the person who committed the knife attack have both been handcuffed by the officers from the Supervisory Bureau who came to investigate. What happened to me just now? This was the first thought that came to the minds of those passers-by after they regained consciousness. They always felt as if they had lost a small part of their memory. Yet it also seems like nothing is missing. However, the situation was too tense at the moment, and they couldn't care less about anything else. Subconsciously, I dismissed the thought and moved far away from the scene. The bearded man who had stabbed someone and the young truck driver were staring at their handcuffs in disbelief, completely dumbfounded. Neither of them had any idea what had happened. How did my mind become like this after just a moment of confusion? This is a problem that neither of them could figure out no matter how hard they racked their brains. Chapter 86: An Unexpected Incident. Inspector, I am one of the witnesses to this car accident. I suspect the driver deliberately crashed into the taxi, and I am willing to come forward as a witness. As for that person just now, he clearly intended to kill me in the street. Having treated his wounds, he strode over and pointed at the two of them calmly, saying, exclamation point. Yes. He hesitated only slightly before stepping forward to identify the two individuals. He now understands. Whether it's a young driver or a bearded man, they're clearly targeting him. As for the taxi driver, he was completely innocent and suffered a misfortune. As for who wants to kill me, according to his calculations, there's a 99% chance it's related to the person who killed his parents. After all, the methods used by the two are almost identical, so he couldn't help but make that connection. Honestly, regardless of who the other party is, this injury has thoroughly enraged He-fan. He was determined to find the real culprit at any cost. Then, settle scores and avenge wrongs. He-fan's idea was very simple. Anyway, the murderer is still around, so he'll have plenty of opportunities to find out the truth. I absolutely cannot do what I did last time with the driver who killed my parents, killing him in a fit of rage, which resulted in me being unable to find any clues ever since. As soon as He-fan finished speaking, the surrounding crowd erupted in an uproar, their eyes wide with astonishment. They looked at the handsome young man in front of them, then at the bearded man and the driver who had been arrested, their faces filled with disbelief. What does this young man do? He actually said that these two ruthless people in front of him wanted to kill him? The way everyone looked at He-fan became strange. How much hatred must someone have to have so many enemies? Inspector, I didn't. I had no grudge against him. Why would I run him over with my car? It was completely an accident. The bearded man chose to ignore He-fan's words. After all, he committed the crime in the street with a dagger in hand, and there were so many witnesses, so even if he wanted to deny it, he wouldn't have much of a chance. But the young driver standing nearby wouldn't have it, and immediately started shouting. Everything will become clear once we're in the station. A man who appeared to be the supervisor turned cold and said in a deep voice, we will not wrong an innocent person, but we will absolutely not let a bad person go unpunished. Whether you're innocent or not, we'll find out after our investigation. After saying that, he was about to lead the people into the car. Meanwhile, the ambulance arrived. After examining the driver who had been rescued by the traffic police, he shook his head and announced that the deceased had died on the spot. At this point, the matter is clear. Regardless of whether the driver intentionally caused the accident, he was destined to bear criminal responsibility when he intentionally drove against traffic. If it can be proven that He-fan's words are true, then sentencing him to life imprisonment or even the death penalty is not impossible. Joke. Premeditated murder plus causing death is almost a sure thing for a severe sentence. As for the bearded man with the knife, there's no need to think too much about him. He dared to commit a knife attack in the street, endangering public safety and causing extremely serious consequences. Even if he did not succeed in killing anyone, he still injured He-fan. I reckon he'll get a pretty long sentence. In other words, once these two guys are arrested, whether they'll ever get out is uncertain. Only, as they walked toward the police car, the driver and the bearded man exchanged a glance, clearly exchanging a message. No one else saw this scene, but He-fan saw it clearly. A chill ran down his spine. He was about to remind the inspectors when his cell phone suddenly rang in his pocket. Ring, ring. As the music started, almost everyone instinctively looked over. At this critical moment, the young driver and the bearded man suddenly launched an attack, knocking down the person restraining them and rushing towards the other side of the road without hesitation. The two weren't stupid. They naturally knew what they would face after being arrested. So rather than waiting to go to jail, they might as well take the opportunity to fight. Unfortunately, the inspectors came this time intending to cooperate with the traffic department in handling the car accident, and none of them brought weapons. And in terms of numbers, there were only 3 or 4 ordinary inspectors. Half of the light was knocked to the ground. The scene before our eyes came too suddenly, catching everyone off guard. Seeing that the 2 were about to escape, the remaining 2 were too late to give chase. Stop! The inspector was roaring, but it clearly had no deterrent effect whatsoever. Just as the 2 were about to escape to the other side of the road and blend into the crowd, a luxury sports car sped towards them. Boom! Bang! Bang! As expected, the 2 people who were fleeing in panic were immediately knocked away and sent flying a long distance. With a thud, it fell to the ground, leaving a pool of blood on the solid pavement. Everyone was stunned. There's no need to even go over to check. Anyone would know that those 2 are definitely not going to make it. After all, the sports car was traveling at that speed. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was lightning fast. Damn it! What bad luck. Where did these 2 punks come from? They wrecked my car. The sports car had already stopped by then, and the front of the car was clearly dented in a large chunk. But a luxury car is a luxury car. The driver in the driver's seat was perfectly fine, and the airbags didn't even deploy. A young man in his 20s got out of the car, cursing and swearing, and spat at the 2 people who had been hit. Shock. Everyone was shocked. Everyone, including He Fan and the inspectors, was shocked by what they saw. What the hell is going on today? One unexpected event after another, more exciting than any movie on TV. Well, 3 lives have been lost in such a short time. This is probably a rare sight, even in the entire Donghai city, right? Fortunately, the 2 people who were hit later were not good people to begin with, so no one felt any sympathy for them. Quick, save them, because the incident happened in a very short time, and the ambulance hadn't left yet. Seeing that there had been another car accident, medical staff rushed over, driven by the principle of saving lives and helping the wounded. In an instant, the scene descended into chaos. On the contrary, the inspectors could only grin bitterly as they stepped forward to subdue the guy driving the sports car. However, the young man did not cause any trouble. Seeing that someone had really died, he obediently cooperated with the officials and did not dare to cause any more trouble. Besides, he asked himself what he had done wrong. At most, he had just been speeding a little. In theory, paying a fine would be enough. If we're really talking about responsibility, the ones who broke the rules were those 2 jaywalking. It's no wonder that this kind of person got hit and killed. What does it have to do with me? Therefore, the young man remained very calm. Chapter 87: The Wife's Questioning on the Phone. Of course, the main reason he dared to think this way was because of his powerful background. Joke. Are ordinary people the ones who can afford luxury cars? If it were an ordinary person, they would probably be badly hurt if they encountered something like this. A hefty fine is inevitable. If things go wrong, I might end up spending a few days in jail. Of course, these are a piece of cake for young people. He believed that his family would definitely resolve any future troubles for him. The thought that his family could then get in touch with that powerful figure filled the young man with immense excitement. Honestly, this accident happened so suddenly and unexpectedly. He Fan, who had been hoping to find an opportunity to extract information from the 2 men about the mastermind behind the scenes, found his lips twitching repeatedly, his expression one of utter helplessness. He stood there blankly for a long time. After a long pause, he sighed softly and took out his phone to answer a call. The screen showed that the caller was his wife. As soon as the call connected, Xiao Yun'er's hurried voice came from the other end. Honey, I just saw on the local video that there was a car accident somewhere, and someone even stabbed you with a knife. Are you all right? His tone was full of worry. Me? What could possibly happen to me? I was just almost hit by a car while riding in a taxi, and I narrowly escaped being stabbed in the street. Luckily, I'm blessed with good fortune and didn't get killed like my parents. It's all right, don't worry. With a calm voice and a frustrated mind, He Fan delivered a barrage of sarcastic remarks before hanging up the phone. That woman still cares about herself. If you truly cared about yourself, would you hide so many things from me? That is to say, an accident happened today. Otherwise, he really wanted to see if Xiao Yun'er was really in the park. Did she lie again? However, it must be said that the internet age is truly amazing. The incident here had barely occurred when it was already being witnessed over there. Shaking his head with a helpless expression, Fan was too lazy to think about these things anymore. Suddenly, he wondered if he had been thinking wrong. Finding that person by starting with his wife is certainly not wrong. But is it possible that there is something wrong with his thinking? A sudden thought flashed through Fan's mind, and he realized a certain possibility. He had been insisting that his wife was having an affair and that she was targeting him and his parents in order to be with him, which led to her killing the two elderly people in the end. As for himself, he also encountered danger one after another. But upon closer reflection, something seems a bit off. Logically speaking, even if a wife cheats on her husband with someone else, it is ultimately the other party who wronged him first and cheated on him. From a human nature perspective, no matter how bad or ruthless a person is, one should keep a low profile before making trouble for them, and is unlikely to actively provoke trouble. This is human nature, unless you're the kind of person with twisted ideas. Otherwise, there is absolutely no reason to take such a huge risk to kill one's own parents. After all, the two elders are innocent and could not possibly have any connection with the other party. In this situation, even if that person is extremely ruthless, they wouldn't do something like that, right? Unless there's some inside story that you don't know, but your parents do. But, is that possible? Fan shook his head, feeling that this guess was rather far-fetched. If something really happened, his parents certainly wouldn't hide it from him. This inference is logically flawed. Unfortunately, although Fan was intelligent, he was completely unaware that his parents had done a paternity test. Otherwise, he would understand. Sometimes, after eliminating all the impossibilities, what remains, no matter how incredible, will be the inevitable answer. Of course, he doesn't have much time to think about that right now. 3 people died at the scene, and as a witness and participant from beginning to end, he must cooperate with the official investigation. Of course, before the investigation, the supervisor, feeling uneasy, insisted that he go to the hospital for a checkup. So, Fan had no choice but to go to the hospital in the ambulance and spend several thousand yuan on a full-body checkup. They just ordered a whole set of tests, including CT scans, MRIs, and blood tests. They completely ignored the fact that he only had an arm injury. This made Fan's eyelids twitch, and he inwardly exclaimed that it was absolutely too dark. Meanwhile, at Fan's home, Xiao Yun'er looked bewildered as she returned from taking photos in the park. She stared at the phone in her hand, her expression gradually changing. You should know that after being married for many years, Fan has never hung up on me first. It's even more impossible when you care about the other person. But what about now? The man who always cherished and doted on her not only hung up the phone, but also said so many sarcastic things. Is this a subtle dig at myself? Xiao Yun'er looked miserable. Her usually firm resolve had finally begun to waver. Tears welled up without my noticing. She finally understood how terrible it is when there is no trust between husband and wife. No matter how perfectly you craft a story, when the person you love most loses trust in you, they will only treat it as a story. But who can we blame? Ultimately, it was her repeated lies that caused this consequence. Wiping away her tears, Xiao Yun'er revealed a cold expression for the first time. She understood what her husband meant. It's one thing to be hit by a car, but does someone really want to kill him with a knife in the street? No matter what, he's still her husband, so of course she has to get justice. Without hesitation, I opened my phone. After entering an unfamiliar number, she dialed it immediately. Hello. The phone rang only twice before it was answered. A deep, slightly magnetic voice came from inside, its tone extremely calm. My husband got into trouble today. Was it you who did it? Without any hesitation, Xiao Yun'er asked bluntly. Yes. The other party seemed to have anticipated this and did not intend to hide it from her. Are you crazy? Upon hearing this answer, Xiao Yun'er was completely furious. She screamed in a hoarse voice. Why? Why did you want to kill him? Not only did you have someone run him over with a car, but you also had someone stab him in the street, just because I didn't bring my son to your place today. Xiao Yun'er was furious. Her beautiful body trembled slightly. Even at the very end, she could barely hold onto the phone in her hand. Didn't you already know? The voice on the phone was playful, yet also carried a hint of arrogance. Cull. Upon hearing these cold words, Xiao Yun'er instantly calmed down. Chapter 88: The Threat of the Mysterious Man. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes to calm herself, and said coldly, "He Fan is my husband, and I will never allow anyone to hurt him. I know that people of your status are used to being high and mighty, and the lives of ordinary people mean nothing to you. But don't forget, even an ordinary person can have examples of a common man's anger leading to bloodshed. Don't forget, as long as Xiaohe Miao is in my hands, it's like I have leverage over you. If things really come to a head, I'm not without ways to take your place." Her expression was filled with determination as she said these words. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone before a soft chuckle was heard. "Xiao Yun'er, you're the first person who's ever dared to threaten me like this. Aren't you afraid of angering me and taking the child away? By then, what good will come of it for you, the entire Xiao family, and even your good-for-nothing husband? You know, if I really wanted to do that, you couldn't stop me." These words were spoken without any emotion, as if they were simply stating a fact. "Heh, don't give me that." Xiao Yun'er was not intimidated at all, and said sarcastically, "Do you dare? Do you dare to?" These 3 words carried a strong sense of sarcasm. But the person who heard this remained silent for a long time. "What? Are you angry?" Xiao Yun'er pressed on, seemingly trying to provoke the other party to the point of death. "You know your own situation? If you take Xiao Miao away, how will you settle him down? I'll say it again. It's true that the child has your blood in him, but not only can you not raise him openly, you can't even see him in secret. How dare you say you'll take him away?" It's obvious she's ready to throw caution to the wind, for no other reason than that person actually tried to kill her husband. This has crossed her line. Ha 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 ha. For some reason, the other party laughed after hearing Xiao Yun'er's words. And he was laughing out loud. Xiao Yun'er didn't care about this and just listened quietly. I don't know how much time passed before the laughter on the phone finally stopped. "Yes, you're absolutely right. I definitely can't take the child back for the time being, and you've really found a weakness in me. But do I even believe some of what I say? Do you really love your husband that much?" It's an absolute joke. This time, it was the other party's turn to speak with sarcasm. His words were like knives, seemingly tearing away Xiao Yun'er's true colors completely. "You." Seemingly understanding what the other party wanted to say, Xiao Yun'er's expression changed. It's like someone poked a sore spot. She immediately shrieked, "How could I not love my husband? Don't talk nonsense. You know your own situation. I have never cheated on you. Although the child is yours, you know the reasons behind it all. I'm warning you. You want to destroy my family, and I will take revenge on you at any cost, even if it means my death." His words were extremely forceful, but they also subtly implied a sense of guilt. Laugh. But upon hearing these words, the other party immediately burst into laughter. "Yeah, you talk like you're some kind of virtuous and chaste woman. If you valued your family as much as you claim, would you have invited me to your home to see your son more than once? If you truly loved your husband, would you repeatedly hide from him and meet with me with our son? Xiao Yun'er, stop deceiving yourself. Who are you trying to fool by putting on this act of deep affection for your husband every day? You might be able to fool others, or even yourself, but do you think it's meaningful to put on this act in front of me?" The person on the other end of the phone gradually calmed down, but still spoke without any emotion. "You don't want Fan to die, that's fine. You don't want your family to be destroyed, that's fine too. But I hope that before I leave Donghai, you can bring your son to visit me often. You are aware of my situation to some extent. If it weren't for..." He seemed somewhat embarrassed at this point. But in the end, he still said, "No matter what, you're the only one who gave me a son. For that sake, I can forgive Fan. But I hope you won't refuse my request so easily again. Otherwise, something like this could happen again at any time. Of course, you know I won't do anything to you. I really don't understand what your good-for-nothing husband is worried about." The words were full of threat, making Xiao Yun'er tremble. The courage that had been mustered by anger eventually dissipated completely, because she knew what those sharp words meant. They represent knives, forcefully dissecting one's own heart. At this moment, Xiao Yun'er fell silent. As her reason returned, she no longer refuted the other person's words. There are some things that Xiao Yun'er knows very well. The forces behind the other side are so powerful that someone like me is definitely not someone I can resist. That's one way to put it. If it weren't for Xiaohe Miao, he and the entire Xiao family would be less than ants in other people's eyes. The only threat she could pose to the other party was the existence of her son. With deep resentment on her face, Xiao Yun'er could only stand there quietly. After all, everyone knows how to weigh the pros and cons, and she is no exception. Okay, I agree. But I hope you keep your word and don't really push us to the point of mutual destruction. After calming down completely, Xiao Yun'er finally chose to give in. After all, she knew very well that if they anger the other party and they really turn against them, then the entire Xiao family and the He family will probably be wiped out. Of course, when things get to that point, the other party will inevitably pay a price, but that's something I can't do myself. It's another woman. That's good. A man's voice came through the phone, his tone extremely calm. I have something else I want to ask you. Seemingly sensing that the other party was about to hang up, Xiao Yun'er mustered her courage and quickly spoke. Explain. The man spoke succinctly and calmly. Did you kill my in-laws? Mustering all her courage, Xiao Yun'er asked the question that had been lingering in her mind for a long time. Yes. She and He Fan have been married for many years, and they know each other very well. Although the couple never mentioned certain things, she could tell from the details that her husband not only suspected her of having an affair, but also suspected that his parents' deaths were related to her. Moreover, I have never been able to let it go. Even if the other party doesn't say it, she can't hide this from her observation at all. But Xiao Yun'er really felt wronged. Her in-laws treated her incredibly well, almost like their own daughter. Even if Xiao Yun'er had no conscience, how could she possibly harm them? Chapter 89 Change of Mindset. It was only after He Fan was attacked, and she was taken back to Donghai, that she gradually realized it might be related to that man. However, no matter how hard Ren Xiaoyun racked her brains, she couldn't understand why he would do such a thing. After all, the two elderly people had always lived in their hometown and had never had any dealings with each other. It's fair to say they've never crossed paths. Besides, my parents-in-law have always been kind and gentle. Even if you know him, it shouldn't be enough to drive him to murderous intent, right? Therefore, she has always been skeptical of her husband's suspicions. They were even convinced in their hearts that it was just an accident. Unfortunately, because her relationship with her husband had been very tense lately, Xiao Yun'er dared not voice her suspicions. Otherwise, He Fan would definitely think she was trying to whitewash the adulterer. That would be a case of losing more than you gain. Now that the opportunity is so rare, Xiao Yun'er certainly doesn't mind finding out the truth. But reality slapped her hard in the face. It's not that the other party admitted it, but rather, beep, beep, beep. A busy tone came from the phone. The moment she asked the question, the person on the other end of the line hung up abruptly. Could it really be him? No, no, no. If it were him, his pride would prevent him from hiding it. After all, given his status, he wouldn't care about his husband's revenge at all. But why didn't he answer? Could it be that he really did it? Standing there blankly, Xiao Yun'er's mind was in complete turmoil. Her pretty face turned deathly pale. Honestly, although I had known that person for a long time and had met him more than once, this was the first time we had such a confrontational conversation. Unexpectedly, a huge bomb exploded. Honestly, over the years, although the couple has not lived with their parents-in-law, but the two elders were incredibly good to Xiao Yun'er. She found it hard to imagine how she would face her husband if the person who killed her parents-in-law really was that person, given her relationship with him, once the truth came out. No, someone of that status would never have bothered to explain. He couldn't possibly have done this. In her panic, Xiao Yun'er quickly reassured herself. Oh right, honey. For a moment she didn't know what to do. Then she suddenly remembered that He Fan was still at the scene of the car accident. Without a second thought, Xiao Yun'er grabbed her handbag, quickly opened the door, and ran downstairs. At this moment, who cares about how to explain what happened before? Even the evidence he had prepared the photos was completely forgotten. Is He Fan still at the scene of the car accident? Obviously not. At that moment, he was in the inspectorate, taking a statement about the whole incident. Fortunately, it was confirmed by others that He Fan was indeed a survivor of the car accident. He just reacted quickly enough to escape unharmed. Therefore, they did not suffer any difficulties. But just before leaving, he thought about it for a moment and then went back. He went directly to the inspectors, pulled a card from his pocket, and said to them with a serious expression, "Comrades, there's 300,000 yuan in this card. Please give it to the taxi driver's family as a small token of my appreciation. Thank you." After saying that, he gently placed the bank card on the table, left the pin, and walked away. Yes, Fan kept all the money he currently had, for no other reason than peace of mind. After all, it was he who made the driver turn around at the moment the car accident happened. Although he knew it was a premeditated murder, he was 99% sure that he was the target, and the driver was ultimately implicated because of him. Fan had no other way to make amends, so he could only leave some money, hoping it would make life a little better for the other family. As he disappeared, the inspectors were filled with awe and respect. After all, there aren't many people in this society with such a sense of responsibility. You know, that's 300,000. It would take an ordinary family many years to accumulate such a sum. But what about others? Without hesitation, he pulled it out. Honestly, even if Fan didn't give a single penny, no one would say anything. If he were a little thick-skinned, he could even turn the tables and demand compensation for emotional distress from the driver's family or the taxi company. After all, he was riding in the other person's car and almost died in a car accident. If he really said that he was frightened, it seems to have a legal basis. However, the other party did not do that. Where did Fan get his 300,000 yuan? This certainly couldn't possibly be his own. After all, most of the clinic's income goes into the family account. And this money was the income from curing the eldest daughter of the Wang family. Yes, although Fan refused the exorbitant fee offered by old Master Wang, he still asked for 300,000 yuan in consultation fees according to his own rules. Is it over 300,000? Indeed, there are many for ordinary people. But for a large family like the Wang family, it's not even a drop in the ocean. Being able to cure Wang Qing with this little money is like a windfall. Old Master Wang, the Wang family, Fan, who had just left the Supervision Bureau, fell into deep thought. After experiencing today's events, he finally understood. Certainly, I have certain methods. They can even kill people silently using their family's medical skills. But, so what? If he continues like this, not even knowing who his enemy is, and allowing the other party to plot against him in the dark, then for a long time to come, if he is careless even once, he will probably be completely finished. A person who does not plan for the future will have trouble in the present. Having experienced life and death, Fan began to think about the path he should take in the future. He meant if I had any power, would the other party still dare to be so unscrupulous? To be honest, Fan has always had a rather easygoing personality. As for building up his own power, let's not even talk about whether he has the ability. The key issue is that even he himself doesn't have much confidence in it. For Fan, conquering the business world and striving to reach the pinnacle were just exciting lines from novels. He's just a small-time traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. He never aspired to be someone superior to others. With such an ordinary personality, it would be extremely difficult for him to build up a powerful force. A bitter smile appeared on Fan's lips, and he suddenly felt a headache coming on. It seems I'm just suited to be a lone wolf. Conquering the world and being unparalleled in the world are all just dreams in the end. Cull. He let out a long sigh of relief, and his eyes hardened again. So what if you're alone? As long as you use all your trump cards, even the most powerful force might not be untouchable. As I said before, no matter how great a person is, their greatest enemy in life is still death. His greatest asset is his ability to save lives. As Fan walked along, lost in thought, he suddenly heard a familiar yet anxious shout. "Honey, are you all right?" Judging from the voice, it was his wife, Xiao Yuner. Chapter 90, A Woman's Nature. Xiao Yuner. Fan turned his head in surprise and saw his wife getting out of the car not far away and hurrying towards him. What are you doing here?" Upon seeing the other person approach, he spoke in a completely emotionless voice. Yes, Fan felt a chill in his heart. Putting everything else aside, just counting from when the other party started calling me, a full 3 or 4 hours have already passed. Yes, he said some unpleasant things before. It even raises suspicions of sabotage against the other party. But this is no excuse for the other party's dawdling and delay in arriving until now. After all, he had told her about the danger he was in, and under normal circumstances, no wife would arrive so slowly. Damn it, if something really happens to me, by the time this woman arrives, my body will probably be cold. Haha, so this is He-Fan's wife? That woman with whom he had been deeply in love for many years, the woman he treated with his whole heart? Thinking about it, it's really laughable. It seems that all the efforts over the years have ultimately amounted to nothing more than a joke. Noticing that something was off about his expression, and recalling He-Fan's words just now, Xiao Yuner quickly explained. I just went to the place where the car accident happened, but I didn't see you. I asked around and found out you came to the inspectorate. She sounded aggrieved when she said this, as if blaming He-Fan for not understanding her. All right, let's go home. He-Fan nodded non-committally at her statement. He then turned and walked towards the Volvo. Joke. If your own car is already here, who the hell would be stupid enough to walk home? He-Fan grinned, revealing a self-deprecating smile. Seeing him turn and leave expressionlessly, Xiao Yuner immediately stepped forward and habitually took her man's arm. But the moment she touched him, she clearly felt He-Fan's body stiffen. Although I recovered in an instant, it felt like a knife stabbing into my heart. Xiao Yuner's heart skipped a beat, and she almost burst into tears. Of course she knew what that meant. This means that the man in front of her, the husband she has always loved, has already subconsciously rejected her. This is perhaps the greatest tragedy for a woman. Fine. Although He-Fan was acting strangely, he did not reject Xiao Yuner's advances. And so, the couple, each with their own thoughts, got into the car. He-Fan started driving, heading towards home. Bang! Qingyang Mountain, a luxury villa complex. In the living room of the Wang family's villa, old Master Wang struck his cane hard. This is outrageous. It's one thing to pull some dirty tricks behind the scenes, but now he actually wants to kill He-Fan? What exactly does he want? Grandpa Wang Yangshan was furious, but his eyes were filled with lingering fear. Fine. Thankfully, He-Fan is all right. Otherwise, wouldn't all my previous plans be in vain? Grandpa, please help He-Fan. If this continues, he might really die one day. Wang Qing pushed the wheelchair to the old man's side and grabbed his arm, starting to shake it. Her expression was full of coquettishness. It's clear the little girl genuinely cares about He-Fan. She shares the same concern as her grandfather, fearing something might actually happen to him someday. Of course, the grandfather and grandson also had their own selfish motives in this. One of them was afraid of hindering the family's development, and the other was afraid that her body would relapse in the future. Only with He-Fan could she enjoy life to the fullest in the future. However, this kind of thinking is not surprising. Who does things without their own purpose and selfishness? Moreover, some people who are used to being high and mighty will inevitably weigh the pros and cons before doing anything. Even in the eyes of people like them, they don't think doing so is heartless at all. After all, a person's true value can only be revealed when they are valued by others. If He-Fan were truly a beggar on the street, let alone the old man, even the kind-hearted Wang Qing probably wouldn't give him a second glance. This is the stark reality, and the truest reflection of human nature. Cull. The old man sighed deeply, stroking his granddaughter's hair with a helpless expression, and said, This is easier said than done. If you really fall out with that guy, your parents will be in a difficult position. Grandpa will look into this matter, but it will take some time to figure out a solution. Ideally, we can get him back to Kyoto as soon as possible. Finally, Bai Mei raised his eyebrows and immediately fell into deep thought. Does your son go to school? Back home, Xiao Yuner frowned slightly after hearing her husband's question, thought for a moment, and then resolutely replied. Now that the child has grown up, he can't stay in one small town forever. That would definitely not be a good thing for him. Besides, your parents-in-law are no longer here. Do you expect Wency to take care of him? Honey, I've made up my mind. I'll go to Mom and Dad's tomorrow to discuss this. We'll just let Xiao He study in Donghai City. He-Fan was speechless. He was a little confused. Hadn't his wife always been someone who didn't care much about their son? You could even say they were indifferent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let his son live with his grandparents in his hometown all these years, and even registered his school in Chaoyang Town. Now look at them. They actually know how to love their children. His wife's change was somewhat unexpected, which truly delighted He Fan. After all, what man would want to see a mother who doesn't love her child? If Xiao Yuner can truly become a virtuous wife and loving mother, that would be a good thing. But why doesn't he believe it? He Fan didn't believe it. A person's habits, formed over many years, can change in such a short time. Never mind. Ultimately, this is a good sign. But since his wife had said so, he naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, he's his own son. A better education is something every parent dreams of. I had no choice before because of my wife. But now it's a good time to rebuild our relationship so that our children won't grow distant from their parents when they get older. All right, then, you decide this. He nodded, agreeing with his wife's plan without hesitation. After saying that, he prepared to go back inside. Yes, He Fan didn't ask about anything else. There are some things that are not yet time to be laid bare. If we insist on saying them out loud, it will only make some people wary. Furthermore, he himself knew that without concrete evidence, it would be useless to say anything. Instead of wasting that time, it's better to wait until you figure out some of the secrets before confronting those people face to face. After all, she's a woman. Those who know, they're all incredibly stubborn. Unless you catch them in the act of adultery or have irrefutable evidence against them, you will never hear the truth. Chapter 91: Changing Perspectives. He Fan thought this way, which was a kind of comfort to himself. Of course, he knows perfectly well how much of that reason is justified. To be more precise, even though He Fan is eager to know the truth, he can't bring himself to use those extreme methods on his former lover right now. Unable to make a decision, we can only let things develop as they are for now. Honey, I'm going to work. Early the next morning, Xiao Yuner opened the guest room door, said something to He Fan, and then turned and left. She didn't seem to care at all whether the other person heard her or not. Yes, although they appeared to have reconciled on the surface, the couple remained separated. This situation is not surprising. After all, He Fan is a perfectionist when it comes to relationships. He won't touch his wife until he finds out whether she has cheated on him. Nothing more, I just find it dirty. Yes, this is something that probably only the couple themselves know about. In fact, ever since He Fan returned to Donghai from his hometown of Chaoyang Town, the couple has hardly ever shared a room together, which is no different from living separately. Although Xiao Yuner had a lot of opinions about this, He Fan insisted on his own way, and she had no choice but to put up with it. Perhaps He Fan did this not only because of his emotional fastidiousness, but also because of his psychological bottom line. He didn't want to do that. After all, the two of them have already. If they were to share a bed, would that be the behavior of a man? Hearing the door close, He Fan slowly opened his eyes. A complex expression flashed across his eyes before he slowly sat up. After getting dressed and washing up, He Fan stared blankly at the house for a long time before letting out a soft sigh and slowly walking out of the house. Looking back, I am filled with deep emotion. I wonder how much longer this family can last. I just hope that when the truth comes out in the future, my wife isn't as bad as I thought. Did Xiao Yuner really go to work? Obviously not. She felt helpless and was driving towards her parents' place. Yes, Xiao Yuner received a phone call from someone who told her that she had to bring her son with her to visit a scenic spot in a neighboring city today. He figured he'd be going back in a few days. She couldn't refuse this request. Fortunately, the other party said that they would definitely let my mother and daughter come back before tonight, so that my husband would not suspect anything again. This aspect reassured Xiao Yuner. As for work, it doesn't matter if I'm not there. With Wang Changfeng, the station director's lackey, around, providing cover is a piece of cake. As long as the other party is willing, let alone He Fan going to the station to investigate anything, even his colleagues won't know any inside information. Don't make too many excuses. Will He Fan investigate Xiao Yuner? Obviously not. At least for today, he definitely doesn't have the time for that. Just now, he received a call from Old Master Wang, who said he wanted to take him to Tianhang City to meet someone. He hoped that He Fan would make a decision about the matter they had discussed last time after meeting that person. Originally, if it were based on his past thinking, He Fan would definitely not be interested in this kind of thing. But after what happened yesterday, his thinking gradually changed. He Fan knew very well that, facing that powerful figure lurking in the shadows, My own strength seems far too weak. Even with some self-defense capabilities, they couldn't withstand the repeated attacks. Therefore, changes must be made. As for building his own faction, Fan would definitely not consider it. Because he has a clear understanding of himself. Although he has the necessary conditions in some aspects, his own abilities are limited. To build a force? Want to become a big shot yourself? Forget it. Fan knows his own limitations. That's a complete joke. Unless someone can help him. But in this world, if he can't even trust his closest wife, who else can Fan trust? Just like that saying often goes online. When a person has experienced betrayal and their trust has completely collapsed, anyone who tries to get close to them will be perceived as someone carrying a knife. Ancestors above, your unfilial son Fan is afraid he will do something against the ancestral teachings. I hope you will forgive me. Bathed in the morning sunlight, Fan stood with his hands behind his back on Chaofeng Mountain in the suburbs, his whole body seemingly draped in a golden robe. He gazed intently in the direction of his hometown, Chaoyang Town, muttering to himself, his emotions fluctuating wildly. That's right. He had already agreed to it after receiving Mr. Wang's call. Fan decided to go with them. The reason is simple. From now on, he doesn't want to miss any opportunity to get to know big shots. It's time for that certain web to come to a close. As for whether or not they can save the other party. He was quite confident in his family's medical skills. Isn't it just ALS? Based on Mr. Wang's description, the other person probably doesn't have much time left to live. Although he cannot completely cure the disease at present, he has a way to help stabilize the condition and prolong life. Of course, some special things still need to be hidden. Those things are not meant for others to know. Leaking them will only bring trouble upon yourself. Of course, he was confident. By using one's medical skills appropriately, one can accomplish a great deal. This was Fan's only choice, made out of desperation. Since they don't want to build up their own power, this is the only way to enable them to protect themselves in the shortest amount of time. Once he has woven a solid network of relationships that are based on shared interests, he won't need to worry too much when he does things. That should be enough to protect yourself. As for whether he can do it, Fan firmly believes that no one is unafraid of death. Moreover, the richer and more powerful the tycoon, the more afraid of death they are. Take, for example, Mr. Wang Wangshan, who was willing to spend a fortune to give away the Emperor Hotel just to treat his granddaughter's illness. But what if he himself is about to die? It's obvious that as long as Fan has a strong enough backer, even if it's just half of the Wang family, the old man would have to hold his nose and hand it over. Moreover, it was done willingly. Even if it costs him his life, he won't let anyone lay a finger on Fan. After all, it concerns my life and death. Who can truly face life and death with equanimity? This is Fan's biggest trump card. As long as someone still needs to save their life, regardless of whether the other party is sincere or not, they will definitely fight desperately to protect themselves and help them withstand wave after wave of cold arrows from the shadows. As for the matter on the surface, given his methods, would he be afraid? If any enemy dared to openly confront him, Fan had 100 ways to send them to hell. Chapter 92 Disdain. Of course, Fan did take a certain risk in choosing to do this. After all, those investors and big shots are not simple people. If things go wrong, they could suffer a backlash. However, as long as you hide some things, such as ancestral ancient prescriptions and ancient acupuncture techniques, and only use medical skills, you can minimize the risks. After all, those are just medical skills, which require time to learn and hone. Even if others wanted to take them, they wouldn't have a chance. But the prescriptions and acupuncture techniques are different. If those things were known to the public, they could be directly used to create huge profits. This would bring him great risk, but also enough profit to make some capital open its terrifying, bloodthirsty maw to him. Ring ring. Fan's cell phone suddenly rang. He knew without even looking that it was a call from old Master Wang. He casually pulled out his phone, swiped it, and answered. Hey, Fan, have you arrived at Chaofeng Mountain yet? Sure enough, the old man's familiar voice came from inside. I've arrived. Come over here. After hanging up the phone, he slowly walked down the hill. Yes, the fact that both sides chose to meet here was also intentional on Fan's part. He doesn't want people to see that he's getting too close to those powerful families. After all, the difference in their social status is too great. If some old acquaintances saw this, they would definitely say behind his back that he was currying favor with the rich. Although Fan didn't care about these rumors, he didn't want to be pointed at and talked about. Most importantly, it's best to build your own network of relationships in secret. Otherwise, if the person hiding in the shadows notices something, there might be some unexpected changes that you don't want to see. That is definitely not what he wanted. As expected, it was exactly what Fan had thought. He had just reached the foot of the mountain when he saw a row of dozens of black Mercedes-Benz 600s guarding a camper van that was waiting quietly there. The grandeur and magnificence of the lineup were vastly different from the day old Master Wang visited, showcasing the style of a large family. Hurrah! Fan, you're here. Upon seeing him, the RV door was immediately opened. Then, we saw Grandpa Wang Yanshan, dressed in a Tang suit, walking down with his ever-present cane, laughing heartily. Meanwhile, his beloved granddaughter, Wang Qing, was also in the RV, squinting at Fan with a sweet smile. Seeing Fan looking at her, the little girl raised her hand and waved, smiling as she said, "Good morning, brother Fan. It's already 8 or 9 o'clock, and you're still saying good morning?" However, he still nodded and smiled at the other person as a greeting. "Grandpa, let's set off now." Fan then looked at Wang Yanshan and said calmly, "Okay, Dr. please." Next, Fan boarded the RV as arranged by the old man. The entire convoy started up. A grand procession headed towards Tianhang City, more than 100 miles away. Tianhang City is located several tens of kilometers southwest of Donghai City. Not only is it the capital city of Jiangnan Province, but it is also a famous tourist destination in China, boasting several 5A-level scenic spots. Of course, it is also because of its breathtaking scenery and excellent air quality that this city is considered by many retired elderly people to be the best place for recuperation and retirement. Therefore, in Tianhang City, if you randomly encounter an elderly person practicing Tai Chi in the morning, they are very likely to have been a famous figure in the past. Even retired provincial and ministerial level officials are frequently encountered. The Zijinjuan Villa Complex, adjacent to the Qiantang River, is a high-end residential community with the best air quality in the entire Tianhang City. However, this villa community has never been well known in the entire Tianhang City, and few people know about it. Even ordinary people who try to approach this place are driven away by security guards who appear out of nowhere. It seems quite mysterious. But today, a luxury convoy drove in brazenly. But those mysterious security guards didn't even step in to stop it. "Mr. Wang, does the sick person you mentioned live in this neighborhood?" Sitting in the car, looking around at the deserted neighborhood, Fan frowned and asked. Although the environment here is quite nice and the area is ridiculously large, it always gives people a lifeless feeling and is not necessarily suitable for patients to recuperate. Doesn't it feel too quiet here? It doesn't look like anyone lives here." Old Wang seemed to have seen through his thoughts and asked in a somewhat joking manner, "Isn't that right? Even if this is a retirement home, it shouldn't be this quiet. It seems too lifeless." Fan did not deny that, from the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine, he did not quite agree that this place was suitable for elderly people to recuperate, not to mention patients who are older and have ALS. Upon hearing this, old Wang immediately smiled. Before he could answer, Wang Qing chimed in. "Brother Fan, you guessed wrong. Although this neighborhood is very quiet now, the elderly men and women living there come out before 8 o'clock in the morning and between 7 and 8:30 in the evening. At that time, the entire neighborhood and even the riverside would become very lively. And this is the activity schedule that the top medical staff carefully planned for everyone, just to make sure they don't get tired." The crisp chirping sounds revealed the vitality of a young girl. Fan could tell that the little girl must have been here before. Otherwise, he wouldn't know so clearly. But, do doctors schedule activity times? Why does he feel like laughing so much? Fan couldn't understand why, since old Master Wang had told him that most of the people living here were once powerful and influential. They would be so easily fooled in their old age. Joke. Human nature is to be born free and to pursue everything as one pleases. It's one thing to be restricted by various rules and moral concepts in the first half of my life, but I never thought that at this age I would be restricted by doctors. Without a smooth emotional state, no matter how beautiful the scenery or how skilled the doctor, how can you help those elderly people to improve their health? He Fan's lips curled into a disdainful smile, his eyes filled with contempt. He actually understands that there are many similar cases in society today. As people get older, they become afraid of dying. Even if someone was a powerful figure in their youth, most people will choose to listen to their doctor's advice cautiously when they get old. This situation has given rise to a bizarre social structure. Even though he's just a doctor, he often gets the illusion that he's a level above those who used to be high and mighty when he sees them bowing and scraping before him. Under normal circumstances, they will try to get the other party to submit to their ideas through repeated tests, in order to achieve their almost perverse desire for control. Chapter 93 was underestimated. However, He Fan also knew that those people were almost all willing to give and receive, and no one exposed it, which instead formed an unspoken rule in some industries. In contrast to this incident, the real estate industry's behavior is starkly exposed. In today's society, news stories about property management companies taking advantage of homeowners are readily available with a simple search. This situation is hard to say whether it can be considered a tragedy for the whole society. Of course, He Fan didn't want to offend anyone. Therefore, some things are best left unsaid. It's enough to keep them to yourself. That's fine too. He Fan nodded and gave Wang Qing a somewhat insincere reply before falling silent. By the way, Xiao He, you've always said that ALS is incurable, but it can be repaired through acupuncture and conditioning, which can extend the patient's lifespan. Isn't this statement somewhat contradictory? Since the body can repair itself, shouldn't the illness also be cured? Suddenly, old Master Wang asked. Honestly, he'd been thinking about this question ever since He Fan brought it up. I always felt that the other party's answer seemed somewhat illogical. Hearing his question, He Fan smiled. He countered by asking the other person, Old man, how much do you know about this disease? Well, Wang Yangshan pondered for a moment, then replied, I've only heard the doctors who treated Xiaoqing say that it seems to be a neurological disease, and there's no effective treatment for it at the moment. Moreover, once contracted, lifespan is drastically reduced, and a complete cure is virtually impossible. The patient can only await death in endless suffering. That's different. Hearing his answer, He Fan shook his head slightly and smiled. Ms. Wang has pseudo-ALS. Although the clinical manifestations are quite similar, it is ultimately just that some key nerves have been paralyzed by drugs and some cells have been damaged. If you want to get better, acupuncture and medication can work. But compared to actual ALS, it's completely incomparable. Ultimately, ALS is a chronic neurological disease caused by damage to motor neurons, which results in partial damage to brainstem motor neurons such as the anterior horn cells of the spinal cord and the pyramidal cells of the cortex. In fact, the incidence of this kind of disease is still relatively high in today's society. Moreover, once ALS develops, life expectancy is drastically shortened, and patients are likely to die within 3 to 5 years. He Fan casually gave him a brief explanation, which made old Master Wang break out in a cold sweat. He suddenly realized that he might have acted too rashly this time. Hearing what the other person said, it seems that this disease is incurable. It's true that I want to curry favor with that person, but what if the illness gets worse instead of being cured? Wouldn't that be a huge problem? Just as the old man was completely speechless and racking his brains for a solution, Wang Qing suddenly spoke up and asked, Brother He Fan, aren't you trained in traditional Chinese medicine? Why do you sound like a seasoned Western medicine expert to me when you talk about these things? She said this with a smile in her eyes, clearly just teasing the other person. They all lead to the same goal, whether it's Western medicine or traditional Chinese medicine. The ultimate aim is to find ways to eliminate diseases from the human body. He Fan smiled broadly upon hearing this, and said frankly, Girl, don't forget that although I come from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, I am also a top student at Donghai Medical University. It's not surprising that they have some understanding of Western medicine. However, if you describe me as a Western medicine expert, then I'm sorry, I refuse. How many years has Western medicine been prevalent? To compare it to the 5,000-year-old tradition of traditional Chinese medicine is really giving the latter too much credit. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with pride for traditional Chinese medicine. Moreover, it was clear from his expression that He-Fan seemed to have no liking for Western medicine whatsoever. Old Master Wang. Wang Qing. The grandfather and grandson exchanged a glance, both showing expressions of helplessness. The doctor in front of me is indeed very skilled, but his vision is somewhat limited. Western medicine is now the dominant force in society. While traditional Chinese medicine certainly has many incredible and miraculous aspects, there's no need to so blatantly belittle Western medicine. If this gets out, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble. Creak. With a soft braking sound, the RV came to a steady stop in front of a villa. The villa looked very luxurious, with a huge courtyard in front of it, making it look more like a mansion. Needless to say, we've arrived at our destination. Upon seeing this, Old Master Wang, who had been chatting with He-Fan, quickly stopped his conversation and looked at He-Fan solemnly, instructing him. Young man, the person I'm taking you to see this time is extremely distinguished. When you're seeing the doctor later, just do your best, and don't overexert yourself. If it's incurable, just say so. But remember, never force treatment if you're not confident. If something really happens to that person, neither of us can bear the responsibility. He said a lot in one breath, which shows just how worried the old man was. This indirectly suggests that the person inside is definitely not ordinary. Even he is not as good as 1 in 10,000. Okay. He-Fan didn't dare to be careless about this and nodded to indicate that he understood. Then the old man opened the car door and led everyone towards the villa. As soon as I arrived at the door, a middle-aged man who looked like a butler opened the door and came out. Butler Liu, this is the doctor I found to treat the old gentleman. Upon seeing the newcomer, Old Master Wang quickly stepped forward and greeted them politely. Incidentally, He-Fan was also introduced. He cured your granddaughter? Is such a young TCM doctor really capable of this? Upon hearing this, Butler Liu glanced at He-Fan and suddenly frowned. Really? In his view, traditional Chinese medicine practitioners are often more skilled the older they are. It's understandable that Butler Liu would be skeptical if He-Fan, a young man in his 30s, were to claim he could cure ALS. Most importantly, the old man in their family has an extremely distinguished status, so how could he possibly let strangers get close? Even Wang Yangshan himself had to be under the watchful eyes of numerous guards. As for He-Fan, please rest assured, Steward Liu, how could this old man dare to speak carelessly about such things? I've also brought my granddaughter with me. You can take a look before you decide. Seemingly sensing Butler Liu's concerns, the old man adopted a humble attitude that He-Fan had never seen before, almost bowing and scraping. Old Master Wang was also decisive. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand directly into the car. Then Wang Qing was seen getting out of the car with the help of a maid. Yes, we really are leaving. The only difference was that she now had a cane tucked under her arm. Chapter 94 Old Wang's Joy. Seeing the little girl walking unsteadily, He-Fan couldn't help but frown. No one at the scene knew it better than him. Based on the extent of her treatment, Wang Qing is not currently suited to forced walking. Even with the aid of a cane, it's still a bit too early. This will not do her any good. But He-Fan didn't say anything. This is why he felt even more contempt for so-called powerful families. After all, given the current situation, even a fool would know that the eldest daughter of the Wang family has been used and is nothing more than a puppet. The key point is that Wang Yangshan kept saying that this was his most beloved granddaughter. But when it comes to family interests, he was nothing more than a tool. Despite his disdain, he wouldn't be foolish enough to voice his true feelings. Didn't you see that little girl Wang Qing? She had a big smile on her face too. Since both parties are willing to give and take, it probably won't matter what others say. Besides, He-Fan didn't believe she didn't understand her grandfather's thoughts. It was clearly her own choice. Perhaps this is the family's educational philosophy, teaching them the importance of giving from a young age. Yeah, this is interesting. Butler Liu's eyes lit up at the sight, and his face clearly showed that he was interested. After all, he had met this little princess of the royal family before. He sits in a wheelchair all day long, and has no feeling anywhere except in his arms. I heard that he is an ALS patient. And now? The other person can actually walk on their own now. Although she still uses crutches, anyone can see that if things continue like this, the little girl will eventually recover. Could it be that this young man in front of me really has such great abilities? Butler Liu instantly became serious, no longer daring to underestimate the other party. All right, Mr. Wong, please wait in the living room for a moment. This is Mr. He. Come with me. Once I call the young master and the others, you can start treating the old master. After saying that, he ignored everyone's reaction and turned to walk into the villa. That arrogant demeanor suggested she wasn't afraid at all that He Fan wouldn't follow. Honestly, given He Fan's personality, he really didn't want to deal with such an arrogant guy. Damn it, who the hell is begging whom here? Is this attitude because they're afraid their master won't die fast enough? Seemingly sensing He Fan's displeasure, old Master Wong looked at him with pleading eyes, almost as if he were begging for mercy. There was nothing he could do about it. He had worried that something unexpected might happen. But things have come to this point, so he has to give it his all, no matter what. That is to say, they have placed all their bets on He Fan. If the other party suddenly backs out, then I'll be in big trouble. This will definitely offend someone that the entire Wong family cannot afford to offend. That was definitely not what the old man wanted to see. Seeing this, He Fan could only sigh helplessly and then followed. Putting aside other things. Although even he himself didn't like some of the things that Grandpa Wong did, at least so far he has been sincere to He Fan. It's obvious that the people living in this villa are all extremely wealthy and powerful. His status is so high that even the Wong family cannot compare with him. If he had truly offended a powerful figure and ultimately brought ruin to the entire Wong family, he would probably feel guilty. Fine, I'll just let it go for today. In the end, he's just a mere butler. Although their behavior was somewhat rude, they really had the right to be arrogant. Why should you create trouble for yourself? However, He Fan had a sudden surge of wicked interest. He wanted to see if this arrogant guy would still dare to be so rampant after his treatment of that important person took effect. While mentally complaining, He Fan's figure quickly disappeared into the courtyard. Everyone, this way please. Not long after Steward Liu and his group left, a middle-aged woman approached and politely led old Wong and his group to the other side. Wang Yangshan didn't say anything about it. After all, given the other person's status, it's already good enough that they're not kicked out. As the saying goes, even a 7th-rank official is no match for the Prime Minister. He can't even afford to offend the steward. Time flies, and half a day has passed in the blink of an eye. Old Master Wong was extremely anxious because he was worried that something might happen to He Fan. But what can we do? Given his status, he would never dare to force his way in. For now, all we can do is wait patiently here and pray that He Fan will get a good result. It must be said, the old man has lived to a ripe old age. What kind of storms hasn't he weathered? Therefore, no matter how anxious he was inside, he never showed it on his face. In the blink of an eye, it was already around 4:30 in the afternoon. The Wong family grandfather and grandson, who had been waiting anxiously for this moment, finally saw He Fan walk in leisurely, followed by a familiar figure. It certainly looks like Butler Liu. Butler Liu, who was originally extremely arrogant and didn't even respect him, the dignified patriarch of the Wong family, was now completely different from before. He was now respectfully following behind He Fan, not daring to cross the line. It's done. Who is that old man? It's no exaggeration to say that he's become wise and shrewd with age. Just by seeing the scene before him, he already knew the outcome. Needless to say, He Fan's treatment has definitely had a significant effect. Otherwise, given Butler Liu's status and personality, there's no way he would treat him with such deference. Xiaoqing, send out the message. I need them to handle this as soon as possible. After whispering a few words of instruction, the old man smiled and went to greet him. Hurrah! He Fan, congratulations. If you can cure that person's illness, in the future, no one in the entire Jiangnan province, no, even in other provinces, no one will dare to mess with you. Inside the largest 5-star hotel in Tianheng City, the old man raised his wine glass and laughed heartily, his joy evident in the wrinkles around his eyes. This time, he finally made the right bet. Having gained such a great favor from that person, the Wong family will undoubtedly reap immeasurable benefits in the future. And who knows, it might even go to another level. He Fan, who hadn't eaten for most of the day, was now starving and his stomach was growling. He was busy eating and didn't care about what Grandpa Wong was saying at all. What the heck is this? Just because the treatment was effective, he could run rampant throughout a province. No, I mean, throughout all the provinces? What are you thinking about? Feudal society is long gone. Do you really think it's still the world where the emperor is in charge? Damn it. I'm lucky that I was able to go home safely after treating someone else this time. Thinking back to the scene of being surrounded by several burly bodyguards while receiving medical treatment, Fan suddenly felt even hungrier. Damn it. Anyway, I never want to encounter that kind of situation again in my life. Chapter 95 Mysterious Phone Call. Fortunately, after his all-out efforts, the other person's condition was finally stabilized. As long as the other person takes their medication on time, there should be no major relapses within 2 years. If all goes well. With a few more days of treatment, it's estimated that extending his life by 2 years will definitely not be a problem. As for 2 years from now? Haha, let's talk about it again in 2 years. Fan, who was eating with his head down, had a meaningful glint in his eyes. The old man wasn't unhappy about Fan's near ignorance. Now that he still needs to rely on the other party to fully latch onto that powerful figure, he certainly wouldn't mind the other party's slight rudeness. Besides, it's normal for a highly accomplished person to have some eccentricities. And so, after a satisfying meal and drinks, seeing Fan put down his chopsticks, the old man handed over the room key he had reserved. I came in a hurry, so I'll have to trouble you to stay at the hotel for a few days, shall he? He said it so casually, as if the old man didn't care at all. But, what is the Wong family's status? As the old clan patriarch, he personally took charge, so naturally he ordered the presidential suite. Anyway, the Wong family is so wealthy and powerful that they wouldn't care about such a small amount of money. Fan didn't stand on ceremony. After thanking them, he went straight back to his room. Yes, it will probably take a few more days to treat that person, so Fan and his group will naturally need to stay in Tianheng City. However, after a moment's hesitation, Fan remembered that he hadn't mentioned this to his family yet, and dialed his wife's number. The phone only beeped twice before it was answered immediately. His wife Xiao Yun'er's familiar voice rang out from the other end. Honey, is there something you need? I haven't gotten off work yet. Her words were clear and pleasant, and she seemed to be very happy. I don't know if it's just my imagination. Fan had a vague feeling that his wife seemed a little guilty when she spoke. Of course, he attributed this sudden feeling to an unconscious thought process arising from his growing suspicion of his wife. No, I didn't take it too seriously. Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to let you know that I went out with some friends today and might not be able to go back for a few days. Fan spoke calmly, but did not tell the other party the truth. As for the reason, it's very simple. His main purpose in coming out this time was to use his medical skills to make connections with some high-ranking people and build a network of relationships to deal with someone. If his wife finds out, who knows if she might tell the other man. Yes, Fan no longer has much trust in his wife, Xiao Yun'er. Gradually, I've moved on from those feelings. After all, Fan now is not the same person he used to be. And all these changes ultimately stemmed from Xiao Yun'er. You went out to play? Did you go on a trip with friends? Which friends are they? Do I know them or not? But it doesn't matter. It's rare for you to be in such a good mood. Honey, have a good time for a few days. His wife's voice came again, this time filled with a deep sense of surprise. What? You really want me to come out? Upon hearing this, Fan raised an eyebrow and asked a question that seemed both intentional and unintentional. No, how could that be? I actually really want you at home, my husband. But so many bad things have happened lately, I think it would be good if you could go out and relax. Seemingly realizing that her emotions were not right, Xiao Yun'er quickly tried to explain. In her panic, she failed to notice the contradictions in her words. Do you miss him? Fan smiled. They were together last night, like an old married couple, and she says she misses him after just one day apart? If these words had been spoken before, he would have felt incredibly sweet upon hearing them. But if I said it now, nobody would believe it. Fan suddenly felt that his intuition might have been correct. The woman he once loved to the core, the wife who had been sleeping in the same bed with him for many years but dreaming different dreams, must be lying again. Unfortunately, Donghai City is quite a distance away. Even if he wanted to rush back now, he probably wouldn't have a chance to catch anything. After all, He-fan had never underestimated his wife's intelligence. But do some things require evidence? From the moment you begin to doubt the other person, some things are already destined. He gave a cold laugh and then hung up the phone. He-fan was exhausted after a long day and planned to take a shower and go to bed early. But just as he was about to take off his clothes, his phone rang again. He thought it was his wife, Xiao Yuner, calling about something, but when he picked up the phone, he was surprised to find it was an unknown number. Seeing that the number wasn't automatically marked as a spam call, He-fan thought for a moment and then swiped to answer it. Unexpectedly, a strange woman's voice came from inside. "Hey, you must be He-fan, right?" Her voice was soft, yet full of charm, with a hint of authority hidden beneath. "Who are you?" He frowned and asked in confusion. "Never mind who I am. I'm calling to remind you that if you have time, you can go to the entrance of the Hilton Hotel. There might be a surprise for you. Of course, you'd better go now, lest you miss a good show." The woman's laughter carried a strange undertone, and she hung up the phone after speaking. "Hilton? Isn't that the hotel I'm staying at? Let's go check the entrance." He-fan was completely confused by the phone call, yet he also had a vague sense of unease. This inexplicable phone call proves that someone is monitoring all of my movements. But why? Why would a stranger lock himself away? Most importantly, what exactly does she want to see at the hotel entrance? After hesitating for a while, He-fan decided to go down and take a look. He really wanted to see it. What exactly is this surprise they're talking about? And what's this good show? Beep. Hearing the phone call being disconnected, and recalling her husband's cold laugh just now, Xiao Yuner suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Already feeling somewhat guilty, she suddenly sensed that a familiar pair of eyes were watching her every move. Why did my husband sneer? Did he know something? Xiao Yuner felt uneasy, with a sense of foreboding. No, I can't let him play with our son anymore. If my husband finds out, everything will be in trouble. Xiao Yuner was already feeling irritable. The man had promised to take them back, but he changed his mind halfway through and insisted that they stay with him and their son for the night before he would take them back to their parents' home. They've completely forgotten their previous promises. Xiao Yuner had refused before and even considered leaving with the child. But the other party was too domineering and refused to allow the mother and son to leave no matter what they said. Having no other choice, she had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree. Chapter 96 Caught in the Act. Xiao Yuner was originally thinking about how to explain to her husband that she hadn't come home all night. Unexpectedly, the other party called and said that they didn't plan to go back either. This made her breathe a sigh of relief, and her worries vanished. In this situation, it would be fine if everyone could get along. But her husband's final cold laugh made Xiao Yuner feel that he seemed to know something. He might even know something, and that the person is on their way home. If things get any worse, my husband might come here. Neither of these possibilities is a good thing for Xiao Yuner. The latter, in particular, terrified her. She knew that this idea was outrageous. After all, He-fan didn't even know his current location, let alone find him and catch him in the act. But, as we all know, when a person feels fearful about something, it is very difficult to keep a calm mind. At this moment, Xiao Yuner was clearly affected by certain emotions and fell into a mindless thinking trap. In any case, just in case, she can't stay here today. Xiao Yuner made up her mind about this. Whether it's good fortune or misfortune remains to be seen. Just as Xiao Yuner was about to leave in a state of panic, her phone suddenly rang in her bag. Upon checking the caller ID, it was indeed that person. You're leaving. Upon hearing what was said on the phone, Xiao Yuner instinctively froze. That domineering guy, the man who insisted that I bring my son to Tianheng City, actually has to leave because of something in Kyoto? A surge of joy suddenly welled up in my heart. Xiao Yuner suddenly felt that today must be her lucky day. She was originally worried because there were some things she really couldn't explain to her husband. Now that's settled, that man is leaving. Then there's no need to dwell on anything that was decided beforehand. At worst, I can just rush back as fast as I can after that man leaves. It shouldn't cause any major delays. She held on to a sliver of hope. All right, I'll see you off later. Son, you don't need to trouble yourself. I'll take him back to Donghai City myself. Suppressing her overwhelming joy, Xiao Yun'er spoke calmly. That's good. As long as that man stops insisting, I'll have far fewer troubles. I glanced at the sky outside, then at my watch. It's a little past 6, not quite 7 yet. I should still be able to get my son back to Donghai in time. With that thought in mind, she hurriedly grabbed her bag and ran out of the Hilden Hotel. What? The results of the physical examination. Meanwhile, He Fan was walking down the stairs while making a phone call. Yes. Although Mr. Wang booked him the top-floor presidential suite, he chose to take the stairs when he came down. As for the reason, it certainly wasn't because I was bored. The phone call just now was too strange, which made He Fan very vigilant. Who knows, could it be a conspiracy? Elevators are prone to accidents, and taking the stairs is not as safe. In addition, he has been exercising frequently recently, and he consciously runs down the stairs, which is not much slower than taking the elevator. Besides, after experiencing one accident after another, He Fan has developed the habit of exercising anytime, anywhere. Running up and down high-rise stairs is actually not bad. What He Fan didn't expect was that just as he was about to get downstairs, another call came in from an unknown number. At first, he thought it was still that mysterious woman, but when he answered the call, he was surprised to hear that it was actually a call from a hospital in Donghai City. As for the matter, it's very simple. That's the result of the medical examination he was forced to undergo by the comrades from the inspection office last time. It's all out now. Knowing that he couldn't retrieve it right now, He Fan casually asked. Really, he just said it offhand. After all, in He Fan's opinion, no one knows his body better than himself. What could possibly happen to him? As expected, from the other person's brief description, it seemed that there was nothing seriously wrong with my health. Okay then, I'm not in Donghai right now. I'll pick up the test results when I get back. He Fan, who was already very confident in his body, spoke calmly. After finishing speaking, I wanted to hang up the phone. Wait a minute, Mr. He. Although you are in good health and there's nothing wrong with your health, another test seems to have a minor issue. If possible, I hope you can come to the hospital as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the doctor on the other end of the phone suddenly spoke. You could tell the other party was hesitant, but in the end, they still advised him in this way. Is there a problem? Upon hearing this, He Fan was immediately stunned. Damn, you're a doctor yourself, okay? If someone doesn't even know whether they are healthy or not, then they are unworthy of being a descendant of a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners for generations. Have all reputable hospitals learned to spread such alarmist rumors these days? Or, are you trying to trick yourself into spending money? Thinking back to what he had seen at the hospital, how people were constantly being pressured to spend a lot of money on unnecessary tests, He Fan suddenly lost interest. All right then, I'll be back in a couple of days, then we'll talk about it. He Fan shook his head, saying indifferently. After saying that, he hung up the phone. A disdainful smile appeared on his lips. He didn't take the matter to heart at all. After composing myself, I strode towards the exit of the Hilden Hotel. Okay, goodbye then. She bent down and let her son kiss the other person, then straightened up and waved to the person in the car, her words clearly perfunctory and half-hearted. However, she didn't notice that when she was asked to let her son kiss him, from another angle, it looked more like she, Xiao Yun'er, was holding her child and being affectionate with the person in the car. The car door opened, and it slowly drove away. Seeing this, Xiao Yun'er finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, that guy finally left. I suppose he won't be coming to the East China Sea again anytime soon, right? That way, my family will be at peace again. Just as she was overjoyed and preparing to take her son back to Donghai as quickly as possible, she was shocked to see He Fan, whose face was ashen, rushing towards her. Husband. Now, Xiao Yun'er was completely panicked. She never expected that her husband would actually appear here. Could it be that he's been following me all along? Or is this just a coincidence? In an instant, Xiao Yun'er's mind was in complete chaos. She even had to put her son, who was in her arms, down on the ground because she was too weak to hold him. Honestly, What Xiao Yun'er feared most at this moment was whether her husband had seen anything or how much he knew. "Honey, what are you doing here?" As He Fan approached, she forced a smile and asked, trying to appear calm. Chapter 97 Madness. Murdering his wife? What Xiao Yun'er never expected was that the man she deeply loved had just arrived, and without saying a word, he grabbed her by the neck and slammed her hard against a nearby concrete pillar, roaring, "Who were you kissing just now? Xiao Yun'er, you're a slut. You actually went on a date with your lover while holding your son. I knew it. I knew you'd been acting strange lately." With his eyes bloodshot, He Fan roared and tightened his grip even more. That expression was like that of a madman. Xiao Yun'er could clearly feel that. When her neck was being choked, both her feet were off the ground, and she was almost lifted into the air. Seeing the man's blood-red eyes, which revealed a terrifying killing intent that was completely unfamiliar to her, and that she had never seen before, Xiao Yun'er was immediately terrified. As a sharp pain shot through her back, Xiao Yun'er, who was slightly more conscious, struggled to get up, but the suffocating feeling in her neck made it impossible for her to muster any strength. "Honey, I didn't, please calm down." Xiao Yun'er's pretty face turned bright red as she spoke haltingly, her hands pounding on the other person's arm incessantly, her heart filled with extreme fear. She could sense it. At this moment, He Fan really wanted to kill her. But why? Just because you suspect yourself of cheating? Xiao Yun'er absolutely refused to believe that a man who had once given her true love would want to kill her just because of something like this. But everything before his eyes proved that He Fan truly intended to kill him. Fortunately, this is the hotel entrance. When the people coming in and out saw this scene, someone immediately ran over. "Hey, what are you doing? Let go. Are you trying to kill me? Call the police. Call the police. Is this man crazy?" Someone quickly came closer and tried to pull He Fan's arm away. But it was only then that they realized that the seemingly weak and refined man in front of them was actually incredibly strong. Even with 2 or 3 people together, they still couldn't pry each other's hands apart. Roll. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the perpetrator, He Fan, suddenly looked at them. Those blood-red eyes were filled with savagery, cruelty, and endless killing intent. Almost completely driven to madness. The people who were helping him trembled and unconsciously let go and retreated a long distance. They had a vague feeling. If I insist on helping them, they might suddenly attack and kill me. It has to be said that people are selfish. No one wants to risk their life for a strange woman, even if that woman is really beautiful. However, some people noticed that He Fan's current state seemed very strange. It was as if they had lost their minds. They were all horrified, but when they saw the beautiful woman being pinched start rolling her eyes, they immediately panicked. Really? Could someone really dare to commit violence in the street in full view of everyone? It's obvious that it will take some time for the inspectors to arrive. Just as everyone was anxiously thinking about how to solve the problem, Xiao He Miao, who had been stunned by He Fan's sudden action, suddenly burst into tears. She then staggered over, grabbed He Fan's leg, and pitifully looked up at him with her tear-streaked face, saying, "Daddy, please don't hit Mommy, okay? I'm scared." He Fan was very flustered. To be honest, he didn't understand what was wrong with him either. Just now, when I saw my wife appear in front of the hotel, holding our son and smiling as she said goodbye to someone in a car, I was immediately filled with rage. His reason seemed to be overwhelmed by an unprecedented bloodlust, and endless killing intent suddenly arose from the bottom of his heart. As this violent emotion arose, his strength seemed to increase as well, even far exceeding what it had been before. Honestly, at that moment, all he wanted to do was rush forward and kill the woman who had betrayed him, his marriage, and his family. And in reality, that's exactly what he did. He held his wife's slender neck in his hands, and the sensation was so real. It was as if I could break that slender neck with just a little effort. But his remaining rationality told him that he would definitely regret it if he did it. She's not worth it. Most importantly, what right do I have to punish the other party now? After all, the two of them have already. Reason and impulse are constantly battling. He Fan roared inwardly, trying to stop himself, because he knew very well that doing so would absolutely result in a human tragedy. If his wife were to die, he would inevitably die as well. What would happen to his son then? Besides, Xiao Yuner was, after all, the woman he had deeply loved. Even if she did something wrong, it doesn't warrant death, does it? To He Fan's shock, he found that he had lost control of his body. It's as if there's another version of myself controlling every movement of my body. Dissociative identity disorder? Or, is there a mental problem? If it were at the beginning, He Fan might have made the same guess. But when passers-by ran over and tried to pull him away, He Fan was horrified to realize that in this bloodthirsty state, he actually wanted to kill even those passers-by. Yes, he dares to guarantee. If those people don't let go, I'll definitely kill them. But what would that become? A serial killer? Slaughtering people indiscriminately in the streets is simply courting death, isn't it? No need to guess. Once the officials arrive, they will definitely kill him on the spot. Something's not right. This is really not right. Just as He Fan was beginning to feel his last shred of rationality about to completely collapse and be overtaken by that destructive urge, his son Xiao Miao's cries were like a bucket of cold water, dousing him from head to toe. In an instant, He Fan felt his limbs go weak and subconsciously let go of Xiao Yuner. Because of this, he finally felt like he had regained control of his body. Son. Instinctively, he squatted down and hugged his son tightly, his body covered in cold sweat. To be honest, He Fan was a little scared. Given my previous state, if I had hurt someone else, it wouldn't have been so bad. At worst, I would have to pay compensation, go to jail, or even pay with my life. But if He Fan were to accidentally hurt his son, he would die with regrets. Cough, cough. Xiao Yuner, who had almost been strangled to death, coughed incessantly and collapsed to the ground. Her gaze toward her husband, He Fan, was filled with deep incomprehension and profound fear. Yes, she was really scared. Was that almost crazed man really her beloved husband? Why does it feel so unfamiliar? He really wants to kill himself? But after Xiao Yuner calmed down a bit, her expression immediately became extremely complicated when she saw the scene of the father and son embracing each other. She was somewhat bewildered. She didn't know what to do. Chapter 98 Backstage. Honestly, if He Fan had done what he just did, Xiao Yuner should have called the police immediately. After all, feelings are feelings, but the other person is trying to kill you. But she was also aware of the consequences of doing so. Once certain things are done, a perfect family is bound to fall apart. This is something Xiao Yuner does not want. Besides, it's obvious that my husband must have misread something today to suddenly become so furious, so it's understandable. Xiao Yuner wasn't stupid. Based on the situation at the time, she had already made some guesses. But she really couldn't explain it. If we were to reveal everything, it would only lead to worse consequences. The consequences would be unbearable for both her and He Fan. But if she doesn't resolve her husband's inner conflict, she's afraid things will really get out of hand. Make way, make way, make way. Just then, a group of uniformed inspectors rushed in, each with a serious expression and their hands on their waists. Needless to say, those are weapons. Upon arriving at the scene, the leader's sharp gaze immediately fell upon He Fan. Admittedly, their caution is perfectly justified. After all, quite a few people just called the police to report that someone was committing violence in public. This is no small matter. It's perfectly normal for them to bring weapons. The situation at the scene was quite obvious. A large crowd gathered in a circle at a distance, with only He Fan and his family of 3 inside. Seeing this grown man tightly holding a crying child, and a stunningly beautiful woman lying on the ground with a deathly pale face, even a fool would know who the person who called the police was referring to as the murderer. Cuff him, the leading inspector ordered with a wave of his hand. The he was referring to was naturally He Fan, who was squatting on the ground. No. Seeing that someone was going to arrest He Fan, Xiao Yuner finally realized what was happening. Although her husband's sudden action had genuinely startled her, she couldn't let him in under those circumstances. Ultimately, he was the man she had loved for many years. Fellow inspectors, this is my husband. We had some domestic conflicts before, and it was all a misunderstanding. Barely managing to sit up, Xiao Yuner forced a smile and explained. Is that so? Upon hearing her say this, everyone present, including a group of inspectors, breathed a sigh of relief while also looking on with suspicion. Family conflict? What kind of family conflict could drive a husband to kill his wife? Could it be? Subconsciously, everyone looked at Xiao Yuner with strange eyes. There are some things that not everyone may have experienced, but through what they've heard, it's clear that the only thing that could drive a man to madness is probably that kind of thing. Noticing the strange looks from others, a blush flashed across Xiao Yuner's pale face. She bit her lip, staggered forward, grabbed He-Fan's arm, and tried to pull him towards the hotel. Let me go. Unexpectedly, at that moment, He-Fan suddenly pushed his son into Xiao Yuner's arms, let out an angry roar, broke free, and ran away into the distance. This happened so suddenly that no one present could react. Once he regained his senses, the inspector glared at him and ordered someone to chase after him. Are you kidding me? Even if it's a conflict between husband and wife, there are some things that require the parties involved to come forward and give a statement at the police station. But how can someone run away right under his nose? Just as he issued the order, a man in a suit squeezed in and whispered something in his ear. Then he drove off. The inspector seemed startled by something, and after a long pause, he finally waved his hand weakly and said, "That's enough for today, everyone disperse. Comrades, let's go." After saying that, he led the way towards the police car. Cut. The people present weren't fools. Many of them saw through the trickery. So that crazy young man had a powerful figure protecting him? They let it go so easily, so readily, thanks to the people from the Supervision Bureau. But thinking about it carefully, it doesn't seem like a big deal. After all, it's just a quarrel between a couple. No matter what the reason is, as long as the woman doesn't file a lawsuit, it's not a big deal. Although the show didn't end there, everyone was ultimately a well-mannered person, and they gradually began to disperse. Hilden Hotel, 6th floor restaurant. Wang Qing and her grandfather were looking down when they noticed He-Fan's unusual behavior and asked in surprise, "Grandpa, what's wrong with brother He-Fan?" "How would I know?" The old man smiled helplessly, but couldn't help but feel puzzled. He found it hard to imagine. How could such a steady young man like Ru Fan have such a crazy moment? Years of experience have taught him that. Just now, He-Fan really wanted to kill his wife. This point is beyond doubt. Could it be related to my previous arrangements? If that's the case, I've really done something terrible this time. Wang Yangshan smiled bitterly, feeling that he had meant well but had done something wrong. Yes, the sudden departure of that person was a deliberate act by him to lure them back to Kyoto. The old man did this for two reasons. First, he didn't want He-Fan to encounter any more danger. Second, he was afraid that the other party would interfere with He-Fan's treatment of the important person because of those trivial matters between men and women. But even he didn't expect that the person who was clearly in Donghai City before would now also come to Tianheng City. Unexpectedly, He-Fan's wife and son also came along. Now look what happened. He-Fan almost got himself killed. Damn, things really are unpredictable. I hope brother he is all right. Wang Qing's face was full of worry. Then she suddenly turned her head and said seriously, "Grandpa, why don't you send someone to go and check on him? If something really happens to brother he, the consequences could be huge." Hee, little girl, you're overthinking it. Wang Yanshan shook his head and chuckled. Didn't you see someone step in just now? Even the police from the inspectorate were driven away. It was clearly that person who made the move. With that person around, who in the entire Tianheng City would dare to harm He-Fan? To put it bluntly, before that person's condition stabilizes, He-Fan probably wouldn't even have the chance to die if he wanted to. He said this with absolute certainty, and that was truly what he thought. Nothing else. While profit may be irresistible, life is more important to some people. All right then, I hope nothing bad happens to brother he. Wang Qing nodded, but the worry in her eyes never disappeared. Oh, kill, kill, kill. A secluded corner by the lake. He-Fan's eyes turned blood red again, and he roared madly toward the center of the lake. He managed to retain a sliver of his sanity, otherwise he would have already rushed into the water. What exactly is the illness in Chapter 99? I don't know what happened. Thinking of his wife's radiant smile when she lied to him and took their son away with someone else, he felt as if something was tearing his heart apart, releasing a certain emotion. Everything happened so suddenly that even He-Fan himself couldn't control it. My mind is filled with crazy ideas. It seems he wants to tear any living being to pieces. This is why He Fan almost killed Xiao Yun'er before. Originally, he thought it was just a momentary outburst of anger. When that impulse was broken by my son's crying, I didn't take it too seriously and just treated it as an accident. Unexpectedly, as his wife drew closer, that indescribable, terrifying feeling resurfaced in his mind once again. Therefore, in order to prevent harm to his son, he chose to run away and find such a remote place to vent his anger. No, something's not right. The last vestiges of reason in his mind made He Fan feel fear for the first time. He didn't understand what had happened or why this situation had occurred. How come I've never had any health problems since I was a child? Wrong. Suddenly, a thought flashed through He Fan's mind. It seems that my father has given me acupuncture several times a year since I was a child. Moreover, his parents have been subconsciously influencing him to make fewer friends and telling him to try not to play with other people. So much so that after many years of marriage, He Fan doesn't even have a single decent friend. However, he didn't blame his parents. He simply devoted himself to his family. Looking back now, it seems that my parents were more concerned about something. Unfortunately, with the passing of his parents, He Fan almost completely ignored all of this. I haven't paid much attention to it all this time. Could it be that my current condition is the illness that my father has been worried about? He doesn't allow himself to make friends because he's afraid that one day he might be provoked and do something bloodthirsty, brutal, or irrational. He Fan felt that it was very likely. If he remembered correctly, it seemed that his father had always been using the pulse-shifting needle technique. His eyes lit up, and he didn't hesitate any longer. While he still had some control over his body, he immediately pulled out his needle pouch from his pocket, quickly pulled out several needles, and instantly inserted them into several familiar acupoints. As the silver needles entered his body, He Fan immediately felt that the restlessness and bloodlust in his body were being suppressed by something, and his mood gradually calmed down. Really? He Fan was overjoyed, knowing that he had made the right bet. The reason I haven't felt this way before is probably just because I haven't had an attack yet. A look of excitement flashed in his eyes. Then, his fingers flicked the needle tip repeatedly in a strange way. Chase, rub, bounce, crack. A variety of hand gestures were used, bringing this acupuncture technique to its fullest potential. After inserting the silver needles, He Fan let out a long sigh of relief, slowly closed his eyes, and felt the negative emotions in his body finally disappear. Pulse-shifting needle, a type of acupuncture technique passed down from the He family ancestors. According to the explanations passed down from our ancestors, this acupuncture technique was used to move the patient away from vital meridians during surgical procedures to prevent the incision from touching important meridians and avoid accidents. While it may seem somewhat mysterious in some ways, it still falls short of ancient acupuncture techniques such as burning mountain fire and flowing cloud needle. Especially in today's society. With the advent of various sophisticated Western medical diagnostic instruments, the uses of the pulse-shifting acupuncture have gradually been overlooked. Perhaps this is the tragedy of traditional Chinese medicine. Joke. In this era where even getting a tooth extracted requires a lengthy examination, why would anyone fear accidental injury during surgery? It is obvious that, faced with the rapid upgrading of medical equipment, it has lost its original purpose. He Fan couldn't understand why his father would use this acupuncture technique on him, and what effect it could have. Wait a minute. This acupuncture technique seems to have been modified by father. But after he calmed down and thought about it, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. After all, He Fan was quite familiar with this acupuncture technique. Most of the time, they are used on localized areas of the body where surgery is needed. However, the method of application that he learned from his father seemed to make him appear as if he were a patient. The pulse was shifted, but the entire body was affected. A look of suspicion flashed in He Fan's eyes. He just couldn't figure it out. What exactly is wrong with me? But after calculating the time, it was almost time, so he could only clear his mind and slowly remove all the silver needles from his body. The feeling was just like when my father used acupuncture on me. A tingling, slightly painful sensation. Overall, it was quite comfortable. That's about enough for today. It's time to lay some things out in the open. After carefully putting away the silver needles, Fan put aside any concerns about his illness once he felt no discomfort in his body. What he needs to consider now is how to confront his wife. Joke. Having witnessed that scene today, would he even be a man to let him endure it? Even if some things and some people might be related to the secrets of his parents' death, Fan was no longer prepared to endure it. After all, today's incident has caused quite a stir, and it may have already been spread online. He didn't want to be pointed at and gossiped about by those around him in the days to come. That kind of situation, I'm afraid no man could accept it. Good. In fact, Fan had always been aware of many things. But in order to give his parents an explanation for their years of relationship, to prevent his son from being hurt too much, and to find out the truth about his parents' car accident, he had actually been quietly doing things according to his own ideas. For some things, I chose to temporarily turn a blind eye. But this time, Xiao Yun'er went too far. She actually brazenly came to Tianhang to date someone, and shamelessly brought her son along, even having sex with someone in a car on the street. It's simply unbelievable. Is this still the same Xiao Yun'er? Is she still the same virtuous and family-oriented wife she once was? To be honest, Fan suddenly felt that the other person was such a stranger. What caused her to become like this? Is it vanity? Or is it out of necessity? Or perhaps, after being married for a long time, she's looking for so-called novelty outside the marriage? Perhaps the disappointment was too great. Perhaps they had already lost hope. In that instant, Fan completely let go of his feelings for the two of them. Chapter 100. Let's get a divorce. Perhaps, as someone said, every gift that fate bestows actually comes with a hidden price tag. Nothing comes without effort. Don't squander your life. There's no such thing as a free lunch. The best way to live is to be down to earth and earnest in your efforts, and to face life with seriousness. Otherwise, there will inevitably be a price to pay. Therefore, the happiness he thought he had obtained back then was nothing but a mirage. Now, whether it's for a man's pride or for, Fan has made up his mind to confront his wife. He isn't going to wait any longer. What? They've already left. Back at the Hilden Hotel, Fan frowned as he inquired at the front desk. Yes. After what happened before, he could naturally guess that Xiao Yun'er also lived here. Unexpectedly, the other party left with his son so quickly. Is it an inability to face oneself? Or is it fear of being pointed at and gossiped about by people in the hotel? Fan, we don't know. After standing there in silence for a while, just as he was about to turn around and leave, he heard a ding sound, and his phone in his pocket received a message. Normally, Fan wouldn't care about this at all, since there are so many spam text messages on phones these days. But for some reason, he had a vague feeling that the text message was likely sent by his wife. He subconsciously took it out and looked at it, and sure enough, it was Xiao Yun'er's contact name. But when he read the message, a strange smile appeared on his lips. It seemed like sadness, it seemed like relief, but it was more like a deep disdain. That's right. The message simply contains 2 sentences. Husband, I don't love you anymore. Let's get a divorce. Honestly, Fan really wanted to laugh at that moment. Do they still need a divorce? All he wanted to do was find a secluded spot and have a good, unrestrained laugh. How ridiculous. A woman who just a few days ago kept saying she loved me and didn't want to ruin her family is now saying she doesn't love me anymore and wants a divorce. But Fan's face was expressionless at this moment, showing neither resentment nor sadness, as if nothing had happened. He stuffed the phone back into his pocket, showing no intention of taking it back. He turned and walked towards the elevator. Fan, remember this. Never hate anyone. The person you should hate the most is yourself. It's because you're not ruthless enough, you only act on your own whims and talk the talk, that you give others the opportunity to hurt you time and time again. Remember, it was you who gave them the opportunity. No one knew that Fan was screaming wildly inside at that moment. If his previous problems hadn't been suppressed, Fan might have gone crazy long ago. It's not that he no longer cares about Xiao Yun'er because she brought up divorce. The key point is that no one could accept the feeling of having their male dignity trampled on like this. Silence, a long, long silence. Once he got back to his room, Fan immediately pulled the covers over his head and fell into a deep sleep. 3 days later, after stabilizing the important figure's condition, he left Tianhang City and hadn't interacted with anyone much since. The grandfather and grandson were very worried about this, believing it was caused by problems between the couple. But the two of them also understood that no one could persuade them about such family matters. I just hope He Fan can come to terms with it. Has He Fan returned to Donghai City? Obviously not. He didn't take his wife's request for a divorce to heart at all. After all, no one knew better than him that there was already a long-standing. Right now, He Fan's top priority is his health, so he has to go back to his hometown to figure out some things. He Fan believed that there should be clues among his father's belongings. It was nearly 10 p.m. when we got back to Chaoyang Town from Tianheng City. The sky was already pitch black. Even families who have worked hard all day have already eaten dinner and fallen asleep. Yes, small towns like this are different from cities. In first or second-tier cities, or even county towns, the nightlife hasn't even really started yet. As He Fan stepped onto the main road home, his mood improved considerably. As the old house came into view, he even felt his steps become much lighter. Huh? What's that? But when He Fan looked into the distance, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He was shocked to see a dark figure sneaking towards his house. It seemed that after pushing the door and finding it wouldn't open, it slipped away and started climbing the wall. Seeing this, He Fan immediately understood that the guy was definitely not a good person. Joke. Even if my own sister forgets her keys when she comes home, she wouldn't climb over the wall, right? This person is typical. He's either a scoundrel or a thief. He didn't bother to shout and immediately strode towards his home. He had just taken out his key and opened the door when he arrived at the door, thinking he was about to catch the thief red-handed. Unexpectedly, a mournful howl that was not human-like suddenly came from the courtyard, followed by an unusually fierce bark. It's a Straggulus. It was only then that He Fan remembered that there was a guard dog at home. Although the little guy was still a puppy snuggling in the girl's arms when he left last time, he should have grown up by now, after these past few months. After all, dogs are different from humans, and their growth cycle is definitely not very long. Even a few-month-old guard dog can definitely hold its own against a young man in his 20s, and might even have the upper hand. That thief is probably in big trouble. With a strange smile playing on his lips, He Fan walked in unhurriedly. Smack. He raised his hand and turned on the large light at the entrance of the courtyard, and the scene inside was revealed before his eyes. At that moment, a young man with a sleazy appearance, who looked to be in his 30s, was running around the yard wailing and screaming. Fortunately, He Fan's family lived at the east end of the town, and there weren't many other families around. Otherwise, with that voice, a whole bunch of people would have already come looking for the thief. The most interesting thing is, hanging from that person's buttocks was a dark, shadowy shape, about 1 or 2 feet long. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be none other than their own guard dog, Huang Chi. It was currently biting the other person's buttocks tightly, like treating prey, its 4 claws frantically scratching at the person's legs, drawing blood from them. Well done. He Fan grinned when he saw this. I didn't expect the little guy to be so clever. He didn't make a sound when the other person tried to push open the door or climb over the wall, but he successfully ambushed the other person once they entered the yard. In the chaos, the young man realized he couldn't shake off the vicious dog's bites. Seeing He Fan turn on the yard lights and push open the door to enter, he frantically cried for help. He Fan, please make your dog let go. I'm begging you. He was wincing in pain as he spoke. His eyes were filled with fear. It's obvious that this person knows He Fan. Of course, judging from He Fan's expression of watching the show with his arms crossed, he must be quite familiar with this sleazy young man. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have asked for help knowing he was the owner of the yard. Chapter 101 Kidnapping. You scoundrel, when did you get back to Chaoyang Town? What do you want by barging into my house in the middle of the night? Seeing that the other party was running towards him, He Fan snorted and asked. Lazy, whose real name was He Gaoshan. In some ways, they are also related to He Fan's family. It's a pity this guy never learned anything good from a young age. Not only does he hang out with a bunch of good-for-nothing guys in town all the time, but he also frequently harasses this family's young lady today and seduces that family's young wife tomorrow. He's a real cancer in Chaoyang Town. Because of this, his family has been the subject of much gossip and criticism from their neighbors in town. Even 3 years ago, his parents were so angered by Lazy that they died. From that time on, this guy disappeared from Chaoyang town. Some say that he has reformed and gone to work outside because he angered his parents to death. Some people say that this guy couldn't make it in his hometown of Chaoyang town, so he went to other places to cause trouble for others. But whether it's true or false, no one knows. In short, I haven't seen him in town for the past 2 or 3 years. What Fan didn't expect was that, when the two met again, it was under these circumstances. Damn it. I don't have time for this now. You better get your dog off me right now. Otherwise, I'll be eating dog meat sooner or later. Lazy didn't answer him at all, but instead spoke in a threatening tone. He charged straight at Fan. Huangqi, come back. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a clear voice came from the room. Then Mei Wenxi opened the door and ran to Fan's side. Brother, you're back? Her tone was full of surprise, and she immediately hugged his arm. The moment the girl appeared, Lazy, who had been howling like a banshee, suddenly stared wide-eyed, seemingly forgetting the pain in his buttocks, and his eyes almost popped out of his head as he stared intently at Wenxi. His eyes were filled with lewd intent. Upon seeing this, Fan was immediately enraged. Damn, it seems this guy didn't come into my house to steal anything. If he's not mistaken, the other party is probably after his sister, right? That makes sense, though. Mei Wenxi is exceptionally beautiful, even surpassing his wife in looks. In the entire Chaoyang town, she is the most beautiful, so it's not surprising that she attracts attention. But that's my own sister. How could Fan tolerate Lazy daring to make a move on her? While he was furious inside, he couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. Thank goodness. Thank goodness I came back today. Otherwise, Huangqi, a mere half-grown puppy, might not have been able to withstand the opponent's methods. If he succeeds, then my sister. You scoundrel, you're asking for it. Fan's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he was about to step forward and beat this guy up. He even secretly made up his mind. Either send this guy straight to jail, or secretly use some means to confiscate his tools of the crime. Brother, no. It seemed the two were fighting, and Wenxi quickly grabbed him tightly. Her voice trembled slightly as she said, "This is only the first time Lazy has come here to do something bad. We're neighbors, so please let him off this time. If you accidentally kill or injure him, it might cause a huge disaster. It's not worth it for someone like that." It's clear that the girl is genuinely worried that Fan might go too far. That's just how society is now. No matter how right someone is, if they do something illegal, they're unlikely to have a good ending. That's reality. Whether the bad guys ultimately receive the punishment they deserve is no longer important. The puppy Huangqi was very clever. When its owner called it, it let go of the mouth and scurried to her feet. The way it wags its tail is almost as powerful as an electric fan. Unfortunately, it remained aloof and indifferent towards its male owner, Fan. Although I wouldn't target him specifically, I'm still unwilling to get too close to him. Fan, you just wait. Seemingly sensing the other party's hostile actions, and seeing that the dog that had been biting his but was gone, Lazy Gaoshan uttered a harsh threat, and then slunk away. Why do you want me to let him go? If you don't take him down with one blow, he'll probably cause you a lot of trouble in the future. Feeling Mei Wenxi holding his arm tightly, Fan frowned, his face full of confusion, unable to break free. Yes, he's right. The best way to deal with someone like Lazy is to take him down quickly. Either beat him until he's scared, or send him straight to the police station. Otherwise, you'll have a lot of trouble in the future. Fan didn't believe when she didn't understand this principle. After all, in his memory, this seemingly weak girl in front of him had a much stronger and more resolute character than many men. It's fine. Mei Wenxi didn't explain anything, and simply pulled Fan into the house. Brother, I just finished cooking and was about to have a late-night snack. It's perfect that you're back. You can try my cooking. Don't let those worries spoil your mood. She spoke with such tenderness, just like a newlywed wife showing off her superb culinary skills to her husband. Damn it, what bad luck. I finally found an opportunity, but Fan ruined it. Just wait. Mei Wenxi will be mine sooner or later. I really don't understand how such a beautiful woman could be hiding in Chaoyang town, and she's over 20 and still not married. When I get tired of her in the future, I'll give her to Brother Leopard. In the future, won't they be able to get whatever they want in the entire Donghai city? Good, let's do it this way. He Gaoshan walked along, rubbing his buttocks and cursing, but his eyes were full of evil intent. It's clear that this guy has been eyeing Mei Wincy for quite some time now. Unfortunately, they were just out of luck. They ran into He Fan just as they were about to make their move. Given his personality, how could he give up so easily? His mind raced, and one insidious and wicked idea after another popped into his head, pushing the line between shamelessness and utter depravity to its absolute limit. Just as this guy was walking and daydreaming, he suddenly heard the screech of a car screeching to a halt. Erlazy looked up in astonishment, only to see a Mercedes-Benz 600 parked in front of him. As the car door opened, several burly men in suits quickly got out. Before he could even react, they covered his mouth, swiftly lifted him into the car, and drove away in the blink of an eye. Perhaps it was hidden by the pitch-black night, or perhaps the townspeople were used to going to bed early, but no one noticed from beginning to end that a kidnapping had just occurred on this very road. Of course, even if someone sees it, if they knew the person arrested was the scoundrel He Gaoshan, they would almost certainly pretend they didn't see it. Chapter 102 Xiao Miao is not your son. Brother, try this. Mei Wincy happily picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and placed it in her brother's bowl. Her eyes seemed to be shining, full of gentle tenderness, something He Fan had never seen before in his life. I was somewhat moved, but I immediately suppressed it with reason. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect your cooking skills to get better and better. He Fan smiled brightly and immediately picked it up and began to savor it slowly. But he dared not look at the other person again. He knew very well that, before you've resolved your own issues, it's best not to involve your sister. Feeling excited is fine, but acting on it is not. If they get involved in those messy things, they might encounter danger. This is something I absolutely do not want to see. Eat a few more pieces. Seeing that He Fan was eating with relish, Wincy kept putting more food into his bowl, while she watched from the side with her eyes narrowed into crescent moons and a satisfied expression on her face. You eat too. With a gentle smile, He Fan nodded. But he never made eye contact with the other person, as if he was intentionally avoiding it. By the way, it's so late. Why are you cooking so much food? If I hadn't happened to come back, would you have been able to finish it all? He picked up a piece of pork rib and put it in his mouth, then asked a question incoherently. This. The question came as a surprise, and a hint of panic flashed in Mei Wincy's eyes. That's really true. After receiving the news of her brother's return, she was so happy that she prepared all the food in advance, but forgot to have a late-night snack. She had obviously made too much food. But it doesn't matter. Judging from his expression, he was probably just asking casually, right? A flicker of nervousness crossed her eyes, but she forced herself to remain calm and playfully punched his arm, feigning displeasure. What's wrong? Can't I cook more food when I'm home alone? Brother, do you think I'm too wasteful and spending too much of the family's money? No, I was just asking. He Fan, who had only asked the question casually, didn't notice her change in expression at all. Upon hearing her say that, he quickly shook his head. For a moment, the brother and sister chatted and laughed as they enjoyed the delicious food in a warm and cozy atmosphere, as if they had returned to the close and intimate times of the past. I don't know when it started, but a bottle of baijiu, Chinese liquor, appeared on the table. He Fan remembered very clearly that this bottle of Mao was the one his father had kept hidden for many years. Although the old man loved wine, he had never been willing to drink it. But unexpectedly, whence he found out about it today? Perhaps the heartwarming scene just now stirred up their emotions. Or perhaps He Fan had been feeling down lately and wanted to numb his discomfort by drinking. Anyway, the two of them started drinking together without even realizing it. After a few rounds of drinks, Mei Wincy asked, her tongue a little thick. Brother, how are you and sister-in-law doing now? What else can I do? She's seeing someone else, so what? What does she care what I think? Perhaps it was because the alcohol only made her more upset, but He Fan, who was already a little drunk, blurted out what was on his mind. She really cheated on me? Seemingly still retaining her last vestiges of consciousness, Mei Wincy suddenly widened her eyes and asked. He Fan wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that she seemed pleasantly surprised. No, we never caught her red-handed. But now, Now we can confirm that she definitely has another man outside. It seems like I've been holding it in for too long, and it's hard to find the right person to confide in. Now, in front of his most trusted younger sister, He-fan has finally opened his heart. Feeling a little dizzy from drinking, He-fan stammered as he recounted everything that had happened during this period. This includes the unusual things that happened to Xiao Yuner, her several nights away from home, and even the incident that happened a few days ago in Tianheng City, where he almost strangled his wife to death while catching her in adultery. Fine. It's unclear whether it was out of apprehension or a sliver of reason. However, He-fan did not tell Mei Wincy about his own illness. You tell me, in this situation, my brother didn't tell her about divorce. That's all because of our years of friendship. But what about her? She actually took the initiative to tell my brother she wanted a divorce. Seemingly still harboring resentment about this matter, He-fan said with a sour expression, his eyes glazed with drunkenness. Bang! Seemingly enraged, Mei Wincy slammed her hand on the table and shouted, "Brother, a woman like this, we can't keep her. We have to get a divorce. We absolutely have to get a divorce. You're my brother. How could you let someone cheat on you?" Despite being heavily intoxicated, Mei Wincy spoke with remarkable clarity. "Hey, don't mention that. Let's have another drink." He-fan was so drunk that he couldn't even tell who was sitting across from him. He picked up his glass and downed it in one gulp, muttering to himself, "Anyway, she's not mine anymore. Even if I'm being cuckolded, now it's me putting the cuckold's hat on someone else. If it weren't for, because that despicable woman I would have kicked her out long ago." At this point, He-fan seemed to be unable to hold his liquor and slumped head first onto the table. It must be said that the brother and sister had hardly ever touched alcohol since they were young. Now that he almost finished a pound of liquor, it's normal for He-fan to get drunk. Then, loud snoring began. Brother, what do you mean? What do you mean she's not yours anymore?" I don't know if I was startled by a certain remark, or if I was never really drunk. The moment He-fan collapsed, Mei Wincy's eyes suddenly cleared up, and she quickly grabbed He-fan's hand, shaking it, and urging him to answer her questions. Stop fooling around." Unexpectedly, although He-fan was drunk, he still had strength and forcefully flung her hand aside. He then turned his head and continued to lie on the table, falling into a deep sleep. Seeing his expression, Mei Wincy slowly sat up straight. His previously hazy eyes instantly became crystal clear. She stared at her brother's face with a complicated expression, gently stroked it with her delicate hand, and said softly, "Brother, I know you haven't confronted her yet, all for Xiao Miao's sake. But do you know, brother, Xiao Miao isn't your son at all. That woman, Xiao Yuner, has been lying to you all along. But don't worry, whoever it is, since they dared to make you suffer like this, your sister will make them pay the price sooner or later." As she spoke, she gently pressed her beautiful face against his and murmured, "Brother, don't worry. Even if you lose the whole world in the future, Xiaoxi will always stand by your side, even in death. Xiao Yuner doesn't cherish you, but Xiaoxi never will. What's meant for you, Xiaoxi will repay you 1,000-fold in the future." Chapter 103. Last night, drunk? The night was hazy, with the morning star and the waning moon. Seemingly shy by the beauty of the world, the crescent moon was suddenly veiled in a layer of red, a truly delightful sight. When He-fan woke up the next day, he looked around with a slightly confused expression. "It looks very familiar. I can tell at a glance that this is a room in my old house. But didn't I drink with Xiaoxi last night? It seems that, in the end, I was so drunk that I was completely unconscious. How did she, a young girl, manage to get herself back to her room while drunk?" He shook his head violently, finally managing to clear his head a bit. He habitually lifted the thin blanket, intending to get up and wash up, but his gaze was drawn to the wrinkled sheets beneath him. No way. Could it be? He-fan looked surprised, and his expression immediately became extremely complicated. No wonder our ancestors said that getting drunk is the easiest way to get into trouble. Now look what's happened. This is definitely troublesome. Smack. He slapped himself hard, a sudden feeling of guilt welling up inside him. That's Wenxin. How could he? Just as He Fan thought he had taken advantage of Mei Wenxi while drunk, the girls suddenly stormed in angrily. "Brother, aren't you getting up? Look what happened. Last night, I cut my hand with a bottle while trying to get you back to bed. I don't care. You have to make me breakfast today." Mei Wenxi put one hand on her hip and raised the middle finger of her other hand high, her face full of dissatisfaction and resentment. He Fan, looking at the other person's fingers wrapped in gauze, and then back at the bed sheet resembling blooming plum blossoms, he suddenly felt like his brain wasn't working properly. Could it be that I didn't do anything to Mei Wenxi last night? But being a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, he still has a good understanding of some things. He Fan carefully examined his sister, and only when he saw that she was still graceful and agile, and seemed to be without any abnormalities, did he breathe a long sigh of relief. It turns out, it was all a misunderstanding. Okay, it's all my fault. Why don't you go back to sleep for a while? I'll make you breakfast today." Upon realizing he hadn't done anything wrong, He Fan immediately perked up. He jumped out of bed, patted the little girl's head, and dashed into the bathroom. Just as He Fan left, Mei Wenxi, who had been full of vigor, suddenly turned pale. She glanced shyly at the wrinkled sheets, then stepped forward, pulled them out, and turned to walk out of the room. "Brother, the sheets are dirty. Let me take them to wash them for you," Wenxi said, as if afraid that He Fan would find out something. From the restroom came He Fan's incoherent muttering. "It's a pity he's busy right now. If He Fan were still here, he would notice that the girl's walking posture was a little strange. Honestly, it's not He Fan's fault for being careless." However, he forgot that although his identity as a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner allowed him to see some things, Mei Wenxi had been influenced by the He family since childhood, and as a graduate of a medical school, her knowledge was probably no less than his. The only thing missing is perhaps the He family's traditions that they don't understand. If Wenxi wanted to lie to him about something, it wouldn't be difficult for her. Of course, sometimes it's good to be a little oblivious. He Fan only stayed in his hometown for 3 or 4 days this time. After searching through his father's belongings but finding nothing, he bid farewell to his sister Wenxi and embarked on his journey home in disappointment. However, although He Fan couldn't find any information about his illness in the past few days, he managed to hide some of his family's valuable heirlooms. In particular, he secretly hid away those ancient prescriptions and medical books. This is not an attempt to guard against Mei Wenxi. Rather, He Fan was afraid of being targeted in the future, which could potentially bring danger to the girl. Prevention is better than cure. Honestly, in the past few days, he had tried more than once to persuade his sister to leave with him. "Even if they come with me to the East China Sea, it's still much better than being stuck alone in a small place like Chiang Town." He didn't want to ruin the other person's life. "And I certainly don't want anything to happen to it in the future because of me." Although the East China Sea was equally dangerous, at least in his own presence, he was somewhat confident he could ensure the other party's safety. Unfortunately, Mei Wenxi has a very stubborn personality. "No matter what, I absolutely will not leave." The excuse is simple. This is where she grew up, where her brother grew up, and where she will inevitably return in the future. If she leaves, the house will be desolate. In the future, people will have nowhere to return, and their souls will have nowhere to go. That would be the greatest tragedy. So no matter what, she has to stay here and protect everyone's home, and she can't just stand by and watch it fall into ruin. Faced with his sister's harsh words, what else could He Fan say? You should know that this is something that only a descendant of the He family should be doing. He never imagined that a girl would have to take responsibility, which made him feel utterly ashamed. But this also gave him an idea. Upon returning to Donghai City, He Fan was determined to resolve the matter quickly. He couldn't let a girl waste her future youth here. "What? You've asked He Fan for a divorce?" Chen Xinyue, who had just finished get off work, was forcibly dragged to a private room in a quiet bar by Xiao Yun'er. She was initially ashamed to see him because of what had happened before. But after hearing the woman in front of him say these words, he was immediately shocked. Others may not know, but because of Xiao Yun'er's best friend, she knows how good He Fan is to his wife. He even envied her to the point that he hoped the woman in front of him would divorce her, so that he might have a chance to take her place. Those were all thoughts from the past. Chen Xinyue has now given up on them. In her opinion, He Fan and Xiao Yuner were a match made in heaven, and no matter who interfered, they could not be separated. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yuner suddenly told her that she wanted a divorce. To be honest, Chen Xinyue was a little confused. But more than anything, she was worried about her best friend's irrationality. How could you bring up divorce? How could you divorce He Fan? Putting aside the fact that you two already have a child, do you know how many women envy and are jealous of how good and considerate He Fan is to you? She was quite agitated, almost jumping up and down to shout. What? Xiao Yuner sighed softly, her face full of bitterness. She knew all along what her best friend Chen Xinyue had said. No woman knew better than He Fan you whether she was outstanding or not. Chapter 104 He Fan's Morbid View of Love. Although the other party doesn't have any great skills, he can earn several $100,000 a year by running a clinic, which already puts him ahead of 80% of men. Moreover, he doesn't smoke or drink, and he doesn't belong in any messy social circles or have any unreliable friends. My heart is completely devoted to my family. Her daily life is basically a routine between home and work, so she shouldn't worry too much. Add to that his decent looks and gentle demeanor, and he'd probably be the dream lover of many women. Honestly, although many people thought that her marriage to He Fan was a step down, and that he was not good enough for a rich and beautiful woman like her, but only Xiao Yuner herself knew that she was the one who had truly struck gold. But now, life has played a cruel trick on us. How could she not be heartbroken to have lost such a wonderful man? Xiao Yuner longed to turn back and return to their happy life together. But she understood even more clearly that at this point, she no longer had the choice to make a decision. I don't know when it started. She completely lost the man who had always been devoted to her. New Moon. If I'm not mistaken, there was a time when you really wanted me to get a divorce so you could find an opportunity to be with He Fan, right? A hint of sadness flashed deep in her eyes, and she suddenly spoke with a strange expression. Gah! Feeling awkward after her best friend's sudden remark, Chen Xinyue froze on the spot, her face flushed, unsure of what to do. After all, what the other party said was true, and there was no way for me to deny it. Where is it? Feeling somewhat ashamed, Chen Xinyue stammered. Xiao Yuner ignored her and continued speaking calmly to herself. Do you know why I've never been worried about anything even though I knew about this? That's because I know that He Fan may come from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, and he has ideas that are out of step with modern society. Even in this open era, he has always adhered to ancient customs. Call him old-fashioned or feudal, but when it comes to relationships, He Fan has an almost obsessive fastidiousness about purity. At this point, she glanced at her best friend, seemingly casually, and continued. And as far as I know, during his years in college, He Fan not only rarely interacted with girls, but he didn't even have many friends. Of course, it's not that he's not good enough. In fact, many beautiful girls wanted to pursue him, but He Fan rejected them all. At first I thought he was a loner, or that he was a child of the stars. But after I got to know him better, I realized that He Fan chose to close himself off emotionally because he saw the openness of modern society and found he couldn't fit in. At this point, she gave a self-deprecating laugh. Then, how did you end up together with him? And I didn't see any of the signs that He Fan showed, as you described? After a slight hesitation, Chen Xinyue couldn't help but ask. She understood what the other person meant, and she also knew that for someone like He Fan, the current social situation was a nightmare. To put it nicely, the other party is aloof. To put it bluntly, they're feudal. And this is precisely the kind of target that most women choose to relentlessly pursue. In short, in the eyes of many women, He Fan is just sick. Given Xiao Yuner's outstanding qualities, how could she possibly have fallen for He Fan? She didn't understand. She really didn't understand. Hee, that's because we were both innocent and pure back then and had never dated a boyfriend. We were also more accepting of his outlook on life, which is why we were able to get together. With deep pride on her face, Xiao Yuner said with a hint of smugness. You're a pervert too. Seemingly sensing the sarcasm in the other person's words, Chen Xinyue couldn't help but roll her eyes and retorted sarcastically without any politeness. What the hell is this era? Most men and women get along well and break up if they don't. Cohabitation before marriage is almost commonplace. Pure love? What is that? These days, who cares whether someone is clean or not? However, from these words, she finally understood what Xiao Yuner meant. So even if the other party divorces He Fan still wouldn't want her, a woman who has had many relationships and is no longer clean. Holy crap, where did this outdated thinking come from? Chen Xinyue was internally ranting, but she didn't dare say it out loud. Why did she always feel a little guilty when facing Xiao Yuner? Hey, you don't understand. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yuner didn't answer her at all, but instead sighed softly. If I really lose a husband like that, I'm afraid I'll never find one again in my life. A man like He Fan, once he falls in love with someone, it's for life. Priceless treasures are easy to find, but a loving husband is hard to come by. Shouldn't this be a woman's greatest pursuit in life? Xiao Yuner looked dazed and lost in thought. Silence, a long, long silence. After a long while, Chen Xinyue swallowed hard and said with a wry smile, "But you still want to divorce him?" "That's because I suddenly realized I didn't love him anymore." Faced with her best friend's doubts, Xiao Yuner's expression suddenly changed, sweeping away her previous regret and helplessness, and she said in a light and calm tone. It was as if all the tenderness in his eyes had vanished without a trace in an instant. "What? You don't love He Fan anymore?" Chen Xinyue was stunned when she heard this answer. "Does this woman in front of me even know what I'm saying? Do you really think you're stupid? Didn't you see the regret and resentment in her eyes just now? And the tenderness that almost overflows in his eyes every time He Fan is mentioned? Something's not right. Something's definitely not right. Xiao Yuner's actions are too contradictory." Chen Xinyue immediately perked up and quickly grabbed her best friend, saying, "Yuner, you just said it yourself. It's not easy for a woman to meet a good man in her life. Don't do anything foolish, lest you regret it later." At this point, seemingly afraid the other party wouldn't listen, he quickly gave an example. Take Sister Wang from our station, for example. She divorced her husband in a fit of pique, but as soon as she got the divorce certificate, another woman stole her man away. Now she's all alone with the child. How pitiful. Even if she wanted to turn back, there's no chance at all now. Chen Xinyue went on and on, offering heartfelt advice, as if she were afraid her only best friend would suffer a loss. Honestly, at this moment, she was genuinely advising Xiao Yuner. After all, marriage is not easy, and she was afraid that her sisters would make a decision they would regret for the rest of their lives. Huh? That's strange. Aren't best friends usually the ones who advise each other to break up? Why are you trying to reconcile like a male friend? Watching her speak with such fervor, Xiao Yuner suddenly asked curiously. Well, Chen Xinyue was stunned and stood there dumbfounded when she was asked that question. Chapter 105 Exploitation. Testing. Fishing in Troubled Waters. After a long pause, he remained silent and said, Xiao Yuner, do you know where your focus lies? You don't think all best friends can't stand seeing their friends together, do you? Do you know how much that hurt my feelings as your best friend? As she spoke, she made a gesture reminiscent of Shishir clutching her heart, her face full of resentment. His funny expression almost made Xiao Yuner burst out laughing. Stop fooling around. Let's get down to business. She lightly punched the other person, her expression turning somber again. Okay, then I don't mind telling you that, as your best friend, I would have definitely advised you to get a divorce back then. There's nothing I can do. My best friend has also fallen for my man. A fake friendship can't compare to the allure of a good man. Whether intentionally sarcastic or speaking her mind, Chen Xinyue simply shrugged and said, half-jokingly, but things are different now. Anyway, He Fan doesn't respect my views, and my sisters aren't interested in that old-fashioned guy anymore. In that case, I might as well advise you two to continue enjoying your pure love and stop harming other people. Get out of my way. Seeing her long-winded and arrogant manner, Xiao Yuner rolled her eyes and gently pinched the other person's waist. Oh no, you've murdered your best friend. Chen Xinyue twisted away from her claws and exclaimed in feigned surprise. Xiao Yuner wasn't stupid. Of course she could tell that her best friend was just trying to make her happy. But she was in a very complicated mood at the moment and had no desire to play around with him. The smile on Chen Xinyue's face gradually disappeared, and after a moment of silence, she sighed. Actually, I won't hide it from you anymore. After that incident at the Emperor Hotel, my sister was careless and almost got you into trouble. Now I feel guilty, and of course I want Yinner to be doing well. Honestly, he Fanren is really great. It's hard to find a man like him these days. I hope you'll think it over carefully, sister." After she finished speaking, she looked at the other person seriously and said in a solemn tone, "Sister, trust me. If the two of you haven't done anything that crosses the line, never get a divorce over something trivial." It's clear that she spoke from the bottom of her heart, without a trace of falsehood. Chun Xinyue, feeling guilty, failed to notice the strange look in the other person's eyes. "Sai? Actually, I don't want a divorce at all. After all, we have a child together, and if we divorce, it will be Xiao Miao who suffers." Xiao Yun'er sighed softly, and then suddenly said, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally, "Unfortunately, a few days ago, I took my child to Tianhang City to visit a friend. Just as I was seeing her off, my husband caught us. He thought I was cheating on him and almost strangled me in front of many people." When she said these words, her voice was filled with deep grievance. I almost burst into tears on the spot. Bang! What? Such a thing exists. How dare he Fan do this? This is domestic violence. It's unforgivable. Upon hearing this, Chen Xinyue, who had been offering kind advice, immediately became furious. This is a matter of principle. As a woman, she empathized deeply. Women can tolerate any kind of mistake a man makes, but domestic violence is something they absolutely cannot accept. Divorce. We must get a divorce. I never expected that he Fan, who seemed so gentle and refined, would actually learn the tricks of a scumbag. Domestic violence? This is absolutely intolerable. Chun Xinyue waved her hand and said with a very decisive expression, "Where's the old man who used to earnestly persuade Xiao Yun'er not to get a divorce?" "No, I regret bringing up divorce," Xiao Yun'er said pitifully, as if her previous insistence was all an act. Where's he Fan now? I'm going to teach him a lesson." Blinded by rage, Chen Xinyue no longer cared what Xiao Yun'er thought. She said angrily, seemingly intending to cause trouble for the other party, "I don't know. I haven't seen my husband come home for many days." Xiao Yun'er said, her face full of grievance and on the verge of tears. I've been a reporter for so many years. I have a network of connections. I don't believe that guy can run to Mars." After saying that, he stormed off in a huff. It's unclear whether her agitation stemmed from a sense of indebtedness to Xiao Yun'er or from a genuine, deep hatred for abusive men. Judging from Chun Xinyue's appearance, she'll probably cause trouble once she finds he Fan. Chun Xinyue suddenly left, leaving only Xiao Yun'er in the private room. She slowly composed herself, her delicate brows furrowing involuntarily. Honestly, Xiao Yun'er didn't know if she could stir up trouble again by taking advantage of Chen Xinyue's sense of indebtedness, hoping to fish in troubled waters and achieve her goal of not divorcing her husband. After all, I know the other person's personality well, and I understand that girl's unreasonable and irrational methods. Maybe it will have a surprising effect. As for where their relationship will go after Chen Xinyue realizes what's happening, but now that things have come to this, she can't care about that anymore. After all, I already sent the text message, but my husband still hasn't replied. It is obvious that either he Fan wasn't planning on getting a divorce and was intimidated by her feigned retreat, or he had made up his mind to divorce her. In this situation, she had no choice but to fight with her back against the wall. "Honey, don't blame me. I did this because I wanted to win you back. He's already left, and he definitely won't be coming back to the East China Sea anytime soon. I just hope that our family can return to the happy times we used to have." Xiao Yun'er murmured to herself, a hint of anticipation deep in her eyes. Squeak! With a slight sound of the door being pushed open, a woman dressed in elegant attire walked in. The woman slowly walked to Xiao Yun'er's side and gently pulled her into her arms. He sighed softly and said, "Silly girl, it was all your parents' fault back then. And you, why were you so devoted to he Fan?" As she spoke, her eyes were brimming with tears. "Mom, I'm fine." Xiao Yun'er seemed completely unsurprised by her mother Li Hongmei's arrival. She leaned gently against him, enjoying the long-lost warmth, and shook her head, her words seemingly without any hint of blame. However, what Xiao Yun'er was really thinking is probably a matter of opinion. Wouldn't my daughter be upset? How could she? If it's not strange, Why has she only visited her parents' home a handful of times over the years? If it weren't for her, why would she have harbored so many complaints about her husband and her husband for so many years? As a mother, Li Hongmei naturally knows her daughter very well. But what could she say? He could only use more force in his arms to hold Xiao Yuner even tighter. Ultimately, Xiao Yuner was extremely vulnerable at this moment. After all, the exposure of her affair and her husband's absence from home had already left her exhausted. The fact that she hasn't collapsed by now shows how strong she is. Chapter 106, Xiao Yuner's True Colors. By the way, Xiaoyun, aren't you afraid that Xinyue will be unhappy if she finds out that you're using her so openly? After a long while, Li Hongmei suddenly spoke up and asked. It wouldn't be considered taking advantage of them. Xiao Yuner shook her head upon hearing this, and said in a calm tone, I told her the truth from beginning to end. At most, I just concealed some things. But compared to what she did to me, this is nothing at all. Besides, even if she's unhappy, so what? She still has to put up with it. Hey, what are you after anyway? He fan-treated you like that, yet you still won't give up. Do I have to risk your life before I can truly give up? With tears in her eyes, Zhao's mother said with heartache. Mom, you don't understand. A bitter smile appeared on Xiao Yuner's lips, and she sighed inwardly. I can't bear to part with my husband. Honestly, in Xiao Yuner's opinion, Fan must have been blinded by anger to have treated her that way before. If he had even a shred of reason left, he would never have done that to himself. To others, this might seem like her own inexplicable self-confidence, but Xiao Yuner preferred to believe it was true. Of course, there are reasons why she would think that way. For example, before, when Fan was about to strangle him, he actually stopped because his son only cried a little. What does this tell us? This shows that her husband had not completely lost his mind. He was just momentarily confused, which is why he almost killed her. He still loves children. And certainly, I love myself. If she can confirm this, she will still have a chance to salvage everything. The only thing that's giving Xiao Yuner a headache right now is how to make her husband understand that he misunderstood her about that scene he saw. Indeed, that was a misunderstanding. But after recalling the events, Xiao Yuner suddenly realized that her actions at the time were indeed a bit rash, and she had completely forgotten to avoid suspicion. To others, it looks like you're holding a child and kissing someone else. That's just how the world is. Regardless of whether something is true or false, most people subconsciously believe everything they see. And Fan, naturally, was no exception. So after that incident, Xiao Yuner did not choose to explain. Because she knew very well. In the eyes of many, an explanation is just a cover-up, which makes it even harder for people to believe it. Instead of painstakingly explaining, it would be better to take a step back and look for a suitable opportunity to reconcile. You could say it was a case of being put in a do-or-die situation and then surviving. Of course, if it were an ordinary man, Xiao Yuner believed that with her wisdom and skills, she would have a 99% chance of winning him over. Unfortunately, Fan was different. It's not that he's much smarter than others. The key issue is his personality and values, which he has developed over the years, and they are very troublesome. Clearly, lying is not the way to resolve someone's grievances. That's why Xiao Yuner thought of using unconventional methods to have Chen Xinyue cause some trouble first, hoping that once her husband's thinking was disrupted, she might be able to find a chance to reconcile. Although, that hope is extremely slim. But it's much better than when my husband comes home and immediately asks for a divorce. At the very least, it gives me some time. Given enough time, Xiao Yuner is confident she can win him back. Of course, she wasn't unaware that she might ultimately fail. But now, Xiao Yuner has no way out. Or rather, she never had a way out. Otherwise, she wouldn't have kept it a secret from her husband for years, trying every means to maintain the stability of the family. Because Xiao Yuner knew very well that the only man in the world who was truly and wholeheartedly good to her. If she misses out on him, she probably won't find a man like him again in her life. I'm afraid my future life will only be spent in regret and pain. That was definitely not what she wanted. This is why Xiao Yuner has always preferred to swallow her anger and remain humble whenever Fan discovers something amiss. However, man proposes, God disposes. Although she has arranged everything, she is still unsure how it will end. Everything is now up to fate. Nestled in her mother's arms, Xiao Yuner gazed unsteadily out the window. It seemed that a familiar face was smiling at him from there. It has to be said, Xiao Yuner has finally changed. She is actually an absolutely intelligent woman. She only ever showed people her gentle and virtuous side, never revealing what the real Xiao Yuner was like. It's like a tigress that has sheathed its claws. Although they usually seem docile, once their true colors are revealed. The scariest thing is that she always seems to know what she wants. In order to achieve her wish, she disregarded her parents' objections and the strange looks from many people, and as a rich and beautiful woman, she resolutely married the ordinary He Fan. Later, due to some unspeakable matters, she chose to hide it from her husband, which led to the birth of Xiao He Miao. However, in the years following her marriage, Xiao Yuner was adept at navigating social situations and always managed to maintain control over her marriage and family, without any unexpected incidents occurring. However, some unexpected events have occurred recently, which caught her off guard and made her look somewhat flustered and momentarily at a loss. But it happened so suddenly that it was completely outside her consideration. If given enough time, it might be possible to get through this smoothly. Yes, although Xiao Yuner appears to be pure, beautiful, gentle, and virtuous on the surface. But in the end, that was just something he deliberately put on in front of He Fan in order to maintain the balance of a certain line. In terms of cunning and scheming, she surpasses many women her age. Once they set their minds to something, someone like Chen Xinyue is simply no match for them. Even the wisest person must eventually face reality. Although Xiao Yuner tried everything she could, some things were completely beyond her expectations, and the final outcome was left to fate. But in any case, Chen Xinyue, who was manipulated by Xiao Yuner, did indeed bring some trouble to He Fan, who had just returned to Donghai City. The sun was setting in the west, and it was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. This is why He Fan didn't have a car to drive, and the long-distance bus broke down halfway through the journey, which really delayed him a lot of time. Otherwise, I would have been home long ago. Having just gotten off the bus, feeling a bit hungry, he walked in one direction. If He Fan remembers correctly, there seems to be a restaurant over there that has pretty good food. Although it can't compare to those high-end restaurants, the owner has certain family-inherited skills, especially in making dishes like braised pork and spare ribs, which have their own unique flavor. The restaurant is called Juwei. Chapter 107 Madwoman. He Fan, who often passes by here on his way to work, has also brought his wife and children here and had a few delicious meals at the restaurant. Therefore, I can be considered a regular customer. Soon, the huge signboard, Juwei, came into view. He Fan looked through the glass, and thankfully it was past lunchtime, so there weren't many people in the restaurant. There seemed to be only 2 decent-looking young women who looked travel-worn and had just arrived in Donghai City, and they were having a meal inside. Judging from their ages, they should be about the same age as his wife. However, her appearance is somewhat lacking. There were 3 or 4 dishes in front of the 2 women, and each of them had a suitcase next to them. They were talking and laughing happily. He Fan didn't pay any attention to this. As soon as he stepped into the restaurant, a middle-aged woman greeted him with a smile. "You're here, young man. Welcome. Please come in and have a seat." He Fan recognized the woman. She was the owner of the restaurant. To be precise, this Juwei restaurant is a genuine husband and wife business. Ma'am, don't be so polite. Just give me a plate of braised pork ribs, a plate of stir-fried vegetables, and a plate of rice. He Fan smiled slightly, then found a table and sat down. "All right, please wait a moment, sir." The proprietress recognized his familiar movements and knew he was a regular customer. Her smile widened, and after a polite greeting, she went to the kitchen. Before long, the food was placed on the table at home. That speed was incredibly fast. After all, in small restaurants like this, meat dishes are usually cooked until they are partially cooked so that they can be served quickly after a customer orders them. Therefore, it's not surprising that He Fan was able to eat so quickly. Gently shoveling rice into his mouth, He Fan began to slowly and carefully satisfy his hunger. However, since there were few people in the restaurant, the sound of the 2 women chatting across from me unconsciously reached my ears. At first, He Fan didn't pay much attention to their rambling and gossiping. But when he heard the two girls say that they seemed to have gone to university in Donghai City back then, he was surprised to hear them mention that they had also gone to university in Donghai City. This kind of thing is not unusual, and it didn't attract He-fan's attention. He was focused on enjoying his food and pretended not to hear anything. However, when the two women started talking about a certain topic, He-fan was stunned and couldn't believe that such a thing could actually happen. He just didn't understand. Were all women that crazy? What? Your circle got the news back then too. Of the two women chatting, the thinner one looked surprised. Then her eyes darkened, and she sighed, saying, "Since we sisters can still meet here, it can only mean that we are not destined for the world of the wealthy. I wonder which lucky person has won the opportunity and been given such a big shot." He shook his head repeatedly as he spoke. Nobody can say for sure about these things. Everyone says he's a big shot, but who really knows? The slightly plump woman, on the other hand, didn't seem to care and pursed her lips. Yet, deep in her eyes, a profound sense of regret still lingered. After all, she was a campus beauty back then. Why? He-fan, who was listening to the two women's conversation from the side, couldn't help but sigh when he saw their faces still full of regret after so many years. He really couldn't listen to it anymore. He simply stopped eating, stood up, and waved his hand. "Boss lady, settle the bill." "Here we go." With a loud shout, the proprietress quickly emerged from the kitchen. "Sigh, the world is going to the dogs, and people's hearts have lost their way. I never thought that at this age, he would still regret what he did in the past. I really feel sorry for those two women's husbands." After leaving the restaurant, He-fan let out a long sigh and said helplessly, "Honestly, compared to many women, he suddenly realized that his wife seemed quite good. At the very least, she definitely has nothing to do with such unreliable things. If her actions hadn't truly crossed his bottom line, He-fan probably wouldn't have been willing to completely break up with her. Unfortunately, now that things have come to this point, and he has already used time to get out of this mess, there's no way he'll go back and jump back into the abyss." Strolling along the streets, He-fan had no intention of taking a car back. He just wanted to enjoy the evening scenery of Donghai City. Perhaps soon he will leave this place completely. But He-fan never expected that because of his impulsive decision, he would be caught red-handed by a woman checking surveillance footage at the traffic station, who was driving towards him in a hurry. Yes, Chen Xinyue was, after all, a journalist by training and was familiar with many departments in Donghai City. She made up a random excuse and found He-fan in the traffic police station's surveillance footage. She immediately rushed over in a rage, determined to avenge her best friend's domestic violence. Half an hour later, when He-fan reached the entrance of an alley, he saw a car speeding towards him in the distance. Holy crap again! He was startled and immediately jumped and disappeared into the alley. There's nothing we can do about it. After what happened last time, it's become a conditioned reflex. I'm terrified of being hit by a car. Just as He-fan calmed himself down and was about to peek out to see who was trying to cause him a car accident, he saw the car pull over to the side of the road, and a familiar figure stepped out of it. "Chen Xinyue, what do you want to do?" Having been startled earlier, He-fan immediately walked out with a face full of anger. Yes, he saw it very clearly. The driver in that car was none other than his wife's best friend, Chen Xinyue. He-fan had been thinking that someone was trying to harm him again. "He-fan, it really was you. You scumbag, if you don't give me an explanation today, I'm not finished with you." To He-fan's utter surprise, the other party not only didn't answer him, but instead charged straight at him with eyes blazing with fury. Look at that expression. It's clearly a bad situation, and he's about to scratch himself until his face is covered in bruises. "You crazy woman, what do you want?" Seeing the other party baring its teeth and claws as it approached, He-fan grabbed the outstretched hand, frowned, and shouted in a deep voice. "You actually dared to commit domestic violence against Yun'er. You must apologize today. He-fan, let me tell you, if it weren't for Yun'er's sake, I would have exposed you, you scumbag, online. Then you'd be in deep trouble." Chen Xinyue bared her teeth and claws, trying hard to break free from his grasp. He kept talking nonstop, and the anger in his eyes almost set He-fan ablaze. "Are you crazy?" Upon seeing this, He-fan was speechless. With a sudden burst of force, he pushed her far away. Chen Xinyue stumbled from the push and almost fell to the ground. Her face paled, and she quickly grabbed the wall for support, straightening her body as she prepared to rush forward again. Judging from their appearance, they were clearly ready to fight to the death. Chapter 108 Shattered Views on Love. Chen Xinhua, let me tell you, Xiao Yuner betrayed me first. Am I just supposed to swallow my anger and be a lapdog? He Fan frowned, thoroughly annoyed by this persistent and clingy woman. But he also knew in his heart that if he really got into a fight with a woman, even if he was in the right, it would be turned into him being in the wrong if word got out. So he could only shout angrily. They didn't care about the shame of this matter being known by outsiders. Betrayal? Heh, aren't you talking about Xiao Yuner's trip to Tianheng City? Just because you're married, does that mean she deserves to lose her freedom and can't even have a social circle? Don't you even consider this? If she really went to the next city to meet her lover, would she bring her child? Would she brazenly kiss someone in a car? Isn't she afraid of being photographed and that you'll find out about this sooner or later? Isn't she worried that doing this will set a bad example for the children? Let me tell you, he's just a friend of hers, not a lover at all. You're just being delusional. Only a scumbag like you would see everything is dirty. Seeing that the other party seemed to want to reason with her, Chen Xinhua stopped acting recklessly. She glanced coldly at him, crossed her arms, and every word she uttered was like a knife, stabbing viciously into He Fan's heart. Huh? She actually told you all about this. He Fan was stunned when he heard this, not expecting that Xiao Yuner would dare to say such a thing to someone. Logically speaking, shouldn't Chen Xinhua have been wary of her after he schemed against her last time? Why then do you still trust the other person so much? Isn't she afraid that if the other party finds out and spreads it, it will ruin her reputation? Women's hearts are truly unfathomable. It seems I'll never truly understand women in this lifetime. He shook his head, a bitter smile playing on his lips. Hee, what you said does make some sense. I also believe that a mother who has an affair usually won't take her child with her. He thought about it for a moment and nodded, which was a way of acknowledging the other person's statement. But then he abruptly changed his tone, saying sarcastically, Then can you explain to me why Xiao Yuner said she was at work before I caught her? If a wife has a clear conscience, why should she hide things from her husband? And you don't think I only concluded she cheated on me because of this, do you? How ridiculous. We've been married for several years now. Do you think I, He Fan, am really that petty and narrow-minded? He Fan got angrier and angrier as he talked, and he was about to tell the other person everything that had happened recently. Isn't that so? Since they were in an empty alley, Chen Xinhua didn't hesitate to unleash her full power and completely confront He Fan. Clearly, she was blinded by anger and wouldn't listen to anything the other person said. Honestly, Chen Xinhua was so agitated not only because she truly despised men who committed domestic violence, but also because she wanted to take this opportunity to repay the guilt she felt towards Xiao Yuner and make amends to her friend. Unfortunately, she had no idea that she had been used from beginning to end. Many secrets were kept from Xiao Yuner. Seeing that the other party was relentless, He Fan was too lazy to argue any further. He decisively retorted, Then let me ask you, Chen Xinhua, put yourself in her shoes. If you were a husband and a father, and your wife repeatedly stayed out all night, how would you feel? If you repeatedly discover something is wrong with your wife, but she denies it and lies all she says, what would you think? Don't advise others to be kind if you haven't suffered like them. Don't assume that the world should revolve around you women. Yes, there were some things He Fan didn't say explicitly. However, in every sharp word, Xiao Yuner's recent actions were already subtly revealed. Chen Xinhua wasn't a child. Of course she could understand the meaning behind his words. She fell silent for a moment. Staying out all night, and more than once. Is she using lies to cover up the truth and trying to hide it from her husband? This was made by my best friend. Although she is not married, she knows that couples should be honest with each other. Only in this way can a happy marriage be maintained. That's why some people say that trust is the foundation of everything in a relationship. Once trust collapses, even the best relationship will only end in chaos and tragedy. Put yourself in someone else's shoes. Putting aside whether Xiao Yuner's actions constituted adultery or not. Just by looking at how she kept things from her husband and was full of lies, you can tell that there's more to this than meets the eye. Indeed, Chen Xinyue's clouded mind finally began to clear. Although she still harbors resentment towards He Fan for abusing his wife and believes that this is absolutely not something a good man should do, she thinks it's understandable if her best friend really cheated on her. After all, what man could bear being cuckolded? After a long pause, Chen Xinyue finally raised her head and asked seriously, "The reason you hit her is because you've already concluded that Xiao Yuner cheated on you? And you kept all her strange behavior to yourself until the incident in Tianhang City happened?" "I didn't hit her. I was having a psychotic episode and wanted to kill her." These are He Fan's true feelings. But he knew very well that he could never say such things. "I guess so." He smiled wryly and nodded. The accumulation of negative emotions over the past few days led to an eventual outburst of anger. Perhaps this answer will be more acceptable to others. "Really, is it true? Xiao Yuner, did she really cheat on me?" Chen Xinyue felt somewhat lost, suddenly feeling like she couldn't see the world clearly anymore. Xiao Yuner's love for He Fan was always clear to her. It was absolutely genuine and didn't seem like an act at all. But she cheated on her husband with someone else. This is simply unbelievable. Who is Xiao Yuner? She was the most famous, pure, and beautiful girl in the university back then. Her love with He Fan was once the envy of countless male and female classmates. I never imagined that such love, such a marriage, and such a pure woman could possibly cheat on me. But Chen Xinyue believed that He Fan, being an upright man, would not lie about such a thing. Chen Xinyue believed that no man would willingly accept being cuckolded. This is a matter of male dignity, and there is absolutely no doubt about it. But if even loving couples like them have come to this, can true love still exist in this world? Chen Xinyue felt that her view of love had been torn to shreds at this moment. She even felt as if there was no true love left in the world. Hearing Chen Xinyue's mutterings, He Fan couldn't help but laugh. "I never expected this woman to be so naive. Real or fake? Is it that easy to tell the difference?" Chapter 109, Determined to Divorce. I really envy you. It's great that you can still be interested in what's real and what's fake. Actually, everyone is the same. They all believe from the very beginning that everything is true. Gradually, they began to think it was all fake, and then when they discovered it again, they realized that everything was a mixture of truth and falsehood. But the reality is, who can truly distinguish between truth and falsehood? He Fan sighed inwardly, stepped forward, patted the other person on the shoulder, said only one last sentence to her, and then drifted away. It was Xiao Yuner who proposed the divorce. These words, though seemingly devoid of any real emotion, struck Chen Xinyue's heart like a heavy hammer. At that moment, she suddenly realized. Ha 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 ha. Chen Xinyue suddenly burst into laughter, laughing so hard that she bent over. Tears welled up in my eyes without my noticing. Yes, I was so stupid. Just because I wronged someone once, I became a tool for them to use. She never imagined that all she wanted to do was make it up to her best friend, but she ended up being played for a fool. That's right. She already knew that Xiao Yuner had taken the initiative to file for divorce. But Chen Xinyue always believed that it was just a temporary measure, and Xiao Yuner never thought about getting a real divorce from beginning to end. Otherwise, the other person wouldn't have looked so sad towards the end of their conversation. But the same words, spoken by He Fan, completely touched her. Let them fully understand. Yes, you've already brought up divorce first. If you have no regrets, why do this? As a woman herself, Chen Xinyue could even empathize with Xiao Yuner's inner turmoil. She craves novelty, yet doesn't want to let go of the man who truly loves her. There is no greater evil in the world than this. With a pale expression, Chen Xinyue finally came to some understanding. All right, Xiao Yuner, we're even now. From today onwards, I will owe you nothing. Best friend? She really is a best friend. She was almost laughing so hard she was crying, and her eyes were filled with deep sadness. Yes, regardless of who is right and who is wrong between He Fan and Xiao Yuner. However, Xiao Yuner's filing for divorce indirectly proved that she was very likely unfaithful to her husband. It's just that perhaps a last shred of resentment remains, which is why they find themselves and use themselves to disrupt the current situation. This gives the other party more opportunities to salvage the situation. Looking at it this way, She really is a complete liar. On the contrary, what He Fan said seemed more convincing. Xiao Yuner is really something else. Is she trying to advance by retreating? A hint of sarcasm flashed in Chen Xinyue's eyes, and a playful smile appeared on her lips. My best friend is really good at scheming. It's a pity that He Fan is too smart. He should have seen through everything long ago. It has to be said that when a man lets go of his feelings and looks at things from the perspective of a third party, he is often frighteningly calm. Chen Xinyue could tell that He Fan seemed to have given up on Xiao Yuner, and his expression no longer fluctuated when he mentioned her. She believes Xiao Yuner's plan this time is almost certainly going to fail. If Xiao Yuner doesn't have any other solutions, it seems the two are definitely getting a divorce this time. Despite all the scheming, it's probably to no avail. But what about myself? Chen Xinyue gave a self-deprecating laugh, finally realizing that she and Xiao Yuner could never go back. Even if you sincerely want to make amends, it's impossible to go back to the way things were before. Looking at the incredibly familiar door before him, He Fan remained silent for a long time before finally taking out his key and slowly opening the door. The room was spotless, clearly cleaned by someone. Looking at the furnishings inside, it seems someone has been living in the house recently. It must be his wife, Xiao Yuner. The only thing that surprised He Fan was that, judging from the toys lying around, his son should have been staying with his wife for the past few days. A happy smile appeared on He Fan's lips, and he felt much more at ease. At least, his wife, Xiao Yuner, no longer casually abandons the child to the elderly and neglects him as she used to. This can be considered a good change. Unfortunately, she changed too late. This family is destined to fall apart because of some things. Going back to the way things were before is basically impossible. Without thinking further, He Fan went to the window and quietly looked into the distance. It hasn't been touched for a long time. As darkness fell, his wife, Xiao Yuner, still hadn't returned. After thinking for a moment, He Fan finally got up and went to the kitchen. Perhaps after today's confrontation, the two are destined to become strangers. He Fan planned to cook one last meal, as a final farewell to their past love before the couple parted ways. The refrigerator was well stocked with various ingredients, which were clearly all bought by Xiao Yuner. Without being polite, he took out some meat and vegetables and started cooking. 4 dishes and 1 soup, home-style cooking, were quickly served on the table. Although the house will no longer be a home, it would be wasteful to cook too much food. These are just right. I checked the time. Under normal circumstances, it would still be about 30 or 40 minutes before my wife got off work. I just don't know. How did she manage to work and raise her son at the same time? I remember there was a bottle of red wine somewhere in the house. He Fan slapped his forehead and suddenly remembered something. First, he found a candle and fixed it in the center of the table. Then he looked around, searching for the bottle of red wine. Since we're going to be separated anyway, it's still necessary to create a sense of ceremony. After all, there's the child involved. Even if we can't be husband and wife in the future, there's no need to treat each other like enemies. But that's just how strange it is. He Fan clearly remembered seeing that bottle of red wine often before, but when he actually tried to find it, he couldn't find it anywhere. He immediately became angry, took off his apron, and began to search the room carefully, both inside and out. He Fan refused to believe it. My wife doesn't drink much, so how could the alcohol possibly disappear? I rummaged through everything, making a huge fuss. No matter how hard He Fan searched, he could not find the red wine. But as he searched for the locker room, his gaze was suddenly drawn to an item in a small drawer at the very bottom of a cabinet. That was a cell phone. Although it looks a bit old, it's definitely a brand-name product and quite expensive. If He Fan remembers correctly, this thing has never appeared in his home, right? Normally, he and his wife use ordinary cell phones that cost 2,000 or 3,000 yuan, and they have never bought such a luxury brand. Driven by curiosity, He Fan immediately took it out of the drawer. Chapter 110 Discoveries in a Mobile Phone. He Fan originally thought that this phone was one his wife used before, and that it had been lost here because something went wrong with it. After all, the Xiao family was a wealthy family, so it wasn't surprising that Xiao Yuner could afford such a brand-name mobile phone before their marriage. When he saw the password input interface displayed on the screen after the computer was turned on, He subconsciously entered the password that his wife usually used. But to my surprise, it actually opened. Humans are inherently curious. Although Fan is rarely interested in other people's secrets due to his personality. But what about Xiao Yin'er? For some reason, he still swiped open the page on his phone and started looking at it. Interestingly, apart from the pre-installed apps, almost all other downloaded apps were deliberately deleted from the phone, leaving only Tencent's page. Fan clicked on it, only to find that there was only one chat group inside. There weren't many people, including his wife. There were only 3 of them, all alone. Moreover, the chat page inside is also completely empty. Everything seemed normal. He smiled and didn't think much of it, and immediately turned off his phone and put it back in its place. After all, the two are about to get divorced, so it's not appropriate for them to touch each other's things like this. Suddenly, Fan's expression hardened. His eyes were sharp as he stared intently at the profile picture set by one of the 2 contacts on his phone. Seemingly puzzled and confused, I immediately clicked on it and zoomed in. You can tell it's a watch. Moreover, it was a very ordinary watch with considerable wear and tear. It's not surprising that someone would use this as their profile picture. Haven't you noticed that people nowadays dare to use anything as their profile picture? They're all about being bizarre and outlandish, aren't they? A mere old watch, not worth mentioning. But Fan remembered it very clearly. It seemed that in his memory, someone was wearing a watch that was almost identical to this one. No, they are not almost the same. They should be said to be exactly the same. After taking another careful look, Fan was absolutely certain of this. It has to be said, some things really just happen by chance. If it were a luxury watch or something, no matter how precious it was, it might not leave a very deep impression on Fan. But coincidentally, his wife's boss, Wang Changfeng, the director of Donghai radio station, was wearing such an unforgettable watch. Yes, it was truly unforgettable at first sight. After all, he's such a high-ranking station director. It's one thing that he doesn't wear any designer brands, but he's actually wearing an old, worn-out watch with a small chip on it. Clearly, there's a story behind it. That's why Fan, who hadn't met him many times before, immediately noticed this crucial point. Xiao Yin'er has been in contact with Wang Changfeng for many years. I instinctively opened the back end and saw that my wife had joined this goose group around the 2nd year of our marriage. If Fan remembers correctly, his wife probably hadn't found a job yet at that time, right? Furthermore, there has been no contact whatsoever with Donghai Radio. Later, due to her pregnancy, Xiao Miao was not allowed to return to her hometown until she was 1.5 years old, when her parents took her back to work. In other words, theoretically speaking, the wife shouldn't have recognized the other man at that time. But his wife was already in the group before she even went to work. This is clearly not in line with common sense. Could it be that Wang Changfeng really has some kind of shady business with his wife? Only, if he really is him. It seems that, given the other party's status, they are not as powerful as I imagined. A thoughtful look flashed across Fan's eyes as he secretly regretted not following the instructions of the mysterious phone call and rushing to the hotel as quickly as possible when he was in Tianheng City last time. By the time he arrived, the people in the car had already left, and he couldn't even see the license plate, which made him quite indignant. If you had arrived even a little earlier, you could have clearly seen the person's true appearance. It's not that bad. Even now I'm still completely confused. Is it the station director, Wang Changfeng? After all, as a public official, one should be considered to have some ability. But it's very different from what I expected. However, if the other party has powerful backers, it's not impossible. Fan frowned, then suddenly remembered something and immediately opened the Goose Group's back-end records, carefully searching for something. Not long after, when Fan saw the date of the last deleted message, his pupils contracted, and he immediately showed a shocked expression. At this time, how could this be? If he remembers correctly, it should have been the day before his parents' accident, right? Suck. Fan couldn't help but gasp, his face turning ashen. Could it be that I actually guessed right? Is Wang Changfeng the mastermind behind the scenes, the unfaithful man behind his wife? If it's true, did the wife have any involvement in the parents' car accident? Even, she might be one of the main culprits? Subconsciously recalling the mind-blowing ways of thinking of those cheating women he had seen online, He Fan felt a chill run down his spine, and a terrifying thought suddenly arose in his mind. Really? Could it be that my wife, who appears gentle and virtuous on the surface, is actually that kind of person at heart? But why? The parents treated his wife very well. They practically treated her like their own daughter. Even though the other party never really cared about their son, Xiaomiao, the two elderly people never said anything. They preferred to take care of her for many years, just so that their daughter-in-law could have the space to live freely. If she's even willing to harm her in-laws, then calling her worse than an animal is probably an understatement. If you say that your parents' deaths have nothing to do with your wife, then how do you explain the time it took to delete the message on WeChat? The two had just been in contact the day before, and then their parents had an accident the next day? Don't say it might be because of work. He Fan knew what Xiao Yun'er's job entailed. It had absolutely nothing to do with the station director. He didn't know what the two of them were talking about, but he couldn't help but be suspicious. Is there really such a coincidence in the world? To be honest, He Fan doesn't believe it. Divorce? Huh. He gave a cold laugh, and his expression began to look very strange. Immediately, he changed his mind. Now that we have some clues, there are some things that must be investigated thoroughly. If his wife really had nothing to do with his parents' death, he would separate from her as quickly as possible, and they would never meet again. If it were truly as he suspected, he would certainly not let the other party off easily. Yes, He Fan has figured it out. Judging from the current situation, completely separating from Xiao Yun'er doesn't seem like a wise choice for me. If we actually did that, some truths might continue to be hidden. It would be better to continue maintaining the public, marital relationship with the other party, which would actually make it easier for me to investigate certain matters. This marriage doesn't seem like it's appropriate to end it now. Chapter 111: The Secret of Divorce. To be honest, He Fan didn't know if his guess was right or wrong. But no matter what, since it concerns his parents' death in a car accident, he would never let go of even the slightest clue. Even though this would mean he would continue to be entangled with that woman. Even so, this postponed his plan to return to Chaoyang Town once again. But at this moment, He Fan couldn't care less about anything else. Wang Changfeng. Very good. My dear ex-wife, please don't let me find out. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and He Fan's expression gradually calmed down. That's why nobody knew what he was thinking, otherwise they would definitely be shocked. He actually called Xiao Yun'er his ex-wife? Wasn't this guy coming back to get a divorce? How can you refer to your ex-wife as your ex-wife if the formalities haven't been completed? Yes. Actually, no one knew that He Fan originally just wanted to confront Xiao Yun'er. As for divorce? Haha, there's no need to go through any procedures at all. Legally speaking, their marriage was no longer that of husband and wife. There's nothing I can do about it. It's just my personality. From the moment he first suspected his wife of cheating, he had already secretly divorced Xiao Yun'er with the help of the bewitching powder. That's why he hasn't shared a bed with her since that day. Nothing special. I just find it dirty. This is a psychological barrier, and He Fan himself is well aware of it. But he never thought of changing. Everyone has their own principles, and his fastidiousness in relationships is, in some ways, the bottom line of being a decent human being. Love makes one wish for life. Hate makes one wish for death. He Fan was already being incredibly lenient by tolerating the other person's repeated lies and outrageous behavior, and the fact that he didn't take any extreme measures was all for the sake of the child. Of course, he also had his own selfish motives. Some people might find it strange that since He Fan had already secretly divorced Xiao Yun'er, why was he still entangled with her? Only he himself probably knows the reason for this. Unfortunately, at the time, only his son, Xiao Miao, knew about this. This is why, when He Fan drove him past the Civil Affairs Bureau last time, the little guy said he had been there before. But because the other child was so young, they had no idea what their parents' divorce meant for them at such a young age. Even in the eyes of the staff at the Civil Affairs Bureau, He Fan and Xiao Yun'er behaved just like ordinary people. There was no arguing. It seemed like they were just going through divorce proceedings. No one noticed anything unusual about Xiao Yun'er. This shows just how incredibly powerful the bewitching heart powder is. However, that thing also had major drawbacks, so much so that He Fan once thought of using the drug's effects to get Xiao Yun'er to tell some of the truth. Unfortunately, when he first brought up the topic after the divorce and returned home, Xiao Yuner showed signs of struggle. It was only because Fan reacted quickly enough that he was able to put the other person into a deep sleep using acupuncture. Otherwise, the other party would likely find out what he did. It has to be said, Fan is ruthless. Even now, he has never revealed this matter. Of course, he himself is now grateful. I'm glad I kept this secret, because that allowed me to make more and more discoveries. Especially after his parents' car accident, Fan felt he was getting closer and closer to the truth. He silently took out his phone and entered the group number, 64563978. But when he got to the last one, he paused for a moment. Smack. Fan tapped his head with the back of his hand, a wry smile on his face. I was really confused. He had planned to infiltrate the group himself to see if he could uncover the secrets of their conversation, but he forgot one thing. There are so few people in this flock of geese. Even if I stay hidden and don't say a word, how could I possibly escape being noticed by the few people in the flock? Doing this is a complete waste of time. He then quietly put his phone back and began checking for traces of another person. The profile picture that person set was extremely ordinary. It was just a Buddha statue shining with golden light, with nothing special about it. Moreover, judging from the date the chat was deleted, it seems that he didn't have much contact with Xiao Yuner. The only suspicious thing is that this guy, whose identity is unknown, is actually the group owner. A strange glint flashed in Fan's eyes, and his mind raced. It is obvious that, even if the group admin wasn't involved in anything, they definitely know a lot of things. It's also possible that this person has some special connection with his wife. Otherwise, why would he create this group? The fact that Wang Changfeng and his wife could chat openly in the group for so many years clearly shows that this person couldn't possibly be unaware of it. Fan saw it very clearly. It seems like several years have passed since their last conversation. At first glance, it seems normal. But even just considering the other party's identity, this group owner cannot escape suspicion. At the very least, he was someone who knew the truth. Only, Fan gave a wry smile. Am I being a little too sensitive? It's just a chat group, yet people are imagining it to be so sinister. He thought for a moment, then slowly turned off his phone and put it back in the drawer. His expression calmed down again. However, his deep gaze held a hint of profound contemplation. The wine was eventually found. Whether it was her son being mischievous or Xiao Yuner doing it on a whim, the bottle of wine was placed on the shelf in the bathroom. No wonder Fan hadn't been found before. Just as he brought over 2 stemmed glasses and placed them on the dining table, he heard the sound of a door being pushed open. You're back. With a calm expression on his face, Fan turned his head with a slight smile. Really? His wife, Xiao Yuner, stood in front of the door, staring at him in astonishment. Her slightly tired eyes were filled with disbelief. Yes, she wasn't surprised that Fan would come back. Even Xiao Yuner had been anxiously waiting for this moment to happen. Although I'm conflicted, I'm definitely not shocked. But what is this? Xiao Yuner, who had prepared herself for her husband to question her, was surprised to find that he had prepared a table full of food, a candlelight dinner, and red wine when she returned home. Although pairing Chinese food with red wine may seem incongruous, anyone with a brain can see the care put into it. Is my husband doing this to welcome me home from get off work? Just like before, many times before? Xiao Yuner was somewhat bewildered, hardly believing what she was seeing. You should know that she hadn't enjoyed this kind of treatment for a long time, as cracks appeared in her relationship with her husband. To say I don't miss it would be a lie. But why is that? Has her husband truly forgiven her? Or is he planning to have one last dinner with her? Chapter 112 Showdown. To be honest, Xiao Yuner was very nervous. At this moment, what she feared most was Fan mentioning divorce. Although she brought up the topic before, it wasn't from the bottom of her heart. More often than not, it's a test, a way to advance by retreating. Where's my son? Why hasn't he come back? Before Xiao Yuner could ask anything, Fan looked around at her and asked with a slightly surprised expression. Yes, he had assumed his wife had taken the children to work with her. He assumed they would come home together after get off work. But to my surprise, she was the only one who had returned. You mean Xiaomiao? Mom came over during the day and took him away. What's wrong, honey? Are you missing our son? Xiao Yuner's initially flustered heart finally calmed down a bit after seeing He Fan's gentle expression. Fine. Thankfully, her husband didn't bring up divorce the moment he opened his mouth. Although things did happen somewhat suddenly, they weren't the worst possible outcome. Otherwise, without much preparation, I'd probably be in a real mess. Maybe it's all thanks to my best friend? As Xiao Yuner thought this, she felt grateful to Chen Xinhua for the first time. Otherwise, she really couldn't figure out why He Fan would change like this. That's right. Although she didn't know whether Chen Xinhua had ever met He Fan, she understood that with that girl's temper and methods, finding her husband and causing a scene would be a piece of cake. With that girl's sharp tongue, it wouldn't be difficult for her to give her somewhat aloof husband a piece of her mind and change some of his ideas. Therefore, she really doesn't believe her husband was able to stay calm today without the other woman's help. But Xiao Yuner had no idea. It's true that Chen Xinhua appeared, and it's also true that she confronted He Fan. In the end, it was actually her sharp tongue that convinced the other person. Yeah, He Fan was slightly taken aback by the answer, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Anyway, as long as my son is all right, that's all that matters. He smiled slightly and bowed slightly, saying, "Come in and eat quickly, or the food will get cold." After saying that, he walked towards the dining table first. It has to be said that although He Fan appeared calm and collected at the moment, it was as if nothing had happened. However, the subtle details of her behavior still made Xiao Yuner sense that something was wrong. She stared at her husband's back, her expression complicated. In the past, her husband would have brought her slippers, right? When exactly did this man, who had always loved her, begin to distance himself from her in his own way? Although she felt sad, Xiao Yuner didn't say anything. She silently bent down, took out slippers from the shoe cabinet, changed into them, and followed He Fan to the dining table. After so many days apart, I raise a glass to you. The two had just sat down at opposite ends when He Fan raised his wine glass with a smile and nodded gently to Xiao Yuner. Perhaps the movement was a bit too forceful. The red wine poured into the glass stirred slightly, and some liquid splashed out and landed on the table, so vividly red, like drops of tear. And it's so bright red. Husband I. Although He Fan didn't show anything, Xiao Yuner still felt a little uneasy. She didn't reach for the wine glass immediately. Instead, she looked at He Fan and hesitated for a long time before finally gritting her teeth, as if she wanted to explain something to him. Unexpectedly, He Fan raised his hand to stop her and said in a calm voice, "Don't say anything now, let's drink first." Although the tone was not harsh, it contained an unquestionable implication. After saying that, he raised his glass and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing this, Xiao Yuner could only obediently pick up the wine glass, slowly bring it to her lips, and drink it down sip by sip. Whether it was from tears or something else, the once sweet red wine now tasted so bitter. "I know what you want to say." Slowly setting down his wine glass, He Fan looked at his wife and said calmly, "You probably want to explain what happened before, right? But no need. I've heard your explanation far too many times." Although these words seemed ordinary, they sent a shiver down Xiao Yuner's spine. Too much explanation for myself. Is this a sarcastic jab at her for lying repeatedly? Could it be that her husband is going to confront her? Could it be that the two are ultimately destined to divorce? A tremendous sense of resentment suddenly arose in Xiao Yuner's heart. Although she had anticipated this outcome, and even initiated the divorce herself. But when the moment truly arrived, Xiao Yuner still didn't want to give up. She also knew that what had ruined everything was her own indecisiveness. It was her repeated deceptions that ultimately destroyed her happy marriage. A tear slid down the corner of her eye. Xiao Yuner's heartbroken and frail expression evoked pity in anyone who saw her. But He Fan seemed oblivious. Seeing this, she knew that the two of them could never go back to their former warmth. Actually, one must learn to be content in life and not live too hard. He reached out and refilled her cup, a look of emotion appearing on his calm face. The beautiful things we longed for in our youth will not disappear with the passage of time, but will slowly settle into another version of ourselves. Whether one is content or greedy, life will ultimately change them. It has been said that a soul that has not been tempered will never have depth, and an ocean without storms is ultimately just a pond. The only regret is that those wonderful times are gone forever. But what could possibly be the connection? Though the sun sets late in the year, its afterglow still fills the sky. It was as if he was reflecting on life, or perhaps lamenting their marriage. At some point, in Xiao Yun'er's eyes, He-Fan seemed to have returned to the past, becoming that spirited young man who had just joined the university's literary society. But after pondering these words, Xiao Yun'er felt a chill run down her spine. Her heart was in turmoil, and she felt that she was about to lose something. Or rather, it's already lost. Xiao Yun'er was truly afraid that the two of them would become strangers. Subconsciously, the thought that this man who once loved her so deeply would soon be holding another woman in his arms caused her heart to ache, as if it were being cut by a knife. Call it selfishness or possessiveness. But she never wanted to see that scene, not even if it meant her death. But what can we do now? To confess everything and beg the other person to give me a chance? But Xiao Yun'er knew very well that her son's very existence could destroy everything. Now all we can do is, "Husband, I don't want a divorce anymore." Xiao Yun'er suddenly spoke up, giving He-Fan no chance to clarify his meaning. Chapter 113. He was disgusting even to himself. Yes, she admitted defeat. Despite all the scheming and manipulative tactics, when faced with the real challenge, Xiao Yun'er ultimately chose to back down. She would rather humble herself again and make up for everything with endless lies and excuses than actually let things come to that. "I can explain everything that happened before." "Honey, please don't." Xiao Yun'er looked timid and pitiful, her beautiful eyes full of sincerity. "Stop." Seeing that the other person was about to continue speaking, He-Fan decisively waved his hand to stop her. He hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, "Actually, at this point, you don't need to explain anything to me anymore. I apologize for my personality, but you have to take responsibility for our relationship. Since some things have already happened, it's destined that we can never go back to the way things were before. I don't know if you have another man outside, nor do I know if you've cheated on me, but you should know that the moment I became suspicious, it was already over between us. Some things don't necessarily need to be seen with your own eyes to be considered valid. When I harbor resentment, it means I've already lost trust in you. Tell me, is there any point in a couple staying together if they've lost trust?" This time, He-Fan didn't avoid the topic and talked a lot in one go. Although he spoke calmly, it was the first time he had confronted his wife about the truth. Although the topic of divorce hasn't been mentioned yet, but the alienation and resoluteness in his words were obvious. No, it's necessary. Honey, it's really necessary. As long as you don't leave me, I'll do everything I can to prove myself, to prove that you've always been the only one I love. I don't have any men outside. I really don't. I know you won't believe me now, no matter what I say. But I beg you, don't rush into divorcing me. Time will tell. Please don't make a decision that we'll all regret." Upon hearing his words, Xiao Yun'er called out urgently. That expression didn't seem fake at all. If someone unaware of the truth were here, they would truly believe that Xiao Yun'er loved her husband so much and valued their marriage so much. Seeing that although she looked anxious, she still refused to mention anything about that person, He-Fan couldn't help but smile inwardly. A wry smile, again and again. But this was not unexpected, so he remained relatively calm. Even he himself never expected things to develop to this point. "Originally, I was just suspicious and thinking about how to postpone the divorce so that I would have more time to investigate the matter." Unexpectedly, his wife took the initiative to back down. "That's good. I no longer need to think about too many things. I just need to go along with what the other person wants." Yes, He-Fan decided to go with the flow, which would also allow him to vent the anger that had been building up inside him. A strategic retreat? It can be used right now. Of course, thinking something is one thing. Thinking it is another. He-Fan remained outwardly calm, letting out a soft sigh as serene as still water. "What are you really thinking? Knowing that our marriage has reached its end, why be so persistent? Besides, you were the one who proposed the divorce, and now you're going back on your word. Is that really necessary?" "It's necessary, absolutely necessary." Xiao Yun'er nodded decisively without hesitation, her expression very serious. Then she stared into He-Fan's eyes and said rather solemnly, "Putting everything else aside, I just want to ask you one question, my husband. Do you still love me? Do you still love this hard one home? Like, hard one. He fan laughed, somewhat unrestrainedly. He poured some more red wine into his glass, raised his head, and drank it all in one gulp. The moment the wine entered my stomach, my eyes involuntarily reddened slightly. Bang! He slammed the wine glass down on the table, his eyes bloodshot, and said, "You actually have the nerve to ask me if I love you? How ridiculous. Do you still realize how hard won our marriage was? Xiao Yuner, there are some things that others may not know, but you know them in your heart. Now that things have come to this, let's be frank and speak openly. Yes, I loved you so much. But so what? You destroyed our love with your own hands. It was you." Seemingly wanting to vent his pent-up resentment from the past few days, He fan roared in a low voice. Yes, although he doesn't plan to divorce his wife in the short term, it doesn't mean he's willing to tolerate being manipulated by her. It can be said that after Xiao Yuner chose to show weakness, He fan had already gained absolute initiative in this war between husband and wife. Although he didn't understand why she was so determined to back out and not divorce him, he knew that with Xiao Yuner's personality, once she made a choice, she would stick to it to the end. And this is exactly what I wanted. Therefore, He fan didn't care too much and confronted the other party completely at this moment. The reason is simple. He has gotten what he wanted and no longer wants to play the subservient role. They no longer want to pretend that they don't care about anything. He was disgusting even to himself. Seeing He fan's extremely angry expression, Xiao Yuner cried, her face streaked with tears. She could clearly feel that the man who once had her in his heart and loved Xiao Yuner to the core had disappeared. She could also see that her husband He fan's eyes contained resentment, pleasure, and a complex emotion that was hard to describe. But the only thing missing is self-love. And so, one of them wept softly while the other remained unmoved, and neither of them uttered a single word for a long time. "Honey, can you tell me when you stopped loving me?" After sobbing for a long time, Xiao Yuner finally raised her head and asked weakly. "Cole." Upon hearing this, He fan breathed a sigh of relief and calmly said, "Actually, from the very first day I began to doubt you. I told myself that when doubts arise in a relationship, it's time to cut your losses. But you also know that feelings are hard to control. Especially a sudden break can make life worse than death. After all, we've been in love for many years and married for several years. How can we just give up like that? That's why I chose to turn a blind eye to certain things time and time again. Simply because I wanted to use the opportunity of you still being by my side to slowly struggle out of the quagmire of our relationship." At this point, He fan gave a bitter smile, as if speaking to the other person, yet also as if muttering to himself, his words tinged with sorrow. "Although it will be very difficult, it is much, much better than licking one's wounds alone in endless darkness. Don't blame anyone for taking advantage of you. Ultimately, this is all something you owe me." Chapter 114 Outward Harmony, Inward Discord. He fan's expression was complex, showing relief but also regret. Fortunately, time heals all wounds. As this period of time has passed, I have gradually adapted to no longer caring about you and no longer loving you. Therefore, whether you want a divorce or not is no longer important to me. When he said this, there wasn't a trace of emotion in his voice. It is obvious that, just as He fan himself said, he has already emerged from the quagmire of his relationship. Xiao Yuner's emotions could no longer affect him. Although there may still be some pain in my heart, it no longer matters. You. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yuner was immediately stunned into silence. She looked at the man in front of her in disbelief. I finally understand what happened before, why the other person didn't press me for details, and even pretended nothing had happened. So, he was slowly withdrawing from this relationship? Using the idea that I haven't lost you yet, while still by your side, you slowly erode the feelings that have lasted for more than 10 years. In some respects, this method can indeed minimize the harm a person suffers in a relationship. But isn't it a bit too cruel of him to do this? His expression darkened, and his face turned ashen. Xiao Yuner couldn't believe that the person in front of her was really the husband who had once loved her wholeheartedly. Why was he able to be so resolute? Why was he able to? But when she thought about the other person's personality flaws, Xiao Yuner immediately felt relieved. You really can't blame him for this. I was being too presumptuous. She thought that as long as she used lies, she could deceive the other person, and as long as she wasn't caught with any substantial evidence, he would still love her. But how can a pure heart tolerate dust? Just as Fan said, as long as he believes he is dirty, no matter what the reality is, the relationship has already been cracked. Unfortunately, I failed to notice this. Xiao Yun'er's lips moved, but she ultimately didn't speak, even though she seemed to want to say something. But in the sadness in his eyes, there was a clear hint of self-pity. Seemingly understanding what she was about to say, Fan smiled nonchalantly and said, "Don't be resentful. You need to know that it's the most basic bottom line for couples to have open social circles and be faithful to each other. This is what you should do as a wife and mother. But when you chose the outside world, the new experience, and the decision to abandon this family and the man I've loved for so many years, you should have remembered that I, Fan, am not one to accept my fate. Making you pay this little price is only out of consideration for our years of relationship and the children. Otherwise, it is obvious that Fan's last words carried a subtle, unspoken meaning. It's almost a threat. The meaning of that is quite obvious. Now that Fan has laid bare so many things, Xiao Yun'er remains silent, showing no intention of revealing the truth. What this means is self-evident. Although Fan doesn't care anymore. But he had to make her understand that as long as they were still husband and wife, it was best not to mess around outside. Otherwise, Fan might immediately file for divorce, or do something even more outrageous than last time. Silence, a long, long silence. The couple sat at the dining table, remaining silent for a very long time. You don't love me anymore, fine. But I find myself unable to live without you. What should I do? Suddenly, Xiao Yun'er smiled and asked with a serious expression. That expression was quite serious. I lost you with my own hands, and I will do everything in my power to find you again. Time will tell. Neither of us can live without the other. You are my man, and you can only be my husband for the rest of your life. Besides, Xiao Miao is still so young and needs her parents' company. So no matter what, I will not divorce you now. After saying this, she lowered her head and started eating without waiting for Fan's reply. He genuinely didn't understand where the other party's confidence came from. Find yourself again? How many women know how ruthless a man can become once he has truly and completely escaped the quagmire of emotional hurt? What's more, he also has the blood feud of his parents to settle. In fact, it could be said that as long as he finds out that his parents' deaths are related to Xiao Yun'er, even if she was his former wife and the mother of his children, she will have to pay the price. An absolutely devastating price to pay. Never mind. Now that some things have been discussed openly, the burden on my heart has been greatly reduced. It doesn't matter anymore. At worst, we can just keep wearing these hypocritical masks for now. Anyway, for his own purposes, he didn't intend to abandon the title of Xiao Yun'er's husband anytime soon, so that he could conveniently investigate some things. As for the future, we'll talk about that when the time comes. But no matter what, I'm destined to be forever separated from her in this lifetime. Of course, since the two of them had already gone this far, they both decided not to mention the divorce again. In other words, both parties subconsciously agree that they will retain their status as husband and wife. Whether you say it's because everyone has their own selfish motives, or because it's for the sake of the young children. In short, we will not separate now. We can't be separated. To be precise, the current situation between Fan and Xiao Yun'er can be described as superficially harmonious, but actually estranged, like sleeping in the same bed, but dreaming different dreams. And they themselves are fully aware of it. Old man, do you think our daughter is really going to meet Fan today? Will he attack her again, like last time? In the Xiao family villa, after Li Hongmei put her sleeping grandson into the room, she came to her husband and said worriedly. She was terrified that her daughter would suffer the same fate as before. Impossible. In response to his wife's concern, Fan's father-in-law, Xiao Zhanshan, decisively shook his head. You should know Fan's personality. He was probably really angry last time, and he acted impulsively and lost his temper. He's calmed down for so many days now, he definitely won't lay a hand on my daughter again, unless that kid really wants to spend a few years in jail. He knew his son-in-law fairly well. He usually had a very good temper. If my daughter hadn't been so careless last time, things wouldn't have escalated to such a huge extent. Joke. As a man himself, he could completely empathize with He Fan's feelings that day. If it had been him who saw his wife do that, he probably would have strangled her to death, or even caused a bloody scene on the spot. What is the most important thing for a man in his life? Ultimately, isn't it all about saving face? However, Xiao Yuner is ultimately her biological daughter. No matter what, no matter whether she is right or wrong, she will definitely stand by her daughter's side. He wasn't saying this to speak for He Fan. He was just trying to comfort his wife. Chapter 115. So, it was this illness? In truth, Zhao's father was secretly relieved. Fortunately, that person was powerful enough to use their authority to delete the videos that had been uploaded to the internet. Otherwise, not only would the daughter be in big trouble, but the entire Xiao family would become a laughingstock. You. Seemingly understanding the implication in Zhao's father's words, Li Hongmei rolled her eyes and snorted coldly. You old fool, whose side are you really on? What if something really happens to our daughter? I wonder if you'll regret it later. Originally, she was just venting her frustrations by saying that. Unexpectedly, after hearing these words, Xiao Zhanshan fell silent. After a long silence, Xiao Zhanshan gave a bitter smile and sighed softly. Do I regret it? Actually, I've regretted it immensely for a long time. I shouldn't have involved my daughter in that situation back then. It was obvious that he was implying something. Everyone says we women have long hair, but short brains. But judging from you men, it seems like very few of you have any brains either. Besides, if our daughter doesn't help, our Xiao family will probably. But to everyone's surprise, Li Hongmei didn't buy it at all and directly retorted. In short, if that girl hadn't been so stubborn back then, we would never have gotten to where we are today. I told her long ago to divorce He Fan as soon as possible. There's no need to hang herself on one tree. She wouldn't listen, and now look what happened. Last time, He Fan almost strangled me to death with domestic violence. What about next time? And the time after that? If you ask me, now is the perfect opportunity. We should be ruthless and get a divorce. But that brat won't listen. If she had listened to me earlier, the Xiao family wouldn't just be a wealthy merchant family now. They might have become a super powerful family by now. Shut up. To Li Hongmei's surprise, after hearing these words, her husband suddenly became furious, his hair standing on end in anger. I never want to hear those words again in my life. Li Hongmei, you better remember this. It is our Xiao family that has wronged our daughter. What she has given is something our family can never repay in this lifetime. Now that things have come to this, you still want to influence her life? Let me tell you, that's impossible. I'm making this clear today. No matter where my daughter and He Fan end up, it's up to her to decide. If you dare say those things to her again, I'll divorce you right now. After saying that, Xiao Zhanshan stormed out and slammed the door shut. Seeing this, Lin Hongmei was dumbfounded. Then, as if remembering something, she disregarded her husband's anger and rushed out, shouting, Old man, it's so late. Where are you going? Where else can we go? Let's go check on our daughter. Make sure she's not really being bullied. Xiao Zhanshan's voice drifted over from afar, followed by the sound of a car starting up. Seeing that her husband was going to visit their daughter, Li Hongmei breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. At least it puts my mind at ease. I don't have to worry about anything happening to my daughter anymore. Whether his father-in-law, Xiao Zhanshan, came to his house or not, He Fan had no idea. All he knew was that he and his wife slept in the study and the bedroom respectively last night, and no one disturbed them in between. The next morning, Xiao Yuner got up very early and ran to the kitchen to start making breakfast. Perhaps, just as she said, she wants to win her husband back through her own actions. Unfortunately, she didn't notice that He Fan was nowhere to be seen in the study. Where did He Fan go? Is there even a question? Obviously, he went to exercise. I also went to a breakfast street nearby and had a delicious meal of steamed buns and porridge. As for what to do next, He Fan had already made up his mind. I'll go to the city hospital first to pick up the test results from a few days ago. Then I went to Hayantang and asked the landlady to let me check out, so I just closed Hayantang down. Yes, He Fan is closing down. Because he knew very well that, given his current situation, it was practically impossible for him to continue taking care of the clinic's business. After all, you need plenty of time to investigate something. If he continues to stay in a small clinic, he will probably never be able to figure out the truth about his parents in his lifetime. So after weighing the pros and cons, He-Fan ultimately chose to return to his freedom. Only when you are completely free and not involved in other things should you investigate those matters. As for making money, would He-Fan care? The last time I treated that person in Tianhang City, the other party even gave him 1 million yuan. That's why he insisted on it. Otherwise, what he gained would have made him rich overnight. He kept that money with him the whole time and never mentioned it to his wife. 1 million isn't a lot. But for He-Fan, it's enough for him to use for a very long time. Mr. He, right? Judging from this test report, you shouldn't have any major health problems. At the city's central hospital, Dr. Han looked at He-Fan's test results and said with a smile, of course I know that. He-Fan shrugged, not at all surprised that the other party would say that. But, unexpectedly, after glancing at the section about blood tests, the doctor suddenly changed the subject, his expression becoming somewhat serious, and said, "It's just that your blood test revealed a minor issue." He-Fan, what's going on? Just now, the other person was saying that they had no problems. How has it changed so quickly? Is this guy trying to fool me? The thought of certain hospitals' routine procedures immediately put He-Fan on high alert. You said, after all, everyone has their own area of expertise. He-Fan couldn't possibly assume the other party was lying just because he had doubts. You should still listen. But whether it's true or false, he's confident he can make his own judgment. Actually, He-Fan himself understands this. Although I have family medical skills, the methods of traditional Chinese medicine, such as observation, listening, questioning, and palpation, are not as accurate as the various advanced instruments used in Western medicine in some aspects. This is a fact, and there is no room for argument. Based on our blood test, we inadvertently discovered that you appear to have 47 chromosomes in your genes, with the X chromosome being XYY. Boom. The moment the doctor finished speaking, He-Fan felt like he was about to explode. The other party said this casually. But he graduated from a prestigious medical university and has a deep understanding of Western medicine, so of course he can understand these professional terms. 47 chromosomes? Are the sex chromosomes XYY? Damn it. Does that mean I'm a carrier of the rumored super male gene? So, in other words, the kind of people who are born evil? Chapter 116, Should we file a record? He-Fan never imagined that he would actually have this disease. I understand now. I understand completely. No wonder I couldn't find out what disease I had despite trying every possible method. No wonder my father used to give himself special acupuncture treatments frequently before he passed away. No wonder my parents were reluctant to let me interact with people much when I was little. No wonder he seems to have become increasingly indifferent to human life lately. Are they born violent and ruthless? So that's the reason? He believed it immediately. He-Fan smiled wryly, feeling both grateful and thankful for his parents' hard work and dedication. He had previously thought he might have some serious illness. Now I realize it's not true at all. After all, according to rigorous scientific research, carriers of the super male gene are naturally prone to anger, impulsiveness, and cruelty, and real data shows that their crime rate from childhood to adulthood is indeed 6 to 7 times higher than that of the average person. This is also the biggest reason why it is called the demon gene and the crime gene. Of course, from a medical perspective, the so-called superandrogen is actually a disease caused by gene mutation, and any illness can be cured. The so-called criminal gene is all hearsay and nonsense. But facts are facts. Such a statement. In fact, most medical researchers believe that it is just a tool to fool laymen. Most of the time, if they examine a pregnant woman and find an embryo carrying a super male gene, they will almost always suggest that she terminate the pregnancy. There's nothing we can do about it, because many of the world's most notorious criminals possess this gene. Many people have even committed heinous crimes that have shocked the world. This is an indisputable fact. Of course, He-Fan himself might not fully believe it if he had only heard about it. But when he discovered that he also possessed this mutated gene, and recalling the extreme things he had done after his parents' deaths, a sense of foreboding suddenly rose from the depths of his heart. No wonder. No wonder I was able to kill Jiang Yujun without hesitation back then. At that moment, I felt not panic at all, but rather a sense of excitement. It seems they don't care about human lives at all. Later, he almost strangled his own wife to death. He could even kill passers-by. In addition, he personally experienced the kind of violence that came from the soul, which is enough to prove a lot. After all, what ordinary person could be so indifferent to murder? Clearly, possessing supermale genes is definitely not a good thing. He smiled, but inwardly he was bitter. Indeed, his medical skills are remarkable. Even his father could only suppress his inner rage with acupuncture before he died, but it couldn't cure him. So he probably doesn't have any good solutions for this kind of genetic problem either. Don't worry, although these genetic problems do have some impact on people, most of them occur in childhood. Thinking that he fanned silence meant he was worried about something, the doctor quickly and gently comforted him. I heard you're also a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, so you should know something about this illness. Since you've grown up so well, it's because your nature has suppressed negative thoughts, and you're still kind. He fanned. Thank you, doctor, I understand. He gave an awkward smile. He took the test results, nodded, and turned to leave the hospital. Watching his departing figure, the doctor hesitated. Should we register this kind of illness? Sigh. It seems I really owe my life to my dad for growing up safely. After leaving the hospital, He looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. Yes. If it weren't for his father's strict discipline from a young age and the frequent acupuncture treatments, no one could guarantee that he wouldn't have become someone far more despised than Lizzie, or even broken the law. Of course. Actually, things have two sides. Not everyone who carries this supermale gene is a bad person. In reality, there are many exceptions among patients with this genetic disease. The key to understanding this type of patient is their childhood environment. Most importantly, were there any excessive stimuli encountered in the process? As long as they don't experience too many hardships, they can live a peaceful and ordinary life. There are even quite a few people who can live peacefully and steadily in society and never commit a crime in their entire lives. But the fear is that it might trigger a reaction. In particular, some intense stimuli can easily trigger their negative emotions. And he is a stark example of this. Sigh, I hope this gene won't lead me to utter ruin. After calming himself down, he casually tore up the examination report and threw it into the trash can, then hailed a taxi and headed towards the clinic. Left behind, only a faint sense of melancholy remains. Unfortunately, doctors cannot heal themselves. Although he had some understanding of the supermale gene, he forgot one thing. Although the chance of inheriting the supermale gene is very small, only 1 in 1,000, the chance of having children for people with this genetic disease is only 1% of that for ordinary people. Even lower. Xiao Yun'er was very disappointed. She never expected this. When I finished making breakfast, my husband had already left. No way. She could only have a quick breakfast before driving to Donghai radio station. After all, you still have to go to class. But just as she was walking toward her workplace, she happened to see Chen Xinyue coming out. Judging from the large shoulder bag the other person was carrying, it was obvious that they had been sent on assignment again today. There's no other way. This is what being a journalist is all about. New moon. Although she felt a little guilty, she still waved to the other person with a happy expression. In Xiao Yun'er's mind, since the other party confronted her husband because of her, making him less insistent on divorcing her, it was a huge favor to her. In this way, the two can be considered even. Even if we remain sisters in the future, we won't have to harbor any resentment anymore. But the other party's reaction left Xiao Yun'er stunned on the spot. Chen Xinyue walked past her with her backpack in her hand, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Xiao Yun'er watched helplessly as the other person walked to a press vehicle, got in, closed the door, started the engine, and drove away. What's wrong with her? Xiao Yun'er murmured, not understanding how things had turned out this way. After all, I only played a guiding role in some things before. Given my best friend's personality, she shouldn't have been able to see through it, right? What exactly went wrong? Could it be? A thought suddenly flashed through her mind, and she remembered her husband, He. Unless he said something to Chen Xinyue, it would be impossible for him to wake her up and make her realize that she was using him. Yes, only this possibility can explain the change in my best friend. Thinking about it, it's understandable. After all, they genuinely admitted their mistake and wanted to help her. But what about myself? They actually took advantage of their knowledge of others and blatantly used them. Chapter 117, The Legend of the Divine Healer. Xiao Yuner knew very well that anyone would be angry in this situation. She gave a bitter laugh and walked towards her workplace with a sigh in her heart. As for Chen Xinhua, I'll sincerely apologize to the other person when I have time. After all, I don't have many friends, and I don't want to lose such a close friend. Honestly, it's very difficult to rent a storefront in Donghai City, but landlords are usually happy to let you terminate the lease. No other reason than that prices will go up again. When Yifan contacted the landlady and told her he didn't want to continue renting, she immediately ran over happily. Finally, after settling the rent and other expenses, the landlady generously said that she would give Yifan enough time to move his belongings out of the clinic. I will come back to collect the house in 3 days. Then he got up and left. 3 days was enough for Yifan. After all, there weren't many large items in the clinic, so they could be easily packed up and taken away. The only slightly difficult thing to deal with were the medicine cabinets and the medicinal herbs inside. But this didn't stump Yifan. Although he didn't have many close friends in the city, after working in this line of work for a long time, he eventually got to know some owners of Chinese medicine shops. At worst, we can just resell the medicinal herbs to them. It should be quite simple. Do it as soon as you think of it. Yifan simply made a phone call, negotiated the price, and then just had to wait for the other party to come and weigh it. Beep beep. About half an hour later, a van drove directly to the front of the clinic. As a fat, big-eared man jumped out of the car, he immediately burst into hearty laughter. Mr. He, are you getting promoted? Looks like you'll be moving to a big city, right? Congratulations on your promotion, Lao Wang. As he spoke, he cupped his hands in a respectful gesture. Upon seeing the person who had arrived, Yifan smiled faintly. He simply stepped forward, shook hands with the other person, smiled politely, and said nothing. What can I say? So, after closing down this time, you don't plan to open the clinic again? After all, they were only slightly acquainted, so Yifan didn't need to explain anything yet. Seemingly aware of the other person's reclusive nature, the pharmacy owner, who called himself Old Wang, didn't seem to care much about his taciturnity. He immediately ordered the few men who had come with him to go into the clinic, first pack up all the medicinal herbs and medicine cabinets, and then, after counting them, load them directly onto the truck. All right, Mr. He, that's a total of 89,600 yuan. As your older brother, I'm not stingy. I've transferred 90,000 yuan to you. Please check. After getting everything in order, Boss Wang took out his phone and operated it for a while, then smiled and nodded at Yifan. Meanwhile, Yifan received a notification that his account had been credited to his account, thus concluding the transaction. The boss seemed to have a short temper. After settling everything, he immediately waved to Yifan and drove away. Looking back at the signboard of Hayantang and then at the empty clinic. To be honest, Yifan felt a mix of emotions at that moment. After all, it's the place he's lived in for many years, and it's where he's always earned money to support his family. It would be a lie to say he has no feelings for it. It's suddenly shut down now, and I feel a bit bad about it. Isn't that how life is? You gain some things and you lose others. You lose some things and you gain others. After a long while, Yifan chuckled to himself. He shook his head to dispel the sadness in his heart and strode away into the distance. If anyone noticed the direction he went, it was clearly towards the Emperor Hotel. At the entrance of the Emperor Hotel, an elderly man, dressed in a suit and tie, who looked to be in his 50s and slightly balding, stepped inside. If Yifan were here, he would recognize this person as Wang Chongfeng, the director of Donghai radio station. Of course, he might recognize the other person, but Wang Chongfeng might not recognize him. Even if you've seen it, you've probably forgotten it long ago. After all, their social statuses were vastly different. How could a station director possibly remember a mere clinic doctor, even if the other party is a family member of one of your employees? Wang Chongfeng has been very troubled lately. As the director of Donghai City radio station, he was considered an upper-class person in this second-tier city, with neither lack of power nor money. And what's even more abundant is beautiful women. But as he got older, Director Wang always felt that he wasn't performing as well in some aspects. They were even so weak it was appalling. Honestly, it's not surprising that someone his age would develop this kind of problem. But Wang Changfeng was unwilling to accept it. A man is a boy until he dies. Who would willingly admit that they are incapable? For the past 2 years, he had been secretly seeking medical treatment, visiting countless hospitals in nearby cities. He even sought out famous traditional Chinese medicine doctors from various places within his capabilities and tried all sorts of folk remedies. Despite trying for a long time, there was still no improvement. This result truly left Director Wang extremely frustrated. Fortunately, some encouraging news has recently spread within his circle. I heard that the eldest daughter of the Wang family at the Emperor Hotel was completely cured of ALS, one of the world's most recognized incurable diseases, by an unknown young traditional Chinese medicine doctor. He also heard that the man's medical skills were divine, and there was no disease he couldn't cure. This matter has been widely discussed in the upper echelons of the East China Sea, and it is said that many high-ranking officials and wealthy people have great respect for him. After all, who isn't afraid of death? Even if you have billions in wealth, once you lose your life, it all belongs to someone else. Therefore, successful people will maintain at least basic respect for any doctor with good medical skills. For no other reason then. I hope that if I become seriously ill in the future, I will be able to receive timely treatment and not lose my life because of the disease. If this is true for ordinary doctors with good medical skills, how much more so for a miracle doctor who can cure terminal illnesses? In Wang Changdong's opinion, even if that person only had half of the rumored medical skills, his illness would definitely be insignificant in the other person's eyes. If there's a chance to let the other person see it, they might be able to get cured. Unfortunately, he didn't know that person. Moreover, given his status, it would be very difficult for him to obtain information from the Wang family. So, clinging to his last sliver of hope, he's been going to the Emperor Hotel every day lately, hoping to run into her. Even if we can't meet the miracle doctor, it would be good to meet the Wang family. At the very least, although he wasn't familiar with the person, he had met them twice. I believe that as long as I'm thick-skinned enough, I should be able to get some information. And since the Emperor Hotel is owned by the Wang family, it's naturally the most suitable place to come. That guy, he really is here again. Upstairs, Wang Qing stood by the window, looking down at the old man below, and couldn't help but curl her lip. Does someone like this even deserve He Fan to use his personal connections to get the Wang family's help? In her opinion, it was simply not worth it. Chapter 118 Wang Changfeng's Humility. However, Wang Qing also understood that Grandpa had always wanted to befriend He Fan, so naturally he wouldn't refuse the other's request. He even offered to help him get things done in the best way possible. That's one way to put it. The recent appearances of Wang Changfeng at the Emperor Hotel are a result of the old man's influence. Yes, this matter appears to be a transaction, and He Fan even paid a favor in return. But in Wang Qing's eyes, He Fan had made a bad deal this time. So what if he's just the head of a radio station in a small local city? For the Wang family, scheming against him is a piece of cake. It's simply not worth him wasting his favor. Just like now, the information Wang Changfeng received was exactly what the Wang family wanted him to know. How could they possibly reveal He Fan's true identity so easily? It was all just an act. This is the scheming of powerful families. After all, Old Master Wang understood the principle of scarcity and the desire to profit. His idea was simple. As long as He Fan's extraordinary medical skills have not yet become known to more people in the upper class, then I can use his powerful abilities to bring huge benefits to the entire Wang family in a short period of time. Compared to that, what does doing this little thing even matter? So when He Fan expressed his idea, the old man agreed without hesitation. As for what the other party's purpose was, Old Master Wang didn't even ask. Really, he knew who was behind Wang Changfeng, but the old man wasn't afraid. He's just a son-in-law. Although he wouldn't dare do anything to him, it's impossible for him to control the Wang family, unless that family intervenes. But the key is that at their level, all they see is profit. As long as you make some concessions on certain interests, it's not worth bothering with a mere local worker. That's one way to put it. If it were just about dealing with Wang Changfeng, let alone He Fan cooperating to deceive him, it wouldn't have mattered at all. If he wanted the other person to disappear, the old man would do it without hesitation. After all, He-fan's value was enough to make him take some risks. Hee. I reckon that guy who caught a cold should be almost done. It's time for us to start rolling in the net after we promised He-kid. Not far away, Grandpa Wang Yangshan smiled, then looked at his granddaughter and said kindly, "Girl, it's your turn to perform." After saying that, he closed his eyes, seemingly not taking it seriously at all. "Okay, Grandpa." Wang Qing nodded, and then started walking outside. The moment she stepped out of the room, several female bodyguards immediately followed, heading imposingly towards the hotel lobby. That's right. Now, thanks to He-fan's treatment, Wang Qing has recovered to about 70–80%. Now her favorite thing to do is walk. Perhaps it was because he had been confined to a wheelchair for too long during those years. So she was one of the key figures in cooperating with He-fan and setting a trap for Wang Changfeng. Everything went very smoothly from then on. When Wang Changfeng saw Wang Qing walk past him with an imposing air, his eyes lit up and he quickly followed her. After all, he believed that given his status and the fact that he had met the other party a few times, asking about such a small matter shouldn't be a big deal, right? As expected, although Wang Qing put on the airs of a strong woman and was followed by several female bodyguards, she did not refuse Wang Changfeng's approach. Furthermore, when the other party asked certain questions, he naturally brought them up. What did Wang Qing say? That naturally refers to the information He-fan gave me. Wang Changfeng, who was happily memorizing the news about the miracle doctor, had no idea that he was running desperately down a road of no return. Even more unclear is that this whole thing is a huge trap from beginning to end. The pit is deep enough to bury this big station director. I finally got it. Wang Changfeng's eyes lit up when he saw the eldest daughter of the Wang family walk out of the hotel. He gripped the note tightly in his hand, his heart pounding with excitement. Without a second thought, I ran to the parking lot and immediately took out my phone as soon as I got in the car. After entering the string of numbers on the slip of paper, I immediately clicked to make the call. Beep, beep. Sorry, the number you dialed is busy. Please try again later. To his utter surprise, the other end of the line hung up immediately. For a moment, Wang Changfeng was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? The miracle doctor isn't answering my calls. If you follow normal thinking, you would definitely keep calling if the call doesn't go through the first time, until the other party answers. But Wang Changfeng dared not do that. He was afraid that this would anger the miracle doctor, who would then block him. After all, capable people often have eccentric personalities, and Wang Changfeng dared not take that risk. Otherwise, wouldn't all my efforts over the past few days have been in vain? After thinking about it, he finally decided to send a message to the other party first to test whether they were willing to answer the call. If he's willing, his plans are almost certainly going to succeed. If not, he'll have to find another way. After carefully crafting a text message, Wang Changfeng hesitated for a moment before finally clicking the send button. Upon seeing the almost pleading text message he had just received on his phone, He-fan, who was at home observing, immediately smiled. He knew that old Master Wang had probably finished everything that needed to be done. Now, it's time for me, the protagonist, to make my appearance. But, he replied with that simple message. Not even a single extra word was typed. Wang Changfeng. He-fan gave a strange smile and unconsciously touched his pocket. Inside were several pills of the bewitching heart powder, which had just been made. This is exactly what was prepared for the other party. I hope you can have the willpower to resist the effects of the drug and not tell the truth, right? His expression was amused. He simply didn't believe that a 50-something-year-old man, a greedy and lustful fellow, could have such a strong will. Yes, He-fan no longer intended to hold back. Actually, he himself found it quite strange, as it seemed unlikely that his wife and Wang Changfeng had the kind of relationship he imagined. How did you find out? Now that He-fan has money, doesn't he know how to hire a private investigator? In the last week or so, he spent tens of thousands of dollars and even offered $1 million to have multiple detectives investigate his wife from all angles. But what was the result? 7 or 8 days have passed, and there hasn't been a single useful piece of information. On the contrary, According to information from several private investigators, he swore that his wife had absolutely no relationship with Wang Chongfeng. Chapter 119 Li Kaigua. However, according to the investigation, it seems that the guy had harassed his wife before, but Xiao Yuner resolutely rejected him, and that was the end of it. Later on, they rarely had any contact with each other unless there was a specific reason. The only time they met was the last time at the Emperor Hotel, and another time when it seemed like he was driving Xiao Yuner somewhere. But in the end, the wife got off the bus halfway through the journey. It has to be said that He Fan had a lot of respect for these private detectives. He may not know about the past. At least the recent information they provided matches up with what I have here. Of course, many people who hear this news might think that their wives haven't cheated on them at all. But there are some things that He Fan knows very clearly and understands perfectly well. My wife is definitely cheating on me. Even the consequences can be extremely dire. For example, the time when Wang Chongfeng took his wife and disappeared without a trace. Judging from the timing, it seems to be the time when someone tried to murder him. These two things, on the surface, don't seem to be related at all. But after comparing the two, He Fan realized that he had almost been hit by a car and stabbed by someone right after he called his wife. She got off the bus halfway through the journey, which must have been after she received the phone call. What does this tell us? It's quite obvious. The two must be related. The only thing He Fan couldn't understand was, if someone wanted to kill his wife because his phone call affected her meeting with him, how could the other party do it so quickly? Indeed, technology is very advanced now. With just a simple phone call, you can command people thousands of miles away. But that's too fast, isn't it? Judging from the timeline, the two people who wanted to harm him must have had a premeditated plan, or it was something they had arranged in advance. Either they happened to be nearby and happened to receive orders, which would cause them to act recklessly, but because they are too hasty, they accidentally escape a disaster. But no matter which point it is, it only proves one thing. There must be something sordid going on between my wife Xiao Yuner and that Wang Chongfeng. Even if the two weren't having an affair, Wang Chongfeng definitely knew some inside information. This is why He Fan would not hesitate to scheme against the other party. As for how he knew that the guy had a problem, as a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine with a family tradition of the art, if He Fan couldn't diagnose someone's condition even after meeting them in person, then he wouldn't need to continue working in the field. He had already figured it out, even though he had only seen Wang Chongfeng from afar once before. That guy is so old, yet he still dares to indulge in excessive sexual activity. There's no one else like him. It's an unspeakable secret. I've been suffering from it for a long time. And it's extremely serious. Even a good urologist would probably have a hard time curing it. Therefore, he set up this trap in advance, just waiting for the other party to fall into it. Now that's good, that guy has finally arrived. Since that's the case, He Fan naturally had to take this opportunity to do something. He had a vague feeling. As long as the other party can be completely controlled by the effects of the bewitching powder, I can obtain a lot of important information from them. Of course, the bewildering powder isn't as magical as you might imagine. He was also afraid that if he touched on sensitive topics, Wang Chongfeng would become resistant, and then all his efforts would be in vain. But this kind of thing can only be done by luck, and He Fan was betting that the other party was a softie. If the other party's will is not firm enough, they will naturally reveal all their secrets under your coaxing. Beep. As expected, the moment he replied to the message, his phone rang. With a smile on his face, He Fan slowly picked up the phone and placed it to his ear. Hello. Bang. What exactly does the Wang family mean by this? They actually want to target Wang Chongfeng? It seems they really don't take me seriously. In a manner in Kyoto, Li Kaigua's face turned ashen, and he slammed his hand hard on the table. Yes, that King Chongfeng of the East Sea was nothing more than a dog under his command. Moreover, it was insignificant. But, even when beating a dog, you have to consider its owner, right? Old man Wang just made a phone call to me so brazenly, and you want me to give up a subordinate? Isn't that a bit too arrogant? Boss, in the end, Wang Chongfeng is just a local TV station director. He's not very useful to you, so getting rid of him won't make any difference. But it would be unwise to offend the Wang family of Kyoto because of him. Seeing his outburst of anger, his secretary, Sun Yuan, quickly stepped forward to try and calm him down. After all, In his understanding, although the Wang family was just a small business family, their true strength should not be underestimated. It's important to know that back then, the reason why old Master Wang was able to expand his family's influence to such a great extent was because he naturally had a very strong backing. Although his boss now holds a high position and is a government official in Beijing, it is not advisable to confront the other party directly without the full support of his family. Besides, a mere local radio station director isn't even qualified to help the boss, and shouldn't be worth the boss's help at all. It must be said that the secretary's idea was absolutely correct in some respects. That's how it is in officialdom. After weighing the pros and cons, you have to give up what you should give up without hesitation. Otherwise, it could very well cause big trouble. Cole. Upon hearing his secretary's words, Li Kaigwa breathed a sigh of relief and gradually calmed down. He wasn't incapable of making choices, but the key was that Wang Changfeng was different. That guy has some kind of secret about me. If it gets out, not to mention whether it will affect my future, my whole family will probably not let me off the hook. However, the secretary was unaware of this matter, so it's not surprising that she offered such advice. All right, you can go out now. After a moment of silence, Li Kaigwa waved his hand and shooed Sun Yuan out of the study. What should we do? The most crucial question is, why is the Wang family targeting Wang Changfeng? Could it be that they've sensed something and are actually targeting me? Li Kaigwa frowned, feeling that something was amiss. However, considering that Wang Yanshan only wanted to mess with Wang Changfeng and had already made it clear that he wouldn't take his life, he became doubtful again. Could it be that some fool accidentally offended the Wang family? That's certainly possible. After all, it's said that the Wang family's little princess has been living in Donghai City. Given Wang Changfeng's frivolous and womanizing nature, it's not impossible that he might accidentally provoke her. I just don't know if this will cause him to leak it. Li Kaigwa's gaze was deep, and a murderous intent flashed in the deepest part of his eyes. There are some things that must never be revealed now. That only means. His hand was already on the phone next to him. You're that miracle doctor. In a secluded courtyard, far from the hustle and bustle of Donghai City, Wang Changfeng stared at the refined-looking young man in his early 30s, his face filled with disbelief. Chapter 120 Digging a Trap Step by Step. For some reason, he felt that the other person looked somewhat familiar. But upon closer reflection, I realized that I didn't have this person in my memory at all. Didn't you make the call yourself 3 days ago? What? You don't believe I'm the miracle doctor you're looking for? He put his hands behind his back and said with a half-smile. Honestly, looking at this balding old man in front of him, who was dressed like a dog but looked rather sleazy, he really wanted to go up to him, pin him to the ground, and beat him up. For no other reason than that he actually dared to make a move on Xiao Yuner. Although he didn't understand what kind of connection there was between his wife and him, he was even more confused about why Xiao Yuner had such a secret with this sleazy guy. But he was certain that there were many things he didn't know about happening inside. For that alone, the other party deserves to die. Well, just as Fan's eyes were about to flash with a fierce light, and some kind of impulse was stirring within him, he was jolted awake and immediately sobered up. Is it still like this? He frowned slightly, looking somewhat worried. Perhaps it's time to give myself a few acupuncture treatments again. No, I was making a fuss over nothing. I've long heard of the young miracle doctor's reputation. He even cured Miss Wang's ALS. How could I dare to have any doubts? Wang Changfeng gave an awkward smile. He was a cunning old fox after all, and quickly smoothed things over with his words. All right, you came to me for treatment. No need for so much nonsense. Fan raised his eyelids and glanced at him, speaking in a calm voice. It seems I'm getting a little annoyed. He truly is a divine physician, a reclusive master. His personality must be quite eccentric. Seeing his displeased expression, Wang Changfeng felt no anger whatsoever. On the contrary, he felt that the other party's attitude was more like that of a divine doctor. Okay, miracle doctor, please look at my condition. A blush crept across his wrinkled old face. Yes. Wang Changfeng felt extremely embarrassed. After all, it's impossible to talk about a disease like this with anyone. For no other reason than it's too damaging to a man's dignity. It's just YW. What's there to be embarrassed about? He Fan glanced at him coldly and said indifferently, "Come with me." After saying that, he turned around and went into the room. Okay. Seeing that the other person didn't seem to care at all, and then readily explained his illness, Wang Chongfeng's eyes lit up, and he eagerly followed after him, his heart filled with excitement. What a master! Truly a master. With just one glance, he saw through his unspeakable secret. It seems I'm saved. The house wasn't very big, it only had a few rooms. One of the rooms was decorated in an antique style, and a faint scent of Chinese medicine wafted in the air, which was quite in line with He Fan's current status. To be precise, it's more like a secluded retreat for a hermit. Seeing this, Wang Chongfeng became even more convinced that the other party was the legendary divine doctor. The last vestige of defensiveness in my heart vanished the moment I entered the room. Yes, Wang Chongfeng was no fool to have risen to the position of director of Donghai radio station. If someone invited him to such a remote place, it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. So he remained on guard after entering the courtyard. After all, there are far too many scammers in society these days. If you're too careless, uncontrollable accidents could easily occur. After all, I'm already in my 40s and 50s, and I don't want to accidentally fall into a ditch and end up like the legendary case where someone cuts my kidney. But after seeing He Fan's every move and observing the surrounding situation, he began to gradually let go of all his worries. After entering this room, I completely trusted the other person. Sit down. Arriving at a square table, He Fan sat down in the armchair and gestured for Wang Chongfeng to sit opposite him. Okay. At this moment, Director Wang did almost everything He Fan said. Upon hearing this, he obediently ran to the other side, sat down on an ordinary four-legged stool, and then looked at the other person expectantly. Give me your hand. The same two words, yet He Fan's cold face remained devoid of any emotion. Wang Chongfeng seemed to be already familiar with the examination methods of traditional Chinese medicine, and he had already handed over his wrist while the other party was speaking. He knew in his heart that the other party was clearly trying to take his pulse. As expected, He Fan extended 3 fingers and slowly placed them on his wrist pulse. At this moment, Wang Chongfeng didn't even dare to breathe loudly. It's because if you make your movements a little bigger, it will affect the other person. He didn't know how much time had passed, but seeing He Fan's brows furrowing deeper and deeper, Wang Chongfeng's heart immediately jumped into his throat. It has to be said that Wang Chongfeng is quite the old fox. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to remain the station director of Donghai City for so many years. Of course, his success today is certainly due in part to having that person as his backer. But if he were a fool, his so-called powerful backer would certainly look down on him. So if someone really wanted to outsmart someone like that, a young guy like He Fan might not be able to fool him. Unfortunately, Wang Chongfeng was unlucky. Who can blame He Fan when he has an even bigger fox behind him, Wang Yangming? If he is a 100-year-old fox, then Old Master Wang is an absolute 1,000-year-old fox demon. The two are incomparable. Therefore, after He Fan frankly stated his plans at that time, and with the old man's guidance, he now has a firm grasp on Wang Chongfeng's mentality. Just like now, even the slightest change in He Fan's expression could tug at Wang Chongfeng's heartstrings. Even a slight frown could make the other person feel incredibly uneasy. Something seems off about you. After closing his eyes for a while, He Fan suddenly spoke and said this. His eyes immediately opened. Honestly, his move was pre-planned. Otherwise, things will get complicated. As for taking a pulse, how could He Fan possibly actually give this guy a checkup? In the end, it was all just a pretense. Just now, he hadn't even paid much attention to the other person's pulse. But those words immediately plunged Wang Chongfeng's heart into despair. Could it be that even this miracle doctor is unable to cure his own ailment? He was somewhat apprehensive and regretful. Oh no. If I had known this would happen, I should have restrained myself in that kind of thing all these years. Now it's all good. Even if I think about it again, it's probably useless. Just as he was feeling flustered and confused, he suddenly heard music playing from the side. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the cell phone that the miracle doctor had casually placed aside, and it seemed that someone was calling right now. Chapter 121, Taking the Bewitching Powder. Originally, Wang Changfeng didn't pay much attention to such trivial matters. However, after accidentally seeing the caller ID, he was suddenly horrified. That's Wangyang Mountain? Isn't this the old patriarch of the Wang family, the former clan head of the Wang family in Kyoto? In other words, he was told about the miracle doctor, the eldest daughter of the Wang family's biological grandfather. Upon seeing that it was the other party calling, Wang Changfeng immediately felt uneasy. Could that old man's call have something to do with me? After all, he obtained the information about the miracle doctor from the other party's granddaughter, so he could be considered to have taken a shortcut. It's normal for the other party to be unhappy. He calmly released his hand from taking the pulse, then casually picked up his phone, swiped it, and placed it to his ear. Hey sir, is there something you need? As he answered the phone, a faint, aged voice could be heard coming from the other end. Because Wang Changfeng was close by, he could hear it very clearly. Really? Judging from the voice, that should be Grandpa Wang. After all, although Wang Changfeng was not qualified to meet the other party, he had met him a few times because they were both in Donghai City. His voice is not unfamiliar. Under the anxious gaze of Wang Changfeng, the station chief, he saw that Fan's phone call lasted only a few dozen seconds. We chatted for a few minutes, and then hung up. Judging from his expression, it didn't seem like he mentioned anything too important. And it has nothing to do with him. Seeing this, Wang Changfeng breathed a sigh of relief. I was secretly relieved that what I was worried about didn't happen. Of course, Fan could clearly see the changes in his expression. He hung up the phone without making a sound, casually put the phone aside, seemed to hesitate for a moment, then picked up a brocade box from the side and carefully opened it. As a faint medicinal fragrance wafted out, Fan carefully took out a pill from inside. Here, take it first. Fan calmly handed the pill to Wang Changfeng, without even explaining what kind of medicine it was, and directly asked the other party to take it. Honestly, if this had happened before, in such a remote place, and with such a stranger, Wang Changfeng would definitely not have eaten anything offered to him. He would have been extremely wary. But what about now? When the other person handed him a pill, he took it without hesitation. It was stuffed directly into his mouth, and he tilted his head back and swallowed it. Without even blinking. It can be said that this kind of behavior is simply unbelievable for an old fox. Of course, Wang Changfeng's actions were actually within Fan's expectations. After all, from the moment we met today, every action he took was for one purpose. That is to make this old fox in front of me completely trust me. It's clear that he did it. Moreover, it turns out that Fan deliberately acted like a hermit master in order to solidify his identity as a divine doctor, so that Wang Changfeng would be more convinced of his reputation as a divine doctor. However, when taking someone's pulse, frowning, or even saying harsh words is to disturb their mind and make it difficult for them to calm down and think about too many things. And the most amazing thing was the phone call from Grandpa Wang just now. Fan not only let the other party see the caller ID accidentally, but also let them hear the voice to confirm that it was the old man contacting him. In this way, Wang Changfeng will surely feel more at ease with his miracle doctor. After all, the old man's status is undeniable. Why would he possibly harm a mere radio station director? There's absolutely no need for that. After all, if the other party really wanted to deal with him, it would only take a single word. There was absolutely no reason to cause so much trouble. That's why Wang Changfeng swallowed the pill without hesitation after receiving it. Because he believed that the miracle doctor in front of him must have his reasons for doing so. If you want to get better, you must completely cooperate with the other party. After all, if you voice your doubts and anger them, that's not a good thing. Seeing that the other party obediently swallowed the bewitching powder, Fan unconsciously revealed a meaningful smile. Yes, this meticulously planned scheme was exactly the result he wanted. Absolutely. If Fan were willing, Old Master Wang could even have someone secretly kidnap Wang Changfeng and let him do whatever he wanted with him. At that point, let alone getting the other party to take the bewitching powder. Even if you force him to admit that he was 3 years old when he peeked at a widow taking a bath, he would have to agree. But that would involve certain risks, which was not what Fan wanted. He didn't want some personal issues to escalate into something serious. Putting aside the huge favor he would owe the Wang family if he did that, Wang Chongfeng's identity alone would prevent him from acting recklessly. Indeed, this radio station director was nothing in the eyes of those powerful families. But in the small city of Donghai, he was considered a prominent figure. If what I've done gets exposed, the Wang family, who helped me, might not be in too much trouble, but I'll probably have a hard time getting out of there. He Fan has always believed that one must be careful when dealing with these kinds of capitalist families, because all they believe in is profit. If his own value does not meet the other party's requirements for benefits, he will be abandoned by them immediately if something goes wrong. To avoid being trampled on in the end would be considered good. Therefore, He Fan has always been very careful when dealing with the Wang family, and would never hand over any information about himself to them. Of course, if he really wanted to deal with this guy, he could actually use some methods. He was confident that as long as he took action, there would be no future troubles. If we're talking about certain methods, why would he need the help of others? He Fan isn't stupid. Of course he knows how to make choices. At least for him right now, getting the greatest benefit with the least effort is what he should do. Just like now, Wang Chongfeng, after taking the medicine, has gradually become dazed. He Fan was very clear. If you just wait a little longer, he won't refuse you whatever you want him to do. Unless this guy experiences a very significant shock, he might not be able to come to his senses. What's your name? Wang Chongfeng. Sure enough, just a few minutes later. When He Fan tried to ask, Wang Chongfeng answered honestly. Although there was no change in her expression, she seemed very cooperative. Seemingly worried that the medicine hadn't taken effect yet, He Fan casually asked the other person a few more questions. For example, does the other party have a mistress or a second mistress? After all, it's normal for men to be naturally curious about this. Besides, seeing that the other person has this disease, he's probably a lecherous devil. Only by using this kind of topic can you confirm that the other person is under the control of drugs. Chapter 122 Unexpected. Poisoning. But Wang Chongfeng's answer next really surprised He Fan. As the other party recounted the story, Wang Chongfeng revealed one scandal after another from the past. He Fan's forehead veins bulged as he listened, and a raging fire rose within him. This old man, during his more than 10 years as station director, actually ruined nearly 80% of the beautiful female employees in the radio station. And he even had a mistress outside, who had a child with him. No wonder this thing is failing. After all, at his age, he might not even be able to handle a wife. Yet he's still playing around like this? It's done. Regardless, since Wang Chongfeng could reveal such a secret, it's certain that his bewitching powder had taken effect. He Fan was secretly delighted, and then asked again, without showing any emotion. Then, do you know Xiao Yun'er? Xiao Yun'er. Upon hearing this name, Wang Chongfeng seemed somewhat moved. Fortunately, he quickly calmed down and said in a somewhat bewildered tone, Yes, I know her. She's a female employee at our station. She's very pretty. As he was talking, a lewd expression suddenly appeared on his face. His voice carried a hint of regret as he said, It's a pity she's with Boss Lee from Kyoto. Although I once thought about secretly seducing her, that bitch rejected me. At this point, he seemed somewhat angry and resentful, spitting out a sharp, pooey. That bitch already has a man, so why can't she be with me when she can be with other men? What's with the innocent act? If I wasn't worried about making a big fuss, I would have forced myself on her long ago. As he said this, a ferocious look appeared on Wang Chongfeng's face. His tone was filled with resentment. His expressions were so rich that he looked just like an ordinary person. He didn't look like someone controlled by drugs at all. Yes, the greatest effect of Luoxin's sign, besides bewitching people and being harmless to the human body, is that the person who takes it does not remain in a dazed state like someone who has been hypnotized. Conversely, once the person administering the drug gives the order, the other person will appear no different from an ordinary person in terms of speech and actions. And this is precisely what makes the bewitching heart powder so extraordinary. Honestly, to some extent, this drug powder can even kill people without them even realizing it, and no one can find any evidence of it. Certainly, every medicine has two sides. It all depends on who the user is. If used correctly, it will be correct. If used incorrectly, it will be incorrect. That's why our ancestors always said that traditional Chinese medicine is good at saving lives, but it's even better at taking them. Honestly, looking at the lecherous and smug look on this guy's face, Fan wished he could just kill him. Damn it, they actually dare to make a move on Xiao Yuner? This guy is really daring. Perhaps the boss Li he mentioned is the person behind his wife? Most importantly, this old bastard even wanted to lay his hands on the women behind his own backers, which shows just how outrageous his lust was. No wonder, getting older makes you YW. Suppressing his rage and murderous intent, Fan stared sharply at his opponent, making his tone even calmer as he spoke. Then can you tell me who Boss Li really is? When Fan asked that question, he himself began to feel nervous. He had a feeling that once he knew this person's true identity, many of his previous secrets would be revealed. Now his only concern is whether this name is important to Wang Changfeng, and whether it will touch the other's heart and thus awaken the old man. If something unexpected happens, all my plans over the past few days will be in vain. As expected, after Fan asked this question, Wang Changfeng's face immediately showed a struggle. It seems that the name Boss Li holds a very important place in his heart. Don't rush. Think about it. You've even set your sights on his woman. Why should you care too much about that, Mr. Li? The mountains are high and the emperor is far away. Why worry that he might find out anything? Seeing that the other person was about to regain consciousness, Fan quickly suppressed his nausea and comforted him in a calm tone. His words carried a seductive undertone. Honestly, his technique was similar to a kind of hypnotic effect, amplifying the other person's desires while minimizing the fear of that name in Wang Changfeng's heart. He didn't know if it would work, but he had no choice but to take the plunge. It has to be said, Fan made the right bet. Clearly, his words struck a nerve with the other person. Wang Changfeng's expression softened considerably, and a slight smile appeared on his face. Mr. Li? Mr. Li is Zhao from Kyoto. As he finished speaking, his expression suddenly turned to one of astonishment, and his face contorted in shock. Instinctively, he immediately grabbed his neck with both hands, and after only a few breaths, his face turned ashen. Judging from his appearance, it seems like he'll die on the spot at any moment. Fan was startled, and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. They couldn't care about anything else anymore. He immediately lunged forward, flicked his wrist to take out a box of silver needles, and inserted them along the Tian-2 and Renning acupoints all the way down to his chest and abdomen. Fan finally breathed a long sigh of relief after the acupuncture treatment was completed. As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, he could tell at a glance that the other person had been poisoned. Moreover, it is undoubtedly the kind of extremely potent poison that takes some time to take effect after ingestion and can kill instantly once it takes effect. Although I don't know what kind of poison it is right now, I can use acupuncture to stabilize your internal organs and prevent the poison from spreading in a short period of time. Honestly, if Fan truly loathed this guy, he would wish the other person were dead on the spot. Unfortunately, he knew all too well that he absolutely could not let Wang Changfeng die in front of him. Otherwise, things would be in real trouble. Joke. They had personally invited the other person to this secluded courtyard, and there were only the two of them in the entire courtyard. If one of them really died here for no apparent reason, even if Fan had 8 mouths, he probably wouldn't be able to explain it. There's a 99% chance they'll be arrested immediately. As for the fact that the authorities need evidence to arrest people, Fan couldn't help but smile wryly. Sometimes things just happen by chance. A few days ago, in order to concoct the Bewitch Heart powder, again, I bought all sorts of medicines from the largest Chinese medicine pharmacy in the city center. Moreover, those drug formulations were things that ordinary Chinese medicine practitioners had never seen before, and it was impossible for them to figure out what they needed to formulate. In addition, Fan was originally a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. These factors alone would probably be enough for the inspectors to conclude that Wang Changfeng's death was related to him. This point is beyond doubt. You know best what you did. Fan understood that he didn't have much time left. Using silver needles to seal acupoints can at most buy the other party half an hour. Judging from the state of this toxic outbreak, I'm afraid that even half an hour later, the other party will still be doomed to die. Chapter 123, I'm Doomed. It must be said that Fan's reaction was timely and effective. Immediately after the silver needles were inserted, Wang Chongfeng's complexion improved significantly, and even his breathing became smoother. Unfortunately, at this moment, the other person was slumped on the table, unconscious. Otherwise, Fan might have disregarded everything and tried to extract some secrets from the other party. Yes, Fan was in great pain, although there is not much of a relationship between him and his wife anymore. But when Wang Chongfeng said that there really was a boss Li behind her, she still felt a pang of pain in her heart. Mr. Li? Adulterer? Or is that guy the one who secretly killed his parents? Fan was unaware of these things, but he kept this person in mind, thinking he would investigate further later. At the very least, there isn't time for that right now. Just as he picked up his phone, intending to contact Grandpa Wang to ask if there was any way to resolve the current crisis, he suddenly paused, remembering someone. Mr. Li, could it be Li Kaigua? Xiao Yun'er's cousin? The thought came to him so suddenly that even Fan himself was startled. He really wanted to know if this Li had any connection with that boss Li. Since they're both from Kyoto, right? And they all share the surname Li? It seems quite a coincidence. He had originally intended to think about it further. Unexpectedly, the familiar voice coming from the phone call I casually answered abruptly interrupted my thoughts. Fan, is there something you need on the phone? Old Master Wang's weathered voice reached his ears directly. I couldn't think about anything else. Fan's expression hardened, and he quickly recounted what had happened. He didn't ask the other person for anything. After he finished speaking, he just listened quietly. This is not arrogance, nor is it a matter of begging. Fan knew very well what the other party's attitude would be next. Otherwise, why do you think he didn't call 120 emergency services, but instead called the Wang family? First, he didn't care about Wang Chongfeng's life or death at all. Second, Fan wanted to use the Wang family to get rid of this matter completely. Ultimately, Fan didn't care at all whether Wang Chongfeng lived or died, as long as the other party didn't get into trouble in front of him. That's why we made this decision. After all, the Wang family still owes Fan a lot of favors right now. If not now, when? Although the other party has helped me with some small things during this time. But compared to treating the royal family's little princess and stabilizing that important figure's condition, there's simply no comparison between the two. As expected, just after Fan finished explaining everything, Old Master Wang on the other end of the phone hesitated for a moment before decisively saying, Fan, you leave first. Leave everything else to me. Remember, you didn't go there at all today. Don't touch those silver needles yet. I'll handle that. As for the cameras along the way, you don't need to worry about that. He paused here, then said in a domineering tone, as long as you're in the East China Sea, this old man will definitely keep you safe. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Hearing the beeping sound from his phone, Fan silently put it away. He knew it in his heart. Perhaps after today's events, the Wang family will no longer owe me anything. But what could it be? As long as he can get out of here safely, Fan doesn't care about any of this. He glanced coldly at the unconscious Wang Chongfeng, then strode out. Fan knew that the other party was doomed. It's obvious that the old man won't take him to the hospital. After all, the best way to resolve this matter perfectly is to let an accident happen. Therefore, there is only one outcome for Wang Chongfeng: complete disappearance. I just don't know how the old man plans to proceed. But all of this has nothing to do with him anymore. Fan wouldn't sympathize with scum like Wang Chongfeng even if he died 100 times. The only thing that disappointed him was that, apart from the other party mentioning the name Boss Li, he gained nothing else this time. But there's nothing we can do about it. Who could have imagined that something like this would happen at such a crucial moment? But, Mr. Li? A thought suddenly popped into Fan's mind. Could Wang Chongfeng's mysterious poisoning be the work of someone trying to silence him? But why? After all, in today's society, killing an ordinary person is no small matter and will often be subject to a thorough investigation by the authorities. Not to mention, the other party also has a certain status in Donghai City. Isn't that person afraid of being exposed in the future and getting themselves into trouble? Fan had a vague feeling that Wang Chongfeng's poisoning is very likely related to a secret his wife was hiding. Could it be that the other party has already discovered that he is investigating him? But that shouldn't be the case. Although I had previously hired a private investigator to investigate the other party, I had always reminded them not to expose themselves. They even told those people what they had guessed about the other party's identity. It can be said that, unless they're stupid, they wouldn't make such a mistake. Unable to figure it out no matter what, He-fan simply stopped thinking about it. Anyway, having the name Boss Lee means you have a big goal. Kyoto? Surname Lee? Could it be that person? A figure appeared in He-fan's mind, a feeling that lingered. But, judging from their identities, Xiao Yun'er's family wouldn't do something so reckless, would they? He had a vague suspicion in his mind, but he still couldn't believe it. He-fan could perhaps understand his wife lying to him. But even though his in-laws didn't like him, they wouldn't go so far as to. He-fan was very careful when he left the mansion, avoiding people along the way. No way. If you don't want to get involved with Wang Changfeng, you'd better be careful from now on. That's one way to put it. He didn't want to leave any trace here, no matter how small the chance. Because no one can guarantee that their momentary carelessness won't cause them trouble in the future. He-fan returned to Donghai City without a sound and finally arrived home safely. At this time, Xiao Yun'er had not yet returned, and her son He-miao was still in school and had been staying with his maternal grandparents. Looking at the empty house, He-fan suddenly felt a pang of sadness. What kind of life have I been living all these years? His wife betrayed him, and his parents died. And what about myself? I'm utterly alone, with no one to confide in. If he had known this would happen, he would have preferred never to have met Xiao Yun'er. The next morning, a loud bang woke He-fan from his dream. He sat up with a somewhat dazed look in his eyes, put on his shoes, and quickly went outside. Since the sound was coming from the living room, we had to go and see what was going on. But as soon as He-fan opened the study door, he saw Xiao Yun'er standing in the living room staring at the TV in disbelief, with the bowl in her hand falling to the ground. What are you doing? He-fan frowned, clearly somewhat displeased, and asked. Chapter 124. Too late to regret. Now that the two have come clean, there's absolutely no need for him to hide anything anymore. Don't hold back when it comes to asking questions. Husband, Director Wang actually drove car last night and crashed. Seemingly too nervous, Xiao Yun'er pointed at the TV and stammered, but she couldn't get her words out. Television? Director Wang? Hearing this, He-fan felt a chill and quickly turned his head to look. At that moment, a local news report was playing on the television. Hopefully, the death of Station Chief Wang Changfeng will serve as a warning to everyone. Don't drink and drive. There are many roads, but safety is the most important. Reckless driving will bring tears to your loved one's eyes. Next, please listen to our reporter's live report. The TV volume wasn't loud. Xiao Yun'er must have deliberately turned it down so as not to disturb him. But He-fan saw it clearly. Wang Changfeng had actually been in a car accident. Moreover, he was driving under the influence of alcohol and rear-ended a tanker truck, which directly caused an explosion and fire, leaving no trace of his body. Okay, that's a perfect reason. Even if the other person dies, his position as station director won't make any difference. Because it was just an accident. As He-fan watched the scene on TV, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. The dark mass inside, almost burned to ashes, was the same Master Wang who had just met with me yesterday. Admittedly, the other party's car accident relieved He-fan. But then he felt a jolt in his heart, and a chill suddenly ran down his spine. Is this the power of a large family? It seems that a human life is completely unimportant to him. If I were to provoke a powerful force, would I end up in the same situation? A flicker of confusion crossed He-fan's eyes, but he quickly came to his senses. What am I thinking? He couldn't help but chuckle. After all, when Wang Changfeng got into trouble, it was old Master Wang who helped him. Although the other party had their own motives, there was still some sincerity involved. These large families basically prioritize profit above all else. As long as he possesses medical skills, He-fan believes he has the value to make some big shots compromise on certain matters. And from another perspective, how could I not be considered bloodstained myself? When it comes to life, don't take things too seriously. Shaking his head to clear his mind of those jumbled thoughts, He-fan turned his attention back to the television. Looking at the pitiful Wang Changfeng above, he couldn't help but click his tongue in disapproval. Indeed, experience is the best teacher. They either don't make a move at all, or when they do, they are absolutely ruthless. Given the current situation, With people almost burned to ashes, it's estimated that even if the authorities investigate, it will be difficult to find anything. Joke. That's an oil tanker. The temperature generated during the explosion is high enough to melt even steel. Moreover, what about Wang Changfeng? He'd be lucky to have even a few bones left. Honestly, despite seeing how gruesome the other person's death was, Fan felt nothing. On the contrary, I was actually very happy. That kind of scum deserves to die. Even if it remained in the world, it wouldn't be of any use. His death can be seen as giving some closure to the girls he had previously persecuted. How? How could he have died? I saw him at the station just a couple of days ago. Didn't I see him just a couple of days ago? Xiao Yuner looked somewhat dazed, as if she was still reeling from the news. Of course, even an ordinary person would be surprised if they encountered something like this. It's like a friend you were chatting with just the day before yesterday suddenly having an accident. It would be strange if you could remain indifferent. However, Xiao Yuner's reaction seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? A meaningful look flashed in Fan's eyes as he coldly glanced at the other person. So what if you die? In this life, who knows whether tomorrow will come first, birth or death? After saying that, he glanced at the other person indifferently, then turned around and went back to his room. As for going forward to comfort the other person, it doesn't exist. You have to understand that as he gradually abandons the feelings between the two of them, the more he loved her in the beginning, the more heartless he can be now. Watching his departing figure, Xiao Yuner, who was initially shocked by Wang Changfeng's sudden death, suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Honestly, she regretted it. If I had known this would happen, I would never have acted impulsively back then. Now, it's too late for regrets. Her wonderful life was completely shattered, and she finally lost the boy who once had her whole heart and soul. Silently picking up the fallen bowl, she looked at the once snow-white and exquisite porcelain, which seemed to have shattered into pieces just like her heart. After standing there blankly for a while, Xiao Yuner suddenly had a look of realization on her face. Gradually, she seemed to have figured something out. Slowly turning around and returning to the kitchen, Xiao Yuner did not continue cooking. It seems they've stopped caring about Fan. After tidying everything up, she turned around, grabbed her bag, and left. Ultimately, in this world, there is no such thing as can't do or can't do. Only want to do or dare to do. When a person loses all their support, they naturally become capable of anything. Perhaps it was Fan's indifferent attitude that finally touched Xiao Yuner's heart. So after learning of Wang Changfeng's death, she finally made a decision. Fan was unaware of his wife's changes, much less how much his indifference would alter that woman. After he lazily washed up and came out, he found that Xiao Yuner had not prepared breakfast as usual. Although he was a little surprised, he did not take it too seriously. Anyway, I'm not planning to eat it. Whether I do it or not, it doesn't matter anymore. Today he is going to the Emperor Hotel to meet with the old man. After all, he dared not be careless in the slightest when it came to Wang Changfeng. Fan felt uneasy if he didn't meet with old Master Wang. But shortly after he stepped out of his house and finished breakfast at a shop, his cell phone suddenly rang. I casually pulled it out and saw that it was a call from an unknown number. At this moment, Fan was inexplicably annoyed and too lazy to answer the call. He casually swiped and hung up the unknown caller. Who knows if it's a spam call? But before he could take 2 steps, his phone rang again in his pocket. He took it out and looked at it. It was the same number again. Fan frowned, and a surge of anger suddenly rose in his heart. Seriously, are scammers this brazen these days? If no one answers the first time, keep calling. What? Are you treating him like a piglet? Full of annoyance, he answered the phone immediately and said irritably, I won't buy a house. I won't buy a car. I don't have any relatives who were tricked into going to northern Myanmar, and I don't have the money to ransom anyone. If you're unhappy, do whatever you want. Whether you sell the kidneys or the parts, it's up to you. Without waiting for the other person to speak, he hung up the phone again. Chapter 125 AIDS? Wait a minute, something's not right. But before he could take 2 steps, Fan stopped in his tracks, a thought suddenly occurring to him. If I'm not mistaken, that number belongs to Kyoto? Honestly, in the past, he wouldn't have cared much even if it was a Kyoto number. Furthermore, I maintain a good habit of hanging up on any calls from unknown numbers. Ever since he learned about the Mr. Lee from Kyoto from Wang Changfeng, Fan couldn't help but feel a bit sensitive to those words. Regardless of whether the other party had any illicit affair with his wife, it no longer meant much to me. However, Fan seriously doubted whether his parents' deaths were related to that person. One thing is worth mentioning. The day before yesterday, he contacted some private investigators, gave them the limited information they had, and asked them to do their best to find out who it was. Fan had his suspicions. Was there some special relationship between that boss Lee and his wife's cousin? But the other party's identity was personally verified by his parents-in-law, and considering his age, it seems highly unlikely. Most importantly, Fan had observed the expressions and behaviors of the two people and had not noticed anything unusual. At most, I've only seen it in videos. Lee Kaigwa seems quite affectionate towards his son. But since the other party is an elder, it seems there's nothing inappropriate about what they did. Most importantly, Wang Changfeng referred to that boss Lee as someone who is clearly wealthy. This is a world apart from the air of authority that Lee Kaigwa exudes, which clearly indicates that he is a person from the officialdom. This also greatly reduced Fan's suspicions about his uncle. Unfortunately, he ultimately lacked understanding of officialdom. They had no idea that many high-level executives also prefer to be called boss by their subordinates. It was precisely because of this flawed thinking that Fan had taken many unnecessary detours in his search for the truth. Of course, the truth will eventually come to light. It's just a matter of sooner or later. Just like him now, after discovering that the caller ID was from Kyoto, he's already considering whether to call the other party back. Just as Fan hesitated, the phone in his palm lit up again. The music then began to play. Without any further hesitation, he immediately answered the phone and held it to his ear. However, Fan did not say anything. He just listened quietly, wanting to know who was calling and why they were calling him. Fan, right? A strange and aged voice came from inside. Who are you? Hearing that it was an old man's voice, Fan asked in surprise. Little one, don't worry about who this old man is. I've heard your medical skills are quite good. You even managed to stabilize the illness of that person from the Jiang family. The old man seemed to be asking a question, but his tone carried an undeniable certainty. It's more like it was already decided. The aura of someone in a superior position is unmistakable. Oh. Upon hearing this, Fan felt a chill run down his spine, vaguely guessing the other party's identity. Is this another person in a high position with a sick family member? Or perhaps you have some kind of illness. The Jiang family guy the old man was referring to was clearly the big shot who helped Wang Lao with his treatment when he was in Tianheng City. What Fan never expected was that. At the time, I clearly refused the other party's generous gift and only accepted a consultation fee of 1 million, with the only request being that my identity not be revealed. Unexpectedly, the other party went back on their word. In such a short time, another big shot from Kyoto called. This left him utterly speechless. Deep down, I began to have serious doubts about those guys' promises. But thinking about it, it makes sense. At their level, promises are nothing compared to benefits. They're just a thin sheet of paper that can be torn apart with a single puncture. As long as the profit is big enough, they can break their promises without any remorse. After all, he was just a nobody, so who would care about him? Fan smiled bitterly to himself and shook his head. Sir, you've dialed the wrong number. Although he knew the other person must be someone extraordinary, he still didn't want to pay any attention to them. At least for now, I don't want to be involved. Indeed, he had been considering using his medical skills to befriend influential figures in order to build a network of connections. I don't ask for anything else. I just hope that in the future, when we encounter a crisis, this net can protect me and the people I care about. But that doesn't mean Fan will approach or try to win over just anyone, especially in Kyoto. As for the reason, it's very simple. Although we still don't know who our enemy is, based on the clues we have so far, it's almost certainly someone from Kyoto. Ultimately, that person must have considerable influence in Kyoto. If you contact people over there too often, they will inevitably notice something. If we expose ourselves because of this, it would be a loss that outweighs the gain. It could even bring greater danger. After all, the other party had attacked him time and time again, almost killing him each time. which showed that he was definitely not a kind person. Before figuring out the other party's identity and strength, He-Fan didn't want his purpose to be known by them. At least, not now. After all, he was in the dark while the other was in the light. He-Fan didn't want to be on edge every day, constantly on guard against the other party, which would exhaust him. Hee, little guy, don't refuse yet. Maybe we can make a deal. Just as He-Fan was about to hang up the phone, the old man on the other end suddenly said this. Trade. Hearing this, He-Fan was taken aback. A thought suddenly struck him, and he immediately and calmly asked in return. Please tell us first, sir. His words implicitly admitted that he was indeed He-Fan, the person the other party was looking for. Haha, the little guy's being naughty. The old man opposite him burst into laughter upon hearing this, as if he had already seen through his thoughts. All right, if you really want to make a deal, then you might as well lay out your terms. If not, then this kid's going to hang up. He-Fan shrugged, his tone calm, but laced with a hint of threat. All right, then the old man wants to ask first, can you cure AIDS? There seemed to be a slight silence on the other end before they finally uttered these words. AIDS. AIDS. He-Fan was startled upon hearing this. Holy crap, does this person really think they're a miracle doctor? Even the Yi family member with ALS can only barely control the disease and try his best to prolong the other person's life. Now, to make matters worse, another person has appeared who wants to treat their HIV? What the hell were they thinking? You should know that even in the whole world, no one has been able to truly cure this disease. Although he was utterly speechless, He-Fan still pondered it carefully. Chapter 126 The Truth. AIDS was originally called Acquired Immunodeficiency Syndrome. In some ways, it is a chronic and deadly infectious disease caused by infection with the immunodeficiency virus, HIV. Such terrible viruses often do not directly cause death, but rather continuously attack the human immune system, causing the body to gradually lose its ability to resist disease and ultimately lose its life due to infection or tumors. Honestly, the He family's medical skills are quite amazing. However, for infectious viruses like this, there are no known cases of diagnosis and treatment among our predecessors, so it's hard for He-Fan to say whether he can be treated. Well, after hesitating for a long time, He-Fan was still somewhat reluctant to refuse directly. After all, that disease was too troublesome, and he didn't have much time to waste on it. Although the other party's so-called deal made him think of some things, he still didn't want to take the risk before it was confirmed. Yes, it's all about adventure. He-Fan knew these people all too well. They were always used to being high and mighty. When they need something from me, they may seem very gentle in their speech, but if problems arise during treatment, I'm afraid I'll be in trouble. So after weighing the options, He-Fan decided to refuse. There's no need for me to take risks. Little did he know that his hesitation had alerted the old man opposite him. The other party spoke decisively. Don't refuse. Let me hear what my terms are for the deal first. As expected, the other party's words piqued He-Fan's curiosity, putting aside whether he can cure AIDS. But I was actually quite interested in the details of that so-called transaction. If, and I mean if, you can cure my daughter's illness, or at least ensure she lives a peaceful life, I will give you 100 million yuan in cash, or rather, I will resolve some of the doubts in your heart. But you can only choose one of these two options, the old man said solemnly after a slight hesitation. Boom. Upon hearing these words, He-Fan's head suddenly went blank. What does that mean? He subconsciously overlooked the matter of 100 million in cash, but the second condition shocked He-Fan. Could it be that the other party knows something? Or is it that what I've been doing recently has been under constant scrutiny? For a moment, he was in a state of utter confusion, and a sense of crisis suddenly rose in his heart. I don't know who you are or what you know. If you want to use this as a bargaining chip, you should at least show some sincerity first, right? After a long silence, He-Fan finally calmed down. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he spoke to the other party in a calm and collected manner. The little guy is quite clever. Is he trying to test this old man? As for sincerity, I definitely have no problem with that. But you still haven't told me whether you're confident you can cure my daughter's illness. The old man on the other end of the phone chuckled and asked the same question in return. I can't cure this disease. He-Fan didn't waste any time and said directly. but there's still some chance that you can help your daughter live longer. Yes. Isn't it just a damaged immune system? Traditional Chinese medicine has many ways to make up for this deficiency. Either use traditional acupuncture techniques or take Chinese herbal medicine for long-term conditioning. It may not be possible to completely eradicate the disease, but it shouldn't be difficult to ensure that the other person lives a peaceful life. Just like that guy in Tianjin. Otherwise, why would traditional Chinese medicine have that saying about people living in a daze? Some of these words are not mere empty talk. Okay. Upon hearing this, the old man opposite was overjoyed. It seems that he is content as long as his daughter can live. Then you choose. Do you want 100 million in cash, or do you have any questions? The old man was also straightforward and asked directly. I choose the second one. Without hesitation, He Fan replied decisively. Money is something you only need enough of. While 100 million yuan in cash was tempting, it didn't hold much allure for him. It seems they had already guessed He Fan's choice. The old man remained silent for a moment before speaking. Old man, I know what you want to ask. It's probably about your wife, right? Actually, the person you're looking for is your wife's cousin, Li Kaigua. However, whether he's the one who killed your parents, this old man really can't say for sure. It is obvious that the other party seemed to know a lot about him and did not break their promise. That's how it was said directly. But when these words reached He Fan's ears, it felt like being struck by lightning. What is that? Is it true or false? The mysterious person he had been searching for was indeed his wife's. No, his ex-wife, Xiao Yun'er's cousin, Li Kaigua? Honestly, even now, he still can't believe it. As I said before, his wife deceiving him was something he had expected. He Fan found it unbelievable that his parents-in-law helped him cover it up. Who are these people in this family? How can a person be so shameless? Yes, he originally thought that older people were very traditional and would definitely not approve of their children messing around after marriage. But what is the reality? The actions of the Xiao couple truly shattered He Fan's worldview. All I can say is, it's not that old people have become bad, it's that bad people have grown old. It was obvious that his parents-in-law never took He Fan seriously at all. But it shouldn't be that bad, right? He had no idea whether what the other person was saying was true or false. Unconsciously, a blood-red glint appeared in his eyes, and a murderous impulse arose from the bottom of his heart. Li Kaigua? Damn it. Xiao Yunu? She deserves to die even more. Even my parents-in-law deserve to die. He Fan's rage grew stronger and stronger, threatening to overwhelm his last shred of reason. Young man, please don't act impulsively. Li Kaigua is not as simple as you think. If you act recklessly, you'll only end up getting yourself into trouble. Seemingly sensing He Fan's change, the old man opposite him spoke slowly and deliberately. It was as if everything was under control. It was precisely because of his words that He Fan was finally jolted out of his rage. He broke out in a cold sweat when he realized he had almost lost control again. Kill Li Kaigua? Honestly, regardless of the other party's identity, he was quite confident. After all, once the truth is known, some situations have already reversed. Right now, I'm in the dark while the other side is in the light. He Fan has too many ways to silently kill his opponent. Life and death are unrelated to identity. No matter how much power the other party wields or how strong their backing is, there'll be nothing more than a handful of ashes after they die. Anyway, no matter what. If what the old man said is true, then the other party already has a way to get themselves killed. But what if it's fake? Chapter 127 Madman? After all, He Fan had never met the person on the phone before. You can't just kill someone indiscriminately based on what they say, can you? At the very least, we need to find out the truth. He can't believe it? If you can cure my daughter, I'll present you with the evidence with both hands. How about that? And as long as you're willing to bring it up, I can help you get rid of that old man Li Kaigua, and he won't touch you in the slightest. The words on the other end of the phone were so tempting that He Fan couldn't help but feel a surge of impulse. Honestly, he really wanted to say yes. Unfortunately, He Fan still had reservations and ultimately suppressed his excitement. After calming down a bit, He Fan frowned and slowly said, Old sir, I don't know who you are, or whether what you're saying is true or false. But since you've already revealed who it is, I suppose I can find out everything by doing some investigation. Why do you think I still need to do this deal with you? Yeah, Young man, you want to back out? Aren't you afraid of making an even bigger enemy? The old man seemed completely unconcerned and chuckled as he said, Moreover, do you know how terrifying the power behind Likaigwa is? If you charge forward with only passion and enthusiasm, you'll only end up with a bloody head. Believe me, young man, if you really want to deal with Likaigwa, even if that person from the Jiang family intervenes, they absolutely cannot protect you. As for the Wang family, they would never dare to get involved in this matter. The old man had abandoned his previous gentleness, and his aged words were filled with arrogance. They seemed to completely disregard the Wang family and that mysterious old man from the Jiang family. I must have run into a fool, right? Fan was utterly speechless. He had initially thought that the person on the other end was some really important figure. But upon hearing those last words, he couldn't help but grin. Without hesitation, he hung up the phone. His eyes were full of disdain. Yes, what the other person said really surprised him. I almost believed it myself. But what did the other person say? He didn't even take the Wang family or the Jiang family seriously. Fan just chuckled. Indeed, the Wang family, as a business family, may not be considered very powerful in Kyoto. At most, all they have is money. In the eyes of many powerful and influential people, a family like this could be wiped out with a wave of their hand. After all, money is worlds apart from power. He might not be too surprised if some families look down on him. But the Jiang family is different. Although he didn't have much contact with the other party in Tianhang City, limited to treating the other party's condition, he knew that it was definitely a behemoth. But Fan knew very well that the Jiang family was a force capable of destroying the Wang family with a wave of their hand, a top-tier existence. Even in the vast city of Kyoto, it is probably one of the top ones. They actually dared to look down on the Jiang family. I don't know where they got the courage. Or rather, the other party is just crazy. It was precisely because the other party's words were so unreliable that Fan even began to question what they had said before. Subconsciously, he still looked around. Fan strongly suspected that he had been followed recently. Otherwise, how could that person have known my thoughts so accurately? Unless the other party is in the East China Sea. Moreover, it is only possible to do this if you pay attention to yourself every day. It's even possible that this is all a conspiracy. It's some people with ulterior motives deliberately digging a pit for themselves to fall into. But the streets he was walking on were practically deserted in the early morning. The few who did pass by were all in a hurry. Even Fan himself wouldn't believe that someone was following him in this situation. But no matter what, he kept it in mind. The only thing that worries Fan right now is whether the information about Wang Chongfeng will be leaked if someone is really following him. If that happens, it'll be a huge problem. After standing there for a long time thinking, he still chose to continue walking forward. After all, there are some things I should discuss with Grandpa Wang first. It's better to be a shrewd and experienced person than to be here figuring things out on your own. After all, ultimately, the Wang family has also become involved in this matter. Even if the sky falls, there's always someone taller to hold it up. With such a powerful family backing him up, what does he, all alone, have to fear? Of course, Fan was satisfied with the phone call. In a manor in Kyoto, an elderly man with white hair gripped the telephone, his eyes filled with obvious anger. How many years has it been? Since the family became powerful, no one has ever dared to hang up on him like that. But what about today? He was actually humiliated by a young man, and without hesitation. Most importantly, even after I paid the price, the other party still treated me this way. Is this an attempt to get something for free? This is intolerable. Honestly, the old man was very angry. His palms were turning white from holding the phone, and a sinister glint flashed in his eyes. Kid, you'd better not regret this. It's unclear how much time passed, but the old man suddenly gave a cold laugh, and a strong killing intent seemed to flash across his body. That murderous aura was clearly something that could only be formed through battlefield experience. Compared to ordinary thugs, he is not even in the same league. Unfortunately, for some reason, the old man knew he couldn't attack the other party, otherwise he would have sent someone to arrest him long ago. Is it really necessary to be so humble? Master, Mrs. Runaway again. Just as the old man was pondering whether to send someone to Donghai City to teach that ungrateful brat a lesson, a middle-aged woman suddenly rushed in a panic. This man was the one responsible for taking care of the daughter. Outrageous. I've already said she's not allowed to leave the house until she's cured. Does that girl dare to disobey me? Upon hearing this, the old man was immediately enraged. Does she have to completely disgrace the family before she'll stop? As she spoke, she stormed out of the room and headed straight for the front door. There were no further developments regarding Wang Chongfeng's car accident. The traffic management office directly determined it to be an accidental death caused by drunk driving. He Fan only breathed a sigh of relief after the entire case came to a close. Thankfully, the thing I was worried about didn't happen, and so, the old man who called him was gradually forgotten. Certainly, although He Fan had almost forgotten about that incident, he began to have someone investigate the matter between Li Kaigua and Xiao Yuner. Unfortunately, progress has not been ideal. Well, to be precise, there has been absolutely no progress. There's nothing we can do about it. According to the private investigator, it's as if that person doesn't exist in the entire Kyoto area. No information can be obtained about them. Chapter 128 Director Xiao? At first, He Fan didn't suspect anything when they said that. But when one of them subtly hinted that he was being threatened, he suddenly understood. Is it because they can't get any information? Perhaps they were warned and dared not tell me the truth? However, considering Li Kaigua's status as a son-in-law, he seems to be quite extraordinary. Of course, the extraordinary in this context doesn't refer to him, but rather to the family behind him. But it doesn't matter anyway. He Fan believed that if the other party really had some special relationship with Xiao Yuner, they would definitely come to Donghai City again in the future. At that time, everything will naturally become clear. Hey, isn't this Mr. He? Are you going to pick up Director Xiao after get off work? Just as He Fan was walking in deep in thought, a surprised voice suddenly came from not far away. Turning around in surprise, he saw a young man dressed in familiar work clothes with a camera hanging around his neck looking at him with a fawning expression. It was only then that He Fan realized that he had unknowingly walked to a spot not far from the entrance of Donghai radio station. The young man in front of him, if he remembers correctly, should be his ex-wife's colleague. But what's with this Director Xiao nonsense? A hint of surprise flashed in He Fan's eyes. However, he hid it very well and was not seen by the young man in front of him. Hey Mr. He, how about we go over together? The young man was very enthusiastic and tried to pull He Fan into his workplace. After all, the man in front of me is the new station director's husband. I've heard that they have a very good relationship. If I can get on his good side, a promotion and a raise will be a piece of cake. Unexpectedly, just as he reached out his hand, He Fan dodged it and said apologetically, "You must be Xiao Wang? I'm just passing through, not looking for Xiao Yuner." Seemingly realizing that his words were somewhat abrupt, he quickly continued, "I need to go to her parents' house to pick up the child first. Director Xiao, he'll drive home by himself after work." He Fan was lying. His son, Xiao Miao, is already in school, and he hasn't seen him for a long time. He said this simply because he didn't want others to notice the unusual relationship between him and his ex-wife. This has nothing to do with feelings. It's purely because I don't want to hear any gossip from other people. By the way, is your Director Xiao going to be working late again today? As if intentionally or unintentionally, He Fan brought up this topic. Yes, Director Xiao was promoted ahead of schedule at such a young age, and he's been leading everyone to work hard to achieve their performance targets lately. Little Wang didn't realize anything and subconsciously said with a face full of envy. No wonder he had that expression. After all, although Xiao Yuner's previous position was slightly higher than his, the gap between the two was not too big. Unexpectedly, overnight, former station director Wang Chongfeng died in a car accident, while Xiao Yuner, who had always kept a low profile, was suddenly chosen by the higher-ups to become the new station director. Honestly, this happened very suddenly. The entire radio station staff were nearly stunned. Fortunately, everyone knows Xiao Yuner's character well. She is very loving towards her husband and never interacts with other men. Otherwise, everyone would definitely think that she got her position through dirty tricks. After all, some of the unsavory aspects of the workplace are well known to those who know. With a thoughtful expression, Fan left Donghai radio station. He had already learned a lot from Xiao Wang. He already knows everything he needs to know, so there's no point in staying any longer. If he's unlucky enough to run into his ex-wife, Xiao Yuner, she might even think he's come to reconcile. Interesting. The station director? Fan walked slowly, a mocking smile on his face. Now he is even more convinced of one thing. That Uncle Li Kaigwa probably has a complicated relationship with his wife. Xiao Yuner's appointment as station director was almost certainly due to the other parties behind-the-scenes efforts. After all, Fan had a certain understanding of the Xiao family's network of connections. Getting Xiao Yuner a job at the radio station was already the limit. Want to become the station director? There's absolutely no way that's possible. But, if that's really the case, then wasn't I wrongly accusing the mysterious old man who called last time? But the thought of the other party being unreliable made him put the idea aside again. Perhaps it's just a coincidence? Fan thought to himself without any psychological burden, too lazy to worry about it anymore. Of course, after experiencing what happened today, he finally understood many things. It seems my ex-wife is starting to change too. Director Xiao? I didn't expect you two actually had connections in secret. TSK, you resolved such a big matter in such a short time. Xiao Yuner, do you think I'm blind? Fan sneered inwardly, already harboring certain thoughts. Yes, he's divorced now. But that was ultimately something he did in secret. At least in other people's eyes, Xiao Yuner was always his wife and the mother of his son. But what did Li Kaigwa do? He secretly had an affair with his wife under the guise of being his cousin. What the hell? He was cheating on himself. As the saying goes, the hatred of killing one's father and the grudge of stealing one's wife are irreconcilable. Regardless of whether his parents' car accident was related to the other party or not, he would never let that guy go once the opportunity arose. At this thought, a blood-red glint involuntarily appeared in his eyes. Taxi. Seemingly sensing something, Fan's expression changed slightly, and he stopped walking and hailed a taxi. Yes. He needs to get back as soon as possible. Something seems off about me. The mere thought of their potential relationship seemed to stir the super male gene within him. Of course, Fan didn't care about that. It's normal for men to be decisive and ruthless, even if it means paying a heavy price. However, this can only be done against people with whom you have a grudge. If innocent people are killed indiscriminately, then what is the difference between them and beasts? He was terrified that if he made a mistake, he might start a massacre on the street. If that were to happen, things would get really funny. I got into a taxi. Fan slowly closed his eyes, trying his best to calm his agitated emotions. Dad, oh Dad, you've really screwed me over this time. No one knew that he was inwardly wryly smiling at that moment. Yes, after this period of investigation, Fan has learned a lot of things. Super male gene? Criminal gene? These things might raise some concerns for many people. People tend to avoid those who possess this gene. But is it really that scary? Obviously not. The reason why Fan has relapses from time to time and often has impulsive thoughts of killing, which seems to be more frequent than other people like him, is mainly due to the treatment he received from his father over the years. Chapter 129 No Room for Maneuver. That's right. His father really has to take the blame for this. To be precise, he had no choice but to take it. Of course, this does not mean that there was anything wrong with the treatment that He gave his son. Using the unassuming ancestral pulse-shifting needle to influence the body's meridians and slowly alter and treat genetic defects through a special technique, it's truly a brilliant idea. Even Fan had to admit this. Moreover, he himself had calculated it. If we continue with the father's treatment method, there is a high probability that the superandrogen gene in the body will be completely removed over time. Restore yourself to normal. But that would take far too long. It couldn't be done in 10 or 8 years. Even in Fan's memory, his father had been giving him acupuncture continuously for nearly 20 years. Logically, after such a long time, the treatment should have been almost complete. Unfortunately, with the sudden passing of his parents, Fan did not receive the final treatment. Unfortunately, he failed to discover this problem for a long time, which allowed the super male genes, which had already been stripped and altered in many ways, to slowly recover and become even worse. And It seems that with the dramatic rebound of the super male gene, He-Fan is more prone to anger and frustration than other patients of the same type. Any provocation will unconsciously give rise to murderous intent. This is what troubles him the most. I'm afraid that one day I might lose control and cause unmanageable consequences. Sigh, maybe if I have time, I should try to figure out a solution to this. But obviously, it's not possible right now. Inside the taxi, He-Fan thought to himself, yes, putting aside whether there is a way, deep down, he doesn't want to heal himself for the time being. As for the reason, it's very simple. He-Fan was raised by his parents from a young age. Perhaps in order to suppress his illness, they educated him, who possessed the super male gene, into a gentle and refined man. Even from childhood to adulthood, he has almost never had any conflicts with anyone. In some people's words, he's a bit of a coward overall. As long as no one crosses the line, I will generally tolerate it. But after experiencing many unexpected events in the past 6 months, He-Fan suddenly realized that perhaps having this disease is not all bad. For example, given his original personality, even if he had some skills, he would definitely have many concerns if he really wanted to kill someone. And there's a high chance they'll choose to give up in the end. In cases like Jiang Yujun and Wang Changfeng, He-Fan might very well intervene at the last minute and let them go, even though she harbored many grievances and resentments towards the two of them. But that's a human life after all. According to normal human thinking, how could 2 lives be lost simply because of some doubts? Even if someone deserves punishment, it should be the government that takes action. But it is precisely because of this illness that He-Fan seems to become a completely different person at crucial moments, becoming extremely ruthless. He even discovered that whenever he had an attack, his strength would increase significantly, far exceeding what he gained from taking the health-boosting soup. What does this tell us? This means that when the super male gene is activated, He-Fan has more self-protection capabilities. This isn't exactly a bad thing. So he has been thinking about this for a while now. At least for now, He-Fan has no intention of completely curing it. He had a feeling that more things were about to happen, and that he himself might find himself in grave danger. Having an illness might actually become his biggest weapon. Sir, we've arrived at Ziyuan residential area. Since He-Fan closed his eyes after getting in the car and giving the address, the driver thought he was asleep, so he quickly called out to him when they arrived at their destination. Oh, how much? Upon hearing this, He-Fan suddenly opened his eyes, startling the driver. This guy was perfectly fine when he got on the bus, wasn't he? How come now? Looking into those bloodshot eyes, the taxi driver felt a surge of unease. He even wondered to himself if the customer in front of him was sick. Otherwise, how could the eyes? Although he was a little scared, he still mustered his courage and said, "It's not far from here, so give me the starting price of 15 yuan. Look, no need to look anymore." Feeling increasingly unable to control his emotions, He-Fan hurriedly threw 50 yuan at the other person, opened the car door, and rushed home. He needs a quiet place to use acupuncture to control the genetic disturbance. Is this person sick? If they're sick, why aren't they going to the hospital? Why are they going home? Watching his departing figure, the driver couldn't help but mutter to himself. Deep down, I was also a little worried about him. But I'm so busy with my own life. How can I have time to worry about others? He chuckled to himself, then stepped on the gas and drove away. I don't know how much time has passed, but it's already dark outside. When He-Fan removed the last silver needle from the Guanyuan acupoint, he felt a sense of relief and finally breathed a sigh of relief. And his previously irritable and easily angered heart has returned to calm. This can't go on. He frowned slightly, showing no joy at his improved condition. After all, this disease is like a time bomb, which could explode at any moment. While following one's own ideas may be of great help to oneself, it poses a greater threat to those around them, and even to oneself. If it gets out of control one day, it could have very serious consequences. Squeak. Just as He-Fan was pondering how to resolve this matter in the future, he suddenly heard the soft sound of a door opening. He raised an eyebrow, guessing that his wife, Xiao Yun'er, must have returned. After thinking for a moment, he immediately left the study. As expected, at this moment, Xiao Yun'er was bending over to change her slippers, revealing her graceful figure. Honey, you're home. Upon seeing He Fan suddenly appear, a hint of panic flashed across her face. Yes. In fact, He Fan didn't come back every day during these days. Many times, I end up staying overnight at the Emperor Hotel. The two are practically separated. This is why he didn't even know that Xiao Yun'er had been promoted to radio station director. He only found out from Xiao Wang in the end. Seeing her flustered appearance in his dream, He Fan immediately sensed that something was wrong. Especially when he smelled the pungent smell of smoke and alcohol, his face immediately darkened, and his anger, which had just subsided, suddenly reignited. Fortunately, he managed to maintain his composure, only asking in a cold voice, Xiao Yun'er, it's one thing for you to come back so late, but to be with a man like that, do you really think I'm dead? These words were tantamount to tearing off all pretense of civility. Not even half a cent, leaving no room for compromise. Chapter 130, A Complete Turn of Events. Tap. Seemingly provoked by these words, Xiao Yun'er, who had just changed into her slippers, immediately blushed and retorted angrily. He Fan, don't talk nonsense. I've been working overtime at the office all day, and many of my colleagues can vouch for that. Working overtime? He Fan laughed, his laughter filled with sarcasm. Does your company allow employees to drink alcohol and smoke when working overtime? Don't you even smell yourself? What's the difference between you and someone who just came out of a bar? This. Hearing his sarcastic words, Xiao Yun'er felt even more flustered. He immediately denied it outright. Don't talk nonsense. This is, she stammered, unable to come up with a good reason for a moment. You don't need to explain anything. I have the evidence right here. Come on, take a look. This is what you call working overtime. He Fan smiled sarcastically, calmly took out his phone, opened a group on WeChat, and found that it was the work group for employees of Donghai City radio station. At the top was the time for everyone to clock out today. As the newly appointed station director, Xiao Yun'er was clearly the first to clock out. The time must have been 2 hours ago. It's midnight now. May I ask, Director Xiao, does it take this long to drive from Donghai City to our home? I'm afraid you're working overtime. But you're working overtime with another man, aren't you? He Fan's tone was full of sarcasm, completely tearing his wife's face off and crushing her on the ground. How did you get into the group? Upon seeing this evidence, Xiao Yun'er felt both ashamed and indignant, and angrily rebuked them. As Director Zhao's man, is it so hard for me to get in? He Fan said nonchalantly, and casually withdrew from the group. Because he knew very well that since he had taken this out in front of his wife, it would definitely be useless to him in the future. Who knows, he might be kicked out by Director Xiao at any moment. Instead of doing that, you might as well be sensible and leave the group yourself. This is Xiao Wang pulling you. Xiao Yun'er wasn't stupid. She immediately took out her phone and checked the back end to find out the reason. Her face was ashen. I immediately lost my good impression of that young reporter who had just joined the station. Of course, when He Fan presented this evidence, Xiao Yun'er's reaction was predictable. That young man from today is probably going to have a tough time from now on. But what does it matter? You can tell what kind of person someone is by how they try to curry favor with you. He Fan would never sympathize with such a person. Husband, Xiao Yun'er seemed to want to explain something, but He Fan waved his hand to interrupt her. It doesn't matter. We're just living together because of the child anyway. Who you're with is none of my business. At this point, his face turned cold, and he said, But Xiao Yun'er, you must remember not to do anything excessive. As long as we're not divorced, if you dare to cheat on me, you'd better be prepared to pay a heavy price. As he spoke, his gaze turned cold, and his eyes were filled with a violent expression. Is He Fan about to lose control again? Obviously not. He is very calm now and knows exactly what he is doing. Because he discovered that his recent passive-aggressive behavior seemed to have gone awry. Not only did he fail to get revenge on the woman in front of him, but it was more like he was pushing her into the arms of another man. Can't you see that he's now the station director, riding high on his success? This is not what he wanted to see. Since that's the case, He Fan decided to change his methods accordingly. If only. Then everyone can settle everything. Of course, Xiao Yun'er did not see through He Fan's true intentions. All she knew was that the man she had loved for so many years had changed. It has become extremely unfamiliar. so unfamiliar that just looking into the other person's eyes makes me feel cold all over. It seemed to be filled with murderous intent. Did he really want to kill me? Xiao Yuner couldn't believe it. But thinking about what happened last time, he couldn't help but fall into a long silence. After a long while, she gave a bitter smile and said, I know you won't believe me no matter what I say now. I never imagined that the loss of trust between husband and wife could be so terrible. But don't worry, I, Xiao Yuner, am not that shameless. As long as we are husband and wife, I won't do anything excessive. She hesitated for a moment, then finally said softly, maybe I've been too naive about some things. Have you ever thought about getting a divorce first, calming each other down, and then getting back together if fate allows? Xiao Yuner's tone seemed to carry a certain probing quality. Smack. To her surprise, she was slapped hard across the face as soon as she said those words. You hit me? Xiao Yuner covered her face with her hands, her eyes filled with disbelief. It can be said that throughout their more than 10 years of relationship, from dating to marriage, never laid a finger on her. But today, this slap finally brought Xiao Yuner to her senses. Her eyes were filled with sorrow as she looked at the man she had once loved to the core, and her heart gradually grew cold. Compared to all these years, have never wronged you, have I? But what about you? What have you done, Xiao Yuner? You keep doing strange things, but you never explain them to me. Do you really think I'm the kind of lapdog you can just deceive? Seeing her sorrowful expression, felt no pity in his eyes anymore. All that remains is endless coldness. Staying out all night, lying all the time. Even after being caught red-handed, they still dared to bring up divorce. Normally, I could let this go out of consideration for our past relationship, but today you've brought up divorce twice. Do you really think I wouldn't dare? At this point, he grabbed the other person by the collar and roared. Divorce is fine, but you better not let me find out you've actually cheated on me. If you dare to cuckold me during our marriage, you'd better think about the consequences. Tell me, when are you going to get a divorce? Fan's expression was icy, as if the person in front of him was a complete stranger. I didn't. Whether from fear or anger, Xiao Yuner said, her whole body trembling. Her pretty face turned deathly pale. No? Fan was so angry he laughed. He grabbed the other man's collar and shouted angrily. Smell it yourself? Do you really think I can't smell the smoke and alcohol on you? After all these years of marriage, how come I didn't know you drank and smoked? Do you think I'm stupid? Director Xiao, what a great Director Xiao. If I'm not mistaken, you must have gotten this position through the secret help of your distant, good cousin, right? Chapter 131 Tracker. When Fan said the words, good uncle, his face was contorted with rage. It looks pretty much the same as when we were in Tianhang City last time. It seemed that at any moment, he would put his hand around Xiao Yuner's neck. I already said. I didn't. You're not talking nonsense. Hearing the words cousin was like hitting a sore spot. Xiao Yuner immediately screamed and pushed Fan aside as she ran towards the door. His panicked appearance was just like that of prey being chased by hunting dogs. Fan, you'll regret treating me like this in the future. These were the last words Xiao Yuner left behind before she departed. Then, the door slammed shut with a loud bang. To be honest, Xiao Yuner was really scared. Perhaps she was overwhelmed with shame upon discovering that her husband knew the truth, or perhaps she was terrified by his violence. After all, what happened last time still leaves a deep shadow in his heart. However, Xiao Yuner knew she couldn't stay any longer. She didn't want to take any risks, and she certainly didn't want to be strangled to death by her former lover. She must live. Of course, Fan saw Xiao Yuner's actions differently. As he watched the other person leave, the madness on Fan's face gradually subsided. His gaze slowly deepened, but soon returned to calm. Yes, actually, he didn't have a relapse this time. Rather, it was intentional. Honestly, now, Xiao Yuner's petty troubles are hardly enough to stir up any emotion in Fan. After all, the two are no longer husband and wife. What the other party wants to do is actually not really related to me. The reason he pressured the other party so much was to deliberately force him to leave, to prove his suspicions with facts. Has Li Kaigwa come to the East China Sea? Was it really him who pushed Xiao Yuner to the position of station director? What exactly is the relationship between the two? J husband and Y husband? Or perhaps something else? Most importantly, were the two of them involved in their parents' car accident? The former is fine, but if it's the latter, a mad glint flashed in He-Fan's eyes, and his killing intent surged. However, now is not the time to consider this. After waiting for a short while, he leisurely walked out of the house. That's right, He-Fan isn't in a hurry, because this was something he did intentionally. After all, it was already late, and Xiao Yuner had nowhere to go except to go back to her parents' home. But is that even possible? She's definitely afraid that I'll go and cause trouble. After all, the two of them had practically fallen out today. If everything were to be laid bare, Xiao Yuner would be the one who would lose face in front of the elderly and children there. Especially the son. He-Fan believed that Xiao Yuner absolutely did not want her son to know about her shameful secret. This is human nature, and even more so, a mother's instinct. If Xiao Yuner doesn't go back to her parents' home, where will she go? He-Fan could almost guess that, in her panicked state, the first thing she would do was seek out someone who could reassure her. Certainly, this was also He-Fan's purpose, and the reason why he allowed Xiao Yuner to leave so easily. Because he was confident. Even if I let them drive away first, I can find them quickly. As for the reason for such certainty, that's naturally the magic of money. No one knew that He-Fan had actually had a tracking device installed in his car long ago, just waiting for this day. That's one way to put it. No matter where Xiao Yuner is now, he can find her with ease. He-Fan had simply refrained from turning on the tracker until today. The person who helped with the installation said that it's best not to use electronic products like this too often, as they are easily noticed by observant people. And today is the perfect opportunity. As long as Xiao Yuner is going to see Li Kaigwa, He-Fan believes he can find her. I will never again be like before, always failing to catch the two of them in the act. But to be honest, he now realizes that money is actually a really good thing. As long as you have money, you don't need to do many things yourself. Someone will take care of everything perfectly for you. If you have money, you can do almost anything in this society. Of course, He-Fan also knew that no matter how much money one had, it could never compare to having power. Otherwise, given Li Kaigwa's limited background, it would have been exposed long ago, and I wouldn't have needed to go through all this trouble. Night had fallen, but the entire Donghai City area was still brightly lit when viewed from afar. He-Fan looked at the tracking information on his phone and immediately hailed a taxi to follow them. Judging from the map, the wife should have gone in the direction of east of the city. But the key point is, isn't that a villa area? What is Xiao Yuner doing over there? He-Fan frowned, suddenly having a bad feeling. Could it be that Li Kaigwa didn't stay at a hotel during his visit to Donghai City, but instead went to stay in the villa area? Or perhaps he has a home over there. But, wait a minute. When Li Kaigwa came last time, he clearly stayed at the Emperor Hotel. If he already has a place to stay in this city, why would he bother with all this? Most importantly, if the other party really lives in a villa area, I'm afraid I'm in trouble today. After all, it's not so easy for me to sneak into those high-end residences. If you make a mistake, you won't even be able to get in the door. Well, let's just take it one step at a time. I'm sure we'll get something out of it. He-Fan murmured to himself, his expression becoming somewhat complicated. About half an hour later, just as he was staring at the red dot on his phone that had stopped, considering whether to pull over, the driver's voice suddenly rang out. Boss, we've arrived at Red Leaf Villa. Hongya Villa District is a well-known gathering place for the wealthy in Donghai City. Although the so-called rich people here can't compare to those in first-tier cities, there are still some with assets of hundreds of millions or even billions. At the very least, Xiao Yuner's parents are not qualified to live here. There is no other reason than this. The properties here are ridiculously expensive, costing hundreds of thousands of yuan per square meter. A villa often costs tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of yuan. Given the Xiao family's wealth, they don't have the guts to buy property here. But it's strange. Although the Xiao family cannot be called extremely wealthy, they still have a fortune of hundreds of millions. However, over the years, her former parents-in-law did not seem to live a luxurious life, nor did they provide their daughter with any financial assistance. Even when Xiao Yuner borrowed some money from home when she opened her own clinic, the couple eventually paid it all back to her. And what about the elderly couple? They actually accepted it without any qualms. This kind of thing seems very ordinary. But if you really think about it carefully, He Fan always feels that something is not quite right. Are my father-in-law Xiao Zhanshan and mother-in-law Li Hongmei born misers? Logically speaking, they only have one daughter, Xiao Yuner, so why are they so stingy with money towards their only descendant? Do you mean to take it to the grave? Chapter 132 Shui Qingqing. I just can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. Thank you, master. Shaking his head to clear his mind of those chaotic thoughts, He Fan paid the fare and politely got out of the taxi. As the car drove away, he turned to look at the security booth at the entrance of the Red Leaf community and couldn't help but frown again. Should we just go in? Obviously, that's not realistic. But it doesn't necessarily seem feasible to sneak in from somewhere. After all, in such upscale residential areas, there are probably security cameras installed in every corner. If I were to accidentally get caught, it would be incredibly embarrassing. Just as He Fan was hesitating, wondering how to get in, he suddenly saw car headlights shining straight at him from a distance. Out of caution, He Fan quickly retreated to the side of the road. It wasn't that he was making way for someone, but rather that he was worried about another accident. After all, there are lessons to be learned from the past. To his utter surprise, a car stopped not far from him as a horn blared. Only then did he see clearly. That was a luxury Maybach, a car that only the super rich could afford. He Fan, what are you doing here? Originally, he didn't really care. Ultimately, it's unlikely that someone who can drive this kind of car is trying to harm themselves. Unexpectedly, as the car door opened, a slightly surprised shout came from inside. The sound was crisp and pleasant, giving He Fan a very familiar feeling. Shui Qingqing, it's you. Under the light of the street lamp, He Fan was taken aback when he saw who it was. Yes, before me stood a woman of captivating beauty, a blend of allure and innocence, and stunning looks. The woman looked to be around 28 or 29 years old, and her slender figure and beautiful appearance were accentuated by her professional attire. And this woman was none other than Shui Qingqing, his college classmate from back then. To be precise, this woman was one of He Fan's confidants back then, and one of his few good friends during his 4 years of university. Perhaps it was fate. I never expected to meet you under these circumstances. To be honest, the entanglement between the two cannot be explained in just a few words. Hey, what are you doing here? Looking at the other person, He Fan gave an awkward smile. This wasn't just a casual remark, because he clearly remembered that this Miss Shui should be from Kyoto. It seems that its origins are quite extraordinary. Unexpectedly, after so many years, we ran into each other in Donghai City today. Me? My aunt lives here. Isn't it normal for her to come over for a couple of days? Shui Qingqing smiled faintly, shrugged, and said nonchalantly. But those alluring eyes never left He Fan. Hey, by the way, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? After exchanging greetings, the two remained silent for a long time before the other finally asked a question. Yes, under normal circumstances, He Fan should never be here. As a good friend, Shui Qingqing knew He Fan's habits. Perhaps because of his background in traditional Chinese medicine, this guy has always been fond of health preservation. Going to bed early and waking up early is the standard. Throughout his years at university, he never changed. But in recent years, I've heard from others that after he got married, he apparently changed this habit because of his wife. Shui Qingqing even complained about this, saying that Xiao Yuner didn't care about He Fan at all. How can a woman let her beloved man stay up until midnight every now and then? However, she was also aware of her own position and had no time to return to the East China Sea. Yes, the relationship between Shui Qingqing and He Fan is not something that can be explained in a few words. Her concern for He Fan is normal in the eyes of many acquaintances. Even if Xiao Yuner found out, she wouldn't say anything. Looking at He Fan, Shui Qingqing was somewhat puzzled. It's past midnight now. Why would he be in Hongye residential area? Shui Qingqing would never believe that He Fan lived here. After all, the villas in this community cost tens of thousands of yuan per square meter, which is simply unaffordable for ordinary people. Although the man in front of me is quite outstanding, he has little interest in making money. No one knows this better than her. Perhaps it's her innate personality, or perhaps it's the influence of her environment since childhood. It seems that for He Fan, living a peaceful life is enough. On the contrary, Xue Qingsheng has always been ambitious and once vowed to build her own business empire. And that was the biggest difference between their personalities back then. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't have remained just confidants back then, never clarifying their relationship from beginning to end. Because we know we're not a good match. Otherwise, how could Xiao Yun'er have had any role later on? She, Xue Qingsheng, will almost certainly become Mrs. He. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in this world. Therefore, the feelings between the two only went as far as friends, but not quite lovers before coming to an abrupt end. Aye. He Fan hesitated, genuinely not wanting the other party to know about his family's affairs. But the thought that she happened to live here and might be able to bring him in made him hesitate. Yes, if Xue Qingsheng is willing to help, he should be able to get in here easily. In time, everything will become clear. But Xiao Yun'er is in the Red Leaf Villa area. Can you take me in? After thinking for a moment, he still vaguely revealed the purpose of his trip. But who is Xue Qingsheng? He was a famous top student in the finance department at Tunghai University back in the day. Their IQ and EQ are frighteningly high, far beyond what ordinary people can compare to. Moreover, after years of experience in the business world, she has long since developed a keen eye for business. Although He Fan did not explain the reason, he could tell at a glance that something was wrong. You're here to catch them cheating? Xue Qingsheng, who had been smiling sweetly, suddenly turned gloomy. Really, for various reasons, she was unable to end up with He Fan. As a result, Xiao Yun'er later took advantage of the situation and successfully rose to power, becoming Mrs. He in the eyes of others. However, Xue Qingsheng did not hold a grudge against them. On the contrary, she got along well with them and became good friends with them. But that's all based on He Fan. Otherwise, how would she know who Xiao Yun'er is? Moreover, Xue Qingsheng was well aware that, given her and He Fan's values, even if they forced themselves to be together, it would only end in tragedy. But this doesn't mean that her feelings for He Fan were fake. She meant if Xiao Yun'er really dares to treat He Fan like that, she will definitely not let her get away with it. After years of experiencing countless deceitful and treacherous dealings in the business world, Xue Qingsheng realized just how rare a man like He Fan was. If such a good man can be cheated on by that woman, then she will regret giving him to Xiao Yun'er in the first place. Chapter 133 Confidant. What green hat? That's a really awful way to put it. My wife just came to meet a friend. I only came because I was worried about her. He Fan was a little embarrassed, but still stubbornly denied it. Seeing his embarrassed expression, Xue Qingsheng remained silent for a long time. Come on, follow me inside. She didn't know how much time had passed, but suddenly she reached out her delicate hand and grabbed He Fan's arm, and they walked toward the Maybach. Qingsheng, you. Suddenly being pulled aside, He Fan immediately felt a little uncomfortable. After all, he's only ever had one woman in his life, his wife. They were each other's first love. He Fan rarely had such intimate contact with other women. What? We hugged countless times back then, and you're still shy about holding hands. Xue Qingsheng looked at him with a half-smile and said in a strange tone, He Fan, hugging and cuddling? This is ridiculous. How can it be the same? Back then, we were all just young and carefree kids. He Fan gave an awkward smile and immediately tried to break free from Xue Qingsheng's grasp. For no other reason then. The key is that a certain concept he formed from childhood is almost ingrained in his bones. Don't move. Seemingly sensing his struggle, Xue Qingsheng glared and said domineeringly, He Fan. Strangely enough, upon seeing Xue Qingsheng like this, he immediately wilted and let her pull him into the Maybach. But I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. This strong-willed woman will probably never change her personality. It must be said, as the luxurious Maybach entered, the community security guards did not stop it at all. It was obvious that they recognized the car. And so, with Xue Qingsheng's help, He Fan easily got in. Tell me, which building are you going to? After entering the residential area, Xue Qingsheng asked with a smile. But no one could see the icy glint that flashed in her eyes. It's okay, you can just put me down here. Perhaps out of male pride, He Fan smiled awkwardly and said, Yes. Once he gets into the residential area, he has many ways to solve the problem at hand. He Fan was really embarrassed to ask his former confidant for help. No other reason than it's just too embarrassing. Are you sure? Sure. The conversation was just like always, and the two seemed to have never been polite to each other. After a moment of silence, Xue Qingqing immediately got up and opened the car door. He Fan gave an awkward smile, nodded gratefully to Xue Qingqing, and strode away. What he didn't see was Xue Qingqing watching him walk away with a cold expression, her eyes revealing a deeper meaning. How could this be? Does He Fan really have a history of domestic violence? Chen Xinyue was dumbfounded, her mind completely blank. She never expected that her best friend would come over in the middle of the night and solemnly declare this to her. Why would I lie to you? If he hadn't gone crazy again, I wouldn't have come here in the middle of the night. Xiao Yuner looked aggrieved, and her heart was filled with extreme sadness. Even she herself didn't expect He Fan to change so much. Judging from his fierce appearance, he seemed ready to kill someone at any moment. This is terrifying. Regardless of what others might think, she was genuinely terrified. Perhaps Xiao Yuner does feel guilty towards her husband, but that doesn't mean she's willing to risk her life to make up for everything that happened in the past. It's okay, you can sleep here with me tonight. Seeing her best friend's aggrieved expression, Chen Xinyue's eyes rolled, and she waved her hand with a rather generous air. Okay, thank you, Crescent Moon. Xiao Yuner smiled radiantly, clearly very grateful for the other party's help. It's nothing, don't mention it. Didn't you promote me to manager a few days ago, so I don't have to travel all over the country for interviews anymore? We're best friends. Helping each other is only natural. Chen Xinyue said nonchalantly, as if she had truly let go of everything that had happened before. That's right. Whether she had ulterior motives or was trying to make up for something, a few days ago, as soon as Xiao Yuner took the stage, she promoted Chen Xinyue without regard for other people's opinions. Their relationship was thus reconciled. I have to say, Chen Xinyue is quite something. After being persuaded by Xiao Yuner, he started to open up to her again. Certainly, life is like a play, and it all depends on acting skills. Who knows what the real situation is? That's right. Xiao Yuner's visit to Hongye community was actually a spur-of-the-moment decision to find Chen Xinyue. She never expected that her husband would have installed a tracking device in the car. If I had known, I would have secretly felt lucky. Thank goodness that person had something to do today, and I didn't go there. Of course, Xiao Yuner was unaware that her husband would be arriving soon. Most importantly, there's another woman she least wants to see in her life who will also appear before her along with the other person. By the way, does He Fan know that you're coming to my country? Chen Xinyue asked casually. No, I was so scared by him that I ran out the door. We only have one car at home, so my husband probably doesn't know I'm here. Besides, you don't live here, so there's no way he could have found his way here. Xiao Yuner shook her head, seemingly still unable to calm down from her excitement. New Moon, how can there be such a heartless person in this world? How could I have stayed with him for so long? Xiao Yuner's eyes were brimming with tears, and she wore a heartbroken and desperate expression. Upon hearing her best friend's words, Chen Xinyue hesitated slightly. She didn't know how to answer. Is He Fan really a domestic abuser? Honestly, after my last conversation with him, I found that his thinking and logic were very clear. It seems that every word he says and every action he takes is carefully considered. Moreover, there seems to be a unique charm in his speech and behavior, which makes it easy for people to believe him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so easily persuaded by the other party. To be honest, Chen Xinyue doesn't believe that this kind of man is a domestic abuser. But given the current situation, a strange glint flashed in her eyes. Then her expression changed. Yuner, don't worry. If He Fan really abuses you, I will never let him get away with it. I will expose him and make him die. Expose his true colors in front of hundreds of millions of Chinese people, and let him be pointed at and talked about for the rest of his life. Chen Xinyue made a solemn promise, her pretty face full of fierce expression. Anyone who didn't know better would think she harbored a deep grudge against He Fan. But these words, well, I guess I'll just listen to it. Chapter 134, An Awkward Situation. After all, it's just a small local radio station in Donghai City. Even in this age of information explosion, it's impossible for it to go that far. That statement is clearly an exaggeration. But what does it matter? It was just to express her anger. Chen Xinyue didn't care about any of that. Uh-huh. Xiao Yun'er nodded repeatedly, then said somewhat shyly, "It's not necessary to expose him. He's still my husband. As long as I need help in the future, sister, that's enough." Even as he spoke, tears still glistened in his eyes. "Okay, stop crying. Come on, let's go to the night market, sisters." After saying that, Chen Xinyue pulled Xiao Yun'er and prepared to go shopping. As for what the other person said, she seemed to have heard it, yet also seemed not to have heard it at all. They seemed completely oblivious to those tears. Is Chen Xinyue really that stupid? Xiao Yun'er's sweet words convinced her without any regard for the consequences. Perhaps she would have done so in the past, but not now. Just as the two sisters were getting ready to go out and have a good time at the night market. Sudden creak, a sound rang out. The door to the room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Who is it? The two women were filled with doubt and quickly turned their heads to look over. After all, there was no one else in the villa, and the two of them were well aware of this. Could it be that the homeowner has returned, given that they can come in at this time? Yes. This villa doesn't belong to Chen Xinyue at all, and she can't afford to buy it. Ultimately, it was just a property belonging to one of her relatives, who had asked her to look after it while the family went on vacation abroad. According to the time they mentioned, it should be more than half a month before they can come back. Chen Xinyue was filled with doubt. But when they saw who came to the door, both women were dumbfounded. What is that? How could it be him? Also, how did they get in? Immediately, both women's expressions changed. Yes, the person who just pushed open the door and entered was He Fan, who had just arrived. The villa actually has a yard, and it's not easy for ordinary people to get in. He went to great lengths and finally found a blind spot without surveillance cameras, and painstakingly climbed over the wall. There was nothing I could do about it. I was just unwilling to accept it. Having come this far, how could He Fan be content if he didn't clarify some things? Therefore, even if it meant taking some risks, he was determined to come in and see what was going on. If we can confirm that my wife is with Li Kaigua and catch them in the act, many things can be put to rest today. To He Fan's utter surprise, when he actually entered the room and saw the situation inside, he was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? How did Chen Xinyue end up in the Red Leaf Villa complex? Could this be her home? But that doesn't make sense. He Fan remembered very clearly that his wife's best friend did not live here. Could it be that she just bought a house? But it seems unlikely. How could a mere radio reporter afford a house in the Red Leaf Villa complex? Of course, He Fan could never know the truth about why the other party was living here. He felt a bit overwhelmed and completely bewildered. You came here to catch your partner cheating, right? And that's it. Then, how should I explain this? Looking at the scene before him, he simply couldn't understand it. Could it be that all my guesses were just guesses in the end? Xiao Yun'er didn't see any other men at all. As for the previously imagined adulterer Li Kaigua, was it all just his own imagination? Awkward. Confused. He Fan froze on the spot, unsure of what to do next. But he didn't notice that a familiar and graceful figure was walking from the gate and slowly coming up behind He Fan. Shui Qingqing. Who are you? How did you open my door? But the next moment, two exclamations rang out almost simultaneously. These two women are naturally Chen Xinyue and Xiao Yun'er. Xiao Yun'er, in particular, hurriedly stood up after seeing the person who came. There seemed to be some panic on his face. Yes, her life and marriage. Ultimately, none of them wanted their former friends to know. Even less did they want the woman in front of them to know the truth. To her utter surprise, the other party appeared out of nowhere at this particular time and place. How did you get here? You came in through the main gate. He Fan looked at Shui Qingqing with utter astonishment and confusion. But then, she felt embarrassed. If I had known the other party had this ability, why would I have secretly climbed over the wall? This is pretty awkward. Splash. Shui Qingqing didn't even glance at Xiao Yun'er, but waved a large bunch of keys in her hand and said to He Fan with a half-smile. My uncle is the developer of this Red Leaf Villa complex and also the CEO of the property management company. Is it really that difficult for him to get into this villa? While speaking, he even winked at the other person. So what? The property management company is there to serve the homeowners. It's illegal for you to open the gate and enter their private property like that. But at that moment, Chen Xinyue suddenly lost her temper. Who is this woman? They actually have the key to a relative's villa? Most importantly, what did the other person just say? Just because my uncle is the head of a property management company and the developer of a villa complex, does that mean he can enter other homeowners' homes without their permission? What kind of twisted logic is this? So what if the other party has a powerful background? So what if she's prettier than me? Yeah, that's actually the point. This is her territory for now, and she absolutely cannot allow the other party to run wild. At this point, Chen Xinyue looked at He Fan with a slightly angry expression and said, He Fan, you're not a child anymore, are you? Climbing over the wall into someone else's house in the middle of the night. What's the difference between that and petty theft? Believe it or not, if I call the police right now, you'll be arrested immediately. She spoke with great confidence, and her eyes were full of hostility. He Fan. What could he say? He could only remain silent. Because what the other party said was true, there was no room for me to refute it. Given the situation today, if Chen Xinyue insists on calling the police, he may indeed face imprisonment. But I came here to catch them cheating. How did things turn out like this? He Fan smiled bitterly to himself, feeling that he had brought trouble upon himself. After a series of operations, not only did we fail to find any clues, we might also get ourselves into trouble. New moon, no? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin'er tugged at her best friend's sleeve and whispered, It seems they want to prevent the other party from calling the police. Ha 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 ha. Before Chen Xinyue could react, Xue Qingqing suddenly laughed. She laughed so hard her body trembled, as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. Chapter 135 Xue Qingqing's Domineering Nature. What are you laughing at? Chen Xinyue was a little annoyed by her reaction. He immediately shouted a reprimand. It's obvious you're not a resident here. Looking at the arrogant woman before her, Xue Qingqing said with a half-smile. If I'm not mistaken, either you're staying with relatives or looking after a friend's house. But this villa in the Red Leaf residential area definitely doesn't belong to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be unaware that the owners of these villas all signed contracts with the property management company in advance. If a resident's home is unoccupied, the property management company has the right to use a spare key to open the door and check if anything unusual happens in the villa. So you're saying that my actions didn't violate the law at all. As for He Fan, he helped me because I couldn't open the door to check. Also, the security cameras around here malfunctioned today and are still being repaired. Therefore, the claim that he illegally trespassed on a residence is, to some extent, unfounded. Xue Qingqing spoke calmly, but every word she uttered was like a knife piercing Chen Xinyue's heart. Although the words weren't harsh, the insults they contained were absolutely outrageous. The meaning of this is very simple. She was qualified to represent the property management company to enter the villa, and He Fan was also helping the other party. On the contrary, Chen Xinyue became an abnormal situation. She's living in someone else's house. She's occupying someone else's land. In short, she is the outsider. Not a single word of profanity was used, yet it caused immense harm to reporter Chen. Is this guy insulting himself for being poor? Or are you saying she's using someone else's mansion to bully others? Her delicate body trembled with anger. Looking at that stunningly beautiful face was like looking at a devil. Chen Xinyue couldn't understand how such a beautiful and elegant woman could utter such vicious words from a mouth with a temperature of 37.5 degrees Celsius. But what can I do? What the other party said was true, and she had no way to refute it. And you, Xiao Yin'er. Seemingly disregarding Chen Xinyue, Xue Qingqing turned to the side and asked in a teasing tone, Don't you really know why He Fan came here today? How would I know? Xiao Yin'er seemed flustered by the gaze and said somewhat guiltily. In truth, there are many things she understands perfectly well. She's just pretending not to know, deceiving herself. I don't know what happened between you and He Fan, and I don't want to know. But I know that if you, Xiao Yin'er, dare to do something to betray him, believe me, I will never let you get away with it. Her smiling face turned cold, and Xue Qingqing spoke in a domineering tone. This change came so suddenly that Chen Xinyue was dumbfounded. She suddenly felt a sense of oppression from this woman, as if she were in a superior position. Even compared to the other party, he was inferior to some of the important figures he had interviewed. This woman seems to be quite something. Upon realizing this, she immediately fell silent. Because Chen Xinyu knew in her heart that there were some people she really couldn't afford to offend. It must be said, if we only consider Xue Qingqing's words as a classmate or friend, they might seem a bit abrupt. Strangely, neither Xiao Yuner nor He Fan refuted it. It gives the impression that the other person has every right to say these things. Chen Xinyu was somewhat dumbfounded by this scene. When he looked at Xiao Yuner again, a look of suspicion unconsciously appeared in his eyes. Who exactly is this woman? Why does she speak so forcefully that her best friend doesn't even dare to argue back? Could there be some special reason? Her beautiful eyes darted around the three of them, and Chen Xinyu suddenly became interested in the identity of this imposing and stunningly beautiful woman in front of her. Could it be that her family has immense influence, to the point that even Xiao Yuner, the director of the municipal radio station, is hesitant to speak up? Or is it that this woman named Xue Qingqing has some special relationship with He Fan, which is why she dares to be so arrogant and domineering here? Ex-girlfriend? Or what? A melodramatic love triangle was unconsciously forming in her mind. No one at the scene knew what Chen Xinyu was thinking, and no one paid any attention to her. Xiao Yuner lowered her head and remained silent, not knowing how to speak for a moment. Xue Qingqing was undoubtedly the most beautiful girl at Dongda University in her year. The other person used to like He Fan, really liked him. She knew this perfectly well in her heart. Back then, if the other party had been willing, she could have become He Fan's lover, wife, and life partner at any time. Xiao Yuner knew this perfectly well. For some reason, the two of them, who clearly loved each other deeply, never confessed their feelings to each other. This is a question that Xiao Yuner has never been able to understand for many years. All she knew was that in the end, she became He Fan's first love, his lover, and his wife. As for Xue Qingqing, she transferred schools shortly after they got together. Knowing about the past relationship between the two people in front of her, and having been friends with them for a while, Xiao Yuner didn't know what to say because of their attitude. After all, in a way, she did manage to snatch He Fan away from him back then. Of course, in Xue Qingqing's own words, they had completely different views on life and were worlds apart in social status, making it impossible for them to be together. Rather than causing each other heartbreak and sadness in the future because of feelings, it's better to just remain confidants. And that is precisely why. That's why, in the end, Xiao Yuner beat her to it. But so what? If a woman has truly fallen in love, how could she bear to see him being bullied? This is why, even after so many years, Xue Qingqing still dared to question Xiao Yuner, even without any standing. They even went so far as to threaten the other party to their face. These domineering words came from her mouth and sounded extremely natural. Both He Fan and Xiao Yuner seemed to acknowledge each other's arrogance. It is evident that both of them were aware of Xue Qingqing's true identity. I understand, that's just her personality. I didn't. Xiao Yuner wasn't too afraid of Xue Qingqing's knowledge, nor did she consider that the other party had no right to say these things. She just murmured softly with red eyes. That appearance was so pitiful. Honestly, even Xue Qingqing couldn't help but frown slightly at her appearance. Of course, it's not that I was moved by their appearance or felt pity for them. Rather, the three of them had a certain understanding of each other's personalities. Chapter 136, Confessing Everything. Based on past experience, or if the man were someone else, Xue Qingqing would definitely believe without hesitation that Xiao Yuner hadn't cheated and that it was all a misunderstanding. But since the man was He Fan, she had no choice but to trust this woman. After all, if we're talking about understanding someone, she definitely understands her good friend He Fan better. Although he is old-fashioned and stubborn, he will love someone wholeheartedly. Since he suspects his wife of cheating, he certainly wouldn't make baseless accusations without evidence. After all, Xiao Yuner was not only his first love and first marriage, but also the only woman he had ever truly opened his heart to and loved with all his might. In this respect, she is not even as good as him. How could a man like that suspect his wife of cheating on him without any evidence? Having spent many years in the business world, Xue Qingqing nodded calmly and simply said, "All right, some things you should keep to yourself." Don't ruin everything you have because of a moment of novelty. You know, the things you don't care about might be what others dream of and can't have. After saying that, he ignored her and simply pulled He-fan away from the villa. Yes, she felt something was off about what happened today. It seems there are some things I should have a serious talk with He-fan about. Logically speaking, in this situation, Xiao Yun'er should be extremely angry that her man has been taken away by another woman. After all, on the surface, she is He-fan's only legal wife. But since that woman was Xue Qingqing, Xiao Yun'er didn't have any particular thoughts about her, because she knew very well that nothing could possibly happen between the two of them. Otherwise, I would never have been the one to marry my husband. Only, Xue Qingqing's appearance suddenly stirred up a great sense of crisis in her heart. It wasn't that I was afraid He-fan would be taken away by the other party, but rather because of He-fan's recent violent and unpredictable personality changes. She was terrified, really terrified. If, with Xue Qingqing's help, He-fan finds out about that matter, will my family suffer He-fan's crazy revenge? This is no joke, because Xiao Yun'er clearly remembered that Xue Qingqing was different from other women. She was very extreme about relationships, and her favorite saying was Mr. Lin's. If you hold me in your arms, cherish me to the bone, and protect me completely, then I'm willing to close my eyes and not distinguish whether you're human or a ghost. And He-fan, in a way, is actually that person. Although the two were completely innocent and had never discussed matters of the heart, Xiao Yun'er knew perfectly well that they were both willing to risk their lives for each other. He-fan left with Xue Qingqing. They didn't even ask why, nor did they struggle at all. He silently followed the other party to another villa, and was then silently pulled by Xue Qingqing to the dining room. After she placed a few side dishes and 2 bottles of red wine on the table, he sat down and looked at her. You? He-fan was astonished to see that all the dishes on the table were his favorites. He, you don't actually think I have the time to make it for you myself, do you? Dr. He, don't forget I'm a rich man. As if they were of one mind, Xue Qingqing instantly understood his thoughts. I couldn't help but laugh and roll my eyes at him, and then teased him a little. He-fan. Damn, I really forgot. The happiness of the rich is something that someone as miserable as me can never understand. How could a wealthy young lady like Xue Qingqing cook for others herself? Come to think of it, there really is. I remember when we were in school, we talked about everything. The woman in front of me often cooked all kinds of delicious food for him to taste. Thinking back on those events, He-fan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Life, it really is a strange thing. Just like him and this stunningly beautiful woman, no matter how long it has been since they last met, they only need to exchange a few words to feel no distance between them. It felt as if the two of them had never been apart, but they both knew perfectly well that the other was not the one to spend their life with. This has nothing to do with personality, family background, or, as they told Xiao Yun'er, any particular philosophy of life. If I had to say why, I could only say that our time together hadn't come yet. Or perhaps, they were destined to meet, but not to be together. The feeling was so strange that even after openly discussing the topic, the two of them couldn't find any answers. Come on, try Aunt Lee's cooking. Just like before, Xue Qingqing directly put some delicious food on He-fan's plate. The movements were still as practiced as ever, without the slightest feeling of unfamiliarity. He-fan nodded, without asking who Aunt Lee was. Although the villa appeared empty when we arrived, the furniture was spotless, clearly indicating that someone had been cleaning it. Otherwise, with Xue Qingqing as the only option, based on his understanding of the other party, it would be a miracle if the entire villa didn't turn into a pigsty. Yes, in life, Xue Qingqing's biggest flaw is her laziness. In stark contrast to the decisive and charismatic businesswoman she is in the business world, she seems like a completely different person. Her life is a complete mess. That is, after meeting myself back then, the impact was slightly better. I wonder if the woman in front of me has gotten any better after all these years. He-fan, I regret it. Just as the two were halfway through their meal, after drinking a glass of red wine, Xue Qingqing, her pretty face flushed, suddenly spoke up. Regret what? A little bewildered by the sudden remark, He-fan asked in surprise. I regret not having properly vetted you back then, letting you get together with Xiao Yun'er. I regret being too busy all these years and neglecting this place, causing you to suffer so much. Xue Qingcheng didn't hide her thoughts and spoke her mind directly. Although they appear intimate, they also give off a sense of openness and honesty. Cole. After hearing this, He Fan breathed a sigh of relief and immediately teased the other party. You scared me. I thought you were going to say you regretted not trying to be with me back then and marry me. Dream on. Xue Qingcheng rolled her eyes at him, but a complex look flashed in her eyes. Then, her expression turned serious, and she slowly put down the wine glass in her hand. Now tell me, what exactly happened between you and Xiao Yun'er? His expression was very solemn. It's strange. Under normal circumstances, He Fan would not want to mention this matter to anyone, let alone reveal his privacy. He never mentioned it, not even when chatting with his younger sister, Mei Wenxi. But when Xue Qingqing asked him, he recounted everything that had happened over the past few months without hesitation. He even revealed that he had discovered he possessed super male genes. Chapter 137 Terrible Consequences. The only thing not mentioned was those who died because of him. After all, such matters are of great importance. Even if his parents were alive, he probably wouldn't tell them and would only keep them deep in his heart. What? Super male genes. Xue Qingqing didn't care about He Fan's suspicions at all. However, when she heard him mention the name Li Kaigua and talk about her health problems, her expression changed slightly. I knew it. I was wondering how your parents could have turned you, such a gentle and refined man, into someone with such severe emotional fastidiousness. It's all because of your complex. I'm afraid your parents were worried that you would develop the disease, so they try to mold your personality from a young age in order to suppress the irritability that comes with your genes, right? Hee hee. I have to say, your parents' approach is pretty good. At least from childhood to adulthood, you've never really caused any trouble. After an unknown amount of time, Xue Qingqing suddenly poured herself a glass of red wine and drank it all in one gulp. Her expression returned to normal, and she began to tease He Fan. But deep within his eyes, a chilling coldness flashed. Xiao Yun'er, I never imagined you would do such a thing. It actually managed to slowly bring out the hidden violence within He Fan. Damn it. Also, although He Fan was a bit careless, did you think I didn't know that carriers of the super male gene have extremely low fertility rates? If your child was an accident and is He Fan's biological child, then so be it. But if it was born to you and some other man, even if he's from the Zhao family in Kyoto, I won't let you off the hook. As Xue Qingqing pondered this, a violent emotion unconsciously rose within her. No one knows why she cares so much about He Fan, even more than her family. No one understands why. If she cares so much about He Fan, she has been away for so many years and has never returned to Donghai to see him. It's all a mystery. The only one who probably knows the answer is Xue Qingqing herself. Qingqing, there's something else I'm not sure if I should tell you. Seemingly sensing the anger hidden beneath her calm, He Fan hesitated for a long time before finally deciding to tell her about it. Because he knew Xue Qingqing's temperament very well. If the other party finds out that you were hiding something under these circumstances, then your fate will definitely be very miserable. What is it? Tell me. Xue Qingqing smiled gently, her gaze towards him becoming very tender. Deep in their eyes, a hint of shared suffering seemed to lurk. Well, actually, Xiao Yun'er and I are already divorced. She just doesn't know it yet. After a brief silence, He Fan finally revealed the secret. Divorced? Unconsciously, Xue Qingqing was startled. Is this even possible? They've already divorced, and the other person still doesn't know? What kind of operation is this? She had never heard of such a thing in her entire life. It's like this. He Fan stopped rambling and told the whole story in detail. Of course, this matter inevitably involves the bewitchment powder. So he appropriately revealed some information about the He family's ancestral medical skills. In other words, they only mentioned the possibility of treating super male genes with Huixin San and acupuncture. As for the rest, after all, it concerns the He family's foundation, so He Fan can't possibly reveal everything. Even Xue Qingqing is not acceptable. What? Your acupuncture can alter human genes? And you can even concoct something as mystical as the bewitching heart powder? He Fan, you're not kidding me, are you? Xue Qingqing's eyes widened in shock. and her mouth remained agape for a long time. He Fan gave a wry smile and shrugged. Some things aren't as amazing as you think. They have many flaws too. Stop. Seeing that he was about to continue explaining, Shui Qingqing quickly reached out to stop him. I don't care about that right now. I just want to know if your He family's medical skills can cure the side effects of the super male gene. Or rather, change it. Cannot. Seeing how straightforward her question was, He Fan gave an even more straightforward answer. And you? Shui Qingqing frowned, wanting to ask some questions. Qingqing, don't worry. Seeing that she wanted to ask something else, He Fan quickly stopped her. The idea of using acupuncture combined with traditional Chinese medicine to treat genetic diseases was actually conceived by my father. But so far, all I know is that we can remove that gene. Whether it can be completely altered remains to be proven. So, regarding your question about curing or changing things, I can't give an answer right now. I can only wait for further research. His words were subtle, which indirectly shut Shui Qingqing up. He Fan wasn't stupid. Of course he knew what the other party wanted to do. What does Shui Qingqing do? In some ways, he is a proper capitalist. Even disregarding the power of her family, her personal wealth is probably immeasurable. Capital, after all, is definitely sensitive to interests. If the He family's medical skills can alter or treat super male genes, then it means they might also be effective against other genetic diseases. You know, if a case like this, involving the treatment of genetic diseases, were ever confirmed, it would absolutely shock the whole world. That's one way to put it. Every country has been conducting in-depth research on genes for a long time. But over the years, the results have been minimal. If the He family's medical skills were to become known as a result, it would definitely be a disaster rather than a blessing. The He family ancestors had already tried this. Joke. Treatments, gene modification. If successful, perfect human function and increased lifespan are no longer just dreams. Many terminal illnesses can be cured without medication. This is absolutely the best opportunity to make a name for oneself in history, and I believe no one would miss it. But will this reputation fall on He Fan's shoulders? Obviously, it's highly unlikely. Moreover, at that time, immense fame would inevitably be accompanied by enormous wealth. As the saying goes, wealth is a powerful motivator. Anyone can see how crazy capital would be in that situation. Shui Qingqing could sense the caution in He Fan's heart. After staring at the other person for a while, she suddenly burst out laughing. You don't look like a super male gene patient at all. You're so cowardly. You don't deserve this infamous reputation. Infamy? He Fan was speechless. But thinking about how 3 lives had been lost, directly or indirectly, because of him recently, he couldn't help but fall silent. Don't worry. No matter what, I won't let you get into danger. Shui Qingqing suddenly spoke softly, but the firmness in her words was obvious. She wasn't lying. She would never harm He Fan. This point is beyond doubt. Chapter 138, The Adulterer's Identity, is finally confirmed. However, I still hope you can get better soon. While your idea is practical, it's also quite dangerous. Reaching out to gently stroke his face, Shui Qingqing's expression was filled with worry. Idea? He Fan was stunned upon hearing this. Could it be that the woman in front of him had guessed his plans? However, thinking about the occasional telepathic connection between the two of them, he felt relieved and nodded silently. I don't know why. He Fan always felt that Shui Qingqing in front of him knew a lot about the super male gene. However, considering that we have already entered the information explosion era, it is not surprising that some people would understand these strange illnesses. So, I didn't think much of it. I understand. I'll take a closer look in a couple of days. He Fan said, and indeed began to consider the matter in his mind. As for your wife and parents' affair, I'll try my best to find out the truth for you. After all, your methods would encounter many twists and turns, while it would be much easier for me. If, and I mean if, the Li Kaigui you're talking about is that person, I'm afraid you might not be able to handle him. Do you want me to give you a hand and get him off the stage? Shui Qingqing was very serious when she said this. It's clear she wasn't joking. You recognize him? He Fan was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. Then his heart was filled with joy. Honestly, he put a lot of effort into this. Unfortunately, all we learned from old Master Wang was that the other party was a son-in-law from a prominent family, and the old man refused to say anything more. But when they asked someone to investigate, they were threatened. For a moment, Fan felt at a loss for what to do. To this day, he only knows the other person's name and has met him once. He knows very little else about him. I never expected to hear that name from Xue Qingqing. However, after calming down, Fan thought about it and realized that this seemed quite normal. After all, Xue Qingqing was also from the capital, and it seemed that she also came from a prominent family. Although I don't know why I came to Donghai and went to university here, it doesn't mean that the other party's strength is that bad. It's not surprising that she would know Li Kaigua. How could I not recognize him? Isn't he the son-in-law of the Zhao family, one of the 4 great families of Kyoto? Although I've never met him, I've heard of him. The 4 major families in Kyoto? The Zhao family? These terms left Fan utterly speechless. To be honest, he suddenly felt like he was reading an online novel. He could perhaps imagine the existence of powerful families, but he never imagined that there were actually 4 major families. If I'm not mistaken, your Xue family isn't simple either, is it? Coming to his senses, Fan saw Xue Qingqing's nonchalant expression and, after thinking for a moment, suddenly said something tentatively. Yes, our Xue family. Originally, Xue Qingqing was about to say something following Fan's words. But suddenly she realized what she was doing, glared at the other person, and said irritably, "Just live your life peacefully in the East China Sea. The waters around Kyoto are very murky, so don't go asking around." After she finished speaking, her expression became serious. He looked at Fan and said slowly, "Although the Zhao family is only one of the 4 great families, their power is far beyond what an ordinary person like you can imagine. I will investigate the matter concerning your wife. If it really was that woman surnamed Li who caused the deaths of your parents, I will avenge you." Fan remained silent, unsure of what to say. Tell the other person that you can do it? At worst, we can use some trump cards to eliminate the entire Zhao family. Obviously, he couldn't have said that. After all, such methods would threaten many high-level beings. By then, it's probably not just Li Kaigua who will want to kill me. Just then, Fan suddenly had a moment of realization. He suddenly remembered something. It seems that after I gave Wang Changfeng the bewitching powder last time, when I asked about Boss Li, the last thing he said was the character Zhao, right? Fan remembered this matter very clearly and was confident that no unexpected events would occur. After comparing these aspects, the real answer seems to come out immediately. It's confirmed. Li Kaigua is the son-in-law of the Zhao family, and the man behind the wife is almost certainly this cousin. In an instant, Fan's face turned extremely ugly. In my heart, it feels as if a fire is burning fiercely. He wished he could rush to Kyoto right now, capture Li Kaigua, and ask him if he was the one who harmed his parents. Fan, what are you doing? Come on, keep drinking with me. Just as he was about to descend into madness, Xue Qingqing's words came at the right time. Her gentle words were like a bucket of cold water suddenly poured over him, instantly bringing him back to his senses. Okay. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Fan forced a smile before sitting back down. Honestly, he was very grateful to Xue Qingqing. If it weren't for her, although I had some doubts about Li, I would never have been able to confirm whether she was the person I was thinking of. Unexpectedly, the turning point suddenly appeared today. It seems, Dad's treatment method, while seemingly effective, is taking far too long. Fan spent several days meticulously studying the various methods for treating super male genes written on a piece of paper. But even now, he still hasn't come up with a good solution. Honestly, Fan felt helpless. In the past few days, in order to help him resolve his genetic issues, Xue Qingqing insisted on keeping him in the villa and forbidding him from going out. The reason is simple. The fear is that Fan might relapse because of his wife's situation and do something irreversible, which would be too much of a loss. Of course, in order to leave him a quiet space to do his research, Xue Qingqing even emptied the entire villa, leaving only Aunt Li to cook for him every day on time. Moreover, Fan must not be disturbed. But, is medical research really that easy? Although Fan had his father's ideas, they took too long and seemed completely unsuitable for his current situation. Maybe it's a case of accumulating knowledge and experience before unleashing its full potential. Once the super male gene, which had been sealed and suppressed by acupuncture, was given a chance to breathe again, its momentum seemed even stronger. Even if Fan followed the same method as his father and applied the acupuncture again, it seemed that it could only have an effect in a short time. He understands this very well. Moreover, that method is much slower at removing super male genes, and it can even be slower than regeneration. This phenomenon always gives people a bad feeling. After finding out all this, even Fan couldn't help but feel secretly lucky. Chapter 139. Fan, you deserve it. Thank goodness. Thank goodness I listened to Shui Qingqing. Otherwise, if I follow my original plan, I'm afraid I'll regret it in the future. At that point, it's unlikely that they will be able to shed their own super male genes, but rather that their normal genes will be assimilated, turning them into genetic demons. Naturally, Fan had no idea what kind of changes he would undergo in that situation. But I imagine the situation isn't going to be too good. TSK, this is interesting. Fan rested his chin on his hand, his eyes blinking rapidly, seemingly very tempted. Honestly, if he weren't worried about something going wrong, he really wanted to see what would happen if a person's genes were completely assimilated by super male. Will any unusual changes occur? Become Superman? A demon with unusual abilities? Fan was amused by his own imagination. Those kinds of things can probably only appear in novels or movies. As a doctor, he was well aware of the limits that the human body could reach. Even if it develops abilities beyond imagination, this fragile body probably wouldn't be able to withstand such supernatural powers. This is the law, the iron law of nature. Take Fan for example. Although he can greatly enhance his strength when the super male gene erupts, but that's still within the realm of normal people. But if he really possessed the superhuman strength depicted in novels and movies, capable of stopping trains with his bare hands and casually throwing away tons of goods, his own physical body would probably be the first thing to collapse. Science can explain all of these things. Forget it. Let's see if there's any way to improve the pulse shifting needle technique. Maybe we can optimize it based on the original treatment. Fan tossed aside the jumbled thoughts in his mind, picked up the meridian chart on the table, and fell into deep thought as he looked at the acupoints he had marked. But when he inadvertently saw the genuine acupoint that needed to be sealed during acupuncture, he suddenly felt that something was not quite right. Wait, something's not right. He was somewhat taken aback, and his previously languid body suddenly sat up. With a burning gaze, he stared intently at that acupoint, frozen in place. How is that possible? If he remembers correctly, his father started administering acupuncture when he was 8 years old, right? Many of the acupoints have remained unchanged. But, since the genuine acupoint is sealed, I shouldn't be able to have children, right? So, how did Xiao He Miao come about? The next moment, Fan's expression was quite interesting. He was completely bewildered by life. Then, recalling the information he had obtained from that phone, it seemed that his wife had been seeing Wang Chongfeng shortly after their marriage. Wait, there seemed to be another person in that group. Now that I think about it, is it possible that that guy was Li Kaigua? They were in contact so early on. Did the wife already have an affair back then? And the son, He Miao, was never his own from beginning to end? Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, Fan quickly took out his phone, opened the browser, and typed in a line of text. As soon as the enter key was pressed, dense text appeared. He opened each of them one by one, and seeing the almost identical answers inside, Fan's face turned deathly pale. Yes, he was careless after all. Patients with this superandrogen gene already have an extremely low chance of having children. In addition, her father sealed her genuine acupoint with silver needles when she was a child, so it is 99% impossible for her to have a child during that period. Now it's clear that the son, Xiao Miao, is not his own at all. Fan's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Bang! He threw the phone away violently and slapped himself in the face. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. A crisp slap echoed in the villa, and half of Fan's face immediately swelled up. You deserve it. Fan, you're an idiot. Knowing your wife was cheating on you, and yet you didn't even consider whether the son was yours for so long. Don't you think you deserve to be played like that? You're so smug. boasting about your family's unparalleled medical skills, but you've even forgotten that patients with the super male gene have low fertility rates. Who else would people cheat on if not an idiot like you? In the huge villa, He-Fan was the only one there, his eyes bloodshot, cursing himself like a madman, almost going insane. Good, good, Xiao Yuner, you really are my good wife. The Xiao family, right? Li Kaigua, right? The Zhao family of Kyoto, right? Very good, excellent. He-Fan's aura grew increasingly icy, and a murderous intent surged forth. Without any further hesitation, he rushed out the door to the private villa where Chen Xinyue and Xiao Yuner had previously stayed. The two houses are not far apart. It only takes a few minutes to get there. Unfortunately, the villa gate was tightly closed, and it was obvious that no one was inside. Without any delay, He-Fan immediately ran back to the underground parking garage. There was a car inside that Xue Qingcheng had specially left for him to use before she left. It was the luxurious Maybach that He-Fan saw when the two met that day. Of course, he's already close to madness and has no time to think about that. He-Fan just wants to get to the Xiao family villa as quickly as possible and find his son, Xiaomiao, to do a paternity test. If everything is true, he will make that despicable woman who betrayed his marriage and made him raise someone else's son for several years pay the most painful price. Buzz! The roar of the car echoed throughout the garage, and the next moment it burst out like a beast, speeding out of the Red Leaf community like lightning. Fortunately, although He-Fan was extremely angry, he still maintained his last bit of rationality and did not do anything crazy along the way. About 20 minutes later, the Maybach came to a steady stop in front of the Xiao family villa. He-Fan got out of the car with a cold expression, clenched his fist, and strode forward. Honestly, at this point, he had almost lost his ability to think normally. He had only one goal in mind: to find Xiao Yuner, find out about his son's background, and kill her if it was as he suspected. Anyone who dares to obstruct us, kill them. As for what the outcome will be, having been cuckolded to this extent, does He-Fan still need to think? If I can't vent the anger in my heart, it's 100 times worse than death. Yes, this time, He-Fan was truly enraged. He couldn't even care less about the super male gene going out of control. Fortunately, after a period of adjustment, He-Fan was able to barely control his emotions in the face of this special situation. It's unlikely that innocent people will be affected in the midst of madness. Filled with murderous intent, he strode up to the front of the Xiao family villa. Out of habit, I rang the doorbell. But for some reason, the doorbell rang for a long time and no one came to open the door. It seems there's no one inside at all. Chapter 140, A Bombshell. Open the door. Open the door for me. Faced with this situation, He-Fan became even more anxious. He stopped ringing the doorbell and started pounding on the door with his fist. He roared wildly, as if he were insane. Beep beep. Just then, a car suddenly drove out of the villa next door. Seemingly noticing the commotion, a middle-aged man rolled down his car window as he passed by and said with a smile, "Brother, the Mid-Autumn Festival is almost here. The kids are on holiday, and the Xiao family members were all taken on a trip by our daughter a couple of days ago. Even if you break down the door, no one is going to open it for you." He meant well, intending to remind the person in front of the door. But just as He-Fan suddenly turned around and saw the other man's blood-red eyes, the middle-aged man was involuntarily startled. This person, is he crazy? He muttered something under his breath. Without daring to linger, I stepped on the gas and sped away. Went on a trip? After hearing this, He-Fan finally calmed down. He closed his eyes and paused for a moment. Then his brows furrowed tightly. Are we just going back like this? It was obvious that he was absolutely not willing to accept this. Oh, right, home. As if suddenly remembering something, He-Fan's eyes lit up. He stopped knocking on the door. He turned around, got back into his car, started the engine, and headed home. Yes. If He-Fan remembered correctly, Xiao Yuner had left a few keys to his house, which seemed to be the keys to her parents' house. If I can find it, then I can enter the villa. Can't find a wife? No problem. At the very least, he could find some of Xiao Miao's daily necessities and take them over to do a paternity test to confirm the truth of the matter. After all, there are many coincidences in this world, and who knows, the little one might be my own child. If that's the case, then there's absolutely no need for me to go crazy. It has to be said that even at this point, he was still comforting himself in this way. Perhaps it's because she can't bear to part with her son. But more than anything, it's probably a feeling of resentment. Things went smoothly, and Fan indeed found the key he remembered at home. Upon returning, he finally obtained everything he wanted. Daughter, are you sure that Xue Qingqing can find out about those past events? Inside a hotel in the Phoenix Mountain scenic area. At that moment, Li Hongmei and her daughter Xiao Yuner were in the room. As a mother, no matter how selfish Li Hongmei may be, she still has a deep love for her own daughter. She looked at the other person and asked worriedly, "What do you think?" Xiao Yuner gave a bitter smile. Her troubled mind had not yet calmed down. Xue Qingqing's background is quite extraordinary. She seems to be from a prominent family in the capital city. Some information might be unavailable to Fan, but it shouldn't be too difficult for her to find. Otherwise, why do you think I brought you all on this trip? In the end, it's because I'm afraid Fan will go crazy if he finds out the truth. She said this with a helpless expression, and deep in her eyes was a deep fear. Yes, Fan's terrifying actions back then really frightened her. Xiao Yuner was truly afraid that if he knew the truth, it would be detrimental to the entire Xiao family. Hey, really? You've never really betrayed him. What are you afraid of? Upon hearing this, Zhao's mother rolled her eyes and said irritably, "What about the seedlings? How do you explain that? How? How could Xue Qingqing find out about something like this? That shouldn't be possible, right?" Upon hearing this, Li Hongmei was dumbfounded. After all, her family kept this matter very well hidden. Unless Fan did a paternity test, there was absolutely no way they would know. Xiao Yuner gave a bitter laugh, her face showing resentment, and said, "You might not know about that woman's abilities, Mom. I believe that if she wants to investigate, there are some things that will be hard to hide from her. So, it's completely over between Fan and me. There's no chance of repairing it." As she said this, tears of regret welled up in Xiao Yuner's eyes. Because she knew, from this day forward, she'll never have the chance to meet a man who has her whole heart and soul with her again. Li Hongmei. She fell silent. She didn't even know how to comfort her daughter. It's just Fan, a mere clinic doctor. Daughter, you can just divorce him. Anyway, with Xiao Miao around, Mr. Li will take care of you no matter what. Just like a few days ago, didn't he? Compared to Mr. Li, what is Fan? After a moment, Li Hongmei suddenly became agitated. After saying all this, she ignored her daughter who was right beside her, took out her phone, and dialed a number. "Mom, no." Upon seeing this, Xiao Yuner immediately understood what she was doing. Her face paled instantly, and she tried to step forward to stop her. Unfortunately, it was too late. "Hello." As a deep voice came from the phone, Xiao Yuner's expression changed drastically. Time flies, and 2 or 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Fan, who had been waiting for the results of the appraisal, walked out of the villa with a solemn expression. He knew. Today is the day when everything will be clear. If the son is truly not his own, even without the deaths of his parents, he would still be at odds with Li Kaigua and Xiao Yuner for life. This isn't about saving face, it's about dignity. A green hat on my head. My beloved son has been here for 5 years. This kind of humiliation was something that Fan could never accept, given his personality. Fan hurried to the garage and was about to get into the car when a Ferrari sped up and screeched to a halt beside him. Then Xue Qingqing's familiar figure came down quickly. Fan, don't panic. Seemingly knowing what he was going to do, Xue Qingqing hurriedly spoke up. Qingqing, you're back. Honestly, if anyone else tried to stop him at this moment, Fan probably wouldn't even bother with them. But Qingqing is different. Fan listened to every word the other person said and took it to heart. She hurried over to Fan, but without saying much, she took his hand and led him into the villa. During that time, he only said one sentence. "I've already investigated the relationship between Li Kaigua and Xiao Yuner." That one sentence was enough to make Fan obediently follow behind the other person, not daring to struggle in the slightest, and he even forgot to take his son Xiao Miao's paternity test report. "Qingqing, what have you found out?" As soon as he entered the villa, Fan couldn't wait to ask. To be honest, although he now knows a lot of things, he is still not very clear about the details and reasons behind them. He could only hope that Xue Qingchang could help him clear up more of his doubts. I don't know if Xiao Yuner is with Li Kaigua, but I can confirm that your son, Xiao Miao, is not your biological son. Back in the villa, Xue Qingchang solemnly pressed He Fan down on the sofa, and the first thing she said was a bombshell. Chapter 141 The Truth Comes Out. Are you sure it's true? Upon hearing this, He Fan's face turned deathly pale. Although he had suspected this possibility beforehand, he clung to his last hope until he received the test results. After all, I've cherished my son for 5 years. How can I just give him up so easily? After all, he was a human being, not a beast. It's simply impossible to abandon a child so easily. I'm certain of that. Xue Qingchang then took out a stack of documents from her bag and handed them over, her eyes filled with a hint of sympathy as she said, "If my investigation is correct, your father should have had a paternity test done on you 6 months ago, but I don't know why he didn't tell you. And the appraisal report I received is a photocopy of that one." Looking at the signature area at the bottom, He Fan clearly saw his father He Bao's name written there, and he recognized the familiar handwriting all too well. It's obvious that this report is genuine. And Xue Qingchang didn't lie to herself either. Based on current technology, analysis of 16 STR loci revealed that 3 do not conform to the MDE inheritance law. This DNA test rules out a biological father-son relationship between He Fan and He Miao. He Fan's hands trembled slightly as he looked at the 2 lines at the bottom of the report in his hand. Yes, it's confirmed. The son He Miao is not his own. This had already caused him immense grief. What He Fan couldn't understand was that, judging from the date of the report, his parents clearly knew about the incident before it happened. And why not tell him? Even after they died in a car accident, I didn't hear a thing. Should we blame them? Honestly, He Fan had never thought of it that way. There are some things that you may not know clearly, but you can still guess about them. I'm afraid the biggest reason I did this was because I knew my sperm was locked and I was unable to have children. So that's why a paternity test was done. But what He Fan couldn't understand was why they didn't do it in the earlier years. After all, the 2 elders must have known long ago that He Miao was not a grandson of the He family. But both of them are gone, and probably no one can provide the answer anymore. He Fan, do you think there's a possibility that your parents' accident was caused by this paternity test report? Seeing He Fan remain silent, his eyes filled with sorrow, Xue Qingchang thought for a moment, and then suddenly said this. He Fan. He looked somewhat taken aback, as if he had been startled by the other person's words. But after thinking about my past experiences carefully, it seems that this is indeed possible. Li Kaigua's identity was special, and he certainly didn't want anyone to know such a secret. So he could only ask Xiao Yuner to help him raise the child. And when it seemed that the secret was about to be exposed, the other party did not hesitate to kill the parents, which is quite reasonable. Moreover, He Fan clearly remembered that when he wanted to take his wife home to pay respects, he was attacked by others and seriously injured. On the contrary, his wife and son returned to the East China Sea unharmed. Xiao Yuner didn't give him a reasonable explanation back then. Looking back now, it's highly likely that Li Kaigua considered himself of high status and didn't want his children to perform ancestral rites for other people's elders. After all, such things are still taboo for people of high status. Once everything was connected, He Fan suddenly realized that everything made sense. It seems that all my previous doubts and suspicions have been answered. He Fan's face grew increasingly gloomy. He really wanted to take revenge right now. Great, that's wonderful. That Xiao Yuner truly deserves to be called my good wife. He Fan's face was icy cold. At this moment, he finally gave up completely. Xiao Yuner dared to make him raise someone else's child for 5 or 6 years. He definitely wouldn't let it go so easily. He would definitely settle accounts with her. As for Li Kaigua of Kyoto, he wished he could kill the other party right now. He Fan, don't worry, there seems to be something wrong here. As if sensing his change in mood, Xue Qingchang quickly added. Actually, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. But after thinking about it carefully, if I don't explain it to you clearly, it might affect our friendship in the future. She clearly hesitated when she said this. He Fan, who was about to explode with anger, was stunned when he heard these words. After a brief silence, he coldly uttered a single word. Explain. Xue Qingchang wasn't angry about this. After thinking for a moment, She suddenly leaned close to He Fan's ear and said, "After my investigation, it seems that Li Kaigwa is not your son's biological father either. There seems to be something else going on here." "What?" He Fan was shocked after hearing this. Could it be that his wife is seeing another man outside the marriage? Honestly, he couldn't believe it. But if you say there isn't any, then where did Xue Qingqing's information come from? He'll believe everything the other person says. Since He Miao is neither his own nor Li Kaigwa's, it doesn't make any sense to say that there is no other person involved. This shows just how many shameful things Xiao Yuner did behind my back. At this thought, he suddenly felt nauseous. For all these years, I've been treating him like a treasure. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be an extremely worn-out shoe. What about Xiao Yuner? Is she Xiao Miao's biological mother? After a long silence, another idea suddenly came to He Fan's mind. Is there a possibility that the children were switched at birth? It seems not impossible. You suspect that your child was switched at birth while in the hospital? Seemingly knowing what he was thinking, Xue Qingqing shook her head and said with certainty, "Although I can't do a paternity test for them yet, according to the investigation, the hospital you went to back then was very reputable, and it seems that no one has reported any cases of babies being switched at birth on the same day over the years. Therefore, the probability of your conjecture is extremely small." She spoke with absolute certainty, which clearly indicated that she had conducted a thorough investigation. He fell silent, and his heart grew cold. He believed everything Xue Qingqing said without question. Moreover, I know my own situation. In the end, it's just that I'm unwilling to accept it. At least when it comes to his son, he still hopes for a miracle. "Qingqing, promise me." He suddenly looked up and said with a very serious expression. "What?" Xue Qingqing was somewhat taken aback, not understanding what he meant. "Don't spread the news about Xiao Miao's true background yet. In any case, my current target is Li Kaigwa." He Fan explained sincerely, a strange glint in his eyes. "I'll find a suitable opportunity to tell him in person about this." As he finished speaking, he gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Yes, regardless of whose son Xiao He Miao is, the fact that Li Kaigwa acknowledged him as his son is enough to prove that there's something going on between him and Xiao Yuner. Chapter 142, A Fight to the Death. Certainly, He Fan was almost certain that the other party was responsible for his parents' actions. Logically speaking, there's absolutely no problem with it. You should know, this is a blood feud involving the murder of a relative, the theft of a wife, and the humiliation of one's dignity. How could he not hate him? Therefore, He Fan never intended to let that guy go from beginning to end. Fortunately, Xiao Miao wasn't the other party's child, and Li Kaigwa didn't seem to know that. Although He Fan was also a little confused as to how such a thing could happen to someone of her status, he still believed Xue Qingqing's words. Perhaps this is God's retribution. Revenge is absolutely necessary. It will be a fight to the death. Perhaps it would feel more satisfying to reveal this when the other person is at their most miserable moment. To kill someone, you must first destroy their spirit. It would be too lenient of him not to let him experience some excruciating torment. He Fan revealed a cruel smile, which even surprised Xue Qingqing. But then, I felt relieved. All I need to do is help this man in front of me. Does it matter whether he's a human or a ghost? That's right, He Fan isn't a good person. At the very least, he can handle vengeful acts without any pressure. Let Li Kaigwa go? No way. When He Fan hated someone to the core, it actually made him calmer. He hardened his heart, and then went head-to-head with that guy, regardless of his identity. Since the barefoot have nothing to fear, I'll make them pay a heavy price. As for the other possible man, Xiao Miao's biological father? No rush. If it's not a big deal, we can take it slow. Don't you want to verify the authenticity of these messages before making any plans? Xue Qingqing almost guessed his plan, and after a slight hesitation, she asked, "I trust you." Without any hesitation, He Fan said. That sincere trust immediately warmed Xue Qingqing's heart. "Okay, I'll have someone continue to investigate this matter. By the way, I had someone intercept the paternity test you had done at the hospital a few days ago. Doing that would only alert more people. There's absolutely no need to expose yourself." After a long silence, Xue Qingqing said resolutely, "You can do whatever you want from now on. and I will fully support you. As for the consequences, you don't need to worry about them. These words were incredibly powerful, and they were also Xue Qingqing's heartfelt words. Good. He Fan didn't blame the other party. He simply nodded slightly. Yes. He never holds back with the other party. Moreover, Xue Qingqing was right. If the parents' deaths were due to that paternity test, then doing another one would indeed be easily noticed by others. That would put you in a passive position. It's better this way. Qingqing, I'm going back to my hometown to figure out some things. Originally, Xue Qingqing was planning to leave, but He Fan's words made her stop in her tracks. Going back to my hometown? Chaoyang Town. Xue Qingqing pondered for a moment, then asked with some confusion, why are you going back now? Your parents have already passed away. Even if you wanted to understand some things, there's nothing you could do now. It's no wonder the two of them were so in sync. Xue Qingqing guessed the answer immediately. It's different. A bitter expression appeared on his face, and He Fan shook his head and said calmly, yes, he only wants to know one thing right now. Does Mei Wenxi, the younger sister, know anything about her parents' paternity test? After all, she was the only one by her parents' side when their accident happened. She must know the truth about some things. It's not that He Fan wanted to dwell on this matter, but he really wanted to understand why his parents kept such a big thing from him. Could it be because of his own illness? Honestly, He Fan didn't believe it. If so, he also wanted to understand why Mei Wenxi was keeping it from him. There are some things that He Fan is actually aware of. He was just pretending to be stupid for some reason. In the past, even if Mei Wenxi kept something from him, He Fan wouldn't have made a big deal out of it. But things are different now. She has already. Having gone through Xiao Yun'er's marriage, he has become extremely sensitive to relationships. He Fan didn't want to spend his future with a woman who was full of lies. It was just too hurtful. Fine. Whatever you say. Xue Qingqing seemed to see through his persistence, and in the end could only sigh softly. Because she knew that even if she tried to stop him, he would definitely do it anyway. Perhaps it's better to just let him be. Then remember, you must find a way to cure your illness first. Don't worry too much about other things. We'll take care of it for you. Good. Similarly, He Fan nodded. He got up and walked towards the door, leaving behind only one sentence. Remember this. Li Kaiguo is mine, and that man must be left to me. After saying that, he had already disappeared. Xue Qingqing could tell that the person he was talking about was definitely Xiao Miao's biological father. But with so much time having passed, is it really possible to find out the truth? To be honest, she herself didn't have much confidence. However, Xue Qingqing was certain that in recent years, Xiao Yun'er had not had any contact with any other men besides Li Kaiguo. Of course, a guy like Wang Changfeng is nothing more than a dog at someone's feet. Even Xue Qingqing herself wouldn't believe that he was Xiao Yun'er's lover. The Maybach sped along the road, the wind outside the window ruffling He Fan's hair, just like his somewhat chaotic mood. He knew it in his heart. Although he knew the whole story, he realized that targeting Li Kaiguo was not as simple as he had imagined. In fact, Xue Qingqing had already subtly revealed the other party's identity to him. Just as He Fan thought, even without the Zhao family's protection, that person is now considered to be of high status and power in the capital city. Compared to local officials, they are practically high above them. Even if He Fan has methods that others don't know about, it's by no means easy for him to target such a high-ranking official. It's true that I wanted to ask Mei Wenxi some questions when I went back to my hometown this time. But more than anything, He Fan wanted to calm himself down. Because he knew very well that although the so-called super male gene could enhance one's strength, it was still ultimately within the realm of humans. Although medical skills are amazing, they can only be used when the patient is close to the patient. Trying to deal with a high-ranking official with these methods is almost impossible. I'm afraid even getting close is a pipe dream. Yes, He Fan understood everything and realized who his enemy really was. But his wife, Xiao Yun'er, probably already guessed what was going on. Otherwise, I wouldn't have chosen this time to take the whole family on a trip. They didn't even notify him? Chapter 143, The Zhao Family. Son-in-law? It's obvious that Xiao Yun'er is also afraid that she will go crazy after learning certain things, intentionally trying to avoid it. And she had already guessed it all. Li Kaiguo might indirectly get the news and then avoid seeing her from then on. They might even completely break off relations and use even more ruthless methods against themselves or those around them. Hell, whatever. Once I figure things out, I'll fight tooth and nail to make sure you suffer. Having completely calmed down, He-Fan looked at the distant sky and smiled coldly. Ring ring. Unexpectedly, his phone rang at that moment. He-Fan instinctively thought it was Shue Qingqing calling, so he answered the phone immediately. Certainly. Since he was in the car, he connected to the car's Bluetooth early on, just in case. As soon as the call connected, an aged voice immediately rang out in the car. He-Fan, right? Upon hearing that somewhat familiar voice, He-Fan was taken aback. Is it him? The old man who was the first to tell the truth and promised to help him deal with Li Kaigwa? Indeed, He-Fan did not know the other party's true identity. At one point, I even thought the other person was a madman. But now, thinking back on it, he couldn't help but feel a pang of shame. In fact, I was quite shocked. Yes, He-Fan finally figured it out. Since the old man had such a big mouth and dared to act so nonchalant when mentioning the Jiang family, he must have been of noble status and in no way inferior to the other party to dare to do so. But now that he's received another call from the other party, He-Fan can't help but feel a little embarrassed. For a moment, I didn't know how to respond. It's me. Sir, is there something you need? Finally, having no other choice, he had to bite the bullet and speak. By the way, I parked the car on the side of the road. My daughter's condition is getting worse. I beg you, old man, if you have the ability, please help me save her. This time, the old man's voice was no longer as forceful and domineering as before. Instead, it sounded much older, and there was even a hint of pleading in his words. The hearts of parents are truly selfless. No matter how much power one has, in the face of life and death, one is nothing more than an ordinary person. He-Fan fell silent. He could hear the deep despair in the other person's voice, a father's voice that came from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, why would someone of his status humbly beg a young man? Sir, I can only say that I might be able to save her life. But as for a cure, I have no way to do so at the moment. After thinking about it, he decided to be honest. Yes, when He-Fan had nothing to do before, he had done some calculations about his own abilities. The result was pretty much as he expected. For a terminal illness like AIDS, it is only possible to control it, not to completely eradicate it. Can it save my life? Upon hearing this, the old man across from him seemed to immediately perk up. He hurriedly and urgently said, Sure, as long as my daughter's life can be saved, all the conditions I promised you before still stand. You can even propose other conditions if you wish. I don't want money. He-Fan said this very calmly. His meaning was quite clear, and the old man on the other end of the phone naturally understood it. He decisively said, No problem. He's just a family son-in-law. He's nothing compared to my daughter. If you can save my daughter, this old man will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. These words were spoken with absolute certainty, without any hesitation. But to He-Fan, it sounded like a thunderbolt from the blue. What is that old man saying? A son-in-law living with his family? Daughter? Could it be? Sir, madam, may I ask your surname? Subconsciously, he asked. Zhao. Seemingly without any intention of hiding anything, the old man opposite him spoke directly. Boom. Upon hearing the name Zhao, He-Fan felt his mind explode. He is now certain that his previous guess was correct. This old man is truly from a distinguished family. Moreover, it just so happens to be the Zhao family, one of the 4 major families in Kyoto and the biggest backer behind Li Kaigwa, whom he has been longing to take revenge on. The Zhao family? Ha 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 ha. He-Fan laughed, a very happy, very joyful, and very satisfying laugh. It's true. Good and evil will eventually be rewarded. Li Kaigwa ruined his family, and his wife even contracted AIDS. That's interesting, so interesting. It seems that God still has eyes and can still distinguish between good and bad people. Of course, I wonder if Li Kaigwa also contracted that disease because of it. If that's the case, then all the better. I'm sorry, it's incurable. He-Fan burst into wild laughter, laughing until tears streamed down his face. He didn't know how much time had passed before he slowly reached out to wipe away the tears on his cheeks, and after calming down, he said coldly, Just because he's a son-in-law of the Zhao family? Just because of that thing between him and your wife? The old man seemed to know what he was laughing at, and remained silent. Seeing He Fan refuse, he calmly asked in return, He, what do you think? It was your Zhao family son-in-law who ruined my family and ruined me. Do you expect me to repay evil with kindness? Old man, I may be slow-witted, but I'm not stupid. I would never go so far as to treat my enemy's wife. Just give up on that idea. He Fan gave a cold laugh and laid his cards on the table with the other party. That's right, the Zhao family is powerful. He Fan is just an ordinary person. He definitely can't be dealt with in a short time. But this doesn't mean he would lower himself to treat his enemy's wife. But this sudden change seemed to be exactly what the old man had expected, as a long sigh came from the other end of the phone. Young man, do you think that since the old man has chosen to be honest with you, we are enemies as you think? He Fan, who was about to hang up the phone, was stunned when he heard these words. He suddenly realized that things weren't as simple as he had thought. Really, since the other party is from a prominent family and is anxious to cure his daughter's illness, they must be extremely cunning and shrewd. It's impossible that they would reveal everything knowing that he has a grudge against his son-in-law. Even if we were to say something, it would only be possible after I personally intervened to save someone. But the other party didn't hide anything at all. From beginning to end, it all seemed so open and honest. Moreover, the old man even gave me the choice, offering to help get rid of Li Kaigua. What does this tell us? This clearly indicates that there must be a problem between Li Kaigua and the Zhao family. They were even used as expendable pawns. He knew very well what it meant for a son-in-law to be abandoned by his family. The ending certainly won't be good. They could be plunged into the abyss at any moment. But, according to Xue Qingqing's investigation, it seems that guy is doing very well. Now that they have all risen to the rank of Deputy Director of the Ministry of Finance, even the Zhao family probably wouldn't be so willing to make a move against them now. Chapter 144. When C is missing? He Fan was somewhat confused. Given Li Kaigua's current status, how could the other party dare to make such a promise to him? Even if they come from a prestigious family, they wouldn't dare to be so arrogant, would they? Judging from the other person's expression, it seemed like they didn't care at all. So who exactly is the person on the other end of the phone? Could it be a higher-ups? For a moment, He Fan was somewhat confused. He Fan, I know you probably have a lot on your mind, but some things are better left unsaid over the phone. How about this? The old man will personally take his daughter to Donghai for medical treatment in a while, and then we can discuss the details. I'm sure you wouldn't want to risk your life to come to Kyoto. He Fan. That's why people from these aristocratic families are said to be cunning old foxes. Sometimes, you don't even need to say anything. People already know the outcome. Going to Kyoto? Haha, maybe I'll go sometime. But, definitely not now. If you were to actually go now, what difference would it make from being a wolf in sheep's clothing? If we really encounter danger, all we can rely on is our relationship with the Jiang family, or our connection with Xue Qingqing. However, the relationship with the former is still superficial, and it is unlikely that they would choose to directly confront a powerful family for their own sake, as that would not be in their fundamental interests. And what about Xue Qingqing? Although He Fan didn't know much about her over the years, he could vaguely sense that she didn't seem to be doing very well in the Xue family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so determined to build his own business empire. Who is Xue Qingqing? It can be said that it holds a very special place in He Fan's heart. In some respects, he is no less important than his wife whom he loved back then. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he definitely doesn't want to implicate the other party. Therefore, for now, the best option is to stay in the East China Sea and wait until you have a better chance of success before venturing to Kyoto. It's essential to stabilize the situation. He Fan never expected that the old man would expose him so openly. He Fan didn't refuse her again and finally gave her a chance. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. He also wanted to find out, what exactly is the current situation between Li Kaigua and the Zhao family? After agreeing on a meeting time, He Fan silently hung up the phone. He didn't start the car immediately, but sat inside in a daze for a long time, seemingly lost in thought. I don't know how much time has passed. He Fan then started the engine, stepped on the gas, and continued heading towards Chuyang town. It was nearly evening when I got home. As the sun gradually sets, a faint veil of night begins to appear in the sky. After opening the car door, He-fan got out and stared quietly at the courtyard gate in front of him. His previously agitated heart suddenly calmed down. Perhaps this is the only place where he can still feel the warmth of home. A smile appeared on his lips, and without hesitation, he stepped forward, took out the key from his pocket, and opened the gate. Yes, there aren't so many rules when you go back to your own home. We can't expect him to knock on the door first and wait for his sister to run over and open it for him, can we? But when He-fan thought of Mei Wensi, his eyes dimmed. Honestly, he genuinely didn't want the other party to get involved in the paternity test with Xiao Miao. After all, such an outcome could very well destroy the other person's trust in you and cause a rift in the relationship. As some people say, when someone has experienced betrayal in a relationship, they feel that everyone who approaches them is carrying a knife. Trust is actually very fragile. It cannot withstand any deception or concealment. His relationship with Xiao Yuner is a stark example of this. Wincy. But as soon as He-fan opened the door, he sensed that something was wrong. Because it's just too quiet. Logically, the moment I pushed open the door, that little rascal Xiao Huangqi should have run out, right? He frowned and called out. The entire courtyard was eerily quiet, with no response whatsoever. Looking at the sky, it was already getting dark. Wait a minute. It's this late. Where could she have gone? He-fan muttered to himself as he walked toward the room. But just as he took a few steps, he suddenly looked down at the messy fallen leaves at his feet, and a look of suspicion appeared in his eyes. Something's not right. Mei Wensi is always diligent and keeps the yard spotless when she's at home. But right now, thinking about what happened to He Gaoshan last time, he suddenly felt a pang of panic. Ignoring everything else, he hurried to the door, took out his key, quickly opened it, and rushed inside. But looking at the empty yet neatly cleaned room, He-fan, who had been tense, breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing unexpected happened. But where's that girl? He-fan brushed his hand across the table beside him, and looking at the speck of dust on his fingertips, he couldn't help but frown deeply. It's obvious that no one has been living in this house for some time. Where did the younger sister, Mei Wensi, go? He-fan wouldn't believe that the girl would run away on her own. After all, she refused when he asked her to go to the East China Sea with him before she left, so how could she possibly run off on her own? Could it be that something else has happened that I don't know about? A bad feeling suddenly welled up inside He-fan, and he frantically pulled out his phone, found Mei Wensi's number, and dialed it immediately. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently switched off and cannot be reached. As the phone announced that it was powered off, his heart sank. Could it be that Wensi has really had an accident? Just as He-fan's eyes were unconsciously darting around, trying to find clues, his gaze was inadvertently drawn to a letter on the dining table. He was overjoyed and immediately ran over to pick it up. Sure enough, the envelope was clearly marked with the words, "To be opened by your elder brother, He-fan." It's obvious that this was left by Wensi. He eagerly opened the letter, and after reading it, he fell silent. Actually, the letter didn't say much. Mei Wensi's meaning was simple. She had contacted her relatives during this time and wanted to stay with them for a while, so He-fan wouldn't worry too much about her. Moreover, she even brought along a Astragalus membranaceus. But is it really that simple? If it were the old He-fan, he might have believed those words without thinking too much. Having experienced betrayal and witnessed the wickedness of so many people, he is no longer the naive person he once was. Did Mei Wensi go to visit her relatives? Nobody would believe that. A single woman whose parents passed away long ago. Even if she still has relatives, why haven't she been able to contact them all these years? Most importantly, it's one thing that they didn't call me beforehand to let me know they were going to see their relatives, but now I can't even get through to them on their phones. He-fan would never believe there wasn't something fishy going on here. Chapter 145. The hatred of one's parents is greater than heaven. But as much as I feel panicked, but to say that Mei Wensi encountered danger doesn't seem quite right. After all, the handwriting in the letter was indeed hers. He-fan could tell that there was nothing special about the letter. The handwriting on it is also very neat. It seems she was in a very calm mood when she wrote the letter, and it didn't seem like she was being coerced at all. This was rather strange, leaving He-fan somewhat puzzled. Of course, Fan couldn't possibly disregard his sister's safety just because of a letter. So, disregarding the darkness, he went directly to his neighbors' houses to inquire. But the result left him even more confused. Yes, Mei Wenxi left with someone else. Several days have passed. Moreover, they were personally picked up by more than a dozen luxury cars. At the time, Mei Wenxi was chatting and laughing with the person who came, and there seemed to be nothing unusual. Everyone in the neighborhood saw this. Some people even asked, when did Fan's family get such wealthy relatives? His face was full of envy as he spoke. But what could Fan say? Tell the other party that they are Mei Wenxi's relatives and have nothing to do with you. He could only give an awkward smile and hurriedly returned home. However, this made Fan feel a little more at ease. At the very least, Wenxi should be all right. This girl. He shook his head with a wry smile, still not understanding why she had turned off her phone if she was all right. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Just as Fan was preparing to tidy up so he could rest early, the hand holding the envelope suddenly froze, and he immediately stood still. The thickness is wrong. He lowered his head in surprise. However, it was discovered that the bottom of the envelope seemed to be much thicker than the top. It seems there's something else inside. Sizzle. Without any hesitation, Fan immediately tore the envelope open. Snap. Really. The moment the envelope shattered, several folded pieces of paper fell to the ground. He picked it up out of curiosity, and after unfolding it and seeing what it was like, he was stunned on the spot. In his hand was the paternity test result he had seen before. Yes, it's the paternity test results between him and his son, Xiao Miao. However, unlike the photocopies I've seen before, this is the original. Silence fell. Fan fell into a deep silence. The facts are right before our eyes. Mei Wenxi knew everything all along, just as he had suspected. What Fan couldn't understand was why neither she nor his parents wanted to keep this from him. Could it be that Wenxi did this because of her parents' dying instructions? Or is there some special reason why they have always been unwilling to tell me? I just can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. However, there's no way to check, so we can only wait until Mei Wenxi comes back and ask her. He shook his head. After tidying up the room, Fan went to sleep. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Having completely calmed down, Fan finally decided to return to Donghai. It's not that he didn't want to stay in his hometown a few more days. The key is that the time agreed upon with the Zhao family is almost here. Reluctantly leaving his home, Fan looked back at the old house, and the feelings of regret and sadness welled up in his heart once again. Recalling the happy family life of the four of them in the past, Fan, a grown man, unconsciously had tears welling up in his eyes. There's no going back. The good old life is gone forever. All the beautiful memories came to an abrupt in the moment my parents were in a car accident. Honestly, at this moment, Fan felt a pang of self-reproach. Back then, for love and for that woman, he abandoned his family and lived in Donghai for many years, spending very few days with his parents. Looking back now, my years of married life seem like a complete joke. A surge of intense hatred suddenly welled up in Fan's heart, making him even angrier. If it weren't for that woman, if it weren't for Li Kaigua, my life has been ruined. The hatred for one's parents is greater than heaven. If this grudge is not avenged, then one has not lived a worthwhile life. Bang! After getting into the car, Fan drove off expressionlessly. It seems that Fan failed to achieve his goal when he returned to his hometown this time. He didn't get any information from Wenxi, so it was almost like he made a wasted trip. But is that really the case? At least in his own opinion, he should have gained a lot. After all, there are many things to face next, and he needs to deal with them rationally. He doesn't want to face them with a violent temper. Being influenced by the super male gene will only put you in a disadvantageous situation. But being in the old house felt like being in the last pure land in Fan's heart. Perhaps only here can he regain his composure so quickly. Hurrah! All right. As long as you agree to my conditions, you can rest assured about our son's future. I will definitely raise him to be a successful person. As for the matter concerning your Xiao family, I will do my best to mediate so that your family can be reunited as soon as possible. Don't worry. Inside a rather unremarkable 3-star hotel in Donghai City. Looking at the Xiao family of 3 in front of him, Li Kaigwa laughed heartily. Yes, his long-cherished wish is finally about to come true. Your Zhao family made my daughter take the surname Zhao, right? Well, I also have a son with the surname Li. Ultimately, all his hard work over the years has paid off. The only despicable person is that bitch. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in this situation. As if he had thought of something, a hint of resentment flashed deep in Li Kaigwa's eyes. He hid it so well that it went unnoticed by the people in front of him. But what about your wife? Xiao Zhanshan hesitated for a moment, seemingly still somewhat worried. It's all right. That woman and I were only in a marriage of convenience. We had no feelings for each other at all. Upon hearing this, Li Kaigwa waved his hand dismissively and said, Don't worry about anything else. Just take good care of my son, and no one will dare to mess with your Xiao family in the future. He said this with an arrogant and haughty expression. It's clear he's getting a little cocky. But to the Xiao couple, this arrogant demeanor seemed perfectly natural. After all, the other party's identity speaks for itself. Ultimately, they have the right to be arrogant. All right. I'll have my daughter divorce He Fan in a while, and then I'll take care of Xiaomiao exclusively for you. Upon hearing this, Li Hongmei immediately and happily gave her assurance. The sheer ecstasy in his eyes was almost overflowing. The group then began a lively discussion about how to raise their child in the future. Throughout the entire process, Xiao Yun'er sat silently to the side with a blank expression. He neither objected to nor agreed to the conversation they were having. It seems there's a sense of letting things take their course. Of course, at this point, no one cares about her feelings. Chapter 146. Let me tell you a story. After some discussion, Li Kaigwa made the decision that he would hold a formal ceremony to recognize his son 3 days later at the Emperor Hotel. Of course, due to Li Kaigwa's special status, this matter is not planned to be a big deal. Just invite some trustworthy people from both families to participate. It must be said that if someone familiar with him were here, they would find that this famous son-in-law of the Zhao family in Kyoto no longer seems to be the timid and cowardly man he once was. My self-confidence has increased a lot. Logically speaking, it's not unreasonable for a son-in-law from a prominent family to have illegitimate children outside the marriage. But to dare to hold such a blatant ceremony to recognize a son seems to completely disregard the Zhao family, their biggest backer. Of course, this may be because Li Kaigwa is in the East China Sea, far from the capital. I wonder if he'll still have the guts to do such a thing once he finds out that the Zhao family father and daughter are heading towards the East China Sea. Of course, no one knows yet that the Zhao father and daughter are actually already in the East China Sea. They are now nervously watching the young man in front of them in a manner, seemingly waiting for his verdict. He Fan slowly opened his eyes and unhurriedly withdrew his fingers from taking his pulse. He looked the father and daughter up and down, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. To be honest, Mr. Zhao looks to be about the same age as Mr. Wang. The only difference is that the old man in front of me, who calls himself Zhao Aigua, has a much stronger aura of authority than the other person. Unlike Mr. Wang, he possesses more of the shrewdness typical of businessmen. The other person was dressed in a clean tang suit, which gave him an air of official authority. It's obvious at a glance that he must have spent many years in the officialdom when he was young. As for the sick woman, who is Li Kaigwa's wife, she looks to be in her 40s. Although she looks sickly, she has an undeniable beauty. It's obvious that she must have been a stunning beauty in her youth. Your daughter's illness has been going on for 3 to 5 years, hasn't it? I have to say, if it weren't for the Zhao family's considerable wealth, she probably would have passed away a year ago. Looking at the father and daughter, He Fan shook his head and said calmly, So, is it still curable? Upon hearing this, Zhao Aigua asked with a somewhat nervous expression. Yes, He Fan was right. If it weren't for the Zhao family's sufficient resources to do everything possible to treat their daughter after she fell ill, she might have died long ago. But he's old. Even if it costs a fortune or wastes a lot of favors, I can't just watch my only daughter die before me. So it's not surprising that people are nervous about this. On the contrary, his daughter Zhao Yiting did not seem very excited. It seems they don't care about life or death at all. I'll say it again. I can't cure her, but saving her life and letting her live for another 20 or 30 years shouldn't be a problem. All right, as long as I can stay alive, This old man is content. Grandpa Zhao was overjoyed upon hearing this. 20 or 30 years. My daughter was already in her 70s or 80s at that time, so she can't be considered to have died young. The old man looked at his daughter with affection and said softly, Yiting, would you like to go see Huixin first? I need to talk to Dr. He. Okay. Zhao Yiting glanced at him indifferently, then got up and walked towards the door. She knew exactly where her daughter, Zhao Huixin, was at that moment. That's right. In fact, this small manor is one of the Zhao family's properties. After all, it's not surprising that such a large family would own multiple properties in different places. Although Zhao Yiting doesn't stay here often, she knows the layout of the manor very well. Bang! As the door was casually closed, her figure vanished instantly. As his daughter left, the old man's gentle expression gradually faded. He looked at Yifan and said in a deep voice, If you still have any doubts, feel free to ask. Since I promised to answer your questions and take action against Li Kaigua, I will definitely keep my word. Even if he's a son-in-law of the Zhao family. He spoke in a seemingly calm tone, yet his voice carried an undeniable air of authority. I think I've figured it out. Yifan chuckled upon hearing this, and his guard immediately lowered somewhat. If I'm not mistaken, even without my involvement, Li Kaigua would have been discarded by you sooner or later, wouldn't he? Trying to make a deal with me with this, I must say, old man, you're quite shrewd. He didn't mean to mock the other person when he said that. On the contrary, I felt even more admiration for him. This old man must have thought this through carefully before making a deal with me, right? As expected, those who have survived in the upper echelons are all seasoned old foxes. If a young person like myself were to try to outsmart someone, the outcome could be quite tragic. Kid, how about this old man tells you a story? Grandpa Zhao didn't seem to take his words too seriously. Instead, he smiled slightly and said, All right, I'm all ears. Yifan seemed to have guessed something and shrugged, pretending not to care. But deep down, I was incredibly curious. He was eager to know the history of grudges between the Zhao family and Li Kaigua, and even more so, he wanted to understand how Xiao Yuner had gotten involved with him. That must have been almost 20 years ago. The old man looked out the window, seemingly lost in memories. Then, one story after another was told by the other party. It sounded like she was speaking to Yifan, but it also sounded like she was talking to herself. Actually, the beginning was pretty melodramatic. At least, that's what Yifan thought after hearing it. Back then, the Zhao family was enjoying immense prestige in the capital. Even compared to other families at the time, they weren't just at the bottom like they are now. They had at least reached the upper middle level. Unfortunately, despite the Zhao family's prosperity, they encountered a fatal problem. That is Zhao Aigua, the head of the family. Although he has a son and a daughter, his son suddenly died mysteriously in middle age. In the end, only their daughter, Zhao Yiting, remained. It's important to understand that being the head of a large family requires more than just ability. Having a perfect successor is also an essential element for the head of a large family to continue to hold power. At that time, Zhao Aigua was in his prime. Although he was heartbroken by the death of his son, it wouldn't have been difficult for him to have another son. After all, given his status, even though his wife is old, what kind of woman couldn't he find to have children with? But just when he was preparing to have another child, he went to the hospital for a checkup and discovered that he had been secretly poisoned, which completely destroyed his fertility. Even artificial insemination is not possible. In other words, he can't have children anymore. He was destined to have only one descendant in this lifetime, and that was his daughter, Zhao Yiting. Chapter 147, The Adulterer's Secret. At that time, Zhao Aigua already understood that there must be a problem within his family. Otherwise, no one would poison themselves so easily. As the head of the family, he naturally knows what he should do. After a bloody purge, the hidden dangers were eliminated, and the family gradually stabilized. But the fact that he has no heir has become an urgent matter. Therefore, Zhao Aigua could only turn his attention to his daughter. Unfortunately, he knew very well how difficult the road ahead would be for a woman to take charge of such a large family. I'm afraid even the clansmen won't approve. After all, no matter what, a daughter is still an outsider and will eventually get married. No member of the Zhao family would willingly hand over the vast family they had painstakingly built to someone else in the future. Therefore, Zhao Aiguo was certain that a major problem would inevitably arise after his death. So after much thought, I finally decided to find a capable son-in-law to live with me. After all, this way, not only will there be someone to help his daughter, but also the children she has in the future can take the surname Zhao. In this way, he is not considered to have no descendants. At that time, Li Kaigua, who was working within the system, happened to catch his eye. Yes, the Zhao family's plan to recruit a son-in-law was orchestrated entirely by the old man. Originally, if Li Kaigua and Zhao Yiting can live a good life together and work together to develop the family, the Zhao family may well continue to grow stronger or even go further. Unfortunately, Zhao Aiguo forgot. Sometimes the most hurtful thing is not a knife or a gun, but feelings. Li Kaigua is all right. Although he comes from a rural background, he is quite capable and is indeed suitable for working in the system. If things had progressed normally, with the Zhao family's help, their future would have been limitless. Unfortunately, the problem, lies with Zhao Yiting, the only little princess of the Zhao family. To be honest, Fan was quite surprised when old Zhao mentioned this. He had previously thought that something had gone wrong on Li Kaigua's side. After all, being a live-in son-in-law isn't easy. It wouldn't be surprising if he caused some trouble if he had the ability. But upon hearing Zhao Aigua's next words, he fell silent again. So Li Kaigua is the victim. So, it seems like everything that happened next was related to that woman. That's why he looked down on those aristocratic families even more. Thinking about Zhao Yuting's illness, he vaguely guessed what was going on. TSK. I never expected that women from big families would be so promiscuous. It's simply unbelievable. Yes. Overall, the problem between the Zhao family and Li Kaigua initially stemmed from Zhao Yiting. Moreover, it was she who gradually drove Li Kaigua to the point of alienation and disloyalty. The story is quite simple. Before Zhao Yiting married Li Kaigua, she had a boyfriend she had been in love with for many years. The two had known each other for a long time and had made countless vows of eternal love. However, with the death of Zhao's only son, this relationship was forcibly broken up by Zhao Aigua's interference. Of course, Zhao Yiting, as the daughter of a large family, is not unaware of the importance of considering the bigger picture. So, persuaded by her father, she agreed to marry Li Kaigua. It's just that people are always restless when they can't get what they want. Just 1 year after she married him and gave birth to her daughter Zhao Huixin, she somehow reconnected with her ex-boyfriend. The outcome is predictable. When Li Kaigua learned of this, he naturally could not forgive him. He immediately declared that he wanted a divorce. After all, this is a matter of male dignity, and he simply cannot accept it. But the Zhao family has not yet had a grandson, so how could they let him leave? Moreover, the Zhao family has already invested a lot of resources in him, and it is simply impossible for them to let him break away from their control and fly solo. That's not in our own interest. Moreover, families like theirs who work within the system value their reputation the most. Zhao Yiting's actions have already been the subject of rumors. If they get divorced, wouldn't that confirm her infidelity during her marriage? Therefore, neither Zhao Aigua nor Zhao Yiting agreed to a divorce. But some things are hard to forgive. Seeing that Li Kaigua was determined to divorce her regardless of the consequences, Zhao Yiting, in order to save face for her family, actually chose to drug him, rendering him incapacitated. It has to be said, when women get ruthless, men really don't stand a chance. Li Kaigua was in a terrible state and was immediately sent to the hospital. Unfortunately, Zhao Yiting went to extremes as a precaution, and even the best resources in Kyoto couldn't cure her. Even with consultations from numerous domestic and international experts, it still didn't help much. Thus, Li Kaigua was completely castrated. Zhao Aigua was furious about this. But what could he do? Now that I only have this one daughter left, how could I possibly take the other person's life? And so the matter was left unresolved. As for Li Kaigua, he could only swallow this bitter pill alone. To be honest, Mr. Zhao, your daughter's actions are really despicable. Upon hearing this, Fan couldn't help but interject with a sarcastic remark. Given his personality, he absolutely hates women like that. To put it bluntly, Zhao Yakin's actions were far more ruthless than those of his wife. If it were him, he would probably fight tooth and nail to kill the other person. He Fan never expected this. That seemingly dignified and elegant woman was actually such a ruthless person. But thinking about the illness the other person had, it all seems to make sense. Women who are 2S or 2L are really not to be messed with. It's okay if they're cheated on, but I'm afraid they might end up half dead one day. Just like Li Kaigwa. But why do I feel so good about myself? So, Li Kaigwa is really in such a bad situation? Can't people d? Haha. This is probably the most tragic end for a man, isn't it? But it can't be done by humans? He suddenly seemed to remember something. His expression changed, and he immediately wanted to ask a question. Kid, don't be in such a hurry. You'll understand once I tell you. Seemingly guessing what he wanted to ask, old Zhao waved his hand to stop him. Then, as if remembering something, he quickly straightened his expression, cupped his hands in a gesture of apology to He Fan, and said with a look of shame, "Let me apologize to you first. In a way, your wife's situation is also related to me. If you, Dr. He, feel dissatisfied, you are welcome to propose other conditions. I will certainly grant any request that only this old man can make." His words were rather nonsensical, and He Fan couldn't understand what they meant at all. After thinking about it, he fell silent. Chapter 148: The Tragic Story of Li Kaigwa. He Fan could tell that the other person's meaning was quite clear. What they were about to say was likely related to his wife. He wanted to hear what role his wife, no, his ex-wife had played in this whole affair. But what exactly did old Zhao do? As for whether or not to forgive the other person, that depends on what exactly happened. Actually, the thing is, lost in his memories once more, Zhao Igua began to recount. It was because my daughter caused Li Kaigwa to be unable to have children that the old man, fearing he would hold a grudge, made a deal with him. At this point, he gave He Fan a deep look before slowly saying, it was the old man who allowed him to have another child through artificial insemination, so that the Li family could continue its bloodline. But there's a condition. He must keep this a secret. He can't let anyone else know, and he especially can't let my daughter know. Artificial insemination? Hearing this, He Fan was dumbfounded. Could it be that his ex-wife was? That's right. If the old man remembers correctly, he specifically selected the most suitable person for him through some channels. And your wife was one of the many applicants, and the only one whose surgery was successful and who became pregnant with Li Kaigwa's child. Boom. Hearing Zhao Igua's words, He Fan felt his scalp tingle. Xiao Yuner actually did this? If we calculate based on the timeline, wouldn't they have just gotten married not long ago? After careful recollection, it seems that Xiao Yuner did indeed leave the EC for a period of time, perhaps for a few days. Not long after that, she claimed to be pregnant. However, He Fan calculated the time slightly and felt that it was about right. In addition, Xiao Miao was not born prematurely or anything, so he believed from beginning to end that the child was his own. Even when he suspected his partner of cheating on him multiple times, he never questioned the child's parentage. It wasn't until Xue Qingqing appeared and presented him with the paternity test results that he learned the terrible truth behind the matter. But why? Although He Fan could guess that a large family would have to pay a hefty price for doing something like this, Xiao Yuner didn't seem to be short of money at the time. Why did she do that? For a moment, He Fan began to have deep doubts about himself. Could it be that Xiao Yuner never had any feelings for him, and that his feelings back then were just wishful thinking? Was the other party just acting or using him all along? Yes, Li Kaigwa cannot acknowledge the child, nor can he be a real man. So Xiao Yuner naturally needs someone to take over. And her husband was practically a perfect sucker. He Fan's face showed bitterness. If that's really the case, then I've lived a truly miserable life all these years. Then I don't understand. Since you had an agreement with Li Kaigwa beforehand, and he has always kept his promises in previous years, why have you started contacting the child recently? Forcibly suppressing the many frustrations in his heart, He Fan calmed down slightly and asked. Yes, he figured out a lot of things. If it weren't for Li Kaigwa's sudden appearance, he might have remained completely in the dark with his wife for the rest of his life. Although in some ways this is a good thing for him, at least it will save him from being cuckolded for life. He Fan still doubts how Li Kaigwa would dare to act on his own when the Zhao family is so indulgent towards him. Aren't you afraid that the Zhao family will go crazy if they find out? Or that your wife Zhao Yiting will go crazy if she finds out? There must be some inside story here that I'm unaware of. He Fan thought to himself. As for his wife, no. Whether his ex-wife's involvement in surrogacy constitutes betrayal is, at least in He Fan's eyes, undoubtedly true. Damn, if having someone else's child isn't betrayal, then what is? He Fan's values weren't so warped that he believed not sleeping together didn't constitute cheating. This is related to what I'm about to tell you. Faced with He Fan's question, Zhao Aigua gave a bitter smile, his expression slowly turning cold. I originally thought that doing this would be a form of compensation for Li Kaigwa. No matter how much he hates my daughter, he shouldn't be able to do anything in the short term. Unfortunately, I was wrong, old man. I forgot how unpredictable people are, and I forgot what terrible desire for revenge a man might have after suffering such humiliation. Not long after that incident, Yiting's ex-boyfriend died in a car accident. I know he did it. But I, the old man, didn't say anything. But after Yiting found out, she was heartbroken for a very long time, and from that moment on, she never smiled in front of anyone again. Upon hearing this, He Fan nodded subconsciously. Yes, although he had a grudge against Li Kaigwa, he could still empathize with Li's plight. It's terrible, absolutely terrible. Putting aside others, if this happened to him, he would probably retaliate even more fiercely than the other person. Joke. Is this kind of deep-seated hatred something you can easily resolve by giving a child to someone? And as for adulterers, they wouldn't be unjustly killed even if they died 100 times over. This has absolutely nothing to do with whether he's an ex-boyfriend or whether you're still together. As for Zhao Yiting, serves you right. He glanced up at him, seemingly guessing what He Fan was thinking, and with a helpless smile, old Zhao said, I know, you're probably thinking to yourself that my daughter deserved it, right? He Fan, could this old fellow really be a reincarnation of a 1,000-year-old fox? That's incredibly accurate. Of course, shouldn't it? You're a man too. If something like this happened to you, the retaliation would probably be much more severe, right? He Fan raised an eyebrow, making no attempt to hide his thoughts. You're right. So even though Yiting was greatly affected by this, the old man didn't blame Li Kaigwa. To appease him, I even used many connections to get him promoted to the position of Vice Minister of Finance within just a few years, a position that puts him in charge of most of the domestic economy. The old man was thinking that if he could make some compensation to Li Kaigwa, it would also help ease the tension between Li Kaigwa and my daughter. After all, they have a child together, so it's good that they can continue like this. At this point, his face suddenly turned ferocious, and he said hatefully, the old man was still mistaken. He didn't realize that Guy was an ingrate. After gaining some power, he actually arranged for someone to take advantage of Yiting's drunkenness and, to the point that she contracted the deadly AIDS. Chapter 149 Wife invites me to meet. The old man regrets it. I regret insisting on bringing them together. I regret supporting him, and I regret even more not letting my daughter divorce him immediately. Now, because of these things, my Zhao family has begun to decline, and even a mere son-in-law wants to turn things around. By the end, old Master Zhao's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like he was going mad. It's clear that he hates Li Kaigwa to the extreme. After all, no matter how despicable Zhao Yiting was, she was still his only daughter. Oh, upon hearing this, He Fan suddenly realized. So is that really how it is? That explains some things. No wonder Li Kaigwa had never been to Donghai before, but has been coming here frequently recently, and has had so much contact with his ex-wife Xiao Yun'er. So, he felt he had gained enough power and was gradually no longer caring about the Zhao family. No wonder the old man Zhao in front of me knows so much about me. But it turns out, he was the one who caused so many things. No wonder the old man didn't hesitate to use dealing with Li Kaigwa as a condition when he contacted me to treat his daughter's illness. Perhaps that's because there's already a turbulent undercurrent and complete antagonism between them. It has to be said that in some ways he found Li Kaigwa to be very similar to himself. They cannot tolerate any imperfections, and they are even less tolerant of betrayal in relationships. Unfortunately, While such people may have their pitiable aspects, perhaps because of their high positions, they find it difficult to empathize with others. Li never thought that his momentary folly would cause someone else's family to be destroyed and their life taken away, and that they would let him off so easily. Even a clay figure retains a touch of earthiness. A murderous glint flashed in He Fan's eyes. He showed no leniency because the other party was incapable of sexual intercourse and had not actually slept with Xiao Yuner. On the contrary, recalling the many times Xiao Yuner's clothes were disheveled, he was basically certain that the guy must have had other ideas too. It's just that I don't have that ability. But thinking about it now, it's actually quite laughable. If Li Kaigwa hadn't done those disgusting things, the inability to have sex due to medication might be untreatable by Western medicine, and I'm sure I couldn't cure him either. In the He family's medical practice, there are countless cases of treating similar patients. A hint of mockery flashed in He Fan's eyes. Perhaps even God couldn't stand it. Why did they have to provoke me? Since that's the case. Hopefully, he won't regret it in the future. After the story was told, Grandpa Zhao fell silent. It seems they are waiting for He Fan's answer. After all, the other party's attitude was related to his daughter's life and death. He was now telling everything in the hope that the other party would understand that the Zhao family would definitely not help Li Kaigwa. They even planned to eliminate the other party. Honestly, I'm really not interested in these dramatic, soap and dry stories from your wealthy families. After a long pause, He Fan finally spoke. His eyes held undisguised contempt as he coldly said, "If it were up to my usual personality, I wouldn't even glance at a woman like your daughter, even if she died right in front of me. Unfaithful and ruthless, she could even destroy her own husband. TSK. If this were ancient times, even drowning herself in the pool wouldn't be enough to wash away the shame." When he said this, He Fan looked disdainful, clearly showing that he genuinely looked down on someone like Zhao Yiting. Seeing that what he said didn't seem like a lie, old Master Zhao Aigua's heart sank. Does this mean my medical treatment is going to fail today? However, just as he was getting anxious, He Fan suddenly changed the subject and said, "Who told you you were so lucky to run into a common enemy?" Although Zhao's daughter was indeed at fault in these matters, in my eyes, Li Kaigwa is my mortal enemy. He Fan clenched his teeth, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Because he caused my family to be destroyed, my parents to die in a car accident, my wife and children to be separated, and I had to raise someone else's son for 5 whole years. Bang! He slammed his hand on the table and said viciously, "At least what you did has given me some satisfaction in advance. Therefore, I can save your daughter Zhao Yuting's life." At this point, he suddenly turned around, looked at old Master Zhao, and said in an icy tone, "You told your story very well, but I know there's definitely something hidden inside. But none of that matters anymore. As long as your Zhao family didn't deceive me about dealing with Li Kaigwa, we might as well join forces." After saying that, He Fan picked up a pen and paper and quickly wrote down a prescription. In a calm tone, he instructed, "Have someone prepare the medicine according to the prescription. Each dose should be decocted and taken in 2 separate doses. Once your daughter's health has improved significantly, I will administer acupuncture to her. In this way, it will only take 6 months to ensure that her condition does not worsen. Even if she catches a minor illness, she will have a certain level of immunity and will not lose her life because of it." At this point, He Fan glanced meaningfully at old Zhao and said calmly, "However, your daughter needs to come to me every 2 years for a checkup. This way, I can ensure that her lifespan is comparable to that of an ordinary person, and she won't die prematurely due to this illness." After saying that, he got up and left. Watching He Fan's departing figure, old Master Zhao's gaze was very complicated. There seemed to be a mixture of relief, worry, and even a hint of fear. As for what we're afraid of, I'm afraid only the old man himself knows. Did He Fan really believe everything Zhao Aigua said? That's obviously impossible. How foolish would He Fan be to trust those from aristocratic families, especially the cunning old fox who is the head of the family? But no matter what, he realized that the old man and his son-in-law had really fallen out. In this way, no matter what kind of person the other party is, it won't prevent me from cooperating with them. After all, He Fan's biggest enemy right now is that bastard Li Kaigwa. The hatred between parents and children is irreconcilable. He wouldn't care if he had to cooperate with the devil, as long as he could destroy that guy. After leaving the manor, Fan wanted to find Xue Qingqing. Coincidentally, just as he was about to drive to Hongye residential area, Xue Qingqing suddenly called. Hey, Qingqing, I was just about to come find you. Are you at Redleaf Villa now? After answering the call, Fan chuckled and said casually. Fan, Xiao Yun'er wants to see you. As expected of Xue Qingqing, she spoke frankly from the very first word. Xiao Yun'er. Hearing this, Fan was taken aback. After a brief silence, he grinned and said, Okay, let's meet. Did she say where we'd meet? Fan, are you alright? Seemingly surprised that he agreed so quickly, Xue Qingqing said with a worried tone. It's nothing. What could possibly be wrong with me? We've been husband and wife for a while now. It's good to meet and clear things up. Fan's tone remained unchanged, still as calm and collected as ever. Chapter 150, A Heartbreaking Question. Okay, she said she'd meet you at home, and I'll be there too. After seemingly only hesitating for a moment, Xue Qingqing still gave the address. She didn't give Fan a chance to react at all. After saying that she was coming over too, she hung up the phone immediately. Fan, is this woman concerned about me? He couldn't help but chuckle to himself, suddenly feeling as if he were being kept by someone. But what difference does it make if that person is Xue Qingqing? Shaking his head and putting his phone in his pocket, Fan got into the car, turned the steering wheel, and headed towards his home, which he hadn't been back to in a long time. Yes, as Fan learned more and more secrets, he suddenly realized that he no longer felt the same excitement when someone mentioned Xiao Yun'er. All sadness and grief have vanished. Now, when I mention that person, it's as if they're a complete stranger. Perhaps it was because of too much disappointment, or perhaps it was because the two were no longer husband and wife. Feelings are just a simple thing, really. When you care, it can cause someone excruciating pain. But if you really don't care, it's not much different from a gentle breeze on your face. A dozen minutes later, at Fan's home. After getting out of the car, he walked quickly towards his home. Just before going upstairs, Fan saw several burly men loitering downstairs, dressed much like the bodyguards of wealthy people. However, he didn't pay any attention to this and walked directly towards room 208 in Building 2. Before long, they arrived at their doorstep. He was about to use his key to open the door, but then he suddenly realized that the door was ajar. Slightly surprised, he immediately reached out and pushed the door open. With a soft creak, Fan slowly opened the door. The house was spotless at the moment. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was immaculate. It's obvious that someone just cleaned it. On the sofa, a woman sat with her arms crossed, looking over with an emotionless gaze. This person is none other than Xiao Yun'er. You're quick enough. Fan narrowed his eyes and said with a mocking tone. Ignoring the other person's expression, he walked to the other side of the sofa and sat down, looking at the other person with the same expressionless face. The cold expressions on their faces at this moment made them look nothing like a married couple. It seems you've been having a great time with Xue Qingqing lately. Xiao Yun'er parted her red lips slightly and finally spoke first. But you're still doing better than me. How about it? Do you feel a sense of pride being with Lord Li, the wife of an official? Fan's tone was neither warm nor cold, but it was full of sarcasm and mockery. How did you know? As soon as the words official Li were uttered, Xiao Yun'er's expression immediately tensed up. Yes. Fan suspects Li Kaigua. Xiao Yun'er already knew this. What she never expected was that he even knew the other party's position. Ha. Seeing the other person's flustered appearance, Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. You know him? Having finally calmed down, Xiao Yun'er couldn't help but ask. Do you think that no one in the world knows about what happened between you two? All right, I'm too lazy to waste my breath on you. So, what do you want to talk about this time? Fan leaned back on the sofa and asked casually. To be honest, he was curious too. Even at this point, Xiao Yun'er still dares to suggest meeting me? Of course, given her current situation, there shouldn't be any other possibility besides that incident, right? Only, a hint of mockery flashed in Fan's eyes, but he remained outwardly calm. Fan, let's have a good talk. Xiao Yun'er hesitated for a moment, but finally spoke cautiously. Yes. She, who was originally full of confidence, can only put away her sharp edges now and try to communicate with the other party in a tentative way, because she truly had no idea how much her husband actually knew. If we proceed according to our original plan, we might inadvertently provoke the other party's anger and put ourselves in danger. Okay, what do you want to talk about? We've been husband and wife. I'm happy to keep you company. He-Fan shrugged, appearing completely unconcerned. Actually, he himself was quite strange. Given his serious illness, he should have naturally felt anger upon seeing Xiao Yuner, especially after I learned so many secrets. But the reality is, he found himself unable to get angry at all. It must be said, although He-Fan has been married for many years, he has had too little experience in relationships, and simply does not understand the strangeness of this thing. When a person no longer has any feelings for another person, they won't feel a single pang of heartache even if that person dies in front of them. And what's more, it's anger. I think our relationship has encountered serious problems, almost to the point of no return. Continuing like this is pointless. After a long silence, Xiao Yuner finally sighed softly and said, but his eyes held an incredibly complex expression. There's a problem in our relationship? Who's to blame? He-Fan smiled disdainfully upon hearing this. Then his voice turned cold as he said, Xiao Yuner, I won't stop you if you want to climb the social ladder. But shouldn't you give me an explanation about Xiao Miao's matter? His words were like a thunderclap. Xiao Yuner's face turned deathly pale, and she said in disbelief, You knew? What? You're not planning to keep this from me forever, are you? Just wait and see. He-Fan sneered upon hearing this, took out a stack of papers from his pocket, and threw them hard at the other person's face, saying coldly and ruthlessly, You had a child with that bastard surnamed Li, but you want me to raise it for you? Do you want me to be a sucker for the rest of my life? By the end, his face was contorted with rage. If he hadn't managed to stay conscious, he might have had another attack. No, that's not how it is. Seeing the terrifying expression on his face, Xiao Yuner truly panicked. Ignoring the stinging pain on her pretty face from being hit, she picked up the paper with trembling hands. But when she saw the words paternity test report on it, her legs went weak and she knelt on the ground. Tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. His eyes were vacant, as if his entire life had lost its color. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yuner. He-Fan, must have been blind back then to have fallen for a woman like you. You deceived my feelings and ruined our marriage, and now even the child you had is someone else's. How could you be so vicious? He-Fan's face contorted as he roared loudly. The bloodshot veins in his eyes seemed to be gathering. Chapter 151 Naive? Foolish. Just as He-Fan was about to go mad, Xiao Yuner, who had been expressionless, suddenly stood up from the ground. Those previously lifeless eyes became crystal clear once again. He-Fan, let's get a divorce. Yes, I did have an extramarital affair with Li Kaigua, and I did have a child with him. It's all my fault, I admit it. So after our divorce, everything in the house can be left to you. I'm willing to leave with nothing but Xiao Miao. She looked at He-Fan calmly, seemingly no longer afraid of him, and her tone of voice was extremely calm. Compared to her previous state, she seemed like a completely different person. Divorce? Leave with nothing? Xiao Yuner's sudden change seemed to have brought He-Fan to his senses. The fierce aura that was originally surging upwards was subconsciously reduced a lot. I shook my head, trying to calm myself down. He-Fan narrowed his eyes, looking at the woman he had once loved to the core, and suddenly laughed, a hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. He laughed so hard he bent over, tears streaming down his face. A sudden wave of sorrow washed over me. If Xiao Yuner had said these words before he met Zhao Aigua, he might have thought more highly of her. There is a high probability that they will believe the other party truly knows they were wrong. But what about reality? Now that things have come to this, the woman he has loved for 10 years is still hiding things from another man. She would rather admit to cheating than tell the truth. She even went so far as to personally request a divorce a third time. He-Fan could guess why. Perhaps they were afraid that if the matter were exposed, it would affect Li Kaigua's future? But that makes sense. Judging from Xiao Yuner's appearance, she had clearly made the decision to divorce long ago and was going to become Li Kaigua's official wife. I just don't know if the woman in front of me knows that the man surnamed Li is impotent. If they had known, would they still have made this choice? Or perhaps, knowing full well that her actions would lead to tragedy, she willingly became someone else's person in order to climb the social ladder. If that's the case, then they're the ones who are truly in love. A hint of self-mockery flashed in He Fan's eyes. However, as long as Zhao Yiting is around, her dream of becoming Mrs. Li is just wishful thinking. A complex emotion flashed deep in his eyes, but He Fan did not expose the other party. What are you laughing at? Xiao Yuner felt a little flustered by his laughter and unconsciously took a step back to ask, Xiao Yuner, how about I tell you a story? He Fan slowly stopped smiling, his expression gradually calming down as he spoke softly. He suddenly had a strange feeling. Have I been influenced by Grandpa Zhao? Without realizing it, I've started to enjoy telling stories to others. What story? Xiao Yuner frowned slightly, suddenly feeling that she couldn't see through the man in front of her. Here's a story about animals, I hope you like it. He Fan's expression remained non-committal, but inwardly, he sighed deeply. Although he wanted to kill the woman in front of him at this moment, he had loved her for more than 10 years, so he thought he would give her a final reminder. If they can wake up in time, they may be able to live a peaceful life in the future, but if they remain obstinate, then I will never give them any chance next time. That's life. If you fail to grasp what you should have grasped, be prepared to bear the consequences. Without further hesitation, he slowly spoke. In the forest world, a rabbit, through various forms of flattery, finally squeezed into the circle of many animal kings. It was very excited at the time. I hope that with the support of many influential figures, I can achieve a leap in my life's social standing. But one day, those animal leaders said they were going to organize a picnic in the wild. The rabbit, through its own efforts, also received an invitation. Tiger said, I can bring a pot. After thinking for a moment, the wolf boss said, since you brought a pot, I'll bring firewood. After thinking for a moment, the Lion King said, then I'll bring some seasonings. Upon hearing this, the rabbit immediately replied happily, then I can bring some of the vegetables and fruits I grew myself, so everyone can have a taste. Upon hearing this, Tiger exchanged glances with the other big shots, then smiled and said, no need for that. You can come by yourself. Of course, if you have children, you can bring them too. Let's treat this as a family dinner. Also, you should take better care of your personal hygiene. You smell terrible. At this point, He Fan immediately shut his mouth. Xiao Yuner, who was listening from the side and was somewhat confused, subconsciously asked, and then what? What happens next? What happens next? These naive and foolish words echoed in He Fan's mind, and he sighed inwardly. Perhaps this is just their fate. Since that's the case, then I can't blame myself for being ruthless in the future. At this moment, he was completely heartbroken over Xiao Yuner. The last trace of affection he had for her would be completely extinguished. Next, I'll tell you the reason why dragons don't live with snakes. A woman who is reckless and wants to curry favor with the powerful and wealthy should be prepared to be devoured without leaving even a trace. Just as He Fan was about to speak, he suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from outside the door. Then a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in an OL outfit walked in with a cold expression. The person who arrived was none other than Xue Qingqing. As soon as Xue Qingqing entered, ignoring He Fan's astonished expression, she went straight to Xiao Yuner and slapped her hard across the face. What right do you have to keep bringing up divorces when you're a woman who cheated on her husband, made him raise someone else's child, and has no shame? What do you take He Fan for? I never imagined a woman could be so shameless. It truly broadens my horizons. Ignoring the woman who was brought to tears by her own beating, every word she uttered was like a knife, stabbing straight into her heart. His face was even colder. All right, that's because you're ignorant. Hearing this, He Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes. I wonder how this person will feel when they find out what Zhao Yiting did. Will they still be so angry? However, based on my understanding of her, she most likely wouldn't care about others. To paraphrase a quote she once said, life is tough. Just protect the people you care about. What does it matter to me whether others are human or ghost? Despite his thoughts, He Fan shook his head and said, Qingcheng, stop fighting. It's not worth it with a woman like that. What he really wanted to say was that there was no need to dirty his hands because of this kind of woman. However, these words were too malicious, and he was too embarrassed to say them aloud. Chapter 152. Li Kaigwa is going to hold a banquet to recognize his son? Is it unnecessary? But little did He Fan know the power his words, "there's no need," carried in Xiao Yun'er's ears. Her face was pale, and her gaze remained fixed on He Fan for a long time. Then Xiao Yun'er suddenly turned around, looked at Xue Qingcheng, and said hatefully, "Xue Qingcheng, this is between He Fan and me. What right do you have to interfere again and again? And what gives you the right to hit me? Dragons don't dwell with snakes? Perhaps that's why you've always been unwilling to be with He Fan. What are you pretending to be so noble for? If you're so capable, why didn't you marry him back then? I know you have a powerful background, and I, Xiao Yun'er, can't afford to offend you. But no matter what, I only owe He Fan a moral debt. What does that have to do with you?" In the end, she screamed. Tears finally fell from my eyes. Seeing the woman's pitiful and aggrieved appearance, Xue Qingcheng and He Fan couldn't help but exchange a glance. A chill ran down my spine. Is this still the same Xiao Yun'er they know, the one who seems so innocent? When did you become so scheming? Yes, just now. It seemed as if the other party had been forced to break down by Xue Qingcheng, and that's why they were crying and pouring out their grievances. But their words were clearly meant to sow discord between them. What does it mean that Xue Qingcheng won't be with He Fan? Is it like saying a dragon won't live with a snake? That means you don't think much of him. If it were an ordinary person, they might be influenced by these words, gradually drifting apart from Xue and eventually becoming strangers. But this woman will never know. The complexity of the relationship between the two was far beyond her imagination. Especially when it comes to trust, it's not something she can easily sow discord with just a few words. Using such methods on them is a complete joke. It's hopeless. Without prior arrangement, both Xue and he said the same thing with a smile. Xue Qingcheng smiled mockingly, while He Fan gave a bitter smile. Now they finally understand that Xiao Yun'er is completely beyond saving. Xiao Yun'er was confused by the expressions of the two people in front of her, and for a moment, she couldn't figure out what they meant. Xiao Yun'er, for the sake of our past relationship, I'll tell you one last thing. Entering a wealthy family in the capital isn't so easy. Xue Qingcheng ignored her expression and said earnestly, "You might be able to take the risk and try. I just hope that no matter what you become in the future, you won't blame He Fan. Because of what happened between you, the fault lies entirely with you. You have to admit that." And, as she said this, she waved her hand, and suddenly several burly men appeared outside the door, each of them carrying a disheveled figure as they entered. He Fan could see those people clearly. They were the bodyguards who had been wandering around downstairs when he went upstairs earlier. But, are they Xiao Yun'er's people? A flicker of emotion crossed He Fan's eyes. These bodyguards were sent by Li Kaigwa, right? What? Are you planning to use force if He Fan doesn't agree to a divorce? Xue Qingcheng looked at Xiao Yun'er with a gloomy face and asked in a cold tone. Aye. Xiao Yun'er seemed to realize that her plan had failed. Her face turned pale, and she no longer cared about playing the victim. She quickly said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Then he turned to look at He Fan and said sincerely, "The day after tomorrow, Xiao Miao will be reuniting with his father at the Emperor Hotel. I hope that after that day you will try not to see him. As for our divorce, we can do it whenever you have time." After saying that, he didn't care about the bodyguards anymore and hurriedly left. Father and son recognizing each other. He Fan was taken aback upon hearing this, and then looked at Xue Qingcheng. Both of them couldn't help but show strange expressions in their eyes. "Let them leave. You all go down first." After thinking for a moment, Xue Qingcheng waved her hand and gave the order to the burly men. "Yes, President." Upon hearing this, those people dared not delay and hurriedly escorted the bodyguards away. Seeing that there was no one else in the room, Xue Qingcheng smiled wryly and looked at He Fan. "Hee, they're about to reunite as father and son. What are your thoughts?" "Thoughts? What thoughts could I possibly have? If the child is willing, I certainly don't care. It's just that." With a slight hesitation in his expression, He Fan finally said earnestly, "But if the child doesn't want to, no one can force him." "Huh? Could it be that you have some feelings for Xiao Miao? You know, She's not your child. Don't overthink it. Seemingly somewhat surprised, Xue Qingqing quickly said. She didn't want the other person to make a foolish mistake and end up raising someone else's child. You're overthinking it. I don't know what she's thinking. He Fan shook his head and sighed deeply. No matter what, I watched Xiao Miao grow up. Although my parents took care of him most of the time, we still have a father-son bond. Humans aren't beasts after all, and it's not so easy to let go of feelings that have lasted for so many years. But that's all I can do to help him. We can't let a 5 or 6-year-old child be manipulated like a puppet, can we? He Fan appeared very calm as he said these words, but the slight ripple in his eyes did not escape Xue Qingqing's notice. Really? After all, they have a father-son relationship spanning several years. How can it be so easily severed? She sighed inwardly, knowing that it was not a good idea to force the other party to do this. After a slight hesitation, he asked again, "Will you go there the day after tomorrow?" "Certainly," He Fan said without hesitation. Such a lively scene. Wouldn't it be a pity if I didn't go and see it? Besides, at this point, he changed the subject, revealing a strange expression, and said, "Don't you think Xiao Yuner said these things on purpose?" In some ways, this is similar to issuing a challenge. If I pretend to be a coward and don't go, wouldn't I just make myself look foolish? It's obvious. He Fan has made up his mind to go to the Emperor Hotel the day after tomorrow. You really want to go? Upon hearing this, Xue Qingqing was startled and couldn't help but feel worried. Joke. Li Kaigua's identity speaks for itself. He wouldn't allow anyone else to disrupt the banquet he was hosting. Even Xue Qingqing suspected that Xiao Yuner revealed this information because she wanted He Fan to come to her door. If He Fan really goes, it would be equivalent to completely breaking off relations with the other party. If we anger Li Kaigua, things might not be so easy to resolve. From Xue Qingqing's perspective, she could imagine that once the other party made a move, it would be something that He Fan, an ordinary person, could not withstand. Chapter 153 That's incredibly bold. I know you have some connection with the Wang family, and the Emperor Hotel is also a Wang family business. But He Fan, do you know who you're dealing with? Li Kaigua now holds immense power. Even in the capital, he is considered extremely influential. The Wang family is a business family, so it can be said that the other party has complete control over them from the very beginning. So if you're hoping the Wang family will help you, that's simply unrealistic. After all, businessmen are driven by profit. How could they possibly risk the entire Wang family just to help someone as insignificant as you? Xue Qingqing was a little anxious and very decisively laid everything out in the open. I'm afraid He Fan might act rashly and fall into Xiao Yuner's trap. Honestly, Xue Qingqing regretted it. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have let them leave so easily. If I remember correctly, you've always been in business, haven't you? Aren't you afraid of incurring Li's wrath by helping me like this? He Fan chuckled, teasing him with a hint of mischief. It seems they don't care about any tricks at all. Him. Xue Qingqing was taken aback upon hearing this, then revealed a face full of disdain. Don't worry. Although I am indeed wary of Li Kaigua, he can't afford to offend the Xue family behind me. Her voice was calm, but the domineering nature in her words was obvious. Oh, is that so? He Fan nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this, as if he understood something. To be honest, he only knew that Xue Qingqing had a very powerful background, but he had never had a clear understanding of her background over the years. Hearing what the other party said, I quickly thought of a possibility. The Xue family is very likely one of the so-called 4 great families of Kyoto. In fact, their strength surpasses that of the Zhao family. Holy crap, have I actually met a super powerful female boss all these years? He Fan stroked his chin, and suddenly a strange thought popped into his head. No one knows whether Xue Qingqing is a super big shot, but He Fan still dares not hide anything from her as usual. While the two were chatting, he told them in detail about how the Zhao father and daughter had come to him for medical treatment. What? Old Zhao is actually in Donghai City. Upon hearing this news, Xue Qingqing's expression immediately changed. What's wrong? He Fan looked at her with some confusion, not understanding what was so shocking about it. It's just the Zhao family, what's the big deal? I've also heard about the Zhao family's daughter, Xue Qingqing said, her eyes slightly narrowed, seemingly casually. If you can get to know them through treating illnesses, then you won't need to be too wary of Li Kaigwa for the time being. In the end, he is still the Zhao family's son-in-law. Even though he holds a high position now, he still has to be careful when doing certain things. Only, immediately, she swiftly reached out her delicate hand, grabbed He Fan's ear, glared at him with her beautiful eyes, and said with murderous intent, "How come I didn't know you could even cure AIDS? Tell me, how many things are you hiding from me? If you don't explain clearly, I'll tear your ears off." Ouch! It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. This move came so suddenly that He Fan had no time to react. He was pulled so that his head was tilted to the side, and he started yelling and grimacing. Of course, it doesn't actually hurt that much. After all, the two of them had played similar games countless times back then. But when he called out, Xue Qingqing still quickly let go of his hand as usual, as if she was really afraid of hurting him. Hey. Taking advantage of the opportunity, He Fan quickly stepped back 2 paces and smiled smugly. "Stop laughing and tell us." But this time, Xue Qingqing did not continue to play around as he expected. Instead, her expression turned serious, and she asked solemnly, It's like this." He Fan smiled awkwardly, knowing that some things could no longer be kept secret. After thinking it over, he decided to tell her everything about treating the Wang family's little princess first, and then treating a big shot surnamed Jiang in Tianheng City. He even revealed his plan to use his medical skills to build a network of connections in order to deal with Li Kaigwa. There was not a single thing to hide. He wasn't unaware of the trouble these things would cause if they were leaked, but faced with Xue Qingqing's questioning, He Fan simply couldn't lie. Although she was extremely shocked that Jiang Fan's medical skills had become so advanced that he could even alleviate and treat global incurable diseases such as ALS and AIDS, Xue Qingqing was clearly more worried about something else. "He Fan, you're too bold." She stomped her foot angrily and asked nervously, "Do you know how much trouble this will cause if word gets out?" "I know. Otherwise, how could I negotiate with those people to prevent them from leaking the information? Isn't that what I'm afraid of?" He Fan gave a wry smile and shrugged. "But, will it work? If you told the Wang family not to talk about it, how did the old man surnamed Jiang treat him? If you told the Jiang family not to talk, then where did the Zhao family head get the information from? Those powerful families all wield immense influence, so why are they so respectful to you? In the end, they've always been using you. You actually think you can use other people to build a network of relationships? How naive. To those people, you're nothing more than a fish in a pond right now. But if one day you lose your usefulness, they'll not hesitate to take everything you have. At that point, forget about your medical skills. You might not even be able to save your life." Xue Qingqing was clearly anxious, seemingly very worried about He Fan's safety. No, it can't be that outrageous, can it? He Fan was left somewhat bewildered by her words. He was already extremely wary of those so-called powerful families. Could it be that he had been too arrogant? But thinking about what the other party said, it seems there really isn't a problem. The old master of the Wang family invited me to Tianheng in order to curry favor with the higher-ups. Although the methods used were quite mild, now that I think about it, it was completely contrary to what I wanted. And what about the Jiang family? And without even realizing it, they revealed their information. So much so that Mr. Zhao Igua found himself with ease. What these things prove is something he had considered before. However, some thoughts only flashed through his mind briefly before he forgot them. If you think about it carefully now, he was shocked to discover that in the face of those so-called powerful families, promises were utterly worthless in the face of self-interest. It seems I've always been the one being used. Chapter 154: The Ugliness of Human Nature. He Fan fell silent. Although he wasn't too scared, the thought of his past experiences still made him feel uneasy. Perhaps, as Xue Qingqing said, I had oversimplified things. Outrageous? That just means you underestimate the ugliness of human nature. Seeing his appearance, Xue Qingqing couldn't help but give a cold laugh. Yes, if human nature weren't so ugly, how could she, the eldest daughter of a prestigious family, have fallen to the point of having to struggle on her own? And the vast wealth that he had painstakingly earned over the years was mostly handed over to him by a single, casual remark from his family. It's impossible to refuse. But she never told anyone these things, and she especially didn't want He Fan to know. Whatever. To Xue Qingqing's surprise, He Fan only remained silent for a moment before suddenly breaking into a bright smile. It's as if the person who seemed a bit dejected just now wasn't him at all. She was puzzled and couldn't understand what was going on with He Fan at all. Qingqing, remember one thing I said. Sometimes, a moment of impulsive anger can unleash power you can't even imagine. We may be as insignificant as ants in the eyes of some people, but if ants want to turn the world upside down, they might just be able to drag those high and mighty beings down into the dust. He Fan's smile was radiant at that moment. It was as if they already knew the sorrow in Xue Qingqing's heart. That's why he used the word we instead of just I. You. Xue Qingqing didn't know what to say, but the other person's caring words warmed her heart deeply, and a warmth she hadn't felt in many years resurfaced in her long-frozen heart. Without realizing it, she stepped forward and hugged He Fan tightly in her arms. Tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. At this moment, the two of them were like beings forgotten by all living beings, only able to find warmth in each other. He Fan, I hope you can be happy. After running out of room 206 in Building 2, Xiao Yuner stopped downstairs. Looking back in the direction of her home, she finally burst into tears. Xiao Yuner murmured, her eyes seemingly filled with immense reluctance. It's over. It's finally almost over. Honestly, having carried so many secrets for years, she already felt overwhelmed. Now I'm finally free. Hopefully, everything will go as I wish. Creak. Just then, a luxury car silently pulled up beside her. Seeing this, Xiao Yuner didn't hesitate any longer, opened the door, got into the car, and left in the blink of an eye. Only then did the burly men who had been holding down her bodyguards come downstairs, glancing at the departing luxury car with puzzled expressions and great curiosity. Was that the young woman who just left? They were picked up so quickly? It seems they already had arrangements made outside. What? Xue Qingqing. Looking at Li Hongmei in front of him, Li Kaigwa couldn't help but frown. He had heard of that name before. The four top families of Kyoto, Wen, Jiang, Xue, and Zhao. It must be the legendary eldest daughter of the Xue family in Kyoto who was semi-exiled, right? I heard that she is now working hard in the business world, and many years have passed since then. Honestly, he definitely doesn't want to provoke the Xue family now, nor does he dare to. After all, that family has too deep a foundation and has terrifying power in both the official and business circles. It is not something I can touch right now. But if it were just Xue Qingqing, Li Kaigwa wouldn't care much. After all, the other party's identity was special, and she didn't represent the entire Xue family at all. Moreover, she was a businesswoman and under his jurisdiction. If they dare to get involved in his affairs, he wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. Of course, there are limits. Otherwise, if this matter really provokes the Xue family, it would be a case of more harm than good. All right, I understand. After a long silence, Li Kaigwa waved his hand, signaling the other party to leave. He acted just like he usually directed his subordinates, and his words showed no respect for Li Hongmei whatsoever. Honestly, at this moment, Li Hongmei suddenly felt very uncomfortable. After all, her daughter had given birth to a son for the man in front of her. So in a way, she was also his mother-in-law. But looking at Li Kaigwa's attitude, it's hardly the kind of attitude that shows he respects me. This is different from He Fan back then. Over the years, even though He Fan has been constantly targeted and mocked by her, he has always remained extremely respectful to her. I have never dared to be the slightest bit impolite. This is what she is most satisfied with. But what else could she do at this point? Neither the daughter nor the Xiao family has a way out. Certainly, this is the path they chose themselves. They can't blame anyone else. He left with a somewhat unpleasant expression. Watching her departing figure, her secretary, Sun Yuan, suddenly spoke up. Boss, I shouldn't be meddling in your private affairs. But are you sure that Miss Zhao's son is yours? Furthermore, what if the news of your elaborate family reunion banquet reaches the ears of Madame or the Zhao family head? He looked worried as he said this. Honestly, as Li Kaigwa's personal secretary, he had only recently learned of this matter. Sun Yuan never expected that his boss, who was a son-in-law of the Sun family, was actually keeping an illegitimate child outside the marriage. This kind of thing can be big or small, and in Sun Yuan's eyes, The more low-key it is, the better. Yeah. Do you think I would care so much if I wasn't sure that it was my son? Don't worry. The paternity test was done when the child was born. The child is definitely my, Lee Kaigwa's, seed, there's no doubt about it. Faced with his secretary's concerns, Lee Kaigwa unusually offered an explanation. As for whether the old master and madam will find out about this, you don't need to worry about that at all. I know exactly what I'm doing. Although he only briefly touched on the second question, his confident demeanor suggested that he had already figured it out, which made Sun Yuan secretly breathe a sigh of relief. As a secretary, I've already done what I was supposed to do in reminding him. After all, the other party is the leader, and there are some things he doesn't need to worry about too much. But for some reason, Sun Yuan always felt uneasy. I've thought about it a lot, but I still can't figure out where the problem lies. Time flies, and before we knew it, the day Xiao Yuner had mentioned arrived. Meanwhile, the penthouse suite on the top floor of the Emperor Hotel had already been decorated in a magnificent and luxurious manner, exuding an air of opulence. On the luxurious sofa in the center sat Lee Kaigwa, with his secretary Sun Yuan and Xiao Yuner's family beside him. Chapter 155. He fan here. As for the little guy He Miao, he was looking around in his mother's arms, seemingly having some memory of this place. Yes, this VIP room is the very place where Jiang Yujun plotted against Xiao Yuner. Unfortunately, he offended the wrong person, and in the end, he not only met a terrible death, but also lost his father's life and the entire family group. It has to be said that many people were curious at the time about who exactly made the move. Even He Fan is the same. Now it's obvious that Lee Kaigwa was the one who did it. Perhaps only he possesses the means to wipe out a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate in just a few days. It can be said that the tragic ending was destined from the moment Zhao Yujun provoked Xiao Yuner. Alright, that's enough for today's gathering, just the few of us. It's also the day when I, Lee Kaigwa, and my son officially establish our relationship. As it approached noon, Lee Kaigwa suddenly stood up and said. A smile appeared on his face. However, if you look closely, you'll notice that although the other person seems very happy, there's a hint of gloom in the depths of their eyes. Yes, Lee Kaigwa originally thought that if he held a banquet at the Emperor Hotel, at the very least the Wang family should show up to give him face. Unexpectedly, apart from the old man Wang Yangming showing up briefly in the morning to greet him, no one else came. What this means is obvious. This means that the other party has no intention of befriending you at all. In the past, Lee Kaigwa would have retaliated without hesitation. After all, given his position and status, it wouldn't be difficult for him to control the other party. It's just a pity that I heard that the old guy recently got involved with the Jiang family for some reason, so Lee Kaigwa really can't do anything to him right now. However, he kept this in mind and decided to settle things with the other party when the opportunity arose. Upon hearing Lee Kaigwa speak, the others immediately clapped in support. Congratulations, boss, on recognizing your young master. Congratulations. From now on, Xiao Miao is blessed. Seeing everyone flattering him, Lee Kaigwa was overjoyed. Yes, although he has a daughter in public, she ultimately bears the surname Zhao. Only this son before him was the continuation of Lee Kaigwa's bloodline. He slowly walked up to Xiao Yuner, intending to take his son from her. I don't want Uncle Beard to be my dad. Xiao Miao has her own dad. Unexpectedly, He Miao ignored him completely and buried her head in her mother's arms, muttering something softly. Although he is a child, he can already sense some things. Does this mean he has to call Uncle Beard dad? But he really doesn't want to. Although He Miao had spent time with Lee Kaigwa a few times during this period, and her impression of him had gradually changed from dislike, she still refused to let the little guy call him dad. The little guy always felt that that wasn't right. Silly child, this bearded uncle is your real father. Quickly greet him. Seeing that Lee Kaigwa looked a little embarrassed, Li Hongmei quickly comforted him. No, I have a dad. I don't want to call Uncle Beard dad. But the little guy remained stubborn, turning his head slightly angrily. Seeing his stubbornness, everyone couldn't help but look at each other in bewilderment. Everyone had considered everything, but they forgot about the child's feelings. And sure enough, trouble has arisen on sight. Unconsciously, everyone's eyes turned to Xiao Yuner, who was holding the little one. Among them was Lee Kaigwa. It was obvious that they all wanted her, the mother, to comfort the child. We can't let today's family reunion banquet turn into a joke. Silence, utter silence. Xiao Yuner acted as if she didn't see the gazes of the crowd. Xiaoyun, the child is still young. Since you've already agreed to let Mr. Li reunite with the child, why don't you help persuade Xiaomiao? Sensing the tense atmosphere, Li Hongmei couldn't help but feel a little emotional. She quickly tugged at her daughter's sleeve and whispered something in her ear. It's no use. The child is old enough to understand now, and it's hard for me to change him anymore. Besides, the bond between father and son is cultivated. You can't force him to call you dad willingly. Holding her son tightly, Xiao Yuner shook her head and said indifferently, Li Hongmei. Everyone. They realized that Xiao Yuner had no intention of helping them at all. But, what can we do? Yes, Xiaoyun is right. In the end, it's because I haven't spent enough time with my child, but there's plenty of time to make up for it in the future. Whether the child calls us dad or not, our banquet will proceed as scheduled. Li Kaigua, who was initially somewhat displeased, was taken aback upon hearing this, but then laughed heartily, and the tense atmosphere vanished as he smiled. But what he really thinks, only he himself probably knows. It is obvious that, perhaps for the sake of the child, Li Kaigua did not want to offend Xiao Yuner. Unfortunately, they could only try to smooth things over themselves. Come on, everyone, please take a seat. I'll go ask the hotel to serve the food right away. I looked up at my watch. It was already past 11 a.m. Secretary Sun Yuan quickly made the arrangements. After everyone was seated at the large round table in the middle and the boss, Li Kaigua, was invited to the head seat, he turned around and was about to go out to urge the staff to serve the dishes. Yes, although the Emperor Hotel is the only 5-star hotel in Donghai City, the VIP rooms do not have call bells or similar features to ensure maximum privacy for users. Even ordinary waiters are not allowed to come to the top floor at will. Therefore, Sun Yuan had to personally call people to arrange for the dishes to be served. Thump, thump, thump. But just then, someone knocked on the door of the private room. Sun Yuan was taken aback, thinking that a hotel staff member had come over, so he hurriedly went forward to open the door, only to be surprised to see a young man walk in with a smile on his face. He didn't know this person. Judging from their attire, they don't seem to be hotel staff. He was completely bewildered by the person who had come to visit. Who is this guy? Thanks. But when the person passed by him, he politely nodded and thanked him. No, you're welcome. Subconsciously, Sun Yuan replied. Just because he doesn't recognize this person doesn't mean the others in the private room don't. As they watched the familiar figure stroll into the VIP room, both Li Kaigua and the Xiao family members had strange expressions. This guy actually came? Especially Xiao Yuner, whose originally calm eyes showed a slight fluctuation the moment she saw the person who came. Yes, the person who came was none other than He Fan. Chapter 156. You know nothing about my medical skills. Everyone, am I late? He Fan smiled and glanced at everyone in the room, his expression calm. Daddy. Others might feel embarrassed or awkward about He Fan's arrival, but Xiao He Miao's eyes lit up when she saw him. The little one immediately struggled to jump down from his mother's arms, cheering and running over, his innocent face full of excitement. Ouch! Be careful, baby, don't fall. He Fan couldn't help but smile with joy when he saw his son. Whether it was intentional or unintentional. He quickly stepped forward, scooped the little guy up in his arms, and planted 2 big kisses on his cheek, laughing as he said, Son, I've missed you so much these past few days. Come on, call me Dad a few more times, and I'll make you something delicious later. Daddy. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao He Miao called out several times in one breath. The voice was young and sincere, full of deep emotion. In any case, no one should say anything about the communication between father and son. But the key point is Xiao He Miao his son? Not far away, Li Kaigua's face was so gloomy it was almost dripping with water. You know, he had just tried so hard to get the little guy to call him Dad, but he couldn't get it in the end. The sight of He Fan displaying such filial piety was an indescribable blow to him, making Li Kaigua so angry he could grind his teeth. But what could he say? After all, legally speaking, Xiao Yuner is still the other party's rightful wife, and He Miao is also his son. In addition, given his special status, there are some things that are really difficult to talk about openly. Originally, he just wanted to quietly get things done and create a fait accompli, which in a way could be considered a psychological comfort for himself and an explanation for his parents in heaven. I really didn't expect that something like this would happen today. After all, if something like this gets out of hand, it will definitely have a negative impact. You know, we live in an age of information overload. Who knows which corner might be hiding someone's camera pointed at them? Better safe than sorry is the most basic rule for navigating officialdom. Furthermore, if this is He Fan's conspiracy, deliberately trying to lure me into making a move, and the matter is eventually exposed, then things will get really messed up. If things go wrong, you could even ruin your future. Therefore, even though Li Kaigwa was extremely angry at this moment, and his hands were tightly gripping the sofa armrests, he did not stand up. He watched helplessly as his son called others dad, over and over again. Even though he was burning with rage, he dared not show it in the slightest. As for the others? Hee. Except for Xiao Yuner, who remained calm, everyone else looked embarrassed. They were all in the know about some things. One can vaguely guess that Li Kaigwa must be feeling terrible right now. But what can we do? At least for now, as long as Xiao Yuner hasn't divorced him, He Fan has the right to make He Miao call him dad. There's no question about this, neither morally nor legally. Unconsciously, everyone's eyes turned to Xiao Yuner. Why is He Fan here today? Could it be that she told the other party? The key thing is that as soon as this guy appears, he sits there and puts on a show of fatherly affection with the little guy. This is absolutely devastating. Sun Yuan and the others secretly glanced at Li Kaigwa again, only to see that his face was ashen, clearly indicating that he was extremely angry. But what can we do? Neither the secretary, Sun Yuan, nor the Xiao couple dared to speak at this moment. They didn't want their loose tongues to ultimately trigger a bombshell. People should know when to be pragmatic. Everyone knows what the consequences will be if they dare to interfere in something like this. 99% of them will become cannon fodder. As for why He Fan's father-in-law Xiao Zhanshan and his wife, who usually scolded or gave him attitude, didn't dare to speak now. Isn't that simple? They now know that their daughter has already confronted the other party. They even laid everything out in the open. In other words, aside from not yet obtaining the divorce certificate with Xiao Yuner, He Fan and Xiao Yuner have practically no relationship anymore. If you try to rely on your old face to act like an elder at this point, you might get away with it if they give you face. But if they don't, what kind of person are you? People get wiser with age. After all, they were both in their 50s and 60s, and Xiao Zhanshan and Li Hongmei didn't want to lose face. So the situation on the scene became quite delicate at one point. The only sounds left in the private room were the playful noises of He Fan and his son. He Fan. After an unknown amount of time, Li Kaigwa finally chose to speak first. His gaze became very calm, as if the anger he had shown earlier had vanished. Li Kaigwa slowly stood up, a slight smile even appearing on his face. He walked slowly to stand in front of the father and son, and said, He Fan, you must know that He Miao is my son. Since that's the case, let's be frank and speak frankly. At this point, his expression became extremely solemn, and he said in a deep voice, You and Xiao Yuner were husband and wife. There's no need to make things too ugly. How about this? As long as you agree to divorce her and never see Xiao Miao again, you can name your conditions, and I will give you some compensation as appropriate. He paused for a moment, then raised an eyebrow and said, I've heard you're a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and your skills are quite good. I can introduce you to Kyoto Hospital, where you can start as a chief physician. That way, you'll never have to worry about anything again. With this kind of status, what kind of woman can I find? As long as you agree, we'll settle all our scores after the deal is done. How about it? These words were spoken with utmost sincerity, as if he were genuinely discussing the matter with He Fan. It must be said, for someone of their status to say such things in front of so many people, it already shows that they have lowered their attitude considerably. In his opinion, He Fan should agree to such good terms. After all, a man should have a broad perspective. There are countless cases of women cheating and having children with other men in society right now, so many that they're not even worth mentioning. Which is more important, career or family? Anyone with a brain knows which to choose. Really, the terms offered by Lee Kaigwa sounded really tempting. You know, that's Kyoto Hospital. It's a place that countless men and women in the medical field dream of going to. But, does He-fan need it? This only shows that Lee Kaigwa knew nothing about the medical skills he possessed. He-fan grinned, revealing the corners of his mouth. Honestly, now he really wanted to take action and do something to this guy in front of him. It guarantees that the victim will suffer unimaginable torment and pain silently, ultimately dying a miserable death. Chapter 157 Piercing the Heart. 2 days ago, he would have chosen to do this without hesitation. But now, He-fan has come to his senses. So what if the other person suffers endless pain and dies a miserable death? Ultimately, it was nothing more than the annihilation of a mere physical body. Letting him die so easily would be too lenient on him. Even that couldn't quell the hatred in my heart. To be honest. In other words, even if you ask now, the other party will never admit it. After all, Lee Kaigwa wasn't stupid, with so many people around. Otherwise, He-fan would have confronted the other party long ago and asked them why they killed his parents. And that is the biggest reason why he hates Lee Kaigwa so much. A cold glint flashed in He-fan's eyes, but he shook his head calmly and said, "I'm sorry, I've long since given up on being a doctor. I even closed my own small clinic a long time ago." He spoke casually, but Xiao Yun'er's expression changed upon hearing it. His previously expressionless face suddenly flashed with anxiety. She jumped to her feet and said urgently, "Honey, why did you close the clinic? How will you live if it's closed? What? Are you worried that I won't give you any money in the divorce?" Ignoring the anxiety on the other person's face, He-fan asked with a half-smile. There was no longer any affection in his eyes. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yun'er felt a pang of pain in her heart. Yes, she was worried about He-fan. But now, what right do I have to worry about the other person? But who could know? She was just a little reluctant to part with that small clinic that had once brought her family happiness and allowed them to live a carefree life. Her face turned somewhat pale, and Xiao Yun'er slowly sat back down. And then, not a single word was uttered. Seeing her like this, Lee Kaigwa couldn't help but frown. He suddenly turned around, his previous gentle smile gone. His voice carried a hint of coldness as he spoke. "You don't want to be a doctor? Fine. As long as you agree to sever all ties with them, I'll grant you any request you have." Yes, whether it's Lee Kaigwa or Zhao's parents, their biggest worry right now is that He-fan is unwilling to divorce Xiao Yun'er. If that's the case, many unforeseen events will occur for those trying to snatch the child. Lee Kaigwa holds a high position, but he doesn't have much time to stay in Donghai City. Some things must be decided early. Honestly, he's starting to regret it now. He regretted that he had already decided to take action, but was ultimately affected by some things and failed to eliminate He-fan at the best opportunity. To the point that I've put myself in such a difficult position. Unnecessary. He-fan's answer was also straightforward. He directly rejected the other party's conditions. He gently stroked the little seedling's head in his arms, lowered his head, and asked softly, "Son, from now on, stay with Dad and never be apart, okay?" Okay. Little Meow doesn't want to be separated from Daddy. Little Meow doesn't like Uncle Beard. Yes, Meow is still young. But that doesn't mean a 5 or 6-year-old child doesn't understand anything. He could vaguely sense that Uncle Beard seemed to want to be his father. But how can we view children's choices with an adult's mindset? Xiao Meow immediately felt disgusted with Uncle Beard. After he finished speaking, he buried his head in He-fan's arms and didn't even want to look up at him again. Lee Kaigwa. Although he was furious inside, he had figured out He-fan's plan. Damn, this is like trying to kill someone by destroying their spirit. The other party must have realized that I value my son, which is why they did this intentionally. It's one thing to put on a show of paternal love and filial piety in front of your own parents, but to actually try to undermine He-meow and steal her away is just too inhumane. But ironically, he was powerless against the other party under these circumstances. What can I do? If he were to break ties with He-fan now and escalate the matter, wouldn't he lose face as a high-ranking official? If this gets out, it won't affect He-fan at all, but it could have a fatal impact on his career. He-fan, are you determined to be my enemy? After a brief silence, Lee Kaigwa finally couldn't hold back any longer. He stared at the other person with a cold expression, a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Yes, Li Kaigwa is no longer going to tolerate this. He had made up his mind that while he would not give up the high-ranking official position, he also had to seize his only son. At worst, after today, Li Kaigwa can use some special connections and methods to make that person disappear completely. As for what I promised Xiao Yin'er before, ultimately, she was just a tool he found to have children back then. For Li Kaigwa, that was completely dispensable. As for the beauty she possesses, needless to say, for him now, it means almost nothing. After all, Of course, Li Kaigwa would never reveal such a thing. You have to understand that it's not just about his reputation, but also about a man's dignity. Even if it means death, you must not say it. Hey, what's this? Are you threatening me, you high-ranking official? I'm so scared. Faced with Li Kaigwa's chilling words, He Fan couldn't help but reveal a mocking expression. He then gently put his son down, nudged him to move him to Xiao Yun'er's side, and then straightened his back and said disdainfully, "There are some things I don't believe you don't understand in your heart. Since you did it in the first place, don't blame me for being your enemy today. I know that even if I asked you about those things to their faces now, you definitely wouldn't tell the truth. But since those things have already happened, there's no way we can make amends." As He Fan spoke these words, his expression gradually changed from gentle to one of intense hatred, emanating a chilling, killing intent. He found out. Hearing this, Li Kaigwa was stunned. He subconsciously thought that He Fan was talking about how he had prevented Xiao Yun'er and He Miao from going back to pay respects to their parents. Of course, his bodyguards also gave the other party a good beating. But even though I did these things myself, they shouldn't have reached the point of causing public outrage, right? But judging from He Fan's attitude, he seems to be preparing to make him his mortal enemy for life. Li Kaigwa fell silent. He seriously suspected that the other party might have found out about his attempt to cripple the other party. But how is that possible? Brother Leopard has already been secretly dealt with, and the middleman Wang Chongfeng has also passed away. Who else could possibly know about this? Precisely because this matter was of great importance, he believed that he had done everything perfectly. Logically speaking, with He Fan's limited abilities, how could he possibly have found out? Chapter 158 Head-to-Head. It has to be said, sometimes things just happen by chance. Li Kaigwa racked his brains trying to figure out the reason why He Fan hated him so much. But as it turns out, the reason He Fan wanted to use the most vicious methods to deal with him was because he believed that He Fan had killed his parents. But because of the people around him, he never spoke his mind. He Fan knew that even if he asked, the other party would never admit it in front of so many people. Instead of wasting your breath, you should think about how to get revenge. It was through this twist of fate that their irreconcilable enmity was sealed. Okay. Seeing He Fan's expression of wanting to tear off all pretenses, Li Kaigwa was so angry he laughed. This foolish man in front of me is really courting death. Doesn't he realize the world-shaking difference in their social status? Since you won't take the easy way out, then let's see who uses the most methods. He Miao is my son, and no matter what, he must be my son. If you want to compete, you can, but it depends on whether you have the luck. Li Kaigwa's voice was calm, but the threat in his words was obvious. What does it mean to say whether you have the fate to have it? Is this fate, or that fate? This sentence contains a profound meaning, but everyone present understands it. But their expressions remained unchanged, as if they were waiting to see a joke. Xiao Yun'er's face paled even more. Her lips trembled as if she wanted to say something, but after glancing at her parents, she ultimately said nothing. However, deep in his eyes, there was a clear trace of anxiety and worry. As expected of a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Finance. Li Kaigwa, is it? You want to threaten He Fan? Did you ask me first? Unexpectedly, before He Fan could say anything after hearing this, another person suddenly walked into the private room. A woman dressed in a women's suit, who looks incredibly beautiful. She strode over, followed by several burly bodyguards. Although she is a woman, she exudes an aura of domineering confidence. One look and you know it's from an extraordinary source. As soon as she entered the room, the woman's eyes were fixed on Li Kaigwa's face. She wore a cold smile, her face icy cold. "Qingcheng, how did you get here?" To be honest, He Fan is genuinely worried now. What are you worried about? It's because this woman has a very strong personality, and I'm afraid she might offend the other party, and it would affect my business. After all, in a way, he was her boss. He Fan didn't want to involve the other party because of his own affairs. If Xue Qingqing's years of hard work were to go down the drain because of his own actions, He Fan would never forgive himself. Vice Commissioner Li, is that it? I heard that you not only used your power to forcibly take someone else's wife, but now you also want to take their child. I don't care what you've done in the past, but daring to bully my people, don't you think you're putting the Xue family in the worst possible light? Unexpectedly, Xue Qingqing ignored him completely and instead looked at Li Kaiguo with cold eyes. The Xue family? You're Xue Qingqing. Honestly, Li Kaiguo was genuinely surprised when the other party first entered the private room. After all, the aura emanating from the other party clearly indicated that they were not an ordinary person. Even though he was of extraordinary status, he didn't want to make a powerful enemy for himself for no reason. Who knows, might I offend someone I can't afford to offend? But once he figured out who the other person was, he felt relieved. Xue Qingqing. He knew her. The other party was indeed a member of the Xue family, but they were different from ordinary members of the Xue family. In the end, it was just a pawn to be discarded. Although I can't afford to offend the Xue family, it doesn't mean I can't afford to offend them either. A cold glint flashed in Li Kaiguo's eyes as he spoke slowly and deliberately. So you're the eldest daughter of the Xue family? As far as I know, you and He Fan are just acquaintances. Are you sure you're going to go against the Zhao family for his sake? It's just leveraging existing trends. Anyone can do that. At least on the surface, his status as the son-in-law of the Zhao family is the best protection among the major families in the capital. Although, he was extremely disdainful of it. But when dealing with powerful families, there is no better method. The Zhao family. Upon hearing this, Xue Qingqing was somewhat surprised. She seemed to have no idea that in their first encounter, the other party wouldn't use her identity, but instead dragged the Zhao family into it. The Zhao family? Does Magistrate Li still take the Zhao family seriously? You're really something now. Not only did you have a son outside of marriage, but you're also planning to forcibly break up other people's families. TSK, if this news gets back to Kyoto, I wonder how you're going to explain it to your superiors and the Zhao family. Xue Qingqing suddenly smiled broadly and said something that seemed to be done casually. You. Upon hearing this, Li Kaiguo's brows furrowed involuntarily. Yes, he was not afraid of Xue Qingqing. After all, given her status, even if she's the legitimate daughter of the Xue family, she's not much better than him, a live-in son-in-law. Even if we face off, there's nothing to worry about. Moreover, given his current status, he is well able to control the other party. Li Kaiguo wasn't worried that the woman in front of him would do anything drastic. The biggest problem right now is that this news has actually been leaked. Indeed, he wasn't afraid of the Zhao family finding out. After all, there are some things that, although not explicitly stated, are already known to many in the family. Li Kaiguo, however, was not afraid. However, this does not mean that he is willing to let his wife, Zhao Yiting, and his department head know about these secrets of his, because doing so would definitely cause you a lot of trouble. After all, public opinion can sometimes truly drag someone down to hell. Xue Qingqing, I don't want news of what happened in the East China Sea to get back to the capital. After a long silence, Li Kaiguo squinted at the woman and said. The words seemed casual and nonchalant. But anyone with a discerning eye can tell that this is a blatant threat. Li Kaiguo's meaning was quite clear. If the other party really tells others about this, he will definitely retaliate. And I will absolutely no longer have any reservations because of the other party's identity. At worst, it'll just be a lose-lose situation. Yes, that's what Li Kaiguo meant. Moreover, he firmly believed that Xue Qingqing had no choice but to compromise in the face of such a threat. Otherwise, the two of them will inevitably end up fighting to the death. Li Kaiguo refused to believe it. Xue Qingqing would be willing to let all her years of hard work go to waste for He Fan. After all, given his status and position, he is certainly capable of doing this. Brush. Sensing the blatant threat in the other party's words, Xue Qingqing narrowed her eyes, and a cold glint shot out at the other party. The two remained locked in a tense standoff, neither uttering a single word for a long time. It seems that no one wants to compromise. Chapter 159. Who is scheming against whom? The atmosphere inside the private room suddenly became tense. They glanced at Li Kaigwa and then at Xue Qingqing, feeling somewhat awkward and unsure of what to say. There's nothing we can do about it. Both sides are people we can't afford to offend. But there was one person who immediately got angry after hearing this. He Fan's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, and he growled in a chilling voice. Li Kaigwa, are you threatening her? After saying that, ignoring the disapproving look Xue Qingqing gave him, he suddenly rushed forward. He Fan, no. Husband, no. Upon seeing this, two gasps suddenly rang out from inside the private room. Then a man lunged forward like a madman, grabbed He Fan around the waist, and pulled him backward with all his might. Yes, the ones who exclaimed in surprise just now were Xiao Yuner and Xue Qingqing. However, it was Xue Qingqing who made the move. On the contrary, Xiao Yuner quickly adjusted her emotions after realizing that she had lost her composure and regained her original aloofness. Yet, deep in his eyes, a profound worry still lingered. He Fan, don't do anything reckless. Xue Qingqing was indeed frightened when she saw He Fan rushing over, because she knew very well how terrible the disease the other person was suffering from was. If He Fan is allowed to do as he pleases, something terrible might happen today. He Fan felt helpless. Feeling Xue Qingqing pulling him, he couldn't struggle too much. Just one step away. As long as he can get close to the other party, Li Kaigwa is doomed. Yes, He Fan's outburst of rage just now was certainly influenced by some of the super male genes. But to say they've lost their minds is a long way off. Originally, He Fan hadn't planned to take action against Li Kaigwa so soon. However, because of Li Kaigwa's threat to Xue Qingqing, he had already made up his mind not to wait any longer. He Fan felt he had miscalculated. Given the other person's identity, who knows if keeping him alive might pose a threat to those around them. After all, he valued the safety of those around him more than his own pleasure. He wanted to take advantage of the situation and beat the other party up to vent his anger. Then secretly use the gift you've prepared on the other person, and at most 3 months, this guy will die a miserable death. Dead people pose no threat to anyone. Furthermore, He Fan could guarantee that no one would be able to trace it back to him. Unfortunately, all of these plans were ruined by Xue Qingqing. But unfortunately, he couldn't blame the other party for anything. After all, the other party was concerned about him and was afraid that he would really go crazy and cause trouble in public. That kind of concern comes from the bottom of their hearts. He Fan could sense it. Perhaps some people don't understand why he suddenly became furious. Could it be because Li Kaigwa's words threatened Xue Qingqing? To be honest, it really is. He Fan knew much more about Xue Qingqing than others. Honestly, no matter who it is, he would not allow the other party to threaten her, especially in front of him. Even if the other party only mentioned it vaguely in their words, that's still unacceptable. Because in a sense, Xue Qingqing's safety is now his bottom line. Whoever touches it dies. Yes, some people may not understand why He Fan would have such an idea. What they didn't know was that, aside from the fact that Xue Qingqing and He Fan already had a special relationship and were practically confidants. Back then, the two of them were willing to do anything for each other. Not to mention, He Fan had been plunged into eternal darkness since discovering his wife's secret some time ago. But to meet her again under these circumstances, and for her to protect him in every way, was like a ray of light in his dark life, and a source of spiritual sustenance for him. How can we allow them to be harmed? Seeing the arms wrapped around his waist, a hint of helplessness flashed in He Fan's eyes. But the anger in my heart has not subsided. Xue was a pitiful girl, a fallen angel. In her entire life, not many people cared about her. And the only person she truly cares about and cherishes in this vast world is probably He Fan. Although I am destined to never have him in this life. But we can't just stand by and watch her be bullied and threatened like this. Most importantly, Xue Qingqing came here because of He Fan. Li Kaigwa dared to threaten the other party like that because he had touched a nerve. This guy has a way to get himself killed. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He Fan was already considering how to finish this guy off decisively. However, what puzzled him was that his actions just now did not seem to cause Li Kaigwa any panic. This can be seen from his eyes. The other person remained calm and showed no fear whatsoever at all as he charged at them. Could it be that all these guys from high-ranking official backgrounds have such good self-control? This is something that He-fan can't quite understand. After all, no matter how high one's status is, if someone is beaten up in front of so many people, they would probably lose a lot of face. Even if you're not scared, you should at least feel panicked. But the other party's expression remained unusually calm. It's as if they don't care at all, which is really hard to understand. He-fan, don't do anything reckless. Lee Kaigwa has a special status. If you really hurt him, you'll probably spend the rest of your life in jail. And given his status, do you think you can get close to him? You might not know this, but high-ranking officials like him are all provided with professional bodyguards. Believe me, there might be a gun pointed at you from any corner right now. If you make a move, you could be shot dead on the spot. Attack a high-ranking official in front of so many people, you deserve to be beaten to death. A familiar fragrance wafted from the back of her neck, and Xue Qingqing's soft whispered words reached her ears, carrying a strong sense of warning. He-fan. He felt a chill run down his spine, and only then did he understand why Xue Qingqing had been in such a hurry earlier. But it turns out, at this moment, He-fan finally understood the difference between ordinary people and so-called high-level people. While you may be scheming against the other party, aren't they also trying to trick you? No wonder. No wonder Lee Kaigwa, despite his noble status, was never seen with anyone by his side and showed no fear of being attacked. So that's the reason? Honestly, He-fan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He had a vague feeling that the other party had done it intentionally just now as well. I'm afraid that guy is still eager to rush up and beat him, right? In this way, not only can we get rid of him legitimately, but we also won't have to bear any responsibility afterwards. Chapter 160 Divorce. I have to admit that I underestimated my opponent. How could Lee Kaigwa be a simple person, given that he has risen to such a position within the system? Thinking back on many of his previous thoughts, He-fan couldn't help but laugh at himself. Really, I can use some methods to make the other party die silently. Yet, just as easily, they can also scheme against him to his death. In some respects, the chances of the other party killing him are much greater than the chances of him killing the other party himself. It seems I underestimated those in high positions before. He-fan had to admit that at this moment he regretted not having talked to the Zhao family head more. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed over so recklessly. I almost died on the spot. Seemingly realizing that He-fan was no longer causing trouble, Xue Qingqing loosened her grip on his waist and took a few steps back. Turning his head again, his sharp gaze once more fixed on Lee Kaigwa. You want to kill him? Her words sounded like a question, but to others they clearly sounded like a statement. Xue Qingqing, preoccupied with He-fan's safety, failed to notice that just moments before, as she embraced He-fan, Xiao Yun'er's gaze suddenly dimmed. I knew it. Lee Kaigwa didn't seem worried at all about He-fan's actions just now. Instead, he shook his head with a look of regret and said, If it weren't for Miss Xue being here, would such a hothead even dare to fight me? Ain't nobody like him. He probably doesn't even know how to spell death. Lee Kaigwa spoke casually, but his gaze kept drifting towards He-fan. You. Xue Qingqing was startled upon hearing this, and quickly turned around to look. When they saw He-fan standing there unmoved, with a thoughtful expression, they finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, I didn't act impulsively. Honestly, even she didn't expect that Lee Kaigwa still hadn't given up his murderous intent at this point. Is he still trying to provoke He-fan, hoping to drive him into a frenzy and complete the scheme he failed to accomplish before? Really, no one from a prominent family is a simple person. Their hearts are all the same black and filthy. While cursing under her breath, Xue Qingqing became even more wary of the other party. Lee Kaigwa, right? Didn't you want me to divorce Xiao Yun'er? Fine. Just as an eerie silence fell over the scene and no one spoke, He-fan, who had been deep in thought, suddenly spoke up. His words stunned everyone in the room. This includes Xiao Yun'er herself. She stared at He-fan in astonishment, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. However, nobody cares about her right now. All eyes turned to He-fan. What's going on here? This guy was just insisting, even trying to take the child away. So why did he suddenly change his attitude? Especially after having a powerful backer. Of course, not everyone was shocked by this statement. For example, Xue Qingqing was not at all surprised that He Fan would say such a thing. Because she knew the other person's personality very well, there was no way he would actually try to take He Miao away. In the end, that's not even his biological son. He Fan must be crazy to do that. As for the years of relationship or something, that thing is a complete luxury for someone with super male genes. Most importantly, Xue Qingqing already knew the secret that He Fan had already divorced Xiao Yuner, and she believed that he must have his reasons for saying that. Yeah, whatever. As long as he doesn't act impulsively, it's fine. As for what He Fan planned to do, she didn't care at all. As long as she watched from the sidelines, there shouldn't be any problems with his actions. You're willing to get a divorce? To be honest, Li Kaigwa was also surprised that He Fan would suddenly change his mind. For a moment, he felt a mix of emotions. Honestly, compared to getting the other party to divorce Xiao Yuner and get his child back, he suddenly realized he wanted to kill the other party even more. I don't know what happened. Li Kaigwa had a vague feeling that this seemingly ordinary man in front of him might pose a great threat to him. Absolutely, they cannot be allowed to live. However, with the other party's attitude now changed, and Xue Qingqing watching him closely, he suddenly realized that he could no longer find any excuse to target them. Using underhanded tactics? Or perhaps they used their power to suppress the other party in every way. He would have used these methods without hesitation in the past. Unfortunately, that's no longer possible. If I were to actually do that, it would be tantamount to completely severing ties with Xue Qingqing. Although in some ways he didn't have much to fear from the other party, ultimately, they were also a member of the Xue family. Moreover, it is said that over the years, it has indeed supplied the Xue family with a huge amount of wealth, and it is hard to say what kind of tricks it may have that could pose a threat to itself. Alright, then our feud is over. Li Kaigwa suddenly laughed, but the smile on his face looked somewhat strange. He walked slowly to Xiao Yuner and her son, put his arm around them, and looked at He Fan with a half-smile. His expression held a provocative undertone as he said, "Once Yuner divorces you, she will be my woman. I hope Mr. He will not contact her and her son again to avoid any further misunderstandings." It was clear that Xiao Yuner was extremely uncomfortable with Li Kaigwa's sudden closeness to her. She twisted her body, as if trying to break free from the other person's embrace, but as if she had some concerns, she ultimately did not move. She simply held her son tightly, her pretty face expressionless. Xue Qingqing frowned upon seeing this, but then smiled. It seems Li Kaigwa is still unwilling to give up. Has he sensed the danger He Fan is in? Even after all this, he still hasn't given up. He's even thinking of using Xiao Yuner to provoke He Fan. It's unbelievable that he would do something like that. Of course, there must be a reason why He Fan suddenly proposed to get a divorce. As for the reason, Xue Qingqing could guess a thing or two. I wonder who will be proven wrong next. Really? He Fan remained calm, glancing at the other person with his eyelids, showing no sign of anger, and said indifferently, "Your woman? Have you forgotten something? Do you have the ability to give her true happiness? Or perhaps..." He then fell silent. However, the look in his eyes was full of amusement. He Fan's words were clearly pointed, which startled Li Kaigwa. What's going on? Could it be that the other party knows about my unspeakable secret? But then he thought about it, and shook his head inwardly. After all, that matter was kept extremely secret, and apart from himself, his wife, and his father-in-law, there was no way anyone else could know about it. The other party is definitely trying to fool me. Chapter 161. I got scammed. What do you mean? But out of concern, Li Kaigwa still blurted out the question. He Fan grinned, and the strange look in his eyes made Li Kaigwa even more uneasy. What else could it mean? If I divorce Xiao Yuner, she'll be free, and it's only natural that she becomes your woman. After all, you had a child together a few years ago. When he mentioned the word child, his gaze was complicated as he looked at Xiao Hemiao, who was fast asleep in Xiao Yuner's arms. But then he perked up and continued. Shouldn't my ex-husband and your current husband celebrate our many years of good cooperation? After saying that, he stretched out his hand. It was obvious at a glance that he wanted to shake hands with Li Kaigwa in a polite manner. The other person stared intently into his eyes for a long time, as if trying to see something in them. Kuhafan remained calm and composed, showing no sign of anything amiss. But for some reason, he always felt that something was not quite right. After thinking about it, he shook his head. Forget about shaking hands. You might as well get the paperwork done today. That way, we can all keep to ourselves from now on. After saying that, he released his arm from Xiao Yuner and looked at his secretary, Sun Yuan. Yuan, make the arrangements. We'll all go to the Civil Affairs Bureau later to witness their divorce. As for the banquet, we'll celebrate after everything is settled. Yes. Li Kaigwa wanted to strike while the iron was hot, fearing that He Fan might change his mind again later. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Although his plan to scheme against He Fan failed, if he could achieve his original goal, he could at least salvage some of the face he lost today. In particular, his son, Xiao Miao, was finally able to openly acknowledge his ancestry. As things changed, the tense atmosphere at the scene vanished. Seeing that He Fan had finally agreed to divorce Xiao Yuner, everyone present smiled and was overjoyed. However, Li Kaigwa's gaze towards He Fan carried a strange undertone. Is this guy resigned to his fate? But it's all right. Although he couldn't actually fight this guy, in everyone's eyes, he had given him a huge cuckold's horns. You know, this kind of thing is a huge disgrace for a man. At least on the surface, it was He Fan who was truly humiliated, and he himself had indirectly gotten revenge for himself. Li Kaigwa was secretly pleased with himself, imagining that after the Civil Affairs Bureau granted the two a divorce, he would shake hands with them, say a few sarcastic words, and then leave with Xiao Yuner in his arms. That would be a slap in the face to He Fan. Although he failed to kill the other party today, this humiliation is enough to make him suffer. Your spine is about to be punctured. It has to be said that very few people who can survive in the gambling industry have a clean conscience. Once the enemy is identified, every step taken will be carefully calculated. Unfortunately, Li Kaigwa never imagined that his secrets were already known to others. With He Fan agreeing so readily, it's hard to say who was really scheming against whom. When it comes to the sudden change in He Fan, no one was calmer than Xue Qingchen, because she already knew that He Fan had divorced Xiao Yuner. Although she didn't understand why the other party suddenly wanted to do this, she thought that something interesting might happen after going to the Civil Affairs Bureau, and a thoughtful expression flashed across her face. Then, she secretly covered her mouth and chuckled. It seems He Fan isn't being honest either. Is he trying to take this opportunity to humiliate the other party? But it's all right. It's such a small matter. It shouldn't be enough to push the other party to the point of desperation. Li Kaigwa? So what if he gets slapped in the face? You'll get used to it after a while. Hello, sir. I need a car for something. Could you arrange for it to take us to the Civil Affairs Bureau later? To everyone's surprise, He Fan suddenly took out his phone and made a call to someone. They kept saying they wanted to borrow someone else's car. But the people weren't stupid. They immediately realized something was wrong. Damn, what's so great about getting a divorce? Why does He Fan always give people the feeling that he wants more people to know about him? Borrowing a car? Are you kidding me? With Mr. Li and Miss Xue here, would he lack a car? I suppose lending the car is a minor issue. The real reason is to let more people know about this. Others might not understand this, but that doesn't mean Li Kaigwa couldn't. His face immediately darkened. Honestly, given Li Kaigwa's status, he would certainly prefer that as few people as possible know about this matter. He Fan's attempt to bring others along only made him feel displeased. To put it simply, if it weren't for the fact that he had just hinted that he was going to, Li Kaigwa really wouldn't have wanted to go at this moment. After all, such public appearances are definitely more harmful than beneficial to him. But what can Li Kaigwa do? Now that the other party has agreed to the divorce, that's a huge blessing for me. If we consider other factors, who knows if the other party might suddenly change their mind. Never mind. Anyway, in a small place like Donghai, not many people would recognize me. Even if there were such people, he was confident he could shut them up. However, some things often happen unexpectedly. As soon as Li Kaigwa and the others walked out of the hotel with He Fan and saw the convoy of cars and several familiar figures outside, they immediately regretted it. Yes, he regretted it. Li Kaigwa never imagined that the old man He Fan had just mentioned was actually Wang Yangshan, the former patriarch of the Wang family. Moreover, there were several familiar faces around him that looked very familiar to him. Among them was Wang Qing, the little princess of the Wang family. With his lips twitching incessantly, Li Kaigwa really wanted to turn back right now. What the hell is this? It's just a divorce, isn't it? Why did you have to join in the fun and mock Fan? Now look what happened. We've really lost face. Not only did they run into acquaintances, but these were also people who were difficult to control. Brother Fan. Upon seeing Fan emerge, Wang Qing, who was now able to walk freely, happily ran over, her little hand tightly clasped around a man's. The man looked to be about the same age as Fan. He had a slightly square face, a short buzz cut, and an air of righteousness and imposing presence. It's obvious at a glance that he's either a military person or a public official. But the man looked utterly helpless. He didn't know anyone and had no intention of joining in the fun. Unexpectedly, Wang Qing, that little girl, dragged him over. And what's more, they said they'd introduce him to a friend. Only, when the man saw the person in front of him clearly, he was completely stunned. Looking left and right, up and down, the person not far away seemed very familiar. Chapter 162 Taunting. Really? Wen Yong was suddenly startled, and his eyes widened instantly. Damn, what a coincidence. The little girl just called him Brother Fan. He thought it was just a coincidence of names. Ga? Fan. The man immediately exclaimed in surprise. Jin Yong? It's you. After seeing the man clearly, Fan couldn't help but feel surprised. Ha ha ha. It really is you? What are you doing in Donghai City? I've been looking for you all these years. The man called Jin Yong immediately pulled his hand out of the little girl's grasp, ran forward, and gave Fan a big hug. My eyes became a little moist. Huh? Brother Wen, do you know Brother He? When did this happen? The little girl Wang Qing looked completely bewildered as she watched the two grown men hugging and cuddling. She pouted and asked curiously, We are. After they parted, Jin Yong was about to answer her question when he noticed Fan's expression froze, and she asked, somewhat puzzled, Brother Wen, who is that? After saying that, he looked at Jin Yong suspiciously. Did this guy change his name? That's me, isn't it? Back then, I was adopted and left Chaoyang Town. Now I'm called Wen Yong, not Jin Yong. Jin Yong. Oh no, I should say Wen Yong explained with a hint of helplessness. Adopted? Could it be that her biological parents found her? Last time, there was a news report about a guy whose mom picked him up in a luxury car. Hearing this, Fan grinned and playfully punched the other person's shoulder. Wen Yong, you're overthinking it. I really was adopted by a good family. He rolled his eyes and said with a hint of helplessness. It doesn't matter. But even if you're adopted, you're still lucky. If I remember correctly, you were 13 when we last met, weren't you? A 13-year-old boy still getting accepted by an orphanage, you're really lucky. After listening to the other party's explanation, Fan gently punched the other party's chest and exclaimed in admiration. Yes. Under normal circumstances, the older the orphans in orphanages are, the less likely they are to be adopted by good families. Especially the boys. Moreover, Jin Yong was already in the first year of junior high school at that time. He met Wen Yong when they were in the first year of junior high school. They were in the same class and maintained a good relationship ever since. The other party did not mind his eccentricity, and Fan never looked down on Wen Yong because he was an orphan. The two of them were birds of a feather. Unfortunately, at that time, Wen Yong was just an ordinary orphan in the Chaoyang Town orphanage. He only attended junior high school for 1 year before leaving. The two never saw each other again after that. Nearly 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. But Fan never forgot this one of his few friends. How are you? Are you doing all right these days? It's been a long time since we last met, Fan said with a smile. He completely ignored everyone around him, his expression filled with emotion and reminiscence. Not bad. I haven't fallen behind in my studies much after being adopted. He later passed the entrance exam for the Kyoto Police Academy and is now a proud people's inspector. Wen Yong couldn't help but touch his buzz cut and chuckle. Then you. Hearing that his old friend was doing well, Fan couldn't help but be happy for him. But he was also quite curious about how he met Wang Qing. After all, these two people are worlds apart in terms of status, right? No matter how you look at it, they shouldn't have any connection. Her brother and I are old classmates. We're both in Kyoto, so we often see each other and have known each other for many years. Wen Yong didn't hide anything and told the truth. Oh, I see. Hearing this explanation, He Fan nodded without questioning anything. But just as he was about to open his mouth to say something more, he saw Li Kaigwa beside him suddenly frown and say coldly, He Fan, you're not having second thoughts, are you? What, trying to stall for time? His words left no room for leniency. He, Mr. Li Kaigwa. He Fan just ran into an old friend and caught up. You're being too suspicious of him. Don't worry, since he promised you, he will definitely go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with you. Don't assume that everyone is as shameless as someone else. Upon hearing that the other party was criticizing He Fan, Xue Qingqing immediately retorted with sharp wit and disdain. I must say, her words were extremely harsh. After all, for someone of Li Kaigwa's status to use terms like petty person and shameless to mock him is tantamount to slapping him in the face. Xue Qingqing, you. Li Kaigwa was furious. He was about to say something when his secretary, Sun Yuan, tugged at his sleeve to stop him, then stepped forward and said loudly, Miss Xue, please watch your words. Sometimes, no matter your status, you should always be mindful of others' manners. His words were extremely cryptic, yet they perfectly concealed Li Kaigwa's identity. Some might ask, what's the point of doing this? Who among those present didn't recognize him? Hey, you know what? In situations like the one right now, as long as Li Kaigwa's identity isn't openly exposed, even if something happens in the future, it will be much easier to mediate. In certain situations and certain events, these are actually unspoken rules for people within the system. If you believe it, you will have it. If you don't acknowledge it, then it doesn't exist. The doctrine of the mean is about knowing when to play dumb. Seeing that his boss seemed to have lost his composure, Sun Yuan had no choice but to indirectly remind him in this way. Yes, Li Kaigwa was clearly somewhat out of control. Although he seemed to have He Fan completely under his control from beginning to end, his secretary, Sun Yuan, saw things very clearly from the side. My boss's mind is already in turmoil. He's completely lost his former composure. Otherwise, he would never have made it so obvious that he was targeting He Fan. Such impulsive emotions would be a major taboo in officialdom. However, since there were no outsiders in the private room, and he was afraid that the boss would take his anger out on him, Sun Yuan kept quiet and didn't dare to interrupt. But things are different now. They have now arrived outside the hotel, and there are too many outsiders standing in front of them. If the leader continues to behave as before, it would be quite embarrassing. If this gets out, it will definitely be detrimental to his career. That's why he rushed out to stop them and pointed the finger directly at Xue Qingqing. An attempt to shift the blame eastward. Decent? Haha, that's really interesting. Upon hearing this, Xue Qingqing burst into laughter in exasperation. She was, after all, the eldest daughter of the Xue family, and people from various other families would generally give her some face. But I never expected to be criticized for being undignified here in this small East China Sea. Interesting, so interesting. Chapter 163 He Fan admits defeat. Xue Qingqing's pretty face turned cold, and she said in a completely emotionless tone, What right do you, a mere secretary, have to criticize me? With her intelligence, how could she not guess what the other party meant? Xue Qingqing is not a generous person at all. She's naturally stingy. Revenge is never delayed. Therefore, they directly exposed the other party's identity. Once Sun Yuan's secretary's identity was exposed, in a sense, it was equivalent to Li Kaigwa's identity being made public. This will ruin his plan. Moreover, there's no need to say it outright. Sun Yuan. His face turned somewhat grim. He finally understood what it meant to be difficult to deal with petty men and women. This is not a loss at all. Just as the two were outwitting each other, Wen Yong noticed He Fan looking at the woman with exceptional presence and beauty with some concern. He couldn't help but show a thoughtful expression. The man was urging He Fan to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Does this mean that my old friend is in trouble now? What's wrong? The woman holding the child not far away was pale-faced. Could she be his wife? After all, he was a graduate of a top police academy, and with the experience he had accumulated over the years as an inspector, Wen Yong was able to guess what was going on after observing the expressions of the people around him. Is it Li Kaigwa? He had seen this person in Kyoto. It seems to be that son-in-law of the Zhao family. As for the name Xue Qingqing, he seemed to have heard someone mention it before. After all, he's an inspector from Kyoto, so he must have some understanding of certain people. Yeah, this is interesting. To be honest, he secretly took leave and came to Donghai City because of some problems at home. Otherwise, if someone dares to target his childhood friend like this, Wen would never hesitate to let them know what reason means. However, given the current situation, things seem to be a bit complicated. He really wanted to find out whether things were as he thought. If that's really the case, even if I can't do anything to Li Kaigwa now, I'll definitely have to test his strength when I return to the capital. As for now, hee. Since my friend isn't in any danger right now, let's just watch the show. So when Young didn't say a word, he just stood there with his arms crossed, watching. All right, stop talking. It's just going to the Civil Affairs Bureau, right? The car's already here, so let's go together. You all can be our witnesses. Seemingly not wanting Xue Qingqing to continue entangled with the other party, He Fan immediately stepped forward and said with a frown, "This statement is generally agreed upon by the public. After all, no one wants to see the two sides continue to be delayed over such a trivial matter." It must be said, although Sun Yuan, as the secretary, was wholeheartedly trying to help his boss, Li Kaigwa was preoccupied with his son's situation and didn't think about things in depth. Now he only wants to do two things. The first priority is naturally to hope that He Fan and Xiao Yuner can divorce as soon as possible, so that their son can be properly recognized as a member of the family. The Li family must not die out. As for the second point, it's to find a good opportunity to mock He Fan, which will also temporarily relieve the frustration in my chest. There's nothing we can do about it. Why wouldn't he want to strike now and crush the other party like an ant? However, given the current situation, it is clearly impossible to do so in the short term. We have no choice but to vent our anger first. Of course, He Fan would definitely not let him go. It will just take some time, but he will definitely make the other side pay a heavy price. Everything went smoothly after that. Everyone rode in the Wang family's motorcade and arrived at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau in Donghai City in a grand procession. Interestingly, when they were in the car, Li Kaigwa actually brought his secretary Sun Yuan and chose to get into the RV with He Fan, Xue Qingqing, and Wen Yong, along with Grandpa Wang and his granddaughter. Throughout the journey, he kept provoking He Fan with his words and actions. However, some of the words were said in a very subtle way, so neither He Fan nor Xue Qingqing could openly argue with them. Of course, it's also possible that He Fan had already made up his mind and was too lazy to bother with this guy. However, seeing his old leader's appearance, Sun Yuan was secretly anxious. For no other reason than it would be too undignified. If news of his actions were to get back to Kyoto, it would only bring him trouble. As her secretary, she and her partner were bound together by a shared destiny, where one's success was tied to the others, and one's failure to the others was equally important. Sun Yuan certainly didn't want to see this scene. But what could he do? I've said everything I needed to say, and I've done everything I needed to do. The former leader is now obsessed with his son and won't listen to any advice. What can be done? Now that they had finally arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, he finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Ha. He Fan, I really have to thank you. I will definitely repay your kindness in raising my son these past few years. As soon as he got out of the car, Li Kaigwa stopped pretending. He burst into laughter, looking at Xiao Yuner holding her son not far away, and said with an arrogant and blatant tone. His smug expression didn't look like that of a seasoned, cunning official who had been navigating the bureaucracy for decades. He completely forgot about being profound and composed. Boss. Now Sun Yuan was really worried. He quickly pulled the other person's arm, trying to stop him from saying anything more offensive. After all, there are quite a few people here. If he says something so frivolous, people will definitely look down on him as a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Finance. Fine. But Li Kaigwa, who was in high spirits, didn't care at all. He just stared at He Fan with a half-smile on his face. Yeah. To everyone's surprise, He Fan didn't seem angry at all upon hearing this. Instead, he smiled slightly and said, "Perhaps this is our destiny? Congratulations, Mr. Li, on your wish coming true." After saying that, he walked over and extended his right hand. His expression and behavior clearly showed that he simply wanted to shake hands with Li Kaigwa. I have to say, now that things have come to this point, even if Li Kaigwa is unwilling, he really can't bring himself to refuse the other party again. Although I was a little surprised by the other party's composure, that he didn't get angry at all, I could only bite the bullet and shake his hand. To everyone watching, this scene seemed to indicate that He Fan was admitting defeat. Even Xue Qingqing frowned, not understanding why he would do this. Could it be that he was frightened by what he said earlier? However, based on her understanding of He Fan, she didn't think so. But the other party's current behavior, which seemed like they were giving in, puzzled her. No one knew that the moment He Fan's hand touched Li Kaigua's, the other party's life had already begun its countdown. Chapter 164 Dirty. Of course, He Fan would never let the other party die in the near future. According to his own estimation, it would take at least a month for his tampering to take effect. Then a cold glint flashed in He Fan's eyes. He showed no intention of softening his stance. Really, based on the information we have so far, this guy is actually quite tragic. Regarding Xiao Yun'er's matter, the fault may not necessarily lie entirely with him. But does He Fan care about these things? To put it bluntly, Xiao Yun'er is nothing to him now. The last bit of warmth has long since been worn away by the passage of time. He targeted Li Kaigua because the latter was likely the mastermind behind his parents' deaths and had already threatened Xue Qingqing's safety, not for any other reason. Furthermore, since this guy seemed to pose a threat to Xue Qingqing, He Fan abandoned his previous idea and prepared to get rid of him as soon as possible. Now, my wish has finally come true. Ha ha ha. Good, good. I hope we can become good friends in the future. After all, Xiao Miao has called you dad for so many years. Li Kaigua spoke with a strange look on his face, seemingly quite happy. For some reason, he suddenly felt unwell somewhere in his body. But when you try to feel it more closely, you can't quite put your finger on why. The feeling came on quickly and disappeared even faster, so he didn't take it too seriously and simply put it out of his mind. Definitely. Anyway, it's good for kids to have another dad. He Fan also had a big smile on his face, putting on a sincere appearance. But the words he says always make people feel uncomfortable. Li Kaigua. Both of them were smiling insincerely, but the onlookers couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts, as if these two were somewhat terrifying. All right, He Fan, why aren't you going in to process my divorce with my daughter? Seemingly impatient, Zhao's mother, Li Hongmei, urged him without any politeness. Her expression was arrogant and haughty, as if she would become the mother-in-law of a high-ranking official at any moment. His eyes were shining. What? You're so eager to change your son-in-law. Your disrespect for elders is truly a rare sight. Seeing the old woman like this, Xue Qingqing immediately couldn't stand it anymore. She immediately spoke up without hesitation, launching into 2 consecutive taunts and mockery. His eyes were full of disdain. You. Li Hongmei was furious at being rebuked and wanted to retort, but Xiao Zhanshan pulled her back and gently shook his head, signaling her not to say anything more. Yes, Xue Qingqing has an extraordinary background. Perhaps Li Kaigua is qualified to fight her, but the Xiao family does not have that ability. If Li Hongmei angers the other party and forces them to target them from all sides, the entire Xiao family may face a great disaster. After being stopped by her husband, Li Hongmei felt frustrated and suddenly felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Xiao Zhanshan reacted quickly, catching her and asking worriedly, "Old woman, are you all right? Mom, are you all right?" Xiao Yun'er, the daughter standing to the side, was also a little nervous and quickly asked, I'm fine." Shaking her head, Li Hongmei composed herself before speaking. "Honestly, she's a bit strange too. Although I am getting old, I have always maintained good health and have never suffered from high blood pressure or anything like that. Why did I suddenly feel dizzy? Mother, perhaps it was because everyone was talking too loudly, or perhaps Xiao Yun'er was so nervous that she hugged him too tightly. But at that moment, she woke up Xiao He Miao, who had already fallen asleep. The little guy rubbed his eyes, looked around sleepily, and suddenly his eyes lit up and he cheered. Mommy, I've been here before. You even bought me a candied hawthorn skewer the other day. Now that we're here again, will you buy me one again?" After saying that, the little guy looked at his mother, who was holding him, with a hopeful expression. Xiao Yun'er. "Everyone, is this kid still half asleep? He actually said he had been to the Civil Affairs Bureau? How is that possible?" What kind of adults would bring their kids here to play if they had nothing better to do? Unless Xiao Yun'er has lost her mind. Seeing that everyone's gazes were intentionally or unintentionally directed at her, Xiao Yun'er could only give an awkward smile and casually explain. The child is still sleepy. Don't listen to his nonsense. I didn't bring him here. She was telling the truth, and also letting everyone know that she wasn't stupid. Why would she bring her child here for no reason? As for buying candied hawthorns or something, that's utter nonsense. Xiao Miao isn't lying. Mom is stingy and won't buy Xiao Miao candied hawthorns. At this point, he turned his head away, clearly throwing a little tantrum. Of course, this was just a minor incident. After all, how many people at the scene would actually believe what a child says? Let's go. This time, it was He Fan who took the initiative to speak. He glanced at Xiao Yun'er indifferently, then turned and walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau, etc. At this point, Xiao Yun'er suddenly spoke up. You need a marriage certificate to get a divorce, right? I didn't bring that with me, so I'm afraid we might not be able to get it done today. I don't know if it's just my imagination. As she spoke, He Fan could faintly detect a hint of smugness in her words. But, is that even possible? He shook his head, thinking that his perception was wrong. Then he took out a small bag from his pocket, waved it at the other person, and said, You mean this? His expression held a hint of amusement. You. Upon seeing the familiar bag, Xiao Yun'er's expression immediately changed, because she knew perfectly well that their marriage certificate was in that bag. But, why would He Fan carry it with him at all times? Seemingly noticing her confusion, He Fan shrugged and said, I was prepared before I came here today. You don't think I came here hoping you'd stay with me, do you? His words were extremely sharp, and then he added insult to injury for Xiao Yun'er. Even if you agree, I can't live with a woman who betrayed my marriage and my feelings. Disgusting. The word dirty struck Xiao Yun'er's heart like a heavy hammer. As a searing pain shot through her, she finally understood what that pain was like. I was wrong after all. Perhaps it was because of her years of concealment that this man who once loved her so much became so heartless? Honestly, Xiao Yun'er regretted it. But it was too late to regret. Chapter 165. Were we already divorced? He Fan has already brought the marriage certificate. Xiao Yun'er had no more reason to delay going through with the divorce. But she knew in her heart that once the procedures were completed today, she would never have another chance to reconcile with her husband. But what could she do? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, even Xiao Yun'er dared not utter a word of regret. Left with no other choice, she could only follow He Fan slowly into the Civil Affairs Bureau. Honestly, even the staff at the Donghai Civil Affairs Bureau were a bit bewildered today. What's going on? So many people, young and old, suddenly flooded in. Are they here to get married or to get divorced? But when they saw He Fan and Xiao Yun'er walk up in front of them, they suddenly realized that so many people were accompanying the young couple to complete the procedures. But, when they took the cloth bag from He Fan and took out the 2 documents, they were all stunned on the spot. Hey, are you guys just kidding? You've been divorced for days. What are you doing here now? Speechless, she was utterly speechless. Having worked in this position for so many years, this was the first time she had ever seen anything like it. They're already divorced, yet they come back to file for divorce a second time. There's something wrong with their thought process. What? This is impossible. Divorced? When did that happen? No way. Did that couple really sleep with everyone? What? What exactly is going on? As soon as the staff member spoke, the crowd immediately erupted in chaos. Xiao Yun'er's parents, in particular, could hardly believe their ears. My daughter divorced He Fan a long time ago? Then why didn't they, as parents, know anything about it? Moreover, since they had already divorced, why did Xiao Yun'er linger on it for so long? To be honest, although they were shocked, they didn't feel anything was wrong yet. But Li Kaigwa was different. Upon hearing that Xiao Yun'er had already divorced, his old face immediately turned ashen. Thinking back to the time in the car when he had used his own words to mock He Fan, now he realized that the other party's ignoring him was premeditated. You do not say. Xiao Yun'er is no longer his wife. So what's the point of saying anything more? Even Li Kaigwa suspected that. Was He Fan keeping quiet just to embarrass him in front of everyone at this moment? Come to think of it, what is my identity? It's one thing to keep thinking about someone else's wife and children, but I never expected that in the end, He would make a complete fool of himself because of a divorced woman. Damn it. What exactly did I do? Xiao Yun'er isn't even someone's wife anymore, and you're still whining in front of others. It's already a good thing that they haven't mocked you in return. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Just as everyone was in a panic, a sharp female voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned to look and found that the woman shouting was Xiao Yun'er. Her face was filled with disbelief, and her eyes were full of doubt. Ignoring everything else, he put his son aside, rushed forward, and snatched the two documents. Upon seeing the words divorce certificate on it, my eyes widened in surprise. Honey, you did this, didn't you? You're just messing with everyone, aren't you? She suddenly turned her head and looked at He Fan. His words carried an almost pleading tone, as if he wanted to verify something with the other party. That expression looked exactly like the huge shock of someone whose faith had suddenly collapsed. Nobody understands. She clearly came here to get a divorce, so why did she have this expression on her face after learning that she was already divorced? This? I really don't know. A strange glint flashed in his eyes, but He Fan spoke with a calm expression. Even his expression occasionally revealed a hint of confusion. It must be said that his performance was almost at its peak at this moment. Apart from Xue Qingcheng, who knew the truth, everyone else in the room actually believed him. Xiao Yun'er, in particular, panicked as if she were about to lose a precious treasure, and said, "Comrade, something must have gone wrong. My husband and I are getting a divorce. How come no one knew? Could you please help me find out what's going on here?" By the end, she almost burst into tears. Everyone who witnessed this finally realized what was happening. They finally understood. So even though things have come to this point, Xiao Yun'er never really wanted a divorce? Many people's expressions became complicated, especially Li Kaigua's. He never imagined that even after making so many promises to the Xiao family, this woman's heart still belonged to He Fan. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, his face turned even more ashen. Her anger towards He Fan had almost reached its peak. "Yun'er, what exactly happened?" You, Xiao Yun'er's mother, Li Hongmei, was also completely bewildered. She truly hadn't expected such a turn of events to occur. It's not that Li Hongmei was surprised that her daughter had already divorced He Fan. After all, that was exactly what she had hoped for. What baffled her was why her daughter was behaving this way. Isn't she afraid that Li Kaigua will get angry and the entire Xiao family won't be able to handle it? If that happens, everything is over. Mom, don't worry about it. Xiao Yun'er kept her eyes fixed on the staff member who was searching something on the computer at her urging, without even turning around to look at her. I'm sorry, comrade. According to our online records, you and comrade He Fan completed divorce proceedings on October 23rd, more than 2 months ago. But after the other party finished checking, they gave this answer with a helpless expression. Impossible, this is impossible. Xiao Yun'er's body trembled, and her legs went weak, almost causing her to fall to the ground. That's right, comrade. To get to the bottom of this, I just connected to the monitoring room via the internal network. Luckily, the footage from that day is less than 3 months old and is still recorded. You can check it for yourself if you don't believe me. The staff seemed afraid she wouldn't believe them, so they simply turned the laptop around and showed Xiao Yun'er a video. It's clear that it's a surveillance video. Inside, there was a scene depicting Xiao Yun'er and He Fan holding their child, He Miao, showing the entire process from entering the Civil Affairs Bureau to completing their divorce proceedings. Don't tell the author about a 1-month cooling-off period. This is fiction, so please don't take it too seriously. The two of them didn't cry or make a scene. They just quietly finished everything. It's obvious that surveillance footage can't be faked. After witnessing all this, Xiao Yun'er stared blankly, slumped into the chair beside her, and murmured, "No, how could I bear to really divorce my husband? I knew nothing about what happened in that video. What exactly happened? Why don't I remember this? What exactly happened in chapter 166? Could it be that what Xiao Miao said was true, and that your family has been here?" Because they were so close, Li Hongmei also saw the surveillance footage. She suddenly seemed to remember something, and murmured to herself as she looked at her grandson. Little seedling? That's right, little seedling. Xiao Yun'er, who was in a daze at the moment, seemed to suddenly remember this matter. Ignoring everything else, she quickly stood up and ran towards her son. Upon reaching him, she grabbed him. "Son, Tell Mom. Did you come here with Dad and Mom last time? Tell me now. As if she had gone mad, she started shaking her son violently. Xiao He Miao was stunned by the scene, her lips moving as if she was about to cry. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Wen Yong suddenly slapped him hard across the face. Are you crazy, woman? Are you trying to scare the child by hitting him so hard? After a roar, he snatched He Miao away and pulled her into his arms. Whether she was truly terrified or not, He Miao's small body trembled, completely disregarding the fact that Wen Yong was a stranger, and she buried her head in his arms without uttering a sound. You. Seemingly brought to her senses by the slap, Xiao Yuner looked at her son with a complicated expression and a hint of apology in her eyes. Then, as if she had thought of something, she turned to look at He Fan, and after trying to calm herself down, she asked, Honey, shouldn't you give me an explanation for this? Yes. Xiao Yuner finally realized what was happening. If we're talking about someone who knows the most about this matter, it's probably He Fan. Give you an explanation? I'm still figuring out how this even happened. But is He Fan stupid? It's obviously impossible. He shrugged, looking equally bewildered. It wasn't that he was afraid his scheme against Xiao Yuner would be exposed. The key was that he didn't want to reveal his trump card under these circumstances. That's one way to put it. If others knew that he possessed something called bewitching powder, many powerful and influential people would probably lose sleep over it. By then, He Fan will likely face the fate of being plotted against and killed. All right. If I remember correctly, on October 23rd, 2 months ago, we were both a little drunk, weren't we? Do you think it's possible that we did this while we were drunk and confused? To prove his innocence, He Fan deliberately pretended to be deep in thought, as if he had suddenly recalled something. But there was a deeper meaning in his words. This. After his reminder, Xiao Yuner seemed to remember something as well. If she remembered correctly, that day seemed to be the first time He Fan didn't ask why she stayed out all night. It seems the other person even prepared a whole table of dishes and shared a bottle of red wine with me. Then I seemed to lose consciousness. All she remembers is that the next day, she was still sore all over. I initially thought it was because she and her husband had done something, but now it seems she was probably just exhausted from going to the Civil Affairs Bureau. I have to say, He Fan's move was pretty clever. It was so easy to lead the other party astray. However, this was something he had prepared well in advance, having started planning it 2 months ago. For ordinary people, it would be difficult to remember some things after such a long time. But on October 23rd, when Xiao Yuner was feeling guilty, He Fan didn't ask her what she had done. For him, it was nothing short of a miracle. In addition, that day marked the first time the couple had been honest with each other about their feelings, so their words had special significance for both of them. If one person mentions it, the other person will certainly not forget it. In this way, it became the perfect excuse for He Fan to hide certain things. Could it be that he really did it while drunk? Xiao Yuner was somewhat bewildered, on the verge of tears. She watched the video again carefully and suddenly realized that it was indeed possible. Although both individuals inside appeared calm, they seemed somewhat unsteady on their feet when walking. One was actually under the influence of drugs, while the other was obviously faking it. This further confirms that she and he may have really drunk too much at the time. The divorce is a done deal. No matter how unwilling Xiao Yuner is, it's probably impossible for her to make He Fan turn back now and continue the kind of life she dreams of. She understands this better than anyone else. Snort. After discovering that Xiao Yuner and He Fan had indeed divorced long ago, Li Kaiguo was not happy at all. Instead, he felt extremely aggrieved. After all, this was so different from what he had imagined that he couldn't accept it at all. He felt he had been deceived. They were deceived by He Fan, Xiao Yuner, and even the couple Xiao Zhanshan. To think that he, a high-ranking official in the capital, had been made a fool of like a clown today, filled Li Kaiguo with rage. But given the current situation, he certainly couldn't vent his anger, so he could only glare fiercely at everyone present before turning and leaving. Seeing his boss leave, Sun Yuan had no choice but to quickly follow. In fact, he knew very well that if word got out about what the leader had done today, it would definitely deal a huge blow to his reputation. He might be able to talk to others, but he was confident he could shut them up and prevent the news from getting back to Kyoto. But the arrival of old Master Wang and his entourage today has added quite a few changes to the matter. And Xue Qingqing, perhaps leaving earlier would allow us to find a way to resolve this matter. Seeing Li Kaigua leave in a huff, others could say something, but Xiao Zhanshan and his wife were dumbfounded. They could tell that the other party was already quite angry with Yifan today, and now, after his daughter's inexplicable actions, he was probably even more furious. Can you still help me with the things I promised my family before? If the other party goes back on their word, wouldn't their family be? Thinking of a certain matter, Xiao Zhanshan felt a little better. He simply frowned and fell into deep thought. It seems they want to find a solution. But Li Hongmei is different. Seemingly sensing some kind of crisis, her eyes instantly turned red. She glared fiercely at her daughter before turning to Yifan and shrieking. Yifan, you little beast, you've been divorced from my daughter for so long, yet you're still keeping her hanging on. What are you up to? You've ruined everything in our family. If anything happens to my son, I'll fight you to the death. After saying that, he bared his teeth and brandished his claws, ready to rush up and fight Yifan to the death. It has to be said that her words left most of the people present completely bewildered. Even Yifan was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Son, something seems off. Chapter 167, Taking Action Against the Mother-in-Law. Really? In a way, Yifan tricked Xiao Yuner and the Xiao family. Furthermore, those actions just now were a slap in the face to Li Kaigua. But, Li Hongmei's son? Rumor has it that Xiao Yuner's younger brother disappeared while studying abroad and was classified as a missing person many years ago. Now, how is it related to him again? Could it be? Yifan fell into a daze, vaguely sensing that he had touched upon some truth. Despite his thoughts, Yifan was no longer going to tolerate his former mother-in-law, who had always looked down on him. He dodged the other's claws with a quick movement, and in the moment of passing, he silently pressed a few acupoints on the other's body with his right index finger before retreating far away. This little action was so subtle that not only would others not notice it, but even Li Hongmei herself might not have noticed it in her panic. On the surface, it was clear that Yifan hadn't even made contact with the other person's body before he awkwardly ducked to the side. You dare to run away? Li Hongmei seemed to be truly desperate, and turned around to chase after him to continue unleashing her, Hu Ji Bi Luan Zhao 18 moves. But the next moment, as he twisted his body, he suddenly felt his legs go weak, and he immediately lost his balance and fell to the side. As the saying goes, when someone is down on their luck, even drinking cold water can cause them to get stuck in their teeth. Originally, although Li Hongmei is older, she's not exactly in her 70s or 80s. Plus, her family is well off, so she's always maintained good health. Under normal circumstances, even if you fall down, it won't cause any major problems. But just as she fell, her slightly plump body was blocked by the swivel bar stool in front of the desk. Because the stool was small and could rotate 365 degrees, when Li Hongmei's waist hit it, the force caused her to spin, tilting her body slightly. The next moment, her head slammed hard against the hard corner of the desk. Bang! With a dull thud, Li Hongmei didn't even have time to scream before she collapsed to the ground in a contorted position and fell into a deep coma. The ground was instantly stained red with blood. All of this happened so fast and so suddenly that no one present, including Yifan, expected it. By the time everyone realized what was happening, Li Hongmei had already collapsed on the ground, bleeding from her head. Mom, wife, Xiao Yuner and Xiao Zhanshan exclaimed in surprise and rushed over. Xiao Zhanshan immediately picked up his wife, glared at Yifan with hatred, and then ran outside at a speed beyond his years. Yifan, I hate you. Similarly, after snatching her son from Wenyang's arms, Xiao Yuner glanced at Yifan with red eyes, then turned and followed her father out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Yifan, what the hell did I do? Are these two crazy? Why are they both pointing the finger at themselves? With an innocent look on his face, Yifan helplessly shrugged. As you all saw, I didn't do anything. This was purely an accident, and it has nothing to do with me. Everyone. It's true. I wonder what those Xiao father and daughter were thinking. It would be one thing to rush someone to the hospital if one of your own falls, but judging from the way he looked before leaving, it seemed like he wanted to blame someone else. This is utterly shameless. The main figures involved in this incident have all left, so there's no point in anyone staying here any longer. As a result, the people who had come here with old Master Wang left one after another, and in the blink of an eye, only a few people remained. This included Grandpa Wang and his grandson, along with Wen Yong, Xue Qingcheng, and a few others. Of course, they didn't stay long either. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau and getting into the RV, the group remained silent for a long time. Hey He-fan, you've really gone heartless lately, haven't you? I don't know what happened between you and your husband, but the child is innocent after all. Aren't you afraid of affecting his future by doing this? As a public servant, Wen Yong was not lacking in kindness. After watching this good show, he looked at his childhood friend with a complicated expression. Upon hearing this, He-fan immediately smiled. Xue Qingqing also smiled. Even Grandpa Wang and his granddaughter looked at each other with smiles on their faces. You haven't changed a bit all these years. Kindness. Well, that depends on the person, right? Brother, you don't think I'm being so heartless just because she wants a divorce, do you? He-fan stepped forward and patted Wen Yong on the shoulder, saying with a smile. What does it matter? I can tell that the child might not be yours. But no matter what, you've spent so many years together. Even if you don't share the same blood, shouldn't there still be a father-son bond between you? Upon hearing this, Wen Yong nodded directly and said matter-of-factly, no matter what mistakes adults make, they should not involve children. You sigh. Seeing his serious expression, He-fan was speechless. This is just too much of a saintly attitude. However, he could understand the other party's thoughts. After all, they were public officials. In some ways, this kind of thinking is what inspectors should have. But I'm different. He was just an ordinary person. The idea of revenge is deeply ingrained, and it's simply impossible for them not to seek revenge for a child. Besides, that child isn't even his. But he should keep this to himself. How could he possibly say it aloud? Just as He-fan was struggling with how to explain, suddenly, what if a wife not only cheated on her husband for many years and had a child with another man, but also indirectly caused the death of her parents-in-law? Xue Qingcheng, who was standing to the side, suddenly spoke up, her calm gaze fixed on Wen Yong. You mean Uncle He and the others? Upon hearing this, Wen Yong was stunned. He had met He-fan's parents several times in the past, and they had always treated him very well. Theoretically speaking, they were old acquaintances whom I hadn't seen for many years. But judging from the implication of their words, the two elders. He suddenly turned to look at He-fan, his questioning gaze clear. That's right. My parents are dead, from a car accident. But all signs indicate that this matter is not so simple, and it should be related to Li Kaigwa. In some ways, the people in the car were all one of their own. He-fan didn't hide anything from others. You can't rely on guesswork for this kind of thing. He-fan, what evidence do you have? Perhaps out of habit, Wen Yong asked the question subconsciously. But then he realized what was happening. Damn, isn't that obvious? If there were evidence, He-fan would probably have fought Li Kaigwa to the death long ago. Even if the other party holds a high position, as long as He-fan is still a man, he would never let go of such a feud that resulted in the murder of his father and mother. Chapter 168 Friend? Saint Mother? After thinking about it carefully, Wen Yong suddenly felt that his friend might not have been wrong. What he's doing now is, in a way, more like a test. Not directly confronting Li Kaigwa is a sign of respect for the law, isn't it? This was the first thought that popped into Wen Yong's mind, and it was also the self-righteous thinking that arose after he had seen the previous good show. It must be said that others were unaware of his good person mentality. Otherwise, you'll definitely be laughed out of your wits. Of course, the law deserves respect. However, when some people have too much power and the law cannot restrain them, those at the bottom can only resort to their own methods. For example, He-fan in front of us has already set a death date for someone. Evidence. Sorry, he doesn't need it. The hatred of a father's murder. The grudge of a wife being stolen. What's the difference between the two? The law may be strict, but it requires too much evidence to prove certain things. Not only is it troublesome, but it also doesn't guarantee that you'll get what you want. Rather than that, He-fan would rather use his own methods to settle things with his enemies. Faced with Wen Yong's naivety, He-fan and Xue Qingcheng exchanged a glance, then rolled their eyes at each other helplessly without replying. Are the children innocent? Honestly, they were completely innocent. This is why He Fan has never thought of using the children to take revenge on Li Kaigwa and Xiao Yuner. Of course, he did this not just because he was soft-hearted, nor because he valued the old father-son relationship so much. Joke. It's not like he's my own son. He raised the child for years for nothing, putting in so much effort, and now that he knows it's not his own, why would he still care? Unless He Fan is brain dead. Most importantly, He Fan and Xue Qingqing know a certain secret. He Miao is not Li's child either. So he felt that doing that wouldn't really make much sense. Rather than involving the child, it's better to pretend you know nothing and wait until the other party and Xiao Miao's relationship deepens before delivering a heavy blow to that bastard Li Kaigwa. To kill someone is to destroy their spirit. This was the ending He Fan had already arranged for Li Kaigwa. Currently, we are working towards this goal. Seemingly sensing his friend's helplessness, Wen Yong scratched his head, hesitated for a long time, and then stubbornly uttered those words. I just feel that it's best not to involve children in adult matters, as it can cause irreparable damage to their young minds and might even ruin their lives. He said this with a very solemn expression. This doesn't sound like a joke at all. Seeing how persistent he was in this matter, He Fan was surprised, and the smile on his face slowly faded away. Have to. It's confirmed. My childhood friend, whom I haven't seen for years, is really a saint. Looking at the other person with a strange expression, He Fan unconsciously exchanged a glance with Xue Qingqing, having already made a decision in his heart. Perhaps, the other person really is a good person. However, it's best not to let the other person know some of your own affairs. Otherwise, it could bring great changes to what they are going to do. That's right. This was the thought that had just crossed He Fan's mind. Originally, he thought Wen Yong was one of his few good friends from back then, and he was thinking of having a heart-to-heart talk with him and getting to know him better. After all, the other party is an inspector in Kyoto, and who knows, he might be able to help me someday. But now it seems like I should just forget about it. These days, what's most frightening isn't the cunning and treacherous, but rather the so-called saintly bitches. They're the ones who are most dreaded. Because you can never be sure that one day the other person might have a bad thought process and drag you into an abyss of no return. I remember which big shot once said, it's best to stay away from this kind of person. Who knows, if the other person gets struck by lightning one day, it might very well affect you. Haha, Wen Yong, Qingcheng and I have some things to attend to, so we'll take our leave now. Let's get together again sometime when we're free. Since they couldn't agree on anything, He Fan decided to leave first. He chuckled, greeted old Master Wang and the others, then grabbed Xue Qingqing and quickly left. Watching them leave in a disheveled state, Wang Yangshan and his granddaughter Wang Qing couldn't help but exchange a glance, and then looked at Wen Yong with a strange expression. Honestly, the grandfather and grandson couldn't quite understand it. According to their understanding, although Wen Yong was stubborn, he was generally a person who clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment. But why does something feel so off today? It's one thing for her emotional intelligence to suddenly drop so low, but to actually turn into a saint? This change seems extremely sudden, quite unlike his usual self. However, this matter was none of their concern, and the grandfather and grandson were too lazy to investigate it. Did you do something just now? As soon as she got into the car, Xue Qingqing turned around and looked at He Fan curiously, asking him a question. What? He Fan was taken aback by the question, and for a moment his mind couldn't process it. Xiao Yuner's mother, was it you who caused Li Hongmei to fall just now? After Xue Qingqing explained her words again, she waited quietly for the other party's reply. Yes and no. Upon hearing this, He Fan smiled wryly. What's going on? Xue asked curiously, as if determined to get to the bottom of it. He Fan naturally wouldn't hide anything from her. He smiled awkwardly and said, You know how awful my ex-mother-in-law is. It's one thing that she's looked down on me for so many years, but now that Xiao Yuner and I are divorced, she still dares to cause trouble. So I did something a little sneaky, originally just to teach her a lesson, but I never expected her to be so unlucky. He Fan didn't hide any of this. After he explained the situation, Xue Qingqing finally understood. Yes, He Fan did indeed tamper with things. But Li Hongmei's fall was really just bad luck on her part. Who could have said that there just happened to be a swivel chair next to her, and that she just happened to be thrown onto the desk? He ended up with a bloody head, which can be considered a small lesson. Oof. Even God couldn't stand it anymore. That kind of woman deserves it. Hearing Shui Qingqing muttering softly, He Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Is it just a minor head injury and a little bleeding? I'm afraid that's not entirely true. A strange glint flashed in He Fan's deep eyes, a smile that was neither quite a smile nor a frown. Perhaps for someone like Li Hongmei, this ending is retribution. Of course, whether Li Hongmei suffered any retribution in the following days is another matter, but He Fan himself was almost driven crazy by someone. He never expected that Wen Yong would be so stubborn. After getting his phone number from Wang Qing, that guy would contact him from time to time, constantly trying to persuade him to remarry his ex-wife. They even said that even if they don't remarry, they shouldn't give up custody of the child and should continue to raise their son, Xiaomiao. Chapter 169. Xiao Yuner, are you crazy? The other party's meaning is very clear. People like Li Kaigua and Xiao Yuner can't even live their own lives properly, so they definitely won't be able to educate their children well in the future. For the sake of the child's future, he should accept and raise that poor child with a noble sentiment that transcends blood ties. I have to say, I'm truly impressed that someone can be so saintly. Only then did he finally understand that time really can change a person. My childhood friend has drifted further and further away from me. Yes, if our values don't align, it's hard for us to truly connect. Gradually, He Fan began to neglect the other person without realizing it. In the end, he simply stopped answering the other party's calls altogether. Ring ring. That day, the phone rang again. He Fan, who was in the Red Leaf Villa, frowned, skillfully took out his phone, and was about to hang up as usual. Honestly, he was fed up. That Wen Yong is too. But just as he was about to cross it out, he suddenly stopped. Because what was displayed on the phone screen was the word wife, not his childhood friend Wen Yong as he had thought. Xiao Yunu? Why is she calling me now? He frowned, hesitated for a moment, but still answered the phone. He Fan, let's meet. As soon as the call connected, Xiao Yuner's familiar yet cold voice came through. The other person didn't call He Fan husband, as usual, which made him feel a little uncomfortable for a moment. However, this feeling came and went even faster. He Fan composed himself slightly and said calmly, "We're already divorced. Is there any need for us to meet again?" His tone was equally devoid of emotion. "Yeah, we're divorced, but you still have custody of the child. Since Xiao Miao isn't your child, it's a bit inappropriate for you to still hold on to custody." Xiao Yuner was also very straightforward and said directly. He Fan fell silent. After a long pause, he said softly, "Okay, where do you suggest we meet?" "Yes, this matter will be resolved sooner or later." As the other party said, Xiao Miao is not his child after all, and it is not legitimate for him to ask for custody now. Moreover, in order for that family to be reunited as soon as possible, he should indeed cooperate with the other party, and cooperate with them to the best of his ability. Unconsciously, a strange smile crept onto He Fan's lips. An hour later, at home, there seemed to be a moment of silence on the other end before they finally spoke softly. At home, He Fan slowly closed his eyes, uttering only one word. Good. After finishing his sentence, he hung up the phone, went into his room, took out some items and put them on his person, then slowly walked out of the villa. Time flies, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. He Fan, who had already returned home immediately, had cleaned the room. Looking around at everything familiar in the room, he couldn't help but fall silent. Perhaps there's no need to keep this house. Things have changed, and people are no longer the same. All that remains is sadness. Knock knock. The knocking sounded suddenly, sounding so ridiculous and unfamiliar. He Fan knew very well who the person was. The fact that the other party clearly had a key but ultimately chose to knock on the door, he already knew what that meant. With a smile, He Fan shook his head and walked forward to open the door. As expected, the person who arrived was none other than his ex-wife, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Xiao Yuner. Her face was pale, but expressionless. He appeared quite indifferent. You're here. They're here. The meaningless dialogue made both of them feel like complete strangers. Tell me when you're going to complete the formalities, and I'll definitely cooperate. He sat down on the sofa and said nonchalantly, "What procedures are required?" "That definitely means the guardian has been changed." He brought all the necessary documents and was ready to complete the task at any time. Fan didn't want to have anything to do with the other party in this matter. After all, the potential bombshell on Li Kaigwa's side could explode at any moment. Fan didn't want anyone to associate him with it. Only, if possible, he really hoped he could be there to watch the other side completely crumble. After all, there were certain secrets that Fan really wanted to tell that guy in person. A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. That was his plan. Even if the other party died, they wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Of course, this requires the cooperation of certain people. But I imagine that once the Zhao father and daughter return to Beijing in a few days, they'll make their move, right? Yes, Fan never intended for Li Kaigwa to have a good final life, even if the other person's life is already on a countdown. Moreover, he had made a prior agreement with the Zhao family. Since he had extended Zhao Shuya's life, he should make them pay something in return. In Li's final days, what he needs to do now is to cause him as much trouble as possible. Only, if I could help him develop a stronger father-son bond with Xiao Miao during this time, that would be the most important thing I should do right now. Fan thought wickedly. Therefore, he will try his best to cooperate with Xiao Yuner to complete the change of custody procedures and help their family reunite as soon as possible. Look how nice he is. My mother is paralyzed. But to everyone's surprise, Xiao Yuner didn't even mention this topic when she opened her mouth. She stared coldly at Fan. Her cherry lips parted slightly, and a bombshell dropped. "What? Your mother, she?" Fan was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. "She only scraped her head a little last time. How could this be?" His expression seemed utterly shocked. But deep in his eyes, there was no ripple of emotion, as if he had known about this all along. Fan, do you know what? Because of that dodge that day, my mom not only bumped her head, but also hurt her back by hitting a chair, damaging her nerves. Now she has no feeling in her lower body." Xiao Yuner gave a bitter smile, her gaze fixed on Fan, and said angrily, "Even if we get divorced, did you have to hurt my mother so badly?" "Yes, I did something to betray you, and I even had a child with someone else." "Then why are you taking your anger out on me? Why did you hurt my mom?" She suddenly became agitated, and the tenderness in her eyes when she looked at Fan was gone, replaced by deep resentment. Fan. He was completely speechless. "How can you blame this on yourself?" "Well, although Li Hongmei's tragic fate was indeed caused by him. But no one else would know that either." The woman in front of him started throwing mud at him for no reason, and Fan didn't care whether she was his ex-wife or not. He retorted directly. "Xiao Yuner, are you out of your mind? What? You're allowed to let your mother hit me, but I can't even dodge it." Chapter 170 reveals the true face. "Given the values of your whole family, I was absolutely right to divorce you. Don't you ever think about how your mother has treated me all these years? She deserves to end up like this." After saying that, he didn't bother with her anymore, slammed his hand on the table with a bang, and angrily said, "Neither your mother nor your father have anything to do with me now. If you want to talk about Xiao Miao, then let's have a proper talk. If you don't want to talk, I'm leaving right now." Perhaps it was because he had never seen Fan angry before, or perhaps his mind had finally cleared up a bit. Xiao Yuner was stunned for a long time after being scolded by him, and finally sighed softly. "Fan, we've been married for years, and you've never scolded me before." "Oomph. You have the nerve to mention how many years you've been married? How ridiculous." Fan's expression was cold as he sneered. "You got pregnant with another man's child in the first year of our marriage, and then made me raise it for you with that guy surnamed Li for so long. Seriously, Xiao Yuner, doesn't your conscience hurt?" I really didn't betray you. Xiao Miao was only conceived through artificial insemination. I never let that guy surnamed Li touch her." Seemingly provoked by these words, Xiao Yuner immediately screamed. His expression was filled with fear and unease. It seems there's an extreme aversion to the word cheating. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Fan burst into laughter and anger. He never imagined that the woman he had known, loved, and accompanied for so many years would have such a bizarre way of thinking. What's the difference between this and the kind of argument that if he hasn't slept with me, it doesn't count as cheating? Xiao Yuner. Oh Xiao Yuner, I have to admit I really misjudged her back then. He Fan laughed until tears streamed down his face, and his body trembled slightly. What? What do you mean? Xiao Yuner looked at this scene with surprise and asked in confusion. I don't know if he was pretending to be stupid on purpose, or if he really didn't realize his terrible personality. Forget it, we're already divorced anyway. Once we've settled Xiao Miao's matter, we probably won't have any more contact. Bending over, wiping away the tears in his eyes, He Fan waved his hand dismissively and said, Yes, there's no need for that. Since the woman in front of him was no longer the Xiao Yuner he used to know, why should he bother with her? Honey, is this really the end for us? To He Fan's utter surprise, just as he had managed to stop laughing, Xiao Yuner suddenly spoke softly. What do you mean? He was somewhat taken aback, completely baffled as to what the woman was trying to say. Do you know? In all my years, I, Xiao Yuner, have only ever loved one man, and my whole being belongs to you, my husband. Xiao Yuner suddenly became teary-eyed, as if explaining to He Fan, or perhaps murmuring to herself. Although I did do something wrong to you regarding Xiao Miao's matter, it was because of my younger brother, Xiao Lin. My parents only have one son and one daughter. No matter how unwilling I am, I can't just stand by and watch them be depressed for the rest of their lives because of my younger brother, can I? At this point, Xiao Yuner's tears finally flowed. She stubbornly wiped it away with her hand, looked at He Fan, and sobbed. If you were me, would you do something wrong because of your family? Is it really so unforgivable that I have to pay a price for the safety of my parents and my brother? Faced with her questioning, He Fan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. But deep down, he remained completely unmoved. Yeah, you did this for your parents, for your brother? Interesting, very interesting. If I remember correctly, your younger brother Xiao Lin disappeared overseas, right? That happened many years ago. Now you're telling me it's for him. So please tell me, what exactly are you doing it for? Although He Fan didn't know much about some things. However, he had heard some things about Xiao Yuner's younger brother. However, that incident happened so long ago. After so many years of marriage, He Fan has always acted as if that guy didn't exist. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suspected that the Xiao couple were so harsh on their daughter, and who they intended to leave their money to. Now I finally understand. So the Xiao family's son is still around. His situation is a bit complicated. You just need to know that the only person who can help my brother is Li Kaigua. When He Fan asked about this, Xiao Yuner hesitated and gave a somewhat hesitant answer. His gaze, too, flickered slightly. So, this is why you willingly had his child back then, and let me raise it for you all these years. Is this your excuse for constantly professing your love for me, while cheating on your man? If I hadn't found out, were you planning to keep it from me forever? Seeing her like this, He Fan couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. In the last few days, he has developed some research that has enabled him to suppress his own super male genes. Otherwise, I might have already slapped him across the face. Forget it. I can't be bothered with your family's mess anymore. Seeing that she was unwilling to tell the truth, He Fan suddenly felt disgusted. He immediately waved his hand and said indifferently, but I've never betrayed you. Xiao Yuner didn't know how to answer these questions, so she could only sob softly, repeating the same point of view. Xiao Yuner, actually, you don't need to deceive yourself like this anymore. Seeing that she insisted on this statement, He Fan couldn't help but scoff. He thought for a moment, then a strange expression suddenly appeared on his face as he said, Actually, you know better than anyone whether you love me or not. Yes, maybe you do have feelings for me, I don't deny that. After all, you can develop feelings for a dog if you spend a lot of time with it. But Xiao Yuner, ask yourself honestly, do you even deserve to say the word love? If I'm not mistaken, you've actually been struggling with this all these years. You want to use helping your family as an excuse to climb the social ladder, but you're also worried that if you fall one day, no one will be there to catch you. And I'm probably the one you specifically prepared to pick you up, right? Unfortunately, when facing a big shot like Li Kaigua, you don't have much confidence in controlling him. Even if you give your heart, it's useless. After all, he has a legitimate wife. If you want to take her place, you'll be taking a lot of risks, so of course you need to be prepared. TSK, if one path is blocked, there's always another. Either way, I won't lose out. I must say, Xiao Yuner, you're really amazing. You managed to divide one relationship between two people. Based on his own assumptions, He Fan unceremoniously exposed her true colors. Chapter 171, Tearing Off the Face. Although it was just a guess, He Fan was 90% sure that what he thought of, even if not entirely correct, was not far off. You're talking nonsense. As if pricked by a needle, Xiao Yuner suddenly jumped up. Her pretty face flushed red, and she clenched her fists, glaring angrily at He Fan. I never thought that way, and I never had any real feelings for Li Kaigua. It's you're framing me. Have you forgotten who I, Xiao Yuner, am? If I were greedy for power and wealth, I wouldn't have been with you in the first place. And in all these years, when have you ever seen me interested in power? If I were really that kind of person, why wouldn't I just find someone powerful and influential? Xiao Yuner roared in a low voice. That expression, that demeanor, those eyes brimming with tears, all filled with grievance. That's because back then, no one had caught your eye. But He Fan ignored all of that and said decisively, the reason you were willing to marry me, aside from any possible feelings, was mostly because you thought I was quiet and reserved at the time, and you believed you could easily control me. Especially when you know I have emotional purity issues, even though I try to keep my distance from men intentionally or unintentionally. It's all just for show, right? With a strong sense of sarcasm in his words, He Fan asked the other person a question in return. You're lying. I didn't do it. These are all things you made up. Unfortunately, Xiao Yuner's expression changed repeatedly, but she still insisted on speaking. He Fan smiled dismissively, seemingly not wanting to argue with her about it. After all, he had already made up his mind, so why should he care whether the other party was genuine or not? That's just how feelings are. Once you truly stop caring, the burning passion in your heart will cool down. Honey, shall we remarry? After a long silence between the two, Xiao Yuner suddenly spoke. She put on a pitiful expression and looked at him with expectant eyes. I suddenly realized that I can't live without you for the rest of my life. If you don't like Xiao Miao because he's not your child, we can give him back to that Li guy, and I'll have another one for you. Her change came so suddenly that it completely baffled He Fan. Is the other party insane? Given how bad their relationship is now, she actually wants to remarry him? It takes a lot of confidence to say something like that. Most importantly, what did this woman say? Son, don't want him anymore. Should we have another one? Honestly, He Fan thought he was ruthless enough, but he didn't expect Xiao Yuner to be even more ruthless. There's an old saying that even tigers don't eat their cubs, yet she's already so big and wants to abandon her? Does this woman even know what she's saying? Only then did He Fan realize how blind he had been. Even after many years of marriage, he still couldn't truly understand Xiao Yuner. Yes, this woman is truly ruthless. She gave birth to my own child, and now she just wants to get rid of it. To be honest, after discovering those secrets, he sometimes wondered if Xiao Yuner's previous lack of affection for the child was because Xiao Miao wasn't her own. It's understandable that she would do such a thing because she still loves him deeply. He Fan felt a pang of regret, but at least he could understand the other party's thoughts. Therefore, although the two could no longer be together, he still retained a sense of kindness towards the woman in front of him. But what do we see now? As the other party uttered this mind-blowing statement, He Fan's goodwill was shattered, and his heart turned completely cold. This is ridiculous. It's not because he loves himself. Ultimately, this selfish woman in front of me probably only loves herself. After all, Xiao Miao has been with her recently. Even though the mother-son relationship was somewhat distant in the past, they should have developed feelings for each other after so long, right? But look at what she's saying. In an attempt to win her back, he actually wanted to abandon his child to Li Kaigua? A chill suddenly rose up from my back. Staring blankly at the other person for a long time, He Fan felt his throat getting dry. He swallowed and suddenly asked in a hoarse voice, "Are you sure you haven't betrayed me? If you really want to be with me, can you explain some things to me?" His question was abrupt and completely caught Xiao Yuner off guard. But she also sensed from the words that things seemed to have taken a turn for the better. "Don't worry, honey. I swear, I've never been touched by another man. Just ask me anything. I promise I won't hide anything from you." He Fan smiled non-committally and said calmly, "Xiao Yuner, do you remember? More than 3 months ago, when you came home, your stockings had a hole in them. I, I remember that. Honey, didn't I already explain to you? I broke it while playing around with Xinhua. It's really nothing. Xiao Yuner hesitated for a moment upon hearing the question, but ultimately explained in her firm tone as before. But that's not what Xinhua said. He Fan wore a half-smile on his face and spoke with sarcasm. Boom. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuner was stunned. It was only then that she remembered that He Fan had spent a lot of time with her best friend recently. If he really wanted to get information out of the other person, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Doesn't that mean my lie from back then was exposed long ago? Xiao Yuner looked flustered and subconsciously wanted to explain something, but her lips moved and she didn't know what to say. That's how lies are. When you're not exposed, you can use countless excuses to disguise and hide it. But once the truth is revealed, it's all just a joke. Hee. Actually, I know that you were with Li Kaigwa that day, right? Now that I think about it, it seems that even Jiang Yujun's appearance was just cannon fodder you found to distract me. Are you afraid that if I dwell on the stockings, I'll discover the truth? Actually, He Fan hadn't paid much attention to some things from the past, but now, suddenly thinking about them together, he felt a sudden sense of enlightenment. TSK, I must say, Jiang Yujun was completely manipulated by you. Not only did your enormous corporation collapse overnight, but both father and son also lost their lives because of it. He Fan's thoughts became clearer and clearer, and he suddenly understood many things. Especially with the downfall of the Jiang family group, he is now 100% certain that Li was behind it. Only, looking at Xiao Yuner, who was staring blankly with a bewildered expression, seemingly unaware of all this, He Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 172, Paying the Price. Yeah, that's true. Although the woman in front of me is not without some cleverness, she probably doesn't have the ability to do all this. The mastermind behind this is probably still Li Kaigwa, the bigwig in the Ministry of Finance. This is not hard to guess. After all, Xiao Yuner would see him often back then, and she would definitely tell him many things. It's not surprising that the guy would arrange all these things to prevent me from having any doubts. Certainly. This further proves that his parents were almost certainly killed by him because they discovered that Xiao Miao was not their bloodline. Everything was done to cover up the truth. It was only through his relentless investigation that he finally uncovered the secret between the two of them. Otherwise, I don't even know what my future will be like. No, honey, what are you talking about? Do you really think I'm that bad? Xiao Yuner said timidly, her face seemingly full of grievance. Forget it. I'm too lazy to explain these things to you. Remarriage is definitely not going to happen. If you want the child, let's go and process the change of custody right now. But if you want to continue this topic, then we have nothing more to discuss. A sudden feeling of boredom washed over him, and He Fan decided he didn't want to beat around the bush anymore. He said directly that he didn't want to continue playing along with her. No, honey, what I want most right now is to remarry you. I really don't have any feelings for that Li Kaigwa at all. Hearing this, Xiao Yuner became a little anxious. After careful consideration, she already knew what she had to do. Unfortunately, the inexplicable divorce caught Xiao Yuner off guard. This also made her realize that He Fan now held all the initiative. Whether she can achieve her goal depends on whether she can persuade the man in front of her. Otherwise, He Fan would have said this woman was smart. No matter what, she always knows exactly what she wants. Ha. Xiao Yuner, how long are you going to keep deceiving yourself? You have no feelings for Li Kaigwa? If you had no feelings, why would you keep bringing the child to see him? If you had no feelings, why would you keep me in the dark? Perhaps your so-called lack of feelings stems from not seeing any hope in the other person? If you ever have the chance to become an official's wife, will you still come back to me? Completely amused by her words, He Fan could no longer hold back. In the end, you're just afraid you can't compete with Li Kaigwa's wife. Ultimately, the reason you hesitate is simply because Li Kaigwa's body cannot perform vaginal intercourse, and you feel worried about your future. Boom. Upon hearing He Fan's last words, Xiao Yuner's face turned deathly pale. My mind went blank, and I stared blankly at the other person with an expression of utter disbelief. How did you know about this? You couldn't possibly know. How would I know? After calming down a bit, He Fan realized that he had spoken out of turn in his anger and had actually revealed Li Kaigwa's secret. Honestly, this matter concerns the alliance of the Zhao family. Bringing it up now would be harmful and not beneficial. His mind raced, but his expression remained unchanged as he said, "Is that so difficult? Have you forgotten what I do for a living? As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, if I can't even diagnose this kind of problem, what kind of person am I?" Are you that amazing?" Upon hearing He Fan's words, Xiao Yuner couldn't help but show a look of suspicion. Yes, she knew that the man in front of her was a skilled doctor and was highly sought after. After all, I don't understand that field, so I really don't know how strong I am. Listening to their description now, it seems they really are quite extraordinary. Suddenly, a thought arose in my mind. Xiao Yuner blurted out unconsciously, "Can you cure it?" Smack. As expected, He Fan slapped her across the face again. This time, the attack was much more severe than the last. Xiao Yuner's pretty face visibly swelled up. "Are you fucking crazy? Are you trying to humiliate me?" He Fan roared, his eyes bloodshot, making Xiao Yuner's heart tremble. Only then did she realize what a stupid thing she had done. A flicker of regret crossed her eyes, but it was too late. It seems. Touching her face, feeling the burning pain, Xiao Yuner closed her eyes, and 2 tears immediately rolled down her cheeks. She knew very well. Now, the two have completely broken off relations. There's basically no chance of getting back together. He Fan, do you know what price you'll pay for this slap? After a long while, she suddenly opened her eyes. There was no trace of affection left in his voice as he spoke coldly. "What? You want to sue me for marital violence or intentional assault? Oh right, we're already divorced, so marital violence definitely doesn't count. So it must be intentional assault." Seeing this, He Fan raised an eyebrow and said with a half smile, "It's a pity you probably won't have that chance. After all, when we divorced, you chose to leave with nothing. In other words, this house will belong to me personally from now on. If you call the police and accuse me of intentional assault, I won't hesitate to take you to court for trespassing and attempted assault. Isn't it just about hurting each other? Don't worry, I'll be there for you to the end." Since things had already come to a head, he wasn't going to be polite to this woman anymore. As for past feelings? Haha, that was a mistake. Leaving with nothing? That's just something he did while drunk. If I wanted to, it might not be impossible to win back the property, Xiao Yuner said calmly. However, the price I'm referring to isn't this. Faced with He Fan's ruthlessness, Xiao Yuner seemed to have finally come to terms with it. Her face remained expressionless. She simply took a wet wipe from her bag and wiped her slightly swollen face, saying in a calm voice, "Let's not go today, we'll go another day to change the paperwork." After saying that, she didn't look at him again and walked out of her former home. His straight back revealed his resolute determination. He didn't even turn around to look at himself. Watching Xiao Yuner's departing figure, He Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. So you've finally given up? A price to pay? Well, let's see how you make me pay that price." He paid no attention to the threats the other party made. He Fan didn't believe that once Li Kaigwa was finished and her mother was paralyzed, this woman could still stir up a lot of trouble. Speaking of which, shouldn't old Master Zhao make his move by now? Stroking his chin, He Fan murmured thoughtfully. Whether the Zhao family has made a move is still unclear to He Fan, who is in the East China Sea. However, due to some unforeseen events, Xue Qingcheng, who had already returned to the Kyoto headquarters ahead of schedule, was now standing in the spacious and bright chairman's office with a livid face and a bitter smile on her face. Chapter 173 Robbery. Allure International. This is a super conglomerate that Xue Qingcheng has painstakingly built over many years, integrating beauty and cosmetics. The group's flagship light luxury skincare line, the Qingya series, has begun to be exported overseas in recent years and has already gained a foothold in developed countries. It has to be said that Xue Qingcheng is definitely a business genius for building such a large group from scratch in just over a decade. Of course, during this time, when she encountered trouble, she often used the family's name as a pretext. For this reason, after the group got on track, the Xue family forced Xue Qingcheng to hand over 35% of the shares to the family, and they felt that they were doing so with a clear conscience. Although Xue Qingqing was dissatisfied with this, she ultimately obeyed the Xue family's arrangement, because she knew very well what would happen if she refused. She didn't want this matter to affect the normal operation of the entire group. Consider it a way to avoid disaster by spending money. What Xue Qingqing didn't expect was that the Xue family, which amassed a huge fortune from its group every year, would join forces with others to target her at this critical moment. The Xue family? Heh, you're willing to join forces with Li Kaigwa just for the few shares I have left, aren't you? Trying to monopolize Qingqing International and kick me out? Dream on. Qingqing International was built by my own hands. Even if I destroy it, I will never let you get away with it. A fierce glint flashed deep in Xue Qingqing's eyes. She had already made up her mind. Yes, she never expected this. She had gone to such lengths, yet her family still treated her this way. Since that's the case, she'd rather fight to the death than endure it any longer. Yes, the shares she currently holds are simply not enough for Xue Qingqing to gain complete control. That's why his cousin dared to openly move into Qingqing International, under Li Kaigwa's instigation, and turn it into the Xue family's, his own private property. But is Xue Qingqing someone to be trifled with? 25% of the shares might not be enough for her to compete for the chairmanship, but it would be enough for her to destroy everything, even to the point of destroying oneself. Because Xue Qingqing knew very well what would happen to her if she really did that. The Xue family will definitely not let her go. They might even disregard family ties and completely erase her from their lives. And that's not all. Those of Li Kaigwa's faction in Kyoto will likely also suffer the consequences. In other words, if she does what she wants, the danger she faces will almost certainly attract the attention of major forces from half of Kyoto. Death is inevitable. But so what? That's just Xue Qingqing's personality. She'd never bend when facing an enemy. It's just Qingqing International. It's just a fortune of hundreds of billions. It's just my own life, isn't it? She should have died long ago anyway. The fact that she's lived these extra years is just good luck she earned. Even if we lose it, it's not a loss. With her hands clasped tightly, Xue Qingqing immediately got up to make a phone call. But just then, a familiar male voice suddenly came from the doorway. Xue Qingqing, have you prepared everything for me? As the voice faded, a young man in his 30s, accompanied by a group of bodyguards, brazenly barged in. Xue, you've gone too far. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xue Qingqing's face darkened, and she immediately rebuked in a cold voice. At least until now, I am still the chairman of Qingqing Group. You just barged in like that? Have you forgotten how to spell manners? Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, the young man named Xue immediately burst into laughter. From today onwards, Qingqing International will belong to the Xue family. Everything will be decided by this young master. In my own company, do I need to be polite to anyone? The young man named Xue in front of them was arrogant and didn't take Xue Qingqing seriously at all. Seeing the other party's smug expression, Xue Qingqing's eyes flashed with disdain. Honestly, the Xue family was, after all, a prominent family in the capital. While not every member was an exceptional individual, most of them were known for their calm and composed nature. Even if someone does something bad, no one dares to be as brazen as Xue, showing no shame whatsoever for a young master from a noble family. Yes, rather than saying that Li Kaigwa contacted the Xue family to try and seize her group, it would be more accurate to say that this guy in front of us was behind it all. Of course, it's also possible that the Xue family's upper echelons tacitly approved of this. Otherwise, would someone as insignificant as Xue dare to make such a move on him? It's just a pity. As a woman, and with her background being taboo among her clan, even though she knew Xue was acting recklessly, no one was willing to step in and stop him. A sigh escaped my lips. Xue Qingqing knew that she had lost her best chance to fight back. Once I leave the group, it will be too late to do anything else. However, he is also a decisive person. Seeing that things were hopeless, he made a snap decision and said, Xue, you can have Qingqing Group, and I can also hand over my 25% stake. But I need I need the Xue family to agree to two things. If the family agrees, I will transfer the shares to you immediately. If they don't blame me for fighting to the death. As she said this, her tone turned grim. At worst, I'll just donate those shares to the government. and then we'll all go our separate ways and nobody will benefit. It's clear that Xue Qingcheng was willing to risk everything when she said those words. Even with Xue Yizhuanku, playboy, nature, he couldn't help but become serious. It's obvious that the other party is blatantly threatening him. And yet, he had no choice but to accept the threat. Xue knew very well that if the other party really wanted to throw caution to the wind and donate the shares, then even if he managed to seize Qingcheng Group, he might not have a chance to get his hands on it in the future. Yes, the Xue family is very powerful. But compared to the behemoth that is GJ, there is ultimately no comparison. If the government decides to take over, it won't matter how many shares he owns. Even if, out of consideration for the Xue family, no major changes are made, he probably won't gain much power. And also, after all, this group was built by Xue Qingcheng, and most of its middle and senior management are her confidants. If she wanted to, she could destroy everything in front of her in a short time. If that's the case, all my hard work over the past few days will have been for nothing. What are your conditions? Speak. After a long silence, Xue Yi asked in a deep voice. First, I want the family to buy back my 25% stake in Qingcheng Group at 60% of the market price. Xue Qingcheng said slowly. Chapter 174 Xue Family. 60%. Upon hearing this, Xue Yi frowned, and after considering it in his mind, nodded and said, If it's only 60%, I can agree to that on behalf of my family. That's right, Xue Yi knew it very well. The family was able to get 35% of the shares from Xue Qingcheng without any investment, but they only ever had the right to share profits. In other words, the entire Qingcheng Group has always been under Xue Qingcheng's control. The Xue family has absolutely no way to get involved. Now that the pretense of civility has been broken and the goal is to kick the other party out so that the family can take control, a certain price must be paid. Therefore, he could agree to Xue Qingcheng's condition on his own initiative without even consulting the elders of his clan. Of course, this is limited to 60%. If Xue Qingcheng were to disregard everything and insist on the Xue family paying an even higher price, Xue Yi probably wouldn't dare to agree so easily. Joke. 25 shares of a group worth hundreds of billions would be worth several tens of billions, right? After all, they are political families, not business families. Even the Xue family would probably suffer serious damage if they were to use their power against them. But 60%? It's at most a little over 10 billion. Even if they don't have it on hand, the Xue family can still manage to get it by thinking of a way. Exchanging over 10 billion for the Qingcheng Group, worth hundreds of billions, is a deal that even a fool would know is incredibly lucrative. A hint of surprise flashed in Xue Yi's eyes. Secondly, I want the head of the Xue family to personally write a statement severing all ties. From this day forward, I, Xue Qingcheng, am no longer a member of your Kyoto Xue family. Without any hesitation, Xue Qingcheng blurted out her second condition. What? Xue Qingcheng, have you gone mad? Upon hearing this, Xue Yi's body trembled. He stared at the other man in shock, then after a long pause waved his hand to dismiss the bodyguards. Only then did he speak, his face grim, and angrily rebuke. Xue Qingcheng, what exactly do you want? Do you want to sever ties with the Xue family? Without the protection of your family, aren't you afraid that your former business rivals will tear you to shreds? Is there any difference compared to now? Ignoring the other party's rage, Xue Qingcheng smiled coldly and asked in return. You? Xue Yi was speechless. You do not say. What I'm doing now is far more despicable than what my business rivals are doing. As a member of the same clan, to eat someone else's food and then take the pot away is even worse in some ways. Only a spoiled brat like Xue Yi wouldn't feel any remorse. The reason he was shocked was simply because Xue Qingcheng's sudden words were truly astonishing. However, after calming down and thinking about it, he suddenly realized that this might not necessarily be a bad thing. After all, although Xue Yi had seized control of the Qingcheng Group and made a name for himself, what he feared most was that Xue Qingcheng might suddenly make a comeback and take the group back one day. It's not impossible. After all, when it comes to talent in business, even Xue Yi had to admire the other party. You should know, Xue Qingcheng's power is so great that it makes most men in the capital feel hopeless. In less than 10 years, he built a group worth hundreds of billions. How many men can do that? At the very least, Shui admitted that he was inferior. Therefore, if I fail to control the behemoth that is Qingcheng International, who knows if someone in the clan might suggest re-employing Shui Qingcheng? After all, unless someone is a fool, no one would want to lose such a treasure trove. Killing the goose that lays the golden eggs may not be a good thing. This is a fact, and there is no room for argument. But unfortunately, that kind of speculation could actually happen at any time. This put Shui in a very difficult position, and he couldn't think of a solution for a while. But what if the other party isn't a member of the Shui family anymore? Wouldn't that mean I wouldn't have to worry about this kind of thing happening anymore? Shui's eyes lit up, and he immediately showed a thoughtful expression. I can't agree to this condition right now. I need to report it to my uncle and the others. After careful consideration, Shui decided to delay for the time being. Okay, I'll wait for your news. After saying that, Shui Qingcheng didn't linger and strode away from the group headquarters. Because some things are obvious even without being said, Shui definitely wouldn't let her stay. Ultimately, it's because we're afraid they'll cause trouble. After all, everyone in the group was someone he had personally promoted. Unless someone in the family does something foolish, there is absolutely no way they will give her a chance. Therefore, rather than waiting to be kicked out, it's better to leave first. Watching Shui Qingcheng's departing figure, a strange light flashed in Shui's eyes. That's over 10 billion. If the opportunity arises in the future, it might be worthwhile to acquire it from them. As the saying goes, wealth breeds boldness. If he could get that huge sum of money into his own hands, not to mention his status in the family would definitely rise significantly. Even without the family's support, it would still be worth it. It has to be said that Shui is probably overthinking things. Shui Qingcheng had been in the business world for so many years. What kind of people hadn't she seen? What kind of dangerous things hadn't she experienced? Since she chose to turn against her family, she couldn't possibly be completely unprepared. From the moment she stepped out of the Qingcheng group, Shui Qingcheng immediately took out a seemingly ordinary mobile phone. Without hesitation, she opened her contacts. Inside, there was only one lonely number. Shui Qingcheng took a deep breath and then reached out to dial the number directly. Beep. The phone rang only once before being answered immediately. I need to receive the highest level of protection for a period of 1 year. $100 million will be transferred to you shortly. Mission accepted. The person on the other end of the phone only said that one sentence before hanging up immediately. Shui Qingcheng was not surprised by the other party's reaction. She continued walking towards the underground parking garage as if nothing had happened. However, as he passed a trash can, he decisively pulled out the SIM card, broke it in half, and threw it inside. What? Leave the Shui family. Kyoto, the Shui family's old residence. With Shui's return, news immediately reached the ears of clan chief Shui Huayan. That's one way to put it. As Shui Qingcheng's biological father, he was quite shocked when he learned of this news. But it was just shock. After calming himself down, Shui Huayan remained silent for a moment before softly issuing an order. Someone, go tell the second and third branches of the family to return to the old house as soon as possible to discuss matters. His words were extremely calm, as if he didn't care about the matter at all. Oh no. To be precise, it seems that in Shui Huayan's heart, his biological daughter is not as important as the Qingcheng group. His main reason for inviting the other two branches of the family was to discuss how the family should distribute the profits. Chapter 175. Are you two in that kind of relationship? As for Shui Qingcheng's conditions? She's just a bastard daughter. The Shui family doesn't really need another business was like her. Does the other party want to break away from the family? Let her leave then, so I won't have to see her and get annoyed. As for the rest, Shui Huayan never believed that anyone could gain anything from the Shui family. Even if it's his own daughter, it's not allowed. What? Didn't you just return to Kyoto? Why are you coming back so soon? Hearing Shui Qingcheng's seemingly calm words on the phone, Fan, who had just finished acupuncture on himself, couldn't help but frown. He had a vague feeling. The reason Shui Qingcheng is returning to Donghai so quickly must be because something happened in Kyoto. But what could possibly happen? Out of concern, He wanted to find out something from Shui Qingqing. Unfortunately, the other party was too clever. Although Fan had been subtly trying to get information out of the other party was just giving perfunctory answers from beginning to end and was unwilling to say anything more. The two talked on the phone for a long time, as they always do. This left Fan feeling quite helpless. But what can he do? I'm just a doctor. I know nothing about doing business. Even if I genuinely wanted to help them, I was powerless to do so. Okay, we can talk about it when we meet. In the end, Fan could only calmly say this, then hung up the phone with a wry smile. Kyoto? He pondered for a long time, then suddenly thought of someone. Wen-yong. My childhood friend had worked as an inspector in Kyoto for several years. It shouldn't be too difficult to find out some information from over there, right? Yes, that's right. Fan really didn't want to contact the other party. But since it concerns Shui Qingqing, he can't afford to worry about anything else. Without daring to delay for even a moment, Fan immediately dialed the other party's number. Hey, Fan, why did you suddenly decide to call me this time? The call was answered quickly, but Wen-yong on the other side seemed a little surprised and asked curiously. If you didn't talk so much nonsense, I would call you every day. Fan could naturally hear the hint of teasing in the other person's words. He rolled his eyes and said irritably, yes. Fan plans to gradually distance himself from the other party. But this doesn't mean he will turn from a friend to an enemy with Wen-yong. We just have different opinions. It doesn't escalate to that level. And you? Wen-yong seemed to have realized something. He was about to explain something when Fan interrupted him, saying, Yongzi, I need your help. Just tell me if you'll help or not. Help? Hearing this, Wen-yong was even more confused. He was completely blind in Donghai City and knew very few people. What kind of help can this old classmate or friend ask me to do? Time flies, and 2 days later. Qingqing, you're finally back. With a bright smile on his face, Fan walked toward Qingqing, who was quietly standing by the roadside. Huh? What's wrong with him? But Shui Qingqing's gaze fell on the person behind him. Looking at the other person, his face was full of suspicion. Wasn't Fan quite annoyed by this guy? How come they've already gotten back together after I've only been gone a few days? Yes, this man was none other than Wen-yong. Fan was also the guy Shui Qingqing swore he would never talk to again before she left. Seemingly sensing her confusion, Wen-yong couldn't help but smile awkwardly, realizing that he had indeed gone a bit too far recently. It's nothing. I called Wen-yong over to help with some small things. Fan quickly explained, seemingly afraid that Shui Qingqing might misunderstand. After all, given their temperament, the person they hate the most is probably a saintly bee, a person who is overly virtuous but actually insensitive. But Wen-yong's previous behavior perfectly matched that persona. Help? What happened to you? Upon hearing this, Shui Qingqing was startled. She subconsciously thought that it was Li Kaigua or the Shui family who had made the move. Shui Qingqing quickly looked Fan up and down, but couldn't see anything wrong with him. She finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Fan with a reproachful gaze. Her eyes were full of allure. If someone who doesn't know any better saw this, they would surely think that this stunningly beautiful woman must have a special relationship with Fan. Fan, come here for a second. Just then, Wen-yong suddenly spoke up. Huh? What? Startled by his sudden call, Fan turned his head in confusion. But Wen-yong didn't answer. Instead, he stepped forward, grabbed her arm, and pulled her aside, nodding apologetically to Shui Qingqing. Hey kid, what's up? Although the other party's actions were indeed very abrupt, Fan couldn't help but ask curiously. I just want to ask, do you and Shui Qingqing have those kinds of feelings for each other? Once they were far enough away, Wen-yong mysteriously bent his thumb, his eyes filled with a strange and lewd smile. Are you crazy? Fan reacted immediately and couldn't help but glare at the guy. We're just good friends. Don't ask me anything out of the blue. Good friend? Do you think I'm blind? If you call this good friends, then there's no such thing as lovers in this world. Wen-yong clearly disregarded his answer. He rolled his eyes and whispered, Brother, give me a heads up. Do you have anything to do with Shui Qingqing? If you do, I'll help you sort out her family's mess. Fan. Goodness, is this guy really that gossipy? Are they really willing to go to such great lengths to find out the truth? But the key point is, isn't Wen-yong just a district inspector in Kyoto? Can he help me? He Fan shook his head, not paying much attention. I thought this old classmate was trying to trick me into revealing some secrets. Of course, this was what He Fan was thinking, and he didn't expect this guy to be of any help. After all, in his eyes, the other party was just a minor inspector in Kyoto. How could he possibly care about such infighting among business associates? No need. I'll handle this little thing. He Fan waved his hand, looking completely unconcerned. You think you can solve it? That's a miracle. Wen Yong was so offended by his words that he couldn't help but silently complain to himself. What might we do? It's because when I sent the message to the other party, I didn't mention that the Shui family was the second most powerful family in the capital, and their influence far exceeded that of the Zhao family. Yes, Wen Yong had only told He Fan that Shui Qingqing's family had colluded with Li Kaigua and robbed her of the huge group she had built from scratch. However, in the end, he did this simply to hide his identity. Wen Yong knew very well that telling the truth would inevitably arouse He Fan's suspicion. Otherwise, how could a mere inspector obtain the secrets of a large family? That's completely unreasonable. But unexpectedly, because of her concealment, He Fan had a different misconception. He mistakenly believed that he could stand against the Shui family on his own. They don't even need my help. Isn't this just asking for death? Chapter 176 Wen Yong? This man is not simple. For a moment, Wen Yong felt a little flustered. He was genuinely afraid that his old classmate might actually go to Kyoto and directly confront the Shui family just to win a smile from his beloved. If that were to happen, things would get really funny. However, seeing Shui Qingqing in the distance, he felt much more at ease. Although the woman didn't recognize him, she must have known how terrible such family disputes were. Given her relationship with He Fan, she probably wouldn't let him rush off to his death. After feeling a little more at ease, Wen Yong still wanted to figure out one thing. What exactly is the relationship between He Fan and Shui Qingqing? He doesn't believe in any of those good friends or confidants. With Wen Yong's keen eye, he could clearly see the deep affection in the eyes of the two. I'm really curious. Why did you suddenly ask about this? You've been acting all mysterious. Before Wen Yong could ask any further questions, He Fan said with a somewhat surprised expression. There's nothing I can do. I also want you to find someone soon. Maybe if you have a woman around, she can help you take care of the children. Wen Yong shrugged, not bothering to hide his true thoughts. He Fan wasn't stupid. Of course he could tell who the child the other person was talking about was. He must be talking about Xiao He Miao. But, even now, has this guy still not given up? I just find it strange. There are so many children in this world who are left alone because their parents divorced. Why don't you worry about them? Luckily, I know you and Xiao Miao don't have any special relationship. If it were a stranger here, they'd think you were his biological father. After a brief silence, He Fan asked the question that had been bothering him with a wry smile. Of course, he was just saying that casually. After all, the other party is acting too strangely. It's perfectly understandable that someone would have such thoughts. But, Wen Yong and Xiao Yunu? Even if Li Kaigua wasn't Xiao Miao's biological father, He Fan was absolutely certain that there couldn't possibly be any connection between the two of them, because the two of them didn't know each other at all. Get out of here. Upon hearing this, Wen Yong couldn't help but roll his eyes at the other person. After a moment's hesitation, he said, Actually, I don't even know the details of this matter myself. Wen Yong gave a wry smile upon hearing this, his tone somewhat wry. Just like you said, I've seen far more miserable children than that little guy. While I sympathize with them, I wouldn't go so far as to be so attached to them. At this point, his expression turned serious. He Fan, do you believe in fate? I always felt that the little guy and I were particularly compatible. He Fan. He really wanted to say, what a load of rubbish. The last time, the other party held Xiao He Miao, and it didn't even last 10 minutes. So they hit it off? Besides, if I remember correctly, it seems that Xiao He Miao wasn't particularly fond of her either. All right, don't give me that crap. I'm telling you straight today, I've already divorced Xiao Yuner. As for Xiao He Miao, he's not related to me by blood, and Li Kaigua won't let him go. So you'd better not bring up the idea of him living with me again. Of course, I don't mind telling you that I have nothing and will never have any special relationship with Shui Qingqing. If you keep acting like this, we brothers might not be able to get along anymore. He Fan's last words were extremely weighty, causing Wen Yong to frown deeply. It's clear that he doesn't want to lose He Fan as a friend. All right then, I won't bring this up again. After a long silence, Wen Yong sighed and said solemnly, but I've always felt that you and Xue Qingcheng are quite a good match. Ha ha ha. But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly put on a lewd expression and said. Then he let out a long laugh, turned around, and ran towards his car, which was not far away. This guy, looking at the other person's back, He Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Is Xue Qingqing a good match for me? Doesn't he know it himself? Otherwise, they wouldn't be willing to do anything for each other, even risk their lives. The depth of that affection is unimaginable. Unfortunately, the two were destined to be together but not to stay together. No matter what, we can never be a real couple in this lifetime. He's gone. As He Fan returned to her, Xue Qingcheng glanced inadvertently in the direction Wen Yong had driven away and subconsciously asked a question. Let's go. He Fan nodded. Didn't you really dislike him a while ago? How come you're hanging out with him again? Aren't you afraid he'll revert to his old ways and make you raise his seedlings? Xue Qingcheng smiled faintly, her eyes carrying a hint of teasing. It has nothing to do with that. He Fan waved his hand, then looked at her with a solemn expression and said, word by word. I asked Wen Yong to come over because I wanted to know what exactly happened to you in Kyoto. After all, he's a public official there, so he's very good at gathering information, which is why I thought he might be able to help me. Are you asking him about me? Upon hearing this, Xue Qingqing was taken aback at first, then covered her mouth and chuckled. Are you kidding me? This matter of mine involves the Xue family and the Zhao family's son-in-law, each of whom is a behemoth. Even if a lowly inspector strolled around the streets of Kyoto every day, he couldn't possibly know such high-level information. I heard, you got betrayed by your own people? Your company was taken over, and that guy Li Kaigwa was involved. He Fan acted as if he hadn't seen her smiling, and asked in a serious tone. Well? His words immediately shocked Xue Qingqing. What's going on? Wen Yong actually found out some things? Although He Fan didn't reveal anything about the Xue and Zhao families immediately, it's already quite remarkable that he knows these things at all. She stared at him blankly for a long time, then suddenly revealed a thoughtful expression. That Wen Yong seems to be quite something. Wen Yong? One? Seemingly realizing something, a look of shock flashed in Xue Qingqing's eyes. Really? Could it be that he's from that family? But, wait a minute. If it were that family, how could the other party be a mere inspector? Most importantly, I've never heard of that family having a son. For a moment, her mind was in a mess. However, Xue Qingqing's expression remained unchanged, and she said as usual, all right, if you really want to know, I'll tell you when we get back. After saying this, he pulled He Fan along and walked into the residential area. What the heck? 15 billion? There's a full 15 billion in there? Then why are you giving it to me? He Fan was stunned when he saw the string of foreign account numbers and passwords written on the piece of paper in front of him. Chapter 177, a huge sum of 15 billion. 15 billion. Everyone knows very well what such a large sum of wealth means. To put it bluntly, if this wealth were in a small country, it could have sparked a local war. To his utter surprise, Xue Qingcheng had just returned to Donghai and was about to hand over such an astronomical sum of money to him. Hee, this isn't for you. It's for you to keep for a while. Xue Qingcheng smiled and said softly, if this money were in my possession, it would probably bring endless trouble. Who knows? One day I might lose my life because of this wealth. But if the money is with you, even if I encounter any danger, as long as the other party doesn't get the money, my life will be saved. At this point, she suddenly put on a pitiful expression and said, He Fan, you don't want me to lose my life because of this money, do you? Keep making it up. Keep making it up. You know this is over 10 billion. Aren't you afraid I'll pocket all that money and leave you with nothing in the end? Unexpectedly, He Fan rolled his eyes at her and said in an annoyed tone, if you want it, just give it to you. All that talk about swallowing it or not, it sounds awful. Unexpectedly, Xue Qingqing shrugged and said without taking it seriously, He Fan, what happened to the promise that I would only save it? This is still a freebie, isn't it? Xue Qingqing, do you think I'm stupid? He Fan rolled his eyes and said irritably, Now that you've come back and contacted me, do you think those who want to seize your wealth won't suspect me? And you say it's for saving your life. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? If someone really catches you, or even wants to harm you, can they really resolve the issue by simply saying that the money isn't on you? He Fan had no doubt about what the other party said, nor would he deny how good Xue Qingqing was to him. Keep in mind that's 15 billion. The only person in the world who could give it to you so easily is probably Xue Qingqing. But this made him somewhat angry. What exactly does this woman want to do? Are you really that indifferent to your own life and death? Does she really want to continue like this, constantly on guard against this and wary of that? Feeling angry, he said directly, Xue Qingqing, you'd better tell the truth. If there's real danger, we can always figure out a way to deal with it. Look, with your brilliant mind, this huge sum of money, and my superb medical skills, I don't believe there's any danger we can't handle. He hesitated for a moment, then finally made up his mind and said, if what you're worried about is that Li Kaigua, then I can tell you, he definitely won't live much longer. Yes, He Fan is ready to lay his cards on the table. After all, if there's anyone in this world he can trust completely, it's probably only this woman in front of him. So even if I say it out loud, I don't think it will cause any major problems. Li Kaigua won't live much longer. Upon hearing this, Xue Qingqing's expression changed. Could it be that you tampered with it? She was naturally intelligent and immediately understood the meaning behind those words. I don't know if you've ever heard this saying. The traditional Chinese medicine passed down from our ancestors is profound and extensive. Anyone who is proficient in traditional Chinese medicine can save lives, but can also take lives. Since he no longer intended to hide it from the other party, He Fan simply laid it all out on the table. His face was full of pride. Xue Qingqing. She couldn't hide the shock on her face. The look in her eyes as she looked at He Fan unconsciously carried a hint of fear. This doesn't mean she was afraid of He Fan. Xue Qingqing affirmed. The other party will not harm you. The reason she made that expression was ultimately due to her fear of the unknown. After all, He Fan's methods were too mysterious. Originally, just knowing that He Yongfan possessed the miraculous drug, bewitching heart powder, was enough to shock Xue Qingqing. But what about now? Now he can actually make people die within a certain time frame? If everything is true, this method is simply too terrifying. What do immense wealth and supreme power amount to in the face of such ability? No wonder. No wonder He Fan was so confident that the two of them could face this crisis together. So, this is where their confidence comes from? After an unknown amount of time, Xue Qingqing finally let out a long breath. She looked at He Fan with a solemn expression and said in an extremely cautious tone, These words came from your mouth and entered my ears today. But once we leave this house, we must forget them all. I know you're going to tell me more about your secrets. But please don't say any more. He Fan, remember this. Don't tell anyone your secrets. Not even me. You can't completely open your heart to me. Perhaps you don't understand why I say this, but let me tell you, if word gets out about your methods, you can expect to be hunted down at any cost by the powerful and influential people in the world. Some things really can't be shown to others. Otherwise, you'll surely die. As she said these words, Xue Qingqing's expression became extremely solemn. There was deep worry in his eyes. How could He Fan not know what Xue Qingqing was saying? It's obvious, he knows all too well. Because this is not much different from the family precepts passed down from generation to generation. That's one way to put it. The reason He Fan was able to make the decision and reveal his biggest secret was ultimately because he understood Xue Qingqing's current crisis and wanted to give her more confidence. Yes, He Fan could sense that although the other party was joking with him on the surface, he no longer had much of a will to survive. It seems that with the loss of the Qingqing group, she has completely lost her spirit. It even carries a sense of indifference to life and death. He believed that saying these things might give the other person more confidence and prevent the woman in front of him from falling completely into her trap. Some might say, He Fan, is it really worth it to do this? After all, if those secrets were to be exposed, it would not only violate ancestral teachings, but could also endanger their lives and fortunes. Is it really necessary to take such a risk just to take care of Xue Qingqing's feelings? Of course, this is a difficult thing to explain. Just like right now, at the very least, He Fan believed that he was willing to do anything for the other party. Because this woman in front of me is worth it. Yeah, you don't want me to talk? Fine. Then tell me clearly why you're giving me this money, and what are you planning to do next? He glanced at Xue Qingcheng indifferently and asked in a calm tone. Yes. He Fan had seen through the other party long ago. What does it mean to put over 10 billion yuan in your own hands first? Xue Qingcheng clearly intended to give him this huge sum of money directly. Chapter 178 At worst, I'll just kill them all. As for Xue Qingcheng's own plans, from those words that sounded like farewells, He Fan had already vaguely guessed what was going on. But that's something he absolutely wouldn't allow. Based on their understanding of each other, Xue Qingcheng was well aware that her purpose had been exposed. She looked at He Fan helplessly, and after thinking for a while, she finally decided to tell him everything that was happening in front of her. Wen Yong, this man is not simple. However, as soon as Xue Qingcheng opened her mouth, she steered the conversation toward this topic. He Fan, what does this have to do with Wen Yong? He was a little stunned, not quite understanding what the other person was trying to express. But in the end, he kept his mouth shut and waited quietly for her explanation. Perhaps this is the unspoken understanding between the two. Xue Qingcheng didn't take it seriously at all and told him everything in detail. This includes the Xue family, from which he himself came, as well as various powerful forces in Kyoto. Among them, there were also mentions that Li Kaiguo was targeting them, which eventually led to him joining forces with his family to seize Qingqing International. So, you're actually the eldest daughter of the Xue family, the second most powerful family in the capital, and yet you're being targeted by your own family. After hearing all this, although He Fan was deeply shocked, it didn't seem to be outside his original expectations. However, what he couldn't understand was why the Xue family was targeting Xue Qingqing. Isn't it a good thing that such a business genius appears in a political family? Why do you have to ruin the other party? Wouldn't it be easier to expand the family in such a complementary situation? He really wanted to ask her directly. But looking at Xue Qingcheng, although she revealed many secrets, she didn't seem to have any intention of talking about this matter, so we could only try to get information indirectly. I'm no longer a member of the Xue family. But the next sentence the other party uttered immediately startled He Fan. They try to take my Qingcheng group, and they'll have to pay the price eventually. My condition was that they buy back my shares, and this 10 billion plus yuan was the money I got from selling them. Xue Qingqing smiled and explained. As for the other condition, the Xue family must provide proof that I will be separated from the Xue family and no longer be a member of the Xue family. Is that so? Although shocked by Xue Qingqing's decisiveness, He Fan finally understood many things. Although I haven't experienced it firsthand, I've gained a deep understanding of the depravity of those powerful families through my interactions with the Wang and Zhao families during this period. If I had to describe it in one word, it would be filthy. Yes, it's so dirty. People like Li Kaiguo and Zhao Yiting are blatant examples. But ultimately, there was an outsider relationship involved. Li Kaiguo was a son-in-law who married into the family. But to He Fan's surprise, Xue Qingcheng, as a member of the Xue family, was also subjected to oppression and persecution by her own clansmen. Damn, this is simply incomprehensible. Of course, these are not issues that He Fan needs to consider right now. What worries him now is, after Xue Qingcheng made these decisions, she was bound to anger the Xue family. This will also attract the attention of the family and many of their former enemies. Needless to say, all of this was inevitable. At this moment, it was clearly no different from dancing on the edge of a knife. No wonder what I was saying to myself just now felt like I was making my final arrangements. So, the situation was actually this critical? So, you're planning to give me this huge sum of money and take full responsibility for everything yourself. After a long silence, He Fan suddenly spoke. His face was extremely gloomy. No, He Fan, don't overthink it. Seeing that he seemed a little angry, Xue Qingqing quickly explained. I've left a lot of money here, enough to handle everything from now on. I've already contacted the world's most powerful security company, and they'll be sending people over to protect me soon. Only, she hesitated for a moment before saying, I'm afraid I won't be able to stay in China for a long time to come. But don't worry, He Fan. Once I make a comeback abroad, I'll definitely come back to see you as soon as possible. After all, We're best friends. Xue Qingqing smiled radiantly, holding He Fan's hand tightly as she spoke softly. But a glint of tears flashed in her eyes. Unexpectedly, He Fan's expression remained unchanged. He remained expressionless and said, "Looks like you haven't changed at all. You still treat me like an idiot? Make a comeback? You've already put your money with me. What are you talking about making a comeback for? So what if it's the Xue family from Kyoto? So what if it's that guy Li Kaigua? What are you afraid of?" He Fan became increasingly agitated as he spoke, and finally stood up and growled in a low voice. "A bunch of shameless bastards, daring to bully you like this. I'll just go on a killing spree and wipe them all out." His eyes were bloodshot as he spoke, and he exuded a chilling, killing intent. "Yes, He Fan is furious. I have nothing left now. Wife's betrayal. My parents were murdered. Even her only son turned out to be someone else's child. These things alone are already pushing He Fan to the brink of collapse." Fortunately, he was resilient enough, and with the sudden appearance of Xue Qingqing, he was able to find solace and avoid despairing of life. "But what about now? Even your only good friend has to be bullied like this? What exactly are those people trying to do? Do you really think He Fan is that cowardly and wouldn't dare to do anything to them? This is absolutely intolerable. Screw being so cautious. Screw you. Think twice before you act. I'm just a nobody, but if I'm willing to risk everything, who's afraid of whom? If you really push him too far, I'll just use every means at my disposal to drag those shameless bastards down to hell with me. All people are born equal. He will make those who consider themselves superior understand that once a commoner gets angry, the consequences will be just as unbearable for them. He Fan, you, don't do anything reckless." Seeing that the other party was showing signs of going berserk, Xue Qingqing panicked. She knew very well. He Fan has finally managed to stabilize the super male gene in his body recently, preventing it from relapsing so easily. If he were to abandon all his previous efforts, it would have a significant impact on his future. Seeing that He Fan was about to turn around and rush out, Xue Qingqing didn't care about anything else and rushed over to hug He Fan's waist. Then she pinned him down on the sofa. "Qingqing, you, let me go." He Fan roared angrily. The pent-up frustration of the past few days had become unbearable. Now that it has erupted, it will almost completely shatter his rationality. Yes, that's just human nature. When a person is about to fall into darkness, they will become dependent on the only light. Anyone who tries to take away that light will absolutely go completely insane. Chapter 179. In this life, has anyone ever risked their life for you? In a way, Xue Qingqing is the light in He Fan's heart. Whether it's the Xue family or Li Kaigua, if it's only targeting him, perhaps He Fan could tolerate it for a while. At the very least, for the sake of his own health, he will try his best not to get angry. At most, they might do something underhanded. But when they try to harm Xue Qingqing, or even threaten her life, it's tantamount to recklessly challenging He Fan's bottom line. This is something he absolutely cannot tolerate. All right, don't think about that now. Let's discuss how to make them eat their words. Xue Qingqing dared not relax for a moment, holding He Fan tightly to prevent him from moving around, while soothing him with a gentle voice. Perhaps it was that familiar voice that held a special magic for He Fan. Gradually, he stopped struggling, and the eyes that had been gradually descending into madness began to clear up. And so, the two remained frozen on the sofa in an ambiguous position for a long time. "Qingqing, let go of me." After a long while, He Fan finally spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. Are you all right?" Looking up, Xue Qingqing saw that his eyes had regained their clarity, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly let go of her arm. Only then did I realize that my arms were sore and numb from exerting too much force. Honestly, under normal circumstances, when a man and a woman are in such an ambiguous state, something unspeakable is bound to happen. But He Fan and Xue Qingqing had completely calm expressions on their faces, as if the previous physical contact had never happened at all, as if nothing was amiss. "Tell me, what do you want? I'll do everything I can to help you." Without elaborating further, He Fan turned to He Qingqing and asked solemnly, "Why?" He Qingqing smiled bitterly. "After so many years in the business world, I've only achieved some success in the cosmetics and women's clothing industries. Beyond that, I don't know much. Unfortunately, After the Qingsheng group was taken over by those guys, the Qingya formula that I had gone through so much trouble to obtain also fell into their hands. Otherwise, as long as I have the formula, I can easily create another Qingsheng group at any time. It's clear that Xue Qingsheng was telling the truth. I really feel bad about that recipe. As the saying goes, even a clever cook can't cook without rice. Having lost her means of livelihood, she is now quite helpless. Qingya formula? What's that? He Fan was somewhat puzzled. After all, he really didn't understand these things. Oh, that was a recipe I obtained by chance years ago. The beauty serum, made according to the recipe, was incredibly effective. And because it was made from traditional Chinese medicine, it had no side effects and was very popular with women who loved beauty. Xue Qingsheng decided not to hide it from him any longer and told him directly. A formula? Beauty? You mean a traditional Chinese medicine formula? He Fan's eyes lit up when he heard this. Yes, what's wrong? Xue Qingsheng was a little puzzled, not understanding why this guy was so excited. Does that mean that if you had an even better formula, you could create another large conglomerate similar to Qingsheng? This is definitely not difficult. Xue Qingsheng said with absolute certainty, her confidence evident in her eyes. What if other similar, or even stronger, beauty-related formulas come out? He Fan continued to ask. Then I am confident that I can create a super powerful family on my own. Even the 4 great families of the capital wouldn't dare to provoke me. At this point, Xue Qingsheng seemed to have realized something. She stared intently at He Fan and asked directly. You have? I have it. And I guarantee it's better than your so-called Qingya formula. He Fan was not surprised that the other party could guess what was going on. After all, the two of them know each other too well. He nodded decisively and explained. My He family has an ancestor who once specially prepared beauty and anti-aging medicines for the royal family, and was sought after by countless noble ladies in the harem at that time. No need to say more. This sentence alone is enough to prove everything. Xue Qingsheng's eyes brightened even more, and after thinking for a moment, she said, A royal recipe? That must be good. Now everything is ready. All that's missing is my death. Fine, I can let you die, and die in front of everyone. But if I want you to come back to life, even the king of hell can't stop me. He Fan said solemnly, his face beaming with pride. What about changing its appearance? Leave it to me, no problem at all. Great. This super-rich family will inevitably only bear the surname He in the future. With a dazzling light shining from her beautiful eyes, Xue Qingsheng spoke without hesitation. It doesn't matter anymore. But He Fan shook his head, his gaze towards the other person filled with extreme tenderness. We're finding warmth in each other now, but I hope we can be together forever. These words seemed to express deep affection, but the eyes of both of them were perfectly clear. Xue Qingsheng understood what He Fan meant by those words, and she also realized that the two of them would inevitably become inseparable partners on their future journey. Hee, aren't you afraid your future wife will be jealous? She smiled, revealing a rare and unique charm. That allure is so strong that it would be hard for any man to resist it. Unfortunately, He Fan remained unmoved. He smiled wryly and said, All right, it's just the two of us here, so stop with the act. You know I've been fooled once. I won't fall for it again. TCH. Boring. Upon hearing this, Xue Qingsheng pursed her lips, then quickly reverted to her usual strong, independent woman demeanor. Seeing her like this, He Fan finally breathed a long sigh of relief. In fact, everything before was something he did intentionally. Because He Fan could see that Xue Qingsheng had already decided to die, it seems that, having lost the support of the Qingsheng group and her family, she has no will to win against the Xue family and Li Kaigua. And this is also the biggest reason why she wanted to give him 15 billion. Think about it. When a woman knows she is going to die, she still leaves everything to him. Why shouldn't He Fan risk his life to help her? After all, in this life, you always need someone you're willing to fight for. It's just some prescriptions, isn't it? It's just a little bit of wealth, isn't it? He would be willing to give himself to the woman in front of him for free. Neither of them fully revealed their deepest secrets about each other. After all, some things are enough if they can understand each other implicitly. By the way, what did you mean when you said Wen Yang's identity was not simple? After the two of them relaxed, He Fan suddenly thought of this matter. He turned to look at Xue Qingcheng and asked with some surprise, Chapter 180 Superfamily? You? Upon hearing this, Xue Qingcheng couldn't help but roll her eyes at the other person. Don't you think that someone who could find out the details of the Xue and Zhao families would just be a lowly inspector in the capital? You don't think that, given the status of the four major families in Kyoto, their secrets can be found out by just anyone asking on the street, do you? This principle is actually very simple. You can understand it with just a little thought. He Fan was preoccupied with Xue Qingcheng's matter, which is why he didn't have time to think about these things. Now, after the other party pointed it out, he suddenly realized what was going on. You mean, he's also a scion of a powerful and influential family in Kyoto? He Fan frowned and asked curiously. After all, he knew very well that Wen Yong was just someone else's adopted child. But, if it's truly a large family, would they need to adopt children from outside? They probably have too many ways to ensure their bloodline continues to exist. From a normal theoretical point of view, this is completely impossible. I don't know if he's from a prestigious family, but I do know that his background is far more complex than it appears on the surface. Xue Qingcheng shook her head and said, but a strange light flashed involuntarily in her eyes. No, Wen Yong? Wen? Could he be from the Wen family, the head of the four great families you mentioned? This can't be right. Seeing her expression, He Fan seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, his voice filled with shock. Xue Qingcheng, who was deep in thought, was startled to see that he had actually thought of this. She never expected that because of her description of the power in Kyoto, He Fan would actually make a connection to that family. She quickly gestured to stop him, her gaze instinctively drifting towards the window. It was as if they were afraid of being overheard by someone. What's wrong? Seeing her mysterious actions, He Fan couldn't help but feel puzzled. After all, the other party is from the Xue family, the second largest family in the capital. Even if the number one family is mentioned, there's no need to be so nervous, right? He Fan, remember this. Although there are four great families in the capital, you can provoke any of them if you have the ability, but you must always maintain basic respect for the Wen family, the number one family. Seemingly finding nothing, Xue Qingcheng let out a long sigh of relief, then turned to look at He Fan and said with a solemn expression. At the same time, a hint of awe flashed in his eyes. Why? He Fan was speechless, completely bewildered. He didn't quite understand why she would react this way when the Wen family's Xue Qingcheng was mentioned. After all, among the powerful enemies they are about to face is the Xue family, known as the second largest family in Kyoto. She dared to confront even Xue Qingcheng of the Xue family, so why would she be so afraid of the Wen family? Aren't they all at the same level? If I told you that the so-called four great families of Kyoto, the other three families combined are not even worth a single finger of that family, would you still have so many questions? Xue Qingcheng could tell that He Fan had become curious. If I don't make things clear, there's no guarantee he won't investigate me behind my back. If that were to happen, it would probably cause trouble. Holy crap, that's amazing. Startled by her explanation, He Fan's expression changed slightly. Who exactly are they? Yes, he's not stupid. Seeing that Xue Qingcheng didn't dare to mention the other party's surname casually, he obediently followed suit and used they instead. What's your background? Upon hearing this, Xue Qingcheng smiled wryly and gave a thumbs up in praise. As a family of equal standing, the Wen family can be considered the only super family in Kyoto. Families like our Xue family are simply not qualified to compare. Upon seeing this, He Fan immediately understood. Holy crap, are there any other super families? He really didn't know that. However, for such a powerful entity to be ranked alongside other families like the Xue, Jiang, and Zhao families is simply a blatant attempt to mislead people. No wonder Xue Qingcheng was nervous. That's why I said Wen Yong couldn't possibly be from that family. Besides, no one in Kyoto has ever heard of such a person. Xue Qingcheng directly refuted He Fan's guess, causing him to fall into silence. Then what about Wen Yong? After a long pause, He Fan asked in confusion. Although he didn't finish his sentence, Xue Qingcheng understood what he meant. I don't know about that, but I'm certain that he's no ordinary person. Otherwise, he would never have known that information. But none of that matters anymore. Anyway, it seems that when Young and you have a pretty good relationship so far. As long as they're not enemies, we don't need to worry about so many things. After thinking for a moment, Xue Qingqing said. Then his expression changed, and he said solemnly, now we should think about how to deal with the trouble that is about to come. Have you found a location? Upon hearing this, He Fan immediately retorted with a question. What do you think of the East China Sea? Xue Qingqing naturally understood what he meant. It's clearly a question I'm asking myself. Where should I start my next entrepreneurial venture? Donghai City? Are you sure such a small city can serve as a port for setting sail for distant lands? He Fan was somewhat surprised to hear this. Although he didn't know much about business, he was well aware that even the best wine needs advertising. Without a good place to develop, it is easy to encounter constraints in various aspects. That's definitely not a good choice. Don't worry. This industry is all about reputation. As long as the product is effective enough, people will come to you with money even if you're in the mountains. Xue Qingqing said confidently, not at all worried about where to start. Of course, this also indirectly proves that she has enough confidence in He Fan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have started considering these things before even seeing the prescription. TSK. With an initial capital of 15 billion, plus a secret recipe passed down from the ancient palace, if she still can't make it big, then Xue Qingqing wouldn't deserve to be called a business prodigy. Alright, let's think about how you should die first. He Fan gave a strange smile, which sent chills down Xue Qingqing's spine. Indeed, just as Xue Qingqing had thought, after she left Kyoto with 15 billion, she was already being watched by several forces who were secretly looking for an opportunity. Joke. That's over 10 billion in cash flow. Even those large corporations with hundreds of billions in assets wouldn't dare say they could just casually produce that much. In the past, Xue Qingqing was protected by the Xue family of Kyoto, so no force would dare to mess with her no matter how much wealth she had. But things are different now. When those forces learned through their respective channels that Xue Qingqing had broken ties with the Xue family and was now all alone, they immediately flocked to Donghai City like cats smelling fish. Chapter 181 Xue Qingqing is dead. Yes, Xue Qingqing was already being watched by many people the moment she arrived in Donghai. Even when she was in contact with He Fan, his information was already presented to those people. However, when they discovered that He Fan was just a small-time traditional Chinese medicine practitioner and did not have any powerful backing, they did not pay much attention to him. After all, in their eyes, someone like He Fan was nothing more than a tiny ant. If they're in the way, I can crush them with a flick of my wrist. That's how it is. Many forces wanted to act immediately to seize that huge sum of money. But to their utter surprise, news suddenly broke from the Jiang family, one of the 4 great families of the capital. He Fan once saved the Jiang family patriarch, and no one is allowed to harm him. It must be said that this news truly surprised all parties involved. They never expected this. How could a mere traditional Chinese medicine doctor in Donghai City have saved old Master Zhang's life? Could it be that He Fan is a hidden master of traditional Chinese medicine? Judging from his age alone, he doesn't seem like it. Of course, regardless of whether the other party is a national champion or not, since the Jiang family has spoken, they have to give them face. Joke. Although the Jiang family appears to be inferior to the Xue family, their strength is no less than theirs, and in some aspects, they are even slightly superior. Out of fear of the powerful families of Kyoto, many forces dared not disobey. Unfortunately, many of them had to revise their previously formulated plans, fearing that He Fan might get hurt during the operation. Clearly, this delay will waste a lot of energy. It also gave someone a set time. Then, a piece of news suddenly came and left everyone stunned. Just now, Xue Qingqing actually drove straight into the city moat while driving and died on the spot. Bang! Inside a villa in Donghai City, Xue slammed his hand hard on the table. This is impossible. It must be that bitch Xue Qingqing's escape plan. His face was contorted with rage, but a shrewd glint shone deep within his eyes. Yes. No matter how much of a playboy Xue is, he is still from a prominent family. His intelligence and vision are quite remarkable. In this situation, his first reaction is disbelief. What a coincidence. He had just arrived in Donghai, preparing to confront Xue Qingqing and retrieve the more than 10 billion yuan his family had entrusted to her, when she suddenly died. This situation looks more like the other party is trying to escape unscathed. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. Unless you can prove that Xue Qingqing is definitely dead, investigate this thoroughly. I want to see what she's really up to with this whole thing. Xue gave orders to his subordinates, his expression gradually calming down. After thinking for a moment, he added another instruction. Remember, even if you see a dead body, make sure it's Xue Qingqing. Don't let her use a substitute to fool you. Also, pay attention to the real name registration system at all exit points for international travel, whether it's an airport or a high-speed rail station. If Xue Qingqing is spotted, you must report it to me immediately. Yes, young master. After a few subordinates respectfully acknowledged the order, they hurried off to carry out their tasks. Xue was left alone in the room, standing there in a daze for a long time. After a long while, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. His expression suddenly turned resentful, and he muttered to himself, "It's all the Jiang family's fault. If they hadn't suddenly sent out the news, Xue Qingqing would probably be too busy to even take care of herself. If we act quickly enough, we might already have that money in our hands." Yes, although Xue was furious, he still had to be wary of the Jiang family. So even though he arranged a lot of helpers, he could only overturn everything he had planned and reevaluate the pros and cons. And all of this was for that little doctor. Now it's all good. Xue Qingqing is in trouble. It's unclear whether it was a conspiracy or a genuine accident. This infuriated Xue, who wished he could kill that guy named He Fan. But the other party has the protection of the Jiang family. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only suppress his thoughts for the time being. After all, on the surface, this whole thing was an operation orchestrated by Xue himself. If this offends the Jiang family, it's hard to say whether the family would be willing to go to war with them. If he can't, then he's finished. Therefore, for the time being, he has no choice but to find a solution to the current situation himself. A thoughtful look flashed in Xue's eyes, his gaze flickering uncertainly. The most pressing question right now is whether Xue Qingqing is truly dead. If it's true, then where is that huge sum of over 10 billion? Phew, if I'd known it would turn out like this, I shouldn't have transferred the money to her through an overseas website. At least if it were in China, I could trace where the money went, and I wouldn't be in this passive situation now. Shaking his head in frustration, Xue's face was full of regret. Honestly, no one wanted Xue Qingqing to be all right more than him at that moment. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to get that money back. As for whether she would leave the money with He Fan when they met, Xue didn't believe it at all. He had already had everything investigated thoroughly. Although Xue Qingqing and the doctor named He Fan had a good relationship since college, it was only a friendship. From beginning to end, the boundary of friends was never crossed. After all, that's over 10 billion. It's easy for anyone to imagine how tempting it would be for an ordinary person. Given their relationship, Xue Qingqing would have to be crazy to do that. Of course, these are just Xue's own presumptuous guesses. He never imagined that there would be a special kind of emotion in this world that transcends feelings and kinship, making people willing to give everything, even their lives, for the other person without hesitation. Although such situations are rare, they do indeed exist in the world. Did Xue Qingqing die? Honestly, he really is dead, at the very least. This is the consensus reached by all parties involved after investigating the matter. Joke. Damn it, the body is lying in the morgue of Donghai Hospital. That once famous, stunningly beautiful, and aloof businesswoman in Kyoto, now with her eyes tightly closed, her face deathly pale, and no breath left, all indicate that she is completely dead. But the woman, who had been surrounded by countless accolades for so many years, seemed so lonely after her death, with no relatives around, and only a young doctor busy taking care of her. It was truly heartbreaking. No one doubted that Xue Qingqing was still alive. After all, can't such a large hospital determine whether a person is alive or dead? Scientific verification has been proven, and no one questions it. What puzzled those powerful people was why the brakes on the salvaged car had been tampered with. Moreover, The information about the huge sum of 15 billion was also erased. This is the most wrong thing to do. Chapter 182 Storm in the East China Sea. No matter how hard they investigated, they couldn't find any clues. Subconsciously, a possibility began to emerge in those people's minds. Could it be that someone acted beforehand and has already taken the money? Moreover, Xue Qingqing's death was also orchestrated by the other party, with the sole purpose of killing her to silence her and erase all traces. Yes, at present, this is probably the most likely possibility. And so, without anyone noticing, the various forces began to stir up a storm. Yes, people are selfish, especially when faced with enormous interests, who can remain clear-headed. And that is why, originally, they were on relatively good terms because they shared the same goal, but they suddenly began to suspect each other and secretly launched various investigations and tests. Boom! Xue Yi kicked over the coffee table in front of him, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Who exactly did it? Who did it? Damn it! They dare to touch my Xue family's money. They're asking for death. Investigate. Go and find out exactly who killed that bitch Xue Qingqing. The money is definitely with them. The roar echoed in the living room, and the dozens of men he had brought with him were all trembling with fear. Upon hearing the young master's words, they hurriedly agreed and rushed out of the villa, beginning to investigate using various means. For a time, similar situations were happening in every corner of Donghai City. Although it has little impact on ordinary people, for the local powerful and wealthy, these dragons from the capital have inevitably caused chaos in their territory. Unfortunately, Donghai City is too small. With their abilities, they wouldn't dare to stop those visitors from Kyoto. Even the local government could only turn a blind eye to this. Anyway, as long as those people don't cause any major trouble, I can't be bothered to deal with them anymore. Donghai City is bustling with activity. On the other hand, no one paid any attention to Yifan's side at all. So, after going through all the procedures, Yifan successfully took Xue Qingqing's body to the funeral home for cremation, reported to the police station, and returned to his peaceful life. What? You asked why Yifan went to the police station to report for something? Joke. Xue Qingqing's brakes were sabotaged, which raises suspicions of murder. In a situation like this, how could Yifan, as a good citizen, not cooperate with the investigation? The storms may rise and fall, but they will eventually subside. As time passed, none of the people from Kyoto, including Xue Yi, were able to find out where the huge sum of money had gone. It was as if, with Xiao Qingqing's death, she vanished without a trace. Of course, it wasn't that no one suspected the money might be with Yifan. Under normal circumstances, regardless of whether the other party is a suspect or not, they will never let go easily. This is the only person who had contact with Xue Qingqing before her death. As for whether the other party is innocent or not, what does it have to do with them? They're nothing but ants, nothing compared to 15 billion. Unfortunately, in reality, they simply cannot do that, because the other party has a special identity and is protected by the Jiang family. After hesitating for a while, many people finally decided not to cause trouble for Yifan. Of course, their choice wasn't solely based on the Jiang family. Most importantly, based on normal speculation, it's unlikely that the money is in Yifan's hands. To offend a powerful family in Kyoto just for the sake of a possible contingency is a choice no power would make. Time flies, and a week has passed in the blink of an eye. Despite their best efforts, the forces that came to Donghai City were unable to find the whereabouts of that huge sum of money in this area. They even watched helplessly as Yifan buried Xue Qingqing's ashes in the cemetery, and in the end, they could only leave with no other choice. What else can be done when the person is gone? Perhaps that huge sum of money has already ended up in someone else's hands. The Xue family, in particular, are the ones everyone suspects will receive the huge sum of money. But, even if that were the case, they had nothing to say. They could only despise the Xue family behind their backs. They were far too ruthless, even towards their own family members. They not only want money, they want your life. Of course, Xue Yi was the most frustrated person in this situation. He never expected that after all his scheming, he would gain nothing and even be burdened with such a false accusation. If the news gets out, I might be punished by my family when I return to Kyoto. After all, the Shui family's reputation must not be tarnished under any circumstances. And he, the pawn who's always jumping around in the spotlight, is perfect for taking the blame. There's nothing we can do about it. Who could blame him for always being at the forefront in the matter of targeting Shui Qingqing, and also for profiting the most from seizing Qingqing International? Let them punish me. As long as I can still hold on to Qingqing International, I'll be able to turn things around sooner or later. Therefore, Shui ultimately chose to slink away from the East Sea with his men. Ha 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 ha. He fan, I never expected that after you saved that old man from the Jiang family once, they would actually stand by you now. This is really good. At least no one will dare to mess with you in this incident, which indirectly makes our plan even more perfect. A woman who could only be described as pretty, but who exuded a sharp and assertive aura, laughed happily. Hee. Actually, I've already made plans. If someone really comes knocking, I'll just use some special methods to get rid of them. But just as you said, the Jiang family's involvement actually made things much easier for me. He fan shrugged and chuckled softly. It's just a pity. The Jiang family owed you a favor, and you've used it here. If anything happens in the future, you probably won't be able to help again. The woman's words were full of regret, as if she felt that he fan was not worth it. After all, that's a favor from a top-tier family. It could be a lifesaver in a critical moment. He fan smiled slightly upon hearing this, but did not offer any explanation. After all, there are some things that only he knows. The Jiang family? Haha, I'm afraid I'll owe myself a lot of favors in the future. Joke. Do you really think He fan would be that stupid? He always had a backup plan when treating important figures. A one-time cure? It doesn't exist. However, he certainly wouldn't tell anyone about something like this. All I can say is that my abilities are limited. After all, such tactics are not only somewhat despicable, but also rather low class. He didn't want the woman in front of him to know that he had such a shameless side. Shui Qingqing, could you please remove all that stuff from your face? Seeing you like this makes me feel a little awkward. He fan abruptly changed the subject, feigning disgust as he spoke. Chapter 183, Xiao Yun'er's Tragic Fate. The woman, oh no. It should be Shui Qingqing who, upon hearing this, stroked her unfamiliar face and exclaimed in admiration. Tisk tisk. I must say, your traditional Chinese medicine is truly amazing. It's just a simple makeup technique, but in your hands, you can turn the mundane into the extraordinary, directly changing a person's appearance. Only. Then she straightened her face and said seriously, for the time being, Shui Qingqing will no longer exist in this world. He fan, you must remember this. Before we've built our own powerful family, if our identities are exposed, we'll be in real trouble. He fan, how could he not know that? I just feel that doing this is not fair to Shui Qingqing. She was clearly a stunningly beautiful woman, but because of her so-called plan, she ended up looking like this ordinary person. Then what about your identity? After hesitating for a moment, he asked, you can even handle my death and burial? You don't think the magic of money is only this much, do you? Shui Qingqing smiled faintly, seemingly not taking it seriously at all. That's exactly right. Although the government's control over the population has become extremely tight with the advent of the information age, as long as you have enough money, it's not difficult to obtain a new identity, even if you can't do whatever you want. He fan. He really overlooked that point. That's just how the world is. As long as you have enough money, most things that seem troublesome to ordinary people can actually be done easily. All right, for our future, I'm going to fight again. He fan, please wish us success. Shui Qingqing smiled radiantly, stood up without hesitation, and looked at the man before her with eyes full of anticipation. I wish you success. Upon hearing this, He fan smiled slightly, stood up, and gave the other person a gentle hug. Qingqing, I only hope that you will always be safe and sound, no matter what. Building a wealthy family is not my wish. I only wish for peace and tranquility in the rest of our lives, and that will be enough. Watching Shui Qingqing's departing figure, He fan murmured to himself. Shui Qingqing is dead. Inside the Xiao family villa, Xiao Yun'er, who was taking care of her mother, was stunned when she received a phone call. Honestly, she didn't expect it either. After returning to Kyoto, Li Kaigwa actually dared to attack Xue Qingqing. Most importantly, it actually succeeded. Although the biggest reason for his success in this matter was the betrayal by someone from the Xue family, success is success. Xue Qingqing, whom she had always been wary of, was ultimately brought down from her pedestal and became an ordinary person. Moreover, after receiving a huge sum of money, he was secretly murdered and lost his life. Are you happy? Honestly, Xiao Yun'er didn't know, but she knew she would never see that strong woman again in her life. Although she felt a sense of relief, for some reason, she felt a lingering feeling of unease and bitterness in her heart. Yun'er, is something the matter? Zhao's mother, Li Hongmei, was lying in bed when she saw her daughter standing there without saying a word for a long time. She couldn't help but ask in confusion. It's okay, Mom. Xiao Yun'er forced a smile after hanging up the phone. No. What did you just say? Who died? Although Li Hongmei was paralyzed from the waist down, her hearing was still very good. It was obvious that she had just overheard Xiao Yun'er's conversation on the phone. It's Xue Qingqing. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yun'er finally spoke. Xue Qingqing, is that the woman who was close to He Fan and even hit you? Li Hongmei reacted immediately and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Karma. This is karma. That woman insisted on helping He Fan without thinking, and she got her comeuppance. Just wait. He Fan will suffer the same fate as her sooner or later. At this moment, Li Hongmei no longer possessed the elegance and grace of a noble lady she once had. She was writhing on the bed with a ferocious expression, looking like a mad woman, ignoring everything, baring their teeth and brandishing their claws. It was as if they harbored some deep-seated hatred towards He Fan. Upon seeing this scene, Xiao Yun'er suddenly felt a wave of sorrow in her heart. She didn't know whether her decision to marry He Fan back then was the right or wrong one. Perhaps I shouldn't have involved that once gentle, quiet, and honest man in my life. They shouldn't make wrong choices time and time again because of their parents and younger brother. Unfortunately, some things, once done, are done. No matter how much you regret it, it's too late now. Ouch! My neck. It's cramped up. Honey, come rub it for Mom. Just as Xiao Yun'er was wallowing in self-pity, she heard her mother suddenly scream. She hurried over and saw the old woman standing there stiffly, her mouth and eyes crooked, not daring to move her neck at all. Mom! Xiao Yun'er exclaimed in surprise and quickly ran over to massage her. In fact, this kind of situation has happened more than once after Li Hongmei became paralyzed. Perhaps because she was not used to spending every day in bed or a wheelchair, my mother's temper got worse day by day, and she would criticize and berate this person or that person at the drop of a hat. Whenever he was in a bad mood, he would vent his frustrations on Xiao Zhanshan and his daughter Xiao Yun'er. As a result, Xiao Zhanshan, the head of the family, has been using his busy work at the company as an excuse to rarely go home lately. As a result, everything in the house fell on Xiao Yun'er's shoulders. She not only has to take care of the elderly, but also pick up and drop off Xiao Miao from school every day. They were incredibly busy and having a blast. In fact, I've been feeling increasingly overwhelmed lately. As for radio work, haha, she fired him a long time ago. There's nothing we can do about it. Although she harbored much resentment towards her parents, Xiao Yun'er could not shirk her responsibilities as a daughter. Perhaps this is her fate. By the way, Mom, I heard from Kyoto a couple of days ago that Li Kaigwa is already making preparations to clear my brother's name. As Xiao Yun'er massaged her mother's neck, she suddenly remembered something. Really? That's great. As long as that man surnamed Li keeps his word, then you won't have given him a son for nothing. Upon hearing this, Li Hongmei's eyes lit up immediately. Then, as if lost in a fantasy, she said with a delighted expression, as long as your brother's crimes can be cleared, he can come back in peace. Then your father and I will hand over the company to him. With Xiaoyu's abilities, he will definitely become stronger and stronger. Chapter 184 Li Kaigwa's Showdown. Alright, our son is finally coming home. It was all because the people in the supervisory office back then spread rumors that my son suffered for so many years. My son is such an honest child. How could he possibly commit fraud at such a young age and even cause someone's death? They're just making things up. They're trying to smear my son because they think he's easy to bully. At this point, Li Hongmei's expression immediately turned indignant again. Then he grabbed Xiao Yuner's hand and said expectantly, "My daughter, if you ever have the chance to marry Li Kaigwa, you must remember to help your poor younger brother." Li Hongmei kept nagging, and the implication in her words was that Xiao Yuner should help her younger brother Xiao Yu, even if the other party hasn't returned yet. According to her thinking, it seems that Xiao Yuner's biggest task in this life is to raise her younger brother well, and she doesn't care about herself. Xiao Yuner felt increasingly chilled as she listened, and suddenly felt a pang of sadness for herself. Is this still her mother? Born to the same mother. Why should I be the one who always gives in the other person's eyes? Haven't I sacrificed enough for this family and my brother all these years? A tear slowly slid down. But her mother, Li Hongmei, didn't see it at all and continued to nag Xiao Yuner in a brainwashing-like manner, trying to persuade her to marry Li Kaigwa. It seems that only she did this, so that she would have someone to rely on when her younger brother comes back. As for whether Xiao Yuner is happy or not, it seems to be of no importance to him at all. With a dim look in her eyes, Xiao Yuner unconsciously stopped rubbing her hands. "What's wrong? Why did you stop?" Suddenly feeling no movement on her neck, Li Hongmei asked in surprise. "Xiao Miao will be out of school soon. I need to go pick him up first," Xiao Yuner said calmly, then stood up and walked outside. "Why?" Zhao's mother seemed to want to say something, but unexpectedly her daughter turned around again and said, "Oh right, Mom. I'll be busy with some things for the next few days. Call Dad later and ask him to come back and take care of you for a couple of days. Xiao Miao and I will go stay at the apartment for a while." As soon as Xiao Yuner finished speaking, she decisively pushed open the door and walked out. She didn't even listen to what her mother said next. Yes, in the city center, Xiao Yuner also has a small apartment to live in. That was bought for his daughter a long time ago when Zhao's father was riding high in business. However, it had been rented out by Xiao Yuner for many years and was only recently taken back after her divorce. Honestly, the room was very small. In total, it's only a few dozen square meters. Although Xiao Yuner had mentioned it to Yifan before, he, who was deeply in love with her at the time, didn't take it too seriously. As time went by, Yifan completely forgot about the existence of that apartment. "I even forgot where I was." Is Xiao Yuner really in trouble? Obviously not. She was heartbroken by her mother's words and didn't want to pretend to be stupid anymore. What about her family of origin? If it weren't for her brothers, her parents would have forced her to be a surrogate for Li Kaigwa, just so he would help rescue Xiaoyu. If it weren't for her parents, would she have lost her lover, her marriage, and her happy family? Although Wang Chongfeng's attempt to tempt her father with benefits may have played a part, it was ultimately her parents who forced her to do it. As a result, it's too late to regret it now. But now what has she left behind? He was infamous, penniless, and had only a small apartment left to barely stay in. If it weren't for the child she had, Xiao Yuner would have doubted whether she could have survived, or whether she would have chosen to do something drastic. But so what? She had made up her mind that she would never interfere in the affairs of the Xiao family again. Unless her parents pass away, Xiao Yuner plans never to set foot in the Xiao family again. Little did she know that this decision would bring about a significant change in her life. Of course, whether this change is good or bad, no one can say for sure yet. More than 10 days have passed since Xue Qingcheng died in Donghai City. What no one noticed was that someone suddenly registered a commercial brand in Donghai. Perfect Woman Cosmetics Series. As for the name of the registered company, it is He's International. Although it's called a company, it's really just a small factory right now. Therefore, many people don't even notice their existence. I'm determined to get a divorce. You should know very well how the Zhao family has treated me, shouldn't you? You've already ruined my life. Are you going to make me swallow my anger? In the Zhao family's old residence, Li Kaigwa was roaring loudly in his father-in-law Zhao Igwa's study. He clenched his fists, his eyes were bloodshot, and he stared intently at his opponent without backing down an inch. But don't forget, we made a deal back then. You can secretly leave behind descendants for the Li family, but you can never acknowledge them in this lifetime. Are you going to go back on your word? Zhao Igwa questioned in a deep voice, his eyes flashing with sharp light. Hee, old man, you're getting old. Upon hearing this, Li Kaigwa immediately smiled. Then, with an arrogant expression, he said, "If I hadn't agreed to your request back then, would I still be alive today?" You don't need to make any promises to me. From the day Zhao Yiting ruined me, it was destined that there would be no good ending between us. I just want one word from you today. Are we getting a divorce or not? His words no longer carried the timid and submissive tone of before. There was only endless mockery and domineering, as if forcing the other party to make a choice. After staring at him for a long time, old master Zhao suddenly chuckled softly. He shook his head and sighed. Someone once told me that human nature is the most difficult thing to understand. When one is inferior to others, one may be extremely humble, but once one rises up, one can turn ruthless in an instant. He paused here, then said in a calm tone, Li Kaigua, do you think you can treat my Zhao family as nothing just because you think you can rely on my Zhao family to sit in a high position? Isn't that right? Li Kaigua seemed completely unconcerned, raising an eyebrow and directly asking. I now control the nation's economy and hold a prominent position. Do you expect me to grovel before your Zhao family as I have in the past? The four great families of Kyoto. The Zhao family? Heh, old man. You should know in your heart whether the Zhao family still deserves that title. Moreover, I have asked myself if I have ever done anything that would be abandoning my wife and daughter or being cold-blooded and heartless. The fact that we're even here to discuss the divorce with you is already a great concession, out of consideration for our past relationship. As the saying goes, a fallen phoenix is not even as good as a chicken. Your Zhao family has fallen from grace. That's a fact. Why must you cling to past glories and live in a fantasy, sir? Chapter 185 My daughter ran away. Li Kaigua's words seemed neither humble nor arrogant, but every word was like a steel needle, piercing the heart of the old man in front of him. Although he didn't say it explicitly, anyone with a discerning eye could understand his meaning. He, Li Kaigua, is now a high-ranking official of the B rank. Not only will they no longer need to rely on the Zhao family, but they can also rival a powerful family on their own. The so-called Zhao family of Kyoto is no longer a concern for him. Silence, a long, long silence. Grandpa Zhao didn't seem angry. Instead, he frowned and pondered for a long time. After a long while, he slowly said, You want to divorce Yiting, don't you? Fine, this old man agrees. But I need some time to give the mother and daughter a buffer period, so that nothing irreparable happens. It has to be said that old Master Zhao has seen all kinds of people and experienced all sorts of things in his life. Although Li Kaigua kept trying to provoke the other party, seemingly hoping to achieve some unspeakable secret, Zhao Aigua remained unmoved throughout. She even agreed to his request outright. A flicker of disappointment flashed deep in Li Kaigua's eyes. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, Okay, I'll bring up the divorce with Zhao Yiting in 3 days. I hope you won't stop me then. After saying that, he turned to leave. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the study door was suddenly pushed open with a bang. Then a young girl rushed in like a whirlwind, screaming with tears streaming down her face. I disagree. I absolutely disagree with Mom and Dad getting a divorce. As she spoke, tears streamed continuously from her red eyes. Hui Xin, my dear granddaughter? Upon seeing the newcomers, both Li Kaigua and Zhao Lao showed a hint of panic on their faces. It is obvious that they didn't want their granddaughter, to know about this at this time. Dad, I'm not a child anymore, and I know Mom has done some things that I'm sorry for. But can you please not get a divorce? Zhao Huixin turned to look at Li Kaigua, her tear-streaked face full of pleading. If you two really get divorced, our family will fall apart. She choked up several times as she spoke. It's clear that the little girl really doesn't want her parents to get divorced. After all, that kind of thing would be the double destruction of her family and happiness. How could a little girl bear it? Li Kaigua. He fell silent, unsure how to respond. Seeing his daughter crying so pitifully, Li Kaigua felt as if his heart was being torn apart. Yes, he hated Zhao Yiting, and even more so, he hated the Zhao family for aiding and abetting evil and destroying his own family. But the girl in front of him was his daughter, whom he had always cherished. That's one way to put it. If it weren't for so many unexpected events in Li Kaigua's life, what difference would it make if it meant taking his life, let alone not getting a divorce, for the sake of his daughter? Li Kaigua will accept his fate without hesitation. But now, things are different. He has a son who is not yet an adult, and he lives in the East China Sea. He is still a child now, and that's when he needs his father the most. Daughter, you've grown up. Looking at Zhao Huixin with a pained expression, Li Kaigwa said in a hoarse voice. You can now tell whether something is right or wrong. Dad, your mother has already ruined half your life. Do you want me to live in the shadow of the past for the rest of my life? Honey, these are all adult matters. Dad doesn't want you to get involved, and I especially don't want to see you cry in front of me. I don't care. If you don't want me to cry, then don't get a divorce. Zhao Huixin shook her head frantically, her voice filled with deep sorrow. I'm sorry. After all, he was talking to his own daughter, and Li Kaigwa didn't want to deceive her. He said apologetically, showing no intention of changing his mind. Liars. You're all liars. Seemingly sensing something from her father's face, Zhao Huixin was utterly desperate. She roared angrily at the other person, then turned and ran away. Huixin, my dear grandson. Seeing her so emotionally charged and off-key, both old Zhao and Li Kaigwa couldn't help but panic. However, thinking that Zhao Huixin was always obedient and well-behaved, she shouldn't cause too much trouble, which put her at ease. The two looked at each other and remained silent for a long time. It must be said that Zhao Huixin's sudden appearance did indeed disrupt their thinking. Their own calculations, which were originally hidden in their hearts, were suddenly disrupted. Just as the two remained silent and motionless for a long time, they suddenly heard a series of hurried footsteps coming from outside. What happened? Li Kaigwa frowned and immediately stepped forward to meet him. A vague unease lingered in my heart. Master, something terrible has happened. The son-in-law is here too. The person who came was the Zhao family's old steward, whose real name was Wang Qingling. He had been with old Master Zhao for most of his life since he was young. If there's anyone in the entire Zhao family whom Li Kaigwa doesn't seem to have any hostility towards, then besides his daughter, it's probably only this person. Over the years, the old butler had always cared for him and had pleaded for him on more than one occasion in front of the Zhao family, for reasons that were either right or wrong. Facing him, Li Kaigwa really didn't have the nerve to put on his high-ranking official demeanor. Uncle Wang, what happened? He quickly asked, a hint of doubt flashing deep in his eyes. The young lady just got into her sports car and sped off, disappearing without a trace. I'm worried something might have happened to her in the middle of the night. Steward Wang dared not delay and quickly explained the matter. And little miss is exactly what he calls Zhao Huixin. What? Huixin left the Zhao family. Upon hearing this, Li Kaigwa's expression changed, and his bad premonition intensified. Hello, Secretary's son? Please contact the traffic police station immediately and find out where my daughter is. Without the slightest hesitation, he took out his phone and called his secretary directly. Yes, a blue Lamborghini for women. If you spot her, find a way to stop her for me. After explaining everything in detail, Li Kaigwa finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, old Master Zhao, who had also received the news, began to make arrangements. As Butler Wang hurriedly left, the entire Zhao family mansion suddenly became lively. One car after another was driven into the vast darkness. Phone calls began to be made to various departments. No one would have thought that a little girl's stubbornness would cause so many departments to be busy late into the night. Unfortunately, their efforts were destined to be in vain. Because the Zhao family's old residence is near the outskirts of Kyoto, as long as Zhao Huixin doesn't go into the city, she has the freedom to roam freely. Finding her will definitely not be something that can be done in a short time. Chapter 186 Suppression. Fainting. It must be said that although Li Kaigwa is now in a high position, he lost his composure due to his daughter's disappearance and failed to notice the crisis that was quietly approaching. 3 days passed quietly. Logically, this should have been the deadline he set for the Zhao family to divorce. To Li Kaigwa's utter surprise, before his divorce was even finalized, he received a transfer order from above. The transfer order was very simple. Li Kaigwa was to be transferred from Beijing to Tianheng City, which is not far from Donghai. Although it was said to be a lateral transfer with no change in position, anyone could see that he was being exiled. Yes, Hangzhou can be considered a first-tier city. But can that compare to Kyoto? Moreover, Li Kaigwa's relationships and connections over the years were mostly in Kyoto. Leaving Kyoto is tantamount to severing his roots. Hee. What's the use of a person holding a high-ranking official position while serving alone in a foreign land? In the future, it will be even easier for them to be targeted by their rivals in officialdom. Bang! In the study, Li Kaigwa slammed his hand on the table and roared. It was Zhao Aigua. That old bastard must have secretly plotted against me. Boss, don't be angry. At this point, no matter who's targeting you, now is not the time to dwell on this. The secretary, Sun Yuan, quickly spoke up, but a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. No way. For those of them who work as secretaries, the only way to get promoted in the officialdom is to rely on powerful connections. After all, Li Kaigwa was considered to have a very promising future. As long as he keeps following the other party, he will eventually be demoted to a decent position. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, even the person who was supposed to be backing them had problems. Fortunately, although this lateral transfer was disadvantageous, the change in position was not too significant. That means that as long as you handle things well, there is still a chance to make a comeback. The two of them share both glory and ruin. Sun Yuan certainly didn't want Li Kaigwa to do anything foolish at this crucial moment. Cole, seemingly understanding the meaning behind Sun Yuan's words, Li Kaigwa took a deep breath and barely managed to suppress the anger in his heart. Because he knew he had failed this time. And there's a 99% chance he was taken advantage of by his cheap father-in-law, the cunning old fox Zhao Aigua. As expected, the depth of the Kyoto family's foundation is beyond my comprehension. I never imagined that the Zhao family, despite looking so dilapidated, would still possess such power. Li Kaigwa secretly regretted that he had underestimated the Zhao family before. Yu. He considered it for a moment, and was about to instruct his secretary to make some arrangements when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, his body swayed, and he collapsed to the ground. He instantly fell into a coma. Boss! Upon seeing this, Sun Yuan was greatly alarmed. He rushed forward, picked up Li Kaigwa, and dashed outside. It must be said, Secretary Sun's choice was entirely subconscious, and it was also the most correct one. At least, that's how it is in officialdom. After all, if someone who doesn't know anything about medicine insists on checking what's wrong with their leader when the leader falls ill, in some ways it's no different from murder. To put it bluntly, you don't understand anything, so what can you possibly see? Even if you guess some possibilities, do you have the ability to save the other person? Therefore, wasting time is tantamount to murder. Emergency rescue situations like that rarely occur in officialdom. Getting them to the hospital immediately is the wisest choice. What? Li Kaigwa has collapsed? He's already been taken to Kyoto Hospital. Upon hearing this news, even the usually calm old master Zhao couldn't help but look somewhat astonished. Yes, Li Kaigwa was right. His career setbacks were all orchestrated by the old man. In fact, some of our backup plans haven't even been used yet. Even a broken boat has 3 pounds of nails. How could the Zhao family, which has stood in the capital for so many years, have no foundation at all? To put it bluntly, Li Kaigwa was ultimately just a son-in-law of the Zhao family. How much could he possibly know about such a family? Even though the other party is now in a high position, most of his career path was promoted by the Zhao family. Making the other party fall is not too difficult at all. All I can say is, Li Kaigwa's audacity in directly pressuring Zhao Lao to divorce his daughter suggests a degree of overconfidence. He thought that with his current status, he was already able to stand on equal footing with the Zhao family. Even to overpower the opponent, he believed that those who had helped him in his career because of the Zhao family would make a wise choice between the two, considering his current status. He thought. Everything was just what he thought. But they forgot that while transactions between high-level executives may involve weighing the pros and cons, they place even greater emphasis on the exchange of benefits. This kind of absolute exchange of benefits usually refers to a family's resources and the bargaining chips they can offer to others. Therefore, after Zhao Lao was willing to pay some price, Li Kaigwa, a so-called high-ranking official who was struggling alone in the officialdom, could only become cannon fodder used by powerful families. Of course, this is just the beginning. If we follow old Zhao's plan, over the next long period of time, that cheap son-in-law will be made to fully realize the reality. They might even trample it into the dust. Therefore, sometimes a position is nothing compared to absolute ability. Of course, now is not the time to talk about that. Upon hearing that Li Kaigwa had fainted and been taken to the hospital, old Zhao's face showed a complicated expression. After a moment's hesitation, he decisively said, "Go tell the Kyoto hospital that they must do everything in their power to treat my son-in-law, Zhao family, and spare no expense to ensure his safety." The old man paused, his eyes narrowing slightly, and said, "By the way, tell the young lady that her husband is seriously ill and needs her care." After saying that, he turned and went to the study. "Dr. He? Your doctor. He, right?" He Fan was walking down the street when a blue Lamborghini suddenly stopped beside him. As the car window slowly opened, a pretty girl with a pure and innocent look poked her head out, her expression showing great excitement. "You are Zhao Huixin." Upon seeing the girl, He Fan was taken aback. He recognized the girl. She was the only princess of the Zhao family. Only, didn't old Zhao already take his daughter and granddaughter back to Kyoto? But why is this girl still in the East China Sea? To be honest, I've only met Zhao Huixin and He Fan once. Well, the two of them aren't exactly close. He just didn't expect the other person to be so excited when they saw him. He Fan was completely bewildered and couldn't understand what the girl meant at all. Chapter 187: A Chance Encounter. Bang! After confirming that the person in front of her was indeed He Fan, Zhao Huixin immediately opened the door and got out of the car. Her eyes narrowed with happiness, as bright as crescent moons. She skipped over to his side, grabbed He Fan's arm, and said playfully, "It's so great to meet you here, Dr. He. Dr. He, may I go to your house first?" "Ugh, I didn't sleep well last night, and now I'm so sleepy." The little girl, as if she were an old friend, started talking non-stop, and at the end, she stretched and made an outrageous request. Her actions suddenly made He Fan feel uncomfortable all over his body. In his memory, when I last saw this girl, didn't she seem quite quiet and reserved? Just like the ladies from those legendary noble families. How come you've become so unreliable after only a few days? You let go first." Forcibly pulling his arm out, He Fan asked with a puzzled look, "Miss Zhao, what are you doing? Didn't you go back to Kyoto with old Master Zhao? Besides, doesn't your Zhao family have a place to live in the East China Sea? If I remember correctly, it's a fairly large manor, isn't it? My house is so small, it's not convenient for you to stay here." He Fan's meaning was clear. He directly rejected the other party's request. "Are you kidding me? Are I that familiar with her?" As a girl, the fact that she suggested going home with a man she had only met once was enough to completely destroy any goodwill He Fan might have had towards him. After all, women who don't know how to love themselves have always been the type he dislikes the most. However, when He Fan said his home was small, he wasn't just making it up. After breaking up with Xiao Yuner, he rarely went back to that home and had been staying in a villa in the Hongya residential area. But with Xue Qingqing's death, the villa was no longer related to He Fan, so he naturally couldn't continue living there. So, in the past few days, he simply sold his original house and bought a mid-range apartment in the city center. And today, this was the first time He Fan had visited his new house after having someone help with the renovations. "I never expected to run into Zhao Huixin on the way. I'm not going there. If I go, won't Grandpa and the others find me?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Huixin pouted and immediately rejected He Fan's suggestion. I don't know if they genuinely didn't understand or were just pretending to be stupid. Judging from the little girl's expression, she seemed determined to go to He Fan's house. "They found you? You didn't run away from home, did you?" Upon hearing this, He Fan was taken aback. Then his eyes widened as he stared at the little girl in front of him in disbelief. If I remember correctly, this girl isn't much older than Wang Qing, is she? Are all girls these days so wild? Running away from home so easily? Aren't you afraid of something happening to you? This kind of personality is simply incomprehensible. Fine. I don't care if you ran away from home or not. That's none of my business. I have things to do. I'm leaving now. After thinking for a moment, He Fan said those words and then ran straight into the alleyway next to him. He acted as if he hadn't heard Zhao Huixin stomping her feet and shouting urgently behind his back. Of course, He Fan did this not just because he was unfamiliar with the other party. Most importantly, she is, after all, Li Kaigua's daughter. If I were to have a relapse one day and accidentally do something to the other person, I might really cause a catastrophe. It's really not worth taking that risk. Some might say, you've already been harmed so badly by Li Kaigua. Wouldn't it be better to get some compensation from his daughter? Haha, well then I can only say sorry. Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt its debtor. Although He Fan was filled with hatred, he was not so despicable as to use a girl to take revenge on his enemy. Besides, at least he's now in a business partnership with the Zhao family. Given how much Zhao Aigua and his daughter doted on the little girl, if he were to really harm Zhao Huixin, besides making himself feel guilty, he would inevitably incur the wrath of a behemoth. That was definitely not what He Fan wanted. The way he left was very clever. The surrounding alleys are already quite narrow. Sometimes, it's only enough for two people to walk side by side. Therefore, if Zhao Huixin wanted to keep up with him, she would have to abandon her luxury car and follow him alone. But obviously, that's unlikely. The young girl herself knew that if she did that, her luxury car would inevitably be towed away by the traffic police. Once the car is investigated online, her family in Kyoto will inevitably find out that she came to Donghai. So Zhao Huixin could only watch He Fan leave, unable to follow, and finally stomped her foot and drove away. For some reason, the little girl revealed a smug smile before leaving. Hee, interesting. It seems the Zhao family has been having a rough time lately. I just don't know if the old man has already confronted Li Kaigua. As He Fan walked, he pondered, a strange smile flashing across his lips. Judging by the timeline, it's probably within the next few days, so Li Kaigua must be feeling pretty bad, right? As the saying goes, a life for a life, a debt for a debt. It's time for the other party to repay what they owe me. He Fan had lived in Donghai City for many years, so he was naturally very familiar with it. Even if you take a shortcut, you won't have to worry about not finding the location of your newly purchased apartment. But just as he was getting closer to his destination, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Then, his face darkened. Yes, not far in front of He Fan, too, no? To be precise, 3 figures were walking towards him, chatting and laughing. Among the group, one of them was none other than his ex-wife, Xiao Yuner. As for the other one, that's interesting. It turned out to be He Fan's childhood friend, Inspector Wen-yong from Kyoto. Most importantly, at this moment, Wen-yong was holding Xiao He-miao in his arms, chatting and laughing with Xiao Yuner all the way. They looked just like a family of 3. He Fan. Just as he saw the 3 of them, Wen-yong's gaze also happened to turn towards him. His expression instantly changed from surprise to embarrassment. He stood there for a moment, feeling completely at a loss. His face turned bright red. This. As Wen-yong exclaimed in surprise, Xiao Yuner finally noticed them. When she noticed He Fan standing not far away, her pretty face immediately turned deathly pale. However, her expression soon returned to normal, and she continued chatting and laughing with Wen-yong beside her as if she hadn't seen He Fan. He also affectionately took his son, Xiaomiao, from the other person's arms. Chapter 188 Doubt. The movements were extremely practiced, as if he had done them many times before. Indeed, He Fan still felt slightly uncomfortable seeing this scene. After all, the woman opposite him was someone he had loved with all his heart and soul. Even if you no longer love them, or even if you have become enemies, it is impossible to forget them completely so quickly. Of course, although He Fan felt a little uncomfortable, his attention was not on Xiao Yuner and Wen-yong. On the contrary, He Fan was staring blankly at his former son He-miao. A look of inner conflict flashed across his face. Xiao He-miao also saw He Fan, but this time he didn't pounce on him, nor did he sweetly call out Daddy. On the contrary, upon seeing He Fan, the little guy immediately looked aggrieved and buried his head in his mother's arms without saying a word. Yes, although the little guy is still young, he has already started primary school. A child this age can actually understand a lot of things. Whether it was his own feeling or someone's guidance behind his back, Xiao He-miao clearly felt that he had been abandoned by his father. If it's a short time and the child doesn't remember, He-miao won't care about this and might still be affectionate with He Fan. But as time went by, and they gradually became accustomed to life without their father, even the children changed. Therefore, when they bumped into each other by chance this time, The little guy subconsciously showed that he was unfamiliar with and distant from Yifan. Yifan noticed this as well. A sudden surge of bittersweet emotion welled up in his heart, causing him a pang of pain. Perhaps from this day forward, the father-son bond between them will slowly fade away. After all, humans are not animals. They understand what emotions are. No matter how much Yifan resented Xiao Yuner, he never thought of involving He Miao. Therefore, although he secretly plotted against many people time and time again, he always let Xiao Yuner go because of Xiao He Miao's existence. Hi, long time no see. How have you been? Seeing He Fan looking somewhat dazed, Xiao Yuner's eyes flashed with a strange light, and she walked over to greet him in a generous manner. Well, turning his gaze away from Xiao He Miao, He Fan sized up his ex-wife and said calmly, "Not bad, but it seems you're doing pretty well too." After saying that, she glanced at Wen Yong, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. "Aren't you afraid that your Mr. Li will be angry in the future?" The words were highly sarcastic. "Yeah, you mean Li Kaigua? I'm single now, and I'm nobody to him. Who has the right to say anything about me?" To everyone's surprise, Xiao Yuner showed no sign of surprise, smiling at him and nodding in response in a straightforward and generous manner. These words may have been said unintentionally, or they may have been said intentionally to provoke He Fan. When Xiao Yuner said these things, she was clearly indirectly admitting her relationship with Wen Yong. "Xiao Yuner, don't talk nonsense." He Fan remained calm upon hearing this, but Wen Yong immediately became anxious. He quickly stepped forward and explained, "He Fan, don't misunderstand. I just ran into the mother and son living in a nearby apartment a couple of days ago, and I came to check on Xiao Miao out of concern for him. My relationship with Xiao Yuner is completely innocent. I guarantee there's nothing going on. Please don't overthink it." It's clear that he spoke with utmost sincerity. It doesn't seem like a lie. It doesn't matter anymore. He Fan smiled upon hearing this and shrugged. "I have already divorced Xiao Yuner. She is now a free person, and it has nothing to do with me who she is with." After saying that, he patted the other person on the shoulder and said meaningfully, "Besides, just like you said before, Xiao Miao is so pitiful. As an inspector who is solely devoted to public service, it's perfectly reasonable for you to show concern." After saying that, he went to Xiao Miao's side, patted his little head with a complicated expression, said nothing, and then strode away. Seeing He Fan leave, both Xiao Yuner and Wen Yong fell silent. They could all see that He Fan seemed to have truly let go. But, is that really a good thing? Both of them were somewhat bewildered. "You still love him?" After a long pause, Wen Yong suddenly spoke up. "This is not a question, but rather conveys a sense of absolute certainty." What's the point of saying all this? He's moved on. He's no longer the He Fan I used to know. Xiao Yuner gave a bitter smile and murmured softly. Has He Fan come to terms with it? Maybe. At least in terms of his feelings for Xiao Yuner, he felt that he had let go of them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have remained so calm after witnessing that scene. Of course, the so-called relief depends on the situation. He Fan has become indifferent to matters of the heart. But it's like a feud between parents. As long as I can't reimburse them for even a day, I'll never feel at peace until I die. That's interesting. I hope things aren't as melodramatic as I imagine. After getting away from Xiao Yuner and the others, He Fan slowly opened his palm. In his palm, there were several strands of hair. Yes, those hairs were the ones he had just taken from Wen Yong and Xiao He Miao's hairlines. He was extremely careful when he made his move, and neither of them noticed anything. What He Fan can confirm at present is that Xiao Miao is definitely not Li Kaigua's son. Wen Yong's attitude towards Xiao Miao has always been too strange, which makes He Fan wonder if there is some kind of relationship between the two of them that is difficult to show to others. Considering that Wen Yong suddenly and inexplicably came to Donghai City from Kyoto, and his strange behavior the moment he saw Xiao He Miao, if He Fan wasn't suspicious, then he really would be brainless. I hope you have nothing to do with that. He Fan, whose expression had been slightly strange, seemed to suddenly remember something, and his expression became serious again. Yes, he had always suspected that Li Kaigua, Xiao Yuner's adulterer, was almost certainly the mastermind behind having his parents run over. Moreover, from our conversation, the other party seemed to acknowledge this. But that was still somewhat unclear, and Li Kaigwa didn't directly admit it. Therefore, He Fan maintained the last shred of composure. But what about now? Then suddenly, Wen Yong became a variable. If Wen Yong is really as I suspect, then he might be Xiao Miao's biological father. Remembering what Xue Qingcheng had told her, the other party seemed to have an extraordinary background. Is it possible that Wen Yong's death was also related to his parents' death? This isn't just his wild imagination. After all, once you sort things out, it's easy to connect many possibilities. Li Kaigwa may have killed his parents to keep their existence a secret because he discovered they had undergone a paternity test. But the same logic might also apply to Xiao He Miao's biological father. Chapter 189. Being tracked? Yes. After all, He Fan was convinced that his parents' deaths were definitely related to the forensic examination. In other words, the person who cares most about Xiao Miao is the most suspicious. That's why, the moment doubt arose in his mind, he made a decision to find out what the relationship was between Wen Yong and Xiao He Miao. With this, we'll be able to figure everything out. Hopefully, things aren't as bad as we think. He Fan murmured to himself, genuinely not wanting Wen Yong to be involved in his parents' deaths. After all, when he was a child, his parents always treated him very well when he came home, and they never looked down on him because of his orphan status. If Wen Yong still gets involved in this matter under these circumstances, then He Fan really has to wonder just how ugly people's hearts can be. He carefully took out a handkerchief from his pocket, wrapped the hair up, and then walked contentedly toward his new apartment. Wait a minute, something's not right. But then, as if he had suddenly thought of something, he froze. What did Wen Yong just say? Does Xiao Yuner live in a nearby apartment? But what a coincidence, she also lives in the Manhwa apartment complex, right? The thought of it being so likely sent chills down his spine. Others might not notice. Having spent many years with her, He Fan had already discerned from Xiao Yuner's every move that the woman hadn't given up on him. That's why he barely said a few words, only expressed his indifference, before decisively leaving. But if the two of them really live in the same neighborhood, wouldn't they see each other often? If that's the case, why would He Fan be so happy to move to this place just to avoid seeing the other person again? God, are you playing a trick on me? He Fan smiled bitterly, secretly praying that he was wrong. Otherwise, he shook his head helplessly, and could only prepare to go and see the new house first. He Fan's room is room 315 on the third floor of Building 16 in Wenhua apartment. It has 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. Including the common area, it is about 150 square meters. Moreover, this floor is mostly filled with small apartments, and his apartment is already considered one of the largest. The room's decor looks quite nice. The antique-style design is exactly to He Fan's liking. Of course, since it's located in the city center, even though it's just a second-hand apartment, it still cost quite a bit of money. The purchase and renovation of the house nearly depleted all of He Fan's cash reserves. This includes the money he made from selling his house, and the money he earned from treating old Jiang. That's one way to put it. For He Fan now, apart from having a few thousand yuan for pocket money, he is practically penniless. Damn it, this is a mess. Looking at everything in the room, He Fan shook his head with a wry smile, hoping even more that Xiao Yuner didn't live nearby. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to move out now. Yes. For example, at Mandarin Apartments, customers are not allowed to resell newly purchased rooms unless they have lived there for more than 3 years. So even if he wanted to move, his financial situation no longer allowed it. He Fan slowly walked to the balcony, intending to look at the surrounding scenery. But as soon as he looked down, he was shocked to see Xiao Yuner leading her son, slowly walking towards his building. Clearly, his prayers had not had any effect. On the contrary, a more ominous feeling suddenly rose in He Fan's heart. Xiao Yuner, could she really live here? Yes. Xiao Yuner not only lives in Wenhua community, but she also happens to live in Building 16. When He Fan saw the other person walking over leisurely, he was utterly desperate. He smiled wryly, completely baffled as to how such a coincidence could happen. But what else can we do? For now, he has no choice but to avoid meeting the other party. But he also knew in his heart that this was not a long-term solution. The best way to avoid seeing Xiao Yuner is to move away from here. But that's simply impossible. his finances don't allow him to do that. Honestly, at this moment, Fan really wanted to call Xue Qingcheng and borrow some money from her to get away from trouble as quickly as possible. But he didn't want to do that at all. Fan knew very well that Xue Qingcheng was fighting for their future, and every step she took was like dancing on the edge of a knife. It would be unwise to bother her over something like this. All right, let's leave it at that for now. In the end, Fan could only mutter to himself. Anyway, as long as Xiao Yuner doesn't know I'm here, there shouldn't be any trouble. There's no need to worry unnecessarily. Having figured this out, Fan stretched and wanted to rest on the sofa for a while. By the way, get used to the new environment. But as they say, when you're down on your luck, even drinking cold water can cause problems. Just as he left the balcony and sat down on the sofa, he suddenly felt something poking him in his pocket. Fan was taken aback and casually pulled the thing out. Yes, it's a little thing. It's square and about the size of a thumb tip, looking like a lump of iron. No matter how many times he looked at it, he couldn't remember when he had put it in his pocket. This thing. Fan frowned, feeling as if he had seen this thing somewhere before. Damn, a signal tracker. Just as he was wondering, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he suddenly thought of an electronic product that often appeared on television. Yes, a tracker. Although Fan hadn't seen the real thing much, he'd at least seen a pig walk even if he hadn't eaten pork. A chill ran through him, and a sense of foreboding rose within him. Before Fan could react, a loud shout suddenly came from downstairs. Fan, I know you live here. Come down quickly and help me upstairs. The voice was clear and bright, and it felt very familiar to him. Zhao Huixin. When Fan came to the balcony and looked down, he was completely dumbfounded. Yes, a blue sports car was parked downstairs, and next to it, a familiar figure was shouting at Building 16 with his hands cupped to his mouth. Holy crap, it's her. It wasn't until this moment that Fan finally realized what was happening. He was just wondering who put the tracker in his pocket. Looking back now, it couldn't possibly be anyone else but this girl. It seems, it's possible, it was probably something she did when she was holding me earlier. Perhaps their goal is simply to figure out where their home is? Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself, realizing he'd actually been tricked by a little girl. But thinking about it carefully, as the daughter of Li Kaigua and from a prominent family, she shouldn't be so naive. It's not surprising that someone could be so cunning. Chapter 190, A Battleground? Just as Fan was considering how to deal with Zhao Huixin's visit, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure coming out of the gatehouse below and heading straight for Zhao Huixin. Soon after, the figure stood in front of Zhao Huixin. And that person was none other than his ex-wife, Xiao Yuner. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. Fan slapped his forehead, utterly speechless. He suddenly felt that his luck today was extremely bad. Damn it. I was just thinking of keeping it a secret from the other person that I live in this neighborhood. But unexpectedly, because of Zhao Huixin, his true colors were exposed so quickly. But what can we do? Fan gave a bitter smile, knowing he could only grit his teeth and accept it all. Downstairs, Xiao Yuner seemed to be talking to Zhao Huixin about something. Unfortunately, the difference of several floors made it impossible for Fan to hear clearly what the two women were saying. But he knew that he probably wouldn't be able to avoid this today so easily. Damn it, why should I dodge? But suddenly, he had an epiphany. What's wrong? Why should I be afraid? Who is Zhao Huixin? Do I know her well? And Xiao Yuner, she already divorced him a long time ago, okay? To some extent. She was lucky to have brought trouble upon herself. As for being afraid, what gives you the right? Upon realizing this, Fan's eyes immediately lit up. What? You're Fan's girlfriend? Young lady, how old are you? When Xiao Yuner finally understood why the girl in front of her was calling out to Fan, she was initially quite happy. She never expected this. Her ex-husband had actually bought a new house in this neighborhood. As for why Xiao Yuner believed the other party? Isn't that simple? Because from the girl's descriptions of her clothes and appearance, she easily associated her with Fan, whom she had just met. Although I can't be 100% sure yet, I'm at least 70–80% certain that the other person might really be living here. The only thing that bothered Xiao Yuner was that this girl, who looked to be only a teenager, kept saying that Fan was her boyfriend. How is that possible? Having lived together for so many years, Xiao Yuner knows He Fan all too well. Given his personality, let alone whether he'll find a partner so quickly, even if he does, he's unlikely to be interested in a young, inexperienced girl like this. 18 years old, so what? Seemingly sensing the hostility in Xiao Yuner's eyes, Zhao Huixin immediately puffed out her small chest and said with a smug and arrogant expression, at such a young age, you're already trying to date? Do you even know what love is? You're such little brats. Xiao Yuner said with a smile, her words carrying a hidden barb. Big sister, that just proves you're getting old. Unexpectedly, Zhao Huixin was not at all at a disadvantage, rolled her eyes, and said sarcastically, Me? I'm old. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuner's eyes widened in disbelief. I'm only in my early 30s, right in the prime of a woman's life? This brat actually said she was old? Hee hee. Auntie, you don't really think you're a boy until you die, like the men say, and that you'll always be 18, do you? Fine. I won't say anything else, just look at your child. As a new mother, do you still think you're in the prime of your youth? Zhao Huixin is sharp-tongued and doesn't back down at all. Xiao Yuner. Have to. The two were evenly matched, and for a moment they actually clashed here. He Fan, who had just come downstairs, happened to witness this scene. Honestly, he was having very mixed feelings right now. He Fan found it hard to imagine what it would be like if these two women knew each other's true identities. But clearly, the result won't be too pleasant. Dr. He. Just as He Fan appeared, Zhao Huixin happened to see him. Her eyes lit up immediately, and she excitedly waved her little hand and ran over. As for Xiao Yunu, who is that? The most important thing right now is to find myself a place to stay. Hey, what are you doing? Seeing Zhao Huixin rush over and immediately grab his arm, He Fan sighed helplessly and scolded her in a low voice. If I'm not mistaken, this must be your ex-wife, Xiao Yuner, right? Unexpectedly, what Zhao Huixin said next immediately startled He Fan. Does this girl know Xiao Yuno? Does that mean she also knows about the relationship between her and her father? If that's the case, why would the other person deliberately try to get close to you? You know her. Of course I know. How could I not? Wang Qing from the Wang family and I are very good friends. Once, when you were mentioned, she not only told me about you, but also showed me a picture of your wife. Zhao Huixin replied matter-of-factly, without the slightest hint of guilt. Cole. Hearing this, He Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Did Wang Qing say that? That makes perfect sense. After all, the little girl knows all about his messy affairs. Honestly, he didn't want Zhao Huixin, such a young girl, to be so scheming. It would put him in a very difficult position. Don't worry. Watch me. Perhaps they sensed that He Fan's silence was due to painful memories being brought up. Zhao Huixin squeezed his arm and whispered in his ear. Then her expression changed, transforming her from a fiery young woman into a gentle and virtuous lady, with a faint smile on her face. Auntie, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, He Fan. She walked gracefully to Xiao Yuner and spoke in a soft voice. The way she looked at He Fan was filled with tenderness. He Fan. Wow, no wonder so many people say women are born actresses. Sure enough, that was true. She was just a moment ago incredibly fierce, almost ready to fight Xiao Yuner, but in the blink of an eye she has become a gentle and affectionate woman. TSK. I never imagined that a 17 or 18-year-old girl could have such abilities. Only, seeing Xiao Yuner's somewhat unpleasant expression, He Fan didn't bother to refute her words. He was eager to know how this woman would handle the situation before him. Honestly, in fact, what He Fan really hoped for was to use this scene to really provoke the other party, at least to vent his anger. But who is Xiao Yuner? Would she be so easily deceived? Although she didn't see through the little girl's tricks, she could tell from He Fan's expression that he had no feelings for that girl at all. Is it acting? She's practically an ancestor. She's just a brat, and she thinks she can ride roughshod over me? Your boyfriend? How could that be? Xiao Yuner feigned surprise, her face showing shock. He Fan is my ex-husband. We only divorced a little over 10 days ago. You two confirmed your relationship so early. Could it be that you were already together before we were even divorced? She pretended to cover her mouth with one hand, and her eyes instantly filled with tears. Chapter 191 Scumbag. He Fan. Zhao Huixin. Sure enough, this woman is formidable. He managed to turn the tables even after being confronted head-on by an 18-year-old girl. That's damn obvious. Doesn't that mean Zhao Huixin seduced He Fan into having an extramarital affair, which ultimately led to their divorce? But what's the truth? If someone knew the truth, they wouldn't be fooled by her little tricks. But what would unsuspecting people think, like the neighbors who are slowly gathering around out of curiosity? Zhao Huixin's face immediately turned bright red, and she was about to expose the other party's secrets. Unexpectedly, He Fan grabbed her and dragged her upstairs without giving her a chance to speak. Honestly, didn't He Fan want Xiao Yuner to be embarrassed in front of everyone? It's obvious he desperately wants it. After all, if you can't really hurt this woman, it's quite nice to make her lose face. But the location is wrong. This is his new home, and he'll definitely be staying here for a long time. If everyone knew everything that had happened to him, then this dark green hat would probably be stuck on his head forever. He Fan absolutely did not want to experience being pointed at and gossiped about behind his back by his neighbors. It was simply too humiliating. Watching the two of them leave, Xiao Yuner's gaze suddenly became incredibly profound. He Fan, did he bring that little girl back to his home? Honestly, she was very unwilling to accept it. But as it turns out, given the current situation, it would be harder than climbing to heaven for me to reconcile with He Fan. Mom, I'm hungry. Just then, the little seedling in my arms suddenly spoke weakly. It was clear that he had been looking rather listless. Needless to say, it was the complex emotions stemming from an inexplicable estrangement between the little guy and his father that affected him. Okay, let's go home for dinner. Facing her son, Xiao Yuner instantly regained her composure, smiled sweetly, nodded to the neighbors, and went upstairs. How about it? Considering I helped you upset your ex-wife today, it shouldn't be a big problem for you to let me stay for a few days, right? Zhao Huixin was beaming with pride the whole way. No way. Unexpectedly, He Fan rolled his eyes and flatly rejected her. Men and women shouldn't be so close. What kind of nonsense is it for a young girl like you to stay in the home of a single man like me? If word gets out, people will definitely say I'm trying to seduce a younger woman. Don't I have any dignity? Uncle, what era are we living in? How can your thinking be so futile? Upon hearing this, Zhao Huixin was furious. She rolled her eyes in response and kept complaining that He Fan was an old-fashioned person. All right, don't give me that. After you go to my place to rest for a while, you can either go back to your own manor, or I'll call your grandfather directly. The choice is yours. He Fan certainly wouldn't indulge such a rebellious little girl. He simply and directly handed the choice to the other party. Zhao Huixin. Is this a choice? This is clearly a betrayal, isn't it? Just as she was secretly regretting that she shouldn't have come to find He Fan, she heard him say, "You put that electronic tracking device in my pocket, didn't you? Do you know that's illegal?" Hee. As a girl traveling alone, of course I need to be prepared. So you understand. Zhao Huixin chuckled upon hearing this, but did not deny what she had done. That thing is indeed mine. It just accidentally fell into your pocket. I wasn't trying to pry into your privacy. Even if you call the police, do you think they believe that a girl like me would willingly put a tracking device on you? She spoke with such confidence that it infuriated He Fan. Damn, no wonder she's Li Kaigua's daughter. His actions indeed were meticulous and precise. Even in doing such a small thing, he didn't leave himself any flaws. Forget it. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Anyway, it's all in the hands of fate. He Fan originally wanted to tell the other party to leave his house before dark. But when he caught a glimpse of someone else on this floor out of the corner of his eye, he couldn't help but twitch his lips and immediately fell silent. In his heart, he cursed even more. Damn, isn't this just too much of a coincidence? Xiao Yuner actually lives on this floor too? The problem is, I came to see the apartment several times, but I never saw her there. If he had known earlier, he would have bought the house here because he had nothing better to do. Of course, Zhao Huixin was also the girl who saw Xiao Yuner arrive on this floor. But she is different from He Fan. Upon realizing the awkward situation before her, her big eyes darted around, and she immediately stepped forward to grab He Fan's arm, saying in a sweet voice, "Honey, my legs are getting a little sore. Why don't you carry me back to the room?" He Fan had no idea why this girl suddenly came up with this idea. He got goosebumps all over from the other person calling him darling, and almost kicked the guy away. Fan found it hard to imagine what her father, Li Kaigwa, would feel if he saw this scene. Huh, wrong. Why did I have to chase this girl away? Anyway, isn't he going to take revenge on Li Kaigwa anyway? Then, could we go even further and destroy his spirit until he dies with his eyes wide open in disbelief? As for Zhao Aigua and his daughter, as long as I don't actually harm Zhao Huixin, what's there to be ashamed of? Most importantly, if it were me, it seems to be the best way to resolve the current awkward situation. A playful glint flashed in Fan's eyes, and he immediately laughed heartily. Without any hesitation, he grabbed the girl and, ignoring her stunned expression, hoisted her onto his back. All right, let's go inside then. As they were talking, they arrived at the door. He took his keys out of his pocket with one hand, opened the door, and walked straight in. Bang! As the door closed, Xiao Yuner, who was secretly delighted to be living in the same building as Fan, felt her heart sink to the bottom. Could it be that they really? A hint of sadness flashed in her eyes as she walked dejectedly to another door. Then, they opened the door and went inside. It's clear that the two houses are not far apart, but just the door seemed to separate the two of them, as if they were separated by the ends of the earth. Okay, if you'd like, you can stay in this room for the next few days. But remember this, whatever you do, don't go near my room. A man and a woman alone together, if anything happens, I won't be responsible. Pointing to his own guest room, Fan spoke to Zhao Huixin in a calm tone. Where was the gentleness from before on her face? Good. The little girl, whose face was still a little red from being carried on his back, didn't seem to have heard him, but just kept nodding. Bang! As Fan returned to his master bedroom and closed the door, she spat out a soft pooey and muttered, "Scumbag." Her pretty face flushed even more. Chapter 192. Li Kaigwa is on the verge of death. Just as Fan had thought. After he carried Zhao Huixin into his house, Xiao Yuner didn't make a sound for several days, and didn't come to bother him at all. Life seems to have returned to calm. That noon, Fan had just returned from outside, when he clearly heard Zhao Huixin's anxious voice coming from the guest room. A critical condition notice? How could this happen? Dad was perfectly fine before. Grandpa, I know you don't like Dad, but he's still my father. Please, you must get the hospital to save him. It's all my fault. If I hadn't turned off my phone these past few days, I wouldn't have been so unaware that Dad was sick and hospitalized. Okay, I'll go back right away. Anyone could tell that Zhao Huixin was genuinely anxious. His voice was tinged with a hint of sobbing. Is Li Kaigwa critically ill? Upon hearing this news, Fan's lips curled into a strange smile. Judging by the time, it's about time. Should I find an opportunity to go to Kyoto and meet that guy? At the very least, I need to tell him some very wonderful things before he dies. I can't let him leave so soon. Yes, Fan hates Li Kaigwa. That hatred has never disappeared. And it won't diminish just because I've gotten closer to Zhao Huixin these past few days. To put it bluntly, his decision to let Zhao live in his home was largely motivated by exploitation. Feelings and such are pure nonsense. After all, if it weren't for that old man, he would still be living a peaceful life. Healthy parents, a wife and children around him. That has always been the life he longed for most. But the other party's appearance destroyed everything in a very short time, turning him, a man with the mindset of an ordinary citizen, into a demon. If we were to say before, Fan was still pondering whether Li Kaigwa was responsible for his parents' deaths. But now, there's no need to think about it anymore. Thinking about the results he had just received at the identification center, that Wen Yong was not He Miao's biological father as he had suspected, he became even more certain that Li Kaigwa was the real culprit. Yes, it's strange. Anyone could tell that Wen Yong's attitude towards Xiao He Miao was abnormal. This is why Fan was so suspicious of the other party. But in reality, after he personally went to get the hair from both of them tested, he realized that he had been overthinking things. The two of them are actually not related by blood. Of course, out of caution, Fan secretly asked an acquaintance to help with the authentication this time, and the records were not uploaded to the internet at all. This way, it will largely avoid attracting the attention of certain people at higher levels, and it will also prevent anyone from tampering with the results. It has to be said that He Fan was already quite careful in doing this. After all, his parents' experience was enough to make him extremely wary of the abilities of those people in the shadows. But the ending was unexpected. He Miao has no connection with Wen Yong at all. Then why did he show unusual concern for Xiao He Miao? This was something He Fan couldn't understand at all. But this is for the best. At least it prevents me from becoming enemies with Wen Yong. Ultimately, he didn't want things to get any more complicated. So how am I supposed to see that guy? After all, if I can't see him, all my previous plans will be for nothing. He Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Although he had spoken to Mr. Zhao and asked for his cooperation, the latter had not contacted him since. But what about now? Li Kaigwa is almost finished, and the other side still hasn't sent a message. This suggests that the other party may not be as trustworthy as one might have imagined. To be honest, He Fan was mentally prepared for this situation. Because from beginning to end, he didn't have much expectation for those big families, and he didn't want to have too much contact with the Zhao family of Kyoto. Ultimately, while the two sides could be considered allies in their dealings with Li Kaigwa, their relationship was limited to that. In other aspects, we don't have much of a relationship. It's not surprising that old man Zhao Aigua would have ulterior motives. Perhaps he didn't tell me about this because he had other considerations. But regardless of whether the other party tells me or not, now that I know, it's impossible for me to let go of this great opportunity. Li Kaigwa can die, but he must die by his own hand. Just as He Fan was struggling with how to confront his enemy, Zhao Huixin hurriedly ran out of the room. He Fan, I'm going back to Kyoto. When they saw him, the other person only said that one sentence before leaving. Squeak. But Zhao Huixin had only opened the door halfway when her hurried steps suddenly stopped. As if she had just remembered something, she quickly turned to look at He Fan and said urgently, Dr. He, you were able to treat my mother's AIDS, so you must be very proficient in treating other illnesses as well, right? You mean? Upon hearing this, He Fan raised an eyebrow and deliberately feigned confusion before asking. Heart disease. Acute myocardial infarction. Are you confident you can treat it? Zhao Huixin asked directly, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. After all, in her opinion, if he could alleviate even a global terminal illness like AIDS, then his medical skills must be very impressive. Perhaps the other party can cure my father, who is already on the verge of death. Heart attack? That's very troublesome. Although he had already guessed what the other party was thinking, He Fan still shook his head and deliberately made a face as if he was not easy to deal with. Is it troublesome? Hearing that he actually gave this answer, instead of directly saying that it was incurable, Zhao Huixin's eyes immediately lit up. My father, who is currently lying in a hospital in Kyoto, has been given a critical condition notice. He could die at any moment. In other words, whether or not it can be cured is a minor issue. Saving its life is the priority. Since He Fan said that, does it mean that he still has some means to temporarily prolong the time of his father's death? Dr. He, would you please come to Kyoto with me? My father is dying in the hospital. Please help him. Without saying a word, she pleaded as she grabbed He Fan and tried to rush out. No wonder the little girl was anxious. After all, her father's life was hanging by a thread. According to Kyoto Hospital, it is unlikely that he will survive today. And He Fan became the last glimmer of hope in her heart. He Fan smiled inwardly, a very happy smile. Sure enough, he knew that was what the little girl was planning. She didn't struggle at all and cooperated completely. He Fan didn't say a word until he got into Zhao Huixin's sports car. There's no need to put on an act like that in front of a little girl. Chapter 193, Is Li Kaigwa dead? It's just going to Kyoto, isn't it? It's just going to the hospital, right? Just what I wanted. He even wanted Li Kaigwa to know that it was his own daughter who had sent him, the real devil, to his deathbed. Although Donghai is quite far from Beijing, more than 1,000 kilometers away, it is still possible for a supercar to arrive in a day. Unfortunately, even though Zhao Huixin traveled on the highway the whole way, it was already dark by the time she arrived in Kyoto. Instead of going home, she immediately drove to Kyoto Hospital. Creak. With a screech of brakes, the blue sports car swerved and came to a steady stop at the entrance of Kyoto Hospital. Without even bothering to park the car, Zhao Huixin opened the car door, grabbed He Fan, and hurriedly ran towards the hospital's emergency room. Yes, She had already learned by phone that her father had just been taken to the emergency room. It seems things aren't going well. Mom, Grandpa, how is Dad now? Upon arriving at the emergency room, Zhao Huixin saw several people in front of the door. Besides her father's secretary, Sun Yuan, only her grandfather, Zhao Aigua, and her mother, Zhao Yiting, were there. It's clear that this is what the old man said. Otherwise, given Li Kaigua's status, the hospital would probably be overflowing with colleagues and friends visiting him. Perhaps, someone from above will be sent over. Hui Xi and Yua, Dr. He, you actually came to Kyoto too? Originally, Grandpa Zhao was very happy to see his granddaughter return. But when she saw who was behind her, she immediately felt uneasy. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Hee, Mr. Zhao, you've really played your cards well this time. Seeing him speak, He Fan said with amusement. I'm sorry, Dr. He, this old man broke his promise. On a secluded rooftop of the hospital, Zhao Aigua and He Fan stood facing each other, their aged faces filled with deep regret. For the sake of your Zhao family's reputation, the dead are the greatest menace? Old Zhao, that's not what you said when you asked me to save your daughter. He Fan's tone was calm, but he exuded a sharp aura. You promised me that we would all work together to deal with Li Kaigua, and that I would step in to take action against him at the last moment. That's why I agreed to help stabilize your daughter's condition. What? Now that your daughter's condition has stabilized and she doesn't need me anymore, you can disregard your past promises? If that's the case, then I just hope you won't regret it 2 years from now. Why? Faced with He Fancy's blatant threat, old Master Zhao could only manage a wry smile. He knew that the other person was really angry. Otherwise, she wouldn't have threatened herself with her daughter's life or death 2 years from now. But he was in a difficult position too. Yes, this was something Mr. Zhao did intentionally. After all, the hospital has said that Li Kaigua is unlikely to survive until today. Originally, I thought I would inform He Fan after he died. After all, death settles all debts, and the past should be left in the past. There was no need to target a dying person. But he overlooked He Fan's thoughts. After all, Li Kaigua made the other party's wife bear his child, whether intentionally or unintentionally, which is equivalent to putting a green hat on the other party. What man could stand that? Put yourself in his shoes. Would he have let the other person off without seeking revenge? All right. Although I didn't tell you about this right away because of my own selfish reasons, you still came after all, didn't you? Faced with the threat in He Fan's words, old Master Zhao could only say helplessly. As for what will happen to Li Kaigua? Just an ingrate. Even if the ending is tragic, he deserves it. Besides, he's almost dead, so the thing I'm worried about probably won't happen. Why bother making He Fan unhappy? No. He Fan shook his head upon hearing this, and was about to say that it was different when he suddenly heard Zhao Huixin's shrill cries coming from below. Although we can't know what happened because we're on different floors, we can guess that something must have happened in the emergency room. Could it be that Li Kaigua is dead? Snort. He Fan's face immediately turned grim, and he rushed towards the emergency room. Does Li Kaigua want to die? Sorry. Before he could vent his anger, he would find it difficult to die even if he wanted to. Call. The thought that his son-in-law might be dead brought a sigh of relief to old Master Zhao Aigua. That would be the best. At least he no longer has to cooperate with He Fan to torment a dying man and be laughed at by those old guys from other families in the future. Well, nobody knows about that anymore. Honestly, when it comes to hating Li Kaigua, he's not much less than He Fan. Especially when Li Kaigua disrespected him and proposed to his daughter in person that he wanted to divorce her, the old man really wanted to kill him. But he couldn't act impulsively, and he couldn't let his family be disgraced because of this. Yes, in these families, nothing is more important than face. Therefore, whether it was Li Kaigua wanting to divorce Zhao Yiting or his later serious illness, the old man did not inform He Fan, partly because he wanted to protect the Zhao family's reputation. He didn't want to become a laughingstock for other families because of these things. Therefore, he preferred to let Li Kaigua die, to end it all. Unfortunately, things still got out of control. He Fan actually came by himself. Dr. He, where did you and Grandpa go? Dad He. Upon seeing He Fan appear, Zhao Huixin rushed over immediately. She choked up several times while speaking, seemingly blaming the other person for leaving at a crucial moment. You have to understand that she brought He Fan all this way so that he could save her father's life. But the little girl also knew that Grandpa was the one who led the other person away. The fault really wasn't theirs. Therefore, what they felt most was grievance. Looking out the door of the emergency room, she saw doctors and nurses talking to Zhao Yiting. Li Kaigua's secretary, Sun Yuan, sat slumped on the ground, his eyes vacant. Judging from his appearance, it's clear that Li Kaigua may have really passed away. He frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Huixin, come with me into the operating room." After saying that, he grabbed Zhao Huixin's hand and started to walk inside. "Sir, the operating room is a restricted area. Only hospital doctors are allowed to enter. The person inside has been pronounced dead. If you wish to see him one last time, someone will take him to the morgue shortly." A female nurse appeared in front of the two and blocked them from going in. The other party explained apologetically, in an extremely gentle voice, as if they could understand why the two were so agitated. "He's the doctor I invited. He's a very skilled traditional Chinese medicine doctor. Please let him take a look. Maybe my dad can still be saved." Zhao Huixin thought He Fan was rushing into the operating room to save her father, and in her excitement, she quickly explained. Chapter 194, Heart-Severing Powder. No wonder the little girl was so excited. After all, the other party's medical skills are truly amazing. He can even treat AIDS. Who can guarantee that he can't bring my father back to life? This became Zhao Huixin's last glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, she didn't notice Sun Yuan. If she could see the astonishment, fear, and worry in the other person's eyes, she might understand that He Fan's appearance might not be a good thing. However, as the saying goes, once the person leaves, the tea grows cold. Although Sun Yuan was Li Kaigua's secretary, he found himself in an awkward situation due to Li's sudden death. It would be a lie to say that I didn't harbor any resentment towards my former boss. So even though he knew He Fan's visit was definitely not for good purposes, he didn't say anything. Are you kidding me? Do you really think he's stupid? It's clear that He Fan knows old Zhao. Now that he has lost his backer, if he offends the Zhao family because of this, his career will surely come to an end. So at this time, Sun Yuan chose to remain silent in order to protect himself. The doctors and nurses were stunned by Zhao Huixin's words and immediately thought that the little girl was talking nonsense. Are you kidding me? If someone is completely dead, how can traditional Chinese medicine bring them back to life? And traditional Chinese medicine? Is he such a young TCM doctor? Perhaps this little princess of the Zhao family has been deceived by some scumbag? Subconsciously, the group looked at He Fan, their eyes filled with disdain and contempt. "Young lady, your father has passed away. I hope you can calm down first and not cause any trouble in the hospital with people." A male doctor stepped forward and offered gentle advice. Yes, death is a serious matter. You just need to focus on preparing for the funeral and stop causing trouble for the deceased." The nurse next to him also offered the same advice. They all thought it was just youthful recklessness, and naturally wouldn't let the other person cause trouble in such an important place as the operating room. "Let him in. Huixin, don't cause trouble for Dr. He." Just then, they saw old Master Zhao striding towards them from a distance. His somber expression immediately silenced the doctors and nurses. Joke. This is Kyoto. As the largest and highest level hospital in the country, the doctors and nurses here have a level of knowledge and experience that is far beyond what ordinary people can match. As the head of the Zhao family, a top-tier family, they naturally recognized him. Although doing so went against the hospital's rules, since the other party had spoken, they couldn't really object. Then, He Fan finally saw Li Kaigua again after Li Kaigua was declared dead. The operating room door slowly closed. Looking at Zhao Aigua's complicated expression outside, He Fan shook his head with a wry smile. He knew that old master Zhao must have seen through his plans, which was why he stopped Zhao Huixin from coming in with him. But that's true. Although that would make it more satisfying for him to take revenge on Li Kaigua, it would undoubtedly hurt an innocent girl deeply. It could even make the other person hate you. Never mind. This is a personal feud between me and Li Kaigua, so let's not involve others. Crack. As the door closed completely, He Fan casually locked it. He turned around and slowly walked inside. When He Fan saw the corpse covered with a white sheet on the operating table, A strange look flashed in his eyes. There are a variety of emotions, including exhilaration, sarcasm, and hatred. Whoosh! He strode forward and grabbed the white cloth, throwing it aside. Whether it was intentional or unintentional, the white sheet that flew out landed right in the upper left of the operating room, completely obscuring something that looked like a camera. Lee Kaigwa, you probably never imagined I'd come, did you? Huh. Don't worry. You won't die now. If you die, who will I vent all the hatred I've accumulated over the years on? He slowly approached the operating table, and upon seeing that familiar, pale face, He-Fan couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if he were going mad. He wasn't worried at all about people finding out what he was doing inside. He-Fan, a medical school graduate, was very familiar with certain aspects of hospitals. Although there will be a camera, it is only for recording the surgical process and for determining responsibility in case of doctors' mistakes. But that thing only has a camera function. It can't connect to the internet or make calls. In addition, the operating room is very well sealed, and the sound insulation is ridiculously good. In other words, this place is now completely isolated from the outside world. No matter what He-Fan does inside, no one outside will know. Smack. Upon reaching him, he immediately slapped him hard across the face. Lee Kaigwa's head was suddenly knocked to one side by the impact. But there was still no sign of life. A high-ranking official from the Ministry of Finance, is that right? Smack. Another slap landed, and He-Fan said with a ferocious expression, "You actually dare to threaten Ching-Chung in front of me. You really aren't afraid of death." Smack. You have bodyguards with you, huh? You think you can kill me? After being slapped 3 times in a row, He-Fan finally came to his senses. His expression gradually calmed down. He rubbed his slightly aching hands, then suddenly grinned and mocked himself. I was such an idiot. This guy is already in a state of suspended animation. Even if I killed him, I wouldn't feel anything. Wasn't doing this just asking for trouble. Yes. Back when he and the others went to the Civil Affairs Bureau in Donghai, he took the opportunity of shaking hands to transfer a drug called heart-severing powder to the other party through physical contact. At that time, not only Lee Kaigwa himself, but even all the people present did not notice. Once the drug penetrates the body through the skin, it will gradually flow with the blood and eventually slowly accumulate around the heart. Over time, those who have been poisoned by the heart-severing powder will develop a problem similar to heart disease, but it is not actually heart disease. However, it takes a very long time to take effect. It takes at least 20 days for the drug to fully take effect. Even after the onset of the illness, it will only put the person into a state of apparent death for 3 days, and will not actually take their life. Of course, although it's not a real heart disease, it can still be fatal if left untreated for too long. Let's see if anyone can save him. In other words, if someone can provide timely treatment, the patient can recover quite easily. So during this period, He-Fan wasn't in a hurry. This finally gave him a good opportunity to come before the dead Lee Kaigwa. It has to be said that he was momentarily blinded by anger. Going to torture someone who's pretending to be dead is just asking for trouble, isn't it? Seeing his palms were bright red, He-Fan could only manage a wry smile. Chapter 195 Resurrection Lee Kaigwa. Swish, swish, swish. Without hesitation, he immediately took out a roll of needles from his pocket, opened it, and took out silver needles to stab at the dead Lee Kaigwa. He-Fan did this, of course, not to save his enemy. Instead, there were things he wanted to say to Lee Kaigwa, and he needed to wake him up. Of course, this is not some ability to bring the dead back to life or heal the wounded. Rather, Lee Kaigwa's death was orchestrated by He-Fan. For today, the family's traditional acupuncture technique, burning mountain fire, restored warmth to his gradually stiffening body. The 36 meridian stimulation needles gathered the remaining potential in his body to form a surge of energy, which slammed into his heart along the meridians. Bang! Lee Kaigwa's body stiffened abruptly, and his heart, which had completely stopped beating, began to beat rapidly in a way that was difficult for ordinary people to understand. Yes, very soon. Judging from his appearance, his heart seemed to be beating twice as fast as a normal person's. In this situation, Even a normal person would probably have serious problems. But this strange situation happened to a person who had just died, as if it had forcibly stirred up a glimmer of life in the other person. Visibly, Li Kaigwa's complexion had become rosy. Hee, you're awake? Let's chat. He Fan revealed a cold smile and slapped the other person hard on the top of his head. Puff. The moment the palm struck, Li Kaigwa exhaled a breath of turbid air and actually slowly opened his eyes. He has been resurrected. Of course, it wasn't a real resurrection. To be precise, Li Kaigwa came back to life from some kind of special state of apparent death. If he is really dead, even if He Fan's medical skills are superb, he probably won't be able to save him. He Fan, what are you doing here? A look of confusion flashed in his eyes, but Li quickly regained his senses. However, upon seeing the situation before him, he couldn't help but frown. Indeed, Li Kaigwa remembered that he had fallen ill and fallen into a coma. But if he was in the operating room undergoing emergency treatment, how did He Fan, a mere folk doctor, get into this place? Most importantly, isn't he in the East China Sea? How did you suddenly end up in Kyoto out of nowhere? You're still treating yourself? Looking at the silver needles on his body, Li Kaigwa subconsciously came to this conclusion. What am I doing here? Did your daughter bring me from the East China Sea? He Fan smiled faintly, his words carrying a hint of ambiguity. My daughter? Huixin? You. How could you know her? This is impossible. Upon hearing this, Li Kaigwa was taken aback. He then shook his head, not letting He Fan's ambiguous expression sway him. Because in Li Kaigwa's mind, an ordinary person like He Fan would never have the chance to meet his daughter. Joke. What kind of family is the Zhao family? He Fan is nothing but an ant. How dare he get acquainted with the Zhao family's little princess? Moreover, the other party is an older man in his 30s who wants to have an ambiguous relationship with his daughter? Stop kidding. Do you really think you're that easy to fool? Seeing this, He Fan was also helpless. If he had brought Zhao Huixin in with him earlier, he might have been able to take the opportunity to mock her and make her die with her eyes wide open in disbelief. Although doing so would be a huge blow to Zhao Huixin. But what could it be? He Fan has suffered countless grievances and still hasn't been able to vent his anger. As for whether Zhao Huixin will be hurt, that's none of my business. Unfortunately, ever since old Zhao saw through his intentions, He Fan gave up on that idea. Since Zhao Huixin wasn't present, Li Kaigwa probably wouldn't believe him. He Fan was able to guess this. But he had many backup plans, so he didn't care about losing this one. Anyway, the other party is not going to live today. TSK. No wonder he's a government official. His reaction is really quick. He Fan crossed his arms and sneered. Unfortunately, you're wrong. I already knew Zhao Huixin when I was in Donghai, and I was also familiar with your wife Zhao Yiting, and I even had a very pleasant conversation with your father-in-law, old man Zhao. They've been to the East China Sea. Upon hearing this, Li Kaigwa was taken aback and suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Is He Fan serious? When did the Zhao father and daughter go to the East China Sea, and what was the reason for their trip? And why didn't you tell yourself? Honestly, he wasn't worried at all about Xiao Yuner and her son, Xiao Himiao, because in this matter, the father-in-law also played a dishonorable role. Moreover, the other party had always known about the son's existence. Moreover, Li Kaigwa believed that the other party would definitely not tell Zhao Yiting and her daughter about this. So when Li Kaigwa learned that they had gone to the East China Sea, he was surprised, but he didn't really have much to worry about. His only curiosity was, what was the reason those people went to the East China Sea? It seemed they had guessed what he was thinking. He Fan smiled coldly and told her without any concealment how he met old Master Zhao and how he treated Zhao Yiting's aides. His reason for doing this was very simple. That is to tell Li Kaigwa that the Zhao family father and daughter actually knew about some of the things he had done all along. Moreover, the other party's wife's illness has also stabilized under my control. His revenge didn't have much effect. Just think about it. How desperate must a man who has suffered so much injustice feel when he finds out that his revenge against his cheating wife has no effect at all? And that's exactly the effect He Fan wanted. Sure enough, upon hearing that his wife's aids could be controlled, and that she could even live a long and healthy life with proper care, Li Kaigwa's face turned ashen. He looked at He Fan with murderous intent in his eyes. Honestly, he regretted it. If I had known this would happen, I should have killed him without hesitation. Damn it. That woman Zhao Yiting caused me so much trouble, yet she still managed to die peacefully in her sleep. What's the point of taking revenge then? However, Li Kaiguo was very shrewd and did not reveal this thought on the surface. Since you know so much, you should also understand that everything I did was forced upon me by the Zhao family father and daughter. He said it casually, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had any relationship with your wife, let alone let her give birth to a son for me. Don't you hate the Zhao family? Oh. Upon hearing this, He Fan smiled. As expected, Li Kaiguo truly lived up to his reputation as a seasoned shrew in officialdom. Her words were a mix of offense and defense, not only sowing discord between herself and old Master Zhao, but also subtly mocking him. Chapter 196 Misery. Actually, your family's affairs have nothing to do with me. I've already let go of Xiao Yun'er's matter. He spoke calmly, but anger began to gather in his eyes. Even if you hadn't done those despicable things, I could still cure your mere loss of male potency due to poisoning. He stared intently at the other person, speaking slowly and deliberately. What? You can cure it. Upon hearing this, Li Kaiguo was completely stunned. Doctors both at home and abroad were helpless with his illness. Even many renowned traditional Chinese medicine masters had no solution. Yet He Fan claimed he could cure it. How? How is this possible? If he meant if the other person were truly capable, he'd be an idiot to go for artificial insemination. I don't believe it. Li Kaiguo's face was somewhat pale, but he spoke with a stubborn expression. Deep down, a hint of belief had already begun to form. You should know Wang Qing, the little princess of the Wang family, right? I cured her ALS. And you've heard of the old man of the Jiang family, right? He suffered from a serious illness for many years and was only a few days away from living. But I also extended his life. And your wife, she has AIDS. Who in this world can guarantee that she will live a normal life and die a natural death? And I did it. He Fan pointed to himself and said arrogantly, So you think this little problem is hard for me to cure? Hearing the other party reveal one secret after another, Li Kaiguo was honestly stunned. Not only did he know about the matter concerning the Wang family's little princess and the Jiang family's old man, but there were also several high-ranking officials in the entire capital who didn't know about it. After all, the disease they suffer from is practically equivalent to a terminal illness in this world. But unexpectedly, he was treated to the point of being almost completely cured. Honestly, anyone would be curious about something like this. Unfortunately, no matter how much they inquired, many people couldn't find out who the person who made the move was. But to my surprise, it was He Fan. Suddenly, beads of cold sweat appeared on Li Kaiguo's forehead. He knew all too well what it meant for someone to possess such medical skills. That's a fair statement. If he had known about this beforehand, he would definitely have tried every means to befriend the other party, even at any cost. On the contrary, once he discovers that he has a grudge against the other party, he will definitely try to kill He Fan as soon as possible. Even if it offends some people, I'm willing to do it. There's nothing we can do about it. Because Li Kaiguo knew very well how terrifying people with such medical skills were. Once they are given a chance to turn things around, they won't even know how they will die. Silence, a long silence. Suddenly, Li Kaiguo smiled again. He smiled wryly and said, You said you could cure my illness, just to make me regret offending you, right? Unfortunately, reality is reality. The relationship between us is irreconcilable, and I have no reason to regret something that is impossible. After all, I, Li Kaiguo, am getting old, and now I have both a son and a daughter, so I have few regrets in this life. It's just about men and women, right? At my level, there are so many ways to release pent-up emotions. At this point, he looked at He Fan with a rather strange gaze. It's clear that it has a hidden meaning. Yeah, I've known about all your underhanded tricks for a long time. He Fan remained expressionless, but the image of Xiao Yun'er with her disheveled clothes and torn stockings subconsciously flashed through his mind. Is this an attempt to anger me? Haha, how naive. It's about time. It seems it's time for me to comfort the other person. With a sly smile, he said calmly. But isn't it a bit self-deceptive of you to say you have both a son and a daughter? What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Li Kaigwa was taken aback. Because. He Fan stepped forward, bent down, and whispered in his ear. Xiao Miao, he has never been your son, Li Kaigwa. Boom! Upon hearing this, Li Kaigwa finally couldn't hold back any longer. He struggled to sit up, his eyes bloodshot as he roared. Impossible. You must be lying to me. I did a paternity test with Xiao Miao, and it's definitely my son. You're talking nonsense. Yes, he finally started to panic. It can be said that Li Kaigwa's greatest source of confidence when facing He Fan was the fact that He Fan's ex-wife had willingly given birth to his son. The birth of that child proved that the Li family bloodline was not extinct, and he, as a son-in-law who had married into the family, could give an explanation to his ancestors. But there's always a what-if in everything. If the child really isn't his own, then what's the point of all his efforts? It can be said that, in Li Kaigwa's eyes right now, his son is everything to him and his hope. He absolutely cannot accept any unexpected events in this matter. Ha 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 ha. Paternity test? Li Kaigwa, I never imagined that after so many years in the system, you would still have such a naive side. Upon hearing this, He Fan burst into wild laughter, almost laughing until tears streamed down his face. Li Kaigwa. His heart sank to the bottom. Although He Fan didn't say it explicitly, he knew some things in his heart. After all, the way to ensure he had an heir was a form of compensation from old Master Zhao to himself. If the other party wanted to do something underhanded, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Could it be that this was all a conspiracy by the Zhao family patriarch from beginning to end? I can't say it. Whether Li Kaigwa admits it or not, he has his doubts about this matter. I will verify all of this in the future. If you have truly deceived me, then I, Li Kaigwa, will swear an oath to the Zhao family until death. He forcibly suppressed the resentment in his heart, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. But it was only then that Li suddenly realized that, despite struggling for a long time, he was still lying on the operating table. He can't even sit up. How could this happen? He was horrified, completely bewildered as to what had happened. Their gazes unconsciously drifted towards He Fan. What? You noticed? But a strange look flashed across the other person's face, and they grinned menacingly. Then let me tell you some other little things. Your so-called serious illness was actually caused by my own son. And now, in the eyes of those outsiders, you're already a dead man. You should be able to guess what this means. He Fan's smile was enigmatic, yet his words were like a sharp knife piercing Li Kaigwa's heart. He certainly understood what that meant. If what He Fan said is true, then it means that even if the other party kills him now, no one will know the truth. Chapter 197 Killing Li Kaigwa. Upon realizing this, a look of horror immediately appeared on Li Kaigwa's face. As for whether or not to doubt the other party. Now that things have come to this point, why would they need to lie? Li Kaigwa could naturally understand this. Do you know? Ever since you came along and caused my family to be destroyed, I swore to make you die in the most painful way, and even to make you feel the deepest fear before you die. And this is your retribution. He Fan ignored his expression, stepped forward, grabbed his collar, and forcefully dragged him into a half-sitting position. His indifferent voice was icy as he said, "If heaven doesn't punish you, I'll punish you myself." After saying that, he stretched out his left hand and plunged a silver needle deep into the other person's temple. Then, as soon as his hand loosened, Li Kaigwa's body immediately went limp and slumped down. Roar. It's strange. The instant He Fan inserted the silver needle, Li Kaigwa curled up like a shrimp. His body began to tremble violently. His eyes bulged, veins popped out on his face, and sweat poured down his face instantly. Anyone can see that. At this moment, Li Kaigwa must have been enduring unimaginable and terrible pain. The pain comes so suddenly that probably no one can endure it. The previous calm and peaceful state is suddenly replaced by the violent transformation of being in an infernal hell. The most terrifying thing is that while enduring this pain, one is completely unable to move or even make a sound, only able to squeeze out low growls from the throat. He Fan was very satisfied with the result. Our ancestors were truly capable. They could even use silver needles to perform this method that ancient officials used to torture prisoners. Interestingly, You don't even need to leave any marks of injury on the other person. You know what? I've never been an ambitious person. I'd be content with a happy and fulfilling family life, with a wife, kids, and a warm bed. But what about you? You're used to being high and mighty, never caring about the thoughts of ordinary people like us, and treating us like we don't exist. Completely ignoring Li Kaigwa, who was glaring at him with bloodshot eyes and gritted teeth, He Fan slowly sat down beside him. But some things are indeed a huge gap between social classes. What can we, as ordinary people, do? Even if you made Xiao Yun'er bear your child and made me raise it for you for several years without really understanding what was going on, I, being of humble origins, may be angry, but there's really nothing I can do about it. After all, in today's society, men and women are just like that. To give my whole heart to someone, that's just me being pathetic. If that's all there is to it, even if I get angry, I wouldn't go so far as to do something illegal. He Fan's words were accompanied by Li Kaigwa's low growls, making it sound extremely eerie. He spoke as if he were talking about someone else, showing none of his previous irritability and anger. But if anyone were here, they would see a chilling coldness in his eyes. He Fan suddenly turned around, looked at Li Kaigwa, who was in excruciating pain, and growled. You shouldn't have had someone run over and killed my parents just because they had a paternity test done on Xiao Miao. The hatred between us, the hatred of having our wives stolen, and the hatred of having our parents murdered can only be put to rest when one of us dies. What good is power and influence? Everyone is equal before life and death. That's why I made you experience all the pain in the world today, when everyone thought you were dead. He said this with his fists clenched so tightly that he could barely control himself. His face was even more hideous than before. To be honest, although Li Kaigwa was experiencing terrible pain he had never felt before, he still managed to maintain a sliver of rationality. He heard almost everything He Fan said clearly. Originally, when He Fan mentioned that he had used the other party's wife to have a child, Li Kaigwa, while enjoying endless pain, actually felt a perverse sense of pleasure. The reason is simple. He finally understood. The other party is clearly using their identity and methods as a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine to set up a deadly trap for themselves from the very beginning. Now, we're here to reap the rewards. In other words, he's basically doomed in his current state. Even if he were to swallow his pride and beg for forgiveness, it would probably be difficult to change anything. So, just as He Fan said, the two of them are now locked in a life or death struggle. His mindset, of course, also changed. It's rare for Li Kaigwa to embarrass the other party, so he definitely wanted to make fun of him. After all, regardless of whether He Miao was his child or not, the other party had undeniably been cuckolded. But unexpectedly, when the other party mentioned the death of his parents, Li Kaigwa was stunned. Have I ever done this? No. Could it be? The next moment, a knowing glint flashed in his eyes, and his lips parted as if he wanted to say something. But then another wave of excruciating pain washed over him, plunging him into immense agony once more. 20 minutes, a full 20 minutes. He Fan watched coldly as the other party suffered, without feeling any pity or even considering letting the other party off the hook. Finally, as if sensing that the time was almost up, he leisurely and slowly withdrew the silver needles from the other person's body. Interestingly, every time He Fan pulled out a silver needle, Li Kaigwa's pain seemed to deepen. Only after the last silver needle was removed from his temple did his body, which had been trembling violently, slowly relax and calm down. But at the same time, he stopped breathing completely. Yes, Li Kaigwa is dead. Moreover, he suffered unimaginable pain before his death. It must be said, although He Fan got what he wanted today, he couldn't say he was completely satisfied. Because his plan to kill him by destroying his spirit seems to have only succeeded halfway. The person was killed, but those attempts to undermine his spirit didn't seem to have the desired effect. That's right, he overlooked the other person's identity. No matter what, Li Kaigwa had been in officialdom for many years and had risen to the position of a high-ranking official through his own efforts. Furthermore, the other party's life experience is even more tragic than He Fan's in some ways. If he can endure it, can he be an ordinary person? People like this must have a strong will. The secrets He Fan mentioned might stir up some emotions in the other person, but they couldn't possibly cause them unbearable pain. He Fan gave a wry smile and shook his head. In any case, Li Kaigwa is finally really dead this time. In this world, no one can awaken him. Chapter 198 Questions. Explanation. The great revenge has finally been achieved. He Fan, who had been standing there in a daze for a long time, suddenly sighed softly, took the white cloth, and gently covered it up. As the saying goes, when a person dies, their debts are wiped out. This can be considered the last bit of dignity I can give the other person. But just as the white cloth was about to cover the other person's face, He Fan couldn't help but be stunned. Nothing else. Because Li Kaigwa's expression before his death was surprisingly strange. It was neither like dying in agony, nor did it show any regret on its face. On the contrary, the upturned corners of his mouth before he died seemed more like a mockery. But who can he mock? After all, he was the only living person in the entire operating room. Could it be that the other person is laughing at me? He shook his head, feeling utterly perplexed. In the end, too lazy to think about it anymore, he simply covered Li Kaigwa with a white cloth, restoring him to his original dead appearance. As for the large pools of sweat on the operating table and the acupuncture marks on the dead body, does he need to consider it? His identity as a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner was enough for him to explain everything before him. Yes, Li Kaigwa is dead. No matter how glorious he was in life, after death he is just a corpse. As the saying goes, everyone is equal when facing death. This has nothing to do with identity or status. He Fan slowly walked to the door, reached out, and opened the door that had been closed for so long. Dr. He, my dad. Upon seeing him come out, Zhao Huixin, who had been anxiously waiting outside, hurriedly ran over and looked at him with anticipation. Actually, it wasn't just her. Besides Zhao Yiting, who remained silent, Grandpa Zhao and Sun Yuan also gathered around. Honestly, they didn't have much hope. After all, Li Kaigwa had already been declared dead by the hospital. No matter how skilled He Fan was, he couldn't possibly bring someone back to life. But what if a miracle happens? At the very least, Sun Yuan genuinely hoped that He Fan could have that ability. I hope he can put aside past grievances and bring his former boss back. Of course, whether he believes this himself is debatable. I'm sorry, Miss Zhao. He Fan's medical skills are insufficient, and he was unable to save your father. Please accept my condolences. He Fan's words immediately stirred up different thoughts among the people present. People like Sun Yuan and Zhao Huixin, who still care about Li Kaigwa, were naturally disappointed upon hearing this answer. Especially Sun Yuan. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the chair next to her, covering her face and falling silent. As for Zhao Huixin, the little girl squatted on the ground, burying her head between her legs. Judging from her trembling body, she must be crying sadly. On the contrary, Zhao Yiting, who had maintained a blank expression the whole time, couldn't help but break into a hearty smile when she heard this. Yes, you read that right. Although the smile quickly disappeared, it did not escape everyone's notice. No one could understand why a woman who had just lost her husband would have such an outrageous smile on her face. Perhaps only those who understand the complexities and grievances between the couple can comprehend the heartache hidden behind that smile. Old Master Zhao remained silent. Sun Yuan remained silent. Even Zhao Huixin and others did not criticize anything because of this. Because they all knew that although Li and Zhao were husband and wife, they had actually been mortal enemies for many years. To put it bluntly, given all the messy things that happened between the couple, it's a miracle Li Kaigwa didn't die at Zhao Yiting's hands. When He Fan told Zhao Aigwa that the person could not be saved, Zhao Aigwa breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was quite worried. After all, the other party's medical skills were truly remarkable. No one can guarantee that he has the ability to bring the dead back to life and heal wounds. But there's no need to worry now. No matter how amazing He Fan is, he seems to be just an ordinary but slightly more skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and he doesn't seem to be as miraculous as people imagine. Li Kaigwa must not survive, and what I feared ultimately did not happen in reality. He smiled inwardly, first giving He Fan a strange look, then turning to his daughter with pity. I suppose she should have gotten over her inner conflict by now. Wait a minute, this isn't right. How can there be so much sweat on a dead person? Unexpectedly, at that moment, the nurse who went into the operating room to examine the patient suddenly exclaimed in disbelief. Whoosh! Upon hearing this, the crowd at the door paused for a moment before rushing into the operating room. When they saw that there was indeed a puddle of water under Lee Kaigwa's body on the operating table, their pupils shrank instinctively. What's going on? Can a dead person sweat? Could it be that someone actually saved a patient before? Everyone present instinctively turned their gazes toward He Fan. What's going on? Even a dead person can sweat? What shocking things has this young man done? Sir, as the deceased's attending physician, I would like to know what you did after my patient passed away. Furthermore, if you were trying to save someone, why did you cover the recording device with a white sheet? Are you trying to hide something? After reviewing the video footage, a doctor approached with a serious expression and asked, Please don't forget, sir, that in our country, desecrating the corpse of the deceased is also a crime. His expression was extremely serious, making it clear that he would call the police immediately if He Fan did not give a satisfactory explanation. Do you know anything about traditional Chinese medicine? Upon hearing this, He Fan raised an eyebrow and asked with a half-smile. I studied Western medicine, and although I have some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, I am not an expert. The doctor was honest and didn't hide anything from the other party. It's like this. He Fan nodded upon hearing this and explained. The deceased had just passed away, and most of the body's functions were still intact. I originally intended to use my family's traditional acupuncture and massage techniques to activate the patient's remaining potential and try to salvage their last chance of life. But as you can see now, my method didn't work. So even traditional Chinese medicine is powerless against a dead person. As for why the camera is covered, sorry, it's because I'm using a family-inherited medical technique that's not suitable for outsiders to see. He didn't explain why Lee Kaigwa was still sweating after he died, but the doctor's expression was very strange. He nodded thoughtfully, showing no intention of asking any further questions. Because it's quite obvious that although he's not an expert in traditional Chinese medicine, he still knows a little bit about it. As the other party said, when a person has just died, most of their bodily functions are still intact. Chapter 199 Make him disappear. Just as He Fan said, using acupuncture combined with massage to revitalize the deceased and attempt to bring them back to life is theoretically a good idea. After all, we can only think about treating the illness after we've saved the person. From the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine, this makes perfect sense. While activating the other person's life force, it's not too surprising that a recently deceased person would sweat. The other party's few words were enough to prove that his suspicions were meaningless. What a pity. With an awkward smile, the doctor shared his guess with everyone before turning around and going back to his work. It has to be said, this explanation is perfect. Whether you're an expert or a novice, no one thought there was anything wrong with it. But Sun Yuan clearly sensed that things couldn't possibly be that simple. But now that he's dead, what can he say? She looked at He Fan with a complicated expression. After a long silence, he ultimately said nothing. Sun Yuan, who was only in his 40s, suddenly became somewhat hunched over. Step by step, I slowly left the hospital. Lee Kaigwa's sudden death caused quite a stir in the upper circles of Kyoto, but many more people were gloating over it. After all, for a son-in-law to get to this point, the Zhao family must have used all sorts of connections. It can be said that Lee Kaigwa was able to rise to a high-ranking position in the Ministry of Finance in his 50s mainly because the Zhao family used massive resources to force him to achieve this. The sudden death of the other party is undoubtedly a heavy blow to the Zhao family, which is gradually declining. For one of the 4 great families of Kyoto to encounter something like this is something that any powerful force would absolutely be hoping to see. The rest is simple. Although Lee Kaigwa was a high-ranking official when he was alive, the saying, out of sight, out of mind, was vividly demonstrated after his death. Although some people from various factions attended his funeral out of respect for the Zhao family, most of them were just small fry. No one of those of the same level came. Of course, the Zhao family didn't dwell on this matter much. After hastily completing Lee Kaigwa's funeral arrangements, the matter was considered closed. However, no one noticed that He Fan, as an avenger, did not leave immediately after achieving his goal. Instead, he started wandering around Kyoto whenever he felt like it. They seemed to be searching for or inquiring about something, but it also seemed like they weren't doing anything at all. Father. Inside the study of the Zhao family residence. As soon as Zhao Yuting entered, she saw her father, who was frowning and looking at the documents on the table, and greeted him calmly as always. You've come. Upon hearing his daughter's voice, old Zhao slowly raised his head. Is this matter very troublesome? Zhao Yuting nodded slightly, a slight emotional fluctuation appearing in her tone as she asked the question. Yes. That is to say, He Fan is not here. Otherwise, he would definitely be surprised. In his mind, Zhao Yuting, despite being infected with HIV, had never shown any fear. He always seemed to have a blank face, without any expression at all. Even after he treated her and stabilized her condition, the woman remained aloof and didn't even offer a word of thanks. It's like having no feelings at all. Actually, He Fan can understand. Although this woman was ruthless, the tragic things she encountered seemed to be no less than those of Li Kaigua. I can't marry the person I love. She married someone she didn't love. After finally being able to be with her lover, he was killed by the person he married. And yet, she herself ruined the man she was married to for the sake of her deceased lover. This is more dramatic than a TV drama. In this situation, when a woman's heart is completely dead, she will begin to care about nothing, which perfectly matches Zhao Yuting's usual state. But no one would have thought that. Right there in this secret room, in front of her father, when the icy Zhao Yuting inquired about family matters, her expression actually began to change. Although Li Kaigua's matter is troublesome, after he chose to turn against us, I guessed that this situation might occur. Because we made preparations in advance, although it will have some impact on the family, overall it's not a big problem. Zhao Igua shook his head, not hiding anything from his daughter. Then let me do it. Zhao Yuting frowned, somewhat confused about her father's meaning. You don't understand. Old Zhao shook his head with a wry smile, remained silent for a moment, and then sighed. What father is worried about now is not the impact of Li Kaigua's death on the Zhao family, but rather that He Fan is staying in Beijing and not leaving. He's afraid that He Fan might cause some trouble. After all, to treat your illness, your father not only owed the Jiang family a favor, but also, to gain He Fan's trust, he revealed many of his past secrets, half-truths and half-lies. Although many people know about those things, everyone sticks to the rules and doesn't discuss them casually. After all, they are all powerful families. Who doesn't have some secrets that their rivals know? But He Fan is different. He has no constraints whatsoever. If he were to blurt out those things, it could have a significant impact on the entire Zhao family. If He Fan had stayed in Donghai, perhaps father wouldn't be so worried. But now, it's hard to guarantee he won't spout nonsense. The old man looked worried, and his expression seemed to suggest he was hesitating about something. It was clear that the daughter seemed unmoved, as if she hadn't understood, so she simply stated it plainly. Daughter, you should know that in our large families, there are some things that everyone knows, but as long as no one brings them up in public, there won't be any major problems. This is a tacit agreement among aristocratic families, and everyone has always abided by it. But if He Fan exposes your affair with Li Kaigua, it will be the most terrible blow to the entire Zhao family. Because the higher-ups would absolutely not allow such a family to exist. And because you've wronged officials, you might also face legal consequences. The trouble this matter is far greater than the impact of Li Kaigua's death. Zhao Igua seemed somewhat worried, but his gaze flickered as he looked at his daughter. Then, let him disappear. When she heard that it concerned her, Zhao Yuting surprisingly said without hesitation. He's just a mere traditional Chinese medicine doctor. Wouldn't it be an easy task for you, father, to cause him some trouble in Kyoto? There was no other way but to do it. Zhao Yuting truly lives up to her reputation as a woman capable of poisoning even her own husband. She uttered murderous words without the slightest change in expression. It was as if they didn't take a human life seriously at all. Chapter 200 has been abandoned.